You are welcomed by the incredible expanse of the open game world, boundless latitudes of space with incredible views of nature and cities. Romantic sitting by the fire after a hard competition with strong opponents. In this world, you can have a great time and relax with your friends. Uncharted territories are open to your attention, where you can become an explorer and travel at your own pleasure. Battles and competitions, improving your skills and just having a good time. All this can be obtained in an incredible other reality online game. A guy dressed in strong armor raised his index finger without any regret, sending another player away. This gesture immediately stung to understand his attitude towards the weaker level player. The cute girl with a cap on her head tried to politely apologize. After all, they don't take amateurs in their team. She was embarrassed to refuse, but she tried to do it gently. The man standing behind her only threw his scornful glance, menacingly. Even some little kid was on the team and picking his nose, dared to point out to a player that his clothes were bad. The guy stood alone in the middle of the square, and absolutely no one wanted to take him into their team. His hands dropped down, and people just dispersed in different directions, forgetting about him and going about their business. The guy's lips tightened. He was very bitter to realize the fact that in this game he was considered a scum not worthy of any attention. Ji-woo was blazing with anger. He had failed for the umpteenth time to make the team and get any result in this game. It was a beautiful and sunny day. The sun was shining brightly over the city, warming the streets with its warm rays. The city was full of players going about their business. Except the guy wasn't at all interested in such a beautiful day. He opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs about how much this game pissed him off. In Ji-woo's hands was a sword. It was a standard one without any improvements. The guy looked at it with tears in his eyes and didn't understand why he was so unlucky. While he was reveling in his anger and frustration, the other players turned around in his direction. They stared at this strange guy in surprise, not even wanting to know what he was so sad about. Ji-woo swung his sword. He was sad that everyone thought he was stupid and not worthy of their attention. There was a girl watching this misery closely. While the guy kept yelling to the whole street, the girl just stared at him. Her pink and plump lips were ajar, for this behavior of the guy was strange. At some point, the girl decided to turn to him. She didn't succeed the first time. She was too shy. But then the girl repeated her appeal to him. She clutched her staff as if the guy might attack her and pressed it against her chest. The girl was like a pretty flower that could break from any rough impact. She looked at the guy with big eyes and waited for him to turn his attention to her. Ji-woo suddenly realized that such a cutie was addressing him. He twitched and stared at the girl in surprise. The guy's cheeks immediately turned pink, for he wasn't used to interacting with such beauties. The girl's pretty face brightened with a warm and kind smile. She invited Ji-woo to join her team. Confusion and doubts arose in the guy as he heard such cherished words in his address. After a second, the confusion completely evaporated, and the guy glowed with excitement. He was invited to the team, and it was done by such a gorgeous girl. After a little while, the guys left the city and entered a picturesque and mysterious forest. The sun rays were breaking through the thick crowns of trees, illuminating their way all along the way. The young girl kept her gaze on Ji-woo. She was constantly admiring him, and the guy was basking in the glory without blushing. He was proud of himself that he had the opportunity to feel like a real hero. Biting a leaf between his teeth, he dramatically put his hand to his head and boasted that his parents had given him some money, which he had invested in gaming gold. The girl oozed with delight. Her eyes lit up, and she became curious to know as much as she could about the guy. Since Ji-woo was the center of attention, he continued to act narcissistic. He slightly hesitated and made his face more mysterious when the girl inquired how much time he had already spent pumping. His face became more serious and even more nonchalant, since he had an excellent plan to quickly be able to pump in this game, and all this, the player was happy to share it with his companion. The girl stood back and watched as the guy drew his sword. Ji-woo's eyes shone as he spoke admiringly about his new acquisition. She couldn't contain her fascination for the guy and continued to praise him on. Gentle smile touched her plump lips. The girl's compliment was so piercing that Ji-woo's heart could barely hold in his chest. It was as if the guy was electrocuted when such a cutie recognized him as a true knight. From that very second, he started fantasizing about their odd couple. The guys met by chance, and after a while, could not live without each other. Soon, a real and unbridled love happened between them. These two no longer saw the point of hiding their true feelings, and their lips intertwined in a sweet kiss. After some more time, Ji-woo imagined making this beautiful girl an offer to marry him that she couldn't refuse. They would have a marvelous wedding with many guests and a lavish celebration, after which they would go on a honeymoon. And after a few more years, their young and wonderful family would have a sweet baby girl. They would love each other with all their hearts and live happily ever after. All this in 1 second flashed through the boy's mind. He had already unconsciously started choosing names for the unborn child. The girl slowed down slightly. Her movements were too quiet and imperceptible. She smiled widely and announced loudly that they had come to the place where they could pump their abilities by completing the task. The guy stopped in a small clearing. Ji-woo started looking around while holding his sword in his hand. He didn't see anything suspicious. The girl was standing quite close to him. The guy was still swiveling his head the same way and couldn't see anything that could remind him of the mission or the monsters that needed to be mopped up. Quite suddenly, the guy's body was pierced by a weapon. The one who did this was the girl who had traveled with him and wanted to form a team to complete the mission. Ji-woo bulged his eyes from total shock. He still didn't fully understand exactly what had happened to him, and his vitals were rapidly descending to a dangerous value. With a wave of her hand, the girl swung her staff through the air. Her weapon exited the guy's body, and he crumbled to the ground. He was lying on the ground and still didn't understand how it was that it was the girl who had decided to launch an attack on him. The horror of the situation and the shattered dreams he had pierced his mind. A scarlet stain began to spread out from under his body in different directions. He wanted to understand why the girl had treated him so cruelly. She stood over his defeated body and looked at the guy already without the smile that had recently lit up her face. Afterwards, a completely different curve appeared on her lips. The girl found his assumption that she wished to take his weapon amusing. Although the girl returned her face to its former angelic appearance, her words were like poison. She spoke out with disdain about his weapon, as it was something she had absolutely no interest in. The surprise on Ji-woo's face expressed all his feelings. He was lost in conjecture. For now, the reason why the girl had treated him so cruelly was unknown. Then, the girl did not hide her true intention. Standing over the defeated player, she honestly confessed that she was going to kill him, and she had lured him into the thicket of the forest for that purpose alone. The boy suddenly raised his body, holding the wounded spot with his hand. He still didn't understand why she wanted to kill him. Ji-woo was, after all, hoping that the girl would invite him to join her team. The girl's ringing voice echoed around. She genuinely laughed at how the guy thought that she was actually interested in him. The girl naturally didn't even want to think about taking him into her team. After which her mouth opened and words poured out of it about how a lowly loser like him was completely uninterested in her. It was a blow that hit the guy hard on his ego. He had trusted this girl, and she had betrayed him so cruelly and set him up and reminded him of what a loser Ji-woo was. She continued to humiliate this player without even considering him as a normal person. After all, if he was insignificant in the game, then he wasn't much of a person in real life, either. The girl was having fun doing this, for she now felt a sense of superiority over him. He couldn't afford a more expensive set for the game, which was why he couldn't break into the teams of other players. Ji-woo silently listened to all her insults, and the girl's words had already turned personal and even hurt his parents, who couldn't give him more money to play. It hurt him to hear every word said by the scum. The boy pressed his lips together, harboring a deep resentment in his heart, even though his wound was serious and he had lost most of his vitals. Ji-woo was able to lift himself up and lean on his knee. He had already realized what a vile girl he was dealing with, although she looked beautiful. All except that her soul was black and vile. Thinking that this girl was out of line, the boy rose to his feet. His face was distorted with anger, and he was ready to do anything to get back at her and punish her. One sharp movement from the girl, and Ji-woo's body flew apart. She was able to chop it into 2 pieces with incredible ease. With such a swift movement, she immediately showed him her strength. She didn't like it at all that he dared to insult her. After all, beggars like him couldn't even squint in her direction. Ji-woo flew in the air. He realized that something very bad had happened, but he couldn't think straight. A new stream of blood flew out of his mouth. He was like a broken puppet toy collapsed on the ground. Some of his body parts flew off in different directions. As soon as the girl made the kill, she was informed that she had fulfilled the terms of the assignment, and the process of transitioning into the hidden class was initiated. The transformation began in that instant. The wind flirted with her hair, and it began to take on a different hue. She continued to clutch her staff to her chest, and a magical glow appeared around her that covered her entire body, continuing to transform the girl's appearance. After a while, the bright light disappeared, and lush wings emerged from the young beauty's back. Even her jewelry had changed its appearance. She could feel her gut had changed so much. Hidden Class, Goddess of Life. This was the girl's new title. She had completely changed from the color of her hair to the small details of her decoration. Feeling herself in her new status, she smiled slightly. The power the girl had received was perfect. It was what she had strived for. In order to achieve such success, she had had to commit 1,000 kills. She looked at the body of the guy who had fatefully become her latest victim. The beauty felt no shame at all for what she had done. As Ji-woo lay scattered across the clearing, the girl turned around and took a good stretch as if she had been sitting up too long. Her wings fluttered behind her. Being in her new guise, she felt a strong energy within her. The girl was able to become something perfect, something she had been rapidly moving towards for a long time. Her attitude towards the other players was careless and indifferent. Even though the girl had just killed a guy, her audacity allowed her to walk over his body as if he was just rubbish under her feet. There was one more quest ahead of the beauty that would complete her complete transformation. She had already stopped thinking about the guy she had just killed. Ji-woo was still lying in the grass. The guy's eyes had gone dark, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. He couldn't feel anything anymore, and the thoughts in his head were no longer there. Closing his eyes, his body completely stopped functioning. His character had died. The weather was beautiful over the city. Players were snooping around the streets, doing important things. Some were negotiating, some were bargaining for valuable items. Everything went on as it should. Somewhere in an alleyway of this beautiful city, a player's rebirth occurred. Ji-woo appeared in a safe place due to the in-game death. The guy had lost most of his experience. Although he didn't truly die and was able to revive, Ji-woo's mood was disgusting. His ego was hurt, as well as he felt humiliated and cheated. The disgusting face of the girl, who pretended to be a kind beauty, but in reality turned out to be a murderer, flashed before his eyes. The way she laughed at him, the boy would never be able to forget. His lips curled with the anger that was boiling in his soul, and there was only one thought brewing in his mind, a thirst for revenge. Despite the fact that the one responsible for his death was a girl, he could not forget those people who constantly mocked him. They all looked at the guy with disdain, and even without knowing him as a person, these players were biased towards him. Ji-woo lowered his head. He couldn't bear the thought of being treated like this. It made him very unhappy. At one point, he could no longer hold back his frustrating emotions, and he just started screaming and crying loudly because of how hopeless he was. After his emotions subsided a bit, still with tears in his eyes, Ji-woo resolutely reached into his bag. The guy wanted to find a certain item in there. After a second, he was already tightly clutching a small wooden hammer. This equipment was meant for crafting. With this hammer, one could improve the equipment by 1 unit. The first thing that needed to be improved, in his opinion, was the sword that appeared in front of him in the air. Ji-woo was determined to make his set much better, so that no one else could kill and humiliate him so easily. The hammer cleaving the air headed towards the sword. As soon as the hammer and sword made contact, a wave of energy formed around them. A pillar of light rose into the air. Ji-woo held his breath. He clenched his teeth so tightly that he could hear them grinding. The guy wanted to become stronger, very badly, and the fastest way to achieve that was to improve his stuff. When the magical light dissipated, the consequences of his actions were revealed before the guy's eyes. The sword he was so eager to improve had broken into 2 pieces. The weapon had broken. Shock and frustration washed over him in a wave. With his eyes wide open, he stared at how he had just destroyed his sword. But this failure didn't stop his determination to test himself. The boy pulled another piece of ammunition out of his inventory. It was an iron armor. The boy didn't hold back any longer. He swung the hammer again and struck the item, Wanting to make it 1 unit better, the energy exploded in different directions. After a second, he looked at the wristbands that lay on the ground and stunned. After all, this item, as well as the previous one, had been destroyed. After a while, all of the items that the guy was so eager to improve were lying on the ground beside Jiwoo. Every single one of these items was broken, and not one of them had never been able to become 1 unit better. A slight smirk appeared on Jiwoo's lips. He looked at what he had just done, and could no longer hold back his emotions. Sitting in the alleyway, the player was holding his tinker's hammer. A mountain of destroyed items lay around him, and he was only wearing his pants. Utter failure. Tears and snot streamed down his face. It was horrible. The game was completely preventing him from getting a little stronger. Suddenly, a small club fell near the guy. He raised his head and looked at it in bewilderment. It was a beginner's weapon, a wooden baton. It was practically useless. Jiwoo raised his tired eyes to the person in front of him. He still didn't understand what was going on. A boy was standing in front of him, waving his hand and greeting. He looked like a child, but his face expressed good intentions. The boy did not understand what this child wanted from him, as he only stood in front of him and waved. At some point, he started jumping in front of Jiwoo, attracting his attention. Even more, the kid became uncomfortable with such activity from the kid. The baton was still lying between them. A strange thought crept into the player's head. As if this kid had decided to give him this baton, he looked in its direction in disbelief. The baton was still lying beside him. The boy had no intention of taking it away. After a hunch came to him, the child cheerfully winked at Jiwoo and raised his thumb upwards. It was as if he was confirming the fact that this baton was a gift. Jiwoo was left sitting in a depressed mood. He had just destroyed items that were many times better than this baton. The kid didn't see the point of staying any longer, so he waved him goodbye. Jiwoo was left alone with this object. He still held the tinker's hammer in his hand. After a while, the guy shifted his gaze to the unfortunate baton that was still lying beside him, and a certain thought had already crept into his mind. Realizing that he had nothing more to lose, Jiwoo simply banged on this baton with his artisan hammer. A bright magical light illuminated the item, and after he put his hammer away, the baton, surprisingly, did not shatter, but instead improved by 1 unit. The bright glow only confirmed this. After which Jiwoo decided not to stop and made another strike of the same kind. Once again, a bright glow appeared as soon as the hammer touched the object. Putting away his tinker's hammer, the baton also lit up with a glow, signifying an improvement of another unit. The guy had already taken 2 hits, and the item was still intact. He looked at the item with sadness and utter disappointment. Jiwoo knew that it wasn't fair. After all, the pumping had been successful on a completely useless item. The player saw no point in holding himself back, so he decided that he could improve this baton until it broke. He started hitting it with his tinker's hammer. All 4 blows were successful, and the baton once again glowed with a familiar glow that told him that this item had been improved. Despite the fact that the baton had been improved, the guy decided to keep punching it. He knew it would break soon. After all, the higher the level, the less chance he had. Sitting in a deserted alley in just his pants, the guy kept hitting the baton with a hammer. He expected that after the next blow, it would be destroyed. It had been a while. The sun was approaching, the horizon coloring the city scarlet. Evening was approaching. Jiwoo's arm was visibly tired. After so many perfect blows, he raised his tinker's hammer into the air. The first blows were completely indifferent to him, but now he was sweating and his whole body was tense. Each blow caused him to have doubts. Despite this, Jiwoo decided to take a risk and make one last strike. He knew that the baton might treacherously collapse after it, and yet the hammer came down on the object. A bright light blinded his eyes. The player stared in surprise at the item he had managed to improve the last time. After all, he had made the maximum improvement to the baton. An incredible feeling flooded his soul. In front of him was still the same baton, but its value had completely changed. It was now a 99th level baton without uttering a word. The player took this baton in his hands. He still didn't understand how he had managed to improve it to such an incredible level. Although Jiwoo held this item in his hand, he still didn't understand how such a thing was possible. He had never been able to improve items by even 1 unit before, and with the baton, it had reached the maximum. He continued to stare at the item while calculations were going on in his head. After all, after the 10th improvement, the success rate was going to drop very rapidly. He wanted to lower his hand and place this baton on the ground, but suddenly it slipped out of his fingers. Jiwoo was so nervous and afraid that it might break if it hit the ground that he started trying to clumsily catch it. His hand grasped the baton tightly, but it managed to touch the ground with its tip. And at that very moment, something unimaginable happened. Jiwoo raised his head sharply, for he had never experienced or seen such a strong energy before. An unstoppable energy burst out from the baton. He had just pumped a bright, golden light broke through into this world and pierced through everything in its path with its power. The energy that burst out from the baton was so almighty that the wave of impact traveled through almost the entire game planet. When the energy ran out, the guy sat and looked at what had happened in utter shock and bewilderment. He couldn't believe that all of this was actually happening. In horror, his mouth opened and a piercing scream escaped from his throat. He looked in front of him and couldn't believe it. The people of the town frantically and frightenedly started running from side to side trying to figure out what had just happened. There were wounded everywhere, and no one could tell where such a terrible and crushing force had come from. Everyone ran to the place where the impact had come from. Jiwoo continued to sit back, his mouth still open from the shock he had just experienced. The players who had first arrived at the place continued to shout at the top of their voices, and then, as the dust began to settle, they saw the true extent of the destruction. The guy's face stretched out in shock. The impact was incommensurate with anything a multi-kilometer swath had split the world in two. None of the players had never seen such a powerful blow before, and no one could understand who had done it. A lot of things changed that day. Jiwoo continued to sit on the ground holding his crushing baton in his hands. At the same moment, he started receiving notifications that he had committed a murder and that his reputation had been enhanced. His eyes went wide as thousands of boxes began to pop up in front of him notifying him that he had killed a player just like that. With every kill, the guy's reputation increased. After this incident, the player was able to feel his unimaginable power over the game. After all, with just one casual touch of the baton, he unleashed an unrealistic power. The face of the girl who had mercilessly taunted him and his parents immediately appeared in front of him. A thirst for revenge took hold of his soul. A wild smile appeared on the guy's face because now he was incredibly strong and would be able to make the beauty here beg for mercy. Jiwoo would never forget how ruthlessly the girl chopped up his body and committed murder. This image would haunt him like this until he crushed his baton on this beauty's head. He thought again and again of all those people who had turned him down and humiliated him because the guy was not their level. Even those who tried to do it as politely as possible would be punished, since in their hearts they were still mocking him. Even a kid like this dared to humiliate him and point out his insignificance. Now that the guy had such a powerful force in his hands, he would be able to change the attitude of these people, take revenge for all the insults. His hand gripped the bat, and tighter. He now had a weapon of unheard of strength that no one would be able to resist. Jiwoo's eyes lit up with fierce hatred. He would do anything to teach those players the ultimate lesson. In real life outside of the game, Jiwoo was a nobody, a very ordinary guy from an average family. The guy wasn't distinguished by any striking appearance, nor was he strong in studies or in any sport. He was the most ordinary and unremarkable person. With bare feet, Jiwoo walked around the square of the game city. The guy found himself a cloak and covered his naked body. He was still wearing white pants from his hands. The player did not let go of his marvelous baton. Now he was completely indifferent to what the other players thought of him. After all, despite his appearance, he possessed incredible strength. Walking across the square, Jiwoo bumped into some other player with his shoulder. The man was several times larger than the guy and taller by an entire head. The player, with a face distorted with anger, looked at the guy who was tangling under his feet. Pulsating veins protruded on his bald head. The stranger quickly and tenaciously grabbed the clumsy player by his robe and pulled him towards him. Seeing the completely unremarkable character before him, the man decided that he could teach him some manners. The girl behind him started giggling and tried to calm her friend down. Jiwoo was in no hurry to react. He was completely calm, as he knew that incredible power lurked in his hand, and now such thugs were not scary to him. Gaining courage, the guy opened his mouth, and out of it came out completely unflattering words that rudely insulted the bald man. The big man's eyes widened in size. He was shocked that this beggar was so bold. Just as the bald man's muscles tensed up, and he was about to hit him, Ji-woo lightly cracked the aggressive player on the head with his baton. The man did not immediately realize what had happened. He slanted his eyes towards the baton he had just been hit in the face with. The realization that the small player had hit him with his baton made him even more furious. His face contorted, his veins getting even bigger. He was ready to destroy this guy. And at that very moment, the force of the blow from the baton triggered its effects. A bright, golden light flooded all around the thug's face, immediately flattened from the powerful wave of impact. Teeth began to fly out of his mouth. And a second later, the bald man flew off to some unknown place. Golden light flooded the entire area due to such a powerful impact. Even though Ji-woo had only lightly touched the bald man, the power of the impact was enormous. The entire city was flooded with a bright glow, as if there was a very strong explosion in that place. The girl who was standing behind the bald man's back was stunned by the shock. She looked up, but could not see where her friend had flown. Then she lowered her eyes to the same guy, who was able to make such a strong blow with just a light touch of the baton. Ji-woo felt his power, and it was all thanks to such a ridiculous weapon. The guy smirked, reveling in the glow of his power. He knew that now in this game, he would not have an equal opponent in terms of strength. Ji-woo couldn't stop feeling that pleasant feeling of omnipotence. He would now become the protagonist in this game. While he was smugly standing still and reveling in his power, the game informed him of a warning. His baton, as it turned out, had its own strength. And at this very moment, Ji-woo found out that the baton could take 3 more hits before it would break. The guy's face contorted in surprise and fear. Realizing that the matter was too bad, he went back into the seclusion of a dark alleyway so that no one could interfere with his thoughts. Placing the baton before him, he sat down over it and stared at it intently. Many thoughts swirled in his mind, but the fact remained, it would break after 3 blows. Since it was a beginner's weapon, it had low durability, even though he had managed to upgrade it. He continued to sit on his creation and hypnotized her, not knowing how he should proceed. After a while, Ji-woo fell on his back exhaustedly. The guy had absolutely no good ideas on how he could get out of this situation. Lying on the ground, he spread his arms and legs apart, realizing that his moment of glory was too short. He hadn't expected such a failure, so he was completely disappointed, especially after being able to taste a sip of intoxicating power. Memories flashed before his eyes, once again, of the very people who had humiliated him. Even that very beautiful face of the young girl he would never get. Therefore, he decided that he should at least avenge his humiliation on them. The sadness on his face never disappeared. Even these thoughts didn't give him the energy that could move him to action. So many thoughts were swirling around in his head that Ji-woo could no longer contain himself. He roared shrilly with frustration and anger. The guy rose to his feet and picked up his powerful but very fragile baton. He realized that he only had 3 strikes left, and therefore Ji-woo decided to use them as fruitfully as possible. In the Valley of the Dead, darkness reigned. The entire area of this place was covered in an ominous aura, and there wasn't a single area on the ground that wasn't covered in human skulls. Ji-woo barefoot, footstepped into the territory of this place. He felt the bones of the dead under his feet. The bones crunched ominously under his weight. He wasn't afraid. He continued to advance swiftly through the territory covered with skulls. He kept moving forward, step by step, confidently approaching his goal. Even then, standing in the alley, he had made up his mind to go to this terrible place. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and a magical glow began to burst out from beneath the skulls. The earth shook from the power that lurked there. Ji-woo watched what was happening around him with interest. The guy could feel the power that was coming towards him with every passing second. But this was exactly what he had come here for, so he wasn't surprised at what was starting to happen here. Somewhere in the distance, a thunderous sound was heard. A column of dust and fog obscured what was about to appear in front of the player. The wind rippled across the guy's body, making his robe move relentlessly on his shoulders. A huge muzzle appeared out of the mist, to bright violet eyes opened. Growls and crackles and many other sounds flooded the Valley of the Dead. A huge, two-headed monster appeared in front of Ji-woo. It let out a thunderous roar. The monster's wings spread out in different directions. It was a very large and strong monster. After waking up from its long sleep, the monster continued to make terrifying sounds that made the earth shake. He was angry that someone had come to his Valley of the Dead and disturbed his peace. Even though the monster was very scary and strong, Ji-woo was not scared at all. He continued to stand there and waited for him to be able to accomplish what he had planned. A huge clawed paw rose into the air. The beast spoke to the player. Its voice rasped with every sound it made. It was the strongest boss in the Chrono Life game universe. The two-headed dragon Eurus looked with his piercing gaze at the guy who dared to disturb him and set foot in the territory of the Valley of the Dead. The second head was an order of magnitude smaller than the main head, but just as intimidating. Ji-woo still stood there waiting for Eurus to finish his speech. He had no fear of dying at his hands at all. The dragon was so huge that it was hard to imagine its actual size. The player seemed like a mere speck of dust compared to him in this place. As soon as Eurus started saying that the guy who came here was a fool and death awaited him, a bright golden glow pierced the monster's body. And when the glow disappeared, only a bloody stump was left where Eurus' second head had been. Eurus looked at the side, where he felt the pain and utter bewilderment when his eyes saw what had happened. He was dumbfounded by the shock and power of the player who was able to blow his head off so easily. Ji-woo continued to stand still, only his hand frozen in mid-air after swinging his baton. It didn't take much effort for him to launch such a brutal attack. Since he didn't have many strikes left, he decided that it would be wise to come to this place and take down the strongest boss in this game. Dragon Eurus was dumbfounded by such strength. He didn't know how he should react, but the fact that his head had been chopped off so easily was obvious. This player was too strong for him. Ji-woo took another swing with his baton. The guy only had 2 strikes left, so he shouldn't have missed. He himself couldn't believe what he was doing. Just now, he had come to the Valley of the Dead, completely naked, holding a club in his hands, and was about to destroy the strongest boss. Eurus immediately realized that this was no joke. This man was strong and wasn't playing around with him. He wouldn't be able to defeat him, as one swing of the baton could decide his fate. The huge monster's voice immediately changed. Suddenly, it spoke in a completely different way and started asking the guy to stop. Ji-woo was on the spot in surprise. The player didn't want to hear anything. He only wanted to destroy this monster, take all the trophies, and at least become famous for this kill. The dragon looked desperate, because right now this player could destroy him with a single blow. He had something he wanted to tell him, hence asking him to stop the attack. Eurus tried to explain to the guy that he didn't want to call him a fool, and that such words were just a program he should have spoken. He wanted, more than anything, to know who this player was. The guy saw no further point in this conversation, so he swung his baton even harder. He had come here with only one purpose, and that was to destroy the main boss. The swing was strong enough. Ji-woo concentrated so as not to miss any details. A golden wave traveled from where the player stood, increasing in size, passing through the entire Valley of the Dead. Eurus immediately felt this unimaginable power on his body that he had never seen before in his life. His entire body was flooded with a golden light that was mercilessly destroying him. When the all-consuming light disappeared, the monster collapsed to the ground. The impact of such a heavy carcass made the ground shudder. Once again, the dragon was seriously injured. It was trembling all over from the pain and fear of the death that was inevitable for it. Blood gushed out from beneath his body, coloring the white skull scarlet. Ji-woo leisurely approached the dragon. The guy tickled due to the fact that he had failed to destroy the dragon with this strike and would have to spend one more strike to complete his task. He gripped his stick tighter for now. This strike would be the last one for her. Its strength was already at 1, and after this, the stick would break. Ji-woo sighed heavily. He felt very frustrated because he couldn't do anything about the strength of this baton, since it bothered him too much. The guy didn't even notice that he had said it out loud. The dragon that was still alive, but very badly injured, was able to hear the guy's words. His eyes immediately lit up. Perhaps this was the key to saving him. Realizing that the player desired durability for his weapon, Eurus immediately started talking about what could help him in this matter. After all, he knew how to make his baton with strength to spare. Ji-woo was already swinging to make his final strike. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that the dragon kept talking to him at first. But suddenly, the guy raised his head as the dragon's words reached his ears. But because he didn't pay attention to him, he didn't realize what he had just said. Suddenly, an informative window appeared in front of him. It said that a pact had been made between him and Eurus. The dragon wished to give him his soul. Still not understanding what was going on, Jiwoo didn't even know if he should accept this assignment or what it even meant to him. Then the dragon almost tearfully asked him a question about the ego sword and if the guy knew anything about it. Jiwoo knew nothing about such swords and had never even heard such a name. He was curious to know what it meant. Then Eurus quickly and briefly told the guy that he would become a spirit that could inhabit his weapon. In this way, the weapon would gain a soul, and from then on, it would be an ego sword. But the biggest bonus was that such a weapon would have infinite durability. As soon as Jiwoo heard about the infinite durability, he felt like he was electrocuted. After all, this was exactly what he wanted, a weapon that wouldn't break from a couple of blows. The dragon continued to assure the player that it was a great option, as such a weapon would be the strongest. But the player hadn't listened to him for a long time now. He was completely absorbed in the thought of the weapon becoming durable. Wild laughter erupted from the small man. He stood and laughed, unable to stop realizing how lucky he was. The dragon looked at the player in surprise, not realizing what decision he had made. The guy's reaction was too inexplicable, so Eurus didn't know how to react himself. The laughter was contagious, that even the monster began to giggle to its beat. Still at his own risk, Eurus wanted to know what decision he would make. The guy kept laughing, not giving him a chance to realize the situation. Going to this place, Jiwoo had said goodbye to the thought that he would be able to fulfill his revenge, but now things had changed too abruptly. Now in front of him was a truly all-consuming power with which he would be able to take revenge on everyone who even looked at him obliquely. The dragon was shocked at such an incomprehensible reaction from the guy. He still didn't know if he would become a spirit in the weapon or be killed today. The player was so happy that the dragon had told him about a nuance of the game that he pressed the button on accepting this quest without any thought. A bright, magical circle erupted beneath the boy's feet. Its energy was palpable and powerful. The player's cloak developed a strong flow of wind. Eurus placed his head in this circle, getting as close to the player as possible. Bright sparks began flashing across the beast's body, letting him know that the transformation had begun to take effect. The spread wings of the dragon also shimmered with a bright and beautiful glow until they began to disappear, scattering small shiny crumbs. The dragon's huge head also began to develop in the wind, turning into 1,000s of small sparks. The dragon's physical body disappeared, and a second later, beams of energy began to penetrate the baton the player was holding. The guy looked at it as if something indescribable was happening. The baton shimmered with a pleasant purple glow that made it immediately clear that it was no ordinary object. Not only was it now of the 99th level, but it also had infinite strength. Jiwoo's lips curved up. He was simply overwhelmed with unthinkable joy for making everything he had planned work out. He abruptly turned around when he heard strange sounds in the distance. It sounded like voices, but he couldn't yet make out whose voices they were or what they were saying. A moment later, a multitude of monsters flowed towards him as they continued to say something greedily and ominously. All of them were heading in his direction. The monsters were too different and scary, and they all craved only one thing: revenge. There were too many of them, and all of them were rapidly approaching the guy. These monsters kept screaming for a place. They roared and howled, and were getting closer and closer faster to the man who had taken their master soul. Jiwoo was not at all worried about the whole army of monsters coming towards him. He heard their every word and understood well the reason why they wished to destroy him. There was an entire army of Eurus, 1,000s of monsters, about to crush down on his head. Jiwoo grinned wickedly, for now he could use his baton, as he thought of it. The young beauty's face was still in front of his eyes, giving him the strength to move on and one day come after her. Swinging his improved baton, the boy screamed at the top of his voice, shouting over all the monsters that were around him. He was just as hungry for revenge as they were. After that, there was an explosion. It was so strong that the pillar of force was visible even from space. Something was happening in the city. A crowd of players gathered at the booth where Jiwoo's picture was. Everyone was actively discussing the latest news and were glancing towards the booth with a leer. People still didn't understand what was going on and had gathered to hear the latest news and why this guy was wanted. The warrior who stood at the booth began to read out an announcement. It concerned a wanted villain. There was a large cash reward on his head. The warrior continued to rant, talking about the grave crime this player had committed. The others were shocked when they heard how many players had died in just one day at his hand. Identical posters were plastered all over the walls of the city. Everyone in the city had to know this villain. The warrior continued to loudly inform the players of all the nuances of this capture. This guy would be sought after by all kingdoms on all 3 continents. The players couldn't believe that they were willing to give such a huge reward for this guy. They couldn't even imagine how many bags of gold it would turn out to be. A loud stomping of rows could be heard from all corners of the city. They were soldiers in full uniform. They carried flags, their armor spilling out from the clear sun. The players stared at the ranks. They immediately guessed from the crest and armor that it was the royal guard. Seeing such a thing was very rare. Ahead of them was a girl. She was dressed in the same armor, with a golden cloak behind her. The murmurings behind the backs of the guardsmen grew stronger and stronger. The girl was the leader of the Holy Guild, and her name was Signtree. She was beautiful and strong. Her confident gait, as well as her determination, made everyone immediately realize that she was no ordinary player. The common players turned around abruptly when a loud stomping sound was heard behind their backs. Once again, on the other side of the street, warriors in different clothes were striding out red cloaks developed in the wind as they walked proudly down the street. The leader of the 10 elite knights from the White Cross Guild was Suho. This man had a long scar that gave him masculinity and determination in his gaze. On the other side, mages also entered the square in the same way. They were led by the strongest mage of the royal family from the Holy Land Guild, and her name was Abracadabra. Abracadabra was a very attractive girl, part of her purple hair hiding half of her face, and it was hard to tell how much of her beauty was perfect. Hong also entered the square. The man was the leader of the Robin Hood Noble Robbery Guild. His true face was hidden behind a smiling mask. One of the warriors adjusted his helmet. He watched the one who passed him. Another knight took hold of the flag holder and tapped it firmly on the ground. The soldiers lined up into rows, creating a living corridor for the man who stood in the center. This man was the king from the Palace of Arden. He was also the leader of the Falcon A Justice Guild. The ordinary residents and players were in suspense, since never before in the history of the game had they seen such a powerful gathering of such majestic guilds. All of these guilds met in the center of the square. Their leaders stepped forward a bit so that everyone could see the person in charge. The 5 strongest guilds had gathered here today for only one purpose. The King of Arden had been chosen to lead the World Alliance. He stepped forward so that everyone and anyone could see his face and hear his voice. All the warriors held their breath as their leader proclaimed that total war had been declared. It was to tense a moment, but no one had any doubts about the rightness of this decision. Thousands of trained warriors were gathered to catch the mass murderer of players. Every one of them wished to catch the villain and share the reward. Ji Woo returned to the city. The guy still couldn't get enough of his baton, dreading the thought that it might have disappeared from his inventory. But no matter how many times he looked, the baton was in his hands, and its stats hadn't changed in the slightest. Realizing that this was real, a caustic smirk pulled at his lips. He was still overwhelmed with emotion. The guy smirked constantly and chuckled wickedly to himself. He was anticipating the moment when he would be able to take revenge on the players for the bullying. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the baton and greeted the guy. Ji Woo was scared out of his wits and almost dropped his precious baton. He looked at his baton and didn't understand why someone's head was sticking out of his baton. He tried to pull that head farther away from him, but he continued to clutch his baton tightly. The former two-headed dragon appeared in a completely new guise. Yoris was surprised that his new master was so frightened and didn't even recognize him. Ji Woo continued to stare at the strange clubhead and couldn't believe that it was the same Yoris he had almost defeated in the Valley of the Dead. He immediately remembered the evil and terrifying monster he had seen in the Valley of the Dead, and the one who now appeared before him was nothing like him. But the head from the club once again confirmed the fact that he was indeed that. You rose. The guy was shocked at such an obvious transformation. Eurus flew out of the baton on his little wings and hovered in the air before becoming a spirit in his master's weapon. He had told him that this would happen. Ji-woo didn't believe it was happening to him until the last. He even poked Eurus on the cheek, testing his strength. The guy understood everything, and even that Eurus would only be able to see him and no one else. Suddenly, he took another look at the dragon, and he was curious as to where his other head had gone. Eurus looked at his master and couldn't understand what it was about. The little guy hovered in the air while Ji-woo continued to watch him. After which Eurus suddenly remembered that he had indeed had a second head before turning into a spirit. He was puzzled as he didn't know where his second head had gone. The player also shrugged his shoulders as he did not know the answer to this question. Suddenly, a leaf flew between them. They looked up at it in surprise and watched with interest as it descended lower and lower, falling to the ground. Ji-woo realized that it was a leaflet with some news. The boy stooped down and picked up the paper, wondering what the news was that had fallen on their heads. Turning it to face him, he suddenly met his reflection just like that. The flyer had written in large print that he was a wanted man, and there was a colossal bounty on his head. Such news was not what he had expected to see. Ji-woo's face twisted with shock. He had never imagined that he might be a wanted man. And a few moments later, thousands of such booklets sprinkled from somewhere in the sky towards the city. On each one was his face and the amount of the reward. Only now did Ji-woo notice the walls of this city. Almost every empty section of wall had a leaflet with his portrait pasted on it. There were too many of them for every city dweller, traveler, and even children to know the enemy by sight. Eurus was shocked at how many flyers were posted all over the city. He realized that this was too dangerous a situation for his master. But after the shock, Eurus couldn't help but praise his master for how he was able to kill so many people in one fell swoop. While the dragon was relentlessly praising the guy, he bought himself a ham and ate it greedily. The dragon couldn't stop his amazement at the bounty on the boy's head. He continued to chew his ham in silence. They moved together through the crowded streets of the city. Ji-woo took another bite of meat and wondered what the NPS could possibly know about money and all that only the real world had to offer. Eurus only exhaled in frustration. He was already only a spirit, and his words had no meaning. The boy shrugged his shoulders as he continued to savor the flavor of the ham. The dragon looked very excited and wanted to know what this guy's plans were. After all the players would start hunting for his head. Suddenly, Eurus showed his true nature and suggested that the player should do away with humanity. Right now, the guy only smirked at such a good offer. Suddenly, he remembered how he had been able to split the earth with just one light touch of a club. The dragon's idea seemed very good and acceptable to him. As he walked further down the street, his gaze returned to the leaflets that were scattered all over the square. People had done a great job printing such a large number of them. Ji-woo continued to eat his ham. His head was filled with all sorts of thoughts about everything that had happened to him in this game in such a short period of time. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy laughed snidely. He felt like the very real celebrity everyone was discussing. Eurus looked at his master's strange behavior with bewilderment. The player took another tasty bite of meat, and with a mouthful of food, decided to behave in the same way. Eurus couldn't understand which principle his master was talking about, so he curiously questioned him about it. Ji-woo slanted his gaze towards the spirit and decided to elaborate on the plan he was going to stick to. He wanted to pretend to be a loser, hiding his true strength. Such an explanation did not please Eurus at all. He didn't understand why his master was willing to tolerate a contemptuous attitude, even though he could continue to inspire fear and awe. Such disappointment did not affect the player's mood at all. The lad continued walking and eating, fully confident of his perfect scheme. He continued to praise his idea, as he found it quite intriguing and amusing. But Eurus did not share such enthusiasm at all. As the guy talked about how he was going to enjoy his life, as quite suddenly, an arrow hit him in the back. It traveled so fast and managed to pierce through his body. Eurus looked at his master's wound with horror. The dragon's face twisted with horror, for his master had been pierced by the arrow, and its tip had come out. A bright pain swept through Ji-woo's body. Scarlet blood spurted from the guy's mouth. His eyes were wide open, as he didn't expect the attack. The guy's body collapsed on the ground. Eurus flew around his master and could do absolutely nothing. He tried to call out to him, the anxiety in the little soul growing with every second. The player did not respond to his cry. The one who had fired the arrow was standing tall on the roof of the building. The man had been tracking his victim for a long time and was looking for a convenient opportunity to make a perfect shot. Behind him were the warrior guards. The piercing gaze of the Falconet Guild representative looked towards the guy who was crushed by his arrow. He had done the right thing. The villain had been defeated. At the same instant, a loud noise of stomping feet resounded from all sides. Ji Woo continued to lie on the ground like this and didn't even move. It was hard to tell what state this guy was in right now. A few moments later, the ordinary people disappeared from the square, and trained warriors arrived in their place. All of them pointed their weapons towards the guy lying on the ground. There were so many of them that some of them had to stand on the roof. The king's voice from the Ardent Palace resounded throughout the area. His order was clear and had no margin for error. The guy who lay unconscious on the road was ordered to be captured and imprisoned for the atrocity he had committed when he had killed so many people. Soldiers, warriors, guardsmen, and mages all at once responded to the king's call and prepared to execute the order. Eurus chaotically kept flying over his master's body and calling out to him, trying to bring him back to consciousness. But the last had still lay silently on the cold ground. The dragon knew that all these people were weak by his standards of assessing strength, but here, when there were so many of them, they could provide a serious threat. Suddenly, Ji Woo began to rise to his feet. Despite the arrow sticking out of his body, he coughed up another clot of blood. It was hard to get up. This injury was quite serious and also dangerous to his life. But despite all this, the player managed to get to his feet. His body was wobbly. He was in bad shape. The warriors tensed up and pointed their weapons in his direction. They were amazed that after such a wound, this guy was able to get to his feet. The warriors shouted amongst themselves. The representative of the Falconet Guild, the leader of the 5 Guild Alliance, once again, shouted a command and gave the order to not spare the criminal. Warriors with spears in their hands headed towards Ji Woo. They slowly but steadily began to approach the guy, encircling him in a ring. All the spears were pointed in his direction. The guy didn't even raise his head. He already understood what was going on around him. Eurus, on the other hand, still couldn't calm his frantic anxiety. This turn of events changed the player's mind. Too much anger and hatred began to boil in his chest. He no longer thought about pretending to be an ordinary player. With a sharp movement of his hand, Ji Woo ripped the arrow out of his body. Blood spilled out because of this movement, causing him pain. The player simply tossed this arrow aside. His body leveled up, and in his other hand, he clutched his precious weapon tightly. The warriors around him tensed up, feeling anxious. The guy clenched his baton even tighter, ready to show this world his all-consuming power. He stood alone against 1,000 soldiers, and it didn't scare him at all. After all, the player realized that the power of his weapon could outshine these people. The warriors rushed towards him, wanting to stop the villain. Ji Woo's face distorted from the madness and lust for power that overwhelmed him. The guy would not hold himself back any longer, for they were all guilty of trying to attack him. A second later, there was an explosion of unimaginable proportions in the city where the incident occurred. A bright golden light engulfed a huge part of the territory and rose high, hitting the sky. The warriors were bathed in a wave of unknown and very bright golden light. They froze with their mouths open, feeling this incredible power that grew larger and larger with each passing moment. The explosion that occurred covered the entire city, and even more, it could be seen from faraway lands, and the wave doused almost every corner of the world. After such a colossal explosion, the warriors were lying on the ground. They were unconscious, weapons were lying around their owners. Such an explosion stunned the entire city. Guild leader Falconet came to his senses. His entire body was covered in abrasions. He coughed loudly and was stunned by what was happening. The guy opened his eyes and couldn't believe that just one blow was able to create such a calamity around him. This force was very frightening to him. The place where the square in the city used to be was gone after such an explosion. All that was left was a charred field and many victims. The king raised his head and looked at what had become of the city. His face stretched out in horror, for he could not have imagined that the power of one man could be so great. The capital of the First Kingdom had been wiped out. Somewhere in the distance, mountains and forests could be seen, but those houses and streets no longer existed. Only the scattered bodies of warriors covered the ground. Jiwoo took a loud step and approached the Falconet Guild leader. The latter immediately heard this fellow, and all shuddered in fear, in front of such strength. He was very frightened that this guy was unharmed after such a blow, and now he was also heading in his direction. Jiwoo stood there in all his glory. The guy was still dressed in just his underwear and a dark cape. He slung his baton on his shoulder and glared at the king in a pathetic manner. The guy couldn't allow such a humiliating loss, so he immediately reached into his breast pocket in search of an object that could help him. He pulled out a small blue orb that shimmered inside it, was a summoning crystal with which he had the power to summon as many players as he wished. It could only be used once and was very expensive, seeing no other way out. The king clenched his fist tightly and smashed the crystal. This was his only chance to win. The power of the crystal immediately began to take effect. A magic circle lit up beneath the king mat. Magic poured into the place while he waited for all the companions to arrive at the former capital. Jiwoo still stood watching his enemy the same way. After a few seconds, the magic summoning continued. Many of the same magic circles began to appear on the field. The entire square was illuminated with a gentle blue light. The king from Ardent Palace shouted at the top of his voice, summoning all the members of the combined forces. He hoped that such a large number of players would be enough to destroy just one. The power of the crystal continued inexorably. A mass teleportation began throughout the entire area. The light spilled brighter and brighter around the king. From every magic circle that appeared on the ground, warriors began to appear. They had all come here with only one purpose, to destroy Jiwoo. With every passing second, the warriors became more and more numerous. They were ready to rush into battle and defeat the unknown villain who had committed so many crimes. Jiwoo was slightly shocked at what was happening around him. He realized that the entire game world was now aiming their weapons at his chest. Head-to-toe armor-clad soldiers were appearing on the field where the city used to be. Once again, Jiwoo found himself surrounded by mighty warriors, only this time there were several times more of them. And each time there were even more of them. These warriors had arrived at the call. They were ready for what they were about to face, an unimaginable enemy. Players from all over the gaming world came to this place to destroy the villain and end his power. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers arrived in the former capital. The king from Ardent Palace pointed his finger towards the enemy. Now that he had so much support around him, he was no longer afraid to face the fiend. His shrill and thunderous voice burst from his throat. He addressed his army, urging them to get ready for the coming onslaught on the enemy. With his finger, he kept pointing towards the villain, who still stood surrounded by millions of soldiers. And all as one rushed towards their enemy, a battle cry was heard from all sides. The warriors began to close in and tighten the ring around Jiwoo. Despite such a colossal number of warriors around him, the player's resolve absolutely did not waver. All these warriors did not inspire fear to him in the slightest. He only heaved a heavy sigh, after which his hand lifted into the air, raising the precious baton. His gaze was full of enthusiasm to show all these ignorant people real strength. A crushing streak of magical golden light burst out from the center of the event. It knocked down all the players that met in its path. The warriors were simply thrown into the air as if they had absolutely no strength at all. They were like ordinary puppets and nothing more. It didn't matter if you were the weakest or the strongest player. Little Eurus watched this picture with his mouth open. He was amazed that his master had such a majestic power and madly glad that he had managed to convince Jiwoo not to kill him. It was just one swing of the baton. Jiwoo swung in a new swing to unleash a new wave of energy on these people. The guy wasn't going to spare these people. After all, they had all rebelled against him. With a decisive swing of the baton, his hand swept like the wind, and a new streak of colossal energy burst from his weapon and swept across the field, knocking down all who met in its path. Eurus continued to stare at his master, and somehow he didn't even believe it was real. At that moment in the square, he realized that it would be hard for them to cope with so many players. So, it was a big revelation to him right now that his master was scattering all these warriors so easily. Eurus also realized that even in the body of a dragon, he wouldn't be able to stand up to an opponent in the form of a united guild. After all, there were only elite troops, and altogether, he alone could not defeat them. He also realized that with so many players, the dragon would only be able to defeat them by summoning his own army of evil. And now Eurus was simply in a state of shock at the fact that just one man had confronted such an army. The White Cross Guild pointed their spears towards the guy. They were cautiously advancing towards him, while the villains scattered warriors on the other side. Their leader Suhu was ready to strike a decisive blow and stop the villains' rampage. He drew his gleaming sword from its sheath and headed towards the lad. Choosing the best moment to attack, he and his knights rushed forward. Ji-woo turned in their direction just in time to see several players flying towards him. He didn't even flinch, in fear or uncertainty of what might happen now. The warriors were quite close now, and their weapons gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Getting excited, the boy swung his club once more, aiming this blow towards those who dared to attack him from the back. A second later, the White Cross Guild soared into the air from the force of the blow and the magical energy that crushed them. A new streak of magical energy swept through the field full of warriors. Everyone who was hit by its impact soared into the air and crushed from the force. Abracadabra was one of the strongest mages. She closed her eyes and recited the spell she was going to use to destroy the enemy. The staff in her hands glowed, awakening the energy of her magic. The mages who were in her guild stood around the girl and repeated all her movements, thus increasing her power several times. The boy glanced in their direction, realizing that a new attack was being prepared. The light glow above his head was already starting to catch his attention. Lifting his head up, he saw a large magic circle above him. A slight alarm traveled through the player's body. Eurus similarly raised his head himself and was excited. The mage kept shouting a spell she was going to crush him with a long-range attack so that he wouldn't be able to use his power. The magic circle came into action and began to emit energy. A strange glow appeared in its center. The guy's eyes widened. He had to quickly decide what to do. Otherwise, this power could easily destroy him. From the scattered magic circle, a powerful energy burst out and swiftly headed towards the guy and Eurus. Everything around them turned a bluish color. Instead of doing anything about it, the lad stared at the beautiful power and couldn't look away. He really liked the way this magic worked. Lowering his baton, he definitely decided that he too should have used some such spells instead of just waving his weapon. Ji-woo swung his baton, choosing the right words in his mind that could characterize his intentions well. A spell of annihilation burst from Ji-woo's lips. It was enough for the power that burst out from his weapon to pierce the earth with its might. When everything settled down, the magic circle that hovered over the guy got a hole. A moment later, it shattered altogether. Abracadabra stared in shock in the direction of her shattered spell. She couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. After all, this spell was very ancient and very powerful. Despite this unfortunate incident, she gathered her strength and gave a new order to her mages. All of them obediently put their staffs in front of them. All of them glowed. The guy standing in front of them raised his hand with his weapon again. The girl froze, for he was directing the blow in their direction, which meant that it would be very difficult for them to resist such an attack. Now, before each swing of his baton, Ji-woo began to add some word. He was now ready to reproduce the strike. And the force obeyed him and set out to subdue all who were in its path. The mages soared into the air, the bright light blinding their eyes. They all screamed in fear and terror at such power. After a while, a united guild of several million people was completely defeated by just one man. The battlefield was strewn with players who were no longer able to offer any resistance. The king from Arden Palace sat around his fallen comrades. He didn't raise his head and didn't understand how it could be that such a huge army had learnt a loss. The lad was breathing heavily, trying to regain his breath. His whole body trembled from the injustice and fatigue that had come upon him. All he could do was repeat one phrase over and over again, that this couldn't be happening. Ji-woo walked closer to his enemy, who continued to sit on the ground like this. The guy slung his baton on his shoulder and looked at the king's dejected face. He wanted to tell him that it was because of the king that he had snapped and everything that had happened around him was his fault. He also had no intention of killing him. The guild leader Falcone raised his head towards the player in horror, mixed with surprise. He didn't understand why he had made such a decision. While the king kneeled down and didn't realize what was happening, The player sighed mockingly. He had yet to explain why things happened like this, except that suddenly, Ji-woo's face changed drastically, and his voice became low to the point of being unrecognizable. He reminded the king of how he had pierced him with an arrow just a short while ago. The king of Ardent Palace tearfully realized that that incident was a huge mistake. Up until that moment, he was confident that the combined forces would be able to deal with him. The baton immediately split the air and slammed into his face with all his might. The blow was no less powerful than the previous ones. Such a powerful attack could be seen from space. This day was memorable, and everyone was discussing this battle. The swords sticking out in the ground were a good reminder of how many players only one person could destroy. This day was discussed for a long time, not only by Chrono Life players, but also by other players from other games and people who didn't play at all. Ji-woo stood and looked at what he had created around him with his crushing power. The guy looked at his baton once more, trying to really realize that it belonged to him, and with its power, he had just been able to destroy an entire army. Suddenly, Eurus jumped out of the baton's body and started praising his master with the light. Guy was surprised to see him in the baton, as he hadn't noticed when the dragon came back out. The light as a feather step made a barely audible sound in the silence that reigned on the defeated battlefield. Ji-woo heard this sound and turned around in surprise, as he was sure that he was able to destroy all the players with his strength. A certain girl was still approaching him, her skirt developing in the wind. She was walking towards the guy. Ji-woo turned around even more and was shocked that there was still someone alive after being hit like that. This sowed excitement in his soul. Anger boiled in his chest, as this was an embarrassing omission. He continued to look in the direction of the approaching individual, but he still couldn't get a good look at her. The girl came closer and closer, and the boy's eyes imprinted a trace of her silhouette among the many slain players on the battlefield. Two people met, a guy who could easily destroy an entire army, and a girl who, for some reason, was still alive. A beautiful picture opened up to his gaze. The girl who stood in front of him was very familiar to him, still just as beautiful, but with slight changes. He was shocked to see exactly her, and exactly now their last encounter had been too horrible. Anger began to boil up in him as the realization came to him that this was the very girl who had humiliated him. The stranger smiled at the guy as if they were good friends and hadn't seen each other for a long time. She didn't have the same feelings for him that he had towards her at all. Ji-woo's head was lowered. He was trying to deal with the thoughts that were now mercilessly tearing his mind apart. Who would have thought that he would meet her in a place like this? The memories of what this beauty had done to him would never leave the lad's memory. He would never again be able to forget the face with which she had mocked his parents. His hand gripped the baton even tighter, and a slight shiver traveled through his body. His mouth grinned and angry veins protruded on his neck. There was utter chaos and unknown feelings in his soul, and then a completely unexpected laugh came out of his mouth. It was so unpredictable that he could no longer contain himself. They stood a few meters away from each other. The field was still strewn with corpses. The guy looked at the girl, and she kept looking at him. Suddenly, the cute girl decided to find out how Ji-woo was doing. She acted as if she had never killed him or hurt his feelings. The girl was clearly distraught and honestly admitted that she didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. She giggled constantly and glanced nervously in the guy's direction. A slight smirk touched the player's lips. He was already well aware that she was looking for him with a new intent to kill. As if he had read her thoughts, the girl's lips curved into a slight smirk. She didn't try to hide her true appearance, for the boy already knew what the girl was capable of. And yet, she wanted to play the role of that innocent and vulnerable sweetheart who didn't even dare to think badly of her. The guy looked at this really attractive face and realized that she could fool anyone, but he would not give in to such tricks anymore. The guy could hardly contain himself as he wanted to crack the girl's skull right now, but he held himself back because he wanted to talk to her. The question the guy asked her was quite unexpected. She was a little surprised, as she certainly didn't think he would be interested in knowing what happened to her hair. The pretty beauty laughed softly into her fist. She never thought anyone would even pay attention to such a small thing. The pretty girl raised her head and reminded him that the day she killed him, she had sacrificed him. Thus, the girl completed the hidden class task and became a goddess of life. It took her 1,000 kills for the task to be completed, and she received her reward. The moment the task was completed, she completely changed in appearance. Also her weapons and the very set of clothes had changed as well. While telling this, she pointed to her hair, which had changed color. Just like her clothes, the girl was still pleasantly surprised that the guy was paying attention. Ji-woo silently watched the girl from his face. It was very hard to tell what thoughts were troubling him right now. After which the guy exhaled heavily. He had received an answer to his question. Pulling his baton forward, he asked her another question. The guy still couldn't understand why the girl, who sacrificed 1,000s of players, was called the goddess of life and not the goddess of death. The goddess of life smiled, and with a slight movement of her hand, ran her fingers across her cheek. She didn't answer anything to that question. After a second's hesitation, the cutie smiled. Now that the guy brought up the topic, she herself had thought about the question, and she found it very amusing. But Ji-woo was not at all satisfied with such an answer. He really didn't like the fact that the girl was being too superficial about it, and didn't feel any guilt at all for all the things she had done. The lad had no more questions and saw no point in talking. His baton came down sharply on the ground, and as soon as it made contact with the ground, a bright and violent energy burst out of it. The girl managed to bounce off and hovered in the air. The conversation was over, and the only desire left in the guy's mind was to destroy this impudent girl. The girl hovered in the air and was genuinely surprised that Ji-woo had attacked her so abruptly and quickly, without any warning at all. A powerful explosion resounded once again on the playing ground, which could be seen and heard even in the farthest corners of the kingdom. As soon as the blast wave disappeared, Ji-woo appeared from the layer of dust that had risen in time with the explosion. The guy was satisfied that the attack had gone as flawlessly as all of his previous attacks. The girl's unexpected voice was heard in the cloud of Ri's dust. She turned to the player with regret. Ji-woo bulged his eyes. He realized that the girl's voice continued to speak and was quite cheerful. She was standing at his back, and she was sorry that they hadn't talked longer. Ji-woo couldn't allow such a setback, so he decided that a second punch would be enough to say goodbye to the girl forever. The guy abruptly lowered his baton to the ground, and a pillar of unimaginable energy rose again. The silhouette of the girl, who had fallen under the power of this force, was clearly visible. Eurus was elated as his master made a direct hit on the girl, which meant that Ji-woo had destroyed her. While there was thick smoke from the impact and dust rose up, they couldn't get a good look at the unfortunate girl's body. The dragon flew around the guy and kept praising his talent. The lad slung the baton to his shoulder and was pleased with how well everything had worked out. Now his revenge was complete, and he could continue to live his life with peace of mind. Ji-woo fell silent the moment he could see a woman's silhouette in the cloud of dust. This alarmed him to no end. The guy's eyes bulged as he had used a lot of force to make that strike. The player could not understand how it happened that the girl remained untouched by his attack. When the cloud of smoke and dust dissipated, there was a corridor between them from his attack. The girl didn't even move, managing to survive his perfect attack. She bowed her head and noted with a cute smile on her face the fact that the guy had become many times stronger in such a short time, and yet there wasn't a single scratch on her body. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. She understood the guy's feelings, but there was a small detail: he wouldn't be able to wound her with this weapon. Eurus was so excited by the fact that this girl was still standing firmly on her feet that he climbed on top of Ji-woo's head. The dragon tried to get his master's attention, as if he couldn't see that the girl was still alive, while the guy was trying to calm down his agitated dragon. The girl was humbly standing against him, waiting. Besides, she was also curiously watching what was going on. Her eyes followed their actions, as if she could see what was happening there, yet she didn't say anything about it. Eurus looked at the standing girl in surprise. He froze excitedly and tried to comprehend something. The dragon tensed even more when he realized the fact that the girl could see him, which was impossible. After all, he had turned into a spirit weapon, and only its master could see Eurus. Likewise, Ji-woo was also able to realize this fact. He started to pull the pesky dragon away from him with one hand. The guy's eyes remained fixed on the girl, who was still silently watching them. For a while, they continued to stare at each other in silence. Ji-woo kept trying to figure out how come his attack didn't affect the girl at all. He was sure that he had hit her. The cute girl smiled at him. The answer to his question was too simple. She had already informed him more than once that she was now a goddess of life. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she decided to belittle the guy, even at a moment like this, saying that he was an ordinary mortal who wouldn't be able to kill a goddess. Ji-woo was slightly shocked by such a statement. His face stretched out in surprise, and his lips stretched out in a silly grin. Although the player had a smile on his face, he was actually completely furious. He didn't like the fact that the one person he hated with a fierce hatred he couldn't kill. The guy raised his baton above his head, taking a swing. And a moment later, he gathered his strength and sprinted at speed towards the girl. It was an unimaginable dash in which he was ready to put all his fury into. Ji-woo was filled with determination. He wasn't going to give up so easily and retreat from his revenge. His entire body was blazing with how much he wanted the girl to die. Despite the fact that the guy was rapidly approaching this goddess of life, she didn't even move just like that. She continued to stand still, holding her staff in her hand. A slight smile played on her lips. The girl just continued to stand there, waiting for the collision that was sure to happen between them. A second later, there was an explosion at the very spot where she was. Ji-woo's strength was released from the baton and undoubtedly hit the target on the smug girl. Since he knew that he wouldn't be able to crush her with such a blow, the player decided that he should continue his attack. So without even a second's hesitation, he swung his weapon again. Another explosion sounded, and it looked bigger than the previous one. A pillar of bright light illuminated the scene. The height of the explosion was bigger than the mountains on this game planet. And even after such an attack, the guy wasn't going to stop. He wanted to finish off the girl, for sure, so he continued to swing his baton with more and more attacks. With such a powerful attack, the entire ground shook. The shockwave traveled across the entire planet. It was an unprecedented force. Eurus was shocked by such an effective attack. The little boy hovered in the air and watched with bulging eyes as his master surpassed himself. Even such a fierce and at one time powerful monster experienced fear from his master's attacks. Eurus shuddered with excitement for the entire game planet. But the impossible had happened. Such massive and all-consuming attacks could not catch the girl. She still stood in front of the player as if nothing had happened. White golden wings appeared behind the girl's back. She spread them out, and the smoke and dust around her immediately dissipated. She still continued to stare at the guy who had just almost destroyed the planet, but still couldn't leave a trace of the attack on it. Soaring into the air, she rose a few meters above the ground. This girl was truly a goddess of life, and her entire appearance screamed that she was invulnerable. In utter confusion, Eurus opened his mouth wide, and his eyes became like two large saucers. He had yet to see so many invulnerable players. Ji-woo's lips folded into a thin line. He was tense and irritated because all his attempts were in vain. He really disliked that this girl continued to mock him, even after he had gained so much omnipotent power. The wings behind her disappeared, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a trail of white feathers that fluttered around. She began to slowly descend downwards. Her thin feet, in white shoes, touched the ground. The girl returned to where she was. The goddess of life ran her hand through her hair and also smiled. She was very curious about what the guy would do now that she already knew that all of his attacks were safe from her. She slowly began to approach Ji-woo. With each step, the girl ranted about how the guy should accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Approaching him point blank, the girl raised her head and looked into his eyes. He would never be able to hurt her, since their characters were on completely different levels. Ji-woo stared into her eyes for a while before closing his own, trying to think over everything he had learned and decide how he should proceed. At some point, he raised his head, the guy's shoulders slumped, and a heavy exhalation came out of him. It was as if the player had come to terms with the fact of his helplessness in front of this girl, after which the guy silently turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Action in the silence that surrounded the guys. His footsteps were rumbling. The girl remained standing still. The goddess of life looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe that the player who was blazing with vengeance no longer wanted to fight her. She immediately thought that the guy had decided to give up on this venture and surrender. Except that Ji-woo stopped, pulled up his cloak so that it wouldn't get in his way, and started kneading his hand in which he held the baton. If, from the beginning, it might seem like he was about to leave in surrender, that wasn't the case. Turning his head slightly towards the girl, He warned her that he was about to try it on with force. As the guy continued to knead his shoulder and arm, the girl couldn't hold back her chuckle. After all, she had already proved to him many times that he didn't have the strength to do anything to her. Ji-woo stopped. He had already realized something, that he couldn't hurt her, therefore he had a completely different plan. He longed to destroy this planet because now that was the only way he could kill her. A smile fell from the lips of the goddess of life. Such a statement from a guy was too impressive and terrifying. At the same time, she stared at his back, still trying to figure out if this player was joking. After all, throwing such a statement was too reckless. Ji-woo turned his head towards the girl, and with a slightly crazed look, he once again repeated her same words to her. He continued to massage her shoulder and was truly intent on destroying the planet, only for it to die. Realizing that the guy had enough power to do so, the goddess's face looked angry. She didn't like this way of thinking of the guy at all. She didn't know for sure if the player would be able to make such a strong attack, so she decided to ask him that question. He froze in place, not knowing if he could destroy the game land. After a moment, Ji-woo continued to diligently knead his hand once again to calculate the strength of the strike to destroy the land. He decided to remind the goddess of life that he had already hit the earth several times today with his attack, and those weren't his most powerful strikes. Even the moment he attacked the girl, it wasn't his strongest attack. Even though he had put no small amount of diligence into it, the guy was confident that he could make an even more powerful strike. The goddess of life's face darkened. She looked at the player with a serious look, realizing that he wasn't going to joke about such things. The girl decided to change tactics and ask him if he himself was also afraid of dying from destroying this world. Ji-woo stopped and looked at the flustered girl. He lowered his head when the question regarding whether he was willing to die just for revenge was voiced. At the same moment, the memory of how ruthlessly this girl had mercilessly chopped his body into several pieces flashed before his eyes. A sinister smirk appeared on his lips, and a chuckle escaped from his mouth. He wouldn't be able to forget all those players who had treated him so badly. They had sent him away and prevented him from enjoying the gameplay for which they had long since paid for. The guy burst into wild laughter. His shoulders began to shudder at how much he was laughing. Now the law of the jungle was at work in this game. Everyone who was even the slightest bit stronger towered over and acted arrogant with those who were weaker. Ji-woo continued to have fun. He was ready to give his answer to the girl's question, calling out to her. The guy still continued to laugh, and she tried to understand his feelings. That fire that had ignited in his chest when he realized the full power of his weapon was still blazing brightly within him. The goddess of life tensed even more. After all, she really couldn't understand this guy's feelings. She could feel the tension in her body. The player raised his hand, clutching his baton. He was ready to fulfill his revenge, even though he might commit suicide. From what the guy was about to commit, his face contorted with madness. He had nothing to lose, so he was willing to destroy everything to fulfill his revenge. The goddess of life pressed her lips together. She clearly realized that this madman was not going to play games or bluff. She had never met anyone like him before, and he was clearly ready to fulfill his plan. Tension rose to the point where she was already terrified of what was about to happen. The girl stretched her hand forward and excitedly asked him to stop. But it was already too late. Ji-woo had made his move, and now no one would be able to stop his attack. The swing was incredibly powerful. He really put all the energy he had into it. The baton shimmered with a red flicker. When the baton touched the ground, everything froze for 1 second. It even felt like this attack just didn't work. Then shock rings went around. The ground beneath their feet trembled. Incredibly powerful energy began to spread in different directions, covering more and more surface. The girl realized that she was no longer able to stop the guy. His attack was growing in power with every second. It wasn't like his previous blows, it was far more serious. Even Eurus, who had seen no small amount of destruction, had never faced such an all-encompassing strike. He looked on fearfully as bright energy engulfed the space. Ji-woo, on the other hand, was delighted at how strong and powerful a strike he had managed to create. His eyes were filled with joy, as he was sure that he would be able to realize what he had planned. The force of his strike spread out from the center and went in different directions. The entire earth trembled as the energy spread further and further. After a while, This powerful attack was able to squeeze the entire game planet in the tethers of its might, the bright and unbridled power encased the earth and carried swiftly towards its destruction. It came to a point where, because of the bright flash, the earth could no longer be seen. It was as if it had turned into a new sun. The entire universe was illuminated by such a bright phenomenon. It was the biggest explosion imaginable. After that, there was an inexorable silence. Only the game code and green numerals whizzed through the void. There was complete silence in the gaming pod hall behind the counter. The receptionist sat and boredly went about his business. Since this job was extremely quiet and not difficult, the admin could afford to take a little nap. Hearing a sudden profanity, the guy abruptly opened his eyes and looked in the direction from where the disgruntled conversation sounded. The pods with the disgruntled players started to open. The guys were out of their minds with anger, for they had been thrown out of the game. Quite suddenly, they continued their outrage by taking off their virtual glasses. Not only these two were thrown out of the game, other capsules also began to open abruptly, and outrage and discontent could be heard throughout the room. Players were demanding answers as to what had happened. Two guys immediately approached the administrator, their faces full of anger, as they thought that he had shut down their servers. The admin sat in total confusion and did not understand what could have happened. Players with disgruntled faces crowded around the counter. The administrator was excited about what happened and tried to calm all the players because he himself did not understand what could be the problem. Everyone was very confused and started to speculate about what might have happened. One of the guys took out his phone and found a new notification on the main page of the game. Everyone looked at this guy worriedly. Players started pulling out their phones and went to the main page of the game to see this announcement with their own eyes. They were upset, as it announced that there was a critical malfunction that had caused the game to be suspended. And despite everything that had happened, only one stall still hadn't opened, and one player was still in the game system. Jiwoo was standing in a place unknown to him. He was still wearing his cloak, and there was no longer a game world around him. There were only ones and zeros floating in the air. He tried to find anything that could help him make sense of this situation. But no matter how much he looked around, the landscape did not change. The guy still couldn't figure out where he was. All the space around him was strange and unknown to him. He scratched his head in puzzlement. After all, just now, he was in a completely different place, and after his attack, he found himself in an incomprehensible room. A sudden voice made Jiwoo freeze. His eyes widened. He didn't recognize the person who addressed him. Saint 389 was the name of the planet that Jiwoo had destroyed. The player turned around to the voice that continued to talk about this planet. He and another unknown person were standing in an unknown space. It was too large an area that the guy couldn't see the edge of it. The unknown man opened his mouth, talking about how the planet that was destroyed was one of his mother's favorites. Jiwoo frowned at the man. He still didn't understand who he was or what he wanted, or why the two of them were stuck in this place. The guy decided to still approach the stranger and find out who he was. The man standing opposite raised his head. He had long blonde hair and was dressed in normal clothes, not gambling clothes. His face was completely expressionless, his mouth open to make a single sound. And then his lips curved into a very sinister smile that did not bode well. After that, his face changed as if he had stepped out of some horror film. The man's mouth opened to wide, revealing rows of teeth. He was the creator of this game. There was a strange sensation of being lost in space. It was as if everything around him was changing. Just a moment ago, the stranger who called himself the creator was near, and a moment later, he was far away. Even though the creator's face was too intimidating, Jiwoo was not frightened at all. He only snorted and smiled. The player didn't care at all about the fact that the creator himself was standing in front of him. Jiwoo began to twist his head around and look for something. Afterwards, he decided to see if the stranger had seen a girl with dark hair. The creator couldn't understand who he was talking about, but he noticed that they were alone in this space. Jiwoo looked at his interlocutor in surprise. A window that showed the number of players in the game at the moment immediately popped up in front of his eyes. His eyes widened when he saw one. The creator still couldn't understand whether he was a fool or just pretending to be one. After all, just a short while ago, he had destroyed everyone with his power. As soon as these words reached the guy's ears, he froze in a daze. A chain of recent events immediately flashed through his mind. While the guy was thinking about what he had done to the game planet, the voice of the creator continued to speak to him. The explosion was on such a large scale that no one could survive it. The creator continued to talk about how there was nothing left at all because of the guy, but Ji-woo wasn't listening to him anymore. A smile stretched across his face, for he had done what he wanted so badly. Such an unusual reaction puzzled the man. He had yet to encounter such oddball people. Ji-woo didn't continue to stare at the sign that said he was the only one currently on the game server and began to laugh uncontrollably. An unimaginable joy took hold of the player. He screamed and squeaked as he was able to fulfill his terrible revenge. He was able to do it, and therefore he was happy. This reaction puzzled the creator even more. The man stood and looked at the boy's incomprehensible mirth. He didn't even know what to say to this player. Ji-woo raised his baton and addressed the dragon spirit. He wanted Eurus to come out of the weapon and share this pleasant feeling of joy with him. Since the baton didn't answer him, the player started banging on it, trying to call out to Eurus, but all he got in response was silence. Noticing this confusion, the creator spoke again, reminding the boy that it was just the two of them in this place. Now it began to dawn on Ji-woo that he could have killed not only the players he wanted revenge on, but also his ally, Eurus. The guy couldn't even think that a dragon could be hurt because of his actions. Continued to stare at his baton. He poked his baton in the direction of the creator and wanted all the answers. He wondered who the man was, since the window showed that there was only one player on the server. The guy also surmised that the man could have been an NPS, or maybe he was a developer. He didn't seem to be listening to the creator at all. The man smiled and started to explain who he really was, but at the same moment, something happened to his voice. Instead of words, there was a strange crackling sound, and the space around him began to distort slightly. He continued to speak, but only a crackling sound was heard. Something or someone was drowning out his words. And when he finished, a slight smirk appeared on his face. The creator scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he only now noticed the interference. The guy was still standing there, watching the strange man. On the floor between the two men, something began to happen. A strange and mysterious light was penetrating and growing in size. Ji-woo looked at his feet in surprise and couldn't understand what had just started to happen. This light grew brighter and brighter and filled more and more space. The man wasn't scared at all by what was happening. He was annoyed that they had been given so little time to talk. Before anything could happen, the creator waved his two hands, bidding farewell to the only player. He also asked him to say hello to a certain furry. Ji-woo didn't understand what was going on at all. Such a sudden goodbye caused him to panic. He wanted to stop the man. But no more words could be heard. The light between them grew brighter and brighter. This light became so bright that it completely covered the entire space around with an impenetrable whiteness. The room with the game pods was too quiet. All the capsules were open and empty. The players had already left this room, as there was no point in staying here while the game wasn't working. No one even paid attention to the fact that one single capsule was still closed and a player was still in the system. At some point, there was a depressurization, and the capsule started to lift. There was still one player in the capsule. The guy was sitting on a comfortable chair. He was dressed in a tracksuit and slippers. Back in the real world, the guy touched his virtual glasses with his hands and started to take them off. He remembered, well, what had just happened in the game. His face was twisted with anger. Ji-woo was too angry about not being able to learn more and talk longer with the creator. The guy didn't understand why he had even appeared in front of him back then, when he hadn't told him anything sensible. Turning his head, he was still indignant, not even noticing the unknown people who were watching him intently. Two men stood at his sides and didn't move, hiding their hands. Behind their backs, and one in distinguished clothes, sat on a chair and looked at Ji-woo. The man's hair was styled, and he wore glasses on his face, covering a long scar that went across his eyebrow and eye. He lifted a cigar to his mouth and inhaled the smoke. Now that the guy was back in reality, the man could have a word with him. He lowered his arms and started to rise from the seat of the virtual capsule. Ji-woo was still sitting in his capsule looking at this stranger, who was rapidly starting to approach him. The guards were still just as expectantly standing in their seats and vigilantly watching the situation and their boss. The man came too close and looked intimidating. He called out all the details about Ji-woo and mentioned how long the guy had been playing the game and talked about his favorite weapon. The guy was stunned at this kind of awareness about him. Ji-woo kept his virtual goggles on, trying to hide his anxiety. When the goggles were removed from the man's face, the guy was revealed an overly menacing look. The stranger made it clear that he had come for the guy's baton. Lee Ji-woo was a very ordinary guy of the age of 21. He was a college student, as well as an ardent fan of the game. Despite all his love for the game, the guy had difficulty in it every time. For some reason, he failed to get better at it. In the past 3 months of actively playing the game, he was unable to rise to the level of an amateur. Because of this, he had a hard time finding groups that would accept him into their teams. But one day, he was lucky enough to be able to level up to level 99 with his newbie baton weapon and take revenge on everyone he didn't like. Even that beautiful yet nasty girl, he was still able to take revenge for her cruel betrayal, due to the fact that the guy's powers did not work on her character. Ji-woo had to make such a powerful blow, because of which the game planet was destroyed. After the planet was destroyed, something happened to the game. Ji-woo found himself in an unknown place where he met a stranger who called himself the creator. But he never managed to find out anything from this creator, as he disappeared too quickly. And now Ji-woo and some unknown man went to a cafe for their further conversation. Judging from how many guards he had, the man was too powerful. Ji-woo sat at the same table as the man in a suit. Their food had already been served, but the guy didn't even touch the cutlery. The man, on the other hand, calmly started eating. The scarred man looked up at the guy and noticed that he didn't even touch the food. He noted that the owner of the place was an old acquaintance of his, and her food was excellent. Ji-woo was puzzled, and he was also too scared for his own life. The guy took a spoon, scooped up some food, and brought it to his mouth with a trembling hand. The guards were still standing around their boss, which made the guy even more tense. The man didn't pay any attention to these guys and started talking about the past. He took a full spoonful and put it in his mouth. The bright flavor spilled over his taste buds, and it was like he was back in the days when he had just started his company. The game at that time was still in the development stage. Ji-woo looked up in surprise at the man sitting in front of him. He still didn't understand what was going on, and now he was even more curious to find out what was going on. A dubious guess crept into the guy's head. He looked at the man once more, and words started popping chaotically out of his mouth. The man smirked. He confirmed that he was the president of Chrono Life, and his name was Choi Dokbae. The guy's voice echoed throughout the cafe. He was certain that it was the scary mobster sitting in front of him, and not the president of the game. He wondered who all these men in suits who were standing meekly by his side were. Ji-woo was skewed when he learnt that all these men were all employees of his company. But what bothered him the most was why such an important person was looking for him. Dokbae stared at him in surprise with a spoon in his mouth. He had already told him the reason why he was looking for him, hadn't he? The man was concerned about the baton that the player was able to pump to the maximum level. As soon as he repeated those words again, there was a moment of silence between them. It was as if the whole world had stopped. They continued to stare at each other. Ji-woo was too surprised that someone cared about his weapon, especially since the president of the company himself had approached him personally. Dokbae covered his eyes. He didn't want to say it, but he had to take the item that had the game bug away from the player. The guy couldn't help but jump to his feet. He didn't understand what kind of bug he was talking about. When he had pumped the baton with his own hands, Dokbae decided to explain to the guy some of the intricacies of the game. His mouth opened, and only 2 words came out. He named the percentage with the probability that he could do it. The thing was, after the 10th improvement, the percentage would drop to 3, and after that, it would decrease with each improvement. His sharp eyes looked absent-mindedly at Ji-woo. The man wanted the guy himself to understand what this meant. The player himself realized that it was too unlikely to do so. It would be easier to say that the game was made so that players would never be able to pump their weapons to their maximum levels. Tension rose between the two of them. Ji-woo thought about his words, and in his mind, began to calculate the probability with which he would be able to pump this baton if it wasn't a bug in the game. Since the guy didn't answer anything, the president of the company realized that Ji-woo had realized that it was impossible to do so, and concluded that the baton would be confiscated. The weather was beautiful. In the game world, the sun, once again, illuminated the front city district with its warm rays. Standing in the clearing was the fierce beast, Gorgeous. This monster's eyes shone with a red hue as it glared at its prey. Its jaws opened and a cloud of smoke came out. The players got into position. They clutched their weapons tightly and were ready for Gorgeous to attack them. Now the monster was hurtling towards them at a breakneck speed. It was very large and intimidating. A bright fire shimmered inside the crystal. Hot flames swirled around the staff. The weapon responded to the call of its master's magic. The girl made a few movements and also shouted a summoning word. Flames continued to flow out of her staff, making several circles in the air. She swung her weapon, and a clumped fireball flew out of it and headed towards its target. The fireball hit the monster directly. The entire clearing lit up with red flames. The other players waited expectantly as they had a chance to perform their next actions. Gorgeous was in the embrace of the fire. Searing flames caressed his rough skin. The monster raised its head and a terrible or erupted from its mouth, drowning out everything around it. The guy from the team noted that this attack had done a lot of damage to the monster. He was satisfied and therefore ordered the girl to make another attack of the same kind. Suddenly, another girl appeared behind his back. She clenched her fists, crouched down slightly, and began to growl. The power surged around her. A golden glow surrounded the girl's body. She was concentrated and tense, after which the girl snapped out of her seat and ran straight at the monster that was still blazing in flames. The rest of the team didn't even have time to react. The player looked at the girl's actions with bulging eyes. He was shocked that she had snapped out of her seat and ran towards the monster, completely out of command. The girl rushed at the monster with her bare hands. Gorgeous met her with a frontal attack and ripped the girl off the ground with his head. Since the girl was too light for him, the monster managed to toss her into the air. The beast's head darted upwards, and the girl flew a few meters higher. The girl with the staff stood and wait. She continued to hold her staff until she was once again ordered to attack the beast. At the same time, the one that was tossed into the air flew towards her. And at the moment when nothing more could be done, she realized that the second girl was flying straight at her. And that's what happened. The girl who was tossed by the monster fell right on top of the one holding the staff in her hands. The rest of their teammates looked on in shock at what had happened. The beast was still as invincible as ever. The rest of the team huddled on the battlefield. Two of their warriors were not in the best position to continue the fight. Watching this whole scene from a height was Ji-woo. Ji-woo continued to sit on the edge of the slope and watched what was happening below. Angry and frightened shouts could be heard from the guy. Some sadness flickered in his eyes, but he wasn't going to interfere in this situation because it didn't concern him at all. There were a few more frightened screams and the furious roar of a beast. Ji-woo sighed heavily. As he watched the other players play, his thoughts kept returning to his recent conversation with the company president. He felt devastated that they wanted to take away his weapon. A savory slurping sound was heard behind the guy's back. Eurus was biting off a juicy piece of meat with his small and cute mouth. The dragon continued to eat appetizingly, but he was still curious as to what his master's next move would be. Ji-woo was in no hurry to answer, as he himself didn't know what he should do. He was still sad and the guy had absolutely no mood at all. He reached for the baton that was lying beside him, picking it up. He brought the baton up to his face and looked at it sadly. Its data immediately popped up in front of him, showing its level material and strength. The player was once again taken back to the day Delk had brought him to the cafe for a conversation. The man was going to take the weapon away from him, as he thought it was a bug of the game. It was too much of a blow for the guy. He even jumped up from his seat when he heard those words. To take away such a strong weapon when he had just tasted that wonderful feeling of invincibility was too cruel. Suddenly, the president's words changed so drastically that Ji-woo raised his head and stared at the man with complete surprise. After all, he had said that this was how he had been instructed to speak to Ji-woo. Doc Bay then leaned towards him slightly and honestly admitted that he himself felt that such a decision was very unfair to the lad. A spark of hope flashed in Ji Woo's eyes. He felt sick at how much the guy didn't want to give up that weapon. Doc Bay put aside his spoon. He lowered his eyes, and with nobility in his voice, told him that he had made his investigation into the matter. The conclusion was that he didn't think that the baton rolling was due to a game bug. Ji Woo's entire body tensed up. He was completely immersed in his interlocutor's words. The director was even aware of the fact that the player had completed the killing of the strongest monster. It was true that on that day, they had completed the monster spirit transmigration task and bound it with a baton. Also, that player had destroyed 3 million players with his weapon. And even after that, the guy didn't stop and decided to make a final strike on the game planet and destroy it. The president believed that the young man was a user of this game, and the chalk had every right to act freely. While the lad stood and stared at him, absent-mindedly, awaiting the verdict, Doki Bay picked up a small saucer from the table. Without any words, he held out this saucer towards the guy, offering it for him to take. Ji Woo sat back down on his chair and looked at him with a bewildered expression. With a smile on his face, the man offered to add this dish to the guy's dish. Since these ingredients were not compatible, it was a clear indication that the young man could commit as he pleased and not think about other people's opinions. Ji Woo looked at the kadugi for a while and tried to figure out what this had to do with their conversation. After which Ji Woo extended his hand and accepted this dish from the director of the game company. The guy got up from his seat while holding the bowl with both hands. It was as if something extraordinary had happened between them, some kind of enlightenment. They looked at each other so earnestly that they didn't even notice. When the hostess flew over to the table and slapped Doc Bay's neck with all her might, the man's eyes widened at the sudden blow. The hostess scolded him because he was going to add this dish to the other one. The guy thoughtfully set the bowl aside. After that, the woman abruptly turned around and walked away from their table. She was furious that he was going to ruin the fancy meat broth. Doc Bay felt very embarrassed about getting his neck slapped as if he was 15 years old and had made a gross blunder. The boy set the bowl aside without further ado. He continued to sit on the slope and stare at his perfect weapon. Now he was faced with the choice of how to continue playing next. He gazed so intensely at his club and kept thinking about the impossible combination of soup and kaduga. The harsh words that came from where the team was trying to kill the boss brought Ji Woo out of his own musings. He looked in the direction where the players were gathered. The players were clustered against the Kentucky girl who had caused the failure of their mission. The guy was pointing his finger at her and couldn't understand why she had failed so badly. The player continued to speak rudely to Kentucky as she completely played out of line. The girl that Kentucky was lashing out at grabbed the player's arm and told him to calm down, but he didn't care what she said. Their hunt would now have to be postponed, and that angered him too much. Ji Woo continued to listen to the squabble in the team. The player kept cursing loudly and blaming the girl, and also spouted words that they had put her on the team for nothing. In front of Ji Woo's eyes, the conversation with the president once again surfaced. The man, bowing his head in a quiet and calm voice, only wanted to ask the player one thing. According to him, the game was very good, and with all sorts of offshoots in such a fantasy world, was unrivaled. Using a gambling gaze at Ji Woo, the president of the company himself asked him not to destroy this game anymore, as he had done earlier. The guy only needed to enjoy this game and have a good time in it, except he was still sitting on the slope and still looking at what was going on below. He could have stepped in and shown these guys some real power, but he resolutely didn't. The player, who still couldn't calm his anger, took a mouthful of saliva and spat with all his might in Kentucky's direction. The drool hit the girl's clothes, who had been silently listening to the insults all this time. As she realized that she had indeed blundered, a deep shadow fell on her face. In the end, the player showed the girl the most unseemly gesture in the form of a middle finger, sent her away, and threatened that she would never again become a member of his team. The guys, all the group, turned around and followed their leader. Even as they moved away from the girl, they continued to heap indignation on her. Kentucky remained standing there, unable to do anything. A notification window popped up in front of Kentucky that she had been removed from the team. This was the most unpleasant feeling in this game. Ji Woo, witnessing such unfair treatment of the girl, exhaled heavily. He was not pleased to see how others dared to allow themselves to insult players. Opening his eyes, the guy swore in his voice. This game was losing all its good meaning because of such players. And the president's words were too embellished when he said that this game was beautiful when Ji-woo had other people humiliated in front of his eyes. Ji-woo no longer dared to tolerate such boorish behavior towards other players. The guy raised his baton. Rage and anger built up in him. Jumping up from his seat, he headed towards the departing players who had humiliated the girl and thrown her off the team. Bright energy surged in his hands. He channeled all his anger towards those not good players. While the players continued their movement and didn't even realize that something terrible was hurtling towards them. But the sudden shout that sounded stopped Ji-woo that the guy only swung his baton, but did not use his force. The dragon stared at him in surprise, not understanding why he had slowed down so abruptly. The player turned his head in the direction where the scream came from. He didn't expect to hear something from the girl who had been kicked off the team. She was standing alone in the clearing, yet she was shouting at the players who threw her out, as well as the whole game. She was swearing and completely unable to choose her words. The girl's cheeks turned red from anger. She continued to scream, and the words just streamed out of her mouth. She stood and looked at her hands, which were wearing brass knuckles. The girl was very sad that the team never realized what kind of weapon she had, and that it should be used the way she did. Such a misunderstanding brought tears to Kentucky's eyes. After all, she had spent so much money on this weapon. Ji-woo froze in place. It was as if he recognized something very close to him in this girl. The wind that blew ruffled his hair, and also the robe fluttered on his shoulders. He remembered himself as he held his sword and thought it was the most beautiful weapon he could afford. At that same moment, he looked at the girl again. Something in him responded, and the sense of similarity between them increased. Ji-woo had just recently stood in the middle of the crowded square of the city and stared at his sword with round eyes, shouting about how awesome it was when the others were glaring at him with disgruntled faces. He looked even more closely at the girl. Something in his heart trembled. He saw a similarity to himself in her. Kentucky continued to scream, her voice rumbling across the clearing. She was just furious that she had been treated so unfairly, and now she didn't need their crew and everything that came with it. Having made the decision to go on raids alone, the girl clenched her fists and walked menacingly across the clearing, still in an angry state. Over all of this, Ji-woo continued to watch from above. For some reason, he was attracted to this belligerent girl. Kantuka stopped a ferocious growl reaching her left. Her eyes widened with fear as she realized what she was in for. The very monster they had failed to destroy as a team had suddenly appeared in front of her. It loomed menacingly over her, opening its mouth. But the bigger surprise was that this monster was not alone. A whole herd had come to the clearing, and all of them were hostile against the girl. Her heart pounded frantically in her chest. She had never faced a situation like this before, and the monsters were much stronger than her. They roared menacingly and fiercely. Bright red sparks of madness sprinkled for their eyes. All of them were eager to destroy the girl. An incredible number of monsters were closing in on her, and each one wanted to take a piece of her. Their eyes burned with rage, and only their terrifying roars rang in her ears. She stood alone, and no one could help her. This herd broke loose and sped towards her at full speed. Realizing that Kentucky could do nothing, she only covered her face with her hands, awaiting her sad fate. While the girl was standing there, waiting for me to be trampled by the herd of monsters and then torn apart, Ji-woo suddenly appeared on the field. The guy jumped down from the cliff, his cloak pulled up, revealing his snow-white pants. There wasn't much time left before the clash. Ji-woo raised his baton, calculating that a blow from below would be suitable for the attack. As the monsters swarmed towards him, he took a single swing. These beasts roared and roared, eager to catch their prey. After swinging the baton, there was an explosion, such a force that it was once again visible from the space of the game universe. Ji-woo's hand was still raised. The girl was standing at his back, still covering her face with her hands. White smoke swirled around them. Kentucky was holding her head, her eyes washed tightly shut. She didn't yet understand what had happened, but there was something strange. She still didn't feel the pain that should have caught up with her long ago. Despite all the fear raging in her body, the girl decided to open her eye and see what was going on and why she still hadn't been trampled. She immediately saw that there weren't any monsters in front of her, but instead, there was a strange guy standing in front of her. He was dressed in a robe and had a wooden club on his shoulder. Ji-woo looked at the girl he had just saved. He couldn't understand why he had acted so impulsively and wanted to protect her. She continued to stare at the stranger and didn't know what she felt in those seconds. Her mouth dropped open in genuine surprise. Ji-woo, quite suddenly, smiled a bright and cheerful smile. He did it for fun, not because he felt sorry for the girl or because she made him feel sympathetic. Kentucky was still unable to comprehend what had happened here. She looked at this guy and was completely confused. A warm breeze blew between them, picking up the leaves that had fallen from the trees. The guys continued to stare at each other in silence, and no one dared to speak. First, Ji-woo was the first to gather courage, and with a kind face, looked at the girl and greeted her kindly. It was as if sparks sparkled around him. Kentucky's face slightly flushed pink. She seemed to forget the words and just looked at this stranger, who had a strange look, while the girl didn't answer him anything. Ji-woo decided to take advantage of the situation and offered this girl to form a team with him. Only he didn't expect the girl's response and reaction to be so categorical. She raised her hand and put her middle finger right in his face. Kentucky grimaced and immediately made it clear that she would not deal with such a newcomer. No further words followed. The girl abruptly turned around and headed in the other direction with a menacing gait. Ji-woo continued to stand still. He was shocked by the girl's unusual reaction. After all, he had just saved her, and instead of thanking her, he received an obscene gesture. In the real world, where people were not players, they continued to closely follow the news of the game. Anyone who was in any way connected to the world of Chrono Life followed the news closely. While on the underground, everyone felt it was their duty to go to the news feed and check the latest events. Even when people were resting, they did not let their phones out of their hands to stay connected to the game as long as possible. Such excitement was caused by one incident that shook the gaming community. The day 3 million players were killed, and the gaming planet was nicknamed Doomsday. Gamers could not stop their desire to discuss the incident. Fingers raced fluently across the keyboard, keys typing a text message. Everyone was still wondering who was the mysterious player who was capable of such all-consuming destruction. When this player was dubbed the strongest, it stirred up some people even more. The man sitting at the computer almost choked on such a statement. He didn't like the fact that some obscure player had been called the strongest. He continued to be outraged, believing that this player had a bug in the form of a character, or he had brazenly used illegal cheat codes. Others were of a similar opinion, as no one could think that there could be a character that stood up to 3 million players. The wave of discontent quickly gathered more momentum, and people began to write that this character should have been blocked in the game. As soon as the game server was up and running, a message was displayed in their newsfeed. There was an appeal to all players about the incident that had occurred. The man with a smirk on his face was already anticipating to see the player being removed from the game. But when he opened that message and read the contents, the man's face immediately drooped as the game administration admitted that there was no violation of the rules. Astonishment swept through all the people who read the message. No one could not even think that that player did not violate the rules of the game, and everything happened within the rules. The game world was also discussing this latest news without ceasing. The guy immediately decided to share it with his acquaintance, who was not aware of it. Girls also discussed this incident and did not understand how the player managed to take out the whole server of the game. All over the city, groups of people were gathering and discussing this news. Such an incident caused a lot of commotion between the regular players. Everyone was very curious to know what this hero looked like. There was still a wanted notice hanging on the walls, but the picture was too dark, and the player himself had thrown on a hood, making it hard to see his face. At the same time, Ji-woo put his hands behind his head and walked at a leisurely pace. The guy was happy with his game and was now completely satisfied with everything. Even though the girl had made it clear to him that she wasn't going to join his team, he continued to follow her. Kentucky could hear his footsteps and knew that this annoying newcomer was going behind her back and keeping up. It was starting to make her angry. At one point, the girl couldn't stand it and turned sharply in his direction. She wanted to understand why this guy kept following her. He wasn't at all tense or angry at her such a violent reaction. The guy hinted to her that they should have gone on a joint raid a long time ago. That statement infuriated Kentucky even more. She didn't understand why he thought she cared about such a beggar and exhibitionist. Her gaze traveled over the guy from head to toe. Jiwoo was surprised when she called him that and even interrogated her. The girl jabbed her finger in his direction and reminded him of the fact that he was walking around in just his underwear under his cloak. Jiwoo didn't even think that anyone would pay attention to his appearance or that the players would even notice the fact that he was wearing only pants. Out of shame, he covered himself with his hands as the girl poked her finger at him. She reiterated to him once again that she wasn't going to waste her precious time on some newbie. The girl turned around and walked away. Jiwoo was shocked at this reaction of hers. He stood in a stupor for a while, not understanding why she was being so harsh with him. After all, he had just recently saved her life from a herd of monsters. Eurus looked at his master and shared his observation. At that moment when the guy was destroying the monsters, the girl closed her eyes out of fear and saw nothing. It was at this most epic moment that the girl saw nothing, as she was too scared to face the herd of monsters. She clutched her head tightly, and her eyes were firmly closed, so it was no wonder she didn't know who had saved her life. Jiwoo thought about the fact that, because of this, the girl couldn't realize how strong the guy was. This kind of information seemed amusing to him. He stared at her back as Kentucky continued to stride with a furious gait. Her day was clearly not going well today. And then, what he thought was the perfect idea popped into Jiwoo's head. He remembered his recent desire to hide his abilities, and this was the perfect chance to try it out. He briskly rushed after the girl, calling her big sister. She kept walking, trying not to pay attention to him. And then the boy stopped, and with the most naive face, asked the girl to teach him. She turned to him with a disgruntled expression, thinking that she had overheard him. Jiwoo continued in the same vein. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and in a cheerful voice, asked the girl to start training him and be his sensei, since he was new to the game. She was shocked to hear him say that. Kentucky froze in place and tried to process everything he had just said to her. Suddenly, she remembered how she had been treated by her former team not too long ago. That guy had been too rude and had even spat at her. And now a complete stranger had called her his sensei. It was like a flash of joyful emotion. The girl immediately brightened up, her eyes lighting up with delight. Eurus was completely bewildered by what was going on here. The dragon couldn't understand why Jiwoo was making a complete novice of himself. But the guy wasn't going to ruin that image, so he continued to smile stupidly and wait for her answer. And then it came to Eurus that his master wanted to pretend to be weak when he was actually super strong. This was the very strategy they had discussed before Doomsday. The girl reacted so loudly to the guy wanting her to be his sensei that he and Eurus flew back slightly. Jiwoo had to cover his ears because of her squealing. Kentika honestly admitted that she was embarrassed and hadn't expected such an offer. Running her hand through her hair, she was ready to accept such an offer and start training this newcomer. Jiwoo raised his head, his fingers still in his ears. He saw the notification in front of him that Love was inviting him to join her team. The girl was still playing with her hair. She was beyond happy to be so exalted. Her gang nickname was LOV, and she was level 24, and was also a melee master. After a little while, Loaf and Jiwoo reached the cave that was located in front of Front City. Love swung her fist and was ready to bring it down on the enemy they had managed to meet in this cave. With all her might, she slammed her fist into the huge hair that was the first to get in her way. It broke off the ground and folded up. Blood spurted from the hare's mouth. It let out a long cry of defeat. Such a monster was at the 4th level. This blow was enough to crush the first monster and make it flail its paws and fall on its back, but there were still enough enemies around. At the same time, the next monster was already approaching behind the girl's back. Its eyes were filled with rage, and they flickered with red lights. His paws were raised upwards. He was about to unleash his attack on the girl. Sensing the approaching danger, Love deftly bounced away from that spot to the side. The hare could not reach its goal because its paws simply crashed into the ground. The girl exhaled with relief as the danger was too close. While she was in the air, she quickly assessed the situation. In the air, the girl twisted her body, deftly, grouped herself, and did a somersault. The monsters below were waiting for the girl, growling ominously. As the girl approached, one of the monsters stared fearfully at the girl. It opened its huge maw and made a strange sound. At that very moment, Love had already stretched out one of her legs and carried straight at the monster with all her might. She was going to attack it with a kick from her foot. It was a fairy attack, the kick of a swooping dragon. The magic power manifested in the form of a Chinese dragon, which came crashing down on the monster's head. He was immediately pinned to the ground from the violent impact. The two monsters were shocked by what was happening. They continued to roar, and it even hurt them to see how this girl had brutally dealt with their kin. They decided to all descend upon her in unison. One of them rose up on his hind paws, raising his front paws. A thunderous roar echoed through the cave. This did not frighten Love at all. The girl got into a fighting stance and clenched her knuckled fists. While the girl continued to actively fight the monsters, Ji-woo and Uru sat aside under the cave wall. They watched with interest as the girl fought. He liked watching how Loaf deftly dealt with the monsters. She was showing very good fighting skills. Eurus also noticed this and praised the girl. While the guy sat and watched Loaf, the girl continued to drag this fight. She fought diligently, swinging her arms and legs, destroying enemy after enemy. Eurus turned to his master and decided to notice that Loaf had some pretty good equipment. Ji-woo looked at his companion in surprise. The dragon accentuated his attention on the girl's weapon. It was worth a lot, and when the guy heard the price, he was stunned at how much money the girl had spent on the gear. Love continued to pile on the monsters, while Eurus and Ji-woo discussed her equipment. The guy honestly thought that the girl was a nub. But as it turned out, she had good equipment and was quite confident in battle. Eurus sighed as the answer was obvious: if you want to win, you have to pay. Realizing this, Ji-woo immediately realized that the girl was clearly not from a poor family and had paid for all this equipment for herself. He remembered the words that the girl had shouted to the departing team that had abandoned her. She had talked about how they were stupid and didn't understand anything about guns. She was really hurt when those players didn't even realize what a cool weapon she had. Then Love looked at her precious knuckles, and she had spent a lot of gold on it back then. It all added up in his head now. The guy was a little pale because he didn't expect to meet a player here would spend so much money in the game. Love's sudden shout brought Ji-woo out of deep thought. He was so immersed in these thoughts that he didn't even notice the girl walk up to him and started shouting above his ear. She was angry because the guy had come to this cave to study, and meanwhile was just sitting against the wall and chilling. Love ordered him to pick up his baton and start working the monsters with it. He raised it with a puzzled look, as if he had other clubs he could fight with. The girl folded her arms across her chest and continued to command him from the fact that the guy does not fight monsters, his level will not increase. So she wanted him to get to work and start developing, otherwise he will be scraping the bottom. While she was talking to him, she didn't even notice the next monster appearing from behind her. He came too close and was ready to rip the girl's head off. Ji-woo spotted it just in time. While Love continued to instruct her student, the guy raised his baton and touched the monster's nose. It was hard to even call it a blow, just a light touch. But this touch was enough for energy to burst out from the baton and burn the monster to the ground. The bright golden power illuminated the entire cave, and the girl kept talking, not noticing what was happening behind her back. When the bright light faded, and only a cloud of smoke and dust remained in the air, Love raised her head and looked around. She glanced around thoughtfully, but she still didn't understand what had happened. Frowning her eyebrows, she tried to figure out where such a wind could have come from. In the cave, Ji-woo was already thinking that he had given himself away, and the girl would find out that he was not a beginner. At the same moment, her notification window appeared in front of Love's face. The girl was immediately distracted by it and started reading the contents of the message, forgetting altogether what had just happened. Someone had informed her that something would start in 10 minutes, and she needed to leave the game immediately. She squinted her eyes at the anger that was building up in that minute. She turned to Ji-woo and warned her that she needed to leave the game for not too long. He looked at the girl in surprise. After promising that Love would be back soon, she glowed brightly and began to disappear from the cave. Ji-woo was left alone, still not realizing what had made Love leave him so soon. He and Eurus were still just as surprised that the girl had so abruptly decided to disappear from the game. It was too sudden for him. At the same time, he wondered who this girl was in real life that she could afford to spend that kind of money on the game. Love was lying in her bed with virtual reality goggles on her eyes. She was still out of the game space. Now that she had left the game, the girl could exhale and return to her real life, except she was so reluctant to do so. Taking her glasses off her head, she got out of bed. She needed some time to come to her senses and realize that she was no longer in the game. The girl had other glasses over her eyes that helped her see better. There was still no way she could put away her virtual glasses, which were very precious to her. She suddenly remembered the moment when this strange newcomer had followed her, and the look on his face when he had asked her to become his sensei. A slight smile touched her lips as she lived all those moments and liked this guy who had elevated her so much. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open, and the woman who entered started shouting loudly at the girl. She thought she was a complete fool. The woman couldn't stop and quiet her anger. They had too little time left, and the girl was still busy with her virtual game. From her words, Love could lose her job if she continued to be so negligent. An argument ensued between the two of them. The girl defended her boundaries, but her manager was still out of her mind with anger. They exchanged angry words with each other. The woman reminded the girl that they had less than 10 minutes left. She stretched out her arm and pointed her finger towards the table for her to sit at it. The girl stood up and grudgingly did as she was asked. The manager still couldn't get quiet. She kept shouting loudly at the girl, pointing out her blunders. Love put her hands over her ears as she couldn't stand the shrieking any longer. It made Love feel uncomfortable that the woman was demanding that she take off her glasses when she used the virtual goggles. Even though they left marks, Love felt better with them on, and without them, she could have panic attacks. Besides the marks from the glasses, the manager could hide them under a layer of makeup, which she was about to apply to the girl. The woman exhaled heavily. It was a lot of trouble for her to keep an eye on this girl, but since they really didn't have much time left, she calmed down and urged her to get to work. Even though the manager had calmed down, she still gave off an ominous aura. The woman took out her briefcase and prepared to use it. On the table immediately appeared various supplies to create the perfect makeup. There were blushes and powders, as well as various pencils, eyeshadows, and more. The manager began her work. She reached out her hands to the girl's face and gently removed her glasses. The girl did not resist. After a couple of moments, the woman began applying the girl's makeup. She put a special pad on her fingers and gently beat the blush into her cheeks. After that, she picked up some gloss on the brush and transferred it to the girl's lips. Every movement was precise and concentrated. Despite her fiery temper, the manager did her job perfectly. The next stage was the girl's hair, which she gathered into a high bun for convenience. She reached for them herself and began to pull off the rubber band. One deft movement, and the rubber band unraveled Love's long and thick hair. They scattered down her shoulders and back. The concert hall was completely packed with spectators. The host announced the closing of the festival and that the winner of the #1 spot on the charts for 13 weeks, the popular solo idol and owner of the best voice in the world, Han Sarong, would close the festival. Upon hearing this, the audience exploded with excitement and happiness that they would be able to hear the girl's voice live, as well as see this popular singer. The whole auditorium made a jubilant noise. Han Sarong took the stage. The song with which she would now give a performance was announced. The girl folded her hands in such a way that she managed to make a small heart for her fans. She looked stunning. A cute smile, stylish clothes, shiny hair. Everything about this girl was perfect. Over her shoulder, she had an electric guitar hanging. The girl was the center of attention. People were cheering, and she was expressing her love to the audience, and none of her fans knew about her hobby, online gaming. At this time, Jiwoo was in the same cave with the same monsters. They grouped up and were bearing towards the guy. He put a hand on his shoulder, starting to knead it. The guy wanted some practice while the girl was away from the game. Yoris looked thoughtfully at his master and still couldn't figure out what Jiwoo was up to. The monsters were already quite close. He smiled a sinister grin. Now that he was alone with the monsters, he had a chance to practice to start hiding his strength. The bear hounds were now quite close, and they radiated nothing but anger and rage. Their salivating mouths opened to reveal a row of sharp teeth. The boy was going to learn how to strike without killing the monster. It was the only way he could hide his true ability. But his first strike was so mind-blowing that it didn't fit his story, that he was a beginner guy. Ji-woo's power once again burst out with a pillar of light that it could be seen from the game universe. The creator was watching all of this. The man smiled and hummed meaningfully. He had been watching Ji-woo spend his time in the game, and he found his practice very entertaining. The creator wouldn't mind trying such a technique himself. Behind his back was the brightest sun. After the concert was over, Love was invited for an interview. The girl has been involved in music since childhood, but success for a long time bypassed her. But to date, the girl has become famous. Her song was played on all the stations, and they were at the top of the charts for the 14th week in a row. The host of the program brought the microphone to his mouth and congratulated the girl on her success. He couldn't believe that a song could stay at the top for so long. Kan Sa-rong thanked him politely. The girl was not only a singer, but also a writer of her own songs. He liked one of the girl's songs and wanted to know in more detail how she managed to write such touching lines. Kan Sa-rong smiled sweetly and didn't keep the host waiting with her answer. She confessed that, being at home, the girl spends a lot of time reading poetry and sometimes likes to read fairy tales. The presenter immediately latched on to the fact that the girl likes to read fairy tales. Kan Sa-rong fearfully covered her mouth with her hand because her manager had asked her not to mention this little hobby. And then she started giggling because of how embarrassed she felt. Reading children's stories was a childhood hobby, and she confessed it to the whole country. The words of the girl so much touched the presenter that he could not resist looking at her with loving eyes. She was so cute that his cheeks immediately blushed. Everyone in the hall froze and looked only at Kan Sa-rong to everyone. She was a true idol, the epitome of kindness and innocence. The manager was drinking her coffee and watching the program on TV. The presenter immediately convinced the girl that her hobby was wonderful, and she laughed happily. But the manager was not laughing at all. She knew the girl's true nature and was embarrassed that Kan Sa-rong was deceiving the whole country. She continued to watch the program and continued to be indignant. In her ears, the poetry and fairy tales were utter rubbish, but the virtual glasses that lay on the girl's bed were quite real. The woman looked at the game attribute. This is what her ward was truly passionate about, except that no one in the community knew about it. The presenter continued interviewing the girl, noting that she was not only a singer, but also starred in a drama. The girl lowered her head and smirked slightly. She happened to play a high school girl who was constantly cursing. Kan Sa-rong nodded her head, admitting that it was a very difficult role for her. The presenter, with eyes full of confidence, continued to listen to the girl. Kan Sa-rong smiled. The role was difficult, as she normally never swears, and it was very hard for her to overcome herself. Her angelic face glowed with innocence and simplicity. Love returned to the game, and the first thing she did was to swear at her student in her underwear, thrust her middle finger in his face, and grimaced as if he was going to die from her hands. Then the girl kicked the guy's arse with all her might. He jumped and shrieked in surprise, all because he didn't properly greet his sensei. Ji-woo was shocked at this comeback. He never imagined that the girl would step into the role of boss so much. But the girl didn't care about the guy's surprised eyes. She wished for him to bow down to her here and now, just because she came. She ended up starting to beat him up, and Ji-woo was shocked, to say the least. He wouldn't respond to the girl, but only covered himself and tried to pull away from her. Joris was shocked that his master tolerated such rude behavior from the girl. He could have easily punished her, but for some unknown reason, he didn't still. Ji-woo decided to completely stick to his strategy and would pretend to be weak until the very end to hide his true strength. After giving him a kicking, the girl also decided that it was worth teaching this ignoramus some of the subtleties of greeting. Ji-woo stood at attention and loudly repeated everything she told him. Watching all of this oddly was Joris, who the girl couldn't see. Joris was just stone-faced as he listened to the girl mocking him, while his master seemed happy to repeat it all. When she let out all her fervor, the girl returned to her normal mood. He exhaled in relief as the torture came to an end. Ji-woo took his eyes aside and admitted to himself that he needed more patience for this. Joris kept escalating the situation, thinking the guy's chosen tactics were very bad. He can't show his true strength, and now he would have to fight and not kill the monsters, but only lower their vitals. They continued walking through the cave looking for more monsters. The girl was already eager to see the results and couldn't wait for it. Love turned to Ji-woo and with a smile on her face, she only now realized that she still didn't know his game nickname. Ji-woo was surprised by this, as he thought he had told her his nickname back when they met, and just as he was about to say it, just as suddenly, Love interrupted him without letting him finish. She confidently stated that she didn't need to know his nickname, as she would now be calling his knickers. The guy wasn't thrilled with such a nickname, but he didn't resist. He even thought that she must be seeing his face in the form of white panties. Love was pleased that she had come up with such a nickname. The boys continued to walk further down the cave, talking and laughing. They didn't even realize that someone was following them. A man was hiding behind a ledge and staring intently at the boys as they advanced through the cave. His eyes glowed with a red cast, and behind him were men in black robes and hoods pulled over their backs. His eyes widened and his pupils seemed to narrow as the stranger announced in a caustic voice that he had finally found the girl. He continued to keep surveillance on them, and the boys were still unaware that they were being followed. The girl put her hands behind her head and walked in a swagger while Ji-woo tried to find out why she wanted to know his nickname when she had come up with that bad nickname for him a long time ago. The men with hoods over their heads moved closer to their mane. They wanted to know what they were supposed to do next. The man kept his scarlet eyes on the girl. He gave the order gather all the members of their guild in this cave. He had waited too long to be able to do his justice. The monster squealed furiously when saw his enemies in front of him. Its mouth opened wide and sharp teeth immediately showing themselves. The girl immediately saw this monster in front of her. Its vitals were at their maximum. She pointed her finger at this beast and ordered Ji-woo to take on the monster. The guy immediately obediently started to follow the girl's command, as if he was her little dog. He got close enough to the beast, and his mind was pulsating with the thought of not killing it. The hare was already quite close, the girl standing behind and watching their fight closely. Ji-woo shouted furiously, giving himself courage and vigor. Hare also let out his beastly battle cry. His rage was bursting out like this. And at the moment when they were about to collide with each other, the guy changed his face because he could not hit even a gram harder or it would be a big bang. And as much as possible, he pretended as if he was approaching him very fiercely. But in fact, it looked ridiculous that even the animals stared at him in bewilderment. The hare's muzzle stretched as the lad raised his club. He tried so hard to pretend to be very fierce in battle, and at the same time, he was afraid to make an unnecessary movement that would reveal his true strength. He tilted his club towards the beast, and from the side, it might have looked like he didn't even touch it, but looking closer, it was clear that the baton had barely touched a single hair of the beast. This light, as a feather, touch was enough to hit the beast in such a way that the beast's head twisted and blood came out of every orifice. Ji-woo froze in place, hoping he hadn't overdone his punch. The beast fell to the ground, bleeding, completely defeated. The monster lay on the ground and let out its pitiful moans. Its vitality value had dropped very low, but it hadn't disappeared completely. This meant that Ji-woo didn't kill it with a single blow. Ji-woo still held his baton above his head and looked at the defeated beast with bulging eyes. He couldn't believe that he was still able to make sure that no one died from his blow. The boy smiled broadly and happily. He was able to achieve incredible precision in his strike so that he didn't destroy his target, but only wounded him enough. Yoris looked at the unfortunate beast that was begging for death like that. Love jumped with delight for the boy had managed to put the monster down with a single blow. The girl marveled at how strong he had become. Ji-woo became proud of himself and turned his nose up. A deafening whistle cut through the space. A sharp dagger swiftly flew towards them. Love immediately sensed the danger, and her face changed dramatically and became serious. Her gaze darted around the cave, and she saw the weapon flying towards them. She immediately grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him towards her. Ji-woo looked at her in surprise, as he didn't understand what was even happening. The girl made one deft movement with her foot and managed to repel the attack with her dagger. The knife flew backwards to its sender. She also managed to throw Ji-woo behind her back so that the guy wouldn't get hurt by the sudden attack. The same unknown man who had been following them quickly grabbed his dagger. He smirked as he knew that the girl would be able to fight him off like that. A very thin scratch appeared on his cheek, from which a trickle of blood ran down. He continued to smile. The man returned his dagger back to its sheath. He was amazed at such dexterity of the girl, and did not hide his admiration, except that he doubted it was entirely the girl's merit, and assumed her agility was due to her equipment. Love shouted menacingly at the stranger, demanding that he tell her who he was. As she did so, the girl continued to hold her apprentice by the collar that the boy nearly choked on. The man stepped out of the shadows and folded his arms across his chest. He was followed by his men. They all had stern faces and stared intently at the girl. He was surprised that she couldn't recognize his voice. This was Master Kim, who was the head of the Vulcan Halison Guild. The others were members of his guild, and all as one, were looking with sinister smirks at the girl. Love stared at all these people in horror. She exclaimed the name of this guild, and a note of fear flashed in her voice. Master Kim smiled even harder. He was glad that now the girl understood who she would be dealing with. A command was given, and all of Master Kim's men rushed towards the girl. She was shocked that such a crowd rushed straight at her, as the whole crowd of warriors rushed towards them. Love ordered Ji Woo to find somewhere to hide and hide. He looked at the girl in surprise. The girl became very serious. In an instant, she adopted a fighting stance, ready to face anyone who dared to attack her and her student. The police players from the enemy guild took out their weapons and ran towards the girl. They were enraged and wanted her dead. Loaf immediately intercepted them with her gaze. Her mind immediately started miscalculating actions. She was focused and thought only of her enemies. The first one who approached her was immediately kicked in the jaw. The girl had a good stretch, so this blow was not difficult for her. The player felt a great pain in his face, and he also lost a few teeth from this blow, thinking that this blow would be enough for him. Loaf jumped on his head, making the player her springboard, and turned her attention to the next enemy. A strong push, and Loaf soared into the air. She did a somersault. All the enemies raised their heads in surprise at the girl, who was at that moment under the ceiling of the cave. Turning back to the enemies, Loaf opened her eyes and screamed at the top of her voice, thus adding vigor and strength to herself for a new attack. The girl's energy burst out of her body, and she performed a diving dragon attack. Her power dispersed in different directions, attacking several targets that were nearby at once. All this time, Ji Woo and Eurus were sitting aside by the cave wall. They were quietly watching as Loaf dealt with the crowd of enemies. Excited and annoyed exclamations echoed around the cave. The enemies didn't understand how just one girl could deal with them. Eurus and Ji Woo also didn't understand what was going on here and why these players had attacked Love. From the side, they had a great view of how Loaf was deftly and clearly defending herself and not giving offense. The girl continued to be attacked from different directions, but she was just as active in dealing with it. Ji Woo surmised that the Halation Guild mates had decided to get even with Loaf. Master Kim was standing off to the side, and there was a girl near him. She, as well as him, did not interfere in this fight. These guys were no longer a threat. After Loaf had knocked them out, they were level 20, and the girl had handled them all just fine. Still, for now, the fight wasn't over. The sounds of blows and cries of despair continued to reach Master Kim and the girl. At one point, he turned to the unknown girl. Smiling broadly, the man assured her that everything was going according to plan, and while Love was distracted by the guys attacking her, the girl could begin to take action. A second after his words, the girl disappeared from sight, leaving behind a small cloud of dust. He folded his arms across his chest, and with a smirk, continued to wait for the execution of his plan. Loaf immediately felt the approach of danger at her back. At the same moment, the same unknown girl who had been given the order to act appeared there. She stood beside Love and extended her arm in her direction. The girl was wearing a black glove adorned with long and sharp claws. Loaf immediately turned in her direction, realizing that the real opponent here was this girl. She entered the battlefield unarmed, which told Loaf that she was from the fighter class. The girl, with a wide smile on her face, said only one word: steal. That word had no small impact. It was magical, because after the girl said it, the whole cave was flooded with golden and bright light. Sparks flashed between the girls, and a strong wind blew. Love pulled away from such a bright glow she didn't yet realize what was happening, but no attacking blow followed. A strong unease stirred in her soul. The girl looked in front of her with her eyes wide open, as what had just happened was not an attack, but the very real theft. Love raised her hands, and they were bare. Her expensive brass knuckles had disappeared somewhere, and now the girl was left without her weapons. while Love looked at her hands in shock and didn't understand how this could have happened. The stranger spoke. She admired Love's weapons as she held them in her hands. The brass knuckles had been brazenly stolen and were now in enemy hands. The stranger smirked as she knew their value. Ji-woo, stunnedly, looked in the direction of what was happening. This was the first time the guy had seen such a skill in action. Yoris frowned, for he knew that a girl from the thief class was now standing in front of them. After a moment, the dragon opened his mouth thoughtfully. It seemed strange to him, for this was not supposed to happen like this. While the dragon was thinking about what confused him, Ji-woo relaxed and put his hands behind his head and made himself comfortable. After all, the guy didn't have anything to steal. All he had was his cloak and pants. He relaxed so much that he didn't even think about the fact that he still had one very valuable item in his possession. And then, as if something told him, and the guy turned his head in the direction of his baton. He still had that very relaxed smile on his face, but there was a wild fear brewing in his soul. Yoris was still trying to figure out what he didn't like about it all. Ji-woo jumped up from his seat so abruptly that he drew the girl's attention to his person. They immediately turned their heads in his direction and didn't realize why he had jumped up so abruptly. Realizing the danger of the situation, the boy, hugging his baton tightly, began to run away from the cave. The girl stared at him in bewilderment. Master Kim burst out laughing. He saw Ji-woo as just a rookie who had nothing to take from the thief. Continued to hold Love's knuckles in her hands, but she couldn't take her gaze away from the fleeing player. Ji-woo, with a shiver in his body, continued to run away. He was in a panic because here was such an enemy who could so easily take away his precious weapon with a single word. Such a swift and cowardly escape of the guy made the girl even more interested in him. She looked at him longingly and anticipated his fear when she attacked him. Knuckles suddenly flew into Master Kim's hands. The man caught them in surprise. He hadn't expected the thief to switch her attention to other prey so quickly. Turning towards him, the thief let the master know that he still wouldn't understand her. Ji-woo was still running away from the cave the same way. And the girl's eyes shone because stealing from a beggar was even more interesting than doing it from someone who spends a lot of money on the game. The thief appeared so sharply and suddenly in front of Ji-woo that he jumped on the spot from fright. The guy's face twisted at this suddenness. He clenched his baton even tighter in his hands. The girl stood in front of him in all her armor. She blocked his escape route and spoke sweetly to him. She was very curious to know where he was going to go. The girl's hand spontaneously reached towards him, her eyes burning and anticipating the moment when she would take away his weapon. The thief's hand reached towards the player. Ji-woo tensed his entire body, realizing that the irreparable could happen now. He never thought that he could even get into such a situation. Ji-woo clenched his baton and realized that now was not the time to hide his strength. After all, this thief could easily take away his treasure. He swung his weapon with a shout, a bright flash between them. At this moment, the guy's heart was ready to jump out of his chest. A strong wind blew in different directions, raising dust, and the guy's cloak, his back, and snow-white pants were bare. Love stared in his direction. She was very worried about her student, but now, in her unarmed state, there was little she could do. Master Kim watched with his arms folded across his chest behind his back. The underlings, who were still able to fight, were gathered. Yoris watched what happened with his mouth ajar. Due to the raised dust around them, it was difficult for everyone to see what had happened there. Only Ji-woo's silhouette was visible, and no more. His hand was hanging down, and the most valuable item in this game was missing. The baton was gone. He stood still, his arm down the wind, still lifting his cloak. It was as if, in that instant, time stopped for the entire game world. The thief and Ji-woo continued to stand opposite each other. The girl was still on her feet, which meant that the guy didn't have time to make his attack. The girl smiled wryly, showing a row of snow-white teeth. She fondly embraced the player's baton and stroked it as if it were her lover. After all, she was able to take away the wooden baton, and now it was hers. Ji-woo skewered. He was really sweating from excitement and realizing what had just happened. He didn't want to believe it. Without his baton, the guy was nothing in this game. Holding the guy's baton in her hand, which no longer belonged to him, the girl laughed at him and threatened that her next theft would be his cloak. She wished to leave the player with only his pants. Suddenly, her laughter stopped. The thief turned her head as if she had someone standing behind her. The girl tensed up from not understanding what was happening now and why she felt so abruptly scared and cold. Behind her, she felt an unimaginable, oppressive, and terrifying energy. The true form of Eurus rose before her, in its most terrifying form. The thief stared at him in horror, and her whole body trembled. The dragon immediately spoke to her in his terrifying voice. It was as if it came from the underworld itself. Fierce eyes looked at the girl. She had touched something that did not belong to her, and be punished for it. An all-consuming fear descended upon the thief. She stared at the horror before her. Her eyes were wide open, and her whole body trembled with unprecedented fear. Her fright was so intense that she fell to the ground screaming, throwing the terrifying weapon away from her. Ji Woo stood nearby and watched what was happening. The baton fell right at his feet. He stood silently looking at his treasure that the girl had just thrown away from herself. Ji Woo, silently, without any further movement, leaned over to her and took it in his hand. As the guy raised the baton in front of him, he was immediately notified that Eurus' soul refused to surrender to the enemy, and he was now the owner of this weapon. Eurus immediately flew out of the baton in his reduced form. He was very indignant over the fact that this thief had allowed himself to do such a thing. The dragon only recognized Ji Woo as its master. The dragon was very angry as the girl had overestimated herself. Eurus wouldn't let some wench take possession of him. A bottomless, dark shadow fell over Ji Woo's eyes. The guy's hand came down on the dragon's head, causing it to fall silent and surprised at such an unexpected touch. Although Ji Woo didn't show any emotion on his face, such a gentle gesture, like stroking the dragon, made Eurus realize that the boy was very grateful to him. The thief was still struggling to breathe and was ready to sob from the fear she had just plunged into. She couldn't understand what it was and why she was experiencing all this. The girl lay on the ground and shuddered with her whole body. She wanted to know what it was, but even the very thought of it made her shudder and shudder again. She grimaced in frustration at not being able to do what she wanted to do. She had even suggested that it might have been a ghost, but she dismissed it as too realistic. Master Kim couldn't stand it any longer and decided to remind the girl that she had come here not to do nonsense, but to do a specific job. His voice echoed throughout the cave, causing the girl to quickly twist her head in his direction. She immediately sprang to her feet and got into a fighting stance, pushing aside all the fear that had just consumed her. She was a professional and working for good money, therefore she would complete her task. And at that very moment, Love flew up to the girl and kicked her in the head from her foot for brazenly stealing her brass knuckles. Love was ready to destroy her. The girl was furious that she had been robbed and demanded her weapon from the thief. Without raising her head, the thief hummed cheerfully. Loaf had attacked her so suddenly she hadn't expected such an attack. Just as Love was about to strike her again, and her fist was about to smash into her enemy's face, the thief whipped her head towards Master Kim. After all, the girl's knuckles were already in other hands, and it was not her to attack. Master Kim continued to hold the expensive knuckles in his possession and smiled sinisterly. He arched his eyebrow, glaring at Love. The girl turned sharply in his direction and glared at Mr. Kim with anger. Suddenly, something erupted behind her, causing her words to dissolve into thin air. A palpable pain traveled through her head. She realized that something was wrong for now. Everything in front of her eyes swam and began to darken. The baton was very close to the girl. The lightest touch was enough for Love to be cut off. The girl fell to the ground and passed out. The thief stared at this in surprise. She had completely lost track of what was happening and couldn't understand why the guy had disarmed his ally. Ji Woo raised his baton and uttered the name of the attack he had just performed. It was a skill to fight without killing. The thief rested her hands to her sides and asked him, in bewilderment, why he did that. After all, they were both, in her opinion, on the same team. Behind the girl's back, the rest of the enemies crowded around. Ji Woo raised his gaze to the girl and honestly admitted that he did it because he was hiding his strength. He didn't want Love to see what was about to happen here. The thief still didn't understand what he was talking about. It seemed to her that he was crazy and completely misunderstood the point of this game. As a sudden, wild, golden energy rushed out from this guy's side. It powerfully swept down on all the enemies who were standing behind her back. The girl herself was unaffected by this power. Her hair rose up from the powerful flow of wind. After the force disappeared, the enemies were scattered all over the cave. Some of them were stuck in the ceiling, and she still stood motionless, unsure how to even react to what happened behind her back. Fearfully, the thief turned her head to where the crowd of her allies had just been. She felt sickened by what she saw. In just one strike, this guy was able to crush so many opponents. Everyone was lying on the ground, motionless, and the brass knuckles were lying next to Master Kim. She turned back to Ji-woo. The girl hadn't seen anyone else in this cave, and only one person could do such a thing. But even knowing that, she still couldn't believe it. Ji-woo hit the thief's head with his baton. This blow was enough for the girl to dive nose first into the ground. The player was very angry for attacking them, and also for her trying to take his treasure away from him. The girl's vitals dropped to a dangerous level, but the guy didn't let her die. She felt intense pain, and also spat out a clot of blood from her mouth. The guy, once again, applied his skill of fighting without killing. The girl fell to the ground and was no longer a danger to him. Ji-woo had been through a lot of shit in the entire game and was much stronger psychologically than anyone else. The thief barely lifted her head. Ji-woo raised his stick again. His face was twisted with anger, as the fact that the girl had taken his weapon had nearly given him a heart attack, and that was something he wasn't going to forgive her for. The baton flew again at the thief's head. She prepared to take the blow with a shiver in her body, realizing that she would not be able to avoid it. There was an explosion. A bright flash erupted from the cave they were in, and could be seen from far away. The warm sun caressed the sleeping girl's body. Love was lying on the green lawn. She began to regain consciousness and opened her eyes slightly. The girl tried to remember the last events that had happened to her, and when her memory came back to her, Love jumped to her feet with a sharp movement and prepared for a new battle. She looked around sharply, realizing that she was in the wrong place and that there were no enemies anywhere around. Only Pansy was sitting by a tree eating a tasty ham. Love looked at him in surprise, not understanding how they were here and what had happened. Where had all the enemies gone, and why weren't they in the cave? Ji-woo continued to eat the meat as if nothing had happened. He didn't even look towards the girl, but he knew that she had already woken up. She demanded an explanation of what had happened. Ji-woo briefly explained that they were in a field not far from the cave, and the enemies had left. This raised even more questions from Love, as she didn't understand why the enemies had left. Ji-woo didn't really want to answer such questions, especially about the reason why the girl fainted, therefore continued eating and not looking at her. Suddenly, her knuckles appeared in front of the girl. She immediately turned her attention to them and was even more surprised when she saw her weapons. Her eyes widened as she didn't think these weapons would come back to her anymore. More questions piled up in her mind. While she stood there and couldn't believe her eyes, Ji-woo rose to his feet and approached the girl. He wanted to know what kind of guild this was. He looked at the girl with a serious face, and he also wanted to know what that guild did. The guy was counting on Love to tell him everything. The girl looked at him, and it was as if she saw a completely different person. Her face flushed as Ji-woo looked very manly right now. But it was only a second phenomenon. She immediately remembered that she was just an ordinary beginner who didn't know anything about this game. Love grabbed his cheek and gave it a good tug, reminding him that he had no right to act like a badass. He exhaled a twist and went while being prepared to tell Ji-woo everything he knew about these people and the guild as a whole, since the guy had gotten into this trouble because of her. Putting her knuckles on her hands, the girl looked back towards the guy and asked Ji-woo if he knew who P to West were. Ji-woo hadn't heard of it before, so he couldn't even repeat the acronym right away. Then he asked her to explain. At the same moment, Eurus appeared beside Ji-woo, who was quickly ready to reveal the meaning of this abbreviation. P to W stood for pay to win. The guy tensed slightly at the fact that the NPS had such knowledge that was in fact beyond his reach. Eurus shrugged his small shoulders. He had read about it, and he had also learned that P to West players were very wealthy and brought the main earnings of the game with their investments. They invested a lot of money into the game every month, and some of them had grown to billions of won. Love turned to the guy and briefly told him that these were the people who were spending billions of won in this game to become competitive and the strongest. Ji-woo immediately realized that the Hallam Guild was the same guild that the P to West players were in. The girl placed her hand on his thigh and confirmed his hunch. The girl corrected her knuckles on her hands and continued her story. A few months ago, she accidentally bought them at an auction, and after that, the guys from that guild started chasing her to take them away. After remembering these guild people, the girl pointed out that they were old rogues with bad skills, giving her the ability to defeat them every time and walk away with a victory. When she finished her story, she looked at Ji Woo again. She still wanted to know how the guy managed to get her weapons back. Love even speculated that he was able to steal them. The guy hesitated slightly and didn't know how to answer her. He told her a completely implausible story about how they had accidentally forgotten them and left. The girl exhaled heavily. She realized that if they didn't get what they wanted, they would definitely come back. Ji Woo put his hand to his chin and pondered. He couldn't understand what could have attracted these people to the girl's weapon. It seemed very strange to him that they were hunting for it so fiercely. Love raised her hand, showing off her knuckles to her. The answer was obvious. These weapons were worth 10 million won. That was the reason why they covered them so fiercely, and even such an argument didn't allow Ji Woo to stop his suspicion. He tensed up even more as he couldn't get his mind around the fact that a person who was pouring billions into the game wanted a weapon for only 10 million. As soon as Love heard those words, she stared at the guy because, in fact, the girl hadn't even thought about it. They were standing in a clearing. The guy kept thinking, but he was unequivocally certain that this was not the true reason. In the shelter of the Khaleesian Guild, the lights were on. It was already late, and the stars were twinkling in the sky. Master Kim groaned at the pain that pierced through him. A jet of blood spurted from his body. The man had been badly injured by someone. Collapsing to the floor, another man stood over him. He looked at the one who had failed to complete the task and was unhinged with anger. Master Kim raised his head and pitifully began to apologize. He begged for another chance. His master's anger was too harsh. In front of him stood a man dressed all in golden armor. A scarlet cloak hung from his shoulders, as if he was the king of the entire world. His voice was like thunder hitting Master Kim. The man was very angry and thought everyone in this building were useless idiots. Master Kim raised his head when his master spoke again. He wasn't going to take it anymore, as they didn't have much time left. The man would hand over this mission to the 4 divine kings. Master Kim took his eyes aside with fear on his face as he heard someone's footsteps behind his back. He already knew who they belonged to. Those who entered the hall mocked Master Kim for his failures. They didn't understand why the guild leader was giving him assignments. After all, he had them for that, the ones who were excelling at their tasks. The 3 players stood in front of the guild head. They were dressed in the most precious robes this game had to offer. From different parts of their robes, gold or gems glinted off. The second divine king grinned, for he had no idea how Master Kim could be in the same league as them when he only had a capital of 100 million won, when he had a capital of 7 billion won. The third divine king, with a capital of 4 billion won, intervened. He put his hand to his lips and laughed. They had wanted to banish Master Kim for a long time, but the head was too kind to him. The first divine king, with a capital of 1 billion won, only folded his arms on his chest and didn't say anything. He disdainfully looked at Master Kim lying on the floor and begged for mercy. The second divine king crouched down next to Master Kim. The man fearfully raised his head to him, afraid that he would do something unkind. The player smiled so wide that everyone could see his golden tooth. He mocked Master Kim's stupid strategy. He had hired a mercenary, because of which the mission had failed. Master Kim remembered that girl who was really distracted from her mission, and things immediately went wrong. He felt sick at the thought. Suddenly, the first divine king, who had refrained from saying anything unnecessary until then, intervened in the conversation. Everyone turned their heads towards him, and he affirmatively stated that he would complete this task on his own. He raised his hand, on which each finger was adorned with a golden ring. The player ruffled his hair and assured everyone that he would pick up the knuckles in just half a day. Upon hearing this statement, the guild leader folded his arms across his chest and started laughing. Everyone's attention turned in his direction. A moment later, he started laughing so hard and unrestrained that it seemed like it would never stop. After calming down, Master King, with a capital of 12 billion won, looked at his allies and smiled a satisfied grin. He knew that he had excellent people who would be able to complete the mission quickly and efficiently. He was satisfied with this and ordered the first Divine King to go and show the enemies the true terror of the Holisan Guild. The third Divine King licked his lips, anticipating the fun to come. He was reveling in the sweet taste of the power he had. The second Divine King was also smiling with a full mouth, for he knew that if they were in charge, no one else could resist them. And there was another person among them that they didn't know and hadn't invited. Ji-woo was listening to all this while standing to the side and picking his nose. Hearing a strange sound, all the players turned their heads to look at that madman who had entered the Halide Guild's hideout without asking. They looked at him, he looked at them. There was an oppressive silence and complete incomprehension as to how an uninvited guest could appear in this place. Ji-woo couldn't contain himself any longer and just started laughing out loud. He continued picking his nose with his finger and continued to mock everything he had just heard. While the guy was making fun of these very rich players, Master King couldn't understand who it was at all. The guy looked too poor, and there was no way he could be a member of their guild. The guild leader's eyes flashed in the darkness. With a menacing voice, the man demanded an explanation and the reasons why this player was here. Ji-woo wasn't going to tell the reasons that made him come here. He calmly asked the guild leader to guess why he had come here. Taking out his finger from his nose, the guy carelessly flicked his finger and his booger flew to the side. Thus he once again confirmed his disrespect and fearlessness in front of these people, wiping his snotty finger on Yura's head, who was clearly not happy about it. The guy continued, because of these people, it wasn't easy for him to pretend to be weak in front of Boss Loaf, hence he came here to deal with them so that such a problem wouldn't arise again. Ji-woo smiled his wide and sinister smile. He wasn't going to stretch out the time any longer, so he was ready to finish them off here, and now, the guy's eyes gleamed excitedly in the darkness as a sign of confirmation. Master King had been listening to the lad in silence all this time. Apparently, this was not the first time the man had seen such a thing in this game, for he exhaled heavily. He opened his eyes and looked at him. The man didn't like such insolence at all, so he called the guy an insolent man and gave the order to destroy him. His three Divine Kings immediately jumped towards the insolent Ji-woo. Their eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. They were anticipating how they would punish this madman who had decided to challenge them in one fell swoop. They looked at him with gusto as they crazily enjoyed destroying the likes of Ji-woo. These guys spent billions on their training and equipment to show that they belonged to the upper class and to establish themselves at the expense of the weak. The speed of their approach was incredible. Three huge forces were rushing towards one Ji-woo. The guy stood still, not taking any action yet. And as soon as the three Divine Kings were close enough, Ji-woo's baton abruptly swung upwards. This swing was enough for an unstoppable force to burst out from the player's weapon and cast its bright golden light on his enemies. The three Divine Kings faded in that glow. It was such a powerful attack that despite all the rich equipment these players had, they lacked defense against this attack. They screamed and covered themselves with their arms, but nothing could save them. At the same time, a girl approached the Halide Guild's hideout. She slowly walked on the path that led her to the right place. The girl continued walking towards the house while humming a melody. The first Divine King, in a rage, rushed towards the guy. His mouth was open, exposing sharp fangs, and his fingernails turned into long claws. The girl, wearing a short skirt and long stockings, continued to approach the house. She kept repeating the same tune over and over again. Ji-woo met the first Divine King with a blow of his baton under his breath. Right now, the guy could not hide his true strength, so he didn't worry about the consequences. The energy of the baton, once again, surged out, illuminating the dark room with a bright light. From the impact that struck the first Divine King, he vomited a clot of blood. Veins immediately swelled on his neck and face from the tension and pain that overtook him from the blow. Ji-woo smiled. He knew that no matter how strong they were still a long way from his strength. The guy enjoyed punishing these smug and self-loving scumbags. At that very moment, the explosive force could no longer contain itself and burst out, destroying the Holisan Guild's hideout. A bright light spilled over the area as if it was daylight for a moment. The girl, who was not too far away to reach her destination, stopped. She raised her head and looked at the power bursting out of the house. With her mouth ajar, she watched this beautiful yet terrifying sight. Afterwards, she smiled with excitement in her heart as this energy seemed familiar to her. She was certain that she knew whose hands it was. Master King was furious at what had just happened. His best warriors had been destroyed in a couple of blows. The man's mouth opened incredibly wide. He summoned all the members of his guild. The players surrounded Ji-woo from different sides. All of them were well dressed. First, wearing identical cloaks, each of them now had one target, and that was the unknown player who had illegally entered their territory and caused mayhem. Ji-woo was anticipating the upcoming fight. If a guy could defeat Divine Kings with their best equipment, this rabble would be even easier to defeat. He hummed with a smirk on his face. Ji-woo remembered that moment when he alone was attacked by 5 guilds at the same time. In total, there were about 3 million people. Right now, compared to last time, it was a laughable travesty. The guy hinted to them that if they wished to defeat him, they needed to gather at least 3 million warriors. Ji-woo swung his baton once again. He knew that he would deal with these enemies quickly. All it took was a swing of his superior weapon. The blow struck the first person who approached him. The player's cheek immediately curled up and teeth flew out of his mouth. The man was shocked from such a sudden strong blow. It didn't take long for the blast wave to hit him. A bright flash swiftly traveled towards the sky, and the enemy was crushed by this incredible force. Ji-woo was in a playful mood. He liked to feel so strong that no enemy would be able to fight back. His eyes glittered, and he moved quickly and assertively. With another swing, fierce energy surged from the baton and traveled in a wide swath towards the remaining guild warriors. The force rained down on the players, throwing them all into the air. They couldn't resist this blow. Even those with expensive equipment fell from such a force. The men screamed and moaned. Their bodies flew into the air, and the force was crushingly destroying them. The brightness of the light made them squeeze their eyes shut, causing them to not realize what was happening to them at all. Watching all this calamity to the side was Master King. His gaze was in the shadows, and it was hard to tell his mood right now, but he was clearly in a bad mood from what he saw before him. The man could not fathom how one man, a ragamuffin, could have destroyed his warriors. Cries of fear and pain came to him. The man opened his mouth in surprise and realization that the appearance of his enemy was too deceptive. They had fallen upon someone too powerful to comprehend. As Master King looked on in horror at what was happening, Master Kim spoke behind his back. He called out to his master, still lying on the ground, unable to get up. On his face was indescribable worrying for his master. The man wanted him to drop everything and get away from this place, otherwise that guy would get to him as well. Master King only grimaced as he didn't like that idea. He couldn't even think that there would be someone who could take him down. It was too degrading. The man stood and surveyed the area. Everyone around him was lying on the ground, unable to continue the fight any longer. He didn't understand how this could happen. After all, in his guild, except for Master Kim, everyone in his guild had invested in their development and equipment. The man continued to look at his defeated warriors and thought about the fact that even newcomers spend millions to dress their characters in the best gear. Even the 5 guilds don't have the right to look down on them. He grinned, the tension in his head increasing, and he continued to frantically think about who this player was who dared to do such a thing. The guy kept swinging his baton, releasing unimaginable streams of energy. The warriors were flying in different directions, and after such attacks, they could no longer get back on their feet. And at that very moment, Master King was struck by an epiphany. It was as if an electric shock went through his body as a terrible thought crept into his head. He remembered the recent incident, the rumors that had been going around about a certain player. A wanted ad that had been posted in all the cities popped up in front of the guild leader's eyes. The man shifted his gaze to the guy who was wearing only pants and a cloak. He was holding a strange, powerful weapon in the form of a baton. Could it be that all these rumors were about him? Now that he remembered that guy, Master King was able to put this puzzle together. Terror flooded his soul even more. The guy in front of him was wearing pants and holding a baton. All the likenesses were in front of him. In one room stood a computer. It was old, but at that time, it was a powerful machine with which to play the first games. The man had started playing games since 2nd grade. Back then, games were much simpler than they are now. Pixel characters, angular frames, but back then, it was much harder to pump up your character. Despite these shortcomings, 9-year-old Master King was very happy to spend his free time playing these games and pumping up his character. As time went on, Master King had many adult responsibilities. At times, he didn't even have time to reminisce. He became the president of the company king and did not have a minute of free time. And the man came to his senses when he was already in his 40s. Sitting in his office, he felt incredible longing and loneliness remembering the past and fun time. One day, Master Kim burst into his office, and in his hands lay the same old and forgotten computer. He cheerfully called out to his boss. Demonstrating the monitor, the man smiled with a full mouth as he was able to fulfill his boss's orders. He hoped he could lift his mood. For so many years of hard work, the man wanted to give himself a special gift. It was the memories and feelings he had once had. The computer was set up on his desk. The men sat down at the table, placing the computers Kim had found in front of them. The man turned his head to his boss and was surprised that he wanted to play at such an old artifact, but Master King didn't even want to hear anything. He had to immerse himself in that very atmosphere. As soon as his hand laid down on that very mouse, the man's heart hammered with a flutter in his chest. It was as if he had traveled back to that former time, when as a child he had discovered a game, a beautiful world full of adventure and dangerous battles. Master King savored that time. He passed the levels of the game with awe and joy as a small schoolboy once did. The man could not hold his joy. The energy flowed to him again, and the world sparkled with bright colors, as if before it was only in gray tones. But there was one thing. This feeling didn't last long. At some point, the smile fell from his lips and something changed. Not only had he changed under the oppression of time, but everything around him had changed as well. No longer did he feel the same thrill of the game that could once drive him crazy with joy. Ji-woo baton crashed into another face of a warrior who had mustered up the courage to try and attack him. This blow was enough to cause the player to crash into the ground, leaving behind a dent. The energy was like a blade stripped across the enemy's body. The guy, on the other hand, continued to experience mind-blowing pleasure. Master King silently continued to stand still and watch as just one player smashed his guild's entire roster. He was now flooded by a terrible feeling of dread and the futility of having spent exorbitant amounts of money to pump up his character. All this time, standing on two legs, there were no more enemies left. Ji-woo raised his head and looked towards Master King, who glared at the guy in return. The player slung his precious baton on his shoulder and counted how many he still had left to slaughter to finish off this guild. The remaining two were horrified at the fact that of all the warriors, they were the only ones left. Master Kim was in no condition to fight, which left only Master King. The man took his gaze to the side and didn't engage in conversation with Ji-woo. Whatever he would say now wouldn't make any difference. Ji-woo, with his stick slung on his shoulder, began to walk towards the remaining players and members of the Holazen Guild. The guy couldn't resist ridiculing the famous P2W players and also wanted to know why they were stealing equipment. He looked at the guild head with a menacing gaze. Ji-woo was ready to take a real beating to teach this guild a lesson once and for all. P2West players, the entire guild had fallen at the hands of just one guy. The man didn't raise his head. He couldn't answer anything, as the guy was right. If he dealt with all the guild members with such ease, then he wouldn't have any trouble dealing with Master King either. Master King had a plan. Since he was no longer the boy who slowly and steadily pumped up his character, he decided to play a different game. After spending a payment of 12 billion won into the game he was going to play, the man stared at the screen monitor with some thoughtfulness. After a while, Master King rose from his chair. He walked through his office, heading towards the couch that stood in the center of the room in the coffee table. On the coffee table was a virtual mask. It was a different level compared to the childhood games he used to play. He no longer needed the effort to become the strongest. Holding the virtual mask in his hands, the man thought about the fact that with just a couple of clicks, he was able to pump up his character to an unprecedented level. He spent a lot of time in the game world, investing money to always win without knowing how Master King wanted to find something long forgotten but very important to him. Master King managed to put together a guild and found like-minded people who, just like him, wanted to invest in the game and get stronger and stronger. He also found support in his friend, who did not have enough money but still went into the game with him. Now his life was completely different in this game world. The man had a different power, strength, authority. And despite all these achievements, he still couldn't find what he had been looking for so long. Folding his hands in front of him in a lock, he kept thinking about it. Master King was brought out of his painful thoughts by a blow to his head with a baton. Ji Woo grimaced as he wanted to strike and not kill this enemy. With an upturned and intense face, the guy said the name of the technique fighting without killing out loud. He hoped that the force he used on the guild leader wouldn't be too much. The man immediately spat out a lot of blood because even though the baton barely touched him, this blow was enough to cause a lot of damage. And even such a light touch produced up to a very strong strike. Master Kim collapsed to the ground, his vitals immediately descending to a very dangerous level. He was clad in the finest armor, but even that couldn't ease his plight. Master Kim anxiously called out to his boss. He was very much agitated, but for now, the guild leader was in no condition to answer questions. His body was trembling, and everything in front of his eyes was darkened from the blow he had received. Ji Woo raised his baton and looked at the guild leader. The guy had done his best. He made it clear to them so that these guys wouldn't cling to Boss Loaf anymore, with the hope that they understood and that the player would never encounter them again. Ji Woo turned around and walked towards the guild's exit. He no longer had an excuse to linger in this place. Master King was furious at what had happened. The man couldn't lift his body, and only his clenched and trembling fists showed all his despair. But after a few seconds, the guild leader gathered all of his remaining strength and began to rise to his feet. Master King realized that the guy in front of him was the one everyone had been talking about lately. Ji Woo stopped when he heard the question. Lifting his head up, Master King looked towards Ji Woo with his shining eyes. There wasn't a shred of doubt in him that this player was the same guy who had destroyed 5 guilds and wiped out 3 million people. Ji Woo silently turned towards him. The guy looked relaxed. He knew that the Holazen guild wouldn't be able to resist his strength. The guild head, on the other hand, was interested in another matter. Looking at this player, he wanted to know how much money had been spent to achieve such strength. A breeze blew between them. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. With a wide smile, Master King continued to speak. The man knew that one had to invest too much money into this game to gain such power. Ji Woo was in no hurry to say anything. He continued to listen to the guild head, who was certain that one truth would one day come to him. This made the lad even more interested, and he looked at the old man curiously. Remembering himself as a little boy, when emotions were not the same as they were now, the guild leader realized that the money and effort he had spent had been in vain. He had never been able to find what he wanted. It seemed like it simply didn't exist. While this conversation was taking place and Master King was sharing his sincere feelings, Master Kim raised his head and looked at his boss with different eyes. His heart snapped painfully. It seemed to him that this was exactly what Master King desired. But this time, it was as if he opened his eyes and truly saw his old friend who couldn't know the happiness they had sought together. Ji Woo didn't understand what the man was talking about. Perhaps due to his youth or inexperience, they had different ways of looking at the world, but it was all complete nonsense to the guy, just like that. Turning away, the player assured the head of the guild that he had spent a lot of money in the game. The man immediately tensed up when he heard the phrase about the guy spending too much money. He knew that his status and power had cost him 12 billion won. He looked at the guy fearfully, trying to guess the fabulous amount of money he had invested here. Master King was afraid of missing the slightest detail the guy would say. The man even speculated that he might have invested more than 100 billion won in the game. At that time, Ji Woo proudly turned to the man and revealed this secret. During the entire period, he had spent 55,000 won on initial equipment. He did this with a look as if he had actually invested over 100 billion. Such an amount of money was dust to Master King. He stared at Ji Woo with wide open eyes and simply couldn't believe his ears. At this point, their conversation was over. Ji Woo no longer saw the point of lingering here, so he continued on his way. Master King still couldn't get out of his stupor at the realization that this little guy had spent so little money. A dark shadow fell over the man's eyes. He tried to realize what he had done wrong in this life. The kid had spent only 55,000 won and had gained incredible strength. All the memories of spending fun time as a child, diligently pumping up his character without investing any money, flashed before his eyes. Raising his head, he began to laugh. As time went on, his laughter grew louder and more infectious. He continued laughing, unable to stop himself. Master Kim looked up at his old friend in surprise. He was trying to figure out what could have caused him to laugh so contagiously. The man turned to Master Kim with a question, after which he began counting on his fingers what games they had played. The approximate number came out to be 8 games. The guild leader smiled with a full mouth. A thought popped into his head that could give him no small amount of pleasure. As the man continued to laugh, he realized that this game could be very interesting. Now that his eyes had opened and he could look at it from a different angle, the mere encounter with this unknown guy in his pants had changed his thinking drastically. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind Master King. She confirmed the words he had recently said with a smile on her face. The Chrono Life game was divine. The guild head, hearing her voice, immediately tensed up and jerked towards her with an unkind face. The girl raised her hand and said hello to everyone who could still hear her with a friendly message. She walked around the guild and looked around. It had been so long since the girl had stopped by to visit, she felt like the guild should have been in better condition. And she said all of this with a certain sneer in her voice. Turning sharply towards Master King, the girl wanted to know how the preparations for something very important were going. That was the question she was most concerned about. The guild leader then informed her that the preparations were not going badly. The girl twitched in his direction, not understanding why he was speaking in the past tense. Then Master King informed her in a gruff voice that he was leaving and that their cooperation agreement had been broken. The girl's sweet and friendly face darkened. The corners of her lips drooped and she glanced at the old man, trying to see if he was joking with her now. But then, when she realized that he wasn't joking at all and was really going to do it, the corners of the girl's lips immediately lifted. She smiled gently, but there was nothing kind about that smile. She was unwilling to tolerate such disrespectful behavior. In one sharp and precise movement, the girl swung her staff, and the released power struck the guild leader standing next to her. In this situation, Master Kim could do nothing. He only stared at his old friend, with his eyes bulging. A large amount of blood splattered in different directions. A moment later, Master King's body cut in two, collapsed onto the cold floor of the Hallison Guild shelter. Master Kim began to call out for his guild leader. Awe and excitement flooded his mind. Master King's body was chopped into 2 halves. He was like a toy that a harmful child decided to break, just because he could do so. The girl pressed her lips together, and with sadness on her face, she wondered what she should do next. She stood like that for a while, holding her staff in her hand, listening to Master Kim's screams as he tried to call out to the guild leader. She laughed, for first she needed to know the reason why Master King had made such a decision. But he had spoiled her mood so much that she had forgotten about it. Therefore her further actions were caused because of that very spoiled mood. The girl approached the last survivor and thrust her staff into him with force. Master Kim screamed from the pain he suddenly experienced. Scarlet blood scattered in different directions and even got on the girl's cheek. But she didn't care about that right now. She was enjoying the moment, hurting those who chose to betray her. Master Kim continued to grunt in pain, tears escaping from his eyes. It was as if the girl was trying to make this old man feel all her anger, killing him slowly. The girl savored this moment, not giving the players a chance to stay alive. She didn't care at all about their lost experience, as these people had chosen to abandon and betray her without completing the job she had hoped for. She remembered the guy's words that she had managed to overhear. The girl clearly heard the name of the one Ji Woo had come to protect. At some point, the color of her hair began to magically change from a light pink. It changed to a darker color. And a moment later, the same goddess of life was standing on the ruins of the Hallison Guild. She rested her hand at her side, and with a smirk on her face, she looked around once more. Still with a trace of blood on her cheek, the girl looked up. She had learnt enough information to make further decisions for herself. Humming a little song, the girl was already thinking about her next steps. While Ji Woo was walking away from the guild he had just recently destroyed, a notification from the game appeared in front of him. The guy looked up in puzzlement. It said that he had destroyed a guild, and now the game was calculating his points. He didn't pay much attention to it, so he just continued on his way. But the pop-up windows kept appearing in front of him again and again. Because of the annoying sound, he looked up again and wanted to find out what had happened to keep him busy. The plaque had a message saying that the guy had reached the maximum level in the game. Eurus watched curiously to see what his master was doing. Ji-woo summoned the control window and started rapidly clicking something with his finger. He still didn't understand what happened, so he wanted to find out by looking at his status. A plaque with a guy's picture appeared in front of his eyes, and the level he was currently at was written on the side. That number reached the maximum mark. He also had an allocated skill point stored. He, along with Eurus, stretched out their faces. Such numbers in his status were something very unrealistic. The guy had never heard of anyone reaching such an incredible level in this game. On the program dedicated to the game, Chrono Life invited a famous player to interview him. The presenter sat opposite, and they actively discussed the subtleties of pumping the character. Lee Sang-yok smiled when the host asked him a question. The guy took the microphone and honestly admitted that he would not be able to reach the maximum level in this game. Although players could play this game all day and night, forgetting about the real world, no one had ever been lucky enough to reach the maximum level in this game. He found this question very interesting, as the guy had never even thought about reaching the maximum level before. Sang-yok wondered how long it would take him and the other players to do so. Ji-woo was sweating while looking at his status screen. His finger froze in the air as he tried to figure out if his eyes were lying to him. He was well aware that it would have taken him decades to reach this level. Eurus immediately jumped in the air. He was so happy for his master. After all, he was the first in this game to reach the maximum level. The dragon continued to wind joyful circles around Ji-woo and proudly exclaimed that his master was the best. Ji-woo himself still couldn't fully believe what had happened. The player stared dumbly at the number 999. Beads of sweat rolled down his tense and surprised face. Just recently, he was only level 7, and he was just overjoyed when the apprentice sword fell to him. He stood still staring at his monitor and trying to put everything in chronological order to understand how he got so much experience. On the very first day when Ji-woo got hold of the baton, he had accidentally demolished 800,000 players. Various monsters and dungeons were also hit. He was also able to gain experience from the strongest boss, Eurus. He certainly did not kill him, but possessed his soul, which moved into his baton and made its strength infinite. After that, the guy was attacked by Eurus' army, which he was able to handle just as easily. Those monsters were of higher levels, so the experience for them was immense. Ji-woo, of course, realized that the 3 million people he had destroyed on the Doomsday had also gained experience. And lastly, after that, the guy had mindlessly destroyed the entire game planet, which probably also gave him a significant amount of experience. Now he stood in front of his status window and realized that in this world, there was the first player in Chrono Life who was able to reach the maximum level. At the same moment, everything around him shimmered and glowed with a golden light. He looked around him fearfully. But nothing bad was happening. His words, the game itself had singled him out amongst the millions of other players and bestowed its blessing and congratulated him for reaching the maximum level. Ji-woo received a new notification saying that since he had reached the maximum level, he would be transported by the game to the transcendent space. After which the bright, golden light became even more intense, and the moment of teleportation occurred. At the same time, Love was lying on a hill. The girl spread her arms and legs, looking at the boundless, starry sky. Except she didn't see any beauty in it, and she wasn't enjoying this moment. The girl was clearly bored. She jumped up sharply with her face twisted with anger. Love was just furious that Pansy still hadn't returned. She had absolutely no idea where he could have been or why he was gone for so long. The last time Loaf had seen him, the guy had promised to be back soon. All he said was that he had to go somewhere for a while. After saying goodbye, Ji-woo left. And now she was sitting there like a fool, waiting for him until late at night. This fact made her even angrier, as the girl had never waited for anyone like this before. He had somehow, unknown to her, returned her knuckles, as well as asking strange questions about the Holazen Guild. For some reason, he was curious about the guild, and asked the girl to tell him everything she knew about them. This surprised her a lot, and even her cheeks warmed at that moment. She felt something strange about herself. And now she was suffering herself, sighing heavily. She fell back onto the grass with her feet up. She decided that she could wait for the cheeky bloke for another hour. making herself comfortable on the grass. She closed her eyes, hoping that the time would pass unnoticed. In the transcendental space hovered the island. It was floating in the air, and it felt like this island was somewhere in the distant space. Ji-woo realized that he had been transported to this place by teleportation. The boy stood looking around amidst the ruined pillars. Eurus had traveled to this place with him. The player was transported so quickly that he didn't even realize where he was. The place wasn't clear at all, and Eurus couldn't give a clear answer either. All the ruins gave them no hint of where they were. There was silence all around, and there was no NPS or player that could tell him what to do next. Ji-woo was a little freaked out by the fact that he was constantly being pulled somewhere without his consent. Eurus, on the contrary, was trying to keep things positive by praising his boss for being quite popular. Somewhere in space, a voice sounded which made everything inside Ji-woo vibrate. He immediately shifted his attention, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. The voice continued to come from everywhere. It praised the player for being able to come to him and reach such a high level. So soon, this voice grew bigger and louder and seemed to encompass the entire world. A second later, a beautiful figure of incredible height appeared in front of Ji-woo. It was the guide of the best, the god of excellence. He had many hands, and in each one, he held a special weapon. The god of excellence continued to praise Ji-woo for his bravery and the fact that he was able to reach such heights. The guide's face was calm and his eyes were closed. He was only talking to the player. The god of excellence continued to speak, while Ji-woo stood still and listened to him intently. Eurus was confused, as he didn't know that his master had taken up a profession at the beginning of the game. The guy turned his head to him and confirmed it. He was a rookie and had chosen a profession, novice investigator. New notification windows popped up in front of Ji-woo's eyes, stating that all the conditions had been fulfilled and that he could begin the transition to the hidden class. A pillar of bright, golden light surrounded the player. Once again, the wind that had picked up around him pulled up the guy's cloak, revealing a view of his snow-white pants. Eurus looked beneath himself in surprise. It seemed to him that this light was shining through him. Small pebbles appeared around the guy. They were flying around him. Ji-woo looked at them carefully, but he didn't understand what it all meant yet. One of the pebbles appeared in front of his eyes. There was an additional flickering energy around it, and inside the stone itself, there was a sword at the center. This pebble very suddenly flew towards the guy and penetrated right into his body. From such a surprise, the guy jumped on the spot, slightly bent. It was like a real blow. Another notification window appeared, informing him that the soul sword had penetrated his body. More of the same pebbles followed, and each one had a different item drawn on it: a shield, an archery bow, a staff. All of them shimmered with energy and headed towards the guy now he was already expecting him and wasn't frightened the way the sword's soul was. The guy's body took in many souls of objects and powers. These were both weapons and various skills. Ji-woo stood firmly in place. And when the infiltration of souls into his body was completed, Ji-woo smiled as he was now incredibly strong, and with new skills as well. The change of profession was complete. He soared, the shimmer still enveloping the guy's body. A new notification came that Ji-woo had obtained the hidden class, Novice Master. His skill points reset to 0, even though the guy hadn't even tried to pump them before. Also, his skill points had tripled, and now he had almost 15,000 points in his account, which he could distribute as he pleased. When Eurus saw this, his eyes widened to an unbelievable size, and his mouth opened in wild astonishment. He had never seen so many glasses before. The boy also stood there, unable to believe this was all happening to him. The dragon was in complete shock. This was an incredible amount of points, and if used correctly, it was possible to create an incredible character. Ji-woo turned his head towards the dragon and was surprised to see such a violent reaction from him. Since it was less surprising to the guy something that he had gained a hidden class. But there was no way Eurus was going to relent. Since something went wrong in this game, the guy got as much as 15 points instead of 3 points for every level. He raised the dragon, realized that if another character of the same level appeared in the game world, Ji-woo would still be the strongest. Ji-woo pondered over everything Eurus had just informed him. The guy continued to study his status window and was already thinking about what he should do next. Eurus couldn't help but think that it was some kind of global error in the game, because it couldn't have happened. Eurus remarked that this would be the greatest achievement in the world community. These words caused Ji-woo's eyes to widen. He was really enjoying this. Ji-woo's smile stretched wide on his face as the guy thought of exactly how he would distribute the skill points. The guy reached for the plus sign with his finger and made the first click. The panel immediately answered him with a ringing zing. He increased his characteristic by 1 point. And then he just uncontrollably started tapping on the plus sign with a crazy smile on his face. Eurus' feet dropped as he looked at the speed at which Ji-woo was poking at the panel. The dragon raised his head at his master and anxiously wanted to know what he was up to. Eurus couldn't understand anything yet. Ji-woo stepped into the excitement. He just jammed his finger on the plushie, and things went much faster. The guy was rapidly distributing his characterization points. Eurus watched as the guy continued to distribute points and couldn't understand his master's logic in it. The dragon advised him to do it more deliberately. After all, if he blundered, everyone would think he was an idiot. Eurus then took another look towards the information panel, and his jaw just dropped from the horror he had just experienced. The dragon was horrified that his master was chasing all available points into just one single characteristic. He didn't understand why the guy was doing that. Oh, and the characterization itself didn't inspire confidence in Eurus, but Ji-woo didn't care about anyone's opinion. He would not stop when he distributed all his available points. He immediately changed in his face. His eyes blinked with a dangerous light. Ji-woo had done what he wanted so badly and poured all the available points into just one characteristic. Eurus looked at his master with a face that only expressed dissatisfaction. The spirit was certain that Ji-woo had completely failed with this matter. A staff member burst into the office of the president of the Chrono Life game without knocking. He was very excited, and the first thing he said was that they had a problem. Dokbae raised his head, tearing himself away from his bowl of soup. He was not happy about being distracted from such an important matter, and wanted to know what could have happened. The man couldn't describe the full extent of the problem, so he thought it would be better for the president to see for himself. Dokbae's eyes widened when the staff member told him that it was about the same user. He immediately realized that this was a matter of urgency. In the dark office, there were many monitors that tracked what was happening in the game. There were also statistics and various charts that related to the gameplay. A man was sitting behind this monitor and typing something very quickly on the keyboard. The director and the employee who reported the problem entered the office. The guy at the monitor jumped on the spot from the surprise and tension of the moment. When Dokbae came closer, the employee immediately pointed him to the monitor where something was happening. He saw it as a big problem, which was why he had called the director. Dokbae didn't react the way the employee expected. The man put a cigar to his mouth and whistled as he watched what was happening on the monitor. A character was displayed on the screen, along with all of his details. It also showed his current level, and it had now reached the maximum game value. But even that wasn't such a problem, because of which the director himself had been summoned. The man pointed his finger at the monitor and asked to see what Pansy was doing. Dokbae bent slightly towards the monitor to get a better understanding of what was happening. The sound was on, so those in the room could hear Ji-woo pumping all his points into just one characteristic. Dokbae folded his arms on his chest and arched his eyebrow. He still didn't understand what the employee saw as the problem. The man adjusted his glasses on his nose. He pointed his finger at the monitor where a characterization was visible, which Ji-woo decided to pour all his spare characterization points into. The president's eyes became quadrants, as no reasonable player would pump himself into this characteristic by giving up all his points. But instead of worrying, Dokbae just started laughing at the entire office. He really liked Ji-woo's train of thought. He thought that this guy was enjoying the game as much as he wanted to. The employee was surprised at this reaction. The employee turned his head to the president and honestly expressed his opinion about it. The player was making his character a third-rate piece of junk without the possibility of any growth. The man was too excited because Ji-woo might realize his mistake and do something seriously stupid. In a fit of anger, the president didn't even want to hear anything and advised the employee to ignore it. With a smile on his face, the man took a drag on his cigar. He had one very important principle. The company had no right to interfere in the course of the game of their players, and what this guy was doing was too entertaining for Dokbae. The employee was still not backing down and wanted to take action because of this, but the president didn't see the point of this conversation anymore and wasn't going to interfere. The man turned around and walked with a relaxed gait towards the exit of the office. The employee was still trying to get through to the president, but he didn't even want to hear anything more. He was almost to the exit, clamping his cigar between his teeth. The man couldn't stop smiling. In his mind, he couldn't even imagine such a turn of events, and that Ji-woo had decided to make such a move. But one thing Doc Bae was completely sure of was that in the virtual game world, the worst strongest character would appear. Ji-woo did exactly as he wanted. He allocated all his points to just one characteristic, and thought that he had made a simply unthinkable and unbelievable move. When the guy was done with his point allocation, he was once again approached by the God of Supremacy. The guide had not finished his ritual yet, and was ready to continue. The guide of the best raised his head, his hands moving smoothly around. He was ready to proceed with the last step in guiding. When Ji-woo raised his head at him, the God of Excellence announced that he would only be given one chance, and the guy would not have to fail. All the hands behind the god's back stretched out, and he informed that he was giving the guy the right to choose. In other words, Ji-woo had to choose one weapon that the God of Excellence would give him. Ji-woo's eyes lit up as soon as he heard that the God of Excellence would be able to give him one of his weapons for free. Eurus was still surprised at such generosity from the game. Even now, Ji-woo's eyes immediately traveled over the hands of the God of Excellence. In each of them lay a weapon. Each weapon was unique in its own way, with its own power and advantage in different areas. The choice was too difficult. Ji-woo folded his arms on his chest, lowering his head. The guy thought deeply. All of these weapons looked beautiful. He didn't know which one he should choose. After a while, he abruptly raised his head, his face radiating joy and confidence. Ji-woo was able to decide which weapon he chose. Extending his hand towards the God of Excellence with shining eyes, Ji-woo decided that the guide of the best could give him all of his weapons. The God of Excellence didn't think long and immediately replied that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his request. The guy should think better and choose only one weapon. The God of Excellence also warned the player that greed could lead to a lot of anger, and he should choose wisely. Except Ji-woo was of a different opinion. Entering into the excitement, he called out the God of Excellence, as if he was an ordinary player. The guy with the most innocuous face warned the God of Excellence that he would give him the weapon now, and that was it, or the guy would beat him up from the beginning, and the weapon would still be his. The God of Excellence was silent, although his face did not emit any emotion. The vibration in the air made it clear that his mood was spoiling, and the tension between them was building up. Eurus was simply horrified that Ji-woo had the nerve to say such a thing to the very guide of the best. He also felt the danger that came from the deity. The staff member monitoring Ji-woo's situation was just as shocked as Eurus was. The man was simply shocked at such audacity from the player. Even Doc Bae heard those words the moment he was about to leave the office and froze in place. He was just as shocked as the others. The president abruptly turned his head towards the monitors, and from his mouth open with surprise, a cigar fell out. The God of Supremacy was silent. He did not make another sound, and was in his calm state. But then came the notice the God of Excellence became enraged. The face of the God of Excellence immediately changed. It became twisted, with veins bulging everywhere. His eyes opened, and the light of mad anger burned in them. Another window came with the notification that the relationship with the Supremacy God had deteriorated to hostile. The deity became in a belligerent stance, all of its arms upraised, and each of them tightly clenched the weapon it was holding. This did not frighten Ji-woo at all. The guy realized that the deity would not just give up, and a fight would happen between them. He was prepared for such a turn of events. The God of Supremacy's fierce shout rang out, and it seemed like the entire game universe heard it. Sparks flew from the deity's eyes, and the sky around them was flooded with scarlet color. He carried a formidable and crushing attack towards Ji-woo. The axe of one of his weapons swiftly descended on Ji-woo's head. A dark shadow fell on the guy, and the weapon was getting closer and closer. The player clutched his precious baton titter, ready to attack with it. At any moment, the God of Supremacy unleashed his attack on the island. A bright pillar of light immediately rose from the ground somewhere far upwards. The guide unleashed his attack, which was simply overwhelming. The weapon stuck in the ground right where the player was. There was a moment of overwhelming silence. Yoris was shocked at what had happened. He looked at the spot where his master had just been and couldn't believe that he had been killed by that weapon. The god was still full of anger. He gritted his teeth in anger and couldn't even imagine that he would be in a situation where he would have to kill the world's first superlative with his own hands. But then, quite unexpectedly, a fiery energy burst out from beneath the weapon of the god of supremacy, and an immensely powerful punch slammed into his body. The attack was so strong that he cried out from the pain and surprise that descended upon him. When the attack stopped working and the energy disappeared, the aftermath was revealed. Half of the best guide's face was shattered. He stood still with his mouth open in pain and terror in his remaining eye. When the smoke and dust cleared, Yoris could see his master standing in front of him with his baton raised upwards. The boy honestly admitted that the blow from the god had been painful for him. But regardless, he was still alive after such a divine attack. A slight smirk curved his lips. The player kept his gaze fixed on the god of supremacy. Even though the attack was from the god of supremacy himself, the guy's vitals had only dropped a little, and right now it was obvious which characteristic the guy had pumped all his points into. It was health and physical condition. The guy smiled as he looked at how little life he had expended after such a blow. Yoris, on the other hand, was in complete shock and didn't even know how to comment on it. The dragon, just a short while ago, had nearly lost his mind as he watched Ji-woo give all of his spare points to just this characteristic. The guy, on the other hand, it was as if he knew what could happen, and therefore promoted just that. His fingers simply pressed the plus sign near life and physical stamina, and the points increased there non-stop. Still, Yoris had to inform his master that he had made a fatal mistake that caused his character to become real rubbish. Ji-woo looked at the spirit and didn't understand what he was getting at. Yoris then reminded Ji-woo that every piece of equipment in this game had its own qualities, and in order to wear an item, a guy had to have certain characteristics pumped up. Now that he had flushed everything down to one quality, the guy would no longer be able to have any other equipment besides this wooden club. Ji-woo was surprised to be so flustered by the dragon's state of mind. After all, he thought that this weapon was quite enough for him. Suddenly, another notification window popped up in front of the guy's eyes. He began to read the text in front of him. Yoris, when he saw it, he had another heart attack. They started reading what it said. The guy was able to fulfill the conditions for a hidden skill to be revealed to him. This skill was called the healing factor. As soon as he got it, the vitals on the information panel immediately returned to their original position. Now, after any damage, he would receive immediate healing. As soon as this happened, Ji-woo blurted out a smile. He didn't think his character was rubbish at all. Yoris was shocked by everything that was just happening and was at a loss for words. By this time, the god of supremacy was recovering from the wooden club attack. He held on to his shattered face and groaned in pain. His rage was mind-boggling. The guide of the best opened his eyes with a loud shriek, and a laser seemed to burst out of them and flew towards Ji-woo. The thin laser passed through Ji-woo's body. It was completely unexpected, and the guy didn't even have time to react and fend off the attack in any way. His body lifted off the ground, and his mouth opened in a mute scream. Yoris stared at his master's body and didn't know what to do. When the attack was completed, Ji-woo collapsed to the ground with a huge hole in his body, from which blood began to gush out. The dragon flew around its master and continuously called out to him. The spirit's eyes were like two ovals, its mouth wide open. It was very worried about Ji-woo and did not want him to die in any way. Except there was something strange. Ji-woo smiled, and afterwards he started laughing. His laughter was ringing and cheerful. Yoris didn't understand what was going on at all, as he had just seen his master being pierced through with his own eyes. Ji-woo felt his pain so sharp and sudden, just as quickly began to fade away. He couldn't stop admiring the beautiful game. After all, the wound that was in his chest immediately began to heal, as if wriggling tentacles were mending the wound. Yoris watched in fright and disgust as the hole in his master's body healed. He had never seen such a thing before, so the sight made the spirit shiver. Since this attack failed to crush Ji-woo, the god of supremacy swooped down on the guy with a new attack. He couldn't let such an impudent and audacious player leave. Ji-woo began to rise to his feet. At this very time his wound had completely healed, flaring up with a bright light. The guy was anticipating their fight, and he was having more and more fun each time. After all, his vitals had once again recovered completely. The god of supremacy was furious. He had absorbed all of his power and wished to exterminate this nasty player from this game. The god could no longer allow this horrible person to get his weapon. He attacked the guy again. Each successive attack that the god of supremacy inflicted on him, Jiwoo met it with a smile on his face. His body completely defied the onslaught and returned to its primal state at the same moment. When the attack stopped, the guy raised his head. He was completely unharmed as his body immediately replenished the expended vitals. The god of supremacy was extremely angry. He kept all his weapons at the ready and grinned at the madman who boldly decided to challenge him. Jiwoo decided that it was time to call it a day. In a cocky voice, the guy offered to give the deity all of his weapons once more. He had already extracted all the output from their encounter and was even able to test himself against such a strong enemy. The guide of the best remains even more, and at the same time he realized that he wouldn't be able to do anything to this guy since all his attacks before had failed. The god decided to talk to the guy again. He wanted to warn him one last time about the greed that Jiwoo was feeling. After all, someday he would remember these words and regret his actions. Except Jiwoo didn't even want to hear anything. The guy turned around and got into an attacking stance, preparing his weapon for another attack. For this guy, there were no barriers. He decided for himself that he was going to have a great time in this game. So he had no doubts about his actions and saw no reason to stop. There was nothing else stopping him, and Jiwoo took the last step to achieve his goal. The guy swung his baton, leaving behind a tail of light. The vertical strike was of all-consuming proportions. The energy traveled beyond transcendent space, and the god of supremacy ceased to exist. A crack appeared in space like thin glass. Everything around them began to shatter. A terrifying cracking sound could be heard. A wave of bluish energy gathered around Jiwoo. It quickly shrunk. The ring around him, the guy immediately received a notification that the transcendent space was collapsing and that he was about to be transported to the normal game world. He was brought back to the normal world with the accompaniment of a violent explosion. Jiwoo appeared in the game world, thick smoke spreading around him. He had just managed to destroy the god of supremacy with his own hands and destroyed the transcendent space. And just a few seconds later, in the same place where he appeared, the weapons that used to belong to the guide of excellence sprinkled on the ground. Each weapon had the prefix superior. Jiwoo smiled as he received the notification that he was the owner of all the superior weapons. And after another minute, all the weapons that were lying around the guy lit up with a bright glow and began to disappear. He had been transported into subspace, and now the weapons could appear anytime the guy needed them. The player glowed with a wide smile. His mood was high as he was able to obtain such a good weapon, became the highest leveled player, and also gained a skill that brought his vitals back to normal. Boss, Love's face exuded anger, and anyone who saw her now in that state would be very frightened, assuming that she was a monster. The girl was too angry at Pansy for making her wait so long. A sinister aura emanated from her. Love was pissed off and ready to destroy the guy if he showed his face to her. As she stood there, thinking angrily about what she would do to him, the bushes rustled behind her. Someone was approaching Love from behind. The one who came out of the bushes was Jiwoo. The guy, in a great mood, put two fingers to his forehead, saluting the girl. His eyes and cheeks were burning with joy and good cheer. Except that the greeting from the girl wasn't as cordial as Jiwoo's. Boss Loaf immediately punched Jiwoo with her fist right in the face. After that, she started kicking him with her foot and resenting him for making the guy wait for him until late at night. Jiwoo didn't resist her blows. He just shrank back and covered his head with his hands. Through the beatings, the guy raised his head and pitifully started to make excuses that he was delayed by some business. He apologized to the girl for not being able to come earlier. Jiwoo even got a nosebleed from the strong fist punch to his face. The girl grimaced and growled in annoyance. She was also unhappy with herself for waiting so long for him. Eventually letting out all the fervor on Jiwoo, the girl turned around and walked away. She had no intention of staying in this game any longer. The guy lowered his head dejectedly, but there was nothing he could do. Jiwoo turned around abruptly. Love was still standing with her back to him. He wanted to know where she was going, but the girl briefly replied that she was stepping out. She stopped when the guy said goodbye to her, understandingly. For some reason, This made her very nervous. Before leaving the game without turning back to him, she set up a meeting in this game for a certain time. Before that, she would have to finish things with work, and then they would meet again in the game. Boss Loaf turned her head to him, and in a menacing voice, warned him immediately that she would finish him off if the guy dared to be late again. These words sounded like a set point without waiting for Ji Woo's reply. The girl left the game. Her character vanished into thin air, leaving behind a bluish flicker. Ji Woo and Yura stared in surprise at the spot where love had just stood. The guy exhaled with annoyance. This girl evoked unexplainable emotions in him, but one thing he knew for sure, she was doing whatever she could think of. Ji Woo sighed once more and began to rise to his feet. The guy also didn't see the point of staying in the game any longer and was going to leave it. Eurus looked at him sadly. They said goodbye, and the guy called up a window where he clicked on the quit button and then confirmed the request. Ji Woo walked out of the virtual capsule hall and yawned full mouth. He was tired during this time and didn't mind going back home to get a good rest. Tucking his hands into the pockets of his gym trousers, Ji Woo walked down the street towards his home. He had some time to think about the past game day. For a moment, he wondered if he could sell the superior weapons he had obtained. He also surmised that they must be worth a lot of money, and the thought made him laugh. He was already anticipating how he would spend the money. After that thought, another thought immediately came to him. The guy didn't know if he even had a chance to sell this weapon, as it might just not be transferable to other players. His thoughts quickly shifted when on the other side of the street, the guy spotted a cafe. It was the same establishment Doc Bay had brought him to. He was really hungry, so Ji Woo pulled out his wallet to check how much money was left, but what he saw did not please him at all. He lowered his head and walked on. The guy was poor, and it made him very sad because he was not able to afford even such small desires as just to go to a cafe and eat soup. It was not a light thought that came over him. Ji Woo sighed heavily, for even the game's pay was constantly increasing, and he would most likely have to take extra shifts at his part-time job. He kept walking, and thoughts chaotically began to swirl around in his head. At some point, Ji Woo just froze in place without even finishing taking a step. The guy suddenly remembered Boss Love's brass knuckles. According to Eurus, they were too expensive. Ji Woo was then shocked at the price he heard from the dragon. They then looked at Love together and discussed how much her equipment cost in total. Eurus then roughly estimated that the girl had spent around 100 million won on everything. And at that same moment, it was as if Ji Woo had an epiphany. He could sell the game items and exchange them for real money. At this thought, his eyes lit up with a lively glint. Thinking no more, his legs began to unfold faster than he thought, and in a second, he was already rushing with all his legs towards the center of the virtual pods. The guy's heart was pounding frantically in his chest from the anticipation of what he was about to do. In the game Chrono Life, there was one location that the players had labeled the Forbidden Place on the border of life and death, the grave of all mortals. It was a place that was afraid of anyone to enter, and no player has not yet cleaned it. In the same location dwelt the most terrible and strongest monster. The two-headed boss was the Eurus dragon. Ji Woo came to the valley in which, not so long ago, he was able to destroy the main and strongest boss. He returned to the Valley of the Dead. Eurus was excited to visit the places he had resided in previously. After changing into his ceremonial costume, he politely welcomed his master into his home. Unfortunately for the dragon, the guy didn't really pay much attention to his endeavors. He was pursuing his goal and was completely focused on it. A sinister smile stretched Ji Woo's lips. He was very pleased that the idea of returning to this place and doing what he had planned had come to him. The guy was so beaming with greed along with excitement, he was already eager to do what he had come here to do. Eurus lowered his head in frustration, unable to contradict his master. He had been so blinded by revenge when he first came to this place that he hadn't even thought to collect all the weapons that had fallen from the monsters. Eurus put his hands to his mouth, and tears started to come from his eyes. He was in a lot of pain, thinking about what was about to happen. As soon as the guy entered the monster's territory, they immediately started appearing in front of him. Menacing snarls could be heard in the mist, as well as eyes glowing with blood and flesh lust. The guy was immediately greeted by all sorts of monsters that were only there. Each and every one of them radiated rage and the desire to tear apart the impudent person who had disturbed their peace. Ji-woo only smiled. He wasn't worried at all about how he would deal with them, as he had already been able to destroy an army of Euro's monsters once before, and it couldn't be a problem for him now. An entire army of elite monsters was approaching him. He, with just a cloak and white pants, met them, and in his hands, the guy clutched his precious weapon tightly. He looked at all the monsters and clearly understood that this day would be the end of his worthless life. Ji-woo's eyes were burning with joy and unbridled happiness. He was met by several monsters that were considered to be among the strongest of the Eurus army. Ji-woo's strike immediately engulfed the monsters with his incredible radiance that destroyed everything in its path. Ji-woo kept his baton raised. After a good attack, a complete annihilation took place. The monster army disappeared from his path just as quickly as it appeared in front of him. Only smoke developed on the wind walking through the empty space. It only took the guy to strikes for the monsters in the Valley of the Dead to be killed. He stood on the turtles and realized that he was now invincible near his foot. The first weapon that had fallen out after the destruction of Eurus' army appeared. It was a sword with a purple handle that matched the color of the monsters. A second later, the entire Valley of the Dead was strewn with all kinds of armor and weapons imaginable. They were continuously falling from the sky as if it was raining. Eurus looked at all the abundance of valuable items and was glad that his master had managed to deal with the matter very quickly. The player only stood with an enigmatic smirk on his face. And when the dragon decided to find out if the guy had finished the matter, Ji-woo's face changed. He was consumed by an incredible lust for riches. The guy smiled and replied that he had just started this business. Eurus immediately felt uncomfortable with this reaction from his master. He couldn't even think that he would be so consumed with lust. After a while of waiting, the air in the Valley of the Dead stirred once again. Formidable growls, as well as terrifying howling sounds, began to emanate from the mist. Ji-woo raised his head. He looked at the monsters that had reappeared in the valley. This was the best thing he could see, because now the player would be able to obtain enough weapons to earn money. Since this was a game, the revival of monsters was cyclical. After being destroyed, they would reappear in the same place after a while, and were once again full of energy and overflowing with the desire to destroy the enemy. Special creatures like Eurus, two-headed dragon, could no longer be resurrected. Eurus looked at his army and felt very sorry for the monsters. With tears in his eyes, the dragon begged them to run away. Ji-woo raised his wooden club upwards. The monsters were already too close to him, only they didn't know that their doom would be very quick. The guy swung his baton. Bright energy burst out from the weapon as he destroyed the monsters. He thought about the fact that it wouldn't be a bad idea to collect a lot of ammunition for every occasion. His work and destruction was visible even from the game space. The guy worked hard to build up his weapons as quickly as possible. Harvard University once held an interesting lecture. One professor displayed a picture of the famous Bill Gates on a projector. The man was the richest man in the world. The professor told a story about how Bill Gates, on his way to work, saw a $100 note on the ground. Only Bill Gates did not want to take the money and walk past it, leaving the money lying on the ground. The professor got his students interested and wondered if they had any guesses as to the reason why Bill decided not to pick up the money and walk past. The man showed the students a wad of $1 notes. As he did so, he continued to talk about how if Bill Gates had picked up the money, he would have suffered a loss because of it. If Bill had sat down and picked up that note, it would have taken him about 3 seconds to do that action when he and his company were making about $150 in 1 second. The man chuckled as he surmised what the loss would have been for those lost 3 seconds out of a millionaire's life. It was a great lecture spiced with an amusing joke. Ji-woo finished dispatching the monsters and looked at the pile of weapons that had accumulated during his uninterrupted work. He couldn't admire the work he had done. There were so many weapons and ammunition Ji-woo had never seen before. It all made him laugh wildly. In just 1 hour, the guy was able to extract a fortune with his strength. Ji-woo couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He continued to stand beside the pile of looted precious items and enjoyed his stellar moment. In the end, the value of all the looted items was around 15 billion gold. The translation to real money was 1 to 1. Based on the previously mentioned lecture, It can be calculated that Bill Gates earns 500 million won per hour. And a simple Korean guy, a part-time worker in a shop, was able to earn more than the richest man in the world in 1 hour. Ji-woo spread out his arm and couldn't contain his fortune. Laughter mixed with joy rushed out of him. As soon as he received his real money, Ji-woo immediately decided to change his image. The guy went to expensive shops and bought himself some branded clothes. He has never spent so much money on himself so generously, allowed himself to take the most expensive. Of course, the shopping did not stop at clothes. Ji-woo also bought a brand new convertible car. In the interior of the car were various expensive bags, as well as other purchases. Everyone who met him on his way stopped to stare at him. Some gazed with obvious envy, some with surprise, and there were those who could not tear their gaze away because of admiration. People just stared at it. The overly posh car was attracting a lot of attention. He felt that he was in the center of attention, and the guy loved to feel the gloss and beauty around him. The expensive items gave him more confidence. Ji-woo was cruising around in an expensive and posh car, enjoying every moment of his other life. It seemed like only now Ji-woo could feel how beautiful this life was when he could afford everything he wanted. Suddenly, a loud whistle was heard, the spike of his car braked sharply, and sparks flew. A moment later, Ji-woo's car slammed into a pole. The guy's head hit the steering wheel. He couldn't handle the steering, causing the car to skid on the road. With horror on his face, he looked at what had happened. Ji-woo's heart felt as if it had stopped when he realized that he had crashed such an expensive car. It was an inexpressible feeling. All euphoria immediately disappeared. He looked at the pillar and the bonnet of the car and was horrified at what had happened. Ji-woo got out of the car and grabbed his head when he saw the whole picture of what was happening. There were people crowded around him, and they were just as shocked. Even though it wasn't their car, the guys were all sorry. But not even a couple of hours later, Ji-woo exchanged the car for a new one. He remembered that he had too much money to be upset about such a small thing. Just like that, without thinking for long, the guy was already driving the new car. Now, Ji-woo could afford it and not worrying about anything. Dokbae was in the main office of the game Chrono Life. The man took out a cigar and started lighting it. A second later, Dokbae grabbed his head, completely distraught. The president of the company sighed heavily. He asked his employee to continue to make a report on the situation. He didn't like what he was hearing at all. The employee nodded and continued speaking, pointing his hand at the graphs. Everyone was concerned that Ji-woo was able to finish so many excellent items and sell them all in such a short period of time. This was bad for the company's assets. An employee realized that things were bad and even considered quitting. The president leaned closer to the guy and was even able to read his thoughts, which made the guy a little uncomfortable. They looked at Ji-woo's picture and tried to think of ways to stop this player from selling more items, but the staff member with a sad voice informed them that such a thing would not be possible right now. This news gave the president an unbearable headache. He once again put his hand to his forehead and exhaled heavily. At the same moment, his phone began to ring. Dokbae picked up the receiver without even looking at who was calling him. He kept his eyes closed, and all his thoughts were immersed in the problem that had arisen because of Ji-woo's actions. The one who called the president was Ji-woo himself. The guy said hello to him in a satisfied tone and wanted to know how the president was doing. Ji-woo was boasting about his wealth, therefore he didn't hide the fact that he was going to spend money. He even offered to make some kind of gift for the president. Hearing this, the man was angry. Pulsing veins immediately appeared on his face, and a deep, dark shadow fell on his eyes. Ji-woo only heard curses on the phone, and they were so strong that the guy pulled away from the phone. After Dokbae told him everything he thought about him, he immediately dropped the call. Ji-woo was very surprised and didn't understand why the president was so furious. He didn't care to find out why the president was in a bad mood. Ji-woo put his hands behind his head and thought about what else he could buy. The guy started listing all the purchases he had made. He spent some time doing this. The items he had already bought for himself were too many, but Ji-woo felt that there was something that he had completely forgotten about. The moment it hit him, Ji-woo sat up straight and took the wheel, heading to the place where he could buy this important item. His eyes lit up at the mere thought of what he was about to accomplish. After all, it would be one of the most important purchases for him. When the guy made this purchase, he couldn't contain his emotions at all. It was something he had dreamed of so fiercely, and now he could enjoy this life to the fullest. After all, Ji-woo would now have his own flat with the best furnishings and renovations at his disposal. This was something he couldn't even dream of once. He stood in the middle of his new flat and threw his hands up in the air, shouting with joy. Ji-woo was in his own home, and this was the best purchase he had ever made. When the guy came to his senses a little, he found that there were some things that needed to be done when moving in. After a while, his finger was already pressing the doorbell to the other flat that was next door to his. A ringing melody echoed around. Ji-woo held a plate of cake in his hand and continued to press the doorbell. A woman's voice sounded from the intercom. She wanted to know who had come to see her. Ji-woo was not confused and told her, in a friendly manner, that he had just moved into the house today and would like to treat his neighbors to a rice cake. This was the custom in Korea, as a token of friendship and good luck. There was a reply from the intercom, a woman's voice asking him to wait a while. After a while, the door to the neighbor's flat quietly opened. Ji-woo was gracious and sincere. The guy lifted a plate of rice cake and greeted his neighbor in a friendly voice. His eyes widened as he looked at the girl who came out of the flat. From behind the door, a girl looked at him. It was the same Han Saren. The girl looked at the guy with embarrassment. She was also playing a game like him and had the game nickname Love. She walked out into the common corridor and looked at the guy. The guy stood silent for a while. No one could utter a word. These two were just as able to stand in the game and look at each other. There was something between them that couldn't be explained with mere words. Ji-woo continued to look at the girl and only saw her cute face. He immediately took a liking to her big blue eyes as well as her plump lips. Han Saren was surprised to see such an attractive and suave guy under her door. Who else in their time could bring a rice cake for a greeting? The Valley of the Dead was peaceful. This place was different from others, as only the strongest would set foot in this land and try their luck at killing at least one monster. There was someone walking on the ground strewn with skulls. His gait was confident, as if he was not afraid of meeting his worst enemies. Here he came as close as possible, so that Eurus' army would appear from the thick fog. The monsters immediately activated, smelling the fresh blood. The unknown man raised his hand. It was a strange, dark shade with sharp nails, and there was also a purple-colored energy coming from the skin. With a twist of his hand, the unknown man was able to crush the first monster that met his path with a single movement. It was an incredible power, and definitely couldn't belong to an ordinary player. The one who had just reproduced his power looked very strange. He was neither human nor a monster. The intruder had long blonde hair, dark skin color. There was a long tail behind his back, and a long sinuous horn was mouthed from his forehead. The monsters roared excitedly. They were enraged that someone had come to them and disturbed their peace. The bodies of the monsters wriggled and lunged towards the one who had come. The three strongest monsters of Eurus immediately pounced towards the unknown person. They reached for him with tentacles, teeth, paws, and claws. The unknown man opened his mouth. He was angry at the monsters for being so stupid that they couldn't recognize their master. 3 tentacles burst out from the unknown man's back. He continued to stand still as these limbs circled above him. Suddenly, they stretched in length and were able to reach each to their victim. The monsters at the same moment howled a thunderous roar. The tentacle that got into the monster's body immediately sucked on it, and something terrible began to happen. There was a pulsation in the channel, as if something was being pumped out of the monster. The monsters screamed as it happened on all the monsters to which these tentacles were attached. There was nothing they could do about it. After a short time, the monsters began to shrivel up. The strange tentacles were simply draining the life force and energy from the monsters' bodies. It was a special power that allowed John Doe to replenish his strength with the monster's energy. Also, the 3 strongest of Eurus' army had lost their resurrection ability. As soon as the eating of the monsters was completed, the tentacle immediately returned to its master. Unknown immediately flashed notification windows, and from them, he learned that he had absorbed the target's level, as well as absorbed the target's characteristics. The monsters that John Doe had absorbed had been completely removed from the game. Unknown looked into the distance and saw the 2-headed dragon Eurus there. His memories were too fresh. There he and his brother were about to kill the player, when suddenly one of the heads abruptly disappeared. It happened very quickly. Only a stump was left of the head. Remembering this, the unknown man grinned. It was painful for him to be in this place because so many good and bad memories surrounded him. He also remembered how Eurus had been surprised that his other head was gone when he turned into a spirit. But no one could give him an answer, so the dragon had resigned himself to the fact that he would be alone, and the second head was lost forever. And now in the Valley of the Dead stood an unknown man. He was the lost head of the two-headed dragon Eurus. There was a fierce hatred for the player who had so suddenly and brutally chopped off its head. The lost head remembered the enemy's face forever. Eurocon was the lost head of Eurus. He was born to exterminate all humans and all living things. John Woo still couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful girl who happened to be his neighbor. Han Saren saw the guy as someone beautiful completely unlike anyone she had ever met in her life. This was her first encounter with Boss Loaf, a girl who was completely different in demeanor and facial expression from the one who was now standing in the common corridor. Han Sa-rang accepted the guy's kind gesture and took a bowl of rice cake. She smiled happily and promised to gobble it up. Ji Woo stood in a stupor for a while as there was a girl of indescribable beauty in front of him. But after a moment, he smiled as he could recognize Han Sorian herself in this beautiful girl, a young singer who was very famous. Unfortunately, on their first meeting, the guy couldn't realize that it was the same Boss Loaf standing in front of him. After all, in the game and in life, these girls were very different. After accepting the rice cake, Han Saren returned to her flat there. The manager met her and looked at Han Saren with curiosity. The woman came closer and asked the girl with interest where she got the cake from. Han Saren was still reeling from the sudden encounter, so she simply shrugged her shoulders and told the truth. She had a strange feeling that she couldn't explain to herself. She felt like she had met this guy before, but she couldn't remember where and when. In the game, Han Saren almost did not notice Ji Woo's face, as he constantly attracted her attention with his snow-white pants, which every time flashed from under the cloak. For some reason, she associated this new neighbor specifically with panties. But it was strange, since they were completely unlike each other. Pushing that thought aside, Han Saren handed the bowl of cake to her manager, offering it for her to nibble on. The woman gladly took the plate. Han Saren still didn't recognize Ji Woo, and didn't even realize that Pansy himself had just rang her doorbell. As the girl stepped aside, a new instruction from the manager immediately came to her back. She was hurrying the girl, hurry up to change as they had more things to do. Han Saren turned to the woman and was indignant that the manager was not giving her any time to rest. But since the girl herself had set the appointment time for Ji Woo, she had no choice but to do today's chores faster so that there would be more time to play. Han Saren didn't bother to bicker anymore. She knew she was at fault herself, so she simply turned around and walked towards her room, waving her arms wide. The manager broke off a piece of cake and watched her ward curiously. After all, earlier, the girl would have caused quite a scandal taking a bite of the rice cake. The woman assumed that Han Saren had found someone special in the game because the girl had changed a lot in her behavior. Ji Woo returned to the game, and the first thing the guy did was visit the Valley of the Dead. As soon as he entered the location, his face immediately twisted with indignation. After looking around in all directions, the guy still couldn't find Eurus' army. These monsters had disappeared from the game, for some reason unknown to him. Ji Woo immediately turned his head towards Eurus and demanded an answer. He was even assumed that the monsters were scared and scattered, but the dragon was no less puzzled. The dragon immediately revealed that the army's movement was restricted by the software, and there was no way they would be able to leave the area. Eurus' eyes widened as he surmised that it could have been some kind of bug in the game. They stood still for a while longer and looked out over the vastness of the Valley of the Dead, which from this point onwards became a normal location that didn't have a single monster. Ji Woo was angry, because this place was a great treasure trove for mining superior weapons for which he could get the most money. The guy scratched the back of his head in frustration. There was nothing else to do but to find another location with less powerful monsters and continue destroying them while collecting valuable items. Oru suddenly remembered that he was supposed to meet Loaf today. The guy agreed with him, so he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. His hunt was not going well today. As the guy walked backwards, all that could be heard was his indignation. Eurus, on the other hand, stayed where he was. He was very much concerned about something. Looking at the vast and empty valley, the dragon felt something very strange. This feeling was familiar to him, and at the same time, frighteningly ominous. Eli rose, the giant snow snake, met its enemy with its mouth wide open. It let out a hissing and vein-chilling hiss, and a moment later, a tentacle was already embedded in it, which began to drain the boss of his life force stats and levels, hurricanes. Mouth was Dr. Drooling. He savored every boss he devoured in his path. All of these monsters were like a delicacy to him. After devouring the snow serpent, Yurikon absorbed its tentacle. The dragon realized that this was not enough for him and that he needed more food. As soon as he thought of wanting more food, copious rivulets of drool flowed from his mouth. Again, the dragon's eyes lit up brightly. He kept thinking of the very guy who had once taken his life by chopping him in the neck. Yurikon's head flew off his neck, and everyone forgot about him because of him. The dragon's thoughts were interrupted as someone appeared in front of him. This someone had wings and hovered in front of him in the air. Arakan raised his head and looked at the arrival. A girl with the hidden class of life goddess approached him on wings. She looked at Arakan with admiration. The girl had not expected her creation to make it this far. A bright smile shone across her entire face. She didn't doubt her favorite child one bit, except that Yurikon wasn't as excited about the encounter as the girl was. He released his tentacle into her, and the goddess of life froze in place, unable to do anything. She began to feel the life force being sucked out of her body. Frightened, the girl looked down to where Yurikon was. She could see his hungry eyes, looking at her with appetite. The monster was sucking the girl's life force out of her, and kept repeating relentlessly about how it wasn't enough, it needed more food. Yurikon couldn't take his eyes off the girl, for to him, she looked strong, which meant she had a lot of life energy, and was a tidbit. His tentacle came into action and started sucking all her life force, characterization, as well as levels, out of the girl. She was terrified, asking him to stop. A panicked expression appeared on the girl's face. But in just a moment, instead of a beautiful full of life girl, there was a desiccated mummy. Her skin tightened around her bones, and her eyes rolled up somewhere. Having had enough of the girl, Yurikon released his grip, and his tentacles began to return to their master. The goddess of life was no longer able to stay in the air, so she began to fall to the ground. The monster continued to watch her. The girl fell to the snow, hitting her body hard. She no longer gave any signs of life. Yurikon immediately received game notifications, from which he was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had received a notification that the takeover had failed. A moment later, the goddess of life appeared in her beautiful guise, behind the dragon's back. The girl placed her hands at her sides and resented such bad behavior. The girl sighed heavily and continued to berate her son. She didn't like this behavior at all, for even for her, it was too unexpected. Yurikon looked at the girl and was completely perplexed. He had even been under the assumption that it was some sort of illusion, but the fact that he had stroked her felt like something real. The goddess of life was once again outraged, for it was not so important. Now, the dragon continued to study the girl, making the assumption that she was simply not edible. He wondered who the goddess of life really was. When it was brought up that the girl smelled as himself, the goddess of life smirked slightly. She did not comment on it. The girl silently raised her hand and pointed her finger in the direction. Yurikon glanced at her. He wondered what this strange girl wanted to show him. Beyond the mountains was a small town. Its golden roof stood out brightly against the dark mountains. The goddess of life assured Yurikon that there was plenty of food where her finger was pointing. It was just what the dragon needed. Her face smiled as she allowed him to go there and eat as much as he could eat. At those words, Yurikon's eyes glittered with the desire to go to the city and eat as much as he could. The girl stood waiting and stared at the monster at Yurikon's feet. Drool was dripping. She knew it would be a good decision, for Yurikon would do anything to destroy the entire city and take all the players' life forces. Yurikon was already anticipating how he would now dainty with the players' life force. His mouth was open, and drool continued to flow down his chin. Unable to wait any longer, the dragon released its webbed wings. They flapped wide in different directions, ready to lift their owner off the ground and carry him to a place full of food. At that moment, the inside of Yurikon revealed his true form. He was a dragon born to slay all living things and all men. Incredible power engulfed the monster in bright beams and flashes. He prepared to head for his prey. In a second, Yurikan had already soared into the sky and moved through space in one swift leap. A strong wind blew, causing the girl's hair and outfit to shake. The crazed face of hunger was already traveling at full speed towards the direction where there were a lot of people. Everything was happening so fast that Yurikan had already approached and could clearly see the outline of the city. In a second, the whole town knew about his landing, as the impact was too strong and the blast wave blew away many houses in the vicinity. The people in the town became frightened, and screams began to erupt from all sides. A general panic began to set in. No one realized what was happening, yet one of the players was joined by a tentacle and immediately started draining life force from him. The player's eyes opened wide, but there was nothing he could do. In a second, the guy was already standing, completely desiccated. The girl looked at him, and there was genuine horror in her eyes. She had never seen such power before. Tears gathered in her eyes. She didn't know what to do, where to run, and where to look for help. The guy who had been standing beside her for just a few seconds simply disappeared, as if he had never existed. Everyone around her was shocked by what was happening and completely confused. Everyone who was standing near the place immediately got hit by the tentacle. It hit all sorts of places on the players. It could be the face, leg, back, head, arm. Any point on the body could give all the life energy to the dragon. There were too many of these tentacles. Every person in the immediate circle was subjected to this terrifying attack. There was simply nothing the players could do, and it was impossible to resist in any way. A silhouette stood in the distance. A huge monster with many tentacles was feeding and enjoying its prey, while peaceful players died. Yurikan was drooling. He was gaining so many vitals, stats, and levels from the players he ate. He received dozens of notifications every second that he had devoured a player. All players became food for Yurikan. When this became known, the players immediately gathered a raid and swiftly began to defend themselves. Without knowing fear, they tried to destroy the enemy who was attacking people in such cold blood. The battle was fought by the pros as well as ordinary players who didn't have much strength. All of these players huddled in a ring around the enemy and rushed at the same time to make one global attack and destroy the enemy. However, the monster's strength had already surpassed the player's strength. This was no longer a problem for Yurikan. With every life sucked out, the monster grew stronger and stronger. Yurikan's mouth opened in a wide smile, revealing sharp teeth. Saliva continued to drip copiously from it. The dragon wasn't done, yet he needed more power, and the characters it devoured had been removed from the game. In the office of the director of the Chrono Life game, an employee burst into the office without knocking. The situation was an emergency, and the guy lowered his standards of behavior. Doc Bay lowered his head. He was already aware of what began to happen on the expanse of the game. This information was spreading all over the news channels, blogs, and there were too many complaints. The game's support team was in chaos. Thousands of players called the hotline and tried to find out what happened to their character because they can no longer enter the game. Managers tried to reassure customers and promised to solve the problem as soon as possible, but no one really knew how to sort it out. People on the forum wrote angry posts, not understanding how it was that their character was deleted after the death. There were outrages about the lack of competence of the game administration. The man kept an eye on the situation. Tired of reading the angry messages, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled heavily. His arms folded across his chest. He needed to think of something urgently. But for a moment, his mouth smiled slightly, for he knew that Yurikan had to get out, except he didn't think it would be so soon. The manager looked at Doc Bay in surprise, not realizing what he was talking about. The man came back to reality and started giving instructions to the manager. He wanted the Yurikan and one other player to start watching from now on. The city stood in flames. It seemed that the most real apocalypse had begun in the Chrono Life game. The insatiable Yurikan stood in a city that was engulfed in flames. All the people who were in it fell at his hands. A girl approached him from behind, smiling and pleased that her little boy had had a good meal. She couldn't stop admiring his strength. And despite the fact that Yurikan had devoured an entire village, his saliva continued to drip copiously onto the ground. The dragon turned his head towards the girl, his eyes glistening with the lust of hunger. He turned to the girl as he wished to know where he could find more food. The goddess of life put a finger to her mouth in thought. She herself wondered where she could bring Yurikan to get a good meal. Her lips curved into a smile as she thought of a great idea. The girl was willing to share with Urchin as she knew of one place where he could have a good meal. The monster listened to her attentively. With each passing second, the thought gave her more pleasure, for she knew what delicacy she could provide him. Boss Loaf looked at the time, and her body shuddered with anger as she had already waited for Ji-woo for 4 minutes. He had decided to be late again. She remembered how she had set the exact time, and even warned him that it would be very bad for him if he dared to be late again. At that moment, she thought she had told him that convincingly enough and terrified the guy. And now she stood staring at the time, furious that the boy had decided to dare to disobey her. She heard a noise behind her, and immediately thought it was Pansy showing up at her door. The girl's eyes bulged with anger, and the veins on her face immediately swelled. Boss Loaf immediately turned around and started shouting loudly, as she was sure that Ji-woo had come to see her. She didn't choose her words and expressions at all. Except instead of Ji-woo, an unknown monster appeared in front of the girl. He was very scary with incomprehensible tentacles hovering around him. Love immediately tensed up and recoiled. The girl had never seen such monsters in this game before. She clenched her fists and still realized that the one who stood before her was much stronger. The girl froze in place, not knowing what to do next or where to look for help. The monster's eyes shone menacingly, drool flowing profusely from its mouth. It looked at the girl as if she was a tidbit that it was about to devour. By this time, Yurikon had reached level 999. The supreme commander of the 5 guilds, Union Falconet, was walking through the city. The guy lowered his head. His clothes were tattered. He was completely out of spirits. The other players walked past him and didn't even pay attention. The player was depressed by his unfortunate fate. He no longer looked like he once did. Falcone used to be a respected player, a king from the Ardent Palace. His opinion was listened to, and he was respected everywhere. The guy once led the troops of 5 guilds. He was one of the best players and led an entire army, only to catch a single criminal who killed many people in one day. He was unrivaled. However, after Judgment Day, the World Guild Alliance was disbanded. This defeat left a big mark. Supreme Commander Falconet had fallen to rock bottom after taking all the blame and responsibility. Walking down the street of the city, the boy repeated to himself time after time who he was. The words came out of his mouth like a mantra, only he looked like a stray dog. The guy would never forget that not so long ago, all the guilds were at his feet. He was a true authority, a respected player, and the best of the best. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the street. He was walking down. Flames rose into the air, covering the nearest players with debris. The people around him immediately started running chaotically from side to side. From the words of the people running past, Falconet was able to learn that a monster had appeared in the central square. But the scariest part was that there was supposed to be a safe zone in the village. Falconet didn't understand what was going on. It was very strange for him to hear about such a thing, as the guy was sure that it wasn't possible. On this day, Falconet witnessed a scene that caused many players to be removed from the game. There was a monster standing in the center of the square with tentacles coming out of it, which it used to siphon life energy from the players. Falconet saw with his own eyes how the monster was doing atrocities on the players. The guy hid around the corner of one of the houses and activated the gamepad. He was horrified as he looked at the monster. His eyes went wide despite all his gaming experience. This was the first time the guy had seen such a creature. He went to the game forum to find out the latest news. There, he learned that everyone who had been absorbed had been removed. It was no secret to the goddess of life that they were being watched from around the corner of the building. She noticed it almost immediately, but didn't pretend to know about it. The girl only smirked, because in her head she had a plan for further action, and the player who stood behind the wall didn't bother her. She pretended not to see him, so she turned her attention to Yurikon. The girl couldn't stop admiring him. Yurikon saw her and informed her that he wanted more food. He still couldn't get enough. He couldn't get enough. Then she suggested that he go to a place where he could eat a delicious delicacy. Yurikon and the goddess of life opened their wings and headed through the blazing village in the direction the girl had indicated. They picked up speed to fulfill the monster's wish as soon as possible and give it a chance to satiate itself even more. Falconet continued to stand behind the wall. As it did so, he could clearly hear their conversation. A deep shadow fell over his eyes as the guy thought of something. The idea seemed so brilliant to him that he couldn't contain his mad laughter. This was a big chance for him. Thus, the goddess of life and Yurikon found themselves in front of Boss Loaf. The girl eyed the monster warily. She was on the edge of a cliff, and her escape route was blocked. Love was confused. She didn't know who this monster was, but the ominous aura that emanated from it was too dark. Yurikon's eyes burned as he looked at his victim, already anticipating to taste her life force. Just the thought of it made him drool with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the goddess of life spoke. The girl spoke to Loaf in a friendly manner, as they were not yet acquainted. Loaf didn't know this girl. Loaf exhaled with relief as she immediately realized that this girl knew Pansy. After all, he was the only one who called her Boss Loaf, and this girl said the same name. She was hopeful that the monster standing in front of her was not a monster at all. Love honestly admitted that she was frightened by such a scary character and mistook him for a monster and was ready to attack him. The goddess of life only watched Love with a smirk. She loved seeing her relaxed face and the way the girl exhaled in relief. The goddess of life wanted to know how close Love was to Pansy. The girl was surprised at the question and didn't answer right away. After all, she didn't know what she could say about it. Keeping her hands at her sides, Love shared that she had just recently started playing with this guy together. The goddess of life answered nothing, a deep shadow falling over her eyes. There was no longer the initial friendliness emanating from the girl. Even without a slight smile on her face, the girl looked no less sinister than the monster she brought with her. There was a reason she had come to Boss Love's place. She remembered the moment when she had destroyed Master King with just one swing of her staff. At that time, she forgot to know the reason why he refused to cooperate with her. She had also killed his assistant, Master Kim. At that time, she was too angry that night because her plans had been ruined. But that night, she learned that Jiwoo was protecting Boss Loaf. That was what provoked the girl to find her. The mouth of the goddess of life opened, and not at all good-natured words came out. Though the voice was sweet, she decided that Loaf should have known that she was annoying her too much. Love looked up in surprise. This was the first time she'd seen this girl, and she had no idea when she'd managed to ruin her mood somewhere or interfere with the game in any way. She didn't have a chance to find out the details. As the tentacle immediately dug into her stomach, the girl was lifted into the air. She took a deep breath, pain shooting through her entire body. Love coughed up blood, fearfully. She didn't realize what was happening or how she could have hurt someone that she had been sent to take such brutal revenge. Yurikon began to suck her life force out of Loaf, and the goddess of life watched in silence as the girl she hated so much was destroyed. The goddess of life blushed, and with all kindness, wished Loaf a speedy death. She wished with all her heart that their girl would pass away soon and disappear from this game once and for all. What happened was what happened. All that was left of Love was a small scrap of cloth that fell to the ground. The goddess of life noticed this. Yurikon, after absorbing Love, burst into flames with unstoppable energy. A powerful force rose up around him. The monster honestly admitted that it was the first time he had eaten something that was truly delicious. His drool was still flowing profusely from his mouth, but he was very satisfied. The girl nodded in agreement and even stammered about how the flavor was so nice because Loaf was a piece of God. Yurikon turned his head to the girl in surprise, interested in what she said, but she pretended not to hear and started walking towards the ribbon from Love's costume. She blurted out a smile and still avoided answering. She didn't want to talk about it and have Erkin clutter her head with unnecessary information. She moved closer to the ribbon from Love's suit and placed her foot on it. The girl turned to the monster, suggesting that he walk around some more so that he would have a chance to save her more delicacies. And at that very moment, Jiwoo appeared. He asked the girl a question in a devastated voice. The guy appeared behind them. The girl and Yurikon immediately looked around, realizing that there was someone near them. Jiwoo looked at them with a murderous stare. He realized that something bad had just happened, and they had done it to his boss Loaf. The goddess of life, as soon as she heard the guy's voice, immediately looked at him. Her cheeks flushed scarlet and a smile shone on her lips. The girl immediately changed her voice to a very sweet voice and became the most beautiful girl in the world. But these charms no longer worked on Jiwoo. The guy ordered her to shut her mouth with one word. Jiwoo was furious that they had done something to Love. He also didn't like it at all that the goddess of life was stomping on the girl's things. The girl lowered her gaze, and as if only now noticed that her foot was standing on the ribbon of love's clothes. She didn't remove her foot for a while. For her, every action was done for a reason, and not by accident. After a second, tucking her hands behind her back, and with embarrassment, she still removed her foot from the tape on the ground. Ji-woo closely watched the actions of the goddess of life. The girl's ribbon continued to lie on the grass, and because the goddess of life had walked over it, it was crumpled and dirty. Ji-woo's eyes expressed fury. He was incredibly angry. The guy turned his head towards Yurikon. Turning to face him, the monster immediately turned his attention to the stranger. Ji-woo wasn't going to figure out what the big deal was here. He would simply punish anyone who dared to raise a hand against his teacher. The guy swung his wooden club. It seemed like the whole world turned scarlet. At that moment, an incredible force swept across the area towards the monster who had done something to Boss Loaf. The bright light was approaching Yurikon too quickly. He watched as the force began to engulf him in its embrace. The guy's power burst out of the game planet and traveled somewhere far away in an unknown direction of the universe. After such a strong impact, thick smoke surrounded Ji-woo. The guy stood still waiting for a view to appear. He glanced with a sharp gaze towards the goddess of life, suggesting that she get out of this place as soon as possible. He also nicknamed her Cockroach, probably because the girl was extremely resilient. The goddess of life had no reaction to the guy's words. She continued to stand and silently watch him. After a second, she just laughed. No one had ever called her such names before, as the girl was quite beautiful, and knowing that she used it all the time. When she reminded the guy once again that he didn't have that much strength to destroy her, Ji-woo's eyes narrowed harder. She smiled at the guy, reminding him that he wasn't done with his work yet, for the enemy was in front of him. Just behind the goddess of life's back, the smoke began to dissipate, and Ji-woo could see the tunnel that his power had made, and at its center was indeed someone. There was a Eureka rapidly approaching in their direction. It was traveling at an incredible speed, and in just a couple of seconds, it would be right next to them. The monster had its claws out. It was traveling at full speed and was eager to destroy the guy. The fire of hatred and anger burned in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the monster unleashed its power towards Ji-woo. There was a violent jolt, causing the air and the surroundings to shake. The girl stood to the side and watched as her creation engaged in battle with Ji-woo. Yoris was shocked that someone had that much strength to knock his master off his feet. But after a few seconds in the captivity of the raised smoke, the silhouette of Ji-woo was visible. Yoris breathed out in relief when he heard a familiar voice. Ji-woo emerged from the fog. On his stomach were 3 deep cuts from the monster's claws. The guy honestly admitted that he was surprised the monster was able to survive his strike, and he found it entertaining. Yoris immediately flew up to his master. The dragon looked at the lad's terrible wounds and was very concerned about his well-being. Ji-woo assured his spirit that he was fine. In just a few more seconds, the wounds on the boy's stomach began to heal on their own, and his life force was restored. Yurikon spread his wings and soared into the air. It was no surprise to him that he had survived the blow, as the monster had simply dodged the blow. Ji-woo raised his head and looked at the monster that hovered above his head with annoyance. As if taunting, Yurikon informed the guy that the attack he made didn't reach his body. Because of that, he felt very good. Ji-woo didn't say anything. He realized that the monster in front of him wasn't a mindless monster, but an agile and strong opponent. Realizing that the monster had just dodged, Ji-woo was able to draw a conclusion and decided that next time he would just take a stronger swing to reach the monster for sure. These words caused a slight alarm in Oregon's eyes. The monster immediately tensed up and scrutinized the guy's every move. He then lowered his head, covering his eyes. It seemed to him that Ji-woo was just bluffing, and this punch that the guy had just made was at his full strength. Ji-woo immediately interjected. Such a conclusion seemed ridiculous to the guy. All in all, the punches he had reproduced earlier were quite powerful. They were obliterating everything in their path. With his wooden club, he was able to perform a wide variety of strikes, destroying troops, as well as the game planet itself. And despite such consequences, these blows were commonplace for the guy. Now he would play differently. A pillar of incredible golden energy immediately exploded around Ji-woo. The monster opened his eyes in surprise. He had never seen such power that could only come from one person. Ji-woo, on the other hand, was intent on showing what kind of power he had been hiding all this time. Actually, was a glowing sphere appeared near the guy's abdomen. It exuded an equally strong and powerful energy. A rock lit up beside the guy. The activation of a special skill, Swordsman's Spirit, had begun. Ji-woo had never used these skills until now, so he himself didn't know what kind of destructive power it could be. This swordsman skill could only be used once it was informed to him by the game system. Ji-woo realized that he only had one chance to accurately hit his target. The guy raised his head and addressed Yurikon, calling him Cockroach Jr. It made sense, in his opinion, since the girl had called the monster her child. The monster hovered in the air as it watched its enemy. Ji-woo was determined. He even recommended his opponent to try to dodge his attack, or else he would be seriously injured. Yurikon could feel this power all around him. The monster realized that now Ji-woo's attack would indeed be very dangerous and serious. The dragon's face visibly tensed up from the upcoming attack. Around the player, the power surged even more strongly. Thin beams of energy penetrated from the ground surrounding Ji-woo. He was ready to unleash all of his hatred on a rock and S head. Ji-woo looked towards the enemy once more. He was ready. The guy actually felt an unprecedented strength in his body that he couldn't even dream of before. The attack was called Continuous Slash. The force was so incredible and powerful that it left the boundaries of the game planet and traveled through the universe in 1 second. It still didn't stop and was rapidly approaching another planet that was in the space of the universe. The moment Ji-woo made that unrivaled strike, he only thought of Boss Loaf, the way they talked for the last time, and the way they looked at each other. The other planet was too far away, and yet Ji-woo's terrifying strength was approaching it at an incredible speed. The boy remembered all the funny moments that had happened between them. The girl was formidable and bossy at times, and sometimes her kind words caressed the guy's ears. There was just a little more to come, and Ji-woo's power would collapse on another planet from the game universe. The player gave himself even more energy when he thought of Boss Loaf. All of his despair, pain and anger were given over to this attack. He was incredibly hurt because the last time the girl had been resentful towards the guy because he had taken a very long time to get back to her. She had made an appointment, and because of his tardiness, something had been done to her. It was hard for Yurikon to resist such a powerful attack. Light covered his body, and even all the life energy he had absorbed all this time couldn't protect the monster. Ji-woo punch was unbelievable. In the end, it dispersed so much that it was able to pierce another planet that was too far away in the game universe. When the energy lost its power, it was as if the planet was still intact, and there wasn't even a trace of the attack on it. But a moment later, light rays burst out from inside the planet, which were like swords piercing it with their bright light. The planet could not withstand such a powerful attack that hit it. Therefore, after a while, it simply exploded and ceased to exist in this universe. Falcone thought of nothing better than to switch on the live feed from the game. He used to do this on a regular basis before his reputation was ruined. As soon as the live stream connected, he immediately started broadcasting, reminding the viewers of who he was and what rank he used to hold. The viewers were getting bigger by the second, and everyone who saw Falcone's wasn't lazy to write their mockery or insult. The guy had long since lost his former glory, so he was not surprised by such statements. Such a broadcast could be used by any player, but only on Judgment Day. No one used it to avoid distractions and successfully complete the raid. That was why the identity of the wanted man to this day had not yet been revealed, as no one had seen him. Seeing all the insults and taunts, the guy decided for himself to ignore it, though it was difficult for him to do it still. He wanted to regain his former glory. Still, Falcone decided to cut to the chase. The guy started talking about an incredibly strong player who was able to single-handedly destroy 3 million players. It had been in his head for a while now that it was impossible. People in the chat started writing about the game's administration, making things clear about this. Falcone kept going and saying that it was all rubbish. He suddenly screamed about the game administration making idiots out of them that they can feed any information to and wipe their feet on the players. People in the chat room freaked out at the guy's so sudden reaction. He pointed to the message board for everyone to see what was going on in the game right now. Someone was killing players and their characters were being removed from the server. It was outrageous. Seizing the moment, he encouraged all the players to join his broadcast. After all, the guy was determined to hunt down this monster. He switched to running and continued broadcasting. Just today, this player was determined to expose the gaming company and incriminate on a huge lie. Suddenly, Falconet stopped abruptly. The guy abruptly turned towards his audience. His face immediately brightened with a smile. The guy showed a thumbs up and encouraged his viewers to give him likes and subscribe to his channel. People in the chat room continued to mock him, but the viewers were getting more and more. A swirl of smoke and dust was fluttering around Ji-woo. He was still standing in position, the wine making his cloak rise up, revealing a view of his snow-white pants. The player looked up and exhaled sharply. The guy had expected something like this to happen, but he still hoped to deal with this problem quickly. The monster was still hovering in the sky above his head, opening its webbed wings. Ji-woo honestly recognized the fact that this monster was astonishing, for it was able to withstand such a strong attack. It was time to ask questions. After all, Ji-woo now realized that he was facing a really strong opponent who was able to dodge all of his attacks. The guy wanted to know who he was. Of course, for Yurikon the last attack was dangerous. He even suffered from it, with livid wounds spreading across his body and a more agitated look. The monster opened his mouth and introduced himself, giving his name, and after that, he added that his goal was to destroy humanity. Yurikon's last words about being the strongest boss and being the lost head of the two-headed dragon Eurus reached the ears of Ji-woo and Eurus. Eurus suddenly spoke up. The dragon surmised that the feelings he had experienced in the Valley of the Dead were not coincidental. The boy looked at his spirit. Dragon even lingered for a while as he looked at the empty lands of the Valley of the Dead. Even then he felt a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't connect these facts together. Eurus lowered his head and warned his master to be careful. After all, this was the monster that could be behind the disappearance of Eurus' army in the Valley of the Dead. Sorrow and sadness appeared on the dragon's face when he suggested that Yurikon might have been behind Boss Love's death. Ji-woo felt as if he had been pierced. The gravity of what Yurikon could have done, and the power he possessed began to dawn on him. Eurus continued to tell his master something, and Yurikon waited calmly while the boy hovered in one place. The monster roared, his face grinning, and he shouted about destroying the guy. Now, Yurikon had only one goal: to destroy this man and take all of his life force levels and skills. He snapped out of his seat and rushed towards his opponent. It was as if Ji-woo didn't notice what was happening right now. The guy was still standing still and chained to Yurikon's words. He didn't even raise his head to look at the monster. Orkin was approached, watching the guy at a rapid speed, but Ji-woo still didn't raise his gaze at him. It had only now reached him that because Yurikon had attacked Love's character, she had been removed from the game. Ji-woo's voice was faded, and he still didn't want to believe it. As soon as Yurikon got close enough to reach his claws towards Ji-woo, the guy swung his wooden club, and at the same moment, there was a violent explosion. This blow was straight and hit the target accurately. Ji-woo raised his head and reprimanded the attack he had just made. This strike was designed to ensure that the opponent would not die. After the attack, the guy's baton slammed into the monster's face so that its cheek wrapped up. The monster opened its mouth and a clot of blood flew out. Falconet approached the place where the fight was taking place. He froze in place when he saw the incredible flash from the attack. The guy was immediately glad that he could find the place where something very interesting was happening. People in the chat room began to write to him to go there, as they wanted to see what was going on and who the monster was that was removing players from the game. In the meantime, Ji-woo continued to give his enemy punches that weren't fatal. The guy wanted his enemy to suffer for as long as possible before he destroyed him completely. The attacks were strong, painful, and hurt Yurikon, but as Ji-woo wished they didn't kill him, dust from the wave of blows rose into the air. It seemed like there was a real war going on all around. Yurikon screamed in pain and kept losing blood. He was shocked that a guy could oppose him so easily and also harm him. Recovering from another attack, the monster roared at the top of his voice and rushed towards Ji-woo to strike him the same way. He wasn't going to be someone who only got hit. Faith's claws were very close to Ji-woo's body. The guy ducked down and prepared to strike again. This was a special fight for Ji-woo. As he was avenging the girl who was killed by the monster, he also roared and prepared to attack the beast with his new attack. It was also a non-lethal strike, but the version of it was a continuous slash. A multitude of slashing streaks flew towards the enemy. Each one of them was like a vine cutting through space. All of these continuous attacks rained down on Hurricane's body. The guy continued to relentlessly launch attacks, piercing through the enemy's body, time after time. Reagan was shocked at the pain he felt and couldn't resist such formidable attacks. The monster couldn't dodge, and his body took all the blows. Its mouth opened, and a new stream of blood spurted out of it. Falconet got close enough to see what was happening on the battlefield. He could definitely see the silhouettes confronting each other. Even though the player was at a decent enough distance, the echoes of the battle reached him. He couldn't get any closer. The people in the chat room exploded with emotion. Everyone was curious to know who was confronting the monster. Falconet stared at the person who was fighting alongside the monster. He recognized this character as the same nemesis. The people in the chat room continued to post. Some were sure that they had already met that guy somewhere. Falconet immediately thought of the guy he had announced a hunt for, and now he saw him in front of him once again. It was the same player who had once destroyed an entire army of warriors and ruined Falconet's reputation. The player grinned, for this player was the reason the world had ended. The players in the chat room were just going crazy at the realization of who was now fighting against the terrifying monster. Falconet would never forget his face, for he was the only one that day who saw him and even talked to him, except that meeting was the last between them. Despite the guy begging for mercy, the terrifyingly powerful player knocked him out with his baton and destroyed the game planet. From that very moment, Falconet's reputation was lost, and no one wanted to do business with him anymore. Falconet would never forget the shame and humiliation he had suffered because of that player. The guy grinned as he felt an unimaginable hatred for him. He couldn't believe that his nemesis was in this place. The guy stretched out his arm, and his weapon immediately appeared to call out. Experiencing incredible hatred, Falconet raised his weapon and wanted only one thing: to destroy the scum, because of whom he no longer had that popularity and power. The guy's era was aimed towards Jiwoo. At the same time, the player slashed at the monster's body, and because of this attack, the incredible energy rose up again and scattered in different directions. Urakin lost control of his body. This attack was fatal to him, and even his horn on his head began to crumble from the power of the blows. Falconet froze in place. He didn't realize what he was seeing with his own eyes. He didn't dare to put an arrow into the guy. The people in the chat room were freaking out about what was happening. As soon as it happened, notifications started coming in that the previously killed characters started to resurrect. The players' eyes widened with surprise. The chat room was just relentlessly receiving notifications that their characters had started resurrecting. Falconet couldn't believe it. He wanted so badly to get back at the guy who ruined his reputation, but now that he was the savior who caused players to start resurrecting, he simply couldn't make such a mistake. Urakan was breathing heavily. Notifications from the game in front of him began to come in that the souls he had previously captured began to return, and also his level began to drop. He could barely stay on his feet. His arm was injured, and the horn on his head was shattered, and yet still a good portion of it was still intact. Jiwoo looked at his opponent and didn't understand what was wrong. For up until now, Urakan had been dodging his attacks well, but now he was clearly slowing down. Eurus immediately noticed that the energy absorbed by the monster immediately returned to its owners. The dragon himself was shocked that such a thing could happen. The main office was just as happy that it had happened. It had come to the attention of one of the employees that the players had not been removed, but only sealed in the horn of Urakan, and now that the guy was able to destroy it, some of the players were able to break free and get back into the game. Dokbe was shocked that the head of the developers didn't know such details, but the guy surprised the boss even more when he revealed that he was only the head of the designers. Jiwoo smiled at this information. After all, he now realized that if he destroyed this monster completely, his boss loaf would be able to return to the game. This gave him more energy to act. But such a realization did not make the monster happy at all. Until now, his horn had been his trump card, and now that it had been destroyed, the monster was rapidly losing its accumulated strength with great anger and frustration. Urakan grinned. The monster was not going to give up so easily. Therefore he immediately flew towards Jiwoo, not even moving. He was incredibly happy that by killing this monster, he would be able to bring the girl back to the game. Ji-woo was alert and determined. The guy crouched down and prepared to face the enemy, wanting to unleash his attacks on it. A new strike rained down on the monster, and everything around it glowed with an incredible and all-consuming energy. With each of the guy's attacks, the monster was rapidly losing the souls of the players it had killed. He constantly popped up windows with notifications that the absorbed souls were returned to the players, and also, along with this, Yurikon was losing his levels. There were over 30,000 people on the air. Falconet, along with the rest of the players, watched as a true miracle took place. The people in the chat room were divided into two sides. Some were shouting that that person was a murderer who had arranged the doomsday, but those players whose characters were able to return to the game after death were actively defending him. Falconet stood still and could do nothing. The guy clutched his bow tightly. His revenge would not be destined to happen as this. Ji-woo had become a true hero to many players. On the screen of her phone, the girl was watching the live feed from the scene that was happening in the game right now. Han-Saren couldn't take her gaze away from what was happening there right now. Someone very strong was confronting a monster that was mercilessly destroying her. The fight continued. A guy in a single cloak and white pants kept beating the monster with his wooden club. The guy's face was shown very close to the audience, and everyone watching this broadcast was able to get a glimpse of the hero that made their characters recover in this game. Han-Saren couldn't believe her eyes, because the very guy she thought was a complete novice was now calmly facing such a scary and strong monster. She immediately remembered the day they met, and how the guy had followed the girl. He had acted like a total loser, but for some reason, she had liked him. At that moment, he looked completely stupid at the time. The guy really wanted love to be his mentor, and then a proud loaf had agreed to mentor him. Now, the girl looked at what was happening in the game through the live stream, and could not even assume that the one she considered a complete loser opposed such a terrible monster. Yurikon collapsed to his knees he was no longer able to stand on his feet. The monster had completely stopped reacting. Its head was down, and thick saliva mixed with blood was flowing out of its mouth. After so many blows from the guy, the dragon was very badly hurt. The monster raised its head. After receiving so many attacks, its level went down to the 180 mark. The Yuriken became very weak and became uncompetitive for Ji-woo in terms of strength. The player stood up against the monster. He glared angrily at it, but didn't say anything. Eurus also hovered around his master and silently watched his distraught brother. Eurus noted the fact that all the energy had gone out of this monster's body and returned to his master's. It was now not as much of a danger as it had originally been. Ji-woo was satisfied with the work he had done. Even with such a strong opponent, he had easily dealt with it. Ji-woo stood against his enemy, who was not yet completely defeated. The guy no longer saw the point of restraining himself, so he decided to finish off this monster once and for all. Despite his dire situation, Orkin was not going to give up. He said his name quietly, but clearly enough, reminding the world of who he was. His tentacle burst out of him and immediately slammed into Ji-woo, who lost his guard for a moment. He didn't have time to dodge or resist it in any way. The guy took a deep breath, but there was nothing he could do. His body felt paralyzed. The tentacle greedily sucked on his body and began to drain all the energy from him. The director and the staff member immediately tensed up as they stared anxiously at the screen monitor. For such a turn of events was too unexpected. Even Falcon A began to involuntarily worrying about his worst enemy Ji-woo, realizing that if even this player couldn't deal with the monster, then no one would be able to resist Yuriken. Han-Saren trembled when she saw what had happened on her phone. The girl was very worried about her friend and was afraid that something would happen to him. Eurus was terrified when he realized the consequences that could happen if Yuriken sucked out all the life force from Ji-woo and also took away all his levels and abilities. It was a terrifying power that was very frightening. Yurikon was thrilled as he started sucking the guy's power into himself. His body immediately began to recover. The monster opened its mouth and its eyes burned with excitement. Ji-woo couldn't move, his head hung down, and a tentacle was sticking out of his chest, actively sucking his strength. Eurus couldn't stand it and screamed. He couldn't believe that now his master would just remove himself from the game, and he would never see each other again. The boy's body ripped open, the tentacle detaching as the full absorption was complete. Yurikon stood still, feeling an incredible surge of power in his body. He opened his mouth and breathed loudly. The power he had just absorbed was unbelievable. The monster was savoring this moment. Ji-woo wooden baton slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. The guy could no longer hold it in his hands as he disappeared from this game. The horn on Yurikon's head immediately began to recover from just one player. He was able to absorb so much power that he had completely regained his strength. Yurikon exploded with unrestrained laughter. This was something he had never experienced before. It was an incredible feeling when on the brink of his death, with a single action, he was able to defeat his enemy and regain his lost level. As he arched his back in pleasure, the only phrase he kept repeating was that it was delicious. His drool continued to flow out of his mouth and poured profusely onto the grass. It was the first time Yurikon had eaten something delicious. His eyes were shining. He had fully recovered and now had level 999, except that wasn't enough for him. He wished for more. This monster would never be able to get enough. The wooden club rolled back to Eurus, small paws. There was no way the spirit could resist his brother. He bowed his head near the baton, for only with the help of Ji-woo's hands could anything be done. Despair flooded Eurus' soul. The little dragon shed tears for his fallen master. Over the course of their play, Eurus had grown very attached to him and mourned for him, as if Ji-woo was his own person. After a moment, something unimaginable began to happen. Urukon's stomach swelled to unimaginable proportions. The monster froze in horror and didn't realize what was beginning to happen to him. It swelled to such a size that it covered the monster's face. Yurikon froze and was even afraid to start breathing. But after a second, he screamed with all his might. Unbearable pain rained down on his body. The monster seemed to be torn from the inside. He was terrified of what was beginning to happen to him. Something began to form from its bloated belly, taking the shape of a human head. It grew larger and better shaped with each passing second. The long neck that the human head was on stretched upwards. A long howl began to come from the head. Yurikon was shocked and could do nothing about it. He was paralyzed and stared in horror at the monster inside him. The head took on even more of a human shape. It shuddered slightly and slowly began to turn. And then it turned towards Yurikon, opening its mouth. Something laughed. It was a horrible sight, and the laughter came as if from the underworld. Even the terrifying monster Yurikon was frightened by such a sight in front of him, but what worried him the most was that this monster was coming out of his belly. Tears of pain and horror appeared in the monster's eyes. It was such a horrible sight that even the director of the company himself was shocked by what was happening. The man absolutely did not expect that the game was capable of creating such perversions. He looked at the monitor with his mouth open in amazement. Eurus forgot that he had just mourned his dead master and stared at what was happening. The spirit was completely unable to comprehend what it was, with a face full of disgust. There was Falconet, and along with him, the rest of the viewers of his live broadcast. The players did not hesitate to express themselves. The goddess of life was watching all of this from high above. She did not dare to approach and help her creation. This was too unexpected an incident for the girl. Even though it all looked too disgusting, she continued to observe with bated breath and amusement. The head continued to laugh uncontrollably, for what was happening to him was an incredible adventure. Ji-woo himself didn't expect that his game character could pull off such tricks. The boy admitted that he felt like a real worm. Eurus approached the head, and with a squint in his eyes, he decided to ask Ji-woo if it was Ji-woo. The head turned to him, and the guy confirmed with a maddening smile that it was indeed him. Yurikon remained standing still, his body still torn from the unbearable pain he couldn't deal with in any way. What was happening to him now was beyond his strength. Finally, maddened beyond belief, Yurikon roared and screamed at the top of his voice. He was the one who was destroying humanity, and no one could resist him. Except that Ji-woo thought differently. With a curve, the guy's head moved towards Yurik's head. He kept laughing in the monster's face, and also started sucking out all the things that Yurikon had taken from Ji-woo. A while later, all that was left of Yurikon was a desiccated shell. Its skin was tight against its bones. The monster's mouth was still open, and its eyes were sunken in. There was a healing factor, an enhanced recovery. Ji-woo transformed into his normal form, but there was almost nothing left of Yurikin. His body was being consumed by the guy. They were chained to each other, and Ji-woo's strength was clearly winning this fight. Eventually, Ji-woo was able to completely absorb Yurikin. Everything was happening very fast. The monster's body shrinking, with every second the absorbed cells returned to their original owner. However, most of them had fused with Yurikin cells, because of which the monster was absorbed. After Ji-woo completely absorbed the monster, it unapologetically belched out a purple cloud, came out of its mouth. This was the last reminder that Yurikin had once existed in this universe. Ji-woo had also obtained a hidden skill from the monster, Gluttony. The goddess of life, who was still hovering above them, was surprised at how quickly Ji-woo managed to finish off her favorite. The guy immediately reacted to the girl's voice. The girl cheered, of course, she didn't expect it to turn out like this. But even though her plan failed, the goddess of life wasn't discouraged. After the guy reminded her again of her nickname, and also that she was the mother of this monster, the girl exhaled bitterly. It frustrated her that Ji-woo constantly called her a cockroach, and Yurikin wasn't her real son, since she hadn't given birth to him. Then, for some reason, she informed Ji-woo that they were the same age. This information surprised the guy, and somehow made him wary. As soon as he wanted to inquire about how she could know his age, the goddess of life waved her hand. She didn't answer immediately. A staff immediately appeared in her hand, which the girl intended to use. Small feathers fluttered around her, once again, reminding her of her status in this game. As soon as the staff came into action in the sky where it was pointing, a long slit appeared in the sky leading into the unknown. From this crack, a clawed paw appeared with terrifying sounds. It was too large, and it seemed like this unknown monster could easily tear through the sky. Ji-woo stared wide-eyed at what was happening. This was the first time the guy had seen such a terrifying phenomenon that he couldn't even describe it in words. The goddess of life, completely without fear, jumped into the palm of this monster's hand. She turned her head towards Ji-woo and said goodbye to him, promising that they would definitely meet again. The mysteriousness of this girl was too great. She looked at the guy and smiled at him as if they were very close friends. When the situation was resolved and the tension had died down, Dokbae no longer saw the point of following the game. The man ordered the staff to come up with consolation prizes, as well as some sort of event for the players. Before leaving the office, he stopped. A dark shadow fell across his eyes as the man reminded the staff to keep watching the players he had spoken of not too long ago. Not so long ago, as soon as Yurikin had shown himself in the game, the man leaned back in his chair, not expecting him to show his face. So soon that same day, he spoke to one of the staff and gave orders to keep an eye on to characters in the game. The first was Yurikin, but the second character was the player, Luna, the girl who had attracted the special attention of the company director. The players in the city were overjoyed to have their characters back in the game. Also, everyone had a consolation prize and a fun event awaited them. But the moment they cheered the most was when Ji-woo stepped on the city's doorstep. The guy stood in the archway, and the players couldn't stop cheering him. The frontline villagers and travelers welcomed their hero. Music played in honor of the occasion. It was a real celebration. Ji-woo walked into the village and stopped. The guy was covered by his cloak. He didn't expect to be called a hero from now on. Ji-woo, who was drowning in the glory, wasn't confused at all. The guy only tragically thought that his secret had been revealed, and he would no longer be able to pretend to be a weak player. As Falconet was broadcasting, more than 200,000 spectators were eventually recorded. Suddenly, a single person ran out from the crowd of cheering players. He jabbed his index finger towards Ji-woo, and was furious that this horrible man was being labeled as the hero of the game. The man couldn't take his anger away, as he remembered well the fact that Ji-woo was a mass murderer. He had actually wiped out over 3 million players in a single day, not too long ago. While the man was shouting at the top of his voice that Ji-woo was a horrible person, and all these honors were an insult to those who had died at his hands, someone approached them and called out to the infuriated player. It was none other than Falconet himself. The guy didn't even want to hear about Ji-woo being bad. After all, he had just killed the players, but in no way removed them from the game like the monster had done. It was only because of him that everyone got their characters back. Falconet immediately walked over to Ji-woo and started shaking his hand. He was very happy to meet the player in person after the live broadcast. Falconet gained popularity again, and from everything that happened, he got the most out of it. There was no way that the player was going to get away with it. He was so obsessed with Ji-woo that he even found out that the guy was playing without a guild falconet wasn't going to waste any time, and immediately made an offer for the guy to join his guild justice. As soon as the other players heard that their hero wasn't in a guild, they immediately started offering him their options. Ji-woo pulled out his hand and was startled by the attention that was only focused on him. It was as if the players had gone crazy. Everyone in the square wanted Ji-woo's attention. They looked at him with adoration, and they also wanted him to join their guild, as he would immediately take them to the next level of the game. Ji-woo could no longer tolerate this kind of pressure. It was too insistent for him. The guy wasn't used to all the attention, and didn't even know how it would affect his game. Now, he couldn't think of anything else but to just run away from these players snapping out of his month. Ji-woo ran in a different direction, just as long as it was far away, where it would be at least a little calmer. The crowd of players rushed after him. Eurus, meanwhile, was bantering with his master, which did not help Ji-woo get out of the situation at all. At some point, distracted by Eurus, the guy completely missed the wall in front of him and crashed headlong into it at full speed. Oohing in pain, Ji-woo recoiled. He held onto his face, which continued to writhing in pain, and stepped back a little. Ji-woo couldn't remember there being any wall in the square in the middle of this village. Lifting his head up, he was able to see more what he called a wall. Wasn't quite like that. Ji-woo was looking at a huge statue cast in gold, and what amazed him even more, this statue was a huge replica of him. Ji-woo and Eurus were simply speechless. The two of them looked at the huge statue and were simply shocked by the speed of its creation and size. The guy didn't even immediately realize that it was him, but the special attributes of his equipment immediately revealed the similarities with him. The statue was full height and was wearing the same underwear as Ji-woo's. Eurus immediately confirmed that it was a copy of the guy. As Ji-woo stunnedly looked at the statue, someone behind him chuckled loudly. A man's voice cheered, finding out if the guy liked the statue. The person who asked this question was Master King. He and his Divine King stood in cloaks in the same white pants as Ji-woo's. The man smiled toothfully and defiantly, put his hands on his sides, revealing a view of his pants. This statue was set up by Master King. After spending all his savings, Ji-woo and Uru stared at him in surprise, while the man continued to loudly rave about the guy. He was confident that Ji-woo could defeat Uriken, and didn't doubt his strength one bit. The guy immediately remembered the day he had come to punish the Halcyon Guild for harassing Boss Loaf. That was when he met Master King, after crushing all of his men. Master King was very impressed with Ji-woo, hence he decided, without a doubt, to erect such a majestic statue in his honor. Ji-woo was still in shock. He didn't understand such a violent reaction, and also why all these guys were only in their pants. They had enough money to buy themselves the best gear. Master King smiled a wide smile and proudly declared that all of their items had been sold in order to build this statue. The other Divine Kings were equally excited and smiled just as genuinely. While this conversation was going on, a crowd of townspeople were already approaching. There were so many of them that their running caused the streets of the village to fill with dust. Shouts began to come out that they had found a hero. Ji-woo shuddered at these cries. At this time, Han-saran was sitting in her room. The girl didn't switch on the light, remaining in total darkness. She tucked her legs up against herself and wrapped her arms around them. She was in no mood at all. Something very serious was tormenting her heart. Han-saran replayed in her head all the events that had happened to her since she had met Ji-woo. She remembered the monsters that had suddenly surrounded her and mysteriously disappeared. Even back then, she should have thought about it. The girl squeezed her eyes tightly shut at that moment, but nothing ever happened to her. Monsters were around, but for some inexplicable reason, no one harmed her. Ji-woo had appeared as suddenly as the monsters had suddenly disappeared. She berated herself for not immediately realizing that he was the one who was able to destroy them all. Even when they were in the cave, the guy was easily able to put down the monster hair with just one blow. She, on the other hand, needed several blows to destroy one such hair. Then she remembered that the people from the Halcyon Guild had appeared in the cave that day. They had sneakily stolen her weapons, the knuckles. The girl then suddenly blacked out. And when she came to her senses, she was no longer in the cave, but Ji-woo had returned her weapons to her. That was something worth paying attention to, but she didn't want to go into the details of what had happened. The only thing Han Saran couldn't understand was why the guy was pretending to be weak and deceiving her. These questions swirled around in her head and caused too much pain. All these recent events had affected the girl so much that terrible memories crept into her mind. She was just a child, a grown man towered over her, the toy lying between them was torn. In the dark room, under the man's gaze, the little girl cried and shuddered in fear. Ji-woo had tricked her. It was a terrible crime that brought back terrible memories from her childhood. For the girl, she immediately reached with her hand for the glasses that lay beside her. With trembling hands, Han Saran put her glasses on her eyes. It was the only thing that could calm her down in any way. She continued to sit in the dark room shuddering with her whole body. Girl, something terrible had happened to her as a child, and Ji-woo's lies had triggered old feelings and ripped open healing wounds. Ji-woo was tired. He had always wanted to be the center of attention, but until now, he hadn't even realized how exhausting it could be. Since people had already calmed down and stopped harassing him so fiercely, the guy could exhale with relief. He and Eurus were walking down the street of the village together. Ji-woo couldn't let go of the strange feeling that he had forgotten something. And then, as if the universe had read his mind, something he couldn't remember appeared in front of him. The player's eyes widened. Boss Loaf was standing in front of him. He stopped and was very happy to see the girl in the game, because not long ago, she had been devoured by a terrible monster. Overjoyed, Ji-woo immediately walked over to his girlfriend. He cheerfully talked to her. The girl had been resurrected, and this pleased him very much. After all, it was without her that he began to feel a strange emptiness in this game. While the guy was waiting for some reaction from Love, the people around them started discussing. Everyone was curious about what kind of girl was near their hero and why he called her boss. Love didn't answer. Her head was slightly lowered, and her fringes hit her eyes. Loud whispers continued around. Someone even said that the girl looked familiar, but there were no guesses about who she was, yet. Ji-woo still didn't notice the girl's strange mood. He was so happy to see her that he was completely oblivious to it. The guy slipped his hand into his cloak, remembering that he had something for her. In just a second, he pulled out the ribbon that was left on the ground after she disappeared. Ji-woo very carefully wrapped it around the girl's neck. Love was still silent and didn't react in any way to his actions. The guy started off by saying that he got the ribbon after Erkin's death, but then, with an awkward chuckle, he changed his words and lied that he had accidentally found it on the road. He was still hoping that she didn't know about his power. Except that lie was another terrible mistake. Love's eyes opened wide, and her irises flickered ominously in the shadows. She was very angry that even now the guy was shamelessly lying to her. Holding back her emotions, the girl clenched her hands tightly into fists. An insatiable shiver ran through her body. Love finally spoke. Her body trembled, and her voice was low and quiet. She knew he was lying, and even now he continued to do so. Loaf was even angrier, and wanted to know why the guy was doing this to her. Ji-woo looked at her in surprise, as he didn't understand this reaction at all. Even now that the truth was revealed, there was still no way he could quiet his lies. The guy laughed embarrassedly, put his hand to the back of his head, and scratched his head awkwardly. The people around them were getting even more crowded. The girl still didn't raise her head or look at the guy, but there was one question that really bothered her, and she wanted to know the answer. Love asked him if he had given her a rice cake. The guy didn't immediately realize what she was talking about. He couldn't understand which rice cake she was talking about. And then he remembered how he had moved into a new flat, and the first thing he did was go to his neighbor's house to give them rice cake. Then a very cute girl opened the door to him, and she was also a celebrity Han Saran. He was shocked and couldn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't recognize her as Boss Loaf. And now, after replaying all these memories in his head, the player stared at the girl in surprise. It was so unexpected that for a moment, the guy was speechless. He couldn't believe that Han Saran and Boss Loaf were the same person. The tension between them had grown so much that the people around them felt it. All their eyes were fixed on them. Those who were passing by stopped forgetting their business. Everyone around them realized that something special was about to happen, for the tension was incredible. They stood opposite each other, and a whole ring of gawkers had already gathered around them. The girl confirmed that she was the one who had accepted the rice cake from Ji-woo that day. She raised her head, her blue eyes sparkling, and at the same moment, the girl announced that her real name was Hansaren. Hansaren's manager was furious. The woman stood and shouted at the girl that she was crazy for revealing her identity in front of a whole crowd of players. The woman could not relent as Hansaren became the most popular topic of discussion on the internet. Dozens of journalists want to interview her, and ridiculous rumors have already been floated. The girl didn't answer anything, silently listening to her manager shouting. There was a character transformation in the game, except that, according to government policy, in virtual reality games, the character's appearance had to match the player's appearance. The manager was shocked that the girl hadn't even thought to change her hair, and the fact that she hadn't been recognized in the game until today was a real miracle. Hansaren didn't see anything wrong with being recognized in the game. The girl admitted that initially she didn't even plan to hide her crush. This statement puzzled her manager. The woman arched an eyebrow in surprise. Hansaren didn't see anything wrong in being found out about her. She hadn't committed any sin, and the fact that she played games wasn't something shameful. The manager held her head and exhaled heavily. She was worried that Hansaren's perfect image of Hansaren would be ruined because she was pretending. Those words caused Hansaren to roar with anger bubbling up in her soul. She could barely restrain herself from expressing rudeness to the manager. Still, the girl snapped into a shout. Pretending to be a different person had been the manager's suggestion. She didn't want to do that, as she hated lying to her fans more than anything else in this world. She finally said what she had been hiding in herself for so long. After that, the girl abruptly left the manager and slammed the door loudly, hiding in her room. The woman did not have time to say a word to her, being completely shocked. She exhaled heavily, once again, thinking Hansaren was a stubborn girl. After all, everything the woman did was only for her benefit. The girl immediately grabbed the virtual reality goggles as soon as she entered her room. All her movements were abrupt. Hansaren angrily put them on her face and lay down on the bed. She was angry with the whole world. Therefore, the only way to escape from it was to immerse herself in the game. Her hands trembled as she activated the game, and the retinal scan took place. And when the user activation finished and the connection to the Chrono Life game started, the girl was able to relax and no longer shake with anger. Hansaren had always been drawn to singing. Even being in kindergarten, she aspired to perform. The girl sang cheerful songs, and the audience was her peers. Her voice, even then, was beautiful. She skillfully sang a children's song, and other children listened to her singing with admiration. She was only 5 years old, then little Hansaren enjoyed her singing. She loved performing and pleasing the others. She had a lot of fun, and it was something she wanted to do. Her perfect debut happened at the age of 5. The little girl performed on the big stage. Even then, she was called a talent, a genius, a singer from heaven. The adult audience liked the way the girl sang songs and performed in front of them as much as the children. Everyone was in complete delight. Fans were singing along to her, shouting about how much they admired her and did not want to miss her concerts. However, tragedy seemed to be waiting for the right moment. A beautiful little soul was trampled by adults. One day, the girl sat in her room and could not stop her tears. There were 2 people standing against her. They were the people closest to her mom and dad. The girl looked at them and could not understand why they were doing this to her. It would seem that the people closest to her should have supported and protected their child, but they had their own plans for the girl. Money was the cause of all this misfortune. Little Hansaren was loaded with work by her insatiable parents. Hansaren was taken to various talk shows, music programs, various broadcasts. There were also many different shoots and adverts. She was too young for so much work. Despite such a busy schedule that even an adult could not handle, Hansaren continued to work hard. The girl was exhausted, but her parents wouldn't let her relax. When she returned to her room, tears came to her eyes, and her parents sat down beside her and asked her to try harder and do more. All this was said with affection in their voices, but the message was very scary. There was a fire of greed in their eyes. Her parents never stopped talking about how much they loved her, but their love was too scary. One day after another conversation with her parents, the girl sat tiredly on the chair. Her head was down. She didn't feel any more strength in herself. And yet, for their sake, she would lift her head and keep smiling, pretending that she had strength, that she was full of energy, and a happy child who was ready to conquer this world with her singing and other talents. One day, her little body couldn't take it, so much grueling work was too much affecting her, and she reached her limit holding the microphone in her hands. Hansaren felt herself getting very sick. Being on stage, the girl simply threw up on the floor. The pressure piled on her fragile shoulders affected her well-being. Then everyone was shocked by her condition. The film crew froze in utter incomprehension. Their cameras were pointed at the girl, and they filmed it all. A dark shadow fell on the faces of the girl's parents. Her antics displeased them very much. After all, it was not what they expected from her. Hansaren raised her head, hoping to see help, and her caring parents, who was able to protect her from such an embarrassment. Her face was all in tears, snot and vomit. The girl focused her gaze on the two people who were the closest in her life, and what she saw broke her little heart. Her mum stood back, and her father covered his eyes with his hand, not wanting to see this disgrace. They were enraged. Their twisted faces of displeasure were scarier than monsters. Those who were supposed to support and care for young Hansaren felt hatred and shame for her. Realizing that there would be no help, the girl felt completely devastated and alone in the world. She could no longer contain herself and broke down into loud and unrestrained crying. Love was in the game. She had folded her hands in her lap and was sitting on a small slope of the game space. The girl had a sad face as her thoughts were not cheerful at all. She was thinking about Pansy who, for some unknown reason, lied to her, and at the same time, took care of her ribbon and returned it to the girl's neck. Love reached out and touched her fingers to that ribbon. The guy had returned that accessory. For some reason, different feelings were bubbling in her soul. Ji-woo exhaled with relief when he saw the girl in front of him. It had taken him no small amount of time to find her. Loaf jerked in surprise as she didn't think anyone would be looking for. He looked at the girl with a face full of anxiety. He didn't understand why Loaf had run away then, and honestly admitted that it scared him. Ji-woo did indeed look very worried about what was happening to Love, except that the girl wasn't in the right mood to talk to him. The one short word she threw at him made that clear. Ji-woo continued to stand behind him, puzzled. She, on the other hand, turned away and lowered her head onto her hands, because Ji-woo couldn't make sense of the situation at all. He asked Eurus for help, hoping that he had more knowledge of the matter. The spirit only shrugged his shoulders and assumed that Boss Loaf was angry with him, and that caused the guy to be even more misunderstood. Eurus turned his head towards his master and sighed heavily. In his opinion, Ji-woo completely failed to understand a woman's heart, and because of that, he didn't notice that the girl was obviously angry at him for hiding his true strength from her. Eurus then advised the guy to ask for forgiveness. Ji-woo was embarrassed, as he had never done it before. Gaining courage, the boy coughed and spoke. His voice sounded timid. He took his gaze to the side, unable to look at the girl, and still apologized. Only even after saying that, Boss Loaf didn't react in any way. She continued to sit silently without raising her head. He didn't want to deceive the girl and didn't realize why he did it. The guy hoped that in the future, he would be able to confess it to her. The girl started to rise to her feet. Her voice sounded detached. Loaf didn't think that just one apology would be enough. The girl straightened up, her fists clenched. She was disgusted that he had apologized so easily, as if it was all something insignificant. Ji-woo laughed awkwardly. He didn't really like it all that much himself. The guy scratched the back of his head and smiled stupidly. He was afraid to say anything unnecessary. But a second later, something scary happened. His eyes widened at what he saw. His heart thundered in his chest. Right in front of his eyes, some winged monster grabbed the girl. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Being trapped in the clawed paw, the girl shrieked. She could absolutely never do with what happened to her. Ji-woo screamed at the top of his voice. Such a sudden attack knocked the thoughts out of him. He watched as his boss Loaf was kidnapped. The griffin rose high in the sky. It continued to hold the girl in its paw, its huge wings flapping, lifting them even higher. Ji-woo looked on in horror at what was happening. On the griffin's back was a rider, his long braid developing in the wind. The guy laughed. He couldn't even think that grabbing the girl so abruptly would cause her to pass out. Love hung lifelessly in the monster's paw. She had indeed passed out and was powerless to defend herself. Looking at the girl below, the writer was surprised that she had passed out. After all, according to his plan, that shouldn't have happened. The guy himself was a bit strange, with scars spread across his body, as if his skin had been stitched together. Yoris looked at the griffin and the writer with excitement. He was clearly able to realize who was in front of them, and because of that, his excitement increased several times over. Ji-woo couldn't take to the sky, so he threateningly started shouting at the writer to come down. The guy wanted to understand who the kidnapper was and what he was going to do with Boss Loaf. The writer laughed. He knew who Ji-woo was. Since he called him Mr. Hero, he wasn't going to go down and clear things up with him, promising that he had only kidnapped the girl for a while. From what he said, it was clear that someone wanted to meet her. To Ji-woo, these were not valid arguments. He was furious that his girlfriend had been so brazenly kidnapped. He immediately grabbed his wooden club ready to use it. Yoris immediately intervened. He wanted to warn his master not to use his power so recklessly, and just as he wanted to explain why, it was too late. Ji-woo's strength was already rushing towards the unfamiliar enemy. The energy released from the player's baton was rapidly approaching the griffin's back. The guy immediately turned his head to assess the situation. Watching the powerful energy flying at him, the writer smirked inside. He knew that Ji-woo would do something like this, but he hoped that he had the brains not to do something stupid. The kidnapper immediately used his magic power, activating a skill, 8 panoramas, 8 mirrors. Immediately, a strange circle that looked like a mirror appeared. The guy's power crashed into it, and immediately, like a ray of sunlight, reflected and flew in the opposite direction. With the same incredible speed, Ji-woo released power traveled back to its master. Since he had never seen such a thing before, he stared in surprise as his own power flew backwards right at him. A moment later, the crushing blow left a deep scar in the ground. Even the mountains that met in the path of the almighty energy couldn't withstand the onslaught. The energy didn't hit Ji-woo directly, but swept near him. But even that was enough to deprive the guy of his arm. While Ji-woo stood in a complete stupor trying to realize what was happening, Yoris flew towards him with eyes full of terror. The spirit was very concerned about what had happened. As a critical wound was received and the hidden skill healing factor was activated, the guy's arm immediately began to regrow, and after a few seconds, a completely unharmed arm simply appeared out of thin air. This was enough for Ji-woo to realize that he was not an ordinary player, but a real enemy with strong abilities that could resist his blows. Ji-woo watched silently as his mate grew more and more distant from him. Yoris moved closer to him. He knew that their opponent was not a simple player. The guy realized that he couldn't stop the enemy from taking the girl right now, but he knew one truth. He would definitely solve this case and save love. Yoris told Ji-woo the guy's name. His name was Habek, and he was not a player, but a creature of the same species as Yoris himself. Habakkuk, enjoying this moment as if what was happening was nothing out of the ordinary, waved goodbye to Ji-woo. Ji-woo turned to Yoris and mockingly decided to find out the reason why Habakkuk wasn't a wimp like Yoris if they were beings of the same species. The spirit immediately pouted his lips, but remained silent. Habakkuk suddenly heard a strange and frightening sound that he had only heard once before today. The boy lowered his eyes and saw that his 8 panoramic mirror had cracked. He laughed merrily, thinking, Ji-woo was amazing. After all, only one person in his entire existence had managed to make a crack like that. This excited him even more. The girl was still unconscious in the same way. She didn't even know the reason why she might have been kidnapped. Western Forest, Hidden Tower. It was a place where many secrets lurked. Arriving at this place, the girl had already regained consciousness. She immediately jumped to her feet and quickly jumped away from her enemy. Griffin and Habakkuk stood in place. Love had a lot of questions. She immediately got into a fighting stance and wanted to find out for what purpose she had been kidnapped, what this place was, and why she was here. Habakkuk lifted his hands, trying to calm the girl down. The guy had a smile on his face, saying that he didn't want to hurt her and had brought her to this place because Han Saren had someone who wanted to meet her. At the same moment, two people entered the room. The guy sensed their presence and turned his head. The girl became even more wary. Those she saw in front of her evoked many emotions in her soul, but the most vivid and deepest was fear. Her eyes widened and her heart could have jumped out of her chest. She had not expected to see those who now stood before her. Those two turned out to be her own mom and dad. They stood in front of her with slight smiles on their faces and looked at their own daughter. She was immediately reminded of a situation that happened many years ago, when the girl, as a young girl, had failed to cope with the fatigue and the expectations placed on her. That day her parents had shown their true, horrible faces. She would never forget how much anger had skewered them. And the way young Hansaren sobbing sat beside her puddle of vomit, how much she cried because she could no longer bear the load of work that had been thrust upon her. After that incident, Hansaren decided to end her singing career, but only her parents could not put up with such a statement of the girl. Her own mother immediately showed her attitude towards this statement. She slapped her daughter with all her might. The father stood aside and silently watched with his hands on his chest as the mother raised her daughter. He was completely on his wife's side. Hansaren flew a few meters away from the blow and fell painfully to the floor. The girl's parents looked at her with a fearful look that said that they would not tolerate such behavior of the girl. They would force her to do their bidding by any means necessary. The woman approached Hansaren. She crouched down on one knee and looked at her daughter still lying on the floor. The woman felt absolutely no guilt for what she had done, except that the woman's face had changed, and for a moment it might have seemed that a loving mother was looking at the girl. It turned out that the reason for all their actions was a very strong love for the girl. Hearing those words, Hansaren shuddered. Tears flowed from her eyes, her cheek was sore, and a trickle of blood came out of her nose. The girl didn't realize what kind of love this was. For several years, Hansaren was unable to end her career as a singer, and when the income completely dried up, her parents resorted to even worse things. Her father walked into the girl's room. There was an argument between them where her teddy bear was hurt. Her mother and father finally crossed the line when they brought unknown men to her room. The three stood behind their backs. They grinned sinisterly as they counted the money. There was just a horrible aura emanating from the girl's father. He was smiling at her, but it was not a kind smile at all. It was as if he was mad with lust for money. Hansaren was the only child in the family, and the people who called themselves her parents had crossed the line completely when they made the decision to sell her. On hearing this, the girl had flipped out. She realized that from that second on, every wrong move she made could cost her life. The men didn't expect her to be so fast, and for Hansaren, a miracle happened. Hansaren ran. She wiped her bare feet on the ground, but she did not stop. She was in pain, but her heartache and fear for her own life were far greater, and that didn't give her the right to stop. The place where the girl ran away to was a police station. She rushed towards the first office that came her way without a second thought. With bitter tears, she burst into the police station. The police were horrified by the girl's story and immediately rallied to help her. This was how Hansaren was able to free herself from the hell that had haunted her for years. The case went to court, and the girl's parents were stripped of their parental rights. The gavel of the court thumped loudly on the table as a final point in this hard case. Her parents were furious. They were going to appeal the verdict, but fortunately for Hansaren, they were unsuccessful. Thanks to the law, the girl was completely freed from her horrible parents. It was a high-profile case. Her parents tried some more to settle something, but it was all in vain. Unfortunately, young Hansaren was already too traumatized morally. Even after being released from the custody of such an idiot, the girl could no longer smile and enjoy life as a normal child. Should what happened to her was too serious and painful, a trauma she would never be able to forget, that lie of love for her and the bullying that had been perpetrated from those closest to her. It was all because of the vile lies. Hansaren was traumatized. Her heart was shattered to pieces. Her beloved mom and dad turned out to be terrible people. The girl never left her room again. That day after the trial turned her life upside down. She was no longer a happy child. Shutting herself away from the world, Hansaren escaped from the real world to play online games. She spent days and nights in front of her computer in a dark room, and only in the game, felt at least a little better. The girl's eyesight was badly affected by hours of sitting at the monitor. Eventually, she was prescribed glasses. Because of the memories of those days, she became anxious when she took them off. One day in a game, another player approached the girl. She said hello to the girl, and that was the first step leading Hansaren out of the dark world. But how that happened we'll find out later. And so, after all the horror that the girl had gone through, her parents stood before her once again. they had somehow managed to find her in this game. Love was terrified, her whole body beginning to cowardly from the excitement that filled her mind. She didn't understand how they could just appear in front of her like that. After all, there was a restraining order. Her parents smirked. They thought they weren't breaking the law, since they weren't in the real world, but in the virtual world. Since they had seen an article about San Saran playing this game, they decided to take the chance to meet the girl. Loaf still didn't understand how her parents were able to find her. Then they looked at Habakkuk, for it was thanks to him that they were lucky enough to find the girl. Guy chuckled, but would have preferred the girl's parents to talk less about him. The guy decided to give them a chance to talk in private, so he hastily decided to leave. In just a second, his character vanished into thin air, leaving behind a slight glow of blue. The girl was left alone with the scariest and most frightening people in her life. The woman smiled sweetly, talking about how the girl had grown up to be very beautiful. After all, she and her father only got to see their daughter on the television screen. Love stood still, afraid to move, and the woman kept talking, thinking the real world was cruel because it separated parents from their own child. Love gathered all her strength, and her hands were no longer shaking. She clenched her fists and wanted to find out what purpose these people had in mind. If she didn't hear a reasonable answer, she would immediately leave the game. Her mother's mouth opened and words came out of it. She and the girl's father were asking for forgiveness for all that they had once done to this poor girl. Hansaren looked at this woman and was shocked at the ease with which these words were spoken. After all, these people had once caused her irreparable harm. She went on to say that they were only looking for her to ask for forgiveness. Also, these people realized that they had been too cruel to her. They seemed too kind, too nice, and seemed genuinely remorseful for what they had done. The man was silent, only the woman spoke. She wanted the girl to forgive them, and they would go back to the happy times when everything was fine with them. Hansaren didn't answer anything. The girl looked at them and didn't understand what was happening now. Why, after so many years, these two people are standing in front of her again? Habakkuk stepped out of the hidden tower. He threw off his dressing gown from one shoulder and felt the warming rays of the sun on his body. The griffin was also resting beside him. The beast nestled cozily on the green lawn with its eyes covered. The griffin raised its head sharply as it sensed the stranger approaching. His eyes glittered dangerously. He looked in the direction the danger was coming from. The kidnapper exhaled with annoyance as he hadn't expected to see the newcomer so soon. It seemed to him that it would take the guy a little longer to find this place. Jiwoo was able to reach this place quite quickly. The guy slung his wooden club on his shoulder. Eurus perched on top of it like a parrot. Habakkuk immediately realized that Eurus had pointed out the way to this place to Jiwoo, since the regular players knew nothing about it. The kidnapper wanted to say something else, but Jiwoo wasn't interested. Completely unapologetically, the guy interrupted Habakkuk's speech and ordered him to shut his mouth. The gray fawn was all tense, waiting for a signal from its master. Jiwoo was skewered with rage. He had come here to challenge the kidnapper. He bluntly stated that he could use any methods he wanted in a fight, but Jiwoo would not rest until his revenge was fulfilled. Habakkuk raised his hand, preparing his fingers for the next move. He realized that he had no choice and would have to accept this challenge. This all seemed like fun to him, so he was even interested in making a concession to Jiwoo. His fingers reproduced a loud snap. The griffin immediately raised its head upwards and made a loud, guttural sound. Its eyes immediately sparkled, the power of a beast surging within it. Breaking away, the griffin flapped its wings. They flapped wide open and lifted its body into the air. Jiwoo was completely focused on the griffin that came into action. He removed his baton from his shoulder and prepared to fight. Jiwoo's eyes opened sharply and wide when he saw something unusual in front of him. There was now not just one griffin in the sky, but two. They were identical, as if two twins had soared into the air. Only Jiwoo was sure that there was only one griffin here, until now. Jiwoo wiped his eyes as the picture in front of him changed drastically. He began to look even more closely at the sky, assuming that his vision was beginning to fail. Incredibly, there were no longer two griffins in the sky, but dozens of them. They appeared as if from nowhere and hovered in the air, waiting for the next signal from their master. It began to dawn on the boy that all these griffins were just a copy of the one he had originally seen near Habakkuk. The guy stretched his hand forward, showing for fingers. It was one of his techniques called photocopy. He was satisfied that he was able to take Jiwoo by surprise. The monstrous birds all screamed at once and came into action, although they were copies created from just one version. Each one carried an equally terrifying danger. These griffins were all hostile towards Jiwoo and channeled their anger towards him. The guy, clearly not expecting such a setup, was shocked at what was happening. Jiwoo saw no other way out. He had to exterminate all the griffins. The guy grinned and used his weapon to summon a stream of energy. The power from the wooden club was released and burst upwards in a wide beam. The bulk of the griffins were hit by the merciless blow and were melted by the powerful impact. When the energy disappeared, only traces of ash from the formidable birds remained in the sky. He had managed to wipe out a significant number of enemies. But no one expected that those griffins that had been destroyed by the previous strike would reappear on the horizon. It was as if the birds hadn't received the terrible damage and had once again soared into the sky. Jiwoo stared in horror at the monsters that were able to appear in front of him so easily. The guy wondered how on earth this could have happened. Eurus was just as shocked, but the spirit realized that this was Habak's power. The photocopy did not fail its master. Eurus was very concerned that his master was facing such a not-so-simple foe. The spirit felt it necessary to warn his master to be as cautious as possible. Habak had the power of 8 mirrors, and each mirror had its own abilities and power. Up to this point, they had learned about 2 skills that the enemy used. The first was reflection, and the second was photocopying. When Jiwoo started to resent the fact that the enemy was incredibly strong and the balance of the game was to disrupt it because of such characters, Eurus gave him a disgruntled look. It was strange for him to hear such complaints from Jiwoo, who had exorbitant strength himself. As the griffin soared through the sky and Habakkuk stood back waiting for the player's next move, Eurus continued to speak. The spirit reminded Jiwoo that Hubak was not a player, but a boss that needed to be defeated. Habak knew he had a few more surprises stashed away for his enemy. The guy looked at Jiwoo with a slight smirk to him. This fight was very interesting and intriguing. Jiwoo sighed heavily. He didn't understand the politics of the game when such a boss could walk around the vastness of the game world and pretend to be a human. Just as he was about to find out who had thought of such a thing, a griffin suddenly appeared behind him. The beast mercilessly attacked the guy, digging into Jiwoo's back with its huge claws. No one was going to wait for him and Eurus to have enough to talk. On the other side, a flock of griffins opened their beaks. They began to build up their attack power. Each one gathered a scarlet, blazing ball of energy. A loud cry sounded. But before they could attack Jiwoo, the guy faster gave them an anticipatory strike. Under the incredible blazing power, the griffins were wiped out of the game space. But just a few seconds later, as if by magic, the monsters reappeared in the same spot. They screamed and clawed with their beaks, eager to reach their prey. Jiwoo already realized that this would happen every time he destroys them, but the monsters appear in the same place and carry the same danger, so the player decided to attack them continuously relay. Relentlessly swinging his baton, slash-like streaks of force attacked them. Jiwoo recreated many uninterrupted slashes that pierced through space from the planet. Beams of force flew out swiftly into the open universe, obliterating everything in their path. Habakkuk heard that terrible sound again, which made him lift his mirror and look at it anxiously. Cracks like spider webs stretched across the panorama. It could not withstand such tremendous energy. After the first crack, the mirror could still function, but the second crack rendered the object practically powerless. Such a circumstance stressed him out too much. Jiwoo pointed his baton at his enemy's face. He laughed as he realized that Habakkuk's mirror had given a crack, which meant that he had a good chance of defeating his enemy. As the player continued to laugh, he remembered Eurus' words that he and Boss Habakkuk were of the same origin. Jiwoo concluded that this guy was also as weak as Eurus. Habakkuk wasn't embarrassed by his words, instead deciding that it was Jiwoo who was abnormal for this game. Holding his broken mirror in his hand, the guy only now realized that he needed to take his enemy more seriously, as he was too jumpy. Jiwoo glanced at Habakkuk and noticed that his smile was just as disgusting as Luna's nicknamed cockroach. Ono immediately remembered the girl and pictured her as a real cockroach. The jokes were put aside, and Jiwoo returned to his serious tone. He still didn't know the reason why Habakkuk had kidnapped Boss Loaf and what god particles they kept stuttering about, but didn't give more information. The boy became even more confused. The baton held against him inspired fear, but he realized that until the guy found out the reasons, it wouldn't do anything to him. That's why Habakkuk was in no hurry to tell what happened, as everything was confusing. Jiwoo was angry realizing that his enemy was unwilling to tell him the details. The guy threatened to stay where he was, and he himself wanted to find the girl and find out everything. Habakkuk lowered his gaze to the panorama of 8 mirrors. He assessed its condition with deep tenderness and decided that he could use it one more time. As if sensing his master's words, the mirror shimmered in response. Jiwoo heard footsteps approaching him from behind. He immediately jerked to turn towards the unknown person. He had assumed that Habakkuk had summoned more griffins, but when he saw the one who stood before him, his eyes widened. The boy couldn't even think that such a thing was possible. Not far away from him stood a complete copy of Jiwoo. The only difference between the two was that the doppelganger was illuminated with a blue glow. The most terrifying thing was that the doppelganger was holding the exact same wooden baton as the main player. Even the pants were the same and not the slightest bit different from those worn by Jiwoo himself. The guy looked at his doppelganger with horror. He was even sweating from the tension in such an unexpected turn. The doppelganger stood opposite and did not take any action yet. But for the main player, was still not clear how it could happen that his copy was standing against him. The doppelganger opened his eyes and looked with his sharp gaze at the one whose copy he had become. The whites of his eyes were filled with blackness, while the irises themselves shimmered with a blue cast, giving the copy a more sinister appearance. The 8-mirror panorama skill recreated an identical copy of the enemy. Putting the copied skills into it, only the appearance was mirrored from the real person. The copy spoke, and the words were completely incomprehensible, and only if one read backwards could one understand what he said. A continuous slash immediately burst out from the baton and swept towards the real Jiwoo at an incredible speed. The color of the force was just as different from the true color and was as blue as the copy itself. Jiwoo was so stunned by what was about to happen that he didn't even try to dodge the copy's attack. He was still in a complete stupor and only watched as the force came as close to him as possible. The attack had as much power as the original had. Jiwoo's face immediately felt the full spectrum of incredible strength of his own. And this strike was enough to completely crush the guy. His life force rapidly crept down until it disappeared altogether. Jiwoo was dead. A pillar of smoke and dust immediately rose into the sky after the impact. Habakkuk stood back and watched as the replica was able to easily deal with the hero of the game. He hadn't even realized he could create a copy of a character. Now, Habakkuk was pleased that he had decided to give it a try and reflected on the fact that it should have been done sooner. He continued to hold his panorama carefully. Behind Habakkuk, Eurus arose. The spirit turned to him. His visage was angry, and he wanted to know the reason the boss of the game was doing such a thing. It was as if Habakkuk had only just now seen Eurus. The boss greeted him cheerfully, as if they were old and good friends. The guy couldn't help but remark that Eurus looked much nicer now than when he was in his true form. This infuriated the spirit even more. Even though Habakkuk tried to avoid answering, Eurus persistently brought him back to the topic. He wasn't going to back down, and once again, asked the question forcefully. Then Eurus suggested that it might have been an order from a mysterious person whose name he never gave. The boss's face changed, as if the spirit had hit the right target. And then a moment later, Habakkuk started messing around again. A mocking grimace appeared on his face, and he really wanted to caress Eurus' cheeks. A strange phenomenon began to happen near them from the grass. Something began to appear without shape. This something made a strange sound. Habakkuk and Eurus' attention immediately shifted. The lump that appeared out of nowhere began to pulsate and grow in size. Eurus stared at this unknown substance with fear and amazement. Habakkuk was also completely confused and didn't understand what it was or what was going on. He stared at this something, and his voice trembled. But Eurus had already guessed what it was and what was happening. He had seen something like this once before. The spirit knew that his master had some interesting abilities. The substance began to take shape, and it was already clearer that someone was being reborn. The still smudged but already clearer form of a leg appeared and stepped onto the ground. The healing factor skill was activated, and Jiwoo's vitals began to return to their original values. The guy's body still hadn't taken its original form. It was as if it was trying to remember what Jiwoo looked like. Habakkuk was startled by this frightening sight, and the player's body continued to wriggle in a strange and disgusting way. For some reason, the guy's head couldn't regain its former appearance, as the transformation was still going on. But instead of the head, a long arm appeared in the palm of his hand, with eyes opening. Jiwoo gave his copy a stern look, and Habakkuk gave a twitch at the same time. The hand began to swell, giving a more recognizable head shape despite his unfinished look. Jiwoo smiled as he was able to find his opponent. Photocopy stood still in anticipation. He had absolutely no humor at all. Hence, his gaze was constantly serious. Yoris watched his master and picked up on the fact that the fake was more like Jiwoo himself. At this moment, the guy extended his middle finger, ordering the spirit to shut up the copy. Didn't wait for the guy to fully recover, because as soon as he realized that the enemy was in front of him, he immediately swung his baton and spoke the words for a new attack. They sounded backwards, which made it difficult to understand what he was saying. But saying the words backwards didn't prevent him from using the full power that the original had. The powerful energy piercing through space traveled towards Jiwoo's erupted body at the very last moment. As the destructive force approached the guy, his body fully recovered, a wooden baton appeared in his hand. His cloak also developed on his back, and his snow-white pants sat on his butt. Jiwoo's hand gripped the baton tightly. He wasn't going to lose to his own copy anymore, therefore, he was already serious. At the last second, Jiwoo became completely serious and prepared to repel the doppelganger's attack. He shouted the name of his attack loudly. The blue glow was already as close as possible. When the doppelganger's attack got as close to him as possible, the guy swung his baton, releasing the power of the weapon. A thin streak of energy surged out and met the energy of his opponent. Yoris froze in utter amazement at what was happening on the battlefield. Habakkuk himself stood with the same expression on his face. The boss hadn't expected things to go this far. The two forces, bright red and mighty blue, intertwined with each other like tongues of flame. They burst out from the game planet and rose far into the universe. After the attack disappeared, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke, two identical guys rushed towards each other. Their facial expressions were identical. Both of them were going to put maximum power into their attacks to crush each other. Their eyes were burning with rage, their mouths open in a scream. It wasn't long before the crushing smash was over. The original baton and the copy baton crashed into each other. Such a collision was too dangerous and crushing. The power of their impact was colossal. An unimaginable energy ringed the original and the copy. The shockwave was only growing in strength. No one could guess how this strike would end. Jiwoo was determined to put as much of his strength into this strike as possible, to finish off the pitiful copy, for sure. But his copy was absolutely not lagging behind in the same intentions and looked identical to him. The photocopy also made its decisive strike. The tension between them was incredible. The boys' clubs slipped off each other, and they finished their furious blows. Blue and red mixed and made contact. This kind of power simply couldn't exist, but it was indeed real now. They continued to swing the baton and summon its power. This kind of energy summoned by Jiwoo and his copy was simply world-shattering. Habakkuk covered his face with his hand in horror and still tried to see what was happening there. The force covered them. Yoris was in a panic. Eventually, their strength was so equal that they crushed each other at the same time on the grass where the dub had already dissipated, to substances appeared rapidly pulsing and increasing in size. The healing factor skill activated, not only for Jiwoo, but also for his photocopy. They began to stretch upwards like worms, emitting nasty howling sounds. Habakkuk watched their recovery in utter horror, while Yoris was much more restrained, as he had witnessed such a nasty recovery many times before. A short while later, Jiwoo and his photocopy were already standing against each other. Only some parts of their bodies had not yet fully taken their true form and were hovering around them. Not much time had passed, and when they finally recovered, they attacked each other again. Their batons made contact, and the shockwave immediately raised the energy around them. The space around them split into two colors, blue and red. While a fierce battle was going on nearby, Habakkuk bowed his head and decided to still dispel a few misunderstandings that Eurus had. According to him, the boss had no interest in Mr. Hero, and Habakkuk's target was only a god particle. Hearing those words, Eurus immediately twitched. He immediately assumed that it was about Boss Loaf, and that made him even more suspicious. Except that this assumption only caused Habakkuk to laugh uncontrollably. There was no way Boss Loaf could be a god particle. Now, Eurus was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Habakkuk quieted his laughter and glanced at Eurus. According to him, there was no way the girl could be something so worthy, but Hansaren was the owner of a god particle. The girl's parents had told her time and time again that they were asking for forgiveness for all the sins they had done in the distant past. The girl's mother hoped that she could accept their sincere apology, but here was Love herself, standing aghast at the words she had heard. A dark shadow fell over the girl's eyes. Unable to bear her daughter's detachment, the woman approached her abruptly and grasped her hand firmly. The girl looked at her fearfully, not knowing what to expect from this scary woman. Her voice was so sweet and gentle, but her hand was squeezing the girl too tightly. Such strength was enough to realize that the mother's intentions were not good at all. And then the woman's face transformed and her true identity came out. Hansaren's mother wished to know where the girl had taken her knuckles. Loaf looked at her in utter incomprehension, horrified at this sight. When Eurus learnt that Love's knuckles were a god particle, he was stunned at what he heard. This information surprised him too much. Habakkuk nodded, for the girl's knuckles were indeed a god particle, and it had nothing to do with the price. Eurus pondered his words, but still didn't understand the connection. The items in Chrono Life were divided into different classes, the first, the most ordinary class, having no special manifestations. So was the second class, items that were slightly better than the first, but still not good enough for this world. The third class was unique. Already starting from it, items had a high price and considerable prestige. Any self-respecting player aspired to this class. But there was also a fourth class, the divine class, the most valuable thing this game had in it. Love's knuckles were of this class. The guy also noticed that there was also a superior class, but he had never met it in this game. Eurus, on the other hand, reflected on the fact that he had seen weapons of this class. It was when Ji Woo destroyed the god of supremacy and took away all of his weapons. Luna was sitting on the lawn not far from where the fight between Ji Woo and his doppelganger had unfolded. She was watching with interest. With a grudging smack of her lips, she noted that Habakkuk had told too many things that would have been better kept secret. Still, her gaze was impossible to take away from the battle. Taking a sandwich, she prepared to gobble it down. Luna turned her head to the person sitting beside her. It was the creator that Ji Woo had once met when he was able to destroy the game planet. He was now watching the scene together with the girl and chewing on a sandwich as he did so. The man put the tip of the sandwich in his mouth and picked up on the fact that many players had already guessed that divine particles were valued in the game. Luna was no exception, and was just as eager to collect them. The day the Halazan Guild was destroyed by Ji Woo, she had come to them for a reason. It was then that the guild had to fulfill her order and obtain the god particle knuckles for Luna, since for gods in the form of her, this kind of weapon was most valued. Only Master King ruined her plans by refusing the assignment and breaking their agreement. We all remember how that evening ended. The girl giggled. She knew there was no hiding moments like this from her maker. He knew everything that went on in the game world. Then the creator recalled the moment when Hurricane unexpectedly absorbed the god particle. Luna clearly hadn't expected it to happen like that. Hurricane was then delighted with the taste he had received from Love. After all, that was when he absorbed the knuckles that had the god particle in it. The girl, at that moment, had a completely calm face, but in her heart, she was furious, for she did not expect the monster to do such a thing, and the result was different from what she expected. At the same time, the fight between Ji Woo and his photocopy continued. The guys were equal in strength and were not inferior to each other. This fight could have been eternal, especially when they both had the property of healing. Suddenly, their baton fight went awry. The photocopy's baton slid down sharply. The real Ji Woo didn't have time to intercept this blow. His eyes widened as the realization of what was about to happen came to him lightning fast. And the guy's fears were not in vain, as just a moment later, the doppelganger was able to give him a dissecting blow, the force of which traveled across Ji-woo's body. The power of this blow was very strong, as the released energy did not stop as soon as it touched the guy's body, but traveled far away. Although Eurus knew about the guy's abilities, he was worried about him every time, as if it was the first time. The spirit called out to its master in terror, wanting to make sure he wasn't completely dead. Suddenly, Habakkuk approached him and noticed with a slight smirk that although the characteristics between the original and the copy were the same, they still had a difference. The difference was that the copy was only a bot of the game, and it didn't have fatigue, which meant it didn't make the mistakes that a tired Ji-woo could make, like what had just happened. Eurus realized that Habakkuk was telling the truth, and this realization changed the situation dramatically, since the copy didn't have the fatigue and error factors that a mere human had, and sooner or later, Ji-woo would simply get tired and make a fatal mistake. After coming to this conclusion, the spirit immediately snapped out of his seat and flew towards his master, if he hadn't been so worried before. Now the anxiety was overwhelming his body. Habakkuk exhaled indulgently, resting a hand on his side. He didn't enjoy it much himself, but he had no other choice right now. Dark blood dripped from Ji-woo's body. The boy was sitting on one tucked knee, his chest gaping with the dissection that had occurred when he had been hit by the photocopy. Eurus was already very close by and anxiously shouted to Ji-woo for some sort of response. It was definitely clear from his appearance that the guy was really tired and might not even be able to do battle. Ji-woo's wound immediately began to heal his body, as if woven from plasti began to stretch towards each other, covering the deep wound. And when the wound healed, Ji-woo raised his head to the sky. His eyes rolled back, and he began to laugh uncontrollably. His whole body shook with laughter. He was taking immense pleasure from this battle. Eurus, who was just trembling with excitement, froze in place and looked at his master in a complete daze. This was not the reaction he had expected from him. With the same face, Habakkuk also stared at the guy. After all, he really thought that the guy had already lost faith in victory, tired of fighting, and would start suffering because he couldn't defeat the enemy. Except Ji-woo had completely different thoughts on this matter. He was not mentally excited about this battle because before all his enemies were killed by just one swing of the club, but here he met a really worthy opponent with whom he wants to continue to play. Then Eurus decided to find out what the guy was thinking about, as his situation was just terrible. Ji-woo got to his feet and didn't think he was in a terrible position at all. His photocopy was already approaching him at full speed. The fake Ji-woo jumped up and hovered high for a moment, preparing to attack the original. The guy gripped his baton tighter and prepared for this imminent clash. Ji-woo's eyes gleamed ominously, and his mouth stretched into a wide smile. He had as many as surefire ways to destroy his enemy. Eurus was so stunned by these words that he looked at his master with wide eyes. The spirit had no idea that in that time, the boy had already thought of two plans to destroy his enemy. Habakkuk himself looked at him with the same astonishment, as he was sure that Ji-woo didn't have long to live. The guy's words caused his soul to be filled with dread. The creator and Luna, who were nearby and watching the battle, also stared in their direction, stunned by such a statement. Ji-woo's baton clashed with the photocopy's baton. Their swings were very strong, so the shockwave would be just as powerful. The explosion immediately occurred and was once again visible from the game universe. The shockwave was so strong that Eurus was swept aside. He covered his eyes with his paw, splinters flew into his body, and the bright light was blinding. Luna and the creator also felt the force of the blow. The girl thoughtfully grabbed her hair as she was worried about her hair. Her heart was overflowing with excitement. When everything had calmed down, Habakkuk looked at Ji-woo with eyes full of curiosity. He had said there were two ways to win, and he was very curious as to how he would be able to destroy him. Luna wasn't worried about it at all, thinking that Ji-woo had decided to bluff. The girl continued to eat her sandwich as if nothing had happened. She was certain that Habakkuk was on a completely different level compared to other game bosses. After all, his 8-pawn skill was invincible. The girl opened her eyes and confidently declared that a boss like Habakkuk was impossible to pass alone, and no amount of Ji-woo's tricks would help in this matter. It was then that Ji-woo, as if he heard the girl's mockery, voiced his first option to win. The guy clenched his baton tightly, and with a cheerful note, he proposed to destroy the game planet again. Luna froze when she heard this statement, because once he had already done it and really managed to destroy the planet, such an option the girl did not even consider. And then she realized that it was for nothing. While the battle and confrontation of power continued between Ji-woo and his copy, the guy kept talking. He was sure that if he erased the planet, Boss Loaf would be transported to the village and the fake panties would disappear. Such a plan appealed to Ji-woo, but he smirked at his own words, thinking that such a plan was too boring and he wanted to experience something new. Luna immediately exhaled in relief, as she really didn't want the planet to be torn apart again. The creator also exhaled with the same relief, because last time he had too much work to do to get the game back to the way it was. And the most worried person was Dakebei, the director of the game company. He was terrified that this player might once again create huge problems that Dakebei would then have to solve. He was just begging for the guy to choose the second option. Han-Saren's mother continued to clutch the girl's hand tightly. She really wanted to know where her daughter had hidden them, to take them away. Boss Loaf absolutely did not expect this woman to reappear in her life and lie to her again. Just a moment ago, she was asking for forgiveness, and a second later, she was demanding an expensive game item from the girl in. The woman kept insisting that the girl hand over the knuckles. She hoped that Habakkuk would pay them handsomely for the brass knuckles. The man still stood aside and watched silently. Han-Saren's mother did not relent. His face looked mad. She even managed to remind the girl that they were her birth parents and she could do such a small thing for them. Boss Loaf tried to pull her hand out of her mother's tenacious grip, but she continued to squeeze her fingers tightly. The girl admitted that she had no idea where they were now, as she had recently lost them. At that moment, the girl's father became active. He slowly began to approach them, which made the tension rise even more. Up until this point, there had been no action from him. Then the man approached his daughter as close as possible. Hovering over her, the man's eyes bulged. His face was just as distraught. He wanted to know where love had hidden them since the story of their loss. They didn't believe it one bit. Han-Saren was very scared. Tears flowed from her eyes. It was as if the girl was back in the distant past when these two had power over her. She spoke honestly about not knowing where her knuckles were, but no one gave her a chance to finish. The man immediately punched the girl in the face. He was furious and didn't want to hear anything about the fact that she might have lost them. Love's head spun from the blow, her cheek throbbing painfully as if it had been doused with fire. The man's calmness was over. He raised his palm again and delivered multiple blows to the girl's face. The room was filled with the slamming sound and screaming of this terrifying man. The girl's father continued screaming and giving her many blows on her face. Love didn't even try to pull away. For some reason, unknown to her, she was powerless to the influence of these men. At the same time, something began to happen on the battlefield between Ji-woo and his photocopy. A magic circle appeared under their feet. A strong wind caused by this power blew everything around them was colored with a bright purple glow. Eurus covered his eyes with his paw trying to guess what that light was. Even he didn't know what his master was up to, and was utterly bewildered. Hubak stood with the same surprised face. The bright light was blinding his eyes, but the boss still continued to stubbornly stare at what was happening. It was the purple aura of Urikin, the lost head of Eurus. The stronger the power released, the better the dragon's presence was felt. Ji-woo smiled. He had not yet had the chance to use the skill he had acquired, so he was in full anticipation and found a great opportunity to test his new skills. It was the rather disgusting gluttony skill that he had obtained the day his and Uric and cages reunited, and the guy got his power. A tentacle came out of Ji-woo's mouth. It was covered in saliva and looked disgusting. Eurus froze in a daze. He assumed something like this would happen, but Uric had these tentacles coming out of his back, while Ji-woo's came out of his mouth for some unknown reason. While the guy's batons were crossed, Ji-woo's tentacle immediately moved behind his back to his copy and sucked into the doppelganger. The photocopy immediately froze in place. A moment later, the effect of the skill came into effect, and his life force began to be absorbed from the photocopy. Habakkuk exhaled in relief when he saw Ji-woo use plan. After all, the photocopy he had recreated completely copied all of the original skills and could use the skill gluttony just as itself. As soon as these words were said, the doppelganger's mouth immediately opened and the same tentacle emerged from it. He attached his tentacle to Ji-woo's chest. The guy was immediately taken aback. emitting a strange slurping sound. They were now siphoning energy from each other, and this action might never end. That was why Habakkuk's excitement receded. He was certain that Jiwoo wouldn't be able to defeat the doppelganger in this way, as they had completely equal skills and strength. A dark shadow fell on Jiwoo's face, for according to his opponent, the tactic he chose was a complete failure. Except there was something Habakkuk didn't know about the player's spare battery. The boss raised his head in surprise and looked at what was happening. He hadn't realized yet that this wasn't Jiwoo's entire plan. Suddenly, Jiwoo's tentacle slammed into Habakkuk's body. The boss opened his eyes wide and froze in place. This was a twist that no one had expected. The boss's eyes bulged and became like two saucers. A clot of blood escaped from his mouth. The tentacle firmly sucked on his body and completely immobilized his opponent. Something unreal happened as a second tentacle of the same kind was released from Jiwoo's mouth. The guy stood still, and Habakkuk raised his head to see what was happening. Jiwoo slanted his eyes towards his main enemy. Although his mouth was open, it was obvious that he was smiling and enjoying catching Habakkuk off guard. When Jiwoo started sucking out Habakkuk's life force, he immediately felt it and was shocked at the pain and how quickly his energy was gone. The guy tensed up and completely disbelieved that this was the enemy's plan. Within seconds, Habakkuk's body had dried up. His skin tight around his bones, his face gaunt, his mouth open in a mute scream. Strange things began to happen to the photocopy that Habakkuk had created, as well the fake began to distort like static on a television set. Eventually, due to Habakkuk's poor condition, the photocopy could no longer exist and simply disappeared. Jiwoo guessed this, which was why he made the decision to make a double attack. Now all of Jiwoo's attention was on Habakkuk. The guy couldn't resist thanking his boss for having so much fun, but it was already time to say goodbye to him. There was nothing Habakkuk could do. His body was weathered, and all he could do was make strange howling noises. He had too little life force left. The boss was on the verge of death. Yet he was no ordinary monster, but a very strong boss, gathering the last of the strength that Jiwoo had not yet managed to take away. The guy exerted himself. This was enough for him to use his hand to cut off the tentacle that had burrowed into his body. The boss was furious that he was still able to be driven to such a state. Jiwoo didn't expect that he would be able to pull off such a move on his last vital strength. The guy immediately jerked towards the enemy. Habakkuk raised his 8-pawn mirror. His hand was trembling, and the mirror was stained in his blood. Although the boss had managed to free himself from Jiwoo's power, he still lost most of his energy holding the mirror beside him and breathing with great difficulty. He raised an angry gaze at Jiwoo. The creator was so intensely interested in what had happened that he had even forgotten that he had now brought his sandwich to his mouth. After all, Habakkuk had decided to back off and end the hunt for Love's Knuckles. But the reason for the surprise was more because the creator and Luna knew that Hansaren's knuckles had been absorbed by Uruk. How could Habakkuk not know that? The girl just smirked, and then Luna just laughed, for she herself hadn't told Habakkuk about it. She thought it would be funny. That way, the creator looked at the scheming girl in surprise. Habakkuk rose into the air. His entire body lit up with a slight bluish cast. Jiwoo was still looking at the boss with his tentacle outstretched. Habakkuk was going to run away and bid him farewell. Jiwoo wasn't going to let this boss go that easily. He immediately made it clear, and the guy's hand gripped the baton tighter, preparing to attack. Habakkuk was completely out of strength and realized that one blow from Jiwoo would be enough to completely destroy him. He was breathing heavily, still determined to interest the guy in not committing this. His octagonal mirror was thrown towards Jiwoo. The player caught it with a deft movement, not fully understanding what it all meant. The boss's main weapon was in Jiwoo's hands. The guy took another look at the mirror in his hands. Yoris was shocked that Habakkuk had given such a valuable artifact to Jiwoo. Habakkuk smiled tiredly. He wanted to provide a reward to Jiwoo for being able to handle him, and thus the boss was admitting his defeat. He also sincerely hoped that the player would let him live for it. But Jiwoo himself was not very enthusiastic about such an offer, because he knew that killing a boss like Habakkuk, he would receive much more valuable items for killing him. Habakkuk understood the player's intentions. That's why he started to fade away already, and his body rattled. He warned Jiwoo that the mirror would only have power if he stayed alive. Realizing this, Jiwoo didn't take any action and let the boss leave the battlefield. Habakkuk glowed with a bright blue light and disappeared. Ji-woo saw a notification from the game in front of his eyes that the owner of the mirror had been changed and he was now the full owner of it. Since this battle was over and the enemy had lost and disappeared, Ji-woo turned his head towards the hidden tower. He originally had another target and was Boss Loaf in the tower. The rampage was still going on. The girl's father couldn't restrain his anger and continued to beat her up. He was sure that she was ungrateful and should do them a favor and help them with the money. A tattered teddy bear, Hansaren's favorite toy, was lying on the floor. Then, in a fit of anger, her father had torn it apart when she had first protested. Swinging round once more, he ordered the girl to obediently obey her parents and not try to rebel. They really thought they had the right to demand money from her. As the blows whipped across the girl's face, images from the distant past flashed before her eyes, the feelings she had felt when her parents showed their true faces. Love didn't resist the blows. Eventually, it got to the point where she just fell to the cold floor of the hidden tower. The girl had no strength at all to resist these people. She was too mentally traumatized. Her father was breathing heavily. If he was a dragon, he would definitely emit fire. Even he was slightly exhausted while beating his daughter. Her father and mother stood back and just watched as the girl collapsed to the floor. They didn't care at all about her suffering. They had only come to see her for their own gain. Then the father and mother's eyes lit up, their faces twisted with temptation. They decided that some brass knuckles didn't matter anymore. After all, Hansaren was rich enough to just start giving them money. The girl lifted her head, her cheeks flaming from all the blows her father had taken. She heard every word he said, but didn't seek to respond. Hansaren was too tired to fight them. If there was an injunction on these people in real life, it made no sense in the game. They believed that Hansaren wouldn't be able to escape from them. Their faces blurred into a smile, because, according to them, they would now always be together. The girl could no longer hold back her tears. Hot tracks ran down her cheeks. All she could think of was that someone would come and help her out of this horror. Ji-woo seemed to hear her friend's prayer and came to her. The guy stuck his finger up his nose and looked at the people standing around the girl with a look of disdain. He reminded them that love could leave the game at any moment. Her parents immediately turned their heads in the guy's direction. Their faces twisted in anger at the guy interrupting the conversation. The woman wanted to know who he thought he was, that he was doing this. The girl also looked up and was unsure of the fact that someone had actually come to her aid, and it was none other than Pansy. The man immediately joined the conversation and remembered that he had seen the guy standing in front of them before videos of him had been circulated on the internet. Ji-woo didn't want to listen to this man anymore, so he swung his wooden baton towards him. A bright light pierced the man's head, thus covering his mouth. The man could no longer stand on his feet, but Ji-woo didn't kill him. He had just performed a non-lethal strike. The woman jerked towards him, and Hansaren was still unable to get to his feet. Ji-woo was too angry. He respected older people, but such selfish freaks, the guy couldn't tolerate the veins on his face even swell due to the anger that was bubbling up in his body. Such words seemed very strange to Eurus as Ji-woo addressed all elders informally. The girl's father came to his senses and started yelling at Ji-woo, and after that, he decided to inform the guy that he dared to attack the girl's parents. Ji-woo got even angrier. He didn't even want to believe that these people were her parents, since the guy could not get it into his head that native people could behave like this with a child, beat him up and extort money. The girl's mother entered their conversation. She realized that Ji-woo had enough power to kill them. Because of that, the woman excitedly began to prove that they were indeed her parents. The player squirmed even more. He was furious that real problems from the real world were being transferred into the game. In that case, the point of the game was lost. Ji-woo's face relaxed, and he turned to his mate in a calm voice. The guy only wanted to know one thing. Why did Boss Loaf continue to sit still when she had just been hit? The girl only managed to look at Ji-woo with a confused look. She didn't know the answer to his question. She really didn't know if she could do such a thing. Ji-woo smiled. He wanted Boss Loaf to raise her head and become confident in her abilities again. In addition, the player noticed that love had a higher level here. Ji-woo's words managed to touch the girl's heart. She looked at him with huge eyes and couldn't believe that he was telling her the truth that it was the man who wanted to help her and lift her from her knees. But then something happened again, and love turned away. After all, in front of her really stood her real parents who had not lost their power over the girl for so many years. Ji-woo immediately grimaced and returned his finger to his nose. The guy didn't understand why the girl wanted to behave the same way in the game as she did in life. He understood perfectly well the atmosphere the girl lived in, and still, he tried to prove to her that in the game it was not worth behaving the same way as in real life. That was the game for that, and no one would be able to sue love for her actions. Boss Loaf was infuriated by the guy's words. She rose to her feet abruptly, for he had no idea what he was talking about. The woman saw her daughter with a different face, and it stressed her out. A little loaf was crying, but her rage came up to her throat. The girl started yelling at Ji-woo, for he didn't know how she had lived with this trauma for all the years. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, Hans-Saren's mother immediately flew over to her and slapped her again. The bulging eyes of the woman did not relent. She considered herself and her husband as victims, and her daughter was too brazen and presented everything as if they were at fault. Hans-Saren grinned and clenched her jaws tightly. She couldn't bear to hear any more of this. Her parents were horrible people who would never admit their mistakes. Ji-woo escalated the situation even more. The guy slung his baton over his shoulders and grinned. He noted that the woman had, once again, raised her hand to the girl. Knowing his friend, the guy immediately said goodbye to Hans-Saren's mother. The girl had good strength scores, so she would easily get rid of them. Boss Loaf raised her fist. She could no longer let these people continue to bully her. The woman stared at the girl fearfully. She didn't even realize that Hans-Saren would dare to make such a move. All the horrible memories her parents had given her flashed before the girl's eyes. How much pain and moral trauma they had brought her. Absorbing all those memories, her strength, and her thirst to free herself from the oppression of those people, Hans-Saren was ready to end it all. She would never allow herself to be bullied again, whether in real life or in a game. The girl's fist, even without a weapon, was very heavy. She punched her mother right in the face. The woman felt a furious pain and was certain that the bones of her nose had been shattered. The girl's punch was so powerful that her mother was lifted off the ground, twisted in the air and flew to the ground. It was a farewell from Boss Loaf. After that day, the shooting of the program took place in the studio. Hans-Saren was invited for a solo interview. The girl, with a bright smile on her face, confessed that she really loved playing Chrono Life. The presenter was really amazed that the girl liked to play these kinds of games. After all, he thought that she wouldn't hurt or fly either. Hans-Saren laughed and replied in a very sweet voice that killing monsters in the game helped her relieve stress after a hard day's work. After the incident in the Hidden Tower, Hans-Saren had conquered many of her fears. Since then, her anxiety had receded and she no longer needed glasses. The host couldn't help but notice the fact that in real life and in the game, the girl was very different in personality. Hans-Saren laughed at the question and honestly admitted that it was probably in the game that her true nature was revealed. This answer struck the presenter so much that he was speechless for a while. His eyes widened and his cheeks visibly flushed. Everyone in the hall froze and listened to the girl's every answer with awe. All of them were crazy about Hans-Saren, and even the fact that she was playing Chrono Life didn't worsen her reputation, but even improved it. As the girl continued to talk, she still had the same radiant smile and remembered her friend's words. Deciding to quote him, Hans-Saren said that there is no point in playing if you transfer reality into the game. This solo interview was also watched by Ji-woo himself. The guy was in his flat and was watching the girl from a wide-angle TV. He was pleased that she was able to get over her problems and was now glowing. He was also pleased that Hans-Saren had quoted him. Satisfied with how things had turned out for Hans-Saren, Ji-woo slipped his virtual glasses over his head. He laid down on the couch and pressed the connect button. In the game, he was met by Boss Loaf, who was beyond furious that the guy was late again. He had made the girl wait for him again, and such outrageous behavior will definitely be punished. Even though the girl already knew how strength Ji-woo possessed, she still started beating him up. Ji-woo tried to defend himself, but he didn't use his strength. He was giving her a chance to blow off steam. He confessed to watching the very music show in which Hans-Saren was being interviewed. The guy was sure that the girl was supposed to be live on air. But then Boss Loaf teared up even more. She grinned and through clenched teeth informed him that the broadcast was pre-recorded. The girl abruptly turned away from the guy and reminded him that they were already out of time. They were in a hurry somewhere, and Jiwoo didn't even know it. She suddenly turned sharply towards him and gave him an annoyed look. She didn't like that. He was trying to get to the bottom of every little thing. Feeling guilty and not sure what was wrong, Jiwoo awkwardly scratched the back of his head, but already without question, he simply agreed to follow her. She once again turned away from the guy and placed her hands at her sides and said that she forgave him. Jiwoo twitched at this sudden change of conversation. Then she spoke with a conspiratorial voice. The girl asked to be taught, but after saying that, she fell silent. Jiwoo didn't understand what she was saying and looked at her in surprise, repeating her words with a questioning tone. But after that, he remembered something. And he remembered how he had followed the girl when he first met her. Not too long ago, he had been determined to have love teach him how to play. That day, the guy had pretended to be a weakling who wanted to be as strong as the girl and asked to be his sensei. Loaf was surprised at the time, but eventually, for some reason, decided that she would do it, and that was the beginning of their game together. And so she abruptly turned to Jiwoo. She would now ask him to be her sensei. The guy was in a stupor. The girl was too close to him. Boss Loaf smiled. The girl was in a great mood, and their adventure was just beginning. The world's best game, Chrono Life, had so many players, because of which there were a large number of guilds. There were the top 5 guilds in the game. Their reputation was brilliant. They had enough resources and excellent qualities. However, one of these guilds took a different path. A player stood on top of a cliff and watched as a house burned. The bright flames mercilessly destroyed everything that was there. The Robin Hood Guild was collecting valuable data. Their comprehensive information network covered the entire continent. This guild only contained players who belonged to the thief class. And this guild was smashed by someone. The members were destroyed. Their headquarters still continued to burn. Someone had gone to great lengths to destroy such a place. The player continued to stand on the mountain and watched as the guild fell. The fire had already gone out, but bodies still covered the ground. Guild member Robin Hood couldn't believe that an entire guild had been destroyed in just one night. Seeing no point in staying in this place, guild member Robin Hood jumped up from his seat, leaving the mountain alone. Gaining speed, he rushed downwards, pushing off the cliff. A great anxiety filled the player's soul. For now, he had to find out what had happened. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the player. He smirked, for there was still one player left that he had missed. The Robin Hood Guild member stopped abruptly, and with a cool lunge, he was able to chop the enemy's body into 2 pieces. This movement was honed and true. The enemy was scattered in different directions. Even so, the enemy smiled, a bluish glow shimmering around him. He picked up on the fact that the player was different from those in the guild. The enemy's body disappeared, and in its place, a blue glow that looked like a star appeared. The guild player jumped aside, as he didn't expect such a turn. The masked man raised his head in utter confusion. He had never encountered such a skill until now. And now, the player didn't know what to expect from the enemy. Suddenly, the enemy appeared unexpectedly behind the masked man's back. His long sword immediately pierced through the player's body. The force was powerful that the player felt his feet lifted off the ground. The stranger was somehow miraculously able to survive the deadly attack and land his blow on the player. A smirk appeared on his lips as he noted that the player's level was too weak for him. As long as the player remained conscious, he wanted to know who this villain was and why he was killing all the members of the Robin Hood Guild. The enemy's laughter resounded as loudly as if he was everywhere, and the answer was too terrifying. After all, he was only doing it all for fun. As he approached the player, his face began to display the same mask worn by all the members from the Robin Hood Guild. Blood flowed from the player's mouth and the enemy swung his sword, bringing more pain to the player. Despite having a mask on his face, the man smiled. He was happy that he had enough power to do such things. A cart was traveling under the not loud squeak of the wheels. The man held the reins and hummed a cheerful tune to himself. The weather was just fine. The sun was shining. It was warm, a real grace. A demonic cat was harnessed to the wagon. It was large in size, had purple-colored fur and a small sharp horn on its forehead. The old man turned to his passengers who were seated inside the wagon, warning them that they had almost arrived at their destination. The travelers were heading towards the Stone Mountain dungeon. The first passenger of the wagon was Ji-woo. The guy was surprised, for this journey seemed very fast to him. Meanwhile, he continued to eat his ham without stopping. The second passenger in the wagon was his friend Love. She was holding a map in her hand and convincingly stated that the place they were traveling to wasn't really that far away. Ji-woo was traveling along with Boss Loaf on a rather popular means of transportation in the game. The demon cat had been transported from the demon world and tamed in this world and then trained to pull the cart. The man who founded such a service was a regular monster tamer. The Meow wagon became a very popular means of transport in the game world and became a good business. The girl looked into the distance and saw the place they were heading to. She was still holding the map in her hand, and the guy was still eating his juicy ham. Her eyes lit up when she saw that very spot. The stone mountain was very tall. Its peak was so high that from behind the clouds, it looked like it was going into space. It was a dungeon that was inhabited by many different monsters. They were all around the 30th level, and many newcomers came to this place to increase their level. Ji-woo thought about it and realized that everything he knew about Stone Mountain was only from the stories of other players. After all, he had never been here since. He had only been at level 7 for a long time before becoming super strong. Boss Love's eyes were burning, and she was in anticipation as her training was about to begin. They headed to this place so that the girl could increase her level as well as her fighting skills. Just recently, the girl had asked to become Ji-woo as her sensei, and she wasn't kidding. Loaf took the matter very seriously and was full of determination. That day, she looked at the guy with her big, shining blue eyes and smiled as if she were an angel descended from heaven. Meanwhile, while the girl trembled in excitement, the lad and his spirit, Eurus, could not tear himself away from the ham. He thought about the fact that he could easily take Love to the strongest monsters and pump her up there. The girl fixed her hair as Ji-woo suddenly remembered something. The guy informed her that he had been planning to give her a gift for a long time now. Love stared at her friend in surprise. Ji-woo smiled, spreading his hands. A bright glow appeared between them. The girl watched the player's actions with a mesmerized gaze. A weapon appeared in front of them. Ji-woo summoned excellent knuckles, the very ones he was able to obtain from the god of excellence. They shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, had gemstones, and were also decorated with wings. Ji-woo remembered that he wanted to give the girl a gift back. On the day he returned her scarf, she had lost her knuckles due to being consumed by a rocken. So the guy came up with the idea of giving her the ones he had. Taking the new brass knuckles in her hands, Love immediately blushed. Her eyes glistened and her heart fluttered in her chest. This was a very expensive gift. Boss Loaf suddenly began to cry. The girl clutched her knuckles to her chest, and through her tears, she confessed that it was her first gift. Ji-woo twitched at such an unexpected reaction from the girl. The wagon continued its journey, getting closer to their destination. With each passing minute, there was really not much more left for them to do at this time. The girl continued to admire the gift. Ji-woo was surprised, since the girl in the real world was quite famous, and surely her fans showered her with gifts. She, on the other hand, admitted that the fans were nothing like Ji-woo, and was even more embarrassed. To Boss Loaf, this guy was completely different, not like everyone else, wiping away her tears of joy. She definitely realized this, and was insanely glad that she had once met him. The girl looked at Ji-woo, the former luster returning to her eyes. She thanked him for this gift, and then the girl remembered that she never recognized his character nickname. Ji-woo was surprised, as he thought she had known it for a long time. Even when they were making a group together, she had only glimpsed the nickname, but didn't pay attention properly. And just as he was about to inform her of it, something happened. The wagon came to an abrupt stop as the demon cat stood up on its hind legs. He meowed loudly, and prolonged something very seriously startled him. The old man looked at the cat in surprise, not understanding what could have caused such a reaction. The old man heard a rumble behind him. Realizing that his passengers had sensed this abrupt stop, he worried whether all was well there. At the same time, the cat continued to meow longingly. When the carriage stopped so abruptly, the boys were jolted. They fell from their seats, and the girl ended up on top of Ji-woo. The boy hit his head painfully against the boards of the wagon and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to realize what had happened. He could hear the demon cat screaming, but what he was most worried about was the girl's safety. Loaf was just like that. With her eyes closed, she didn't feel any pain in her body as she managed to land on something soft. And when their eyes opened, the guys looked at each other and realized what a racy position they were in. To top it all off, the girl's hand was right in the area of Ji-woo's white briefs. The guy realized that he could feel her hand on his, and she realized what she was feeling under her hand. Joris, who was on the sideline, silently watched this picture. He was even afraid to comment anything about what had happened. The old man pulled the reins, trying to calm the demonic cat. The cat continued to hiss its forehead. And all this happened because of the strange man who was blocking their way. The man raised his eyes and looked straight ahead, as if he only now noticed that there was someone present on the road. A player from the Robin Hood Guild was standing on the road. He was wearing a mask on his face with a trace of dried blood on it. Also, this player was covering his wound with his hand in the chest area. This character spoke and asked for help. When the guys heard these words, they immediately forgot about the awkwardness that had happened between them. Their heads turned sharply towards the road, and now they were curious to know what had happened. The player climbed into the cart with the boys and sat down beside them. He recounted what had happened to his guild. He also didn't know what level that assassin was or what class he was. Ji-woo and Love listened very attentively. The player also told about that person's terrifying ability. He could copy objects. Since he definitely saw that the assassin had copied their guild's mask, the player leant forward a bit at this point. His voice was too mysterious, for he gave the name of the villain who had wreaked havoc in the guild. His name was Trophy Boyfriend. Boss Loaf was puzzled. She had gone through many names in her head, but this was the first time she had heard such a name. She had never met a player with such a name before. Joris had imagined something incomprehensible. He had no idea who could have given himself such a strange nickname. Ji-woo turned to the stranger from Robin Hood's guild. He wanted to ask him a question. The player immediately turned his attention to the guy. Sticking his finger up his nose, Ji-woo looked away and decided to find out who the player in front of them was. He had no idea who this person was, but from Joris and Love's exclamations, it wasn't hard to guess that they were aware of it. Loaf immediately leaned over to the guy and began to quickly tell him that the person in front of them was Hong, who was a member of Robin Hood's guild, and even the newcomers knew about it. After listening to everything there was to know about Hong, Ji-woo tiredly exhaled. He understood that the player was resentful of his guild, but he didn't see it as a big deal. Even more so, he didn't see why he should help anyone. The player brought his hand to the mask and slowly began to remove it. At the same time, words of apology for his impudence were heard because he had not even introduced himself to them, and he was already asking for help. The face hidden under the mask was very attractive. After all, underneath the hood and mask was a very pretty girl. She introduced herself by the name Hong, and also revealed that she was a Robin Hood guild master. Ji-woo's face changed lightning fast. The guy put out his thumb, and was also willing to help such a pretty girl with any problem she might have. Boss Love's facial expression petrified when she saw Ji-woo's reaction. The girl was shocked at how quickly he changed his behavior when he saw the girl. Hong put the mask back on her face and hid her hair under the hood. She was very grateful that Ji-woo had agreed to help her. After all, Ji-woo froze in place when the girl addressed him, saying that this matter concerned him directly. He looked at her in surprise. At Chrono Life's headquarters, the working day was over. The people who were in the office were the server support team. Everyone exhaled a sigh of relief when the boss ordered everyone to pack up and go home. Two of the employees reminded the boss that they needed to stay longer today to finish things up. The girl wasn't very happy about the overtime. Seo Shang-won smiled full mouth and ordered the two to drop their cases and go home, since he planned to stay late and would be able to finish their work. The girl was overjoyed, but confused, because the boss had already stayed late last night, but the other guy assumed that Seo Shang-won just hadn't had time to make up with his wife yet, which is why he decided to stay for overtime shifts. But in the end, the guys couldn't pass up the opportunity and left their boss alone in the office. The man stood and looked at the empty workstations. Left alone, the man immediately showed his true face. A sinister smile stretched his lips. After all, those who had just left the office had no idea what things were really going on in this place. Satisfied that he was alone in the office, Seo Shung when opened his desk drawer. There lay the virtual reality goggles. Feeling an all-encompassing power, he put the virtual reality goggles on his eyes. The man had always felt the potential for a better life, and so he found a great way to achieve the desired one. After passing all the verification stages, Trophy Guy entered the game. In addition, he was given the rights of a manager. He hovered in the air watching the city. Raising his hand, a glowing orb appeared in it. The man performed a summoning technique, and in a second, the desired object would appear in his hand. The glowing orb turned into an elongated sword. It was still glowing with a bright light. It was an executioner sword that had a unique class, but most importantly, this weapon had a 99th level. Also, its power was incredibly destructive. The Trophy Guy grinned. He had entered this game to make some good money. He had no good intentions, no honor, and no morals. This man only wanted easy profit and did everything to achieve his goal. But the worst thing was that he hacked the game and created an invincible character, having pumped him up to the maximum level and maximized his skills. If you remember the interview, which was taken from the pro player, you can realize that to pump up to the maximum level in this game was not possible. At master level, you could get the best superior class weapons. These were on so many mysterious items as no one in the game had ever seen them before, due to the fact that no one could reach the maximum level. And so Boss Loaf was lucky enough to be the first player to see and hold a superior class weapon. The girl looked at her new knuckles with bated breath. It was something unrealistically precious, a dream weapon. The girl continued to hold the brass knuckles in her hands. She still couldn't believe that she was holding such valuable objects. The knuckles shimmered beautifully. Ji-woo sat opposite and continued to eat his ham. Boss Loaf was even beginning to doubt that these brass knuckles were indeed of superior grade, since she couldn't even believe that such items existed. After Ji-woo assured her that these were indeed those weapons, she decided to put them on her hands. As soon as Love put them on, the knuckles immediately glowed with a bright light, and she also received notifications that a superior grade weapon was now connected to her. She was in great delight. Loaf immediately thought about the fact that with such a weapon, she would become incredibly strong. Her joy was not betrayed, except that when the lights went out, the knuckles appeared on her hand, but not in the same way she wore them. The glove no longer looked so beautiful, and from the outside, you couldn't tell that it was a weapon of superior class. The girl raised her hand in a puzzled manner and looked at the knuckles, which had drastically changed their appearance and no longer shone so presentably. Eurus and Ji-woo were equally as surprised. Since the girl had an insufficient level for such a weapon, some of the power of these knuckles had been sealed away. She arched an eyebrow, for she realized that the sealing had now made these knuckles less effective. She lowered her hand, but didn't even pay attention to the fact that there was a very slight thud. And at that very moment, the girl's knuckles showed their sealed power. The ground beneath them was pierced by a shockwave. One such slight touch was enough to shatter the landscape around them. Boss Loaf darted her eyes out in fright. The girl had so much not expected that something like this could happen that now her heart couldn't quell the wild pounding in her chest. She had barely touched the stone, and it had produced such a devastating force from the impact. Ji-woo flew up in the air and found herself upside down with her legs behind her. Even though the weapon was sealed, it still had a very destructive power. Eurus chided the girl over her recent words that the weapon was too weak. Ji-woo thought the superior weapon would be stronger, and was slightly even upset. Eurus then asked a question to the guy that concerned help for Hong Ji-woo. Holding his ham in his zabu thought about it for a moment. He didn't know what he was going to do yet. His thoughts went back to the very moment when they were traveling on the wagon. The guys had already met Hong and learned about what had happened. The guy poked his finger at himself incredulously and didn't understand what he had to do with Trophy Guy and why the girl even thought that they were somehow related. This caused anger in Ji-woo, as he believed that nothing can connected him to Trophy Guy. He had never even seen him in person once. Love and Eurus were equally surprised at such a statement. The girl remembered the night that Trophy Guy had destroyed the guild and attacked the guild. Back then, the villain had claimed all of his actions were about having fun, except she knew it was a brazen lie. Turning her thoughts back to the guys, Hong firmly stated that this Trophy Guy's goal was money. He would copy items and then sell them. For this he was receiving no small amount of money. The girl knew that Ji-woo was also involved in trading. Their guild specialized in information, so it was no secret that Ji-woo had recently sold many items from Eurus Nest, except that what he was doing was legal. Unlike the trophy guy, Ji-woo only heard the information that the items were starting to depreciate in value, and when he asked a question about it, the girl wouldn't answer him, as it wasn't their business right now. Ji-woo didn't see a problem with the game's economy collapsing. In fact, he believed that he could contact tech support and resolve the issue very quickly and efficiently. He continued to lead his thought and was sure that tech support would immediately block his account. Hong silently listened to the guy holding his wound with his hand, except that when the girl informed him that he was too stupid if he really thought that, Ji-woo tensed up and was shocked. Hong rose to her feet. She knew there was nothing tech support could do. After all, they would only get a formulaic, automated response there. According to the girl, only Ji-woo could stand up to Trophy Guy. Ji-woo frowned at the girl. She, in turn, reminded him of how the guy had crushed the 5-guild alliance. She didn't say anything else and just jumped out of the cart, leaving the guys time to think she was counting on him. After all, Trophy Guy could destroy this game. Although one couldn't tell from Ji-woo's face that this problem bothered him. The guy still pondered over the girl's words. Abruptly rising to his feet, he started pacing back and forth. Ji-woo was annoyed about the situation. After all, if everything was left as it was, he himself would have a hard time selling in the game. Loaf and Eurus looked at him in surprise. Boss Loaf was surprised that Ji-woo was still concerned about this matter. She wanted to know if he had any idea where they could look for him. After all, they couldn't wander all over the game and hope to meet Trophy Guy along the way. He turned sharply to his mate, and a cocky smile appeared on Ji-woo's face. He realized that if tech support was unable to figure out this issue, then it was a conspiracy by upper management. Such an inference surprised her and Eurus too much. The girl had no idea what Ji-woo might do in such a matter, but judging from his cheerful voice, he already had some sort of plan. Ji-woo returned to the real world. The first thing he did was grab his golden phone and quickly started dialing the number of the person he wanted to call. The guy put the phone to his ear, and when the other end picked up, he spoke ominously. Ji-woo was threatening the president of the gaming company to destroy the server if he didn't come to the cafe to talk to him. Dokbae was so stunned by such a statement that he was even speechless for the first few seconds. His eyes bulged and a raging anger began to rise in his soul. Ji-woo decided not to wait for a reply, so he quickly hung up the phone. He was confident in his plan, and because of that, he kept chuckling conspiratorially. And after that, he immediately decided to switch off his phone so that the president would have no chance at all to contact him and find out what was wrong. When he heard that the caller was out of range, Dokbae threw his phone in anger. He was very angry, because how dare some brat threaten him and make appointments like that? And Ji-woo was overjoyed that he had come up with such an ingenious plan. If tech support wasn't going to solve this issue, he would just contact the director of this game company. The guy headed with a flying gait towards the exit of his flat. He was already looking forward to their meeting with Dokbae, so he even planned to charge him a double portion of soup for such valuable information. With a smile on his face, Ji-woo started to open the door to leave the flat. He froze in place when he saw a silhouette in the common corridor. The guy totally didn't expect to meet a girl here. In front of him in all her glory stood the real Han Saren, aka Boss Loaf, in the game. Han Saren had her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in a cute outfit. Placing her hands behind her back, the girl slightly. He shyly admitted that she wanted to go to this meeting too. Ji-woo was surprised by this turn. She didn't care if someone recognized her on the street. Besides, it was already late in the evening, so she wasn't worried much. The girl also asked Ji-woo to call her Han Saren in the real world. Ji-woo felt his cheeks flush with a slight blush. They had never walked together in the real world before, and it could be said that this was their first time meeting when they knew about each other. Manager, Han Saren had just got out of the shower at this time and not finding the girl in the flat. She opened her phone. She had left her one text saying that she would go for a walk with her friend. Dokbae quickly arrived at the cafe where they had once sat and chatted about the future of Ji-woo's character. He swung the door so hard that they rattled against the wall. The man was filled with rage. As soon as his foot stepped on the threshold of the cafe, he immediately shouted the guy's full name. This was followed by a string of foul words describing his anger. Dokbae fell silent as he glanced at the table in front of him. There were two people sitting at it, a girl and a guy. He clearly hadn't expected that Ji-woo wouldn't come alone. Han-seren and Ji-woo stared in surprise at the man who entered, and full of anger, the guys had already ordered their food, so they were quietly eating and waiting for the president to appear. Even though Ji-woo wasn't alone, the president of the company still rushed towards him and started choking the guy. He wanted to teach him to be more polite to people who were older than him. Ji-woo was lurching with helplessness, and it was as if Dokbae remembered now that there was someone else sitting at that table. He turned his head towards the girl, and as he continued to strangle Ji-woo, he wanted to find out who she was. The man assumed that Han-seren was Ji-woo's girlfriend. Han-seren stared at the president in surprise, and her cheeks turned slightly pink at such a direct assumption. Unexpectedly, even to herself, Han-seren thought about Dokbae's words more seriously. Her hand automatically reached for her hair, and the girl coquettishly prepared to confess something, but suddenly, Ji-woo was able to speak and interrupted her. The guy couldn't even think of such a thing, since this was celebrity Han-seren, whose fans could curse them just for suggesting such a thing. The girl froze slightly dumbfounded at such words. Unable to look at this mess any longer, Han-seren forcefully banged her fist on the table. This sound immediately attracted the attention of Ji-woo and the company president. They flinched at this suddenness. With a strange smile, the girl decided that it was high time they got down to business. Instead of bullshitting, Ji-woo was only happy for the president would stop strangling him. The man looked at the girl with a mysterious glint in his eyes. He liked this kind of strength Han-seren had. After a while, the guys fully told Dokbae about what had happened. The man stared at the guys in surprise, frozen in place. His mouth opened in surprise, for this was the first time he had ever heard of someone daring to copy objects. Despite the whole story, the man couldn't believe such nonsense. They had the most advanced technology and the best experts who wouldn't be able to allow such incidents to happen. Ji-woo gained a mouthful of food and looked at the president unhappily. After all, Hong had seen this fact with her own eyes. The man glared angrily at the guy, unwilling to trust the words of incomprehensible people. After all, such a thing was impossible. A new quarrel started between them. Ji-woo tried to prove his point, but any statement he made was quickly refuted by the facts that the president himself knew. Until then, Han-seren had been silently listening to them and came to some conclusion. The girl realized that external hacking of the game really wasn't possible. Then she speculated that it could have happened from within the company. This little assumption caused a storm of emotion inside the director. He looked at the girl with a stern look, but didn't say anything. Such an assumption was too serious. There was complete silence at the table for a while. Eventually, the president firmly stated that even such a thing was impossible. Dokbae saw no point in staying any longer, and so rising from his seat, he said goodbye to the boys, wishing them to enjoy their date alone. Hearing for the reunion, the girl's cheeks flamed up again. She cheerfully said goodbye to the man, and the heart in her chest fluttered excitedly. Ji-woo, on the other hand, didn't even pay attention to it. The man walked out into the fresh air. He stopped and thought about everything he had just heard. There were people standing around him, employees of his firm. Everyone was patiently awaiting his next move without further ado. Dokbae clamped a cigar to his lips and lit it. All this time, the man was silent, trying to decide what he should do with the information he had received. After he had lit the cigar, the burdensome thoughts receded into the background. He put his hands in his pockets and enjoyed a second of calm, since very soon the quiet time would be over for him. Dokbae beckoned one of the employees over to him. The man immediately jerked in his direction and was ready to execute any order at that second. Even though Dokbae had informed the boys that the internal break-in was impossible, something not good crept into his thoughts. The president had given orders to find 5 people who knew how to keep secrets. The boys were in a game near a stone mountain. Loaf exhaled heavily as they hadn't made any progress at all. Ji-woo wasn't very tense, just like Eurus. These guys weren't opening up from their juicy hams. But still, it pissed Ji-woo off that all of his attention was now going to this obscure trophy guy. He was already burning with the desire to destroy him. The girl folded her arms and lowered her chin onto them with a glow in her eyes. She looked at the guy and assured him that his impulse was very masculine. Her cheeks flushed slightly with a blush. After that, she raised her eyes to the sky and pondered over Trophy Boy's true purpose. Ji-woo glanced in her direction, wondering why the girl was thinking about it. There were still some facts that didn't fit in her head. Why would Trophy Guy attack Robin Hood's guild when he was already able to copy various valuable items and just sell them? Ji-woo didn't really give it much thought. She continued to ponder on the matter, and Ji-woo felt as if she had been electrocuted, for there was indeed truth in the girl's words. They didn't know what Trophy Guy's true purpose was. The guy even broke away from his meat and looked at Loaf. He realized that he really didn't know about the reason behind all these attacks, and it was hardly just about money. Boss Loaf sighed heavily again, for Pansy had not helped her at all in this case. He honestly admitted that he wasn't very smart, so she would have to think about these things alone. Suddenly, there was a very large explosion. The fire rose almost to the sky. Love jumped up from her seat in fright, while Ji-woo only raised his head in surprise. Boss Loaf got up and started rubbing her head, which she had managed to hit when she jumped up from her seat in fright. The girl looked in the direction where the explosion had occurred and was puzzled at what could have happened there. The guys looked in that direction. The fire was gone, just a thick column of smoke rising upwards. Boss Loaf stared at the scale of what had happened. She looked there with big eyes and confidently stated that it reminded her of Ji-woo's attacks. The guy even forgot about his meat and looked at that place with the same eyes. He realized that his friend was absolutely right. This kind of explosion was very similar to his technique. His gaze became very serious in a moment. And Ji-woo, without explanation, simply snapped out of his seat and ran towards the direction where the column of smoke was still rising to the sky. The girl didn't even have time to react, since he didn't explain anything to her. She just screamed. But Ji-woo was already completely absorbed in his thoughts and just ran without thinking about anything. Habakkuk fell to his knees. He was tightly clutching part of his arm from which thick blood was dripping down. He was breathing heavily and had almost no strength. Across from Habakkuk stood the very same Trophy Boy. He held a sword in his hand and also dared to mock the boss's strength. Since before this encounter, he believed that the latter was much stronger. The man looked at the boss with triumph. After all, one of the strongest bosses in this game was kneeling before him. It was already hard for Habakkuk to speak. He had expended a lot of strength and lost blood. Raising his head, he wanted to know what Trophy Guy was doing all this for, and he knew for sure that the man in front of him was a manager in the company, and the other employees wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. Those words triggered a fit of anger in Trophy Guy, and he immediately grabbed his boss's neck with his hand. Habakkuk flinched. The grip was quite strong. Trophy Guy was furious that a bunch of game code was too brazen to say such things. How dare he look down on him? A dark shadow fell across his eyes. The man knew for sure that unique bosses like Habakkuk were not amenable to recovery. Therefore, in order for him not to destroy it, the guy needed to give an answer that worried Trophy Guy very much. The man wished to know where Master Habakkuk was. The boss trembled with his whole body and tried to remove the villain's hand. He wasn't going to answer him, even if he killed him, realizing that he would definitely not be able to get an answer to his question. Trophy Guy raised his high-level sword. He would destroy Habakkuk, and this boss would no longer exist in the game. Behind them, someone appeared. A firm and commanding tone made the man freeze in place and slowly turn his head towards whoever came to them. The Trophy Guy immediately realized who had approached them. He smirked as this was the girl he was just as likely to come by. And what luck it was that she had come to him on her own. As the smoke cleared, the goddess of life, Luna, appeared in front of him. The girl looked formidable and was in her full armor. Even though Trophy Guy realized who was now around him and what power the goddess of life had, he still dared to turn his back on her. The man wanted to finish off Habakkuk first and foremost, and only then take care of the girl. The girl only laughed at such a statement. She thought Trophy Guy was an idiot who logged into an account on behalf of the manager and did such things in this game. Such words caused this man to have a new fit of anger, for his ego had been hurt. He immediately grinned, and pulsating veins appeared on his face. Luna lowered her head and looked at the man with the most disdainful look. She didn't hesitate with her expressions and called him names, provoking him even more. The trophy guy immediately released Tabak's throat and threw the boss off of him as if he was nothing but rubbish in his hands. The exhausted Habakkuk slumped to the ground. He didn't need to waste any more time, because since the girl herself had come to him and provoked him, he would accept her challenge. The trophy guy smirked and turned his full attention to the goddess of life. Very slowly, he began to approach her. At this moment, it seemed like time in the game world had stopped, and only two people existed in this reality. The trophy guy was a head taller than the girl and larger in build. He came as close to her as possible and asked the same question he had asked Habak about his master. For some reason he was looking for him. He didn't rush the girl for an answer, as he was counting on being able to mess with her properly. The trophy boy had a vigorous imagination, therefore he shared it with Luna excitedly. Her look turned grim when she heard him wishing to cut off her limbs and hang her from trees. Then his fantasy continued, and each word sounded scarier than the last. He was a terrible villain. Luna answered him nothing, silently, listening to Trophy Boy's painful words. Her one look was more eloquent than all the words in the world. The girl was still silent, listening to the vile words of a grown man who dared to behave in such a repulsive manner. For some reason, she remembered Ji-woo. It wasn't that long ago that they stood like this and looked at each other. Only that time the girl was bullying the guy, and he was just silently listening to her. Luna couldn't help but notice the fact that Ji-woo and Trophy Boy were similar, but at the same time, they were complete opposites in personality. Trophy Boy stared at him in complete incomprehension. He didn't know why she was saying all this. Suddenly, a dramatically huge paw came down sharply near the girl. It came down right where Trophy Boy was standing, and Luna herself was caught between the huge fingers. The goddess of life looked with disdain at the spot where only a wet, bloody stain remained. Even the fact that blood splattered on her face did not excite her in any way. That huge paw had torn the sky and burst into this game world from some other universe. This monster completely obeyed Luna. Considering that the deed was done, the girl turned away and walked away. The man she had recently spoken to was simply repulsive and was not worthy of a better death. With a sense of accomplishment, the girl was sure that this was the end of their matter. Only now did she feel a kind of peace of mind. The man appeared behind the girl's back, tapping his finger on the monster's body. He only now remembered that Luna had such a gimmick in her arsenal. The trophy guy smirked. He absolutely hated this kind of self-confidence from the girl. After all, it would make it a bit troublesome for him to finish her off. Exhaling heavily, Luna turned around. She was truly surprised that this guy was still alive. A monster's face appeared in the sky from the hole that had been punched. It was intently watching what was happening below. Luna contemptuously spoke to the trophy guy, promising that she would definitely kill him. After all, in her opinion, trash like him couldn't live in this game. The girl's words only agitated the man even more. He laughed, drowning in his own power, since he was confident in his powers. The man continued to smile, and something strange began to appear behind him. A red wall formed simply out of thin air and began to shield them from the outside world. Luna watched what was happening with suspicion. Her gaze tensed as she began to realize she was trapped. Everything around them was colored red. Textures, landscape, and sky were gone. All space was scarlet in color. Only Trophy Boy and the goddess of life, Luna, remained. The man called out a call to the GM, a place used for maintenance or testing. Luna looked around. She didn't expect the man to go to such extreme measures. He, however, stood behind her and sat up with the confusion that the girl had. His face contorted. The trophy guy was full of anger and was going to do anything to make the girl regret her earlier words. Luna turned around and gave the man her contemptuous look. If he thought he would scare her with such a prank, he was sorely mistaken. Ji-woo and Boss Loaf ran faster than the wind. They were in a great hurry to get to the place where the explosion came from. Their footsteps were wide and the world around them blurred. Love didn't immediately think that this explosion could have been caused by Trophy Boy, but when Ji-woo took off so abruptly, she still guessed it. Ji-woo looked at the girl and nodded. He immediately suspected that this explosion was too similar to the ones he himself had created. That meant that the one who set it off was unrealistically strong. The player immediately recalled the girl's suggestion that the trophy guy might have been someone from the company circle. Ji-woo couldn't forget the moment with which expression the president looked at the girl and generally reacted to such a statement, even though the man replied that it couldn't have happened. His face said otherwise. They continued to run, and Ji-woo shared his guesses with the girl. The Robin Hood Guild had only been destroyed by one person. In Ji-woo's opinion, this only meant that the player had created a super account with an unrealistically strong character and was now playing as him. This news alarmed not only Boss Loaf, but also the guy himself. At one point, Love turned to the guy asking him to run just a little faster. Ji-woo apologized to the girl because it was the maximum he could squeeze out of his character. After all, he had pumped all the experience points into only one skill, and he hadn't even developed agility. The guys approached the strange place. They had never seen such a phenomenon in the game. Some kind of red wall was blocking their way. Boss Loaf and Ji-woo looked at the bright scarlet wall with wide open eyes. They had absolutely no idea what it could be. Very suddenly, someone spoke near the guys. They stopped abruptly and looked in that direction. Habakkuk was sitting by a tree, holding on to his torn-off part of his arm. The boss was in a very bad state. It was hard for him to speak. He looked anxiously at the guys running by, but one thing he knew for sure: Ji-woo had enough strength to crush the trophy guy. Ji-woo immediately stopped and looked at Habakkuk. His presence raised many questions, but the most important one was the one that touched his hand. The girl squinted at the boss and immediately wondered if this was the same person who had kidnapped her. Habakkuk didn't hide the fact that he had been attacked by Trophy Guy. Then he revealed that that villain had moved Luna to the GM zone in order to fight her at full strength. The fact that Trophy Guy had created the GM zone only confirmed their guess that he was someone in control. But what excited Ji-woo the most was who Luna was. After all, Habakkuk had assured him that the guy had to know about her. The girl had talked about him often. This information made Love not a little angry. The girl looked at her friend with bulging eyes. Habakkuk immediately started describing Luna. It was a certain girl with long black hair and fringes. Ji-woo thought about it for a moment, pondering who it could be. And just a moment later, the guy's eyes brightened, for he immediately remembered Cockroach. Now he knew her real name. Boss Loaf looked as if she had lost her mind as she stood back and giggled old. She was uncomfortable when Hubik told her that Luna had said that Ji-woo was hopelessly in love with her. The player himself didn't confirm it and was saddened by such news. He had no interest in Luna, as the resentment that this girl had insulted his parents was still firmly held in his heart. He had absolutely no interest in her at all. Boss Loaf immediately calmed down and looked at the guy in a puzzled manner. She didn't even know what had happened between them that could have caused Ji-woo to have such a dislike for Luna. In the end, they decided to forget the topic, as it was completely unimportant right now. Eurus appeared between them and nodded his head like a connoisseur. Habakkuk began to cough. A clot of blood escaped from his mouth. He tried to cover his mouth with his hand, but it was useless. The guy and the girl looked at the boss anxiously. Ji-woo suspected that Habakkuk wasn't just hurt, but seriously injured. Guy immediately surmised that the boss's weakness might have caused his imminent demise. Habakkuk turned pale, dark circles forming under his eyes. He raised his head, glancing at Ji-woo. The boss asked him, hopefully to restore his health. Suddenly, the guy's face is contorted with the desire to destroy the boss. After all, they would be able to extract valuable items from him and then divide amongst themselves. Habakkuk didn't even react to their words. It was hard for him to do so as well. He could hardly speak, so he decided to remind the guy in advance that the Mirror of 8 Panoramas would disappear after his death. It was quite a valuable artifact. Ji-woo stared at the boss in front of him. He had indeed already managed to forget about how Habakkuk had given him such a valuable item. It would really be a pity if it disappeared along with the boss. Ji-woo's face immediately changed. He crouched down beside the boss, placing his hand on his shoulder. The guy vowed to heal him. The girl looked at Ji-woo in surprise, as she had no idea how they would be able to deal with this problem. After all, she hadn't brought any health-boosting potions with her. Ji-woo was confident in his own strength, so he didn't look confused. In just a second, a golden light shone around the guy. His cloak shook in the wind. The girl looked at him in surprise. Habakkuk also couldn't look away. Ji-woo began to activate the healing master skill he had obtained from the God of Excellence. That day, the pebble lit up. It was the spirit of a sacred minister. Extending his hand towards Habakkuk, Ji-woo summoned his power and activated the healing skill. He was so confident in his abilities that he did everything accurately and quickly. Love stood to the side and watched as a strong energy swirled around Ji-woo and Habakkuk. The golden light was casting its radiance all around them. The boss looked at the guy's hand, which continued to glow brightly, except he wasn't getting any better at all. Ji-woo also realized that everything he did was tantamount to futile actions. Habakkuk was no longer confident that the guy would be able to help him in any way. The player felt embarrassed because he hadn't pumped intelligence, which was important for this skill. Ji-woo wondered what would become of the boss's lost arm. After all, if one used the healing skill, the scars could heal, but that was whether the lost limit would reappear. Habakkuk covered his eyes. Players could safely regenerate their body parts, but monsters could only do so by being reborn. Hearing this, Ji-woo was about to quickly kill Habakkuk so that he wouldn't suffer anymore and could be reborn with a regenerated body. The guy even swung his baton, but the boss quickly stopped him. Opening his eyes, Habakkuk reminded the player that he was a unique boss who would disappear from the game after his death. He wouldn't be able to recover. Ji-woo froze in place. He was convinced, for some reason, that all bosses were supposed to reappear sometime after their death. The logic of this game seemed rather strange to him. Holding up his mangled arm, Habakkuk exhaled heavily. He saw fit to lightly inform the player of the realities of this game. There were unique bosses that did not revive after death. There weren't many of them, so it didn't affect the game itself. Habakkuk also brought up the fact that Eurus was such a unique boss. Ji-woo immediately shifted his gaze to little Eurus, who confirmed these words with a nod. He immediately recalled the day when Ji-woo had come to him and wanted to destroy him. Back then, Eurus had been so reluctant to die and leave this game that he had made a deal with the guy and turned into a spirit, which had settled into his weapon and made the wooden club infinitely strong. When Habakkuk saw Ji-woo's epiphany, he continued his story. The man decided that the player should have known that Luna was also such a unique boss. Ji-woo immediately remembered the girl back in the guise in which she had met him. The guy couldn't believe that she was a unique boss. It just didn't fit in his head. There was a massive explosion in the GM area, except that in the game world, no one knew about it or even heard it. This zone was completely isolated, and anything could happen in it. The trophy guy armed himself with his sword and carried towards the girl. He only wished for one thing, for her to die right now. His muscles were tense, and his eyes blazed with hatred. With each passing second, he picked up his speed and came closer to the girl. The tip of his sword was pointed at her. Luna, on the other hand, stood and looked at the man with a defiant look. She had no fear of him at all, as she was confident in her own strength. Her words stirred him even more, and he definitely couldn't make a mistake. Now the trophy guy was burning with rage. He intercepted his sword, taking it in two hands to make the strongest possible strike. The released power raced towards the girl. It was one of the most powerful attacks this madman could make. But despite such a powerful attack, there wasn't even a scratch on Luna. White and beautiful wings appeared behind the girl's back. Luna was a goddess of life, and such pathetic tricks couldn't harm her at all. The girl started to speak her pattern phrase, and it came out that she and Trophy Guy ended her phrase the same way, only in his manner. It came out very crooked. Luna furrowed her eyebrows as she really didn't like it. He knew her phrases too well, and it alerted the girl. The man put a hand to his face and mocked the girl's phrases with a sneer. They seemed too childish to him, and certainly the girl didn't look cool saying it. The trophy guy couldn't help himself and told the girl that he had seen the footage from Ji-woo and Luna's fight, how she was able to impress upon him that day that he couldn't reach her with his strength, as if such attacks wouldn't work against the goddess. The man looked at the girl through the slits in his fingers. He smirked as he knew what skill the goddess of Life Moon possessed, and the name of it was Creation of Existence. The man jumped up from his seat and raced towards Luna again. He knew that all the attacks worked on the girl, except that she could recreate herself after she died, each time. Lowering his sword, Trophy Boy unleashed his attack. A fire wave of unrealistically powerful energy flew towards the girl. Luna immediately activated her Creation of Essence skill, and as soon as the energy disappeared from the attack, she appeared in front of Trophy Guy, as if he hadn't even injured her. He laughed as he knew about this skill, and it was indeed so powerful that it had once caused a storm of controversy. The Trophy Guy swung his sword again to make another attack on the girl. He also realized that Luna had been able to create Yuriken from the head that had been severed from Yura's body, thanks to her skill. The man was talking too much, and Luna didn't like it. The girl didn't want to hear his voice anymore, so with a swing of her staff, she was able to chop her enemy's body into 2 pieces. She looked at her opponent and smirked. There was no point in his knowledge if he couldn't kill her anyway. The man's shattered body flew by. At the same moment, he wasn't worried about it at all, and was even more excited when he found out that the girl had attacked him. And at the same moment, the girl's staff immediately began to change its appearance. The weapon took on a different shape and began to look like what it once looked like. Luna stared at her staff with horror in her eyes. Something had happened that made the girl's heart freeze with excitement. By this time, Trophy Guy was able to transform his body. A bright glow traveled over his figure. He regained his former appearance and could stand firmly on his feet. He wondered if the girl had guessed the reason why he had transported her to GM space. Just as Luna's staff began to change, so did her equipment. The same glow traveled over the life god's body, and she returned to her former appearance. Even her hair changed from black to a lighter shade. Such a turnaround took the girl by surprise. At this moment, she actually experienced a sense of fear and was completely unaware of what was going to await her. Trophy Guy's face approached her. He looked at Luna appraisingly, picking up on the fact that she was very even pretty. The girl looked at him fearfully. And at that very moment, Trophy Boy pierced through Luna's body with his sword. The goddess of life bent over in sharp pain and blood immediately gushed from her body. He was so pleased that he had come up with this whole plan. After all, now that he would kill this girl, Master Hibika would definitely appear in front of him. Luna was unable to answer anything. Blood spurted from the girl's mouth. This was the first time she was in a situation where she could no longer influence the circumstances. There were too many elite drinks on the table. It was all expensive alcohol. Seong Wen tipped 1 glass of strong alcohol with great pleasure. The aroma and flavor filled his body, with a cheerful note in his voice. The man put his glass down abruptly. He loved a drink. After a hard day's work, he had good company next to him, in the form of a girl for his amusement, and his mate with another similar young lady. The man with glasses raised his glass. He looked at Seo Seung Wan and praised him for a job well done. He also decided to make it clear that he had one more step left to complete. The girl sitting next to him only smiled sweetly, not daring to interfere with the business conversation. The man shook his head, as this was not the last stage. Habakkuk didn't want to call his master, and that was interfering greatly with the man's plans. The girl brought a piece of snack on a skewer to his mouth. The man smiled as he reminded Seo Zhongguan that he had managed to kill the goddess of life moon, and that could definitely provoke Master Habakkuk to appear in front of him. And when Seo Zhongguan confessed that he had failed to kill Luna, the guy immediately froze with anxiety on his face. He hadn't expected such a turn. Waving his hand at the matter, the man didn't want to go into details. He put another glass to his lips and began to drink the contents. The man with glasses was very puzzled by his mate's whole plan. He still didn't understand why Seo Xianwan needed to meet Master Habakkuk. The trophy guy looked at his fellow employee with anger. He was angry that the latter didn't know about such obvious things. After all, they had worked together, and he still appeared to be out of the loop. The man in glasses was not upset by the words of his boss. After all, he trusted him completely and didn't even want to go into such details. Seong-Guan exhaled tiredly. He was proud of his employee, and he liked that kind of trust. Opening his lighter, the man popped a cigarette into his mouth and lit it. The girl continued to smile sweetly, not taking in their conversation. Seo Sheng-Wan, on the other hand, revealed that it was the kind of boss that related to the storyline in Chrono Life. It turned out that this boss was Sloth Riot, the boss merchant. The man, hearing about it, thought about it. He felt like he had heard that somewhere before that Yuriken had a gluttony skill, and it seemed like a very similar skill to him. Seo Shang-Wen was furious that his employee didn't know about this as well. The man immediately talked about the 7 deadly sins that were very often reproduced in films, books, and even games. the girl continued to woo their partners. Pride, greed, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and sloth. These were the very sins that started all the others. The employee immediately took umbrage at the fact that he thought Chrono Life had plagiarized. He also added that there were only idiots working there, but SEO Shangwan didn't agree with that opinion, as he thought that there was only one idiot who was sitting in front of him right now. The trophy guy continued his story about the peculiarity of this game. Each of these sins belonged to a certain boss. Pride was Eurus, gluttony was Hurricane, and riot was laziness. Luna, on the other hand, also had her own sin, and that was lust. The man put his arm round the girl's shoulder. Despite the fact that there was a serious conversation between them, he did not let the girl get bored. She took one of the expensive bottles and filled her master's glass. Something was interesting about Luna. Although the girl was the boss, she was not considered an NPS. The man knocked over his glass, and his friend stared at him in surprise. He couldn't understand how an ordinary user could become a boss. Even his friend looked at the man in surprise. Seong-won placed his empty glass on the table with a clinking sound. There was a lot of freedom in this game. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that a boss could become a merchant, and an ordinary user could become a boss. Ji-woo was clearly nervous, causing him to pick his finger on his nose even more actively this way, as just now, his head had exploded from all the information he had learned. He and Boss Loaf sat down near Habeck and listened intently to his account of the whole situation. The guy couldn't understand how Cockroach could be both a boss and a regular user. The girl didn't even try to get into this conversation. Habeck bowed his head and sighed. Such intricacies were beyond his ability to tell, as he didn't have all the information, but it was certain that Trophy Guy knew it all since he was the manager. Ji-woo was furious. He had a huge desire to destroy the Trophy Guy once and for all. He absolutely hated that someone in this game could do such atrocities and go unpunished. Boss Loaf suddenly spoke up. She raised her eyes to his and thought hard about all the facts they had learned during this time. It wasn't clear to her why Trophy Boy was so eager to meet with Rajat, as well as the reason why he had attacked Robin Hood's guild. Habeck didn't see the point in hiding any more secrets, so he honestly admitted that he had a hunch about it. The guys twitched when he said this, and all eyes turned to him. Ji-woo arched his eyebrows. He had already heard somewhere about the god particles that the boss had just talked about. It seemed to him that it was all too complicated. Eurus intervened in the conversation. He immediately whispered in the guy's ear about what Habeck had already said about god particles. That was what divine great items were called. Ji-woo listened to the spirit carefully. Hong's sudden appearance surprised everyone. She had snuck up on them so quietly that no one had been able to notice her before, until the girl spoke. The player was interested in the conversation they were having. All heads turned sharply in her direction. Hong took off her mask and apologized for disappearing so suddenly. She needed to get away on the business of her own investigation. Her green eyes gleamed in the sunlight. She looked at everyone gathered in front of her and suggested they take a little walk. The girl had something to show these guys. Ji-woo looked at Hong with interest. He didn't mind following her. A while later, the guys came to a small house. According to Hong, it was Trophy Guy's hideout. This made the guys even more interested in exploring the place. Boss Loaf looked around. She didn't think that this could be Trophy Guy's hideout, as the view of this house was unremarkable. Ji-woo just silently observed, refraining from commenting. Hong was certain that this house was Trophy Guy's property. She put her hand on it and released her power. The magic ability immediately showed her who the owners were. Since they weren't the owners, there was never any way to break into this house and see what was inside, except that someone didn't care at all. Before Hong could add anything else, an explosion sounded near her. Ji-woo wasn't going to stand around this house and think about how they could break into it. The guy was just going to take it and do whatever his soul wanted. With just one swing of his baton, he was able to break through the wall. Boss Loaf bounced aside, and Hong shockingly froze in place. There was now a sufficient passage in the house for them to be able to enter it and check what was in there. The boy stood at the hole and resolutely got ready to go in there. Love's eyes opened wide in genuine surprise. What the girl saw in front of her was stirring her mind beyond belief. They entered the house, and in the very corner of the house, they found a not small mountain of treasure. valuable objects, and a mountain of gold were just piled on the floor. Everyone froze, for such a sight seemed unreal. Boss Loaf put her hand to her open mouth. She surmised that these items might have been copies. But Hong nodded her head in advance, since all of these precious items were originals. She looked at all these items and was able to confirm their uniqueness. They were all divine grade in total. This mountain was worth approximately 5 billion won. The girl walked closer to the treasures and reached out her hand towards them. Many items were stolen from her guild. Also, Trophy Guy had left them in this place due to insufficient space in his inventory. Hong now confirmed definitively that the Trophy Guy was only interested in divine items to Ji-woo. This was strange, because with such strength, Trophy Guy could just go to Yura's lair and obtain the items like he did. Guild Master Robin Hood waved his head. If the divine items were different, and the company would have noticed it right away. And Trophy Guy would have received pennies. And these particular items were being bought up by someone without end. It immediately began to reach Ji-woo's mind. The guy thought for a while, and then suspected the person who could be endlessly buying up divine items. It was Master Habeck, the best merchant of Rayot, the one the trophy boy was so eager to find. Behind Habeck's back stood someone very powerful. Habit closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly in agreement with this speculation. After all, he was also thinking the same thing. Hong was confident that she was able to catch the Trophy Guy. She was going to take a screenshot that would prove the company manager's involvement in the case. Then she was going to send that to tech support, and she was sure it would help the case move forward. The girl took off her mask and turned to the guys with a smile on her face. She was very grateful to them for their support and help. The only one who was very unhappy with this outcome was Ji-woo. The guy with bulging eyes and a finger up his nose wasn't going to accept thanks. He didn't like Hong's plan at all, and demonstrated it with his whole appearance. Hong was puzzled, as she saw no other way out of this situation. The girl looked at Ji-woo questioningly. She had to know if the guy had another plan. Ji-woo had a plan and wished to teach Trophy Guy a good lesson. A while later, Ji-woo slung his baton on his shoulder and walked through a street of the city. On his face was the mask he had borrowed from Hong. In front of him, he saw the angry face of Trophy Guy. The man was also in the city and was too much annoyed. There were players snooping around who didn't even realize what was going on here. Ji-woo stopped, and so did Trophy Guy. There was still a small distance between them. Love was surprised at who Trophy Guy appeared in this place. Just as Pansy said, the girl felt excitement for their plan, but Ji-woo looked confident enough. The man grinned. He didn't understand why Ji-woo put a mask on his face. He was already too famous, and there was no point in hiding his identity. Ji-woo pulled the mask with his hand and slightly revealed his face. He smirked, evilly satisfied with how he was able to take out the Trophy Guy. He had to take the mask, since he was very popular and didn't want to attract everyone's attention. Not far away, Hong and his men had positioned themselves on the rooftops of a house. They were closely monitoring the situation that was going on below. One of her guild members surmised that Trophy Guy was there. The girl was focused and didn't believe that the enemy had come to them. Just as Ji-woo had said, the girl only knew part of the plan and was excited. Back at Trophy Guy's house, Ji-woo didn't want to reveal the details of his plan, considering it a tedious matter. The guy only said that he needed to take all these treasures, and no one could worry about the rest, since he had thought of everything. He then turned to the girl, and with a strange expression on his face, he asked her to borrow the mask. When Boss Loaf heard this, she couldn't hold back any longer, and rushed towards Ji-woo with sparks in her eyes. Then she kicked him in the arse with her foot. Hong watched the strange couple in bewilderment. Someone had teleported over to Trophy Boy's hut. The house was already in a mangled state, and it was clear to the naked eye that something had happened. That man turned out to be Trophy Guy himself. His face immediately twisted with anger. His eyes bulged and nervous drops of sweat rolled down his face. He didn't understand how this could have happened. In complete rage and desperation, he ran into the shelter that was supposed to be protected by the system. He was very nervous for his divine items inside the house. No one was there, and not far away from him lay some scrap of paper. Realizing that all the items from the shelter had been stolen, the man grabbed the piece of paper. It turned out to be a letter in which Ji-woo had left an invitation to tomorrow night's party in the front village. Trophy Guy's rage knew no bounds. He was ready to destroy this game. Taking out his sword, the man began to slowly thrust towards the guy. Ji-woo raised his hand warningly, forcing his enemy to stay put. The guy kept his attention on Trophy Guy. Pulling his hand towards Boss Loaf, he asked for something to give him. The girl immediately reacted and started opening the bag she had with her. And just a moment later, there was a divine item in the guy's hand. It was a fire dragon dagger. Ji-woo abruptly turned towards the NPC, who was standing beside him. He threatened Trophy Guy that he would sell this item to the NPC if he came even one step closer to him, realizing that this madman was not kidding. Trophy Guy stopped and grinned even harder. The man was shocked at such foolish behavior from the player. He jabbed his finger at him and shouted that this dagger was worth 200 million, and if he thoughtlessly sold it to the NPS, he wouldn't make 300 coins. Tension was rising, and the man could hardly contain himself. He turned to his enemy in an attempt to find out what he was up to. It was as if Ji-woo had been waiting for this question as he lightningly threw off his mask and with a mad laughter, licked the divine dagger. He loved seeing Trophy Guy nervous and unable to do anything about the problem. Boss Loaf, standing to the side gingerly, looked at Ji-woo. The girl had never seen this side of him before, because Ji-woo looked like a real villain at this moment. Putting the mask back on his face, the guy showed Trophy Boy the middle finger. Ji-woo continued to provoke him with words and gestures. The guy was really having fun right now. He wasn't modest in his expressions as he continued to provoke the enemy. The Trophy Guy did something as he vaporized into thin air in 1 second, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Ji-woo didn't even have time to blink before his enemy was at his back with incredible speed. Trophy Boy's eyes blazed with hatred and anger. A second later, the villain activated the GM zone, causing an explosion in the center of the village and a stream of energy to rise into the sky. Everyone in the vicinity couldn't understand what happened. Players coughed and covered their heads with their hands. The bright and sudden flash blinded them. Loaf similarly covered herself with her hands, scared for her friend. She raised her head sharply and looked at the spot where Pansy had just been. The girl was stunned when she saw that there was no one else standing near the NPS. Ji-woo and Trophy Boy had disappeared without a trace. And in the GM zone, there was a real confrontation between two forces beyond reason. Trophy Guy immediately attacked Ji-woo with his sword. They clashed and confronted each other. The man was blazing with anger. He didn't understand how someone like Ji-woo dared to challenge him. His eyes were bulging, pulsating veins swelled on his face. His mouth was open in a furious scream. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Ji-woo was forced to rebound the enemy's sword, split the air, and managed to catch the guy's naked body. Blood immediately spurted from his chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain. This was followed by another blow. A bright flash that resembled Ji-woo's strength slammed into him and threw him backwards. The guy reacted quickly and drove his wooden club into the floor, trying to slow himself down. Sparks flew from underneath his weapon. The guy held on tightly to the wooden club with his hands from the impact. The mask on his face cracked. Splitting in half, it flew off the guy's face. Ji-woo had a serious face. He could hardly stop his flight by resting his hands on the baton and braking with his feet. The cut on his chest immediately began to heal. His skin was like plasticine that stretched against each other, covering the whole Trophy Boy. Wasn't going to end at this point. His rage knew no bounds. In front of him was a pathetic pig who dared to defy him, and he would do anything to destroy him. Snapping out of his seat, the man flew towards Ji-woo. Ji-woo put his baton in front of him, deflecting another blow. The Trophy Guy continued to attack him while still calling him all sorts of profanities. The series of non-stop blows sent a strong blast wave. Since the fight was in the GM zone, the explosion did not go beyond its boundaries. No one was even aware of what was going on here right now. Since Ji-woo was as strong as he was, he countered his enemy in every way possible. Their weapons once again clashed, cross to cross. The guy smirked and surmised that Trophy Guy was having a midlife crisis, which made his enemy even angrier. The man suddenly and incredibly quickly disappeared from Ji-woo's sight, leaving behind only a beam of light that stretched far upwards. Ji-woo raised his head puzzledly. He was trying to find the Trophy Guy and was expecting an attack to come from above. He stretched out his hands with his baton, preparing to fend off the blow. The first attack came where the guy didn't expect at all. His back felt a strong, cutting pain. It was too sudden, but after that, a series of new attacks followed. And each one was stronger than the previous one. Jiwoo felt like his body was being torn from all sides. Lightning bolts sparked from Trophy Boy's eyes, and he ran around Jiwoo as he continued to attack him. He wished for the insolent man to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. The trophy guy was angry, not only at the participants of the game, but also at the company itself. His endeavors had never been appreciated by anyone. 7 years ago, as soon as Seo Seungwon joined the company, he had been burning to work. He was a developer who had not yet lost his naivety. After so many blows, Jiwoo was able to catch the trophy guy and thrust his wooden club forward and smashed it into the man's head. The man seemed to freeze in midair, stopped by the guy's strength. Jiwoo looked at him with an angry look. He wasn't going to listen to Trophy Guy's pathetic excuses and his reasons for starting to destroy the game from within. After such a blow, Trophy Guy's face was torn to shreds. Jiwoo had brazenly interrupted him, and this humiliation made the man even more angry. He would definitely not stop now. Clenching his jaws, Trophy Guy drew his sword and inflicted another slashing wound on Jiwoo's body. The guy tried to bounce back in time, but his agility wasn't enough to do so. A force like tons of flame traveled across his chest. Jiwoo didn't expect that his enemy possessed a hidden skill like the healing factor. Many thoughts ran through his mind, and it was bad enough that he hadn't thought about it beforehand, since the person in front of him wasn't an ordinary player, but a manager. The trophy guy whispered another skill that struck terror into Jiwoo's mind. The manager had more than one hidden ability, and now he was summoning a hidden power. The skill was Titan Spirit. A bright blue energy burst out from the trophy guy's body and dyed the GM area a different color. The stunned Jiwoo stared at the man. His eyes widened in surprise. The guy watched as the energy poured out of the enemy's body. He was frightened by the fact that this skill could be very powerful. An enormous-sized titan burst out from Trophy Guy's body. It was bright blue in color, had a bald head, and resembled a god of supremacy. In some ways, it required no small amount of one's own strength to release such powerful energy. The Trophy Guy screamed. His eyes lit up with a bright light. All the power coursed through his body. Unknown power continued to burst out from the man's chest. He was tensed with his entire body. Beams were carried around the GM zone and whipped in different directions. It seemed like this power was unbridled. Jiwoo bounced to the side. The strong wind pulled up his cloak, and the bright light was cutting his eyes. He covered himself with his hand and tried to figure out what those special effects were whipping around. He didn't like what was starting to happen here at all. The Spirit of Titan skill had been activated. The damage and attack range increased by 1000% for the duration of the skill. The trophy guy was still glowing with a bright blue color, but the rays had disappeared. His gaze was fixed on Jiwoo. Without uttering another word, the man simply made a single swing of his sword. A streak of bright light immediately erupted from the blade. This force immediately flew towards Jiwoo. The guy realized that such a strike was too serious. The bright light grew larger and grew closer. His eyes were surprised and scared at the same time. The seemingly insignificant sword swing was insignificant, but the power that burst out from it was all-consuming. Jiwoo was covered by this force. An explosion that was unfathomable in size occurred. Thanks to the healing factor skill, Jiwoo was able to stay on his feet. His entire body was affected by the impact, but the skill activated very quickly and began to revive the lost pieces of his body. After such a blow, the guy smirked sinisterly. He really liked this kind of power, and of course, he wanted to get it. Because of that, he didn't even hide his desire, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. The trophy guy stared at Jiwoo in bewilderment, and he was also troubled by the fact that even after such a blow, his opponent was still standing on his feet. After a moment, Jiwoo's tentacle flew towards the man. It immediately slammed into his body. The trophy guy's eyes opened wide and froze in place. There was a tentacle sticking out of Jiwoo's mouth. The guy laughed as he thought his plan was simply brilliant. He would steal all of the enemy's skills and gain his strength. It was his hidden skill gluttony that he was able to get from Yurikon. The trophy guy blurred as if he had become a technical interference on the monitor screen. The tentacle guy, on the other hand, stayed in place, no longer feeling his physical body. The man had a hidden agility skill that helped him move behind Ji-woo's back in a second. The guy glanced back in surprise, but it was too late. The man swung his weapon. The light speed skill pierced Ji-woo's body from all sides. A multitude of dissecting blows rained down on the guy, giving him searing pain. Ji-woo tensed up even more. His entire body was pierced. He clearly didn't expect that the trophy boy had any more hidden skills. For some stupid reason, Ji-woo had really underestimated this enemy. Blood spurted out of Soren's mouth through clenched teeth. A hard fist slammed into Ji-woo's body. The outcome of the battle in the game was decided by the strength of skills, as well as strategy. Trophy guy had all of his skills pumped to their maximum values. This blow was the most painful for Ji-woo. The guy's eyes rolled back, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth afterwards. There was a flash, and everything around him was once again colored with fire. The trophy guy slung his sword on his shoulders. He smiled as he felt that he was in control of the situation. He was stronger, and no matter how skillful Ji-woo was, he wouldn't be able to handle his strength. Ji-woo was on his knee, leaning on his wooden club. His enemy continued to hurl insults, but the guy didn't pay any attention to it. Right now, his body recovered quickly after such a blow, but there were still traces of the fight. Ji-woo noticed that trophy guy had only become so strong because he wasn't a good manager. The man jumped with laughter. He saw that the guy was envious and proceeded to ridicule him, calling him names and insulting him in every way possible, belittling Ji-woo's dignity. The player snapped out of his seat, unable to tolerate the smug manager any longer. The guy flew at his enemy with his head and crashed into his face with all his might. The man flew back dozens of meters, his face writhing in pain, his nose bleeding. Putting his hand on the sore spot, he looked at the player puzzled, not understanding where he got so much speed from when his agility was low. Yeah, Woo was lying flat on the floor. The guy lifted his head and laughed at catching his enemy off guard. His speed came from keeping control of his character. This fact infuriated trophy guy, and he immediately jumped to his feet, calling Ji-woo a pig. The man prepared for his next attack. A second later, he was already flying towards the guy to teach him a good lesson. He knew no amount of character control could match his speed skill. Ji-woo got to his feet and raised his baton. What he had just pulled off was no skill at all. The guy smirked. After all, he was just using the game system. Ji-woo started to unwind and ended up turning his back on his enemy. This guy was clearly up to something. The trophy guy stared at the enemy in flight with a puzzled look because Ji-woo's movements were strange and he couldn't understand why he had turned his back on him. Tensing all his muscles, the guy slowly started to turn around. He was about to perform a recoil control. The baton was tightly clenched in his hands as he continued to grin sinisterly. After swinging, a huge energy burst out from his weapon. It rushed towards the trophy boy. Following that, Ji-woo immediately jumped up from his seat and raced towards the enemy. The guy was blazing with his plan and the idea he was about to implement right now. The trophy guy, clearly not expecting such a turn, stared at the enemy with a look of horror on his face, who was already too close for him to dodge. Ji-woo swung his wooden baton at the manager's head. A wave of vibrations from the impact began to emanate from the point of contact. The opponent only had time to notice the fact that Ji-woo was too fast. After the impact, his body was carried somewhere far away. A satisfied Ji-woo landed on his feet. He liked the fact that he was able to take the enemy by surprise. He couldn't stop smiling as this fight wouldn't be the end of him. The trophy guy appeared out of the smoke that was slowly dissipating. He had just felt the full impact of Ji-woo's devastating attack, but he only laughed. According to the trophy guy, the player's control was too bad. He wouldn't be able to defeat him with such tricks. Ji-woo, throwing his baton on his shoulder, smiled. Unlike the trophy guy, he was going to get this matter over with and stop fooling around. The man at this time had already risen to his feet. He continued to mock Ji-woo's words. He was also not at all pleased that this little guy was getting too proud from one successful attack. His face contorted. Ji-woo had too much confidence in Ji-woo, and the trophy kid was going to destroy it. In his opinion, the guy didn't have a single chance of winning. No methods would be able to destroy him. But Ji-woo didn't think so at all. The guy warned the enemy that he had one method that could end him once and for all. The player stretched his arm forward. Trophy guy didn't yet understand what his enemy was going to do, but he knew for sure that nothing would help him. Ji-woo's hand lit up with a purple glow. He smirked evilly. The player said goodbye to the villain, recognizing the fact that they hadn't had a bad time. Such self-confidence puzzled the trophy boy too much. He watched warily to see what his enemy was going to do. After all, he couldn't bluff. At this time, Boss Loaf, resting her chin on her hands, looked up thoughtfully. She exhaled heavily as she was completely unaware of what was going on. Loaf was sitting on a bench, and next to her was a bag of treasure. Hong stood next to her, folding her arms across her chest. Neither of them were privy to the guy's plan. The girl doubted whether Ji-woo would have enough strength to defeat the manager. Hong was puzzled as she learnt that even his girlfriend Love was unaware of his plan. This caused no small amount of worrying. Loaf immediately blushed when Hong assumed that she was his date. The girl looked at Guild Master Robin Hood and added about how Ji-woo had only said that he would provoke the manager to pull them into the GM zone. The girls were lost in speculation. They only knew that Ji-woo had deliberately left a note, and the meeting had been postponed for one day. Such actions were clearly not spontaneous. The girls were in the center of the square, and other players were scurrying around. Unaware of what was happening, violet energy spread around Ji-woo. A strong, windy stream rushed around him, whipping up the guy's cloak. The trophy guy was watching him, standing to the side. The villain was in full tension. He couldn't even imagine what this player was up to. A grain of doubt was born in his soul. The man kept his gaze on him and saw the enemy's nasty, confident face. A magic circle appeared under Ji-woo's feet, and behold, he was already using the summoning skill. The guy did all of this with full confidence, and the skill itself was a basic skill. When Trophy Guy heard and realized that Ji-woo was only summoning something, he couldn't contain his laughter. After all, before this moment, he had already started to doubt his strength, and was expecting Ji-woo to use some super powerful skill. The man continued to watch as Ji-woo summoned someone, and continued to criticize his actions. Since the guy had very low skill stats, this ability in his hands was useless. He wouldn't be able to summon something very powerful that could defeat him. Except that when he started to see what the guy had summoned, Trophy Guy's laughter immediately stopped. His face froze in the realization that he was about to feel very bad. After all, the one who Ji-woo had summoned was the president of the game company himself, Dakei. The man appeared in the GM area. He was dressed in his favorite suit, and he was holding a cigar in his hand. Of course, the manager knew what the director looked like, and he had no doubts. Trophy Boy's eyes popped out of his eye sockets, and his mouth opened so wide his skin could have cracked. The villain's heart was ready to jump out of his chest. This was definitely not the turn he had expected. Ji-woo was delighted at Trophy Boy's reaction. He couldn't stop his laughter as the villain simply froze in place and stopped reacting. The man was confused and couldn't gather his own thoughts. Last night, Seong-wen was ready to leave early from the party. His partner had whined pitifully because the manager had decided to leave so early. But the man was unbowed. He wanted to still get in the game to make the final calculations. His subordinate looked at the manager with delight and gave a thumbs up. He couldn't get enough of Seong-wen's unbridled zeal for work. After saying goodbye, Seong-wen and his girlfriend went for a walk in the city at night. He gently put his arm around the girl's shoulders, suggesting they hang out somewhere else and have a drink. They continued walking until two pumped-up men appeared in their path. The two blocked the guy in girl's path. He looked at them puzzled, and a second later, the president of the company appeared, and from his face, you could tell immediately that the matter was bad. Dakei looked intimidating, vain, swelling on his face. A short while later, an educational session took place in a dark alley. The man begged for mercy and also told everything he knew about Seo Seungwon's plans. His face was swollen from the blows, his glasses were broken, and he was also missing one tooth, having heard enough. The president turned away from the scumbag. One of the thugs wanted to know what they were going to do next with this guy. The guy was sobbing in fear and kept begging for mercy. Only Dakei did not tolerate such treachery and ordered to get rid of him. There was shouting and crying in the alley, and the president silently walked away. Ji-woo watched from around the corner. He was uncomfortable with the president's actions. Seeing a familiar face, Doc smiled at Ji-woo and thanked him for helping them find and catch the criminal. If the case went any further, it would affect the game a lot. Ji-woo was shocked by the president's methods, even thinking that he was definitely in the mafia. The man, on the other hand, revealed, with a spark in his eyes, that if this case was fake, he would be willing to finish off Ji-woo as well. Noticing how the guy's face turned pale, the man immediately said that he was joking. He closed his eyes and took a drag on his cigar. The only one he wasn't going to spare was Trophy Boy. That's when Ji-woo decided to ask the president if he had plans for tomorrow night. The man twitched and glared at the guy. That's how they agreed on how they could teach the villain a lesson and show him his real power. And just like that, the president of the company found himself in the GM zone created by the manager. The trophy guy was still in a state of shock and couldn't figure out what to do. The first thing that came to his mind was to get out of the game as soon as possible. He stuck his head up and started calling the system to leave the game sooner. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest, and the throbbing echoed in his temples. The game system immediately sent him a notification that he could not leave the game during the battle. This fact alarmed him even more. He clenched his teeth tightly, sweat dripping off him. The man had never been as nervous as he was at this minute. Since Trophy Guy couldn't think of anything better to do, he decided to cancel his GM zone. Ji-woo was concerned about this, since he could easily escape this way, except that the president wasn't worried about it at all. Just a single phrase of his interrupted the closure of the GM zone and opened up a completely different zone, which had the name Presidential Zone. The entire space was flooded with green color. Ji-woo watched with interest while their enemy was in even greater confusion. The trophy guy realized that he had fallen into a trap that he wouldn't be able to get out of. He was scared and confused. His gaze darted from side to side, looking for a loophole to escape. Only there was none. Realizing that Trophy Boy had no other choice, he took a desperate step. The man realized that he would be fired from the company, but at least now he could defend his position. Rushing from his seat, he flew towards the director. Dekibei didn't even move from his seat. The trophy guy flew up and unleashed his punch on the principal, except it couldn't even reach his opponent's body. The principal continued to clasp his cigar between his lips. The blow from the trophy guy couldn't touch him. Even the wind didn't touch his clothes. Realizing that his blow had absolutely no effect on the president, the man stunned in shock. He had expected anything but such a result. Ji-woo was equally surprised. He realized that the president of the game was standing in front of him, but he didn't think that he would have prepared so much for this. Meeting the director's sharp gaze pierced the rascal who thought too much of himself. A dark shadow fell across Doc Bay's face. He was furious that the villain and traitor to the company had decided to try to attack him. The level and skills of the president in this game universe were equal to infinity. Trying to attack him was simply pointless, as no strength could compare to the strength this person had. Dokube clenched his fist. He didn't need any weapons or special items to punish the intrusion. Dismissal was spelled out in blood. The headmaster's fist embedded itself into Trophy Boy's face. His bones immediately shattered, his teeth flew out, and everything flooded with blood. To disarm the trophy guy, Director Doc Bay only needed one punch. His strength, even in the presidential zone, was beyond reasonable. Ji-woo had been watching from the sidelines the entire time. He realized that the president had such a powerful strength that he could take out anyone. Even the healing factor skill couldn't work in this fight. On that note, the Trophy Boy case had come to an end. All of the divine items had been returned to their rightful owners. It was only now that it was revealed that other guilds had suffered from this madman as well. Trophy Guy was kicked out of his position and company on the same day. Even in the real world, the president couldn't help himself and gave Seong-wan a good beating. The former employee didn't even dare to fight back, as Diokabei's men were standing on all sides. Seong-wan was going to sue the president for a small amount of compensation for the beating, but it only worsened his already precarious position in society. The company's legal team made it so that the thug now had to pay the company compensation for the damages. Ruwoo was able to return to his old life. As soon as he left the presidential zone, he immediately went in search of love with Hong. The girls raised their heads when they saw the guy. Hong took off her face mask and smiled welcomingly at the guy who was still able to defeat the trophy guy and returned to the game. Boss Loaf was also very happy to see Ji-woo, although the girl didn't show it, but she was very worried about her friend. Ji-woo stopped in front of the girls, a slight curve of his lips on his face. He was able to deal with this problem, and the trophy boy story was over. The guys' lives went on as usual. Tired of playing the game, Ji-woo removed the virtual reality goggles from his eyes. The guy exhaled with relief. Although the game was fun, he was a little tired. There was longing and a bit of sadness in the young man's eyes. There was something that discouraged him, for he never got to ask the coveted question. Back in the forest when he met Havoc, Ji-woo still couldn't figure out whether the cockroach was an NPS or an ordinary user, why it had become a boss, and how he could even figure it out. Who back then assumed that Trophy Guy knew all about the girl, since he was a manager in this game? And these assumptions sparked in Ji-woo no small amount of new desire to destroy Trophy Guy to find out more about Roach. There was still one unsolved question: was Rochin a human or ANPS? Ji-woo sat on his couch and opened his eyes for the first few seconds. He didn't see anything suspicious, except that the guy couldn't understand how some girl unknown to him ended up on his couch. He kept looking at the girl and couldn't understand at all what was going on. It was his fantasy. Maybe he fell asleep during the game, and it was just a dream. The guy narrowed his eyes and continued to stare with a petrified face. The beautiful girl turned her head to him and smiled slightly. She was glad that the guy was finally out of the game. After all, it had been so long since they had seen each other. There was steamed, spicy ramen on the table. Its aroma immediately hit her nose, causing her mouth to drool profusely. Luna looked at her ramen and exclaimed with delight. The girl's eyes shone. It was like she had never eaten food like this before. She was just happy to have a good and tasty meal now, but Ji-woo was not in the same mood. The guy sat with his head down, still trying to figure out how come this girl was in his house. Luna acted as if nothing strange was going on. She picked up the noodles with her chopsticks and lifted them slightly, smelling the flavor of the dish. Ji-woo, in turn, did the same, except his gaze never left the girl's face. He still couldn't believe that she was his guest. The girl took the first taste and moaned with pleasure. The sharp taste of the noodles spilled over her taste buds. Luna's cheeks immediately turned pink. She even squeezed her eyes shut in pleasure. Ji-woo sat in complete tension. There were too many thoughts swirling around in his head. One of them was the answer to his recent thoughts. The cockroach was unequivocally a human, not an NPS. The girl paid no attention to the guy, continuing to eat with gusto, and he couldn't take his eyes off her right now. He thought she was very beautiful and attractive. Feeling his gaze on her, Luna raised her eyes and looked at Ji-woo. Her cheeks turned even more pink. She didn't understand why the guy was staring at her like that. Because the girl was looking at him so suddenly, Ji-woo staggered. His face immediately turned crimson, and he instantly felt embarrassed. The girl was curious as to why Ji-woo was looking at her so intently. She immediately surmised that it was because of her unearthly beauty. Such ego reminded Ji-woo of who was sitting in front of him. He immediately grinned, reminding the girl to eat her ramen in silence. Silence ensued. For some reason, she was very obedient. Immediately, she lowered her head and continued to suck in the long, curly noodles. Only the sounds of smacking filled Ji-woo's flat. The guy was so embarrassed that he lowered his head over his portion of noodles and proceeded to eat it. At this moment, he was completely oblivious to the taste. Immersed in his thoughts, his cheeks continued to blaze, and he didn't know what to do about it. For a moment, the very memory of when he first met the girl flashed before his eyes and how cruelly she had treated him that very day. He felt as if he had been electrocuted as he remembered who was really sitting in front of him right now. It was the conniving girl. She had even dared to mock his parents that same day, calling them beggars. Such words really hurt Ji-woo. These memories were enough for him to remember who Luna really was. The boy abruptly and loudly placed his wands on the table. Ji-woo gathered his thoughts, and those memories helped him to do so, for he almost floated from the much tantalizing beauty of Luna. A dark shadow fell over the guy's eyes. He looked at the girl with a stern look. Ji-woo's voice was cold. He wanted to know who she was and what she was even doing in his house. Luna stood up from the table. Turning away from Ji-woo, she reached out Taking her time to give him answers, Ji-woo kept his gaze on her. Since the guy had very good-naturedly prepared ramen for the girl, she didn't mind answering his questions. Turning to him, Luna smiled and waited for his questions. This kind of response from the girl alerted the guy. He looked her over from head to toe with a frown. Many questions were swirling in his mind. Folding his hands on his chest, Ji-woo still decided to ask one of his questions, but he started with the simplest one. The girl didn't even expect him to ask about her hair color. Out of surprise, she jerked her head in his direction. A playful smile played on her lips. The guy had asked her that question before, and she hadn't expected to hear it again. After all, on the first day they met, the girl had a light pink shade of hair. On Judgment Day, the goddess of life appeared in front of Ji-woo with a black hair color. But until this moment, he knew for sure that she had a different shade. Luna smoothed the strand of her hair. It was indeed her true color. She liked this kind of question. It seemed that Ji-woo was interested in her as a girl. She reminded him of what had happened on Judgment Day. Ji-woo cringed in bewilderment, as he had already forgotten that he had ever asked her about it. Luna looked at the guy and offered to change his hair color if he liked the light pink shade so much. There was no problem. In her words, it seemed that if he agreed to it, the girl would fulfill his wish. Ji-woo squirmed even more and immediately decided to change the subject. There was a not insignificant matter that he was very concerned about. Ji-woo leaned his hand on the table and gave in forward. He knew that Trophy Guy had killed the goddess of life, who was a unique boss. Ji-woo wanted to know if her character had been removed from the game. The girl sat back down on the chair. Luna revealed that GM Zone's divine power had disappeared, which it didn't know until now. Because of that, Trophy Guy had only managed to destroy her human form, but the character had not been removed. Luna was very glad that it came out that way. Otherwise, the villain would have actually been able to destroy the unique boss, and then her character wouldn't be able to revive. At this moment, something came to Ji-woo's attention. His face once again contorted with anger at the thought that the girl would once again need to massacre to become a goddess of life. She looked at him in surprise. The girl fixed her hair and was slightly embarrassed that Ji-woo thought becoming a life goddess was so easy until the moment to kill 1,000 players. She needed to complete additional tasks that were not easy. The girl was also able to switch between a normal character and a goddess of life. It turns out that Luna had two looks, the first where her hair color was light pink. In this guise, she was able to easily finish off Master Kim of the Holazen Guild. And also Luna had the appearance of the goddess of life, where her hair color changed to black, and also changed the appearance of her clothes. After telling all this, Luna smiled sweetly. She wondered what other questions Ji-woo would come up with. She liked telling him the details of her character. For some reason, the guy tensed up contemplating his next question. Ji-woo exhaled heavily. He had heard the answers to his questions, but the girl had missed the very first questions he asked. Ji-woo could still put up with Luna appearing in the game in the same place as he was, but when it happened in reality, it made him too wary. He wanted to know who she was and how she got into his flat. If the girl didn't answer that, Ji-woo would be forced to call the police. Luna didn't feel threatened. She smiled gently at the guy, understanding his feelings. Suddenly, Luna stood up from her chair again and announced that she wanted to propose to Ji-woo. He looked at her in surprise. The girl had once again left him with unanswered important questions and drastically changed the topic. Making sure that all of Ji-woo's attention was on her, Luna put her hand to her chest. Her words sounded ambiguous as she asked the guy to be only hers. Ji-woo face petrified. He jabbed his gaze at the girl, completely unaware of what the girl meant. For a moment, he felt like his brain had rebooted as all his thoughts abruptly vanished somewhere. For some time, the guys stared at each other in complete silence. The girl didn't utter another word, and Ji-woo completely lost the ability to think and speak. The sudden sound of the doorbell rang throughout the guy's flat. The girl was surprised that someone had come to visit him so late. Ji-woo figured it was a life-saving signal. Except Ji-woo couldn't even guess that Han Seren would want to come over at this time. The girl kept pressing a call button, and through the intercom, she informed him who it was that had come. Ji-woo was in complete shock. He was looking at the intercom screen and couldn't understand why Han Seren decided to come to him so late, and at a time when there was another girl in his flat. Panic began to rise in the guy's chest. Hansaren poked her finger at the peephole. She had something to discuss with the guy. That's why she had come to his place so late. Jiwoo glanced to his back, realizing that this was a very big problem. He didn't know how Hansaren would react to Luna in his flat, and even this late, but she certainly wouldn't be happy to see a stranger. In the end, at his own risk, Jiwoo let the persistent Hansaren into his flat. The girl immediately scolded him for being too slow. She had her hands at her sides and was indignant. After calming down, Hansaren looked around Jiwoo's flat. This was the first time the girl had entered his flat, and she was curious to take a look at how the guy lived. Hansaren was surprised that the guy's flat was quite clean and nice. She also noticed the late-night snack on Jiwoo's table. The guy's whole body twitched as he didn't know that there was only one serving of ramen. While the guys were discussing who would be logging in at what time tomorrow, Luna, with her ramen in hand, was standing around the corner. She had bothered to take her portion of ramen beforehand in order to conceal her presence completely. Hansaren was counting on Jiwoo to pump her up in the game before leaving his flat. The girl threatened him with her fist to not dare to be late. Jiwoo saluted her, ready to fulfill her every whim. As if Hansaren remembered something, she stopped abruptly and turned around. She asked Jiwoo to give his phone number so that the girl could write down his phone number. It's not like she can run around looking for him every time. Jiwoo a second later, the girl held the golden phone in her hand and quickly entered his phone number. Jiwoo was slightly tense. Since Hansaren was a celebrity, he was worried if everything would be all right because she was giving him her number. This didn't bother the girl at all. As soon as she finished, she threw the phone to the owner and quickly slipped out of his flat before closing the door. Hansaren said goodbye to Jiwoo. The guy looked confused, then the girl's face changed from cute to intimidating. She put her fist in front of him and threatened him. If Jiwoo didn't respond to her messages, he would definitely be in trouble. The door slammed shut. The girl left the flat. Her presence reminded the guy of a veritable whirlwind. He scratched the back of his head, still in shock, too much stress he had received in such a short time. Hansaren stood leaning against the front doors of Jiwoo. The heart in the girl's chest was pounding frantically, and she tried to calm her state. Even though she was behaving casually, there was a hurricane of emotions going on in her soul. After calming down her feelings and the panic that had overtaken her, the girl, satisfied that she had taken Jiwoo's phone number, raced to her home. She was already wishing she could write him her first message. Jiwoo sat back down at the table. The guy was squeezed like a lemon. He felt very weak and didn't understand why this all came down on him in the middle of the night. Luna walked back to her seat. The girl watched him with interest, and she was curious as to the reason why Jiwoo had ordered her to hide. She didn't see anything criminal about being in his flat, but Jiwoo had a very different opinion on the matter. The very presence of a girl in his flat was strange. He was so tired that he didn't want anything else, so he asked Luna to leave him. Luna decided to finish him off and asked him to sleep over at Jiwoo's place. The guy's eyes widened. He couldn't think about anything else. He just wanted to die so that the day would be over sooner. Luna immediately giggled as she made a joke. She still wanted to hear the answer to her proposal. Jiwoo abruptly raised his head. He was too angry. The girl's proposal sounded incomprehensible to him. She didn't even bother to give an answer to his main question and was stating strange things. She realized that her request sounded too ambiguous. Squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin, the girl suggested that Jiwoo team up in the game. This was how her proposal was originally supposed to sound. Habakkuk bowed his knee, pressed his hand to his chest, and saluted his grandmaster. The very act of meeting such a great master was an unimaginable honor for him. Habakkuk was in Master Riot's throne room. In front of the boss were huge steps that led up to a majestic throne that one was in the shadows, making it impossible to see the person sitting on it. Riot, Sloth, the unique boss of the 7 deadly sins, as well as a great merchant. He opened his eyes, and those eyes looked at Habakkuk in surprise. The latter was missing one arm, and this made Rayoff very excited. Habakkuk had indeed lost an arm in his last fight, which had happened with Trophy Boy. He had been lucky enough to survive then, due to the sudden appearance of the goddess of life. Habakkuk felt guilty for getting hurt in the last fight. He bowed his head, apologizing for not being able to save the bodymaster Riot had bestowed upon him. The unique boss's hand rose up and swung towards Habakkuk. A greenish glow appeared around it, and the hall itself was filled with powerful energy. Habakkuk sensed this power and raised his surprised gaze. His body lit up with the same green and soul-warming glow. A moment later, a new limb appeared where his arm had not been. A scar appeared between the junction of his body and the new arm, the same scar that appeared all over the boss's body. Habakkuk looked at his arm in puzzlement. Riot's gaze flamed, his pupil filled with fire. He wanted to know who had managed to inflict such a wound on Habakkuk. He even surmised that it was the same hero that Habakkuk had told him about not too long ago. Habakkuk covered his eyes and shook his head with a slight smile. After all, that hero he had previously told him about was the one who had saved his life. As he continued to kneel before the majestic throne, Habakkuk surmised that his master would have liked that hero. Habakkuk didn't hide his interest and honestly admitted that Ji-woo was the best candidate to be one of the 7 deadly sins. The sun shone brightly and warmed the air of the paradise place, a paradise on earth, the Silver Coast, where the sea licked the shore and green palm trees grew all around. It was a farming place for level 30s. Many slime monsters could be found on the shore. These monsters were very popular amongst newcomers. However, there was a monster in this place that a beginner wouldn't be able to handle. A huge level 85 kraken. It was frightening and terrifying. It was huge in size and had a very frightening appearance. The monster roared fiercely when it sensed its prey nearby. Its thick skin could only be scratched by even the sharpest sword. This monster's character was ferocious, so it immediately rushed to attack this boss would leave newcomers with irreparable injuries. Ji-woo flew towards the kraken's head and cracked it with his wooden club. The monster immediately felt an incredible force. Its muzzle bent inwards and some of its eyes fell out of its eye sockets. Ji-woo smirked. He had performed a skill that demolished the life force, leaving only a small portion of it behind so that the monster would stay alive, but could no longer do anything. The exhausted monster with an overly injured body flew down. It made terribly frightening sounds, tentacles flailing from side to side, trying to grab its victim. The boy turned his head and called out to his mate. Now it was her turn to step, and Bossloaf immediately rushed towards the monster. She was ready to make the final strike. The girl jumped up and flew over the kraken's head. The monster only had time to follow the girl's gaze, but could no longer defend itself. Loaf immediately used her dragon diving skill. Energy burst out from the girl, and the real dragon flew towards the monster. This strike was enough to finish off the kraken. Ji-woo was waiting for the girl on the shore. He was delighted by her clean and precise strike. Bossloaf landed nearby. The guy wanted to know if she had gained more experience after killing such a strong boss. The girl's face was puzzled, as she didn't get any experience at all for killing this boss. She looked disappointed, as time had been wasted. Eurus appeared beside Ji-woo. He immediately informed the guy that due to such a difference in their levels, the girl would not be able to get the desired experience. The game had thought of such moments, preventing stronger characters from pulling weaker newcomers. The girl stood right in the center of the defeated monster's eye. Ji-woo noticed that her dragon skill had become many times stronger. Bossloaf immediately raised her hand, which flaunted the sealed superior knuckles that Ji-woo had given her. She was sure it was because of the new weapons. Even though they were sealed, their strength was still unimaginable. Realizing that the girl was stronger with the new weapons, Ji-woo suggested that she do the pumping on her own. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect such an offer. And then the realization came to her that if she pumped alone, she wouldn't be able to spend so much time with Pansy anymore. It was like a blow to her. She immediately started protesting against such a suggestion. The goddess of life was watching everything that was happening from the side. Her look was arrogant. The girl felt a physical dislike for love. There was no way she could forget their night conversation when she asked Ji-woo to join her in the game. Ji-woo was too adamant. He didn't want to mess with the girl in the game and gave a negative response to her offer. Folding his hands on his chest, he reminded her how she had treated him. That was one of the reasons for his refusal. Also, he was now playing together with love, and she would definitely mind if Luna joined them. Lest Ji-woo stutter any more about how she could handle this alone. Loaf quickly grabbed the guy by his cloak and dragged him behind her. She was going to find another place to pump. Ji-woo couldn't resist her. Luna turned away from the guys, but before disappearing, she gave one more glance in their direction. She really wanted to destroy the girl so that she wouldn't be able to hang around. Ji-woo, but the goddess of life, had her own plan in which the guy would destroy Love himself and go to the moon Sid. And all of this would be done in the happy ending of Chrono Life. Eurus' muzzle was in anger. He was telling Ji-woo for the umpteenth time that the guy wouldn't be able to pump the girl because of the big difference in levels. Their attempts were bringing out the spirit's emotions. While the girl was pulling Ji-woo along, Eurus was trying to get the point across to the guy. He was too much annoyed about it. Boss Loaf looked at the guy curiously. She didn't understand yet what was going on and why Ji-woo sometimes acted strange. The girl stopped and let go of Ji-woo. She wanted to understand why the guy talked to himself so often. The thought crept into her head that there was someone beside him, invisible to the girl's eyes. Ji-woo poked a finger at Eurus' cheek and was certain that the girl had seen the pseudo-dragon. Love immediately scooted behind him, dumbfounded that there was a dragon somewhere nearby. She didn't see anyone else around. Eurus then decided to remind silly Ji-woo that only the master of the weapon could see him, as Eurus himself was only a spirit. Ji-woo was completely oblivious to this. Then Eurus told him that if Ji-woo shared his mana with him, he could become visible to the people around him. Ji-woo was determined to do so, and within a moment, his power ignited, bursting out a pillar of bright light from his body. Love stared at the guy in surprise, covering her eyes from such a bright light. The player was worried that his skills might not be enough for this, but the materialization of Eurus' soul was successful. Ji-woo smiled when he saw the transforming spirit in front of him. Love held her breath as she watched what was happening. A bright of light began to gather in one place. And then after a few more seconds, a real little dragon, Eurus, appeared in the air. Eurus' soul had been materialized. Now it could be seen by everyone. The girl's squeal made Ji-woo immediately plugged his ears with his fingers. Love's nose bled. As soon as the girl saw Eurus in front of her, she was so excited that she just couldn't contain herself and wanted to pet the dragon very badly. Such a reaction from the girl immediately brought out his former nature in Eurus. He spoke to her with a voice from the underworld, reminding the pitiful mortal of who he was in the first place. Except the girl didn't care about that at all. Without waiting for permission, she immediately rushed towards the dragon and began to hug him tightly. Eurus was shocked by the girl's affection and couldn't get out of her tight embrace. While the girl was squeezing Eurus, someone appeared near them. Ji-woo immediately turned his head in his direction. He was surprised to see him in this place. Habakkuk himself came to Ji-woo's side. He was standing next to his griffin, which obediently stood still and didn't intend to attack the guy like the last time they met. Habakkuk was excited and was looking for Ji-woo for a reason. Somehow, out of all of this, the guy only cared about how the boss managed to find him. That's when Habakkuk picked up his mirror and shrugged his shoulders and told him that it was one of his mirror skills. The seventh panorama was research. The mirror indicated with an arrow the location of the enemy that Habakkuk had been searching for and had once met. Habakkuk had come to see him on another matter. He needed to quickly inform the guy of important information. He couldn't waste time on idle chatter. Except it was as if Ji-woo didn't hear him. He immediately noticed that Habakkuk was able to recover his arm. The guy took his hand and congratulated him on it. Habakkuk felt a little embarrassed. He admitted that it was his master who restored it. Just as Habakkuk wanted to talk about the serious problem that was brewing, just as suddenly, everything around him shook. It was just an incredible force, reminiscent of a 9-ball earthquake. Ji-woo and Habakkuk could barely stay on their feet. Ji-woo immediately became serious and tried to understand what was going on. The intense pressure came down in waves on their bodies, and the ground continued to vibrate. Boss Loaf, clasping Eurus to her side, fearfully, began to look around. She also didn't realize what was happening. Only Habakkuk, downcast gaze, told that he knew what was happening. It was as if he was embarrassed that he hadn't had time to warn the boys about it. A bright light shimmered in the sky from which a huge throne appeared. Around it flew angels in shining armor. All of them were armed. It was the appearance of the master of the great throne. Sloth Riot had arrived. Lo Furious and Ji-woo raised their heads and watched the approach of the huge throne, surrounded by angels with all eyes on them. The guys had never seen such a thing before and were simply shocked at what was happening. The throne looked just incredible size. The guys on its background seemed to be just dust in this game world. Slowly, but surely, the throne was approaching the ground. Saddling his griffin, Habak rose into the air, saluting his master. The angels did not hinder him. He also apologized for not having time to tell Ji-woo in detail what was happening now. Riot saw no problem with that. Still in the shadow of his throne, he was going to go down and tell him everything himself. Habakkuk was more than a little surprised by such a statement. He even felt a little sick to his stomach, as his master had never done such a thing from now on. It excited him too much, but who was he to cross his master? A new wave of strongest energy hit the Paradise Coast. The throne, as if destroying space, continued to descend lower and lower. When the throne touched the coast, the guys were hit by a wind of incredible power that they could barely stand on their feet. The girl's hair was painfully whipping her face. Even Ji-woo found it difficult to stand steady. A moment later, everything calmed down. The guys leveled up and saw the huge throne in front of them, but they still couldn't see the master of this majestic structure. A voice sounded out to greet Ji-woo. It wasn't an ordinary voice, but a tone full of strength and authority. Ji-woo immediately tensed up. He sensed the power of this boss. In front of him was Len Riot. At this time, the goddess of life was wandering around the ancient ruins that were in the game world. The girl was purposefully walking somewhere. She raised her gaze and looked at what was in front of her. A joyful emotion was reflected on her face as Luna found what she wanted. In front of her was an elevated area on which a small throne sat. A ray of sunlight shone directly on it. On the throne sat the strongest man at the time of her life, but at the moment, it was just a skeleton clad in armor. The first hero, Mr. Yopi, at the moment, was a shrunken skeleton that had died 100 years ago. A star mark shone on the skull's forehead. The girl exhaled. That was what the game said about this hero. It sounded too formulaic, in her opinion. The skeleton seemed to sense the girl's presence as the very same symbol lit up on its skull. The girl twitched and looked at Yopi. Luna immediately got into position. She smiled as she felt something like this was about to happen. She thrust her staff forward, preparing to use it. A bright glow lit up the staff. The power of the goddess of life began to take effect. Magic erupted around the girl, tons of energy developing and rising upwards, heading towards the strongest man in Joba's time. Riot was one of the deadly sins and displayed laziness. His cronies were the strongest of the angel tribe. He was also called the Great Merchant, and he also occupied the most enormous throne made of pure gold. The golden throne stood on the coast and shimmered majestically in the sunlight. Ji-woo and his girlfriend Love were at its foot, waiting. When the sun illuminated the throne, the boys saw Ryoth himself on it, except that he was in the guise of a child, which did not greatly inspire the fear that had been inspired by the stories about him. The boss had a halo over his head. His red shirt was unbuttoned and hung off his body more than he was wearing it. The guys looked at this exorbitantly huge throne, and they couldn't get it into their heads that its master was too small for it. Ji-woo and Love looked at it all with their faces stretched out and were at a loss for words. They thought that the throne would have someone to match him, not a boss in a child's body. Rajat's little wings brought his body closer to Ji-woo and Boss Loaf. The boy looked at the boss warily, and the girl was still cradling Eurus just as tightly. Riot introduced himself and looked at the guy with his bloodshot gaze. He wanted to see if the hero Hubak had told him about was standing in front of him. Ji-woo raised his head to him and mumbled inaudibly that it was probably him. He had a strange feeling like he was being mocked. The boss bulged his eyes at him in anger. His voice rattled with anger, since he thought that the people in this game were too weak, and how could someone like Ji-woo be called a hero? Such words strained Ji-woo even more. He immediately frowned and wanted to understand what was even going on and what this meeting was about. But instead of answering, Riot gave the hero a leading leg kick. The force rained down on Ji-woo's head and his feet left the ground. The guy couldn't react in time, as he didn't expect an attack from a child at all. Love stepped aside in shock. The girl was too scared and realized that with her abilities, she shouldn't even try to interfere in this matter. Then, without any explanation, Riot continued his attack. He spun round to the guy's face and struck him with his leg. Once again, Jiwoo's head spun the other way. The guy felt a sharp pain in his jaw area. Habakkuk was equally surprised at this behavior of his master. With bulging eyes, the boss jerked forward. He wanted to know why Riot had attacked Mr. Hero. The angels hovered around closely monitoring the situation. Riot was furious at such stupid questions from Habakkuk. Then he decided to remind them that they only existed to oppose humans, and Habakkuk dared to get close to a human. Habakkuk had not expected such a turn from his master. It seemed to him that they had only come here to talk, but not to destroy Jiwoo in any way. Worrying for the guy rose greatly in the boss's body. By this time, Jiwoo was already able to get to his feet. The guy wiped the blood that appeared after the blows with his hand. He liked Riot's approach. After all, Jiwoo himself was also well aware that a player couldn't be a friend to the boss. He looked at Riot's angry, yet cute face now that this boss had started the fight first, then Jiwoo would have no problem if he attacked him like this. Riot's had other thoughts on this matter. He believed that it was Jiwoo who made the first move. The player couldn't understand what the kid was talking about, but he didn't have time to think anymore. Riot raised his foot and stomped it with force. Magic power immediately surged out from under his foot, destroying the landscape. Riot's gaze was too mad and angry. He picked up the stone he had knocked out of the ground, and also spoke of Jiwoo committing the murder of Eurus, thus hastening the coming of everything. Riot threw the stone towards Jiwoo without a second thought. His small body held incredible power as the stone traveled at the speed of light into the guy standing opposite him. Enough time had passed since Jiwoo had killed Eurus, and he couldn't understand why. It was only now that it started to mean something. The guy with a deft move was able to repel the stone's attack with his baton. It shattered in the same second. Riot approached Jiwoo in an instant. His anger could be felt in the air. The boss reminded the player that Eurus was considered one of the strongest bosses in this game. Such a sudden appearance of Riot nearby surprised the guy. Taking advantage of the moment, Riot dealt the player a new blow in the chest area. Jiwoo immediately felt the blow. His mouth open in a mute scream, his feet off the ground. Meanwhile, Riot continued to talk about how Eurus was the key link in setting up the ending, and Jiwoo ruined everything the moment he came and killed him. The boss's eyes were blazing with rage. The boss continued to unceasingly deliver strong blows to the hero's body, and at the same time, he kept talking about how Jiwoo was ruining everything. Hurricane, the gluttony, also shouldn't have been consumed. So soon, the plan was for these bosses to be defeated, only after 10 years. Boss Loaf couldn't stand by and shouted in Jiwoo's defense that Hurricane attacked first, and the guy was only defending her all the while Riot was throwing his punches on the player's body. Riot turned to the girl with a distraught look and ordered her to shut up in the most intimidating voice. She wasn't supposed to get involved in this. Love felt unrestrained anxiety. She had made a big mistake. The girl's eyes were frightened, and at the same time, she couldn't take her eyes off Riot. Even though he was in the body of a small child, his power and aura were too terrifying. A dark shadow covered his body. All attention shifted to the girl. Boss didn't give her the right to speak, much less interrupt him. Boss Loaf settled on the ground. Her whole body was trembling. She was in a very depressed state and couldn't understand where the pressure was coming from. She hadn't felt this bad even when she met Hurricane. Eurus hovered in the air and watched as Love became ill. Eurus didn't say anything, but he met Rudge's gaze with a look full of anger. The man didn't hold back and looked at him just as angrily. Riot exhaled heavily. Since Eurus had been killed, that was what had triggered Hurricane's appearance, and they were back to the fact that it was all the fault of only one person. It also triggered the start of a new problem that would soon destroy them all. The girl continued to unleash her power near the body of the strongest person in the Chrono Life game world. A spark appeared in the eye socket of the skull, as if there somewhere inside was the beginnings of life. The entire body of the skeleton shimmered with light. A strong pressure appeared from what was happening. Powerful energy was pouring around the place. The girl looked at the skeleton that was responding to her power with a smile. She was very pleased with what was happening now. Luna knew that it was not yet time for Yopi to awaken, but she had come to him to share her own power. From the beginning, there was a skeleton, but after the magic stirred in his bones, and the bright light enveloped his warmth, something began to change. The skeleton's arm was covered in golden armor. When it did, it transformed back to its original form. The skeleton rose to his feet. His armor had completely regained its original appearance and was no longer holey and tattered. The metal gleamed. The cloak was perfectly even, and all the stones sparkled in the sunlight. Ji-woo clamped one nostril and blew out a blood clot from the other, preventing him from breathing properly. The guy couldn't understand what the problem was. If Yopi was reborn, after all, he was human, so he was on the side of humans. Riot grimaced as if he was talking to the dumbest person in the universe who needed to chew on every word. But Ji-woo still didn't understand anything yet. Then the boss had to open his eyes to the truth. His voice was filled with a serious tone, for the matter was too scary. Yopi would not be reborn as a human, but as one of the deadly sins, and his goal would be the destruction of all humans, for humans had once betrayed him. The skeleton in armor stood still. A magic circle of golden color appeared between them, illuminating the whole space with its radiance. The girl watched, mesmerized by everything that was happening. There was a nasty, cracking, scraping, and creaking sound, and then a skeleton burst out of the ground. It screamed shrilly as soon as it came out of the ground. And this skeleton was followed by 1,000 of similar skeletons. Their bones cracked, they clanked their jaws. It was the most terrifying sound. The dead army rose up. Luna was overjoyed that she was able to perform this ritual. Everything was working out exactly as she had planned. In addition to the army of the dead, a huge dragon appeared in the game. It was also created from a skeleton, and was of enormous size. In his chest blazed flames that rose to his throat. The eyes of the monster burned with fire. And leading this entire army was the resurrected strongest man, Yopi. He had fully acquired his primary appearance. His cloak developed in the wind. He felt his strength and thirst, his thirst for revenge against the humans. He was Yopi's first hero, and from that moment on, he became one of the deadly sin's wrath. One of his pupils was a beautiful azure color, a reminder that he had once been a kind man. The other was colored red and had a star symbol. In the game, there was a continent that existed since ancient times, and it was called Chrono, a map full of interesting places and vast expanses. It was a place where war and hostility did not arise, a blessed world full of peace and tranquility. But one day, the world suffered an evil fate. Devils appeared in it who brought suffering, destruction, and annihilation to people. They were terrible monsters who knew no mercy and no mercy, eager for the total destruction of mankind. The devils brought chaos with them. They ruthlessly slaughtered people, and no one could resist them. Much blood was spilled. Houses, shops, streets, whole villages, towns were burning. Many dead were abandoned in the blazing city streets. There was only horror and death, and it seemed that there was no hope for salvation. And yet, at that time, a light broke through this hell of despair. People were able to rise up and fight back against the terrible monsters. The hero raised his sword, ready to confront the evil force. Ji-woo threw his baton on his shoulders. He could no longer listen to the local stories that the boss was now telling him. The guy diligently wanted to skip all that and move on to more important business. The player reminded Riot about being able to defeat Eurus with only one blow. It was strange to him that this boss was so worried about reviving the first hero. Riot listened to him attentively, not even interrupting him. The boss's hands were placed in his pockets. In all the time he had spent with Ji-woo, he had never taken them out yet. The boss looked at the player sternly. He didn't like that. The latter was being so careless about it. Riot was confident that Yopi would be able to destroy all of humanity, and Ji-woo would fall, including him. Quite suddenly, Riot stopped talking, turned away, and walked in the opposite direction. Ji-woo looked at him in surprise. There was no way to shut him up, but now he had just interrupted the conversation and was about to leave. Ji-woo still couldn't understand what had happened. He was sure that Riot had come to him to carry out the fight between them. Ji-woo wanted to look into the matter. Riot lost his interest in Ji-woo. He admitted that he wanted to take a look at the current hero, but he was disappointed. Ji-woo continued to stubbornly stare at the boss's back. Also, Riot added that he once fought side by side with Yopi, and he was the only person he respected. When Ji-woo heard that he couldn't defeat Yopi, it sounded like a challenge to him. The guy swung his baton. He wasn't going to let the boss go so easily. Therefore, he wished to continue their battle. Suddenly, Habakkuk jumped out from behind the guy. He abruptly grabbed Ji-woo's arm and asked him to stop. Ji-woo looked at him in surprise. Habakkuk looked worried. This behavior of the boss didn't please Ji-woo at all. He glared at Habakkuk, threatening a quick retaliation if he didn't let him go. Habakkuk grinned, but his eyes were sad. He really didn't want this fight and the animosity between them to grow even worse. The boss tried his best to calm down the rampaging player. Ji-woo did not stop his hands, wanted to use his strength and teach the little boss a lesson. After all, he had hit him hard enough on his beard even here. Habakkuk tried to calm him down by saying that the wound from the punch had already healed. Then Habakkuk found another tactic to calm Ji-woo down. He talked about the earnings Ji-woo was making by selling valuable items. The boy was surprised that the mirror master knew about it, and this information had been shared with him by Riot himself. Looking at the back of the small boss, who was not small at all, Ji-woo learned that all the items he received 15 billion won for were bought by Master Riot himself. The bone dragon roared and rattled its bones, flames flared within. It also craved death to all living things in this game world. Luna approached the strongest man, the first hero Yopi. They were surrounded by an army of dead people. They all stood obediently, waiting for orders. The girl told Yopi what had happened over the years as he languished waiting for his awakening. Luna was cheerful. She had to take this step and resurrect the hero early. The story changed her rapidly. Because of this, things took a different course. During the resurrection, the girl shared the missing energy with him. Yopi walked past her, promising to thank the girl when he got the chance. She gave the hero a glance with a frown. Luna then reverted to her favorite manner of speaking, and with a smile on her face, asked about Yopi's future plans. Yopi was surprised at such a silly question from a girl. She was one of the 7 sins lust, and should have known about his further plans. The dragon behind the army raised its wings, and its roar could be heard in the farthest reaches. Yopi had only one course of action, one for which he had risen, and whether he had done so in his own time or before, his cloak billowed spectacularly in the wind. The bone dragon spread its wings and soared into the air. It hovered fearfully in the sky, surveying the ground beneath it. After that, it let out another roar that could drown out everything in the world and bring uncontrollable fear to those who would see and hear it. A fiery power vibrated in the dragon's throat, ready to erupt into this game world. The dead men who heard the dragon's battle cry immediately rushed forward. They had all been reborn for one purpose. They would fulfill it until the end came. Yopi turned his head and looked at the girl. He had once defended this world, and now he would destroy it. Hatred blazed in that look and voice. Luna stood behind him and watched his actions. The first hero used the teleportation skill, and his entire body was colored with a blue glow. A pillar of light rose into the sky, and after a moment, he disappeared with his army, leaving behind only a cloud of haze. The girl was left alone. Luna raised her head to him, and with a smile on her face mouthed that her job was done for now. She had fulfilled her purpose in this game story. She continued to look up into the sky, and it was as if she was talking to someone. Doubts crept into her soul as to whether she had done the right thing. A voice rang out around her. She couldn't see the speaker, but she could hear it well. The voice didn't understand why the girl was sorry. The girl exhaled with annoyance. The voice reminded her of the story with urine at that moment. She had no regrets, but something was really bothering her now. There was a man hovering over the game planet in the universe. He was the creator, and the very voice that Luna was now speaking to. The man was watching the game from the side and told the girl not to worry and just enjoy the moment. He himself wouldn't mind savoring this moment when this game world was cleansed of humans. Behind the creator, a huge planet resembling the sun was burning. Ji-woo stared at Rajat with his eyes wide open. The realization that this boss had bought up all the valuable items the guy was selling couldn't settle in his mind. Rayoth stood back and looked out at the calm sea, while Haba continued to hold the guy tightly so that he wouldn't do another stupid thing. Riot turned his head towards Ji-woo, and more accurately, voiced the amount he paid for those valuable items with a nod of his head. He confirmed the fact that he had bought up all of his items. After that, he turned his head back to the sea and revealed that after about a month, he was able to resell all those items and earn many times more from them. Ji-woo still looked at the boss with the same rounded eyes. After a moment, Ji-woo walked over to Rayoff, took his hand, and bowed his head. The lad was so imbued with the boss's business abilities that he was willing to go to him as an apprentice. Their conversation was interrupted by a great roar that made the earth shake. Everyone turned their heads in a flash in the direction from which the terrifying and frightening sound was coming. Riot realized that they had no more time. His eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze became serious. What he was so anxious about had already begun. Boss Loaf, still sitting on the ground, experienced a new attack of fear. The girl looked towards the sky and couldn't believe what she just saw. Eurus himself was shocked. His little mouth opened in surprise. A huge bone dragon had appeared in the sky. It was of incredible size, eyes completely devoid of flesh. Through the bones, you could see fire bubbling in its chest and throat. The boys looked up and shuddered in fear of the future ahead. What burst out into their game world was very frightening. Just like that, all of a sudden, the war began. The frontline village was enveloped in scarlet flames. All the buildings in the village were burning, reminiscent of the beginning of the apocalypse. The skeleton drew his sword and unleashed its crushing power on the first player. He came across the man in complete shock. Didn't even have time to react. His body was slashed by the sword. He felt a sharp pain, and blood spurted out in different directions. The army of the dead had already entered the city and began crushing any players that got in their way. People were caught off guard from such a sudden attack in a place where they should have been protected. The players watched as other people fell at the hands of the skeletons. They didn't understand what was happening and why the village was being taken over so easily. Suddenly, notification windows popped up in front of the players. They were immediately distracted from what was happening around them and started reading the notification. The notification said that the main quest had begun, in which each player needed to take part and protect the world from Hero Yopi. As the player carefully read the words, he didn't even pay attention to the fact that blood was spilling from his body. The skeletons didn't care about the notices the players were reading. They had only one goal, and that was the complete destruction of humanity. Approaching from the back, the dead man stabbed a player with his sword. The other players watched in horror as the players fell from the terrible monsters that were everywhere. They realized that there was no time for distractions, and they had to defend themselves. People looked around. The players were getting fewer and fewer, but the monsters were too many. They filled the streets of the village and were looking for their new victims. Those few players were surrounded by the dead. The rage of the skeletons was not fake. They opened their terrifying jaws and made oppressive sounds. The clanking of bones could be heard from all sides. The players looked at their enemies with panic, realizing that this was a fight they would not be able to withstand, although they held weapons in their hands. But would it be enough to withstand such a crowd of dead men? The bald player was overcome with despair. He remembered the words of the notice and didn't understand why Hero Yopi had started the battle against the humans. After all, the hero was supposed to be on the side of humanity. The army of dead men broke loose and rushed towards the remaining players with a battle cry. They shook their swords, creating even more cracking sound. Suddenly, a girl who had more abilities to face these monsters appeared. She pulled her staff forward, and it lit up with a bright glow. She summoned her skill. A fiery tornado whirled towards the skeletons. They were all lifted into the air, and the fire split their bony bodies. The girl's magical power was able to destroy many dead people at once. Their bodies began to disintegrate. The bones no longer held together and flew apart in different directions. The players abruptly turned around to look at their savior. Standing before them was the strongest royal mage, Abracadabra. The girl immediately stepped forward and tapped her staff on the ground. She had come to this place on orders from the kingdom to stand in defense and help. The players behind her were other mages who were members of her Sacred Land Guild. The people raised their heads with hope and looked at the heroes who had come to their rescue. A hope was born in the souls of the players that they would be able to fight back against the army of the dead. After Hurricane attacked the village, they learned a lesson from that incident. Since there was no quick reaction to the situation that time, things had gone too badly. Now, however, they had reacted quickly and would not make the same mistake as in the past. Again, Abracadabra was determined to fight back against the monsters that ruthlessly attacked the front village. They would be able to protect the players who were weaker. But suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded somewhere in the sky. Abracadabra raised his head towards it and was horrified at what he saw there, a huge dragon towering above them and preparing to attack. High in the sky, the dragon opened its maw and spewed its all-consuming hot fire at the village. The fiery attack covered most of the town. The players realized defeat for one simple reason: they were not ready. The players could not resist the dragon's attack, and their bodies collapsed to the ground of the village. This quest was originally supposed to start years later. Players had no chance against such a force with the current levels and items. Someone teleported onto the hero's mount. A blue flash appeared suddenly with someone inside it. The first hero, Yopi, arrived at the mountain. He had unfinished business here, and before plunging the world into agony, there was something he had to do. The hero stood before 3 graves. There rested his friends. On each grave lay an object that symbolized the deceased. He immediately plunged into memories. In front of him stood a girl bard who was happy to play an instrument. The second girl was also his friend and always prayed for the health of all people. She was eager to protect Yopi. The last was a mage for whom the world came second, and his best friend Yopi, with whom he happily spent time with, came first. Looking at the graves of his friends made Yopi's chest ache. Scarlet tears flowed from his eyes, from the grief he was feeling now. After all his loyal friends, the ones he trusted so much, had once betrayed him cruelly. Their hands had been stained with Yopi's blood. Letting go of that emotion, his power surged around Yopi. Energy surged out from under the lad and illuminated with its bright glow. The first hero stretched his arm forward, pointing at the graves through the pain that scraped at his chest. He called for the dead to rise. Obeying his strength and will, the ground immediately trembled. The bodies of the lad's dead friends burst out of it. All of them were dressed in their former clothes, but their bodies no longer had skin. Only the bones crackled in response to the call. Yopi's team had been assembled. All of them were of the maximum level. He would lead these men down a different path and eventually end the endless story with the annihilation of humanity after summoning the dead. The level of the task immediately increased and became catastrophic in difficulty. Jiwoo was already anticipating the upcoming fight with the first hero. He stuck his finger up his nose and started picking at it, and a silly smile shone on the guy's face, which didn't suit the current situation at all. He saw no point in lingering in this place any longer. So he walked past Ryot's boss, needing his arm for an intercontinental strike. Rayoff exhaled tiredly. He was worried that innocent users of the game might get hurt. The boss reminded Jiwoo that just like that, there was also still an army of dead people that couldn't be crushed without using holy powers. Jiwoo listened attentively, but continued to knead his shoulder. Riot also warned that destroying the planet wouldn't help him. In this case, since Yopi's army wasn't going anywhere, he couldn't handle this task alone. At that time, Jiwoo turned his head with a cocky grin. He still wanted to take a chance and try to tackle it alone. The guy swung his baton. A beam of energy erupted. He also switched off the recoil control. Jiwoo was anticipating an interesting battle, and he also had no doubts about his own strength. A second later, a beam of energy erupted from where he was standing and pierced through space. Taking advantage of his power, the player broke away from his seat and rushed to meet the fun and interesting game. He was eager to find out what his opponent was and would try his best to stop this war. He was like a rocket that was launched from the ground. With his power, he would be able to get to the right place in a matter of minutes. Loaf, Riot, and Habakkuk stayed on the Paradise Coast and watched as the guy spectacularly flew to save the world. Love didn't immediately realize what had happened and was shocked that the guy was no longer there. Habakkuk was in awe of the lad's ingenuity and couldn't hold back his emotions. One Riot refrained from commenting. He watched as the beam of light moved away from them. This guy liked the indifference to Jiwoo's problems. The front village was the beginning of any player's journey. It was where the journey into the great and open game world began, and right now it was blazing with a fire that was greedily consuming it. Beneath the golden statue that had been created in honor of Jiwoo lay many dead players. Their bodies covered the ground after the dragon's fiery strike. No one could survive. The dragon sat on the rooftops and peered out at its enemies. After its attack, the once peaceful place was plunged into hell and became a place of death. The dead scurried through the streets of the city, looking for survivors to end their torment and destroy them with a single blow. The pods in the arcade began to open, the players were too annoyed by what was happening in the game right now. They didn't understand how it could be that they were constantly getting killed in the safe zone. The administrator didn't know what to say. He could hear the players voicing their outrage and realized that their anger would soon be transferred to him. The man raised his hands and with a smile on his face, recommended that players log back into the game if they happened to be thrown out of the server. He didn't yet know what had actually happened and assumed there was a glitch. One of the disgruntled players immediately lashed out at the admin for his stupid advice. In the city, there was a terrible dragon that was destroying everyone alive. If he comes into the game, he will find himself back in the same village and immediately died. The disgruntled guy took his glasses off his face and placed them at his feet. He was furious. Folding his arms across his chest, he spoke about how it was time to change the game. The girl next to him looked at him in surprise. She was of a different opinion, so she spoke enthusiastically with a smile on her face. It seemed to her that this way the game was much more interesting than just stupidly doing daily tasks, which mostly turned into a chore rather than fun. Hearing the beautiful voice, the guy looked out of his pod and looked at the girl. He liked her immediately, his cheeks flamed up, and he began to offer her to play together. The girl paid no attention to him and pulled out her phone to check the news. Realizing that the beauty thus rejected his proposal, the guy immediately snickered, but the girl herself stared at her phone in surprise as the notification from the game came. She started to read the title, and her face immediately changed. There were notes of anxiety and not understanding what was going on. Players could not calm down. Everyone immediately began to discuss the notice, which the company officially published on its page. Things weren't going smoothly at the Chrono Life headquarters building, either. An employee was shocked at what was happening and was adamantly against the situation. He couldn't hold back any longer and turned to shouting. All of this was happening in the office of the director of the company. Doc Bay sat in his seat. He listened to his employee, and on the table cooled a fragrant plate with soup. The man realized that players with the current level simply wouldn't be able to resist Yopi and his army. He demanded action from the president and suggested that he go in and deal with the first hero, letting the players continue to enjoy the game. Doc Bay popped a spoonful of soup into his mouth and looked up at the staff member. He wasn't going to interfere with the gameplay, as it was completely against company policy. And the case of the trophy boy was an exception. The employee immediately snickered. He couldn't believe that the president was willing to let go of this situation that could lead to the complete destruction of the game. The eyes of the players were fixed on their phones. Everyone was reading the notifications in suspense, and they couldn't believe that the fate of the game now depended on passing this mission. The skeletons roamed the city. They were still searching for their prey. If a single player appeared in this village, he would be immediately attacked by an army of the dead. A powerful force flew into the village like it was a comet. There was a loud explosion. It was Ji Woo arriving using his power. His landing was quite rough, and he kicked his arse. The guy grudgingly gritted his teeth, but it was the fastest way to get to the epicenter of things. At the moment, sitting down in the small hole that had formed from the landing, the guy looked around. From all sides came out dead men who were making nasty groans and clanking bones. They had him in a ring and were slowly approaching him. He happily looked at the skeletons, convinced that he had hit the right place. The arrogance in the player's soul only grew. He was ready to kick the monsters. The skeletons aggressively raised their swords and rushed towards the guy. There was finally a living person in this village that they could quickly destroy and quench their thirst at least a little. Ji Woo irritatedly cracked the nearest skeleton with his club, and it immediately shattered. Small bones flew in different directions, and the dead man was scattered. Another skeleton jumped out behind him and stabbed him with his sword. With all his might, blood spurted out, and Ji Woo felt a sharp pain. Surrounding him from all sides, the sinister skeletons started piercing him with their swords. They wished for his death and were doing everything to bring it about. Except there was one nuance they didn't know about. After stabbing the guy with their swords, his vitals didn't shift at all. He looked around with an indifferent face at the army of dead people who couldn't harm him. The player immediately started crushing the dead, banging on their skulls with his club. Blow after blow, each skull received a blow from Ji Woo. Those who pierced him with their weapons, he had neutralized. There were several destroyed skeletons lying near him, but there were still enough enemies around him. Ji Woo lamented that because he had put everything into stamina, his agility was suffering, and he couldn't even dodge them. Ji Woo decided that now would be a good time to open the skill window and see what interesting things he had in there. At the same moment, one of the dead men made an attack on him, but the player didn't care about this attack at all. The sword slashed his arm, but the guy hardly felt it. After a series of blows, the skeleton stepped back as it was tired of swinging its sword. The monster couldn't figure out what was even happening and stood back trembling. Leaning on his sword, Ji Woo continued to examine his skills. His eyes saw the gluttony skill, and he immediately glowed with joy. It was exactly what he needed right now. He started laughing sinisterly, causing the skeleton to not be able to figure out why the man wasn't trembling in fear of him at all. A moment later, a tentacle came out of the guy's mouth. He continued to laugh as he realized that the fun was just beginning. The guy's tentacle flew into the first skeleton. He saw the dead man, though he didn't have a face, looked very surprised. He could no longer move or resist this attack in any way. A moment after the tentacle touched the dead man's bones, the guy sucked all the energy out of him. The skeleton immediately crumbled into ashes. Ji Woo was so happy, because after absorbing the skeleton, his level and skills had increased. The guy laughed, for the dead people turned out to be nutritious calcium for him. Since Ji Woo had the maximum player level, all the experience from the dead man was transferred into his skill level. Upon learning that his skill level had increased, Ji Woo was ecstatic, and he was the one who had only absorbed one dead person. There were so many of them around, the guy wouldn't have a bad time leveling up in this place. The skeletons began to doubt their ability to destroy this scary man. They were panicking as they looked at how relaxed and overly sinister he was looking at them. Ji Woo looked at the army of dead people, realizing that the more of them he absorbed, the stronger his character would become. The realization of this stirred his mind. Skeletons that were neither alive nor dead, who had lost everything in their lives, but there was one thing they had not lost. The strongest army was not afraid of death, but their instincts made them leave the battlefield and flee. The skeletons abruptly turned around and rushed to flee from the madman. They realized that this terrifying man would devour them, and they wouldn't even be able to harm him. Ji Woo was inflicting an all-consuming fear on the army of dead people. The guy's eyes were insane, hungry for more power, his tentacle thrashing in different directions, ready to suck the life force out of anyone who got in his way. One by one, he began to catch the skeletons with his power and devour them, leaving not even a trace of their existence. The remaining skeletons tried to escape from him. The guy continued to absorb the dead one by one until there were none left in his path. His tentacle darted from side to side, filling his master with strength and energy. The 2,000 skeletons simply turned into dust. The skeleton dragon opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Its fury knew no bounds. It was the strongest undead. The one who was feared the most was attacked by Ji Woo tentacle. It traveled a long way and still attached itself to the dragon's muzzle. A moment later, even the terrifying monster fell after the player was able to absorb it. The bony body began to crumble, turning into piles of dust. During this time, Ji Woo was able to raise his skill level to its maximum level. The guy was very satisfied with the extended work. He slung his baton on his shoulders with a smirk on his face. Eurus immediately appeared and began to dash from side to side, happy for his master. Hearing a rustle behind his back, the guy reacted quickly and turned his head. His tentacle immediately appeared, ready to sink into its new victim and bestow even more power on its master. But it was not a dead man who stood before him, but Luna, the goddess of life. The girl stopped and looked at Ji Woo. The guy could help but notice that she had become too frequent in his life. She missed his expression and gave a command that removed her goddess mode. The girl's body shimmered with a bluish glow, and after a moment, she completely took on a different appearance, light pink hair and dark clothes. It was in this form that Luna had once appeared before Ji Woo. Ji Woo frowned. He wanted to know why she changed her mode and became a mortal character. His face immediately changed, for the girl had informed him that she didn't want anyone to watch them. This caused Ji Woo to ask too many questions, but he couldn't finish speaking. His eyes opened wide as Luna began to approach him too rapidly. And a second later, Ji Woo felt wet lips on his own lips. Luna pounced on him for unknown reasons, wrapped her thin arms around him, and kissed the guy. Ji-woo was so shocked by the girl's behavior that he couldn't do anything about it. Yoris, once again, became an unwilling witness to a savory scene. The dragon silently watched the scene, not daring to interfere in the affairs of his master. The boy's cheeks turned pink. His whole body tensed, and yet he froze, unable to push the girl away from him. Their kiss continued. Luna savored this moment, and like a wildcat, sagged back, and her legs slid between the guy's legs. Coming to his senses, Ji-woo bounced off the girl to the side. He was in shock. His face flaming, the guy immediately started wiping his swollen lips with his hand. The girl took a step towards him, but froze in place. The player's eyes were frightened. He was so much disturbed by what had happened that he simply could not find the words to express himself. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when Ji-woo blurted out that it was his first kiss. She had no idea that her actions would hurt his feelings so much. She immediately turned away from him and stooped down to pick up her hard staff. The girl said in a hollow voice that it was an accident. Ji-woo continued to rub his lips. Still in a crouch, Luna turned her head to the guy, and with a grin on her face, lied about just slipping. Except Ji-woo didn't even think to believe that nonsense. The guy raised his index finger and jabbed it towards the girl. She even hugged him while kissing him. What kind of accident was that talking about? The girl laughed because the guy's agility and speed were already pumped to the max, and if he didn't want this kiss, he could have easily dodged it. Indeed, after clearing the village of the army of the dead, Ji-woo was able to pump each of his skill levels to their maximum value. According to this, it was ridiculous for the girl to hear about him, blaming only her. Ji-woo had the opportunity to dodge, but for some reason he didn't. She slowly started to move towards him, which agitated the already dazed Ji-woo even more. The guy started to back up and tried to justify his inaction. The girl stopped running her hand very gently through her hair. She tucked a strand behind her ear. Luna saw fit to confess to him that this end for her was the first kiss. The girl's eyes burned with excitement, and her voice was languid and drawn out. The boy's cheeks were still burning. He leaned further away. His lips tightened, and too many thoughts were swirling in his head. The more assertively the girl approached him, the more diligently he tried to pull away from her, putting his hand out in front of him. It was as if he were recreating an invisible wall that Luna couldn't get past. At some point, Luna stopped remembering why she had come here in the first place. The girl wanted to give something to Ji-woo. One of her hands reached into the sleeve of her clothes. She held out a small glowing orb to her. Ji-woo immediately forgot about what had happened between them, and his gaze curiously examined the unknown object. It was a god-grade gemstone. The girl handed it to Ji-woo and warned him that no one should know that she had it, and that she had given it to the guy. This was the reason why the girl cancelled her Goddess of Life mode. Ji-woo scratched the back of his head with irritation. He didn't understand what it all meant, but the girl's serious voice made him realize that it was indeed important. Clutching the gemstone tightly in his hand, Ji-woo immediately switched to another topic. He still wanted to find out the reason why the girl kissed him. She laughed again, assuring him that she had just slipped. It gave her pleasure to see him so flustered. The girl emphasized on the gemstone. She wanted Ji-woo to take care of it and was sure he would need it. Ji-woo abruptly turned his head when he heard some noise behind him. Boss Loaf was rapidly approaching Ji-woo. She was very happy to see him and also didn't understand how he dared to abandon her and go to this place by himself. She had to run here. When Love saw that Ji-woo wasn't standing alone, she immediately had a change in her face. It expressed complete surprise. Ji-woo looked equally surprised as he didn't even think about the fact that Love could appear here. So suddenly, Luna was standing next to him. The girl was not happy to see Ji-woo's friend. Love braked very abruptly. Smoke billowed from under her shoes. The girl was in no way prepared for the fact that she would meet Ji-woo here with some other girl. She glanced at them and was very much disturbed by the fact that the two were very close to each other. This distance was very indecent, in Love's opinion. Various thoughts immediately swirled around in her head. Her intuition told her that something was going on here, and it was something she would not like. Love's face was impenetrable at this moment. Ji-woo immediately grabbed his head, realizing that he had left Loaf all alone. He had been in such a hurry and excited that he had completely not thought of her. At this time, the girl began to walk swiftly towards them. Her footsteps were too wide to get to Ji-woo faster. Boss Love's face immediately changed. She took hold of Ji-woo's cloak with her hand and began to tug it lightly. The girl's face brightened as she looked at the guy. She wanted him to tell her who the girl next to him was and introduce them. Ji-woo talked about how they had already met her at the same time. Luna's frown lowered to where Love was tugging the guy by his cloak. The girl couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she stepped back a little and immediately activated her power and started transforming back into the goddess of life. Light surrounded the girl Love, and Ji-woo watched the change in appearance. Boss Love stared in horror at the girl who had already changed her appearance. She had transformed into the goddess of life, and now Love could recognize her. Luna had regained her former appearance. Her eye color, her hair, her clothes had changed. She had become someone Love remembered well. The goddess of life grinned. Boss Loaf, on the other hand, immediately remembered all the not good things that had happened to her through the vein of this ugly girl for reasons unknown to her. She couldn't stand her and was glad when Arakan destroyed her. The girl wasn't going to pay attention to Love, so she switched her attention entirely to Ji-woo. She wanted to find out if the latter would fight the first hero Yopi. The girl's voice softened. She wanted to warn Ji-woo that the battle would not be easy, since Yopi had reached the maximum level because of the energy the girl had given him. She said that Yopi had gone to the heart of the demon world, the castle of the Demon King. This place was drenched in darkness with lightning flashing in the sky. The whole appearance of this place was highly intimidating. Yopi and his team walked into the castle itself against the backdrop of the dark place. He and his cronies glittered from the energy that emanated from them. In the center of the hall, someone was located. This unknown person greeted Yopi. Next to him, the first hero could see a sword stuck in the floor. A small spirit dressed in a robe hovered in the air. It was the great Demon King's assistant Death. He was happy to see the first hero in front of him, who had once fallen at the hands of the Demon King. Yopi was surprised that Death was still alive, but the same joy the boy didn't feel when he saw him. The great Demon King's assistant shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't immortal, so it was no wonder he had lived so long. He was curious about the reason why the first hero had come to the Demon King's castle. The first hero thought this question was very stupid, as the answer was too obvious. Yopi left behind his men and walked through the hall, heading towards the sword. His footsteps echoed in the hall. Yop walked up to the sword and looked at it. He had only come here for one purpose, to take this sword. It was a two-handed sword of a hero with the god class, the strongest sword that only a hero could handle. Death smiled. He was worried about the guy who was going to pick up this sword. After all, the Demon King's energy was sealed into this weapon. The Demon King's assistant decided to politely warn the first hero that if he picked up this sword, something might happen to him. And judging from the fact that Yopi didn't hesitate in his actions, he knew exactly what would happen to him. There was doubt in him for only 1 second, but it quickly passed. Yopi lowered his hand to the hilt of the weapon. Feeling the hard material, he knew full well what was going to happen to him, and it didn't scare him in the slightest. At the same moment, a bright flash of power burst from beneath him, filling the hall with green light. Death looked on with rapt attention at what was happening. The first hero had a change in his hidden classwork. The sword no longer had a red cast. It changed its color to green. Even Yopi himself changed from his red-eye green energy began to flow out. The guy gripped the sword tightly, feeling its strength and power. Death was happy. He was smiling and laughing. In those seconds, a new Demon King was born before his eyes. Yopi had become the Demon King. With that, he felt everything in his body change. He was immediately presented with the privileges of the Demon King's profession. All of his skills increased in level tenfold. He also mastered the skill Demon King Authority. With it, he could easily rule the demon race. The Demon King held his sword in his hand. He turned to Death and was ready to give his first order. The assistant raised his head, waiting for the order. Yopi wished for Death to summon all the demons and destroy the race of humans. Death's smile stretched the full width of his face. He had been waiting for this order for years and was only too happy to fulfill it. Yopi lifted his head, watching as Death began to rise like a puff of smoke towards the ceiling, and then he seeped through the cracks and rose even higher. Death climbed out of the castle and continued to rise up towards the sky. He rapidly increased in size, and a satisfied and sinister smile shone on his smoky face. The determination of the new Demon King was boundless. He no longer doubted his own actions for a second. The guy gave the order for the demons to go on the attack. Death rose in spades, his mouth began to open, becoming very large in size. Thus the demon was opening a spatial gateway to the world where humans lived. The two completely different worlds had nothing to do with each other. Loaf looked up to the sky, and her face began to change. The girl's eyes widened in fright, and she clutched Ji-woo even tighter than she had drawn the guy's attention to herself. He looked at the girl, and then shifted his gaze to where she was looking. His eyes also widened at what he saw. He immediately tensed up, for what was in front of them was frightening and too dangerous. Right above them, a huge maw opened in the sky. It was a portal between two worlds. Very few people could have the ability to travel between worlds. The Demon King's assistant had that ability, and now he opened the gateway to the human world. With his action, many small dots began to appear in the sky. With each second they were getting closer, and more clearly could be seen wings, long tails, and that they were demons. In the human world, through the portal that Death had opened, many terrifying demons had entered. All of them were rushing towards the village. Their appearance was too frightening and intimidating. More and more monsters were spewing out from the demon assistant's mouth. They kept flying out of the portal, and there seemed to be no end to them. Riot watched everything that was happening from the paradise shore. The boy only now realized the fullness of the first hero Yopa's anger. The way he tried to exterminate humanity only confirmed his hatred for humans. The sky was dotted with many winged demons. Riot didn't interfere in this matter. Neither did Habak. They stood by and only watched the beginning of the end of the human world. Ji-woo, on the other hand, felt no reason to be upset or afraid. The guy armed himself with his baton and prepared to use it. He had only one desire: to drive the monsters back into their hole. He swung the wooden club. His action cut through the air with a bright flash of his power. A second later, his energy was released at full power, and a beam of power burst out of the human planet, traveling somewhere in the universe. Satisfied with such a successful strike, Ji-woo smiled and slung his baton to his shoulder. He was confident that it would be enough to destroy the demon army. But when the smoke cleared, Ji-woo stared up at the sky in surprise. His eyes widened at what he saw, and an anxious string vibrated in his body. The portal he had so diligently attacked just now hadn't gone anywhere. On the contrary, it seemed to have grown wider, and there were more demons coming out of it. Luna noticed Ji-woo's confusion, so she decided that she should tell him a little more about the enemy he was facing. The demon race was different from ordinary monsters. They were much stronger and tougher. The horns of the demons contained an endless source of magic. Luna lowered her gaze and added, quite quietly, that Yopi had endowed his demon army with immortal bodies. These demons were very uneasy opponents. Even a gluttony skill wouldn't be able to deal with their uniqueness. The girl turned towards Ji-woo. She wondered what actions he would take and how he would counter the first hero Yopi, who had become a demon king willingly. Ji-woo looked at the girl. His face was relaxed and expressed no emotion. He didn't answer her anything. Only at one point he sucked in air and slowly exhaled. Suddenly, energy erupted around him. The magic circle lit up with a golden light under his feet. Love bounced to the side so as not to disturb him. Luna watched him silently and with interest. The wind picked up so swiftly that it pushed the boy's hair upwards. He still expressed no emotion, but had some plan for action. An energy ignited in the center of his chest. A small pebble appeared beside him. It shone with a golden light. Ji-woo activated a hidden skill, summoning the priest's soul. The guy pointed his hand towards the wooden club and placed his blessing on it. The weapon immediately glowed with a golden color in his hand. Ji-woo was confident that the holy item would be perfect for fighting the undead. Fanfare played around the guy, and he fully embraced the moment. Power burst from his blessed baton and pierced with its holy light all enemies that met its path. The monsters roared, but they could not resist such power, and their bodies began to split apart. The blessed attack burst out of the atmosphere of the game land and absorbed with its energy all the demons that burst out of the other world. Luna watched what was happening and wished she would never see it again, since the skill that Jiwoo had activated was overly defiant. The demonic tribe were terrifying monsters that knew neither fear nor mercy. This tribe had strong bodies and endless magical power from birth. Thanks to the power of their new demon king, the monsters were given even more power. Yopi also granted his army immortality. The trident that was in the center of the first hero's forehead was filled with incredible power. And so after a single blow of the blessed attack, the demonic tribe that was coming out of the portal turned to dust. Death stared in surprise at the crumbs that remained of the entire demon army. Jiwoo smirked smugly. He mopped the demons that had fallen from just one of his attacks, imbued with a blessed skill, throwing his baton on his shoulder. The guy was already wishing to face his main enemy, Yopi. But here was the horror. Those demons he had crushed with his incredible strength began to revive. The dust that was left hanging in the air began to attract to each other like a magnet and formed demonic bodies. Jiwoo immediately noticed this and realized how wrong he had been. It wasn't as simple as he had thought until now. The guy became very tense as he realized that things had become much more serious. Jiwoo was indignant. After all, he had just attacked the demons with a holy strike. This really shattered his confidence. The moon standing to the side reminded him that Yopi had a powerful force, and this was its result. Seeing no other way out, Jiwoo, once again, began to summon his sacred strike. The animation of this strike was extremely exquisite. The guy decided that he would destroy the demons until Yopi's energy ran out. Luna couldn't watch this, so she abruptly stopped him. The girl very actively began to persuade Jiwoo to stop his empty attempts to destroy the demons. She immediately suggested that he seek out Yopi and try to destroy him. Luna actively gesticulated with her hands, and Jiwoo was surprised by her desperation in her words. Jiwoo looked at the girl incredulously. She had recently talked about Yopi being in the demon world, and the guy didn't know how he could teleport to another world. Love intervened in the conversation. She poked her finger into the sky where there was an open mouth from which an army of demons was coming out. The girl suggested using this portal. Jiwoo looked in her direction with interest. They both looked at the portal that was open on the demon side. Love surmised that if the guy entered it, he would end up in the demon world. Luna immediately whipped her head around and interrupted them. This port only acted in one direction. Jiwoo looked at the girl, her tone sounding very serious. The goddess of life had warned that if one entered the portal from this side, Jiwoo would simply be torn to pieces. Luna then looked at Love. Her eyes narrowed and darkened. She was annoyed that Loaf was prying into matters they knew nothing about. Luna's abrupt statement had made Loaf too angry. The girl grinned. She was completely disgusted that the goddess of life was making her look like a complete fool in front of Jiwoo. Jiwoo stood in the middle of the two lights. The girls were annoyed at each other's presence. Love protested furiously. She didn't understand how Luna could claim such things when no human had ever been to the demon world before. Luna glanced at Love with a smirk. Pointing her hand at herself, the girl assured them that she could use teleportation to other worlds. Since she was a goddess, the goddess of life extended her hand towards Jiwoo. She smiled gently at him and promised him that she could guide him through the worlds to the first hero Yopi. Jiwoo looked at her in surprise. The girl then reminded him that this was the reason why she was looking for him. Jiwoo's eyebrows came together on the bridge of his nose. He was really stressed by Luna's presence around him, so he wasn't too happy about what the girl had just suggested. Luna kept her stubborn gaze on him. It was more eloquent than any words at that moment. It was as if she was telling him to remember what had happened just a short while ago. And then Jiwoo opened his eyes abruptly. A thought had come to him, and now he realized that he had no other choice. He would have to trust Luna. He remembered the gem that the girl had given him in secret. She had even had to change her appearance to hand over that precious object. No one was supposed to know that she had the gem, and even more so that she had handed it over to Jiwoo. Jiwoo felt that he should just trust her. This time, his hand met the girl's hand, and they joined hands. Such a sudden union caused a storm of emotion from Love. She even opened her mouth in surprise that Jiwoo was willing to go into the unknown with Luna so easily. Jiwoo smiled and was ready to go to the demon world. Boss Loaf was in a desperate situation. She didn't understand why Pansy had so abruptly agreed to trust this treacherous girl. The player understood Love's feelings, but saw no other way out of this situation, so he would just have to trust and go with Luna. At this time, the girl's cheeks blushed as their hands were firmly touching. Luna couldn't take her blazing gaze away from the hands that were holding. She could feel his skin and warmth well, and the guy was also squeezing her fingers quite firmly. Love couldn't take away her anxiety and saw how Luna was happy to go with Ji-woo. Her heart was pounding excitedly in her chest. They were about to disappear too. In desperation, Love cried out that she wanted to go with them. She didn't care about the danger. She didn't want to leave Pansy alone with that snake. Luna abruptly activated her power, and the magic circle shone under their feet. The brightness of the skill was so strong that Love had to cover her eyes with her hand. That light was dazzling. The goddess of life announced with a joyful smile on her face that she no longer had the power to teleport several people. She said this with undisguised joy. The girl deliberately walked close to the guy and pressed her cheek against his arm. Ji-woo was uncomfortable with Luna's willfulness like this, but he didn't dare let go of her hand. After a moment, the place emptied out and the guys disappeared. Only the magic circle remained, which began to fade away. Love was furious at what was happening, but there was nothing she could do about it. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl definitely decided that Luna had become her arch-rival. Ji-woo and the goddess of life teleported straight into the Demon King's castle. The guy immediately looked around, but the smoke raised by the teleportation made it impossible to fully appreciate the situation. When the smoke disappeared, he looked around the room, guessing that they were in the Demon King's castle. The boy looked the other way and noticed the steps on top of which was a throne with a man sitting on it. At the bottom stood his retinue. The first hero gave in forward, not expecting any human to be able to infiltrate his castle. He announced in a menacing voice that the hero Yopi, that humanity knew no longer existed. Yopi's voice sounded ingratiating and frightening. All that was left in his body was the anger that he was ready to unleash upon all of humanity until it disappeared from the world. He continued to speak his speech, but he was never able to finish it. Ji-woo didn't like long conversations that were programmed by the game, therefore unable to find a better way to skip the dialogue. The guy used his power. The energy from the wooden club burst out, and there was an explosion in the Demon King's castle. Beams from the power burst out of the castle walls. A strong wind blew scattering Ji-woo's cloak. The moon stood to the side and watched without daring to interfere. Ji-woo grimaced for he had missed the dialogue again, but it wasn't a problem for him, so the guy wasn't too upset thinking that he had completed the task. Ji-woo turned to the goddess of life. The girl looked at him and surprised. Covering her eyes, Luna shook her head with a slight smile on her lips. His punch hadn't solved anything, and their date had just begun. Ji-woo abruptly turned his head when he heard footsteps behind his back. The voice of the person walking was excited for what had just happened had excited him. Yopi was able to appreciate the power of Ji-woo's strike. Such an attack was very powerful, and the first hero had never seen such a thing before. This caused Ji-woo's persona to become very interesting. Ji-woo stared at the Demon King in surprise. He hadn't even been injured by his attack, and this raised a lot of questions for the guy. After all, he was a master with the highest level of skill. Avoiding his attack was simply impossible. Hero Yopi raised his two-handed sword. It looked very dangerous. The swing was strong, and the Demon King's gaze stayed fixed on the enemy who had arrived in the demon world. A sickle-shaped blow soaked with anger of the Demon King headed towards Ji-woo in the place where the guy was standing. There was an explosion. Yopi himself continued to talk about how he was able to dodge Ji-woo's punch. He watched the guy closely and saw his every move so that he could calculate the attack and avoid being hit. The smug Ji-woo jumped out from behind the Demon King. He would definitely remember the instructions that Yopi had just shared. The first hero himself was stunned that the player was able to take him by surprise so cleverly and stealthily. Trying to realize how this guy managed to move so quickly, behind his back, the Demon King abruptly spun on the spot and swung his sword to destroy this insolent man. He spun in place, but no one was around anymore. This raised even more questions as to where the insolent player had gone. Hearing Ji-woo's mocking voice, the Demon King lowered his head. The player was between his enemy's legs with a mocking smile. The guy liked to bully Yopi, so he was getting back at him to the fullest. Yopi reacted instantly. His sword came down at the place where the enemy's head was, and with his blow, he punched a hole in the floor tiles. The player was too agile to dodge the blow, but he couldn't reach Ji-woo. Laughing, Ji-woo landed not far from the Demon King. He tried to pull his sword out of the floor tiles. Ji-woo continued to mock the first hero Yopi. The guy's bold remarks hurt the Demon King's pride too much. He abruptly twisted his head in his direction. Energy poured out of his green eye violently. The demon roared loudly, opening its terrifying maw. Its teeth seemed as sharp as pikes. Its tongue was out, and its eyes glittered with anger. Love had a problem. Since Pansy had gone to the other world with Luna, the girl was left all alone with a whole army of demons. She cursed furiously and kept running, trying to find shelter. After a while, the girl caught her foot on something and kicked the ground with force. Because of her speed, she drove her whole body on the ground for a few more meters. The demon landed next to the girl and began to slowly approach her. It was making scary guttural sounds and was about to devour her. Love was still lying on the ground and was afraid to even lift her head. The girl was in a desperate situation, and sadly, she realized that no one would come to her rescue. The dubious thought of just giving up crept into her mind. But suddenly, the very scene when Ji-woo had agreed to the snake's offer to go to the demon world with her flashed before her eyes. That memory gave her strength. Love jumped to her feet. Her whole body inflamed with the rage she felt for the goddess of life. She clenched her fist and was determined to fight to her last breath. She remembered again how Luna had gently touched Ji-woo's hand with her face. The goddess of life had then looked at Love too mockingly. Infuriated and overflowing with rage, Boss Loaf made a swing with her hand. Her face grinned and tears spurted from her eyes. The girl let out all her anger on Ji-woo and Luna, destroying the demons. The girl, with all her strength, cracked the demon that was already too close to her. The demon, sensing the player's strength, immediately roared at the pain Love had inflicted on it. The demon with a hole in its chest collapsed to the ground, no longer able to fight. There was a colossal level difference between him and the girl, but because of the brass knuckles that Loaf was equipped with, she was able to cover the difference in those levels. The girl's knuckles had a hidden ability and could realign themselves to the type of attack. They were now infused with sacred power. Also, and this was not unimportant, for the kill that the girl had made on her own, she was given experience points, and her level immediately increased by several values. Having realized that demons were given much more experience, Love was ready to continue fighting them with rage on her face. The girl realized that this way, she would be able to pump up her level well. A huge shadow fell on the girl, and it seemed that everything around her darkened dramatically. She looked up, and her eyes widened fearfully. Even though she was able to take out the demon with a single blow, it would still be a challenge for her to deal with such an immense number of enemies. They were all watching the girl and were ready to attack her. Realizing the magnitude of her problem, Loaf glumly continued to stare at the demons, and the girl's thoughts were that as soon as Pansy returned to her, she would immediately finish him off. If Loaf stood still, no longer trying to resist the demons, the huge hoof of one of the monsters was about to trample the girl. It was already too close. In the wall of the castle gaped a huge hole from which opened an enchanting view of the vastness of the demonic world. The player and his enemies stood against each other. The Demon King honestly noticed that Ji-woo was faster and stronger than him. Ji-woo was glad that it had come to Yopa's attention that he was no match for him. With a face of complete indifference, the player suggested that the Demon King lay down his weapons and die from his attack, thus ending this fight. The strength of the enemy did not frighten Yopi at all, for in the past, he had always fought those who were stronger than him. Behind the guy's back, his entourage appeared. They stood beside him. Yopi's first hero straightened his back with the support of his team. He became more confident and knew that this was the only way he could defeat Ji-woo. Ji-woo stared at the Demon King's team in surprise. The one had just openly declared that they would launch a group attack. Yoris couldn't even hold back his laughter, confirming his master's hunch. Ji-woo looked at Team Yopi, couldn't help but be indignant. After all, such behavior did not make the hero look good at all. He thought that they would fight fair one-on-one. The player was approached by the goddess of life. The guy immediately turned to her. She looked worried. The girl should have warned him to become more careful. After all, the Demon King's squad had 100% success rate in completing missions. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl with shining eyes decided to propose to Ji-woo. She wanted them to become allies that together could defeat Yopi. The girl suggested that he form a team. Loaf squeezed her eyes tightly shut. She was very scared, but the girl had no other choice. She wouldn't be able to face a whole army of demons alone. But suddenly something happened, hearing a strange whistling sound and a resounding thud against the ground. Love immediately opened her eyes, her face stretched in surprise, for she was still alive, and the demon's hoof lay severed on the ground. The pain and what had happened to him reached the demon. Its eyes widened and tears flowed, and a growl came out of its mouth that sounded more like a dog's whimper. The terrifying demon started hopping on one leg, its hoof lying on the ground, and someone managed to chop it up. A second later, using her moon attack skill, Hong delivered many dissecting blows all over the demon's body. The girl landed holding two daggers in her hands. Love watched in shock at what was happening. The demon's body was chopped into small pieces, and body parts flew to the ground. There was nothing more this demon could do or harm Love in any way. After throwing off her hood and removing the mask from her face, Hong greeted Love with a smile and a glowing look. Judging by the position the girl was in, Hong was on time. Love glowed with joy when she saw her acquaintance. Besides, the girl had just saved her life. This was too joyous an event under the circumstances. But despite the fact that they had met their problem with demons, hadn't gone anywhere. There were still too many monsters, and they were all out to destroy them. The girls were being squeezed into a ring by the scary demons. Love screamed about the demons coming at them again. Hong looked puzzled at the situation, analyzing everything around her. The girl surrendered her blades tighter. She remembered the guy who had resented the fact that he had failed in the game and had been killed by the demons. That fact had made him too angry that he had wanted to quit the game. And she had other thoughts on the matter, even back then. Watching the demons getting closer to them with each passing moment, Hong smiled. Her past thoughts were, once again, confirmed. The girl thought that the game Chrono Life was indeed very interesting. Love couldn't understand what she was just talking about, but she looked at her with interest. She was also surprised that Hong was not at all downhearted, but rather delighted by what was happening. Hong stepped forward and shouted with a great deal of air, telling all the members of the Robin Hood Guild to prepare their weapons for battle. Her voice was commanding and formidable as she ordered her comrades to remove their invisibility and stand in defense of the front village. Suddenly, players from the Robin Hood Guild began to appear in various places in the city. Some were sitting on rooftops, while others were hidden behind the corners of houses. They needed to use holy water and wash their weapons so that it could work on the demons and crush them. Moments later, dozens of players emerged from their hiding places. They did as Master Hong commanded and rushed to attack against the demon army. The goal of this mission was to survive at all costs, and in order to do so, they needed to effectively destroy the demons. The Robin Hood Guild began to attack the demons. They pierced them with their weapons and dealt deadly blows. Love was shocked by what she saw. She had never seen the guild team working so well together before. Her mouth fell open in amazement, and Hong looked at her friends with pride and confidence that they would not let her down. The girl smiled embarrassedly. This was only the second time she had used such a formation, and she looked at it with admiration herself. The first time she had used it was when they had attacked Love's boyfriend. Hearing Hong call Ji-woo her boyfriend, Love immediately blushed. She touched her hot cheeks, being totally embarrassed and happy that this was how the other player saw them. Suddenly, the air was split by a magical arrow that was infused with powerful energy. A blue tail of bright glow stretched behind it. This arrow flew through the demon and managed to snag a few more monsters, piercing through their wings and limbs. Its power was no less devastating. The first demon groaned and splintered in the air. Love turned around sharply in the direction from where the arrow had supposedly come from. She could not believe what had just begun to happen. Her eyes were wide open in genuine surprise. Standing in front of the girl was the head of the Justice Guild, named Falconet. The guy was clutching his bow tightly and had already set his new arrow on it. He couldn't leave the frontline village unprotected, so he came to protect this place. In addition to coming, Falconet had also brought his guild members. Many players equipped in armor stood behind their head, all these people prepared to attack. The girls were thrilled that not only were they in this battle, but other players were joining in and wanting to destroy the demons attacking them. There were too many demons to be able to relax for even a moment. They roared, bared their teeth, and reached out with their clawed paws to the humans, wanting to destroy all of humanity. But after a while, the players were joined by other guilds. The 5 best guilds were ready to fight back the demonic force. All of them harmoniously took up their weapons and rushed into battle. The war had begun. The bard on Yopi's team activated his skill bone fingers, quickly ran across the strings of the instrument, creating a beautiful music, the Song of the Seraphim. The Song of the Seraphim was accompanied by a colorful effect. Rainbow rows of notes burst out of the musical instrument and filled the castle hall with their radiance. This skill greatly increased the speed of the entire team. Jiwoo couldn't hold back his delight and watched mesmerized as the beautiful rows of notes hovered around them. He really liked the effect of this skill. Luna, on the other hand, wasn't as impressed by these skills. The girl, on the contrary, became more serious as she worried about Jiwoo's fate. She knew that the Demon King's team, in its entirety, was invincible. Therefore, once again, she offered the guy to team up with her. Jiwoo glared at the girl with an angry look. He pondered her suggestion for a while, and still decided on something. Extending his middle finger, he poked Luna's face with it defiantly. The guy sent her away, not even wanting to think about forming a joint squad with her. He had already told her he had no intention of forming an alliance. He was unaware of her ulterior motives, but one thing he knew for sure: Jiwoo began to need his shoulder and shifted his confident gaze to the group of enemies. He would be able to deal with them alone. Gaining more strength, Jiwoo abruptly bent downwards to perform a powerful acceleration. Just from this movement alone, the space around him shrank. Breaking away from his seat, the faster-than-light speed, Jiwoo rushed towards his enemies. Sparks flickered from his eyes. He was confident that he could overpower his enemies. Jiwoo had some sort of plan, and decided that the first person to target would be the bard. His face moved so quickly towards the enemy that no one could keep track of his movements. The player prepared to unleash his attack on the one who could heal his team, as well as cast various effects on them. This was a well-thought-out strategy. Jiwoo's eyes were blazing. "I about to have her weapon destroy the enemy." Just as Jiwoo's baton was about to touch Bard's body, as Yopi was able to successfully intercept that strike and stand up to defend his team member, their weapons crossed. The player's entire body tensed up and muscles bulged. The Demon King grinned. It was hard for him to resist his enemy. Jiwoo continued to impressively press him with his baton. Suddenly, Yopi twisted his two-handed sword, causing Jiwoo's baton to slip, and he flew in the other direction. The guy's face twisted in surprise. And all the power that was meant for Bard flew in a completely different direction without reaching his enemies. Luna watched silently as Jiwoo had just failed the attack. She didn't want to comment on it in any way. Eurus, on the other hand, was surprised at Yopi's abilities, for it was a very cunning maneuver. In an indifferent tone, Luna revealed that Yopi had learned a very strong reflection skill while he was still alive. It was his best skill out of the others' arsenal. The bard continued to play her instrument, deftly tapping the strings with her knuckles. The music slightly changed its motif and became slightly faster. Thus Yopi's speed increased dramatically. The guys once again crossed their weapons and began to push each other hard. Sparks erupted from under their attack. Such a drastic change was not hidden from Jiwoo's eyes. Although Yopi was moving much sharper and faster, he was still not as fast as Jiwoo. Jiwoo's eyes widened dramatically when he saw something that excited him too much. Eurus also looked at what was happening with the same astonishment, while Luna's mouth only dropped open. The girl tried to keep her emotions in check. The trident that was on the head of the Demon King suddenly began to increase in size. The 3 beams released their power and flashed with golden light. Yopi activated another hidden skill, Hero's Glory. His strength decreased, but the other skills doubled in their power. He snapped out of his seat and was overly fast. Yopi flew straight towards Jiwoo, preparing to slash at him with his sword. Many consecutive blows rolled across the player's body. Yopi continued to crowd the guy with his attacks while Jiwoo tried to defend himself. He was investing in his attacks without any rest. His eyes glittering with anger, green energy surging out of his sword after every contact with Jiwoo. Jiwoo was in full tension. His opponent's attacks were incessant. Jiwoo was only able to fend them off, but he had no time to counterattack. But even in such a serious situation, the guy still didn't perceive this fight as he should have. His imagination was running wild as Jiwoo imagined that he was just playing with a kitty right now. Suddenly he felt that something started to happen. Behind the first hero's back, a magician had entered the game. A magic circle appeared under his feet and illuminated him with a golden glow. Immediately, clouds began to gather above Jiwoo's head, circling above him as if a tornado was gathering. He raised his head and watched the strange phenomenon in surprise. A moment later, a meteorite began to rapidly descend on Jiwoo's head, scarlet, large, and incredibly powerful. It was hurtling towards the player. But even such a terrifying attack didn't bother him in the slightest. The guy looked at this skill with delight. He had never seen something like this before, so he was happy to see such power. Of course, Jiwoo could easily dodge this meteor, since he had agility high enough for this maneuver. But this way was not to his liking, so he decided to play baseball. Getting into a stance, Jiwoo prepared to bat the meteorite away like a ball. With an upward strike, the player's strength pierced the meteorite flying at him. A violent explosion resounded throughout the surroundings, drowning out all sounds. A confident smile shone on the guy's face. He shouldered his baton and was ready to see more interesting skills that were in the Demon King's team's arsenal. He looked at the team that had regrouped. The guy saw no more point in this game with them and wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. He was becoming no longer interested. The Demon King grinned. Even though he looked tired, his look said otherwise. He wasn't going to end this fight with his loss. They still had something to surprise the enemy with. This attitude immediately alerted Jiwoo. He watched his opponent's every move carefully, not wanting to miss any important moments. The bard called out even more diligently, and a rainbow power surged around Yopa's team. It was the same song of the Seraphim, only Act 2 was being played. The musical notes began to hover around Jiwoo once again. They were like snakes circling in the air. Only this melody sounded in his ears, as if all other sounds had lost their power. He immediately felt the effects of the skill that was placed on him. Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that his skill levels had been halved. Oru stared at his master with obvious concern. Such a turn of events had never been expected. Jiwoo's skills were immediately cut exactly in half, and now he didn't have the strength he had entered the Demon King's castle with. Yopi was pleased with how he was able to surprise Jiwoo, because this was the main skill he could use. Also, because of the Demon King's hidden skill, his strength level increased tenfold. The Demon King approached Jiwoo, suggesting that he use the gluttony skill, but he immediately convinced him that the agility he had would not be able to let the guy's tentacle reach his body. Yopi then asked him the same question that Jiwoo himself had asked him recently. What was left for him? Was there anything he could use to continue this battle? The guy poked his finger at himself in surprise, sort of wanting to know if he was being asked. Jiwoo laughed, liking the way the Demon King was now speaking confidently. There was something else in the guy's arsenal that he had never used before, and judging from the situation, this was the perfect chance to try it out. Yopi was immediately alert. He had no idea what the madman was talking about, but judging from the guy's confident look, it could be something very dangerous. Eurus immediately surmised that it could be Trophy Guy's hidden skills, but Luna immediately refuted that idea. The girl was looking at Jiwoo carefully. He hadn't fulfilled all the conditions to be able to use such skills yet. Jiwoo paid no attention to the others and stuck his hand under his cloak. The boy was actively trying to find something in it. When he pulled out the item he was looking for, Eurus' eyes doubled in size. He had completely forgotten that Jiwoo had such a thing in his possession. With a satisfied smirk on his face, Jiwoo took out the 8 panorama mirror that Habakkuk had given him from his cloak. One of the 8 panorama skills was sealed in it. He immediately began to activate it. A blue glow flared up around Jiwoo, which flashed stronger and stronger. Something unimaginable began to happen to Jiwoo. His strength raged, and his body began to increase in size. A tremendous pressure could be felt in space which was shrinking near him. The skill he activated could increase it to the size of how much energy he had. The Demon King couldn't believe his eyes. Something very incredible was happening in front of him. For a moment, he felt signs of fear in his body. The girl, along with Eurus, were looking at Jiwoo and the girl with the same faces. They definitely didn't expect the guy to pull something like this. The demon world was different from the human world in that its sky was always dark, but this day changed everything, for the sky had turned white. Ji-woo had increased in size so much that his enemies could only see his pants. In the human world, the brutal battle continued. Love was rushing at full speed to attack the nearest demon. The arrival of the other players had given her courage and strength. She now believed in the chance that they could defeat the enemy army. Jumping upwards, the girl spun round with all her might and slammed with all her might into the demon that was trying to catch her in its clawed paws. The monster collapsed to the ground after her blow, and the girl landed lightly on the ground next to it. Another demon was finished. Over the course of the war she had actively participated in, Love had not badly bumped up her level. She was now already at level 74. She looked around and put her hand to her chin and concluded that no matter how many demons they killed, it still seemed like there were only more of them. Even Hong agreed with her words. The girl was just as tense from this battle. She turned to Love and informed her that if these demons were ordinary, they would have dealt with them long ago. But these things were powered by the Demon King's life force, so they could resurrect, and there was no end to them. They looked at the portal that was still letting demons into their world. Every second, dozens of monsters were flying out from there. Their conversation was interrupted as one of the demons decided to attack them. It appeared so suddenly that the girls didn't even notice it in time. Love immediately clenched her fists. She was furious that they weren't even allowed to talk properly. Abracadabra, Best Mage, intervened in the battle. The girl raised her staff upwards and unleashed her mighty power into the monster. In the same second, the beam released from the staff pierced the demon's body. A through hole appeared in its chest. The demon let out a thunderous roar. Abracadabra heard what the girls were talking about, so she continued the conversation. She knew to destroy all the demons, it was necessary to appease the wrath of Yopi, the Demon King. Loaf didn't know how they could do that, so she offered to leave the game for a while and wait until Pansy could deal with the problem. Such a suggestion was not to Abracadabra's liking. The girl reminded her in a stern voice that as soon as they left the place, the demons would destroy the village and go on to destroy everything in their path. Such a statement confused the girl, but her optimism didn't want to leave her. She assumed that the game company would have to rectify the situation, but then Hong frowned, lowering her gaze. She reminded Love of the message the company had put up on the game's official page. The future of the game depended solely on the users of the game. This was the first time the game world depended entirely on the players, and now all the players who wanted to bring peace to the game were fighting against the monsters defending their home. The director of the company stood in the room where the employees were watching every gameplay. The monitors displayed all the key events that were currently happening in the game. Doc Bay folded his arms across his chest and smoked his cigar. His face was tense, but he had already made the final decision to give the game to the players and switch off Chrono Life's maintenance. Upon hearing this, Love also folded her arms on her chest and was furious about the whole thing. The girl didn't understand how the company could take such risks and create such tasks. Hong smiled at her. The girl loved this game so much just because of such plot twists. It was very interesting and exciting. Love heard a menacing roar behind her back. Now was not the time for chatter. The other users also needed to know what was going on. Hong snapped out of her seat and ran to meet the demon. Love felt that she should tell the others about this. Abracadabra assured her that those who wanted to were already in the area and standing in a wall against the demon army, and those who chose not to read the notices were unlikely to be able to help them. The girl glanced in the direction where other players were fighting against the demon. She realized that they had to confront this army with their own strength. Even those players who didn't have high levels were joining the battle. They grouped themselves into teams and attacked the demon in a coordinated manner. They knew that their strength wouldn't be enough, but they still continued to fight and attack the demons with all their strength. It was as if Love had now opened her eyes and really noticed that it wasn't just the 5 main guilds that had joined the fight against the demons, but the ordinary users were also trying their best to fight as well. This made the girl very happy. Abracadabra smiled. It was a glorious battle where they players, with all their strength, would fight shoulder to protect their favorite place. The weak players attacked the demon from all sides. It was no longer a secret to the players that a lot of experience was given for killing one such demon, and valuable items were also dropped from it. This further excited the players to try harder. Such a rush of excitement surprised the girls. They were shocked by such a bloodthirsty demon beating. Yopi opened his eyes and looked up in horror. He couldn't even see where Jiwoo's body ended up, only the white pants glistening in front of his eyes. The Demon King estimated that the guy had increased by 1,000 of meters. The bard resumed her playing of the instrument. Once again, she began to do it even more intensely, as the situation had changed a lot. The melody coming from the instrument lowered Jiwoo's skills by 5 times. Eurus was blazing with anger, thinking such a skill was simply unacceptable. He didn't understand why they were able to lower Jiwoo's skills so easily. Except there was a small catch to what was happening. Jiwoo was so high that there was no way the bard's melody could reach his ears. Demon King Yopi flinched as a voluminous voice came from all directions at once. The first hero raised his head, trying to make out something in the darkness. A silhouette of a head appeared in the sky somewhere above the dark clouds. Jiwoo's glittering eyes gleamed red. He scoffed at Yopi, and whether or not he would now be able to repel its attack. The incredibly sized Jiwoo stared at the small enemies that he could swat with his hand, as if they were just a fly. The Demon King's soul was filled with fear as he glared at the monster that was about to destroy them. With his hand shaking, Yopi clenched his sword tighter, hoping that it would help him repel the guy's attack. Jiwoo was so big that he just stood on the planet as if it were a big balloon. He swung his wooden baton and began to slowly mouth the name of the attack. The baton flew towards the demon planet with incredible speed. The swing was so strong that the baton was sparkling and glowing a little more, and it would come into contact with the place where the Demon King's castle was located. A dark shadow fell across Yopi's face. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not repel such a blow, and his dodging skills would not help him either. The only thing left to do was to obey his fate. Standing on top of the planet, Jiwoo gave it his blow. It was simply devastating. The planet immediately lit up with an inner glow through the cracks that were formed by the impact. A moment later, the demon world was simply torn into many small pieces. After the guy made his giant blow, he immediately reduced in size and became again as it was before, except that he hovered somewhere in the space of the universe. As the demon planet was completely destroyed, there was a cracking sound that he had heard before, and he immediately took hold of Habakkuk's mirror. It had shattered after being used like this. Jiwoo felt a little sad about it. Suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice, and when he turned his head, he saw Eurus flying towards him. The dragon was overjoyed that the guy had returned to his previous size. Luna also hovered in the universe. The girl spoke with a note of anger in her voice. She wanted to know how Jiwoo would deal with what he had done now. But instead of answering, Jiwoo only realized with a frustrated look that Luna was also still alive. The girl snorted unhappily. Jiwoo immediately surmised that if they were still alive and Luna was also alive, then it was likely that Yopi himself could be alive somewhere. He, along with Eurus, began to look around the dark universe. And indeed, they did not miss a beat. The first hero Yopi was indeed still alive, but he looked too bad sitting on the flying stone. Yopi was holding his stomach with his hand. Jiwoo appreciated the Demon King's good ability and covered his eyes with a relieved exhale. The girl was silent and bowed her head, a deep, dark shadow looming over her face. Yopi looked bad. He was too tired, his life force was too low, and he had only a short time to live. The rest of his companions had already disappeared from this world. Jiwoo smirked, for this was good news. He was able to defeat the first hero, so the task was complete. The player flew closer to Yopi. He looked down at him. The first hero held onto his stomach and looked at the guy approaching him with his last strength. Jiwoo couldn't miss his chance to mess around with the defeated Demon King with his wooden club. He loudly proclaimed that he thought this fight would be more interesting and his opponent stronger. Such words made Yopi furious. But this anger didn't last long. The man exhaled, and with a slight smile on his face, he acknowledged that Jiwoo was the first person who was the strongest. He was not ashamed to lose to such an opponent. The demons continued to circle over the front village. Everything around them was ablaze with bright fire, and the wide wings of the monsters made an ominous rustling sound above the streets. Opening its jaws, one of the demons tore at its prey. Its claws of incredible sharpness bulged and were ready to sink into the body of the first enemy it encountered. The players prepared to meet this monster. Fear was written on their faces as they realized that they might not be able to withstand this kind of power. And despite this, they did not run away, but held their positions to the last. The demon immediately swung its clawed paw crushingly and pierced the players with the power that burst out of it. They felt a sharp pain in their bodies, their eyes bulging and blood pouring out of them in streams. Falcone did not lower his bow, but continued to shoot at his opponents, who were too many. One of his men, with a look of horror on his face, noted the fact that they were being pushed further and further into a corner in. Falcone knew that they needed to hold out until Ji-woo crushed Yopi. Love settled to the ground. She was no longer able to stand up right on her feet. The girl had palpably lost her life force and suffered no small amount of wounds. Her breathing was hitched and tired. Hong called out to her friend with concern in her gaze. She was worried about Loaf and had taken her mind off the battle to make sure the girl was safe. Loaf looked up with a slight smile. The girl assured Hong that although the blow was hard, she was fine, and she needed some time to rest, and after that, she would continue this fight. Hong was shocked at such a brave answer, for she knew how much the girl must have been in pain. The girl saw the bad condition Love was in, and it worried her a lot. As she shifted her gaze, she saw the many players who could no longer fight in this war. People were quickly becoming exhausted, and at this rate, they wouldn't be able to last long. Hong became distracted and lost her guard approaching from behind. The girl was able to grab one of the demons who came from another world. Strong fingers tightly squeezed her body, causing a clot of blood to escape from Hong's mouth. At the moment when she thought that it was the end for her, and it was almost impossible to breathe, the demon's hand suddenly loosened its grip. A surprised Hong looked around and realized that somehow, magically, the demon arm had started to scatter in the wind. She landed on the ground and raised her head to the sky, where there were hundreds of other demons, began to sound, whining sounds. All the monsters that had been hovering in a black cloud over the front village began to crumble into ashes. Love also witnessed this miracle. The girl laughed softly as she realized what it all meant. If the demons began to die, then her friend Pansy was able to cope with the impossible task and destroy the Demon King. Hong looked at the girl with delight, unable to believe her ears. She knew that Ji-woo was strong, and the player was once again able to save the inhabitants of the Chrono Life game. Ji-woo watched as UPS body sitting on the shard from the Demon King's castle began to glow with a dazzling light. Yopi realized that only the last moments of his life in this game world remained. His opponent appeared to be very strong, and so he was unable to resist him. A slight smile touched the lips of the first hero. He was going to leave this world with dignity. Ji-woo watched what was happening, but there was one question in his mind that he wanted to ask his opponent. Since Yopi was the one who had destroyed the Demon King, the guy wanted to understand the reason why he started hating humans. Yopi didn't expect such a question. The guy sadly exhaled, his eyes closed, bringing his consciousness back to the old days. His story was old and ordinary. The people who were his friends and adored him, always coming to his aid, supporting him in times of need, couldn't handle the envy. His friends hated Yopi because of his incredible power, and united decided that he should be done away with. It was a cruel betrayal of those the first hero trusted so much. Even though this story was formulaic, Ji-woo's heart trembled. He looked at Yopi, who had tears rolling from his eyes. The first hero who became a Demon King was crying because he loved humans so much. But as it happened in his life, those same humans had cruelly betrayed him. All this time, Luna had been watching them from the sidelines. The girl did not interfere in their conversation, yet this sad story touched even her soul. In the end, the strongest man was defeated. He disappeared from the story, leaving behind only dust and emptiness in Ji-woo's soul. The guy still looked at the empty stone where the Demon King had been a while ago. A notification flashed in front of Ji-woo that he was able to complete a special task and was now rewarded for destroying the main boss. The guy looked up and saw a red fancy chest in front of him. The player picked up his chest. He was the one who had contributed the most to the completion of this quest and was rewarded with an extra bonus. A star twinkled in the sky, growing brighter by the second. This caught Ji-woo's attention. This star turned out to be the same creator that Ji-woo had seen once before. On the day the game universe was destroyed, The man waved his hand in greeting. He had never imagined that they would be able to meet so soon. The creator was soaring through the sky, just like Jiwoo, but he felt much more confident. He was satisfied that the play had managed to complete the task and defeat the main boss. The long-haired man announced that he would give Jiwoo an additional reward. A window immediately appeared in front of the guy where he had to make his choice. Jiwoo stared at it in surprise. The creator blurted out a smile. The question was simple. Jiwoo could choose to become one of the deadly sins in this game, or remain human. Yopi had once faced the same choice. The first hero's choice was obvious. He chose to remain human, after which he tragically died. But reborn, he managed to become the mortal sin Rage. The creator looked carefully at the puzzle. Jiwoo then fell silent, deciding that he had talked too much. He wanted to completely let the guy make his choice without imposing his opinion. The choice had to be made right now, and he didn't have much time to think about it. Jiwoo's frown examined the plaque hanging in front of him once more. The image of Yopi flashed before his eyes, and he also remembered his last words well. The tears that poured from the warrior's eyes were clearly coming from the depths of his soul. For Jiwoo, the choice was too obvious. His hand stretched out, and his index finger was pointed at the button that predetermined his fate in this game. The choice was made, and Luna witnessed it. The girl looked puzzledly at Jiwoo, not believing to the last that he had made that particular choice. Yuri shoved the girl with his whole body as there was nothing visible from where he was. The creator only smiled slightly and did not comment on the guy's actions. The choice had been made, and there was no turning back time. Still, curiosity was very strong, so the creator asked Jiwoo why he had made such a choice. The guy was still holding the red chest in his hand and looked at the man in front of him. Raising his head, Jiwoo smiled. He didn't doubt his choice in the slightest, because the reason why he made it was too obvious. It had been a very hard day of gaming, and when Jiwoo took off the virtual goggles from his face, he simply couldn't move. His entire body was so tired that he couldn't even think about anything. There was a phone lying near his head, which suddenly activated and started buzzing above his ear. Jiwoo only shifted his gaze in its direction. It was coming text messages from Han Saren. The guy took the phone in his hands and carefully read everything the girl wrote. The girl was surprised that Jiwoo had decided to withdraw. The guy, on the other hand, was still feeling tired and wanted to have a little day off. At some point, the girl texted him that she wouldn't mind going out to dinner with him after school. Jiwoo's eyes darted up, surprised that Han Saren herself was inviting him to eat together. He reread the message several times and was sure that the girl had simply misdirected herself and accidentally texted him. While Jiwoo was trying to figure out why Han Saren wanted to have dinner with him, Luna quietly crept up on him. She lightly put her arm around his waist, and when she saw the messages, she assumed that Han Saren was flirting with him. Jiwoo didn't expect to see the girl in his flat again. Her sudden appearance almost made the guy's heart stop. He jumped up from the bed in a second and dazedly started to lean backwards. The guy was so stunned that he didn't even notice how his bed ended, and he flew off it with his feet up. This reaction caused the girl to laugh. Jiwoo stood up abruptly, and his face twisted with anger. The guy didn't realize what the hell the girl was doing in his flat again, and also dared to scare him so much. The girl looked at the guy who kept yelling at her in surprise. Jiwoo didn't understand how she could sneak into his flat, and had done it more than once. Such an attitude made him too angry, and he threatened to go to the police for the umpteenth time. Luna didn't take his words seriously. The girl patted her hand on the stack of shirts that were already lying on the bed. She had only come to his flat for one purpose, to return his clothes. Jiwoo stared at the stack in bewilderment. He couldn't remember such an occasion in which he had lent the girl his shirts. This puzzled him even more. But after a moment, the image of Luna, when she had come to his flat for the first time, surfaced before his eyes. That day, the girl had indeed been wearing a white shirt. And at the same moment, it came to him that she had also taken his shirt then without permission, but such a realization caused his cheeks to redden with embarrassment. After all, a beautiful girl was wearing his clothes. With his cheeks burning, the guy decided to still clarify the matter. Then Luna's face immediately brightened up. She confirmed that she had indeed borrowed his shirt that night. Luna got up from the bed and walked around the guy's room, leaving the shirt in front of him. He still couldn't come to the realization that the girl was in his house. She then turned to Ji-woo and reminded him about dinner, and afterwards, with a smile on her face, she announced that she wouldn't mind going out with him either. Ji-woo sat with a stone face. He couldn't even think that he would screw up dinner so badly. The situation he was in was too life-threatening. They went to a cafe that was not far from his house, and the food there was very good. This place was shown to him by Dukebe, the director of Chrono Life. Han-seren was simply furious. The girl's face was twisted, and she showed her displeasure. After all, it was the same Luna who was sitting in front of her. The girl, with a slight smile and contentment, was eating the hot and fragrant food that had already been served to them. She was completely oblivious to Han-seren's mood. It was only at the moment when all three of them sat down at the same table that Ji-woo realized his mistake. He could feel a dark aura hovering between them. Han-seren addressed him in an ominous voice, causing Ji-woo to almost jump up in his chair in fright. His whole body felt like an electric shock, and he looked at his friend in horror, not knowing what to expect from her. Han-seren wanted to hear an explanation from her friend. Her face was so frightening that Ji-woo was simply speechless. The girl didn't even realize how much fear she could inspire. But such behavior was justified because they had agreed to have dinner, just the two of them. Ji-woo was as confused as possible. He could not even think that the girl would react so strongly to such a meeting. It seemed to him that if they were playing the same game, they might as well have dinner together. The guy didn't understand what he had done wrong and why he was making excuses now yet. Ji-woo continued to somehow calm down the infuriated Han-seren, whose eyes were burning with anger. Luna watched in silence as Ji-woo wiggled around. She was also uncomfortable with Han-seren's presence, but she knew where she was going and why she was doing it. Suddenly, Luna brightened up with a dazzling smile. With her hand on her chest, she denied Ji-woo's words that they had met by chance, and told Han-seren that they had recently shared a bed together. This sentence sounded too ambiguous. Ji-woo was numbed by such a statement from Luna. He looked at the girl in shock, as she did not help him at all, but only made his already difficult situation worse. The guy realized that he shouldn't look back. He had seriously screwed up, and now he was going to get the full brunt of it. The girl behind him was just ready to explode with anger and destroy the place. Luna sighed tiredly, pretending that she didn't understand Han-seren's behavior at all. She turned to Loaf to explain the reason for her behavior, since the two of them were not even dating or a couple. Han-seren folded her arms on her chest, shutting herself off from this conversation. The girl felt that if Ji-woo was on her team, she had to take care of him no matter what. Anger came up to Han-seren's throat, and she decided to find out what kind of relationship Luna was in with Ji-woo. She was constantly stalking him in the game, and now in real life as well. Luna deliberately got close to Ji-woo and looked into his face and confessed that even in real life, they were very close. Such a statement made the guy's cheeks immediately burst into a bright color. He looked at the girl with astonishment and didn't understand why she was saying and doing all this. The very sudden and impulsive kiss came back to him. Luna had pounced on him so suddenly, then he felt her soft and plump lips on his own again. Ji-woo's eyes drifted away. He was looking anywhere but at the girls who surrounded him, and with every word they said, his situation worsened. There was no way something that was in the game could cross over with the real world. He thought that was when Luna raised her glowing gaze to the guy and reminded him that the feelings in the game were almost no different from what they felt in real life. Afterwards, she decided to offer Ji-woo to test it out. He once again lost all ability to think straight, realizing that the girl was now proposing to him. Ji-woo just stared at her with his eyes wide open. Han-seren abruptly intervened in this conversation, forcing the two to keep a distance between each other. The girl absolutely hated what was now starting to happen between them. She was angry and began to utter Luna's words in her voice, shouting over her. Even Han-seren didn't understand what they were talking about between the two of them and what was the kind of thing that she wanted to offer to test Ji-woo. After a moment, Han-seren realized what the black-haired girl had said in her head. Such a realization shocked the girl. Her face immediately changed and drooped, filled with utter disappointment. Luna realized from Han-seren's expression that she had understood the meaning of all those words. Watching her sad face was a pleasure for Luna. Han-seren couldn't bear to be in this horrible environment anymore. She abruptly rose from her seat, The chair pulled aside with a loud creak. Ji-woo eyed his friend warily, and Luna sat tilted towards the guy. A dark shadow lingered on Han Seren's face. She turned to the guy and gave a warning look as she walked away. It was very hard for her to look at these two and not realize the relationship they were in. The girl left the establishment with a loud slamming of the door. Such a quick departure of the girl caused Luna to laugh. She put her palm to her mouth and continued to giggle. Ji-woo was squeezed like he had been thrown into a juice machine. The guy also didn't mind leaving. They left the cafe, and before saying goodbye, Luna whistled. She really liked this place and had a good meal. Luna turned her back to Ji-woo as she prepared to leave afterwards. She nodded her head in his direction and suggested that next time we go to a restaurant that she would suggest. Ji-woo was fine with that suggestion. Standing opposite each other in the setting sunlight, Luna couldn't help but notice that there was an atmosphere around that reminded her of a day. In the similar light of the sunset they had once stood like this, only it was in a game the Doomsday, when Ji-woo had wiped out too many players. Ji-woo immediately assumed that the girl didn't want to go home because she was stalling, and remembered the past. For some reason, she didn't bother to answer his question, and abruptly changed the topic, talking about the choices he made in the game. Just recently, Ji-woo was faced with a choice where he had to decide his fate in the game world. He could become one of the deadly sins, or he could remain human. The guy didn't answer the question. Specifically, he was curious as to why she cared so much. She somehow collated all the facts and surmised that he had made such a choice because of Han Seren's love. Ji-woo was puzzled by such a statement. The guy scratched his cheek, pondering over the girl's words. Pretending that he didn't understand what the girl was talking about, Ji-woo waved his hand at her and headed off in a different direction. He no longer saw the point in lingering and continuing the conversation. Luna was left standing still. Yoris was incredibly happy to see his master back in the game. Ji-woo's return always meant an interesting adventure, and he generally liked to have a fun time. Ji-woo hadn't logged into the game for a whole day, and to the little dragon, it seemed like an eternity. The player collapsed in the back of one of the alleyways hidden from other people's eyes. He acted relaxed and at ease. Yoris was full of activity. His head was spinning in different directions because the dragon was anticipating new adventures and he was wondering what they would do this time. The boy was in no hurry to do anything, so he continued to sit and enjoy the silence. He wanted to get some rest before returning to the full game. Then Yoris was curious why he didn't rest in the real world, but Ji-woo didn't even want to think about it because it was even more difficult there. Quite suddenly, a wooden baton fell near the guy. He looked at it in surprise, not realizing what was happening. Raising his head, he saw the same child in front of him. The baby waved his hand in a friendly manner, while the kid was happily jumping around the wooden baton that Ji-woo had thrown. The kid looked at him in surprise. He knew for sure that it was the same baby in front of him now jumping joyfully. Dokbae was in the room where the video surveillance of the entire game was taking place. The man put a cigarette to his mouth and stared at the one screen that interested him the most. The company director was watching Ji-woo's encounter with the very child that had once changed the entire course of the game. One of the employees excitedly turned to the director, wanting to know how he should handle the situation. Dokbae covered his eyes and folded his arms across his chest. Opening one eye, the man looked at the monitor once more. The thought flashed through his mind that Ji-woo should have met this child by now. Ji-woo broke out into a smile. The guy was incredibly happy to meet this kid again. He greeted him cheerfully. The guy's joy was too much. He grabbed the kid's hand and started waving it in a friendly manner. The baby almost fainted from such shaking. Finished with that, they sat down on the floor with their backs propped up against the wall. The kid still couldn't move away from the guy's greeting. Ji-woo touched his shoulder, still not believing that they had finally met. Ji-woo continued to talk to the kid, and as it turned out, the kid couldn't remember Ji-woo at all. This was where the kid got down, because this kid was the one who affected his future life. At some point, the kid remembered and even noticed that in the center of the village there was a statue made of gold, an exact replica of the kid. Suddenly, Yoris, who had no idea about the kid, appeared. The dragon was curious to know who the kid was, and the kid himself looked at Yoris with big eyes. Ji-woo immediately noticed that face and was surprised that the baby had seen it. Then Eurus reminded Jiwoo that he had shared his life energy with him, and because of that, everyone could now see Eurus. Jiwoo picked up Eurus and introduced him to the baby, as if he was some kind of kitten. The child happily stretched out his hands towards the dragon, wanting to touch it, and then squeezed it, which Eurus himself wasn't too happy about. With a gleam in his eyes, Jiwoo picked up the wooden club that the child had thrown at his feet. He looked at it and stroked it with his hands. It was the same weapon that had once completely changed his life. Then Jiwoo turned to the kid, with a smile on his face, and offered to listen to the story of all the adventures. All these events had only happened because this little kid had once left the same wooden club in front of him. The kid stared at the kid in surprise, and was ready to listen to his story. Eurus no longer resisted, and sat meekly in the little fellow's arms. And then, as they made themselves comfortable, the player began his story, which was very interesting and exciting. Jiwoo was encouraged that someone was listening to his story. He had never had the chance to tell it before. He talked about everything that had happened to him and how he felt. The kid was intrigued because now Jiwoo was going to talk about his choice that the kid made when he destroyed Yopi. The player put his hands behind his head and calmly confessed that he had chosen to remain human. Those words came off his lips so easily. The kid was stunned and looked at him with rounded eyes. Rising to his feet, Jiwoo was in no hurry to reveal the reasons why he had made such a choice. The guy had one idea and prepared a gift for the little guy. Extending his hand, Jiwoo made an invocation, and a large amount of high-level equipment sprinkled on the ground right in front of the baby. Everything around it sparkled, and the baby himself was amazed at so many valuable items. Jiwoo wanted the kid to take these gifts away, but the kid only shook his head and waved his hand, saying that he didn't need all of this. After a few moments, he took out a small piece of paper and wrote something in it. After a while, the kid held out this piece of paper in Jiwoo's hand. The kid took it puzzledly. He was very curious about what was written there. The leaflet the kid gave him had a strange address written on it. In the real world, it was a moment that Jiwoo absolutely did not expect to see what he saw. The kid opened the doors to the hospital room. In the ward, there was a child sitting on a bed. His head was bandaged, and an oxygen mask was on his face. The only person with whom Jiwoo shared his story, his worries, and opened his heart was seriously ill. In a fortnight, the baby was going to die of an incurable disease. Jiwoo looked at the baby and couldn't believe his eyes so small and already enduring such suffering. The boy's heart clenched painfully. That baby turned out to be a cute little girl. She patted the bed, inviting Jiwoo to come closer. Such a gesture seemed to bring the guy out of his stupor. He didn't resist and complied with such a small request, pulling a chair over to the bed. Jiwoo sat down next to the little girl. The girl took out a notebook and a pen. Because of the machine, she couldn't speak, so she tried to quickly write her words on the paper. With a sad look, the girl picked up her notebook, showing Jiwoo's words. She apologized for inviting the guy into her room and catching him off guard with her look, but she really wanted to meet him in the real world. When she also apologized for not being able to talk to him properly with her voice, Jiwoo became completely embarrassed. He raised his hand and asked her not to apologize again for something like that. The girl quickly started writing a new text on a piece of paper, and when she finished, she turned the notebook towards the guy. Jiwoo quickly ran his eyes over the text and realized that the girl wanted to tell him her story. The girl immediately felt sad because her story couldn't compare to Jiwoo's adventures, but she wanted to share it with anyone. She longed for at least one person to remember her. Jiwoo was happy to listen to her story, assuring her that he enjoyed such things. But the little girl picked up on the fact that Jiwoo always skipped the stories in the game, not wanting to waste her time on it. The guy got embarrassed asking her not to compare the game to the real world. Getting approval from the guy, the girl turned the notebook to herself and turned the page she wanted to start at the beginning just like that, to let Jiwoo know everything about her. In the Chrono Life game universe, you could choose any role you wanted. So the young and cute Lahu became a game merchant. The girl was happy with her role because merchants constantly interacted with people. She bought and sold goods politely and with a smile. She interacted with other players who reciprocated her in the same way. In the game world, she liked it very much because in real life, the girl had no friends because of her shyness, and in the game, she was surrounded by a lot of friendly people. Everyone smiled at her and made her happy, so she had a good time in the game. Doc Bide knew about this child and said with sadness in his eyes that she was a very cheerful and bright little girl. He decided to tell the rest of the staff so that they would know Lahu was story. The girl gave out healing potions to newcomers in her spare time. Even though she was at a loss, the staff listened attentively to their president. Profit was not important to the girl. The girl was loved by everyone in the game. Even the NPS treated her with respect. She didn't literally shine, but she always warmed the hearts of the other players. The man squeezed his eyes shut and took a drag on his cigar. He was sorry to realize that the girl was never coming back to the game again. Players who knew the little girl well often came to her point, except that Hua was nowhere to be found. They speculated that she might have gone on holiday or was studying, and they all missed that sweet little girl peddler very much. But as time continued to pass, the girl's point became abandoned altogether. Those who started playing at the same time as her have long since left the initial town. New players came into the game, and there were few people left in the town who remembered Lahu. One day, that girl entered the game again. However, she had changed a great deal. Lahu no longer had long and shiny hair and did not look the same as before, and she started communicating through the game emoticons. The girl decided that she wanted to give away all her things to the newcomers who came to this game. So she gave her red purse to one girl who had just started playing. She was surprised, but gladly accepted the gift. Dokbei continued to tell the girl's story to her subordinates. She continued to give away her gold and things until the little girl only had the same wooden beginner's baton that was given to everyone at the beginning level. One day, the little girl offered her baton to one of the players. The man took it in his hands and inspected it with annoyance. The girl was glad that he accepted her gift. She did not expect that the player would just go on and throw the baton on the floor. He thought the baton was a useless gift, as it was given to all the players. After she picked up the baton, Luhua heard very strange sounds coming from one alley of the village. She was very intrigued by it. Looking around the corner, the girl saw a guy sitting there in just his pants with destroyed weapons scattered around him. He was trying so hard to improve his items that he couldn't stop anymore and broke everything. Realizing that he no longer had anything in this game, tears flowed from the stranger's eyes. This was how Lahu saw Jiwoo for the first time. She was surprised, for this player had lost literally everything. It was evident how sad he was that he had completely destroyed all his belongings. It was then that she was determined to help him. Jiwoo sat with his head down. The girl had finished her story, which most likely gave rise to a whole new adventure. Jiwoo's heart clenched with unbearable pain. It was because of this little girl that he was able to pump that very wooden club to level 99 and develop his character and earn money to live on. And here she was sitting in the hospital dying. Hua admitted that when she learned of her diagnosis, she only pretended not to notice the symptoms. She was in unbearable pain and fear. She cried a lot and thought only that everyone in the world would forget about her, and now she had found someone who would remember her. Jiwoo ran at a breakneck pace. He ran as fast as he had never run before in his life. What he'd learnt was too painful. The boy flew into his flat and swung the bedroom doors open. All his movements were sharp and quick. He wanted only one thing to do, what he had planned. On the bed were virtual reality glasses, and the guy immediately grabbed them tightly. In a few minutes, he had already fallen into a beautiful game world, but his mood was not cheerful at all. A scary and frightening location for all beginners and experienced players in it. The entire ground was covered with human skulls. The sky was dark, and from time to time, there were flashes of lightning. The Valley of the Dead greeted Jiwoo with its ominous appearance. The player's rage had no limit. He swung his wooden club widely and attacked the monsters that came his way with screams. His anger-soaked pain was a fierce beam that penetrated and struck the monsters' bodies. The fire whirlwind knew no mercy and destroyed everyone who was in its path. The guy did not stop gritting his teeth. He continued to swing his baton. The monsters were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Jiwoo was burning with fire, and there was only one thought in his mind that wouldn't let him go for a second. Eurus looked at his master with complete misunderstanding and fear. He had never seen the guy in such a frightening state before. It frightened the dragon, and he didn't even know how he could help him. Ji Woo's rage was all-consuming. He ran around the Valley of the Dead and continued to mercilessly destroy all the monsters. Eurus only saw bright flashes of explosive energy. Never before had the dragon seen the guy's behavior so brutal. He was destroying monsters as if his soul was being torn apart. And it was true. Ji Woo had lost a piece of his soul in all of this. His heart was split open. The guy's eyes were burning with rage and the injustice of the real world. He had to do at least something. Sitting at Lu Hu's chamber, he asked a question. Ji Woo's voice sounded dull, but he wanted to know if there was no other way out of this situation. The girl looked at him sadly when the guy talked about surgery. She had a very rare disease, and intervention cost a lot of money that her family didn't have. There was nothing her parents could do after reading this on a piece of paper. Ji Woo said he would pay for this surgery. He couldn't let the girl leave this world so easily. Ji Woo didn't care about the price of the operation. He would get as much money out of this game as he needed. Valuable items poured down on the skulls. They were all glowing with a purple color signifying their value. Ji Woo was breathing heavily. He stood still and took a breath after being so active. Eurus was still trying to reach out to his master, but he was clearly unwilling to talk to anyone. Despite his fatigue, the boy's gaze was focused and sharp. He was not going to stop. He had a goal, and he would fulfill it. The guy's words caused only irritation and pain in the girl's soul. She was concentrating on a piece of paper, writing all her thoughts. And at the same time, her heart clenched tightly. Ji Woo was giving her a vain hope. Lahu reported that there was only a 30% chance of success. It was too low. Ji Woo grimaced. He didn't even want to hear that she could give up even such a chance. He irritably chastised her for choosing to give up without even trying to fight. The girl was afraid. Even if there was a 30% success rate, she was very afraid. Lahu laid out all her fears on paper, quickly moving the marker and showing what she had written to Ji Woo. Her hand was shaking as she wrote all her thoughts. She couldn't let go of the thought that she could have 2 more weeks of life or die on the operating table. Such a mindset puzzled Ji Woo. He felt he had to change the girl's mind. She, in his opinion, had to fight. Lu Huat picked up a piece of paper and showed it to Ji Woo. Hot tears of pain and despair began to flow from the little girl's eyes. She knew the price of life like no one else. Ji Woo was sure that the girl would be able to live happily ever after the operation. No one would forget her, and she would enjoy life. He said everything confidently, without an ounce of doubt, but Lu Huo gloomed. She couldn't understand how he could speak so confidently. He didn't understand her at all, causing the little girl to go into a mute and painful scream. More tears spurted from her eyes. Lu Hua continued to poke him with the message pad, and the girl's body was showing how hard this whole conversation was for her. He understood her, and it made him feel really hurt. Ji Woo's heart was shattered to pieces, and he didn't know if it would ever recover. The little girl was very scared, and the guy was very aware of that. Eurus smelled that someone had appeared in the Valley of the Dead, while Ji Woo was standing in the pile of valuable items and going over in his head everything that had happened. The dragon looked at the one who had come here. It was Luna, who had arrived in the Valley of the Dead. The girl looked very disturbed, and it pained her to see the guy suffering. Eurus turned to the girl with a question, wanting to know why she came to see his master so often. The girl looked silently towards Ji Woo, who didn't even look at her. Luna sighed heavily. The girl herself was tired of appearing in front of Ji Woo so often, but she could sense when people were lacking something. Since she was the goddess of life, Luna approached Ji Woo without further ado, and lightly touched his body. It was a gentle gesture that she was trying to express her support. Not too long ago, Ji Woo himself had made a request to the girl, and now she had returned to him. The girl informed the guy that she had fulfilled his errand. He didn't show any emotion, even though Luna kept trying to smile at him. Everything was now ready for the final actions to take place. Ji Woo's gaze was cold, but his attitude burned with determination. Lu Hua sat alone in her chamber. She clasped her hands and lowered her head on them. The girl was very sad. The last conversation with Ji Woo, she couldn't forget his words and the 30% chance of success. The girl's biggest fear was that when she died, everyone would just forget she existed. This, and much more she tried to convey to the mind of Ji Woo. And despite all this, the boy was unwavering in his thoughts. Lu Hua was just a little speck of dust in the midst of the world. In the end, no one would be able to remember that there was one such a merchant in the game who smiled at everyone and loved the world. The girl very much didn't want to die. Meeting Ji-woo had touched her little soul too much that now the little girl just couldn't calm her worried heart. As Lu was sat crying bitterly, a visitor entered her room. Ji-woo sat down on the same chair by the bed and gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. The little girl immediately raised her head, being surprised that Ji-woo had come to see her again. She didn't even hear him enter. Tears continued to flow from the girl's eyes, unable to be stopped, and when her gaze ran round the ward, the girl's eyes opened very wide. She had never seen anything like this before and was in complete shock at what was happening. The girl looked around and saw that her ward was filled with people. They had all come to her to support their old friend. Ji-woo raised his head and with a twinkle in his eyes assured the girl that no one could forget about her. People started coming up to the little girl. They talked about who they were in the game and what good things Lahu had done for them. They were incredibly happy to see their young merchant, who helped them in a variety of situations, be it even small things, but these players appreciated the girl's help, but most importantly, they came to tell her that they never forgot about her, her laugh, her smile, her kind look. All of this was very precious in the Chrono Life game. Emotions overwhelmed little Lu, who was soul. She could no longer hold back her tears and just started crying, pressing her hands to her eyes. They were tears of joy for the fact that all these people remembered her and came to her to support her. While the guys were trying to support the little girl, Luna stood quietly at the entrance to the room. She folded her arms across her chest and just watched what was happening in the ward. She was the one who had dutifully helped track down all the players who knew Lahu. There was only a 30% chance that the little girl could survive the very difficult and serious surgery. And yet the little and fragile girl turned out to be very strong. Despite all the fear that tormented her soul, she still took the risk and trusted the professionalism of the doctors. Ji-woo was in the game and came to the place where the little merchant's point was located. This place now looked abandoned and empty. While the guy was looking at the empty and abandoned counter, someone appeared behind him and stared in his direction. Feeling the stare, Ji-woo abruptly turned his head and his eyes widened in surprise. As if time had stopped between them, he looked at the little girl who was standing across from him. Her long hair was developing in the wind. Ji-woo was so happy to see her that he couldn't hold back tears of joy. It was the most touching moment of his life. Lu Hua stood before him and smiled her radiant smile. The girl was healthy. She was able to overcome the terrible disease and would now be able to spend a lot of time playing and enjoying this life. Demon world. It was a dimension cut off from the human world. It was dark and full of evil power that was eager to destroy something bright and good. After the battle with the demon king Yopi, the demon world was destroyed, but after a while, it was able to recover. And the resurrected demons started a war between each other. They ruthlessly began to destroy their kin. And all this happened because there was no longer any power of the demon king over the demons. Death was genuinely concerned about the well-being of the demon world. He looked at what was going on in his world, and it stressed him out a lot. There was only one way that could pacify all the demons in his world. He pulled out a green orb, which turned out to be the essence of a demon king. Death had randomly managed to pick up this green ball after the demon king Yopi was destroyed. The demon king's assistant exhaled heavily. The essence was unsealed this time, but Death himself didn't know who he could pass this artifact to. He had absolutely no interest in waiting for a suitable candidate. And at the same moment, Death thought about the fact that he could find that candidate himself. He suddenly thought of the very guy who was crazy in his own way and was able to defeat the previous demon king, and now with certainty, Death could claim that he had found a new king. Ji-woo smirked. He crouched down and prepared to launch his attack. The guy's mood was determined and his spirits were elevated. Swinging his baton, he executed his lightest strike to destroy the monster. It was one of the weakest monsters that resided near the front village. A bright flash colored the hare's face, destroying it. After Ji-woo had disposed of the monster, he crouched down next to it and began to extract teeth from the hare's body. He then turned to the pouch that had been by his side the entire time and threw the collected fangs to the rest of the mountain of fangs. Ji-woo slung the pouch to his shoulders. Eurus appeared beside him. The player then looked at his companion and suggested that he return to the village. The lad felt that such a pouch would be enough. Turning towards the front village, he headed in that direction. Behind the lad's back lay many slain monsters whose teeth he had collected in his pouch. The front village was still in a crushing state. Its houses had been destroyed the day the demon army descended on the world. Upon entering the village, Ji-woo put his hand to his forehead and carefully began to look into the streets of the village. The guy was expecting to meet someone, but he couldn't find the person he was looking for. As he walked through the crowd of other players, he completely ignored the way they looked at him. Everyone's eyes were shining because many players considered Ji-woo a hero, and to see him so close was something unimaginable. When Ji-woo saw the person he wanted, he waved his hand vigorously, drawing attention to himself. Little Lu Hua shone with joy when she saw Ji-woo in front of her. The girl folded her arms dignifiedly and smiled with a full mouth. The boys approached each other. They had arranged this meeting. The girl in the game had the nickname Starlight and was at the 47th level. By sheer force of will and the support of her friends, the girl was able to overcome a very serious illness. She had gone through many hardships and troubles, but now that she was surrounded by friends, she was able to shine with new colors. Ji-woo handed the girl a bag of materials she needed. She looked at him with admiration as she didn't expect the guy to collect so many hair teeth. As soon as these materials fell into the girl's hands, her power immediately surged and colored everything in a bright golden light. She was preparing a potion. In just a moment, a whole mountain of vials filled with the magic potion poured near the guys. There were so many of them that the players passing by immediately turned their attention to the guys. It was only now that Luo admitted that she hadn't created all these potions for sale. She had her own plans for all these jars. And from this thought, the girl became happier and happier. This unexpected twist really surprised Ji-woo. The guy couldn't even think that the little merchant had her own hidden agenda. Gathering all the jars back into the bag, the girl ran towards the builders, who tirelessly repaired the destroyed village. As soon as the NPS saw the little merchant, immediately rejoiced at her appearance. They were doing their best to rebuild the ruined house as soon as possible. Ji-woo looked at Starlight and was happy to see the girl's smile. She was handing out the potion to the NPCs who needed it. Such was her nature, helping everyone, even if it would be at a loss to her. Even though Ji-woo thought that he was collecting teeth for the girl herself, he was not at all upset that the girl had distributed all the potions to the construction workers. He decided that he needed to get more teeth. In the meantime, Han-seren sat in her room and was sad. She kept thinking about Ji-woo and Luna, who happened to be too close to her friend. She couldn't forget about their conversation at the cafe and how Luna had reached out to Ji-woo. Even though Luna had spoken in riddles, it was all too obvious hints. Han-seren was caught off guard back then and couldn't react properly to that nasty girl's words. Her face immediately gave away the feelings she had for Ji-woo. Luna, on the other hand, was only enjoying how Han-seren felt. She was hinting in every way that she and Ji-woo had a relationship, both in the game and in the real world. Her manager walked into the girl's room. She was annoyed, because of which she was chewing chips too aggressively. The girl immediately guessed that Han-seren's bad mood was because of panties. Han-seren immediately raised her head and spoke negatively. She didn't want to admit that it was because of Ji-woo that she was sad, but the manager only criticized the girl because it was clear. Then Han-seren decided to approach the matter from a different angle. She told about a close friend who had a problem and that she started liking a guy. The desk manager stood aside and continued to eat her chips, listening intently. Having said this, the girl lowered her head, covering her face with her hair and knees. The manager looked at her mentee skeptically, realizing that she was blatantly lying to her. Han-seren continued with her story, though she said that from the very beginning, this guy was just an ordinary player that her friend didn't even pay attention to. But after going through many trials and countless time, her friend realized that this player was no longer ordinary. She began to feel different feelings and emotions towards him. It could be anger, it could be joy, it could be worrying, and in the end, she herself did not realize how he had become a dear person to her. The girl suddenly raised her head and assured her manager that her friend was not in love with this guy. She just really wanted to spend more time with him and get to know him. Han-seren's cheeks colored with a blush. The girl suggested with sadness in her voice that this feeling might pass with time. The girl raised her head once more. She repeated several times that these were all her friend's words. The manager didn't even blink an eye. She continued to take out her crisps and eat them. The girl raised one eye to her mentee and stated firmly that she should not lie about some fake friend. She knew perfectly well who she was talking about, and that the girl was not going to fool her. It remained to be seen what kind of relationship Hansaren herself wanted. The girl looked at her manager in surprise. She hadn't expected the woman to be so perceptive after a second. Hansaren lowered her head, becoming sad again. Just then, the manager finished eating her chips and very menacingly rolled up the packaging from them into a tight roll. The woman reminded that the girl was also a star with many fans. As soon as those found out about her relationship, half of them would immediately turn their backs on her. She didn't like it very much herself, but that was the law of business. The woman threw the packet behind her back. These words made Hansaren even sadder. She knew this, but she tried not to remind herself of it until the last moment. Still knowing all the risks, the manager smiled at the girl. She wasn't going to stop her and hinder her relationship. The woman smiled and looked very confident in her words. When Hansaren heard the words of full support, she didn't even believe it for a second. She raised her head and looked at her manager. Tears of joy came to the girl's eyes. At the same moment, the woman wistfully exhaled and warned the girl that when she went broke, she would have to look for another star. Hansaren staggered slightly at such a statement. In the end, the manager was just joking. She wasn't going to leave Hansaren and wanted to help the girl sort out her problems. Hansaren didn't reply anything. The girl sank down. She pondered over what she had heard, and now she could really think about what she really wanted from Ji-woo. She saw Luna again and again with her whole body pressed against Ji-woo, her snide smirk, and the way she gently hugged his arm. Then she'd sat just as close to him in the cafe and very obsessively hinted that there was something between her and Ji-woo, and it was something very intimate. Hansaren didn't know yet what kind of relationship she desired with Ji-woo, but she was certain that she wanted to make him hers. The manager glowered for now. There was a very confident girl in front of her who would definitely be able to achieve her goal. And for a moment, the woman looked up thoughtfully. One important thought flashed through her mind, which she had to think over carefully. The woman suddenly realized what was troubling her so much. Ji-woo was an adult, but Hansaren herself was only a 17-year-old girl. A guy could easily go to jail for child molestation. Such a conclusion didn't faze the girl. She hadn't even thought about it. Hansaren was sweating from the realization of this problem. She rolled her eyes and began to think things over very actively. The girl's idea was simple. She wanted Ji-woo to fall in love with her to begin with, and then wait 3 years until she was of age. Eventually, Hansaren pleaded with her manager, asking her to give her feminine advice on the matter. Hansaren herself was not yet in a relationship and did not know how to behave. The manager folded her arms on her chest and smiled at the girl. She was ready to come to the rescue at any moment and give sound advice. Hansaren couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed her virtual glasses and looked forward to meeting Pansy. The woman was ordered to write her sound advice in the in-game chat. The manager was glad that she was able to cheer up her mentee and bring her out of her depressed state. The woman exhaled with relief when the whole situation was clarified, and they talked frankly with each other. But there was one small problem that the manager could not admit to her mentee. She also had never had a relationship before, and she started actively scouring the internet for information. Death found himself in the game world of humans. He was floating through the forest and had no idea where he was going. He had a very important mission to fulfill right now, except he didn't know where to look for that very person. Suddenly, there was an explosion of incredible power. Death stopped, and at first he was very frightened. Scarlet light flooded all around. Such a thing in the demonic world. He rarely got to see. Only a demon king had such powerful abilities. Death immediately changed his face and was incredibly happy. This explosion meant only one thing. The person he was so painstakingly searching for was somewhere very close by. His strength knew no bounds, which meant that he was indeed the right candidate. Smoke fluttered around Ji-woo. He continued to diligently destroy low-level monsters to gather even more teeth for Lua. There were many slain hares lying around Ji-woo. Ji-woo was very satisfied with his catch. He was luckier than ever. He looked approvingly at the bag of teeth. Yoris was as pleased as his master. He approved of everything Ji-woo did. The player heard a strange and prolonged scream. He immediately jerked his head in the direction from where the sound came from. The guy spotted a beautiful girl who was currently in battle mode boss. Love's hair was developing in the wind, her body was tense, and her gaze was focused. Loaf approached one of the monsters and jumped as it brought its fist down sharply on the ground where she had just stood. The hare roared in frustration at not being able to hit its enemy. Then Love performed a circular kick in midair, and her foot swiftly slammed into the monster's muzzle. A blast wave came from her kick, and the hare received irreparable damage. The player watched his friend's actions and surprise. Holding the pouch in his hand, he didn't expect to see a girl here. Love defeated the hare and stopped embarrassed. The girl's cheeks turned slightly pink as her gaze met Ji-woo's. She stepped closer to him and held out her hand. Ji-woo stared at her in surprise, not understanding what that could mean. Then Boss Loaf opened her palm, and in it were the teeth of a slain monster. The girl decided that it would be right to help the guy in this matter. The player was surprised by this as well. There was an awkward pause between them. Ji-woo was very embarrassed by this. He realized that their last meeting had not gone well at all, and part of the blame lay with him. The guy averted his gaze, his cheeks flushed, and he apologized for the way things had happened. Honestly speaking, Ji-woo didn't even realize that there was such a feud between the two girls, and it was in the cafe when they bumped into each other that he realized how much the girls couldn't stand each other. Ji-woo looked at the girl and asked her to go out for dinner again, promising that they would be alone together. Boss Loaf folded her arms on her chest, pretending that she was extremely busy. But so be it, for a friend like Ji-woo, she would find time. Suddenly, the girl's face was as close to Ji-woo's face as possible. This sudden proximity startled the guy. He sensed something sinister from his friend. Loaf opened her eyes, and they were of a horrifying hue. It was as if two deep oceans were looking at the lad and were ready to drown him in their abyss. She wished she knew what the two of them had been doing that day. Luna had announced with such enthusiasm that they had spent time in the same bed. There was no way those words could leave Love's soul. Boss Loaf desperately wanted to know what was so mysterious that day that Luna was talking about. Even though Ji-woo was looking at Love's smiling face, he realized that she was scarier now than when she had an angry face. Ji-woo immediately started waving his head, denying any connection with Luna. But to the girl, his words didn't sound convincing at all, causing her to press him even harder. In the end, because the guy was avoiding the question, the girl jumped on him and started choking him. She wanted to hear a confession, as she felt that he was not telling the truth. Death happened to be nearby, and after hearing the screams, came to the place he saw the girl strangling Ji-woo. Death's eyes increased in size from what he saw. This situation left the Demon King's assistant in complete shock. After all, the one who he had imagined to be the new Demon King, up to this point, had been defeated by the girl. She was mercilessly strangling him with her hands to death. This meant only one thing. Ji-woo had been defeated, which meant the girl was of incredible strength. Death saw the girl's intimidating gaze, the grin of the devil himself. He swam over to them and held out a small green glowing ball on his hand. Loaf, distracted from her work, looked at the appearing Death with incomprehension. She didn't realize what it was about the glowing ball that was presented even closer to her face. Death smiled evasively and insisted that the girl take it in her hands. He made it convincingly clear that she deserved the gift. Love rashly grabbed the orb in her hand and only now began to ask questions, but it was too late for that, for as soon as her hand came into contact with the Demon King's essence, everything around her lit up with a bright light. She looked at herself in utter bewilderment, and many notification windows began to pop up in front of her eyes. The girl's body absorbed the essence of the Demon King. Her profession was changed to Demon Queen. Behind everything that was happening somewhere in the universe, the creator was watching. He, as before, hovered in space and was very pleased with what happened. The last point had been fulfilled. Even though this person was supposed to be Yappy himself, but it was not destined to happen. Then Luna shared some of her energy with him, reviving Yappy. They were doing everything they could to trigger the final stage. Luna raised her head to the sky and informed the creator that she had fulfilled his task. Though she was worried about how everything would be, And the creator was very pleased with that, for they had launched a complete sweep of the world, hovering over the game planet. He was only waiting for this day. Luna then decided to offer Ji-woo to team up so that they could work together to defeat the Demon King Yopi, but Ji-woo refused doing it alone. The creator grinned. He didn't know what Luna's plans were, but it didn't matter now. His plan had once again come to fruition. The final chapter of the story began. Meanwhile, the girl's transformation continued. She was still glowing with a strange green glow. Ji-woo was beneath her, and a satisfied death hovered nearby, watching the rebirth of the new Demon King. The boy covered his eyes with his hand, the bright light blinding him. He couldn't understand what was going on or why the girl was glowing. Suddenly, Love was ripped off the ground, and she began to rise into the air. Engulfed by the bright glow, the girl could not resist. Her career change was complete. She became a Demon King, and also the power of her skills was increased tenfold. Love was furious, hovering in the air. The girl tried to lower herself back down. She scolded loudly, angry at this sudden change. Ji-woo sat down on the grass, crossing his legs. The guy was completely unaware of what was happening now, and Eurus was in the same state. They raised their heads and just continued to watch what was happening. Meanwhile, in front of the girl's eyes, new notifications kept coming in the same way. There were so many that her head was already spinning. She was furious at what was happening to her and absolutely did not want to become a Demon King. Suddenly, a demonstration of the girl's power began to launch. She was all lit up, still in the air as she was. Ji-woo and Eurus continued to watch her in surprise. Suddenly, the girl's light pink hair began to change its hue, turning white. Her body abruptly and brightly lit up, and after a moment, the extinguished light revealed a view of the girl's completely different costume. Boss Loaf had completely changed in appearance. Her hair became longer and white in color. A tiara shimmered on her head, and her costume became more revealing. When the transformation was complete, Love examined herself with horror. She couldn't believe that everything was really happening to her. Eurus looked at the girl with all eyes and confidently declared that she had become the Demon King. Ji-woo, on the other hand, didn't think that was the case. The girl did not give her consent, and it was very strange. Death approached Love. He told the girl that she had gained the power of a Demon King and now had the appropriate appearance. She descended to the ground and stared at Death. The girl was not at all frightened by what was happening. Love did not understand at all how her gaming life could turn out this way. Suddenly, a learning system started up in the girl's body. Her head bowed and her body became uncontrollable. The stones on her equipment lit up with a red flicker. The Demon King's essence was launched, and behind the girl's back, wings that resembled the wings of flying mice transformed, and they were scarlet in color. In addition to the wings, the girl had long red horns on her head, and her eye color also changed to scarlet. A powerful energy swirled around her. Ji-woo and Uru sat on the grass and watched the girl's transformation with rapt attention. It was as if they were in a cinema watching a blockbuster movie, impressed by the special effects. The girl's arms stretched forward. She looked at her body with all her eyes and could not make her own movement. She was now being possessed by the system and was demonstrating her power. A ball of energy began to emerge from the finger on her hand, building up its power and increasing dangerously in size. Eventually, the power surged out, and a destructive wave exploded somewhere far in the air. This explosion resembled the ones that Ji-woo had created with his power. When the demonstration was finished, Love stared shockedly at the place where her demonic power had just erupted. She still couldn't believe that she had gained such a powerful force. That glowing scarlet light disappeared around the girl. The wings behind her back evaporated as the horns disappeared from her head. She sank to the ground, regaining control of her body once again. As the demonstration was completed, Ji-woo rose from his seat and enthusiastically praised Bossloaf for making her incredibly strong. She slowly turned around to him, but didn't have the same enthusiasm that the guy had. The girl didn't understand what she was supposed to do with this power and how to continue playing. Loaf was very worried that, because she had become a demon queen, she would have to do battle against humans, and Ji-woo himself, the player, immediately changed in his face because he didn't even think for such a course of events. Discontent poured out of Love's mouth like this. She didn't like at all that she had changed her appearance, and all this happened without her permission. The girl was embarrassed by such a revealing outfit and worried that she now had a strange appearance. Ji-woo didn't say anything about her appearance. It was as if he was only now paying attention, and his cheeks were traitorously red. Death had been watching the girl all this time, and was very pleased with his choice, and the fact that she had synchronized so immediately, it all meant that his choice was the right one. Boss Loaf turned her attention to Death and jumped up to him. She grabbed his cheeks and started pulling them in different directions, screaming for him to give her back her old look. Death immediately warned her that it couldn't be done. Only after her death would she be able to free herself from that status, but since she had become a unique boss, her death in the game meant character deletion. The girl froze in place from shock. Ji-woo was not listening at all to what Death was saying. The guy was completely absorbed in the fact that he wished to squeeze him. The player's eyes even lit up with such desire. Eurus glanced jealously at his master. The dragon began to squeeze his chubby cheeks, reminding his master that he was no less attractive and soft. The boy felt a strange competitive spirit. Loaf kept moaning about everything that had happened to her. There was no way she could accept her new image, feeling ashamed of herself for dressing so revealingly. Death hummed a cheerful tune, as he didn't want to tell the girl the truth about changing her appearance. He liked seeing the Demon King in full form. The girl, on the other hand, was clearly suffering for it. Out of anger, she grabbed Death and started pulling him in different directions, forcing him to return everything back to the way it was. Ji-woo and Eurus didn't even try to interfere in these matters. They still had to get back to work and gather more teeth. Arden Castle was one of the 3 largest castles in Chrono Life. It had huge, majestic walls, and lately it had been talked about as the most impregnable fortress. One of the warriors noticed something strange. He was standing on the wall and was on watch. His eyes stared in surprise at the place where something incomprehensible was happening. At high speed, something incomprehensible was approaching the castle walls. Because of the dust around him, the warrior could not see the approaching body at all. The man said in a voice that he saw something strange at his words. Another warrior turned round and stared at the wall with the same amazement. They did not yet know what kind of opponent they were dealing with. A terrifying and huge Volf in a few long jumps, traveled a great distance and was able to climb the high wall by clawing at the stone. Only a second passed, and the huge body soared into the air. Rising above the terrified soldiers in the shadows, the scarlet gleam of its eyes became even brighter. The warriors flinched and raised their spears, preparing to defend themselves. A single swing of a clawed paw cut short all their attempts at defense. The claws sliced through the warriors' bodies like a blade, and blood gushed from them. They screamed in pain, and no one could help them. Another warrior remained on the wall with a look of horror on his face. He held his spear, and his body treacherously froze in place. The monster was just around the corner. A huge Volf stood on its hind legs. Its maw was open and steam was coming out of it, eyes burning with fire. He looked at his victim and then spoke to him. The warrior was completely dumbfounded when he heard a human speaking. He didn't understand how the monster could be talking to him now, and immediately assumed that the werewolf in front of him was a werewolf. Something happened that no one expected. 2 more monsters appeared on the wall. They landed behind the warrior's back with a loud sound. Feeling a terrible force behind his back, the warrior saw the 2 monsters with horror on his face. They were a huge bear and a lizard. Those looked at the player with one desire to kill him. The man clenched his teeth tightly with fear, so that they would stop clawing at each other. The monsters weren't monsters at all. They called themselves man-beasts. The lizard no longer had the will to hold a conversation, and with one swipe of its paw, it cleaved the warrior's body. The spear immediately flew out of the player's hands, and he lost all hope for salvation. A moment later, the stomping of many feet was heard. These were other warriors who had heard of the danger. Soon enough, 100 warriors were standing around the human beasts. All of them pointed their weapons towards the enemies and were ready to defend the castle wall as soon as possible. Among the warriors was Falconet. He noted with a disgruntled tone that the impudent men dared to attack Arden Palace head-on. Folding his arms across his chest, Falconet gave orders to his warriors. He was confident that these monsters would be dealt with swiftly and deftly by his men. The warriors immediately took the command, and with a battle cry, they rushed towards the man-beast that stood in the center of the event. While the warriors were attacking the enemy, Falconet turned his head with a smile. He was live streaming at this moment and began addressing his viewers. The guy was having an active discussion about who these bosses might be, since Falconet had never yet encountered talking monsters in the entire game. Even though he didn't know his enemy, he still mocked their attempt to attack Arden Castle. While Falconet was broadcasting live, he didn't even notice the wall becoming suspiciously quiet. Smoke covered everything around, and when the wind blew, the guy got a terrible view of what was happening. All the warriors had been defeated. The three monsters, on the other hand, didn't even have a scratch. The terrifying eyes turned towards Falconet, for he was the only one left alive. Falconet's face changed. It was as if he had aged a few years in just 1 second. That was how overwhelming his fear was. His heart began to pound frantically in his chest. Under the terror, the player snapped out of his seat at that moment. There were many people watching his live stream. The beasts roared furiously and victoriously, even though the viewers were waiting for exciting content. Everyone, as one, shouted for him to run away. Falconet ran. He was writhing in fear, and the realization that now this might be his last moment. A dark shadow covered the boy's body, as if night had abruptly descended into a clear day. He raised his head with bated breath and saw the terrible monster that had overtaken him. The huge maw of Wolf opened above him, spewing a terrible and loud growl. The lad realized that he would not be able to stand against those who had just defeated an entire army in a matter of seconds. The monster slammed its jaws shut, and half of Falconet's body was inside the man. Beast's sharp fangs sank into his body with only his legs remaining on the outside. There were no screams. Everything happened quietly. Falconet's legs shuddered convulsively for a while, and after a few seconds, he collapsed, no longer able to struggle. Just like that castle Arden emptied in a matter of seconds. The Wolf raised its head and howled triumphantly with its harsh, guttural howl. Death grinned evilly. He looked at his demon queen and suggested to her, in an ominous voice, "Summon all the demons and destroy the human world." The girl glared sharply at Death and once again declared that she had no intention of doing such a thing. Ji-woo and Eurus still did not interfere in their conversation. Death continued to insist on his point, but Love didn't even want to hear about such a thing. Death, however, reminded the girl that this was the way of the strongest player, to which the girl waved her hand, because she was a weakling compared to other stronger players. The Demon King's assistant stared at her in surprise. He was certain that the girl was the strongest person. After all, Yopi had defeated Ji-woo, and Love had defeated him. He had seen it himself recently. Then Death decided to find out what level the Demon Queen was at. Now Liv stared pensively at the sky, trying to remember the numbers she hadn't pumped up badly lately. After a second, she turned to her assistant and showed 2 fingers, and her current level was 92nd. The girl was proud of herself for being able to grow so fast. But Death himself was stunned by this information. He did not understand how it happened and why his Demon Queen had such a low level. Then the excited Death looked at Ji-woo, wanting to know his current level. The player told him, without much enthusiasm, that he had the maximum level. Still, Death couldn't help but point out the fact that he had seen Ji-woo being defeated by Boss Loaf. The guy sighed heavily, not knowing how to explain their relationship to him. After all, there was a very long story behind it all. And at that moment, Death realized what a fatal mistake he had made. A depressed look immediately appeared on his face. He got it all wrong and gave the demon essence to a weak player. The guys continued on their way, as quite suddenly the sky opened up above their heads. A huge crack opened up a view of a different space. Ji-woo thoughtfully raised his head, examining the crack in the sky, scratching his chin. He couldn't remember seeing something like this before. A huge and clawed hand squeezed out of the crack with someone standing on it. That hand headed towards the boys. They still stood, still looking at what was happening. On the palm of an unknown monster that looked out from another dimension stood the goddess of life. Luna. The girl immediately pressed her lips together when she saw something she didn't like at all. All her attention was on Boss Loaf. She had changed a lot since their last meeting, and that didn't please Luna. The girl jumped off the monster's palm and found herself very close to Love. She couldn't help but notice her outward changes. Loaf looked warily at the suddenly appearing Luna. She didn't know why she had come here, but she knew that this girl would do no good. They didn't say anything to each other, but just stared at each other stubbornly. Their faces were stern, and the spirit of rivalry was obvious. Ji-woo wedged himself between the girls. The guy raised his hand and ordered them to calm down. Love hadn't even expected herself to be unable to control her anger, and now it was as if she had broken free of her trance. Guy immediately sensed Luna's mood, and it was not favorable at all. She did not look at him. A dark shadow covered the girl's soul. Luna turned round abruptly, though she wished for Love's death, but now was not the time. The girl even noticed that she had almost been foolish. Love realized that the goddess of life was much stronger than her, and it was extremely dangerous to compete with her. Besides, becoming a unique boss could lose her character forever. Before she left, Luna turned her head appreciating Love's cute new outfit and also congratulated her on acquiring the title of Demon King. Ji-woo looked at the girl and didn't understand her at all. She was a real bitch now, and just recently, she had helped him with HUA and was very kind and helpful. It all didn't fit together in the guy's head. He had no way of knowing if Luna was good or a villain. The girl turned her head to him and ran her fingers seductively over her lips. She wasn't going to give him an answer to that question. When her words that she could pretend to be kind and naive for him personally reached his ears, Ji-woo frowned. He was disgusted by such hypocrisy, and he didn't want to talk to her anymore, so he asked her to leave. The girl bowed her head, still being in the shadows. Her eyes could not be seen, but it was clear that she was up to something. She decided to talk about the fact that the last chapter in the game had begun, and the game itself would soon be over. Ji-woo stared at the goddess of life skeptically. He couldn't understand where she got this information from. Since it was an online game that didn't have its own ending, as long as the company was stable and released updates, there would be no end to it. The girl raised her head and smiled slightly. Luna had been of the same opinion not too long ago, but now it had changed. She was confident that Ji-woo would soon realize it as well. She mentioned about Boss Eurus, who had suddenly and unplannedly become a sword spirit not too long ago. Ji-woo glanced over to Eurus, as it was about them. Riot showed his face when he had never done so before. In addition, there was an early resurrection of Yopi's strongest man. All of these events were designed to take a long time to complete. Players were supposed to reach the task with Yopi after several years and overcome it with difficulty, but because of Ji-woo, killing Yop happened too easily and too quickly. After that, Death found the essence of the Demon King and gave it to the girl. Thus, a new Demon King appeared in the game too quickly, which also affected the course of the game events. The game was flying at the speed of light, changing plans. Loaf looked at the girl and still didn't want to realize that she might have been telling the truth. Suddenly, Luna pointed her wing staff in their direction. There was silence between the boys, and even the wind stopped blowing. No one knew what was going on in the mind of the goddess of life and what action she would take. Loaf saw energy begin to gather around the girl's staff. It alarmed the girl. She realized that Luna was much stronger than her, and until the last moment, it wasn't clear what she was up to. Ji-woo shaded Boss Loaf even more. There was a note of irritation in his voice, as he had already told Luna not to touch his friend, but the staff inevitably burned with a bright light. Luna's staff begins to glow, and she smiles at Ju, saying she won't kill her yet. Luna uses teleport on Love, shocking both Love and Undies. Love can only call for Undies. Before she completely disappears, Ju grabs Luna by the shoulder, asking, "Where did she teleport, Captain Love?" Luna smiles as she answers that it's the final chapter. "No, you didn't." Luna won't kill Love because she thinks someone else can do the job for her. Love coughs as she opens her eyes. She sees dead bodies on top of Castle Wall. Love has been transported to Castle Arden. Back to where Ju and Luna is. Ju asked Luna why she would send Love there. And Luna explains, is the first challenge of the final chapter the Anthropomorphs. So how many challenges are there in the final chapter? In Castle Arden, a shadow looms over Love, and she sees the Volphanthropomorph behind her. Ju only smirks, since he knows Captain Love will not lose over some furries. Luna looks at the hand Ji lifts from her shoulder. Feeling disappointed, she touches the shoulder Ji just touched, and replies that Ju isn't exactly wrong. She merely fancies Undies. Feeling more swift and light, Love uses the Falling Dragon Strike on the Anthropomorph. She thinks that she can take on any enemy. The Anthropomorph says that it does sting a bit as it stands up. Love was shocked that it talked, and she realized that it was no ordinary werewolf. Simultaneously, Luna explains that those anthropomorphs are different. They were born 10 times stronger than humans. Jiu realizes those furries would have the same stats as the Demon King. Luna says that if the story progressed as it was supposed to, anthropomorphs would have appeared 10 years from now as a new Demon King. She will have difficulty taking them on. But why does Love have to face them? Luna's on a power trip. The anthropomorph activates a skill claw of the beast and slashes at Love. Love immediately dodges, avoiding the attack that can easily split a forest in half. The anthropomorph activates another skill, Hunt of the Beast, gathering power in its claws and unleashing it in a slash attack, causing a big explosion. Jiu comments that the balancing of the game sucks. This makes Luna frown with shock, saying that Jiu should be the last person to talk about game balance. She had the same reaction as Eurus did from Chapter 18. Luna explains that everything happening in the game has only one root: Jiu. Ji feels a hint of injustice in this statement. Luna says that Jiu's existence is incredibly invasive in the world of Chrono Life. Still, she admits that there is another option. Luna looks at Jiu's weapon, saying that his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick is the root. But Luna doesn't believe it, because it's up to the person who uses it. She makes sense. If it was me, I use it against PK characters instead. Jiu says he doesn't care what other people think. As he pulls out the said wooden stick, he decides to go and save Captain Love. Jiu asks Roach Lady to send him to Castle Arden, but Luna immediately refuses. This irritates Jiu, but he lets it go and thinks of a way to get there directly. Luna acts all cute as she tells him to give up and stay there with her. Jiu ignores Luna as he thinks. He suddenly smirks at Meals in front of Luna, showing his behind her. This shocks Luna as she eyes Jiu's ass. Jiu says he just had a great idea with a face that screams evil intentions. Luna looks at Jiu's behind, thinking this is a good idea. She suddenly pauses, thinking about what Jiu means. At this point, I think anyone who falls for Jiu is a perv. Jiu suddenly runs really fast in circles. This confuses Luna, thinking he is just spinning in place to the point that he's creating a whirlwind. At the same time, back in Castle Arden, Love is having a hard time with the anthropomorph and is almost reaching her limit. Returning to Jiu and Luna, Luna looks at the whirlwind, wondering if Jiu will fly away. She notices that Jiu has been running for a whole minute, making her realize Jiu's real plan. A system announces that Jiu unlocked all the requirements for the agility stat, hidden skill, speed of light. Jiu immediately activates the speed of light and transports himself to Castle Arden. Jiu smiles and greets Captain Love, saying he's there to save her. Love felt relief and gladness in finding that Undies is there for her. My OTP is coming true, by Roach Lady. Jiu steps toward the anthropomorph and asks how it dares harm Catherine Love. The Volf anthropomorph only laughs, excited to have another human on their hands. You won't be that happy in a little bit. The other two anthropomorphs make their appearance behind Love and Jiu. The three anthropomorphs start to converse, saying everything is going according to their plan and they just need to follow orders. Suddenly, the bear anthropomorph dies with Jiu's one hit, surprising the other two. And here I wanted to know who ordered them. Jiu and his impatience. Oh wait, he just killed a bear. Does that mean he finally has the hidden skill for strength stat? With an irritated face, Jiu tells it to shut up, since he's dead. Anyway, this makes the other to shiver in sweat. The two anthropomorphs dash toward Jiu to attack, and Jiu lifts his wooden stick to retaliate. Before he can attack, Love tells him to stop. Jiu stops and just accepts the skill attacks from the anthropomorphs. He looks at Captain Love, and Love thinks she can't help back when Jiu went off with Luna to fight Yufa. With resolve, Love tells Jiu that she finish it. She believes that she needs to be strong to stay beside Undies. There are some roads that one has to take alone. The anthropomorphs take a break from attacking Jiu, feeling all tired. Still looking back at Love, Jiu smiles and agrees to leave one of them with her. Still huffing, the lizard-like anthropomorph got its long tongue pulled by Jiu. Jiu tells it to come with him, since they wouldn't want to get in Captain Love's way. It's like he's pulling the leash him a big pet. Jiu banters with the lizard, while Love and the Volf look at the two as they leave. Love prepares to attack, while the Wolf thinks about who the kid in the underwear is. With that crazy power, Wolf believes he should report it to them. Wait, who's them? Stop hanging us. The Wolf also knows he'll die, so he plans to find the right time and escape. Love suddenly jumps and turns above the Wolf, giving it a hard kick. The attack shocks the Wolf because it is faster than before. You should still pay attention to the fight, even if you're confident. Love releases continuous attacks, making the Wolf unleash his claw of the beast skill. Love dodges, but the Wolf immediately launches Hunt of the Beast. Love manages to avoid it again, realizing that she's lighter and her movements are easier to maneuver as the Wolf thinks Love is irritating. Love jumps and points her finger at the Wolf, activating her Annihilate skill. The essence of the Demon King gets activated, giving Love her wings and horns. Love tells the Wolf to die, and a beam shoots from her finger. The Wolf can only curse as he gets hit by the beam. Yup, you're dead. Not by the hands of undies though. Once on the ground, Love sighs and relief, as the system announces that she gained EXP for slaying a monster. From 90 to her level jumped to 139, making her look in awe. Had all the level up notifications. Behind her, Ju and Juar are eating meat as they watch. Ju congratulates Love for defeating the enemy on her own. Love then asks if it was a bug because she just leveled up 40 levels in one go. Ju explains it's not a bug because those were ancient anthropomorphs. He hands Love a bigger piece of meat as he explains what he learned from Luna earlier. Done with the explanations, Love looks for the lizard that Ju dragged away. Ju says they're eating it right now, making Love spit the meat. Love hits Undies in the head and complains about how disgusting he is for brilling one of the quest's monsters. Ju meekly answers that the lizard looked like it tastes good. It's a game, so it's fine, but it's still disgusting. Love continues to scold Ju and tells him to revive it, even if he has to call the goddess of life. Undies reasons out that it wouldn't be ethical consumption if they revived a monster already grilled and eaten up. In a different area, Hawkeye drips blood as he leans on a tree. An ancient anthropomorph has cornered him and tells Hawkeye to stop resisting. Hawkeye curses as he says that he thought that Castle Arden was the target. The Griffin lets him know that the real target is him. This shocks Hawkeye, making him cover his chest and say he's not interested in furries. I doubt the furries are interested in you. His actions irritate the Griffin, so he threatens Hawkeye. The Griffin then gets close and asks him about his ability to telepathically connect with other humans. This initially confuses Hawkeye, but then he understands that the Griffin was referring to his live streams on YouTube. The Griffin commands Hawkeye to relay a message to all of the tribes in the South Continent. The Griffin wants to be a live streamer as well. Hawkeye prepares and goes live. He was to quit streaming because of the previous Castle Arden annihilation, but was forced to return. Hawkeye calls to the Griffin to let the anthropomorph speak. The Griffin shocks the viewers and proceeds to greet the South Continent. He introduces himself as an ancient anthropomorph from the Northern Continent. He commends humans win against demons, since the demons have been their enemies since long ago. Is this why Love has to fight them earlier? Then the Griffin declares that in return for the humans' deed, the anthropomorphs will invade the South Continent in precisely 30 days from now. You shouldn't be attacking. Then, if you're thankful, giving a month's extension is not a reward. The Griffin then paints a picture of what will happen on that day, to help announce their intentions. The Griffin lets Hawkeye live with the promise of killing him in 30 days. And this ends his live stream. This is the main quest that comes after the invasion of the demons. With its greater difficulty, the users did not receive the announcement. Well, it became a hot topic worldwide, making Chrono Life's reputation extremely low. It's only natural to hate the game developers at this point, since they wouldn't adjust the game difficulty. In a VR arcade, Hong sits in one of the capsules. The guy who sat beside her last time sees her and approaches her. He thinks he'll get some brownie points if he's optimistic about the game. He confidently tells Hong that the game is fun with the significant events happening in a row. With a smile, Hong curses the game and tells the guy to not talk to her. Insta-kill part 2. Hong kept smiling while looking at the update, saying they crossed the line this time. Rage and hostility have filled the users because of the recent news. Instead of having good time enjoying a game to relieve stress, it made the users feel powerless. None of the users even contacted customer service because they knew from experience that the developers won't do anything to fix it. In the Chrono Life main office, the CDO laughs as the company becomes a villain. Once again, he declares that the quest won't be easy to clear like the others and bids his users good luck. He literally looks like a villain in this panel. Despite the low users' rating of Chrono Life, they recorded the highest number of users log in at once. Still stuck in her Demon King form, Love asks Undies if he watched Hawkeye's live stream. She questions if it's possible to grind quickly, within a month to fight off the anthropomorphs. Love speaks in a panicked tone. And Ju clenches his teeth. He suddenly screams, announcing that he can't take it anymore. Love looks at Undies like he has lost his mind. He long lost his mind, even before he met you. Ju says that waiting for a whole month to take the quest won't do. With a creepy, excited face, he declares that Undies now goes to the North Continent, demanding his playtime. Love finds his face disgusting. Yeah, but you still like him. Ju suddenly activates his skill Speed of Light, and off he goes, leaving Love behind. Ju flew off as he laughed excitedly, with his creepy face still on. Love looks up from the ground, thinking that the anthropomorphs should run. Still transporting, Ju maniacally laughs with his tongue out. He suddenly stops in outer space and looks back with an excited face. He looks at the world, wondering if the land before him is the North Continent. With a big smile, he activates Speed of Light and laughs as he returns to the Earth. Still laughing, Ju suddenly hits a barrier, cracking his skull that's got hurt. Ju moves away and curses, realizing there is a barrier. A system notification appears, saying that the North Continent is currently unreleased and to please come back next time. This saddens Ju as he thinks this is how Chrono Life wants to play it. In the Chrono Life main office, it was CEO Koi's turn to laugh maniacally as you wash over Undies. That laugh won't last long. They purposely blocked the continent, knowing the Undies kid would do something like this. A staff frowns, and he asks his boss how they said they wouldn't interfere with the user's experience. The CEO only tells him to shut up, and it's okay. Since they are already the villains for this episode, these few tricks won't be harmful. As long as he can pull a fast one on Ju, the CEO will willingly change his ways. In the game, Love is updating her stats, while saying it was a crappy move to not let Ju in on the continent. Ju is pissed off, and Love comments that it's no wonder he's so salty with the continent blocked off. Ju can only just wait for a month, just like the other players. Still annoyed, Ju asks if he should just break the planet again. This makes the developers flinch as they watch over him. Let's go break the servers. Luna appears, telling Ju to not do anything he'll regret. Luna explains that breaking the planet only means server reset, which will not help. Ju says it'll help with his stress that he asks why Roach Lady was there. Luna says she's looking to see who won between the new Demon King and the ancient anthropomorphs. Luna glances at Love and says she was hoping there would be at least a missing leg, definitely asking for a fight. This engages Love, making her scream at Luna. Luna only smiles, saying they never properly introduced themselves to each other before. Luna comes close to Love and introduces herself. You've only realized this after numerous meetings, still hot-headed. Love calls her nasty roach. Luna tells Love she's 21 years old and berates Love for not respecting someone more senior than her. Talking about respect made Love angrier. She reminded Luna talking smack about Undies' parents and killing users during the hurricane arc. Death suddenly flies to where Love is, saying he's glad she's still alive. Then immediately changes, saying she couldn't just died in battle so he could find a stronger Demon King. He's awfully frank for a Demon King's right hand. Love pulls on Death's cheeks, but Death asks her why she's alone. Love sees that Ju is off to the front village, but Luna is tagging along. Love throws Death away and chases after them, saying she's also coming. Ju says they could come if they won't fight in front village. In the Great Western Desert, the members of Justice Guild, sorry, I'm a fan of the original. The members of the Justice Guild are fighting the field boss, King Samur. On top of a plateau, Hawkeye Hong and Amber Kadabra are watching their progress, as they discuss how they could fight the anthropomorphs in a month, and a single ancient anthropomorph is as strong as a boss monster, a high-level dungeon. Hawkeye can only sigh as he admits that they can only rely on that brave warrior. In case you're confused, by talking about Ju. Abra says they should still be prepared, since it would be foolish to rely on someone else in a battle, and this was shown when they fought with the demons, while the brave warrior fought in the demon world. Hong says she has a good idea that will let them fight against the anthropomorphs. Shocking Hawkeye. Hong admits it would be hard to make up for the 10 years worth of power gap, but her idea might work if they get help from the brave warrior. With a sigh, Hong announces that they should just rely on him. Star welcomes Jiu when they come back to the village. Seeing the two women with Jiu, Star asks if they are Love and Luna. Love asks Jiu who the kid is, and Jiu tells her the whole story. Hearing it made Love cry. You now feel our feels from chapter 35. Love hugs Star tightly, asking if she's all better now. Star says she's okay, and asks a question herself. She asks who Wooden Stick Man's girlfriend is, making the three flinch. Jiu pushes a bag of bunny bear teeth to Star to change the subject. Star looks at the two, observing how Love has slowly developed feelings for Wooden Stick Man, while Luna has a deep interest in the man. Star adapts a detective costume and poses while thinking. This is one of those love triangles she's seen on TV, Detective Star. Star then whispers to Jiu, asking who he likes better, or if he likes both. She is so open-minded. This makes Jiu blush, saying Star is still too young to talk about this kind of stuff. Star tells Jiu not to be shy, but she's sure Jiu has a hard time, since both are beautiful. Then Star asks if there is someone else besides the two. Jiu agrees, and with a straight face, he says that he likes Yor Is. Yor Is and Star look at Jiu with disbelief, making them question his preference. Jiu tells him he's only kidding. If it was true, Luna and Love would have to compete with Eurus. Suddenly, Jiu starts jumping, thinking of what he should do for a month. Star smiles and suggests that he slowly enjoys the game, since Star knows how Jiu is rushing to beat everything. This reminds Jiu of the advice of an old man who told him to enjoy the game instead remembering it. Jiu, once again, gets annoyed at how the owner used his authority to block the continent when it was the old man who mentioned not interfering with users' experience. The old man didn't keep his word out of nowhere. Hong jumps to where they are and greets Jiu. Hong asked another favor from Jiu, saying it's about the war with the ancient anthropomorphs in the North Continent. Griffin reports to their great leader, Aventador. Aventador is the dragon of the North Pole. Wait, there's no Santa. Aventador praises Griffin and commands to have everyone prepared to take over the South Continent. With a flash, Aventador changes into his humanoid form. Aventador walks off and grins, thinking about how he'll meet again with his brother, Eurus. Eurus has a brother. Back in Front Village, Hong talks about her plan that will rely on Ji's help. Love thinks it is a great idea, while Luna believes it takes too much advantage of Jiu. Luna adds that doing this would cause conflict with the developers of Chrono Life. This last part made Jiu smile as he ate his meat. Jiu suddenly starts laughing, thinking that he would get on the bad side of the developers, but he doesn't care about that, still feeling wrong for getting blocked off the North Continent. Jiu gives a devilish smile as he accepts Hong's request. He'll be happy to comply, as long as it bothersome for the game developers. Thinking it was a great plan, Jiu stands up and says goodbye to everyone. He activates the speed of light and disappears. Everyone coughs at his disappearance, and Star asks where Jiu was going without finishing his food. Han explains that Jiu is off to give Hong a favor. Star asks what the favor was, because she wasn't really listening earlier. Hong explains that in 30 days, ancient anthropomorphs are going to attack. To beat them, everyone needs to be stronger. The easiest way to do it is by leveling up. Still, there is another more straightforward and faster method to become stronger. The other method is through the equipment. So Jiu will be farming equipment for everyone. Understanding what Hong is saying, Star realizes where Jiyo is headed. Hong confirms that Jiu is now in the most challenging dungeon and Chrono Life, which is the nest of Eurus. He went there to gather equipment and sell that equipment to users. This made Star panicky, saying it would mess up the economy. Hong admits she knows this, but this is the only way to win the war. Hong also reminds Star that the brave warrior doesn't care about that. What motivates him right now is that the developers block off the North Continent. And after seeing Jiu, Hong realizes that you can't mess with someone set in their ways. She has Jiu all figure out. At that moment, Jiu laughs crazily as he slays monsters, and this one is enjoying any excuse to piss the game developers. An announcement of a super special sale was released in the front village. Ju, with a mountain of weapons behind him, announces they're selling equipment from Yuori's nest for low prices. Users gather, and a small boy comes forward who's looking for a sword to use. Ju asks for his level and gives the boy the blade of the deceased for only 10,000 gold. The boy's eyes shine upon receiving the weapon, and he runs off, declaring he'll go on a level-up marathon. Everyone exclaims how cheap it was that everyone else starts buying. I hope someone would do this in real life. Nearby, Love, Luna, and Hong look at Ju and Star selling equipment. Love asks if they can just auction them, since it will take a long time and will exhaust Star. Hong explains that auction items always get bought by Riot of Sloth, so auctioning would be pointless. The large man steps in and cuts into the line. Hong immediately recognizes the man. Ju once more announced when the large man suddenly loomed over him. The man says he'll also take the blade of the deceased sold to the level 19 newbie. Some users complain because the large man cut into the line. Before the complainer could finish his sentence, the large man grabbed his head and threw him into a wall. This causes a commotion, and the large man proceeds to buy some equipment. It's hard to get rid of this kind of character. Ju grins at the large man and says that the blade of the deceased costs 10 million gold. This engages the man, saying that Ju sold it for only 10,000 gold to the newbie. Ju explains that the prices are set to match the customer's level. The large man starts to complain, but Ju asks if there's a problem. Hugh smiles as he says that if the man has any complaints, he can bring them up to Ju's wooden stick. The large man stares at Ju. Love looks at what's happening and then asks Hong who the guy is. Hong says the man is Benedict, rank 38th of the entire user base. He is also notorious for killing users. Benedict clenches his teeth and his face starts turning red. All of a sudden, he politely gives 10 million gold to Ju. Ju accepts and thanks the guy, reminding the man to not cut the line next time. Benedict leaves, murmuring how scary it is. Justice is served. Hong talks to Love, asking how her leveling up is going and if she's stronger now that she's the Demon King. With a worried look, Love admits that she hasn't been able to level up much and is only around level 110 now. Hong flinched because Love was only level 139 a few days ago. Love is going with Undies to Yuori's nest, but she can barely kill a monster or two, and Undies making fun of her for being weak. Undies and yours have deeply influenced Love's perception of weak and strong. Luna looks at Love blankly, while Hong can only smile, thinking how Love doesn't know because she hasn't played for very long. An average user will take at least 2 years to reach level 100. Luna goes back to staring at Ju and Hong asks if Love will also level up today. Love confirms that she be going with Undies after he's done selling items. I wonder what Luna's and Hong's levels are. Hong wishes Love good luck as she thinks about how they have hope for this war, while looking at Love. In the ravine of the deceased, or what is commonly known as Yuori's nest, Love fights with a giant monster. She easily evades. But when tentacles with mouths come out of the numerous mouths, Love expresses her disgust. Love still isn't used to disgusting things, even though she's always around Ju, wanting to keep it short. Love activates the essence of the Demon King, charges forward to the enemy, and evades the tentacles. She stops beside its main body, and uses Annihilate multiple times on the monster. Upon killing it, Love receives EXP, and the essence of the Demon King deactivates. Behind Love, Ju compliments her for killing the monster already, and how she's getting faster by the day. Love is happy with the compliment. But when she notices the mountain of dungeon drops behind Ju, she starts to mow. This kills Love's confidence and tells Ju to leave her alone now. From afar, Luna looks at how Love and Ju interact. I am slightly sorry for Luna, but she really shouldn't have done that to Ju before. And with that time has passed, is now the day of the epic battle. Aventador and the Anthropomorphs gathered 1 million of them, announcing that today is the day they will erase the history of the South Continent. A vendor shifts to his dragon form, and all of them headed to the South Continent. The Castle Arden is the northernmost part of the Chrono Continent, and is a point that Anthropomorphs must cross. This makes Castle Arden the first and last point of defense. The members of the Justice Guild are on top of the walls of Castle Arden, and they start sweating when they see army of Anthropomorphs heading their way. they'll duke it out on this battlefield. The approaching anthropomorphs were suddenly attacked on the side. The mages led by Abracadabra are on top of a mountain. They cast more offensive spells and release it simultaneously. Griffin starts to protest, but an arrow shot hits it by the ear from the other side. Hawkeye and the other archers are on a different mountain on the opposite side. Hawkeye commands everyone to shoot, making it rain arrows on the anthropomorphs. The big gates of Castle Arden Creek open. Suo, the leader of the Crossline Guild, and Saintly, the leader of the Sacred Guild, led all their troops to fight against the anthropomorphs. It's a good opening strategy for this war. This battle will be recorded as the biggest war in a game. And this war will be ended by a single user. Of course, it'll be up to the MC to finish it. Ju clenches his wooden stick, while flexing his muscles in an unholy pose our eyes. Declaring that he has waited too long, Ju is now ready to slay and swing his wooden stick. Love stops him, saying that swinging his wooden stick will kill everyone. Ju smiles and says it's okay, since they'll just revive, but it'll be lights out forever for the monsters. This simply means that they win. Love thinks about it, and concludes that Undies has a point. His logic is genuinely remarkable, declaring that it's time. Ju starts to swing his wooden stick down. Before he does, he disappears from the battlefield, shocking Love. Ju gets transported to a blue-colored space. Ju looks around and realizes he's been there before. Seriously, we're about to get to the good part. God greets Ju. But Ju is tired of this God's antics. He wants to return immediately. But God wants to talk to him. God explains that not even the hairy old man can interrupt them, because that man is too busy watching over the war. This makes Ju angry and curses God. He wouldn't let anything get in his way. After waiting a month, he starts threatening God, making God sweat a lot. With a sigh, God stays firm and says no, because Ju is bound to end everything quickly. So true. Still angry, Ju accuses God of being a spy sent by the developers. Still, God says he's not in any way associated with Chrono Life. He only runs you that space to fulfill all of the sins a god who's helping out the sins. Back on the battlefield, Saintly and Suho are fighting together against the anthropomorphs. Saintly deals the most damage, while Suho defends both of them. Suho still deals some damage when possible. The preparations made for 30 days are coming to fruition. From leveling up battle strategies and weapons from Eurus' dungeon. All these advanced them to fight on even ground. Until he showed up, the users looked up at the flash of light above them. Avenue collects power in his mouth and throws it to the users. Here comes Eurus' brother in the blue space. Ju gives God a chance to explain what he means by fulfilling the sins. God says he can't reveal more, and gives Ju a skill in the form of fire. God tosses it to Ju and explains is the ember of all creation, which lets him get a view of any place or being he wants. In Ju's palm he views the battlefield. Oh, it's a godlike skill. Suho suffered critical damage from protecting himself, and Saintly from the dragon breath attack from above. And Suho fell to the ground. Saintly can only look as a Ventador. The dragon of the North Pole descends to the earth. Seeing this view from the ember, Eurus squeezes in for a better look. Eurus recognized the king of the anthropomorphs, letting Ru know that the dragon of the North Pole is a Ventador, and he's one of the 3 great dragons. Eurus explains that, aside from himself and a Ventador, Gargantuan Dragon Gallardo is also recognized as one of the 3 strongest dragons in the Chrono Life story. So there's another dragon to meet, aside from a Ventador. Ju says he has never heard of them before. While Eurus explains that they were supposed to show up far later in the game, Ju smiles and asks if the other 2 are stronger than Eurus, but Eurus says he's the top. Since he can win one-on-one battles against the others, then Eurus says that what's important to know is that a Ventador is the sin of greed, so it was already taken. I guess the empty seat of veracity was the one being offered to Ju before. On the battlefield, Saintly tries to stand up against the colossal dragon before her, saying they still have the weapons from the dungeon of the strongest dragon, Eurus. With a flash, the dragon turns to his humanoid form, reacting to the woman's words. Avendo claims that his beloved brother Eurus has adjusted to life on the South Continent. Hearing this, Ju asks Eurus if they are all brothers, while Eurus says he's an only child, so they're not real brothers. Aventador probably only meant it figuratively. Seeing the dragon's human form gave saintly hope in dealing damage to it. She goes in with her spiral spear attack, which only poked Aventador in the neck. Aventador mocks her and releases tentacles from his back. The tentacles stab Saintly all over and suck her dry. This action was recognized by everyone on the battlefield, and it shocked them, because they already knew what it meant to be absorbed by that skill. Aventador introduces himself to everyone on the battlefield, announcing that he is both greed and veracity. Dude, Chiyu does a better job of being greed and veracity than you, even if he's not one of the 7 sins. The announcement shocks Ju, asking why the dragon got to sins when he had already killed Uraken. Uaris agrees, since all he knows is that Aventador is greed. Calling God a blabbermouth, Ju asks him about the current situation. To explain, God brings out a giant hourglass. The existence of the 7 boss monsters represents the 7 deadly sins, with the duty to fulfill each of their sins. Urus of Pride fulfilled as long ago, and Yufa of Rage barely fulfilled his still. Uraken could not complete his because Ju killed him quickly. This lets Aventador inherit the sin of veracity, since he is the only unique boss monster in the game that can do so, plus he is also greedy. Wow, his greediness means more sins to collect. The hourglass God brought out is the hourglass of sins. Once it's full, it means that the sins are fulfilled, and each grain of sand in the hourglass represents a human life that's messed up. So what will happen once it's totally filled? Hawkeye commands everyone to get into a defensive formation, still before they can do so. Aventador releases more tentacles and stabs the archers in the mountain. He absorbs everyone's levels and stats, and even Hawkeye gets absorbed. This time, our streamer is out of luck. Abra yells for him, but even she and the other mages are stabbed with tentacles and get absorbed. Aventador laughs at how weak the humans are. No one expected you to come out this year. The anthropomorphs rejoiced upon seeing this majestic move, and everyone is cheering for their leader. The balance of the battle tipped in favor of the anthropomorphs, and the users, having lost their commander, Hawkeye, do not know what to do. Hong clenches her teeth and makes a quick decision. She announces that she will take over as the commander-in-chief. Hong then boosts everyone's morale with her words and instructs them to avoid the voracity skill no matter what. She adds that if a comrade gets stabbed, they should end their comrade's game before they get absorbed, so they can still revive. And with that, Hong commands everyone a charge. Hong is really suitable as a commander. She is not only decisive, but she also has the ability to empower others with her words alone. Seeing that the humans are still willing to fight, Aventura grins and uses his tentacle to stab. A tentacle attacks Hong, but she cuts it up using backstab slash. Aventago was impressed, but she only mocked him. Aventar did not back down, and he simply pulled out more tentacles. The sheer number of those tentacles stunned the users. Aventador sent out 100,000 of these to stab them. Hong can only look in horror as she watches her colleagues get absorbed, at the same time strengthening their enemy. The system then announces that the Sign of Gree unique attribute is activated, allowing Aventador to unlock the maximum cap level. Aventador easily reaches 1000s in level with his current power. The abilities of Greed and Veracity achieved perfect synergy, strengthening their ability owner. That's too much for these users. Just when will RMC get back and save everyone hopeless? Hong, let's go for daggers. What they have worked so hard on in the last 30 days only helped their enemy reach new heights. Avenad steps toward Hong, with a tentacle hovering by Hong's neck. And Aventador is now level 3890. From above, a red light of power collects in the Finger of Love, and she uses her skill Annihilate on Aventador. Hong looks up at Love with shock, as the blast creates a large explosion. Hong somehow manages to make out alive, and she is stunned to find out that a Demon King's unique skill can be so strong. As Love drops to the ground, Hong compliments Love for her attack at the same time, saying how she thought she would have died as well. Love only looks back, saying it would have been tragic, making Hong flinch. Something is off. Of Ju's girl look tells Hong to stay far away, because her attack did not even harm Aventer. Love says she is unable to both protect Hong and fight with the dragon before them. Hong notices that Love's personality has changed. Love looks around them with all of the anthropomorphs. She deduces that the probability of her winning is only 0% with this sigh. Love calls for death and declares that the entire demon race is at war with the ancient anthropomorphs, and she commands Death to open the portal to the demon world. Death adheres to his lord's command, changes his form and opens his mouth wide to open the portal. Before Death could even open up for business, something smacks him on the side, making him crash to the ground. For a being called Death, he really gets tossed a lot. It's like he is the one who was on the verge of dying instead of being responsible for creating deaths. From the crash site, a man appears apologizing since he accidentally stepped on an ally on his way down. Love pauses and her essence of the Demon King deactivates. Her face changes into a look of shock and calls for undies. Hong and all the other users, who are now watching on their phones, express delight in the hero's appearance. CEO Choi lights up his tobacco and can only curse at Ju's appearance. He then realizes that Ju only appears now, when he would have usually started wreaking havoc from the get-go. He then assumes that it could have been the work of that man. The CEO and the god's relationship is still shrouded in mystery. Just when will we get to learn more about it? Inside the blue space, God sits by the hard glass. The hard glass upper half is already empty with all the sand filling the bottom part. God lets Ju go by opening up a portal. Before leaving for good, Ju threatened God not to pull this stunt again. With a serious face, Ju promises to kill God if he locks him up again. God sighs alone in that space, promising that they won't see each other like that again. And with a smile, God says, "This is because it is already the final act." On the battlefield, Love tears up and starts beating Ju while complaining about his disappearance. Ju defends himself, saying he got dragged against his will. Love continues to scold him for stepping on Death, and how he stopped Death from summoning the demons. Ju can only apologize as Love beats him up. They are together again. Love feels weird when Ju's not around. It's like her dark side creeps out when he is not around. Hong looks at the two and smiles, seeing Love return to her usual self. Hong thinks she only imagined those things before. Nope, you were not imagining things. We also saw it at the crash site. Death fainted with only 1 bar of health points left. Yep, Death is dying. I wonder if potions or healing skills work on him. He might die if someone uses those on him, but I'm sure he'll make it somehow, since he is not a unique boss. Love asks what they can do now that they can't summon the demons to fight the anthropomorphs. Ju looks at the anthropomorphs and Aventador. Ju only grins as he pats Love's head. He tells her to sit back and watch, since he'll be cleaning up. Love stares at Ju as he walks toward Aventador. Yep, let this hero resolve this problem for everyone. Ju stands face to face with Aventador, with his max level and skills. Aventador looks down at Ju with his own level 3890. Watching from the Chrono Life main office, CEO Choi quivers with excitement, as Chrono Life's most powerful user is against Chrono Life's highest level boss monster. Everyone watching this scene got their hearts thumping, and even we are excited by what will transpire. Aventador looks down at Ju and mocks him. Ju lifts his wooden stick and slightly hits Aventador on the left shoulder. Aventador is incredulous at this attack at first, but like a slow-motion film, it takes a bit of time before a loud crash resounds. All the anthropomorphs were shocked, and Aventador fell to his knees. Aventador loses a third of his face, his left shoulder, and an arm, shocking him at how much damage he got from such an attack. Everyone watching it was agape of shock as well, with an angry face. Ju starts scolding Aventador for talking too much. Ju is already angry because of the game developers and God, with all this happening. Ju wants to relieve his anger by spanking Aventador. Undoubtedly, this is a great way to relieve some stress. Aventador coughs because of Ju's attack. Seeing this, Ju squats and asks Aventador if his hip hurts. This shocks Aventador, but Ju only gives him a wicked smile, saying Aventador still has a long way to go. Hugh starts beating Aventador using only his fists and legs. Ju enjoys himself with the punches, kicks, and occasional slaps on the butt of Aventador. It's to the point that Aventador is already acting weird. He's probably an M deep inside. And our MC is just helping Aventador discover this. Love looks over while thinking that Undies is back in his villain mode. The scene before them aggravates the anthropomorphs, and they start running over to save their lord. Ju smiles widely at the approaching anthropomorphs and grabs his wooden stick from his undies. Jiu expresses his excitement about the incoming attack and swings his wooden stick, causing a big explosion. This annihilates a good number of the anthropomorphs, shocking the rest. Jiu jumps over, and with maniac-looking happiness on his face, he attacks the anthropomorphs. He expresses his love at the futile attempts to fight back, making the anthropomorphs shiver in fear. Yeah, it is much more suitable to say that Undies has the makings of a great villain. Jiu causes mayhem against the anthropomorphs, while a dying anthropomorph asks their lord's forgiveness for their incompetence. As his dying wish, he wants their lord to consume them with voracity. Avenad or asks if it is sure, because he cannot revive them once they die. Knowing this, the anthropomorphs kneel before their lord and say that they would rather end as their lord's strength and die the hands of a scoundrel. They are willing to do this because they know how much their lord has sacrificed for them to survive in the north. The anthropomorphs cry as they ask for another request. They wish their lord to lend his ear to the skies, for they will roar their hearts out to celebrate his victory. The scene gets so dramatic to the point that the viewers end up sad and crying themselves. The scene confuses Love, thinking, how Undies is the nasty villain here? It really seems that our MC is the true villain of the story. G realizes that the anthropomorphs have gathered in one area. With a menacing smile of glee, he laughs and prepares a falling attack. But before he can even swing his wooden stick, tentacles stab the anthropomorphs. Aventador, feeling melancholic, thanks his brethren for everything. The crying anthropomorph speaks his last words, saying, "Serving Lord Aventador has been an honor." Then Aventador absorbs everyone's levels and stats. In the end, even if Aventador wins against Jiu, the ones he has been fighting for are no more. This scene made Love, Hong, and every other viewer cry tears of empathy. Jiu enters the scene commenting on how Aventador finally resorts to cannibalism, without a single strand of empathy. Jiu says he's actually better off absorbing them to raise his own level and stats still. Either way, Aventador is total trash, according to Jiu's standards, and what does that make a compost? For Jiu, what Aventador did isn't something a leader should do. Jiu laughs loudly, and everyone seeing this can only think how much of a jerk Jiu is for laughing at the enemy's honorable sacrifice. Our MC's personality is nothing new, but not everyone knows it. Aventador can only frown as he accepts Jiu's words. He stands up, pulling back the tentacles, and his arm instantly regenerates. Aventador, exuding power, states that he is no longer hungry as tears drip from his eyes. The Dragon of the North Pole is now level 9,999. Aventador and G run toward each other and exchange a single hit. Avenged or using his fist, and Jiu using his wooden stick. The impact blows away everything around them, literally leaving no rocks unturned. The attack destroys Aventador's right arm, but he quickly regenerates it using the reincarnation skill of the lizard anthropomorphs he absorbed. It is as powerful as Gus' healing factor. Avenger's title as the Sin of Greed upgraded veracity to the point that he could also absorb skills. So why is Avenger's regeneration not gross to look at, and yet, for our MC, it is totally disgusting? This makes you wonder if the creators have a love-hate relationship with Undies. Avenger stabbed Jiu in the stomach with his hand passing through the back, shocking everyone. In absorbing approximately 1 million ancient anthropomorphs, all of the skills of those anthropomorphs were also absorbed by Aventador. And as the only dragon anthropomorph, he is on top of the food chain of the strongest predator. Aventador kept attacking Jiu, and Jiu didn't respond. But all these attacks are for nothing, because Gus' healing factor activates, and heals like nothing happened. This one is not that gross. Jiu asks Aventador if he is done, and swings up his wooden stick to Aventador's face. This causes a big explosion. Angered, Aventador swipes his arm, but he only slashes through the air. Jiu activated his speed of light skill and launch attacks. The dragon couldn't see Love smiles with excitement, thinking that Jiu already won the battle. But Aventador suddenly flashes and he transforms into his dragon form. Aventador flies and declares that he has nothing to lose anymore. CEO Choi was shocked at Aventador plans to use Ice Breath, a level 9999 dragon doing. This will disintegrate the entire continent, and he commands his staff to contact the server team to cut off the power. Desperate times come with desperate measures. Aventador is planning to destroy everything, just like our MC did when he wanted to slay Luna back then, before the staff does as he says. Aventador releases Icy Breath. Ju only smiles as he activates his hidden STR stat skill, Soul of the Giant. He finally uses it. Ji receives the Ancient Giant Strength, increasing his damage and attack range by 1000%. Ju swings his wooden stick up without much effort, and an explosion meets Aventador's Icy Breath. The explosion engulfs Aventador, and he disintegrates as the beam of explosion reaches far beyond space. No worries. No nearby planet is destroyed in this scene, since Ju already destroyed it in Chapter 14. Ju looks up to the open space and declares that he only has one enemy left, and that is the Sin of Envy. Here is a quick recap of the sin shown so far. 1. Urus of Pride. 2. Arrogant of Veracity or Gluttony. 3. Bride of Sloth. 4. Lumina of Lust. 5. Youth of Rage. 6. Aventador of Greed and Veracity. 7. And the currently unknown Envy. Love rushes towards Unis and compliments him with 2 thumbs up. Suddenly, Aventador drops to the earth, and Ju asks Captain Love to move back in case the guy uses Veracity. Ju talks to Aventador, complimenting him for still surviving. Aventador admits his defeat and asks to be killed by Ju. Ju grins and says that he has every intention to do so, saying goodbye to the dragon. Ju lifts his wooden stick up in the air. Aventador remembers the last moments of his kin as he awaits death. Tears drop from his eye once more, feeling sorry that their sacrifice is for nothing. In the eyes of the anthropomorphs, Aventador is the hero and protagonist of their species. Ju stops his swing and changes his mind. He doesn't want things to be too anticlimactic, so he asks Aventador to become his ego sword. Urus pops out and asks Ju if he won't kill the dragon anymore, reasoning out that he already reached the max level of 999. Ju won't get any XP from slaying Aventador, and the same applies if he used Veracity. Aventador acknowledges Urus' presence and mocks him for becoming domesticated by a human. Laughing at this, Aventador refuses Ju's proposition. With the dragon's refusal, Ju sighs, smiles innocently, and says he will force him, acting like he was struck by Aventador's refusal. Ju smiles and declares that to deal with his heartbreak, he will head to the northern continent and go on a killing spree to clear his head. Ju laughs with glee as he repeatedly describes his intentions. I think our MC's moral compass has become faulty. But if you look at it from a different perspective, what he intends to do is no different from the anthropomorph's goal. This engages Aventador, and he asks Ju if he is now threatening him. Ju smiles and waves his hand in calming motion. Then he gets near Aventador and says that he wasn't in Dinwit after all. Ju states that he is indeed threatening Aventador. Everyone sees this exchange and gets pissed off at Ju's actions. I guess those people are easily affected by their emotions. They don't seem to remember that the world of Chrono Life almost ended because of the anthropomorphs. Unlike what others think, Urus believes that Aventadorship just given in like he did, remembering his brethren's sacrifice. Aventador closes his eyes and says he will accept in exchange. Ju won't harass the anthropomorphs. Ju laughs as the system appears, asking if he wants Aventador's soul. Urus asks Ju where he plans to imbue Aventador's soul, since there can only be one soul per weapon. Ju thinks about it and decides to have Aventador imbued in his cotton white undies. That is a ridiculously bad idea, but who am I to stop our MC? With a big smile and sparkly eyes, he signals Aventador with a come hither look. Aventador wants to rethink it, but Ju doesn't give him any chances, and pulls the dragon into his undies. Aventador disappears and relinquishes his physical form, and enters Ju's breeze. Ju enjoys it and does an unholy pose. His undies are now ego briefs with rank ego and infinite durability. I know this sounds weird, but Ju literally has a dragon in his underwear. Ju floats in the air as the system announces it. Love can only look up at him with an indescribable face. We also need Urus and everyone else's reaction to this scene. The system announces that the main quest has been cleared, and everyone receives a chest. Upon opening the item inside is a snow crystal of the Everfrost. When consumed, it lets the consumer endure the cold of the northern continent. The northern continent is now open. It excited everyone to explore the new map. hence increasing Chrono Life's user interaction. Jiu eats his snow crystal, and the system announces that he can now adjust to the cold temperature of the northern continent. Wait, that's it. Aren't there other rewards for the top contributors in this quest? And that is how the war with the ancient anthropomorphs came to an end. We got the enemy turned ally route in this story arc. Jiu logs out of the game and immediately feels hungry. A voice asks if he is done and says the lunch is ready. It was Luna, and she called for Jiu to come and eat what she made. Jiu sits by the table and compliments Luna for cooking a lot. Jiu eats the food and thumps his spoon on the table. Fine, I'll let it go, since RMC was hungry. With traces still on his face, he asks Luna who she is and why she is in his place again. He then threatens her that he will call the police. Luna is glad that Jiu finished his food, commenting on how NOOB is so fast in everything he does. Luna says she is there for an important business discussion. Jiu asks what it is, and Luna grins. Luna smiles brightly as she asks Jiu out on a date. It is a trap, don't agree. This causes Jiu's brain to load try and understand the word date. While this happens, Sarong hums while holding her phone with a plushio undies on her lap. People, we have undies merch now. Soaring thinks that undies is lazing around right now and wonders what she should message him. She types in a question asking undies if he wants to go on a date, but she doesn't send it. Instead, she punches the undies plushie while giggling. Just send it, and don't mull over it too much. Sarong, your Nimus is getting ahead of you. Love's phone rings, and she happily answers her manager's call. Love learns from her manager that a black-haired girl is out to steal Love's man. Love wonders who at first, then realize it is the roach lady. She immediately runs for it, while her manager tells her the two are leaving in a car. This is why you should have just sent that message. Sarong runs with a worried, crying face. Her manager gets her into their van and tells Sarong that she saw them head to the beach. Sarong starts imagining what kind of interaction those two will have in panics. That undies will fall for Luna's tricks. Her manager starts wearing white gloves and tells Sarong not to worry. Though, Jiu has the fastest sports car in the area, he's still no match for Sarang's manager's driving skills. And the car skids away. I bet if you give her a paper cup filled with water, she won't spill a drop, even if she drives fast. En route, Jiu remembers accepting the date to the beach. He has no intention of going with her. Still, Luna tells him that she has information that will be useful to him regarding the Sin Venbi. So in exchange for that information, she wants Jiu to go on a date with her. They reach the beach, and Luna expresses how grateful she is for making a dream of hers come true. Ji looks blankly at Luna, and he can't help remembering that Luna's bright smile is similar to the fake smile she gave when they first met. He also recalls memories he wants to forget. Luna stabbing him and the look on Luna's face as she did, and he thinks about how clear those memories are. Does our MC want to forget those because they were terrible memories? Or is it because he wants to see Luna in a better light? Jiu urges Luna to reveal what she knows. Luna smiles with disappointment, but tells Jiu that his hasty disposition has already brought the last chapter. Jiu has always saved those around him, and Luna calls him noob. She stops and corrects herself. Luna then calls Jiu the brave warrior. She then asks if she can ask him for a favor. Jiu scratches his head, thinking she has another favored ask and how shameless she can be. Tears drop to the ground, and it continues to do so. Luna is crying badly. As she asks Jiu save her too. Wait, what's with this sudden development? Seeing Luna's crying shocks and confuses Jiu. Sweating Gus and tells her to stop joking, saying, you won't fall for the innocent act again. He is unsure, but Jiu keeps going, saying that Luna will only talk smack again once he lets his guard down. Luna suddenly runs to Jiu and hugs him. She asks for forgiveness numerous times. Hearing her weak voice and feeling her shaking only made Jiu more confused. Luna's vulnerability made his brain stop. I don't think Luna is acting this time. Just how grave is the situation that she ends up crying like that? Nearby, Love runs around with her manager looking for Jiu and Roach. Her manager says she is sure, since the place is one of the top perfect romantic spots. Just like that, the two find Roach lady hugging Jiu. Sarong stops as she sees this and gives it death glare. Jiu calls her Roach lady and corrects himself. He asked Luna what she needs saving from asking for more details. Luna is still shaking while grabbing into Ju's chest, when suddenly Ju remembers at that time he got stabbed, meeting Luna in her goddess form and the monster that carries her around. He wonders if there is any deep meaning or purpose to all of her actions. Is there really? Might there even be a reason why Luna even mocked Ju about his parents? Because from the start, we haven't seen even a shadow of those parents he mentioned in the first chapter. Still crying, Luna laughs and pushes Ju, with tears still in her eyes. She says she really got Ju good. Luna claims that she's trying to play the villain with a backstory role. Luna laughs as she asks if Ju got a better image of her now. Still confused, Ju wonders if her crying and asking for help was all a lie. He was sure that there was something behind Luna's smile. He's about to ask her, but he suddenly stops when Sarang appears in front of him. I guess we won't learn more about it. Luna would not reveal more, since the other gal is there. Ju curses as he sees Sarang looking like a corpse, but he stops realizing it as Captain Love. Still looking horrendous, Sarang asks Undis what he is up to. Scared, Ju denies that he's up to something, and Sarang accuses him of being a liar. She repeatedly says how she saw in Humming Luno the horrifying face. Ju only admits that he's scared right now of Captain Love. Sarang makes Ju raise his arms and tells him to stay put, scared of what Captain Love would do. Sarang suddenly hugs him. Soaring then commands him to put one hand on her head and the other on her shoulder. Ju panics, saying that it would be a full-on hug. Sarang tells him to just follow her authority as his captain. Ju does what he was told while blushing with both hearts thumping. Sarang suddenly turns to Luna. Sarang laughs at Luna with a face that screams, I win, you lose. I guess Sarang won't be hiding her feelings anymore. Luna smiles, clearly irritated with what she's seeing. She suddenly mentions the information she was going to tell Ju, and Ju immediately lets go of Sarang. Sarang glares at Luna with annoyance. Finally, serious, Luna says there are two pieces of information. The first is his reward for defeating Yufa, a normal rank earring with a minimum wear level of 500 to be exact. It's called the Angel's Earrings. Ju hasn't seen it yet, but Sarang has already opened hers, so she knows what Luna is referring to. Sarang asks if Luna's for real, since there's nothing useful found on it when it was appraised. Luna says they've seen it before. Then she mocks Sarang for having a crap memory. They even fight over the smallest things. But Luna is right on this. They indeed have seen that earring before. Ju tells them to stop fighting. Luna continues to the second information regarding a quest. They must stop the change of the Master of the Sky. With nothing else to say, she takes her bag from Jiu's car. She bids goodbye and says she enjoyed their date, irritating Sarang as she leaves. Ju scratches his head, feeling confused. Sarang blushes and tells Ju that she wants Ju to do with her what he did with Luna. Ju doesn't understand, so Sarang gets straight to the point and says she wants to go on a date on the beach too. Ju makes a face and just accepts his fate. RMC is acting slow-witted. It probably is his method of playing hard to get. Luna walks on the streets and pauses to think about how she cried in Ju's chest and pushed him, pretending it was a joke. She knows that Ju would have helped her if she had been honest. Luna then remembers how Sarang hugged Ju and wishes she could have been honest too. She cries again, feeling jealous. I still feel bad for her, even though I prefer Captain Love. Is already sunset, and Ju and Sarang are walking side by side. The two of them are both blushing as they do so. Sarang says Undies must have been bummed, because he didn't see Roach Lady in her bikini. Ju pales and sweats at the thought, saying he never said that. Sarang blushes, as she admits that she's both greedy and jealous. She doesn't want Ju to be alone with another girl if he has to. She wants to be there as well. She tells him that she wants him to text her often and call her sometimes. She also wouldn't want him to peel a perilla leaf for another girl. Regarding other girls' numbers, he can only have up to 10 numbers. All of these admissions made Ju confused, and he told her that he wasn't her boyfriend or anything. Ju blushes as he asks her if she likes him. Sarang answers she does, making Ju sweat a lot. Sarang then says she confesses that she likes Ju. That's how it should be. She finally did it. In the game, most players consumed their snow crystal of Everfrost and started journeying to the northern continent. The person who was initially excited about it all is now staying in the front village in a state of shock. That's it. Are we already cutting to the game? What happened to the beach date? Jiu sits on the floor with his mouth hanging open beside him. Is munching on a piece of meat. Star asks him why he's moping around. Jiu doesn't answer her. Instead, he asks if Star is going to the northern continent. Star says she likes it in the front village and how some users are bound to return once they exhaust themselves in the northern continent. Jiu laughs and comments on how nice she is while looking pale. Star asks Jiu once more and comments on how Jiu looks like someone who's going through love trouble. This makes Jiu flinch and he turns his head away. Star notices this and gets all excited. Wearing her detective hat, mustache and pipe, she questions Jiu. Which of the pretty ladies was it? Jiu only shakes his head hard, refusing to answer. Love in her Demon King form arrives. Don't tell me. She still doesn't know how to turn it off. She blushes as she says, "Hide," making Jiu blush and raise his heart. He thinks back to Catherine Love's confession, making it hard for him to act naturally. With the two blushing and trying to avoid each other's eyes, Star closes the case. She bids the two farewell to give them some lovey-dovey time. But Love stops her. Love asks her to stay so they can discuss the main quest. Still awkward with one another, Love tells Undies to open the chest. From defeating Yuff, Jiu falters as he says yes, and he's still blushing as he opens the treasure chest. The suspense is killing me. Just what really happened after Captain Love confessed? Love's heart is racing as she tries to calm herself down, thinking how Undies is finally aware of her feelings. She stops herself from being too forward and reminds herself to take it slow. Jiu opens the chest, and inside is the angel's earring. Loaf tells Jiu to try wearing the items, since his level is more than enough to equip it. Jiu frowns while looking at the earring, trying to remember where he's seen it. Impatient, Jiu decides to just wear it. A system interface appears saying, "Angel's earrings have been equipped, and its hidden option has been activated." With a flash, the wearer's physique has been altered. Jiu's short hair started to get longer, and Love wondered if this was similar to the effects of her essence of the demon. The system announces that the physical alteration is complete, and he may now remove the earrings. Jiu exclaims, and it scared him just now. And he asks Love and Star, what's with their shocked expressions? Jiu scratches his head, asking about how the system mentioned physical alteration. But one talking is no longer the Undies we know of. He is now a she. The system announces that his character gender has been changed, and he now meets the requirements to enter the heavenly realm. Now we have a gender better tag in this Manhwa. The most important thing for the Chrono Life game developers is to give complete freedom to their users. The game automatically creates skills according to the main computer's AIS analysis of the user's actions. This also applies to the classes, weather, environment, and anything else that can be changed by the user's free will. The only thing that can't be changed is the user's outer appearance. Users can still customize the minor details, heal or recover from disabilities, or take other species-specific characteristics, like elves, and users are only allowed to play the game as they are. So how come our MC's gender has changed? Shocked at his sudden change, Jiu asked Star for a mirror. Jiu looks closely and asks Love and Star if he looks kinda cute today. Despite how his looks changed, Jiu is still his annoying self. Others users have seen this change causing a minor commotion. Love suggests they talk somewhere else, and they head to an inn and they rented lodging for adventurers on the second floor and had their talk. To start, Love asks Jiu if he can return to his original appearance if he takes off the earring. Jiu says no, since he tried it while they were still on their way here. No. Is it permanent, or is there a requirement to turn back? Love comments on how it's weird to call in Undies now. After looking at Jiu and thinking it through, Love says he should be bra now. Jiu says they should just stick with Undies. Star asks what Jiu feels now that he is in a different form from what he is used to, because everything is supposed to feel realistic in Chrono Life. Jiu says his hair feels ticklish. Aside from that, nothing feels really different. Aside from Jiu excuses himself to the bathroom, but Love stops him, saying they're in the game. Jiu then asks when they will log off, since it's already bedtime. Knowing what Jiu was up to, the two only kept staring at him, And Ju snapped, saying he'll do whatever he wanted, even if it was in front of them. Love and Star stop him, and Love scolds him, since they are already in dangerous territory for their age rating. Confused, Ju asks what she's on about. Wow, fourth wall. Tired from the ruckus they've made, Ju is calmed down while lying on the floor. Love mentions how Roach Lady told Undies to take a good look at the earrings. Ju doesn't care, so Love sits up and looks at the earring. She slowly remembered who wore those and realized they resembled what Riot of Sloth wore. Love felt proud for identifying what it was. Love tells Undies that they should see Riot to return Ju to his original body. Ju scratches his head, feeling lazy about it. He reasons that it's tedious to do so, and his gender really wouldn't affect his enjoyment of the game. Hearing Ju out, Love doesn't force him. Love then questions him if he's sure he has no ulterior motives for staying as a girl. This question makes Ju sweat and gets red in the face, saying he doesn't knowing how Ju's mind works. Love wrestled him. Can't believe I'm seeing this wrestling move here. Getting back to the topic, Love asks if Ju remembers the other hint that they must stop the change of the Master of the Sky. With this information, Love concludes that the last chapter will occur in the heavenly realm. Hearing the phrase last chapter got Ju excited. He then says they have no choice but to meet Riot, since they can't miss the end of the game. At the same time, he'll return to his boyed body. Hearing has made Love feel relief in convincing Ju. Love says the problem now is that they don't know where Riot is. Ju claims they can just ask Habeck, since he's Riot's little minion. Ju then looks for something in his skirt and pulls out Habeck's mirror, which is still in recovery. Ju puts the mirror by his ear and talks to it, calling for Habeck to report back. There was no response, and Ju just scratched his head. Suddenly, Habeck's voice emerges from the mirror, asking if this was the brave warrior cool. It can really work as a communication device. Ju exchanges pleasantries with Habeck, and Habeck comments on Ju's high tone of voice. Getting immediately to the point of what he called for, Ju asks to meet up with Habeck. On the other side of the call, Habeck was slightly startled by Ju's requests. Smiling while saying they could meet, Habeck thinks this was such great timing from the brave warrior. Habeck then sends a warp gate through the mirror so that they can meet. Those mirrors are convenient. The portal opens, and Habeck greets them at bad state. Habeck's right arm and left lower limb are missing. This shocks Ju, and he immediately crosses the portal to check on Habeck. Habeck is shocked by the appearance of an unknown woman. While Ju asks why Habeck keeps ending up in a bad state, despite being a unique boss. Habeck pinches Ju's shin using his good hand and comes closer, putting on a smile. Habeck says they haven't met before and asks for a name, since his heart was stolen. Expectations versus reality can really be mind-blowing. Realizing that Habeck is putting the moves on him, Ju smacks him in the face and curses. Love and Star try to stop Ju from beating up Habeck more. Hearing the vulgar language, Habeck finally realizes who it is. Ju is irritated for being called vulgar. Well, you are. Habeck, no, misses the angel's earring on Gus' ears. And understanding finally sinks in. They caught up on what happened, and Ju healed Habeck. Habeck, thankful for the helium, comments on how significant the healing speed was with Ju's maxed out stats. While Ju comments that Habeck hasn't changed, he still manages to lose an arm. Star calls Ju's attention by calling him Wooden Stick Lady. Star asks who the handsome man is, but Ju reacts to what Star calls him. Ju reminds Star that he's a guy, but Star only comments that he's a pretty lady now, making Ju blush. Ju then tells how Habeck kidnapped Kathleen Love before making Star change her perception of Habeck. Ju asks Habeck where Riot is, but Habeck explains they won't be able to meet with his master because Riot is in the heavenly realm. Ju says they can just go there, since he has already unlocked the requirements to enter the realm. Habeck explains that Ju cannot meet Riot. Even if he can freely enter it, not everything can be that easy. It would be challenging if the heavenly realm arc really is the last chapter. Habeck suddenly comments that Love has exceeded level 500. Love says there's no way it can be, because it was only at mid 300 the last time she checked. And she opens her status window. Love was stunned to see that she was already level 503. She managed to reach this level after grinding in Eurus dungeon, and she's already reached level 500. Once the war with the ancient anthropomorphs began, Seeing this, Star says, Love can also now wear the earring. Star thinks about it and asks if Love will turn into a guy if she wears it. It got Love curious. So she wears the angel's earring. Yep, she just wore it without any hesitation. Star laughs at how undies and Love are becoming more alike by the day, since they're both bold. The earring starts to flash in Love's ear, and the system announces the alteration of the wearer's physique. This blinds Star a bit, and the physical alteration is complete. Love's hair is still white, but is now shorter, and the gender of her character has changed to male. Love is a full muscle hunk now. The system also announces that Love has met the requirements to enter the heavenly realm. Star was struck at how hot Love turned out to be as a guy. Ju looks at the change with amazement, with a shaky voice. Love can't believe she really changed into a guy. Realizing she doesn't have a shirt, she covers her chest as she falls to the ground and shrieks with a low voice. Wow, manly shriek. The shriek disgusts Ju, and Love accuses Ju of looking at her chest. Ju says she shouldn't act like a damsel in distress while hiding her humongous pecs. Habeck laughs at the spectacle and comments on how Love became handsome. He then explains that entering the heavenly realm requires a pure body. The earring lets them be reborn into a different gender, meaning they're no longer their old selves. This only means that the gender bender thing is a requirement for them to enter the heavenly realm. Habeck congratulates Ju and Love for becoming eligible to enter the heavenly realm. Star was sad that she couldn't join them. Habeck explains that she needs to be at least level 500 to wear the angel's earrings. Ju asks Habeck why he keeps saying they can't meet Riot in a heavenly realm, even if they can go there looking down. Habeck says, it's because Riot will soon die. Ju asks why, but Habeck falls to his knees and calls Ju brave warrior, instead of explaining. With his head bowed, Habeck asks for Gus' help to save Riot, and in return, Habeck will help them return to their original genders. Our MC is so powerful that everyone asks for his help when they meet him. The system announces the hidden quest to save Riot of Slough, and succeeding will result in even more rewards than regular quests. Ju looks at it closely, and Habeck once again asks. Ju agrees to help Habeck to save Riot. This makes Habeck look at Ju with shock, happiness, and thank him. Ju cuts him off and says that in return for his help, Ju wants all of Habeck's 8 mirrors. He says this with a demonic face. And Habeck asks if he heard it right. Habeck said, is that he won't be the Mirror King anymore if he does that. He's really greedy, but it also makes sense why he wants all those mirrors. Ju laughs, saying he won't save Riot with a devilish smile, still in place, left with no choice. Habeck hesitantly agrees and droops. G laughs as he thinks about how he'll get his original body back and gain extra rewards. But G realized that the journey was a huge mistake. After some time with Captain Love as a man and Ju as a woman, things played out differently from Gus' expectations. In his cell, Ju got imprisoned with his hands tied up by glowing blue cuffs, and our MC looks like he is in a weak state. An angel soldier bangs on the prison doors, saying it's time to wake up. The angel calls Ji-Yo a disgusting common. He opens the prison. The angel points a sword at Ju and tells him she's waiting for him. The angel soldier grabs Ju by the hair and tells him not to run off if he doesn't want to get stabbed by a spear. Ji-Yu sniffles with tears in his eyes as he says, yes. The other angel tells him not to scare Ju too much, since he's wearing angel's handcuffs, which reduces the target stats by 50%. Why is our MC acting like a damsel in distress? Did he really turn into a girl? The angel soldier pushes Ji-Yo out of the cell and shrieks a bit womanly shrieks, of course. The angel tells Ju to consider it an honor that a human like him will be able to meet her in all her glory. But he might get executed on the spot. The angel lacks away, as he says, it will be an honor to die by her hands. Ju curses inside as he thinks about how he should just take off the handcuffs right now and kill everyone. Ju sighed and calmed himself down, thinking things were going just as planned, and he shouldn't mess up. So is all part of their plan. This is going to be a long flashback. A few hours ago in Habeck Lair before they enter heaven, Habeck prepares a mirror to transport them and tells the two to stand on it. Eurus, still eating a piece of meat, suddenly appears with a poof, saying there are 3 of them, including him. Ju asks where Eurus has been this whole time. Angered by this question, Eurus asks what Ju means when he has been there eating meat the entire time. Yep, he's been eating meat there since you were busy moping by Star Stall. Yura says you followed them all the way here to Habeck Lair. Ju finally remembers as he thinks back. Eurus then asks why Ju suddenly turned into a girl you're so busy eating that you don't even realize when it happened right before you. Ju asks if the meat has gone bad since Eurus is clearly sick or something. Wait, is the meat he's munching on still the same as the one he ate since Ju moped head back, tells them to stop the chit-chat and get on the mirror to transport them. Left behind, Star waves them a safe journey and tells them to bring souvenirs. Ju waves back and Love comments on how cute Star is. The mirror platform zooms upward, and Ju comments on how fast it is. Habeck says they'll reach the heavenly realm in 5 minutes with it. Love comments that getting to the realm is strict, since they must change their genders. Love blushes as she looks at Ju, thinking she can't stop looking at him. Even though Love is not into girls, the thought makes her really flustered. Wow, Love is still attracted to Ju despite the gender swap. Ju asks why Habeck doesn't need to wear the angel's earrings. Since only those who have pure bodies can go to the heavenly realm, Habeck explains that this only applies to the people of the lowly realm, which doesn't include him. Ju feels enlightened while Love is still blushing. Love feels her heart racing fast. Even though Ju is in his female form, she wonders if it's because she turned into a guy. Habeck says they'll reach the heavenly realm once they pass the clouds. Ju is excited, thinking it'll be all holy and pleasant in the heavenly realm. Habeck suggests that they don't set their expectations too high, with a worried look on his face. Some clouds dislodge, and with a poof, Ju and the others all get thrown off the platform. Eurus loses his meat in the process by Eurus meat, while Ju is so excited to finally see a heavenly realm stepping on the clouds. Ju exclaims at how cool it is that they get to stand on clouds, while Love comments on how soft they are, like a nice blanket. They hear a sudden roar, and Habeck can only think, how is already here? Habeck cautions everyone to be careful, since there's an enemy. Ju, Love and Eurus were shocked to see a creature with multiple eyes and wings. Love asks what it is, and Eurus says, it's an angel, that's an angel. The angel has an unknown level, and its biggest eye suddenly flashes. Habeck tells everyone to watch out for the angel's magic attack. Angelic burst. They all elevate as Ju and Love. Think of how ridiculous the attack meme is. A large boom explodes where the angelic burst hits Ju and Love whooshes up to the sky, while Love complains that they only just got there and never even got to sightseeing. Pissed off, Love activates the essence of the Demon King and syncs noise at 1.2% with stable status. In her male essence of the Demon King form, she turns to Ju and tells him to leave this one up to her with a smile. She also reminds Ju to get somewhere safe, making Ju's heart race for a bit. But then Love calls Ju bra, making Ju horrified. Ju reminds her that she should just call an undies. Love is really a new. She sets the atmosphere, immediately destroys it herself. Love says she be back and immediately goes. Ju can only frown and blush, as he remembers how Captain Love coolly told him to leave it to her and go somewhere safe. Ju suddenly shivers as he thinks his heart is seriously beating faster for Captain Love in her male form. Male wife, indeed. Ju flails around thinking that his brain has been affected by the changes in his body. This makes him more desperate to get back to his original body. No, this is more fun. Stay that way. In the meantime, Love gives the enemy angel a punch, making the angel roar. Love gets surprised when the angel opens its mouth, revealing multiple teeth, another mouth, and a tentacle for a tongue. The angel attacks back with its tentacle, but Love evades it. The angel flaps its wings and smacks Love with them. Love crashed into the clouds, making Ju whirring. The angel roars again, and multiple beams are lit up from its eyes, attacking Love. This causes a lot of explosions, making Ju grab his wooden stick and curse at the angel for attacking Captain Love. There's nothing angel-like with this angel. Habeck tells the brave warrior to calm down, because Love's energy hasn't faltered. The smoke from the explosion dissipates, revealing an unscathed Love, feeling smug. Love says how absurd it is for an angel to go against a demon king. Love points a finger and uses annihilate. A beam of red light emerges from Love's finger and stabs the angel right at the center of its biggest eye. The angel meekly roars and pops in the air. Love gains XP for slaying a monster and the essence of the Demon King gets deactivated. With relief, Love runs to Ju calling him bra and gleefully says she is one. Undies blushes and simply says to call an Undies instead. Love suddenly grabs Gus' waist and holds Ji's hand with his other. Love asks if he was hurt anywhere, while calling Ju her sweet little birdie. Lovers pose in reverse with Love's face near his. Ju scrambles away in shock while blushing. He asks what Catherine Love is doing. Love only laughs and winks at Ju, saying he is so beautiful that she can't stop herself. Love's enjoying it so much. Ju only stares at Love with a blank face, thinking that this is a sick concept, not really. I don't mind the gender switch as long as my ship sails. Habeck comments on how close they still are, while Eurus frowns as he thinks of something else. Eurus then asks Habeck about what happened to the heavenly realm. Eurus knows that this realm is supposed to be kind to humans. What they just saw makes him say that they would be more welcome in the demon world. You'll definitely be more welcome there, since Love is the new Demon King. Hub sighs as he says that Eurus is right about how the beings of the heavenly realm used to love humans. He explains that the angel that Love just defeated would usually welcome outsiders and protect them. After thinking for a while, Habeck asks Eurus if he has heard about Lior. Eurus mutters the name and says he never heard of her before. Habeck then reveals the reason that Heavenly Realms beings are hostile to humans, why his limbs were torn off and why Riot can die any moment is all because of Lior. In a dark dungeon, a slight body hangs on chains by the hands. A woman's heels clack as it steps toward an injured Riot. Riot greets Lior. The blonde woman with different eye colors greets Riot, asking how he has been. Riot dismisses this, saying they had seen each other a few hours ago. Riot says he can exchange pleasantries, but Lior suddenly stabs Riot in the stomach. With a grim smile, Leah asks Riot who allowed him to speak. She brings the dagger downwards, saying she never permitted him to talk. Riot retches some blood because of this. Leah Raw finally pulls the blade out. The action made Riot scream in pain. Leah re-looks as Riot retches. Then she uses heal on Riot. And with a flash, Riot gets completely healed. Leah then hugs Riot, saying she loves him, and that they should stay together forever, just like now. Then Leah darkly asks who the guests that the Mirror King brought. She then comments on how disgusting and vilely humans of the lowly realm are. Leah returns to leave and promises her beloved Riot that she will dispose of the abominable humans of the lowly realm. She smiles with glee and says she will do it for her beloved Riot. Lior is the ruler of the heavenly realm, and she's also Riot's younger sister. Wait, what? Ju asks Habeck where Riot is, since that is the first thing they should know to save the sin of sloth. Habeck admits that he doesn't know. All he knows is that Riot is held captive by Lior. With a frown, Ju says that Habeck is useless, with no clue where Riot is. Ju declares that he'll just do things his way. Ju's plans are bound to be bad, but logical, a bit worried. Habeck asks what Ju's way is. Ju smiles wide and grips his wooden stick. He announces that he will break things first and ask questions later. As he lifts his wooden stick, Habeck tries to stop him, asking if Ju plans to strike down. Ju smiles as he affirms and asks Habeck if there is a problem. Angered, Habeck yells that Riot is in a weak state, and Ju doing that will kill Riot as well. He only looks annoyed at Habeck, saying, if Riot dies, it's on him. Horrified, Habeck reminds Ju that he was supposed to save Riot. Good thing. Habeck stopped Ju just in time. Ju gets an idea, and grins as he declares there is a way to find Riot. Love and Habeck look at Ju with worried faces, and Habeck asks what it is. Ju smiles as he activates his skill. Ju opens his hand and uses Ember of All Creation, a skill given by God that lets him view any place or being he wants. Ju downplays it, saying that he got it from some random dude, and that they can find Riot with it. Ju then tells the Ember to locate the great merchant Riot of Sloth. An image of imprisoned Riot appears in the Ember, and Habeck screams for his master's name. Love was amazed that Ju's skill really found Riot, though they can see Riot and a dungeon. They don't know where the place is. Habeck was about to comment on it, but all of a sudden, a horrifying face appeared on the Ember of All Creation. That's an awful angle to show the Yandir's face. Ju was so shocked, he cursed and threw the Ember of All Creation to the floor while Love fell on her butt with a shriek. Ju asks, "What is that thing that just appeared?" And Habeck says, "It's Lior." In the dungeon, Lior smiles as she says that someone is spying on her private time with her brother, and she guesses that it's Habeck with a group of lowly humans. With a smile and eyes glowing, she loudly wonders where they are. Hearing this, Habeck shouts to the brave warrior to deactivate the skill, because their location is being reverse-tracked. Ju smiles eagerly as he says they should come to them instead, panicked. Habeck says his master's life is in danger, and they can't give Lior reason to hurt him. Ju expresses his disappointment as he ends the skill. Love says that this is not how she imagined Lior, since she imagined her to be the total villain, by Habeck's description. Didn't Love see that look on her face? It's like a face made to be a villain. Habeck warns them to not be fooled, because she's a formidable adversary. Ju asks Habeck why he uses the word she when Lior is obviously wearing an angel's earring, which means she is actually a he. Habeck explains that gender change only applies to those of the lowly realm. This means the people of the heavenly realm, like Riot and Lior, are in their original gender. But more important than this, Habeck reveals that he has a plan. So this means Habeck planned to have our MC imprisoned by the angel soldiers. In the dungeon, Lior smiles as she claims she can't let her guard down, since many hateful creatures are after her Upa. Riot heaves as she says this. Lara claims this is only natural, since Riot is so amazing. With his sweet voice, cute face, slender arms, perfect body, and porcelain skin, she happily claims that Riot is perfect. Leo declares that no one can have Riot except for her. Anyone who stands in her way will be killed. Leo returns and commands the angels of the heavenly realm to block those invaders. Her eyes glow as she gives the last command to rip everyone apart. Angels of all shapes and sizes flock to where Ju and the rest were. The sheer number shocks Love and Habeck, and the angels' eyes glow as they prepare to unleash angelic bursts on Gu's group. Still in the dungeon, Lior smiles as she bids them farewell. The sky was filled with angels who were all about to release angelic burst. Of course, our MC is different. Ju smirks at this display of power and gets into position to attack. With a smile, Gu says, "Swing up," creating a massive explosion with his attack. Our MC looks so pretty in that panel. The angels that were hit by this attack all turned into ashes, and the blast cleared a part of the clouds, making a clear view of outer space. Ju is still smirking, while Lud is struck at how Ju ripped a hole in the heavenly realm. Habeck can only smile with a pale face while thinking this is normal for the brave warrior. Leo's face doesn't reveal much, but she is stunned by what happened. The MC manically cheers as he is now having fun in the heavenly realm. And here it is. Our MC is disgusting, evil face in woman form. The angel's roar becomes more like a question than a declaration in the intruder's end. Ju suddenly appears above one of the angels and hits it with his wooden stick, causing a booming sound. The angel weakly roars and fidgets because of the attack floating in the air. Gu turns his head and mockingly mimics the angels while still wearing a maniac-looking face. The angels shudder to see this, and Ju jumps on the angels, hitting them one by one, like he is only playing whack-a-mole with his wooden stick. Each hit makes a booming sound, and Ju happily exclaims that he's on cloud 9. The feeling of exuberance as he hits the monsters is clearly reflected on his face. He gleefully laughs as he continues to slay the angel monsters. With his current female form, he now has a higher tone of voice. Though his laughter is bright and beautiful, everyone who hears it is filled with dread. Who cares about those angels? At least our MC is having a great time filled with vigorous delight. Ju claims that this is what Chrono Life is all about. Gu's eyes are brimming with euphoria, saying he needs more, and he laughs. Habeck and Love watch Ju with an appalling looks on their faces. They came to a realization from this scene before their eyes. When it comes to a battle of who is more crazy, Ju would undoubtedly win against Lior. Love comes up behind Ju, taps him on the shoulder, and tries to whisper. She tells him to tone it down and reminds Ju of Habeck's plan. Gu looks at Love as he remembers the plan they agreed on earlier. Let's flash back to Habeck's explanation. Yes, this is a flashback within a flashback, but this one's shorter from what they've seen from the Ember of all creation. Habeck deduced that Riot's location is in the heavenly dungeon. He makes it clear that there's no way they could get to the heavenly dungeon from the outside unless one of them purposely gets captured and saves Riot. Ju doesn't think this plan would work and suggests breaking things, saying it will eventually work out. Habeck patiently reminds Ju that this will put Riot in danger. Habeck also explains how the beings of the heavenly realm are originally Riot's loyal followers, while these angels can't be talked to. It is different for the people of the heavenly realm. So as much as possible, Habeck wouldn't want them killed, and the plan of getting intentionally captured is their best option to make this happen. G finds this a hassle, but he still goes along with it because Habeck gave him some of his mirrors. Habeck already knows how to handle our MC. Too bad for him. He's losing all his mirrors in the process. And back to when Love just reminded our MC about the plan. Ju clenches his wooden stick and brings it down as he finally recalls it. He tells Eurus to get into the stick, since they will stick with the plan. Eurus listens and disappears into the wooden stick, clearing his throat. Ju puts both hands on his cheeks and starts screaming. Putting on a cute face, Ju starts lamenting how strong the angels are and how he is now powerless to overexert himself. No one would buy that act. Ju the angels look at Ju in his skin as Ju continues his pitiful show. Love drops back to the cloud, expressing disgust with Ju poor acting. Habeck thanks to Love for stopping Ju in time, while Love continues criticizing Gus' incompetent acting. Habeck assures Love that it's okay, since the angels are naive, despite their appearance. And even with lousy acting like Gius, they'll still fall for it. Ju falls to a sitting position and starts to sob. He sniffles as he admits he has no choice but to be taken hostage. Tears come out of his eyes and he acts like a damsel in distress. The angels stare at Ju in disbelief, as they remember the maniac faces Ju had shown just a while ago. The angels continue to stare with doubt in her eyes, while Hubei and Love look at this scene with skepticism. But like Habeck said, the angels are naive and fall for Undi's lassie acting. They took Ju away to the heavenly dungeon, even though they doubted what they saw. Habeck and Love hid within the clouds as Ju was taken. Love was worried for Unmi's safety, since he'll be alone and surrounded. Habeck laughs and convinces Love otherwise, and that he is more concerned for the people of the heavenly realm. These beings don't know Ju, and he hopes they go provoke Ju. That ends our long flashback. Now we're all caught up where we left off from the first scenes of chapter 48. An angel soldier wakes Ju up with a loud thumping through the cell bars, and he pushes Ju out of his cell. Ju was provoked and currently pissed off, and he wants to slay his captors. But he calms himself down and reminds himself of their plan. Thinking that he couldn't mess it up, he continued his act. Reaching the grand doors, the angel soldier tells Ju that Li-Or is waiting inside and tells him to get in. The great doors lead to the throne room, where Li-Or sits on a grand chair, still not as luxurious as Riot's chair. Ju takes a good look at Li-Or while Li-Or greets Ju. She refers to Ju as a human of the lowly realm. She accuses Ju of peeking at her brother and her earlier and calls him vile. A bit pissed off, Ju doesn't answer. Leah walks down the throne to Ju's level, saying she is curious about the human Habeck brought to the heavenly realm. She asks Ju where his friends are, but Ju claims he doesn't know. He asks Leo where Riot is, admitting how he knows that Riot is in there somewhere. Leo is shocked to learn that the human knows her brother personally. Ju tells her how Reg came down to meet him before, and how they had a quick chat. Now, standing face to face with one another, Li-Or asks Ju if he is the person that her brother mentioned, the one who was called the brave warrior of modern day. Ju says that some people call him that, though he really doesn't like the nickname, since it's childish. Yep, it doesn't suit your nature. Suddenly, Li-Or stabs him, making our MC cough. Li-Or insults Ju and admonishes him to learn his place. She claims that it makes her sick to have a human like G, who's so satisfied with exchanging words with Riot. Leru then gives Ju a choice, if he likes it up and down, or left to right. She reminds me of the cheat code for Contra. Ju asks what she means, but he is robbed of the choice as Li-Or divides him into two. Ju's upper body was flung into the air. As Li-Or says, left to right, it is. Ju's bodies follow the thud, and Li-Or comments on how disgusting the beings of lowly realm are, and she turns her back to walk away. A system notification sounds and announces the activation of the healing factor. Ju's body starts to regenerate, and tentacle-like flesh wriggles from the divided part of his body. The two parts combine, and his upper body is once again attached to the lower part. We're seeing another horror scene from our MC. Lior feels that something is wrong and starts to look back. Ju fuses back with a face built for horror films. Shockingly, or with the hideous show before her. Outside, Love and Habek start looking for Riot's sealed weapon. Habek says they needed to bring Riot back to his full power. Habek explains that Riot usually seals his full power, like how it was locked away when Riot went to the human world. Love remembers how Riot attacked Ju then, and was amazed that it was only a part of Riot's real power. Habek continues his explanation of how this is also the reason why Lior was able to capture Riot. Habek Master is one of the Great Four. The individual is known to be the strongest in this universe. Lud is unaware that there is something like the Great Four. Habek informs Love that aside from Riot, there is the Demon King of the Demon World, Eurus, and the warrior Yufa, who makes up the Great Four of Chrono Life, and each of them represents the strongest of their respective tribes and territories. Love is suddenly nervous, thinking how a little brat like Riot is a very powerful being. This makes her ask why Riot is a merchant in the human world and why he seals his power away. Habek smiles and says that this is the exact reason why Riot is the sin of sloth. Riot is the type to abandon his duties and just lays around. Wow, I guess that could be the sin of sloth if Riot ever abdicates. Habek tells Love they should look for Riot's sealed weapon, since he already knows where it is. Love can't stop herself from getting worried. Love asks Habek if they'll be okay without undies, and she knows how Habek always gets beaten up. Love is seriously scared about this, but this comment hurts Habek pride. The sound of flapping wings can be heard, and someone with wings speaks up, saying that she helped them. Love and Habek were both shocked when they saw the goddess of life. Of course, Love still refers to her as Roach Lady. Getting back to our disgusting MC, Lior is shocked to tears, falling in her bullet and screams her heart out at seeing the horrifying and disgusting scene before her. The scary, deathly face of Ju speaks, asking what Lior is so afraid of, and asks Lior to play with him. This only makes Lior scream some more and yells at Ju to not call her name because she feels like she's being cursed. Our MC really needs to tone down his disgusting habits. The grand door to the throne room swings open, and two angel soldiers appear upon hearing Lara screaming. They ask as she is all right, but they only end up getting horrified at seeing Ju's regenerating body. Getting back to her senses, Lara clenches her teeth, saying that she won't let this vile human of the lowly realm get away with this. What exactly do you expect? This is just a little revenge from our MC. Lior still has tears in her eyes as she admits that she was startled. She stands up and reaches out her right hand. Her hand flashes brightly, and Lior calls for the divine treasure, the heavenly realm. A weapon appears in her hand, and Lior clenches it. The weapon is a white-handled whip with a thorned red body and a blade at its end. Lior is still a bit horrified by what happened, but declares that she will slay the disgusting human of the lowly realm. Many have attempted, but they all failed. Seeing her bring out a red whip, the angel soldiers start to run away, claiming that Lior is about to launch an attack on the castle. With tears still in her eyes, Lior brings the whip down and causes mass destruction. Until now, Ju is in the process of regenerating as he looks at Lior with boredom. Since he's not even getting hit by the whip, he only thinks about how he really spooked Lior to the point that she's destroying her castle. Well, you can't blame her. You were both horrific and disgusting at the same time. Who wouldn't be scared? Lior finally stops with the whipping and the smoke clears up. The two angel soldiers manage to stay safe in the havoc Lior caused, and they realize that the human they captured was now gone. A soldier asks if Lior is all right, but Lior ignores the question and issues a command. Lara's eyes glow as she tells them to gather all their soldiers to the dungeon where her brother is. The eyes of the soldiers glow as they heed Lior's command and rush off. Lior is mad and vows that she will slay the disgusting human or the angels being mind-controlled by Lior. Inside the castle, Ji-Yo is running around and wonders how he'll find Riot in a big castle. He comes across some soldiers who see Ju running toward them. An angel soldier yells to the others that Ju doesn't have an angel ring, and they all realize he is a human from the lowly realm. They tried to stop him, but they ended up getting smacked in their heads with Ji-Yu's wooden stick. Ju continues to run, leaving the fallen guards behind her. Jiu was a bit bummed about how he couldn't just slay the enemies, but he kept holding back because Habek didn't want that. Let's pat our MC's head for listening well. Jiu continues to run around the castle while screaming for riot. Bored, Jiu tells Eurus to come out. Since he's done playing the damsel in distress, Eurus pops out of Jiu's wooden stick, and Jiu asks him where Aventador is, since Jiu hasn't seen him ever since he turned into Ego Undies. Jiu wonders why Aventador doesn't pop out as a little spirit like Eurus does. Eurus tells Jiu that he actually talked with Aventador in the inner dimension while in the wooden stick. He explains first how do ego items with one master have a connected inner dimension. Eurus answers Jiu's question, telling him that Aventador has no lingering feelings for the real world anymore. Aventador's response pisses Jiu, and he plans to threaten the dragon. Eurus tells Jiu that threats might not work anymore, and Aventador intends to stay in those undies for some time. Jiu sighs at this and realizes something. Jiu screeches to his stop, and his face becomes red with worrying. He starts cursing at Aventador, accuses him of being a perverted dragon, and shouts at him to get out of his underwear. Our MC only realized it just now. He shouldn't have made Aventador or enter his undies. Eurus is confused at Jiu's words, and Jiu has to explain how Aventador is a male dragon. Eurus doesn't get it, since Jiu is a man as well. Jiu can't rebut Eurus' statement, as he stammers about how he's originally a guy. With his heart beating loudly, Jiu gets another realization. He remembers how his heart started beating for the male version of love. Jiu yells how he wasn't sure before, but this just confirms his suspicions. Yep, their minds have been affected by their current forms. Jiu tells Eurus that they should split up to look for Riot, and adds that Eurus should return to Jiu once he does so. Eurus readily agrees, and the two split. Back to where Love and Habek are, Roach Lady drops to the clouds, and Love asks what she's doing there. Luna only replies with an insult, and Love is pissed at how Luna is already picking a fight with her. Love suddenly stops and realizes something. She asks Luna how she knew it was her, despite how she looks like a guy right now. Luna feels exasperated at how slow Love is. To enlighten Love, Luna starts properly answering her questions. She reminds Love that she is the one who gave a clue to them, so only normal for her to be there. As for how Luna knows, it is Love in a male form. Luna brings out an angel's earring and puts it in her ear. Luna glows with bright light and transforms. Luna explains how before NOOB and Love, Luna is actually the first player to enter the heavenly realm. She says this in a male body with a handsomeness comparable to Love's male version. Why don't we just change everyone's gender while we're at it? Luna looks at Love and asks if she finally understands. Love stares at Luna and stammers as she mentions how Roach Lady, in her male form, is hot and kind of her type. Really, Love, it's only her body that's really changed. Luna's face didn't change as much as yours did. Luna blushes at this and expresses how disgusting it is. Yeah, it would change the genre entirely. Finally getting back her senses, Love deduces that Luna is already above level 500 and comments how not even those in the official ranking are above level 500. Luna criticizes Love for believing such things, when Chrono Life has never revealed any official player ranks. She continues how it doesn't make sense that the top-ranked player hasn't reached 500 when NOOB is already level 999. This statement makes sense to Love, and Luna explains how the rankings were made up based on the rumors, and how most of them are users who are active in public activities of the game. Luna reveals that many users are already at high levels without the public's knowledge. I wonder when we can meet these users. Luna raises a hand to her head and says that this actually includes her looking all hot in her male body. Love can only think about how Roach Lady changes her personality when her gender also changes. Rating down her hand, Luna claims that she prefers to be in her female body. Luna says transformation and removes the angel earring from her ear. And with a flash, Luna turns back to her original form. Please turn her back to her male form. She's somehow comedic as a male. The change shocks Love, and she asks Luna if she just said transformation. Glad to know there's a way. Love asks Luna if she can go back to her original gender as well if she says the spell. Luna looks down and says it won't help her because she hasn't cleared the quest yet. Inside the castle of Heavenly Realm, Our MC is still running around. Jiu calls for Riot in a sing-song voice, receiving no response. He starts complaining once more. Our MC lacks patience. Jiu tries to use the Ember of All Creation to locate Riot, but the skill is currently on cooldown, and it can only be used after 21 hours and 35 minutes. I guess the skill has a 24-hour cooldown after every use. This only pisses our MC more to the point he's stomping his feet around. He thought about how he finally received a good skill from that dude, but the cooldown only proved him wrong. Eurus suddenly appears and leads Jiu to a passage to the basement. Jiu was so glad that he kissed Eurus on the cheek. Eurus complains, but he still blushes. Jiu makes fun of Eurus, saying that he knows Eurus likes getting a kiss from a pretty girl like him. As they move to the basement, Eurus comments that he needs Jiu to return to his original gender. You're right, Eurus, or else our MC will literally turn into a woman in the dungeon. The hanging Riot hears the sound of running, and he wonders who it is. He is sure isn't Lior, since Lior would never run so vulgarly. He sees a figure from afar who is running straight toward him. Riot was disgusted when he finally made out the figure running towards him. That disgusting figure, who's like a villain running with his tongue out, is, of course, our MC. Jiu hops around, glad that he finally located Riot of Sloth. Riot still hasn't figured out who it was. All he knows is that the woman before him is disgusting. Jiu laughs aloud and claims that all of Habek's mirrors are now his. It shocks Riot to learn that the woman knows Habek, identifying that vulgar way of speaking on a maniac-looking face and the wooden stick stuck in the undies. Riot finally realizes that the person is the brave warrior of modern times. He declares how Jiu was a woman because of the earring. Riot's realization stops Jiu in his celebratory mood and tells Riot to take off the chains so that they can finally get out of there. Riot sighs at this and lectures Jiu about how he would have done so earlier if he could. Riot explains that the chains holding him are Angel's handcuffs of unique rank. These handcuffs reduce the wearer's stats by 50%. It's similar to the kooks our MC wore before, except these are made of chains. It's probably made that way to suit Leo's taste. Riot continues to explain how the cups won't be broken with sheer physical strength. Jiu smiles and pulls on the chains, breaking them into pieces and making Riot stop talking. Riot falls to the ground with a thump and looks up at the broken chains, speechless. Yeah? Our MC likes to find the typical character's expectations. Jiu points out and urges Riot that they should get going. Riot was still adjusting from what he just saw, but a voice suddenly told them they couldn't go. It was Lior with her whip and an army of angel soldiers. And Lior is obviously angry seeing the disgusting human with her brother. Luna leaves Love and Habek in the clouds of the heavenly realm. Love pesters Luna about the quest she mentioned, but Luna simply tells her to shut it and just follow, irritated by Luna's response. Love speaks out at how she acts tough, but when in front of undies, she goes damsel in distress mode. Love also adds that it is considered harassment to hug someone without their permission. If you recall, when they went to the beach, Luna hugged Jiu in real life. Luna can only tell her again to shut up. Luna sighs and talks about how Chrono Life values freedom yet limits people's appearance in the game. Luna asks Love if she knows why this is the case. Love says that it is related to the law and explains that users may commit crimes with looks that are different from theirs in real life. Luna says she is correct and adds that there are some exceptions. Like hair color, the law only allows engagement in virtual reality as long as the person's character looks similar to their real-life looks. With this in place, developers have to abide by this rule. But one game developer company doesn't like this rule. Luna says that this company deems users' freedom with high regard. Yet this enforced law limits how much the users can customize their characters. The company found a loophole allowing users to change their appearance to get around this law. Love finally understands what Luna wants to say. Luna reveals this is the ability to change the user's gender using the angel's earring. She explains that this is the game developer's way of showing how much they want to give the users their freedom. Luna says they might only be the only users currently in Heavenly Realm. Still, there will come a day when other users will soon level up and reach that realm. Luna adds that it may or may not be on purpose. Still, The quest to return to their original gender is relatively easy to accomplish. With a wave, Luna points her staff to a wall of clouds and clears the path. Love is amazed by the scene before her. A tree in a small pond with clear water. Lunar calls it the spring of the skies. She then explains that drinking water from this spring will cleanse the body and let them return to their original gender. What is that easy? I guess the company finds it fun to have everyone change their gender. Love is excited and runs toward the spring without hearing further explanation. She suddenly stops in her tracks and starts questioning Luna as to why she brought them there when their current goal is to search for Riot's weapon. Irritated, Love walks off and tells Habeck that they should go and look for his master's weapon first. Habeck awkwardly smiles as he reveals that this is actually where Riot weapon is sealed. This, of course, makes Love stop once more. I feel embarrassed for my bias trying to brush it off. Love says the water is so clear that looking at it already quenches her thirst. She announces that she will drink, and Luna simply tells her to do so while mocking her. Love takes a handful of water and drinks it. A notification appears saying that her body is now cleansed. With a flash, she transforms back to her original gender, and the system announces her clearance of the Angel's Earrings quest. It also explains how wearing the earring will let her change her gender whenever she wishes by using the transformation skill, which is a hidden skill with a 24-hour cooldown. Love is both glad and relieved that she finally returned to her original gender. Luna walks to the spring while saying that she did mention how easy the quest is. Luna takes an empty bottle out and fills it with water from the spring. She explains that it still works the same, even if the water is placed in a bottle, meaning there is no real reason for others to go to the heavenly realm just to complete the quest. Wow, the goddess of life is being so generous with the explanation, even though our MC is not present. Luna then adds that NOOB is too busy saving Riot to come to that place, so she intends to give him the bottle with the spring water. Upon hearing this, Love reaches out her hand for the bottle and claims it must be heavy for her. This, of course, starts a verbal between the two. Habeck stares at Luna and wonders about her real identity, since she knows many things that even Habeck doesn't know. He thinks about how she is always present in the crucial scenarios of Chrono Life. Habeck can only describe her actions as someone who wants to be on the front row seat of the brave warrior's accomplishments. But as Habeck mulls over it, he draws to the conclusion that while everything seems to revolve around the brave warrior, Luna has also been there the whole time. He starts to wonder if Luna is the actual center of everything happening in Chrono Life. Well, she is the instigator of most story arcs, so Habeck's suspicions are not unfounded. A weird sound comes out of nowhere, startling the three of them. Luna tells them to prepare for battle as she hides the bottle with the spring water. Luna says that the guardian deities are coming to protect Riot's sealed weapon, and this is the reason why she came there to help them. She explains how the guardians are more challenging than the angels who greeted them. Since they are responsible for sealing Riot's weapon, a silhouette appears, and its unfathomable shape makes Love prepare herself. Luna announces that the guardian deities of the heavenly realm are called the minions. The minion comes in three types: the cannon, melee, and long range. And they look nothing like the banana-loving minions we all know. Their cute appearance makes Love gush how adorable they look and rubs her face on one. Love claims that they really are dangerous since they just stole her heart. The minion she just hugs smiles innocently, but then it suddenly spits on Love's face, irritating her. The affection here is to one-sided. Luna then says that the minions despise anyone from the demon world. Love, being the demon king, doesn't really help in the situation. The minion now shows hostility by calling Love a dirty demon, and Luna warns her not to be fooled by their appearance. As Love wipes her face clean, she hears a crackling sound. The previously cute and small minion transform into a humongous super minion, which is their true form. All the guardians are now in their real forms, and Luna announces that this is where the real fight starts. Back to our MC, Layra claims there is no escape against an army of more than 100 angels. Ju looks at them, ponders for a moment, and then claims this is the smallest army he has ever faced. Our MC's claims are valid, though he's fought 3 million of the World Alliance Guild, 500,000 of Euphorus army, and 1 million anthropomorphs. Leo ignores him and commands her army to slay the human intruder. Before Ju makes a move, Riot tells him not to kill the soldiers because they are only being controlled by Lior. So those eyes glowing before is indeed mind control. Riot adds that the soldiers didn't do anything wrong. But Ju simply reaches out an open hand to Riot, making a villain his face. Ju tells him to pay up. Riot looks at Ju with disbelief, thinking how despicable this human before him is. Feeling that he has no other choice, Riot offers to buy Ju used items for a high price without limiting how much Ju wants to sell. Ju smirks at this and admits that he is very satisfied with this deal. He then takes hold of his wooden stick and swings up at the approaching soldier. He comments on how lucky they are that he is only using strike without killing on them, while Lior can only stare what's happening before her. Now let's go to where another action is happening. A super minion swooshes in for an attack, and Habeck licks a hand and activates his 6th mirror skill. The Mirror of Defense, a big mirror flashes before Habeck, stopping the incoming attack from the super minion. Habeck says its durability is nearly infinite, as the super minion continues plowing numerous attacks on it. Habeck then smiles, saying it is his turn to fight back. Habeck activates the first mirror, the Mirror of Piercing Light. The mirror appears above the super minion and illuminates upon it. Habeck says, "Fire," and a burst of light appears and attacks the enemy, making it scream as it vanishes. The light then disappears, and the cloud where the attack hit is left with a big hole in it. Habeck suddenly wobbles when a big thud occurs from a nearby fight. He looks at the others and is amazed at all the explosions happening. Red explosions, we all know who's doing this. As the smoke disappears, Love appears in her unleashed essence of the Demon King form, and uses Annihilation on one of the super minions. The enemy lifts an arm and shoots an attack of its own. The two attacks meet, causing a big explosion. Love is facing the long-range type of super minion, and it has the ability to copy an opponent's skill and utilize it by using his left hand. Habeck watched the fight with admiration, thinking that he must help Love, but before he can even do so, Habeck is suddenly stabbed by the super minion coming out of the hole. His surprise that his piercing light attack didn't need to make a scratch on the enemy. Apparently, the super minion that Habeck is against is a melee type that has complete immunity to physical and magic damage. Now we know why Habeck always gets injured. He tends to underestimate his enemies, causing him fatal injuries. Lum got distracted by what happened to Habeck, that she wasn't able to defend against the copy of her enemy's annihilation. Suffering a critical hit deactivated her essence of the Demon King, and she fell to the cloud near Habeck. Two of the super minions loom over them, and the long-range type prepares to attack using annihilation. With all her energy spent, Love softly calls Undies for help. But instead of Undies, Luna says boom, and it immediately explodes, the left arm of the long-range super minion. The enemy screams its frustration at his broken left hand. Luna then mocks Love for being weak, even though she is the Demon King. Love slowly sits up, but Luna tells her to stay back, because she will take over this fight, and she plans to show them what the Goddess of Life can really do. Wait, does this mean Lumina is already done dealing with one of the super minions? Anyway, let's start a new chapter with our MC swing up. The soldier falls with a thud, and another soldier charges in. But Ju simply flips his wooden stick and smacks him. He smiles as he calls the attack Flipped Wooden Stick Smack. Riot is skeptical if what Ju did was even a skill. Like before, another soldier charges for attacking. Well, unlike the one before, the incoming soldier aims for Ju's back. Unfortunately for him, Ju notices and smacks him while turning. The soldier flies off with this hit and gets thrown off to another soldier. Once again, filled with glee, Ju strikes every soldier he crosses paths with. He laughs, is saying he will slay everyone. Of course, Riot hears this, and he scolds the brave warrior for having a memory of a goldfish. Ju only smiles at this and says that he will heed his request. He adds that he will do whatever he wants, as long as the soldiers don't die. Riot pales at this, but he can't really stop Ju from wreaking havoc due to his current state. True to his words, Ju causes fatal injuries to his enemies while laughing his heart out. Riot can only scold the brave warrior in his head for being crazy. Ju suddenly stops, confused. He looks around and realizes that the 100 soldiers that Lior was boasting about had already fallen. That was quick. even though he dealt a blow to each soldier one by one. He looks back saying that there's only one being left to deal with. Leiwa glares at the filthy human as she clenches her whip. She deems that she has no choice but to fight herself and raises her whip. She mocks Ju. But our MC only smirks at her, saying that she's only planning to use her steel whip. Ju is confident that he won't get hurt by her crappy attacks. Riot yells for him to watch out, and Riot swoops in, carrying Ju off bridal style. Yo, what kind of development is this? Leah rebound, yet angry for sure. The whip hits where Ju was previously standing as Riot dashes off. Instead of being grateful, Ju calls Riot a brat and commands him to be put down. Ju tells Riot that he won't die by Leo's whip. Riot looks at Ju and claims that even he can survive her whipping all day, but that he reminds Ju that he got trapped. Despite that, Riot warns him that you should be wary of Lara's charm skill. He explains that this skill can dominate for a short period, and it can only be avoided if one has a high magic resistance. Riot says that Leiwa's charm is extremely powerful, and her eyes are not the only thing that can be used to charm. Lara can clearly hear them and finishes explaining for Riot, saying that she can also charm using her whips. And with that, she uses her whip against Riot. Riot falls with a thud as Leora approaches them like any typical villain. She explains that using charm with her whip is way more potent than using her eyes. She adds that no significant amount of magic resistance can even hinder it. She can specify how a simple graze from her whip can truly charm her opponent. She's a really good villain. She even took the time to explain everything to our MC. Ju shudders at Laire's op skill, while Lee only laughs at his predicament instead of being afraid. I think our MC is actually excited about this. She dares Ju to take her brother Laire's eyes glow, making Riot's eyes glow and effectively charming him. Going back to our heroes in the spring of the skies, the super minion roars while Love ponders at the goddess of life's ability to partially summon a monster from another dimension. This makes Love ask if Luna plans to summon that monster to fight against the super minions. Luna looks back at Love and smirks at her. She claims that doing that is overkill and a waste for the small fries before them. This statement makes Love shudder with both horror and expectation. Wow, it feels like our MC and Love are quite in sync. They even shove her almost simultaneously despite being apart. Okay, ignore that remark. It's just me shipping. Habeck wakes Love from her thoughts as he sits up and claims relief at their safety. He says that Luna is a unique boss who is also the sin of lust, which puts her on the same level as the grade 4. Habeck then explains that having Luna face their enemies will ensure their safety. Instead of feeling relief, Habeck's statement only irritates Love more. She doesn't like the feeling of owing Roach Lady anything, even if it is her life to make his point. Habeck points out that the cannon-type super minion that Luna was fighting is already gone. Hearing this, Love looks around and confirms it for herself. Habeck is sure that Luna has taken care of it while they were busy dealing with theirs. Habeck can help but admit his curiosity at how Luna fights. The melee-type super minion grumbles, probably for being ignored by the human pests. He brings down his fists multiple times, making Love exclaim at how reckless their enemy is getting. And she worries that the clouds they're in might fall apart with its attacks. Habeck smiles at this, reassuring Love that the clouds of the heavenly realm can take in these kinds of attacks, but then he adds that it might not be the same if the brave warrior decides to destroy it. Luna uses her skill, the creation of life, to create a new body. She raises a hand and mocks the super minion. The enemy rushes in for another attack, but Luna only clenches her raised hand into a fist. With a smile, she says, "Boom," and the arm of the super minion explodes into nothing. The enemy roars, as if in pain, but Luna only mocks at it with an apology. She claims that she will instantly kill him to make up for it. Luna, once again, lifts her hand and says, "Boom." The melee-type super minion shivers in fear with drooping eyes. It mutters its last words and bursts into pieces. Boulders fall from where the super minion was. While Habeck expresses his disbelief at what happened, Habeck claims that Melitech minions are invincible, and seeing Luna crush them like nothing is quite a horrific scene. There's no doubt that her skills are on par with our MC's abilities, or they might even be greater. The long-range super minion looks at its crushed companion and mutters something before it runs off screaming. Love is surprised at how the enemy reacted, But Luna is unfazed as she raises her left hand again, as she says the word boom, while closing her hand into a fist. The super minion also explodes into pieces. The enemy mutters its last as its head falls and crumbles. Luna smiles at this and looks back at her injured companions, claiming that the guardians are finally gone. It's now time for them to look for Riot's weapon. Habeck holds onto his stomach and asks Luna how she managed to slay a monster immune to physical and magic damage instead of answering immediately. Luna looks at Habeck's wound and uses a skill on him. She then reminds him that she is the goddess of life, which means she has skills that deal with life, whether it is to heal or destroy one. Yup, there's no doubt that she's to op. Luna gleefully smiles as she says this, but Habeck only feels fear at this proclamation. She adds that immunity to physical and magic are nothing compared to her divine skills. Love listens intently, surprised that there are skills that fall under the divine category. Luna reminds them of their mission. Habeck agrees, but still can't help commenting on how scary Luna is. Luna simply dismisses this and tells him that she doesn't wish to get wet in taking Riot's weapon from the bottom of the spring. Habeck immediately understands and says he will do it, stating that Lumina heal Habeck. Love asks Roach Lady if she will heal her as well. Luna only looks away and says that Love can lick her own wounds. This obviously irks Love, but since they're love rivals, she can't really expect Luna to heal her just like that. Now let's go to the action happening with our MC. Reed chases after Ju, while our MC ponders how much of a mess things are. Ever since his character turned female, LOL, the developers might have tweaked some settings just to mess with him. Ju is frustrated at how Riot is now chasing him. Right after Lee-Or casts that charm spell on Riot, Lee-Or doesn't want to charm a disgusting human, commands her brother to finish Ju off. Right after Lee-Or says that Love and the rest arrive, claiming that they found Riot's sealed weapon. Ju is relieved at their arrival and is about to compliment them, but he gets hit right on the face for not paying attention. Lef is surprised by what happened, but Habeck quickly deduces that his master has been charmed by Lee-Or. As if things couldn't get worse, the sealed weapon glows brightly, and Habeck realizes that the weapon is about to be unsealed since it is now closer to its owner. He then panics as he goes on about how Riot's real power will be unleashed once he holds his weapon. Thanks for the explanation, Habeck, but you're too late. The sealed weapon continues to glow and flies off on its own. With a very bright flash, Riot takes hold of his weapon and a notification appears. It says that the divine treasure of the heavenly realm is now in the hands of its master, and his actual power will now be unleashed. Lyra shivers with glee at this development, since it has been centuries since she last saw her brother's true form. With the seal broken, Riot's wings change form, along with some hairstyle change. Eye upgrade, complete removal of his top, and a weapon at hand. The system announces the descent of the ruler of the heavenly realm, and Riot of the Great Four is now awoken. Ju complains about getting his beautiful face hit, and only realizes after that something has changed with Riot. Luna smiles as she explains how Riot is awoken because he now has his weapon. Jiu is surprised by Roach Lady's appearance, and Luna simply smiles brightly and greets him. She also compliments his female form. But our MC is not buying any of it. Luna ignores the fact that Ju is not happy to see her, and only presents him with a bottle filled with water from the spring of the skies. She then explains what it is from making Ju stand up and thank her for doing something nice, for a change. The compliment makes Luna happy to the point that she clings to Ju. This surprises Ju, but Luna claims that they are both girls right now, so it's totally okay to link arms. Wow, her logic is impressive. Loaf is pretty questionable. Our MC lets Luna do what she wants. This exchange makes Love jealous and curses Roach Lady in her head for being cunning. Lee-Or is tired of their chit-chat, but she urges Ju to drink the water from the springs of the skies as a special gift from her. Ju mocks her, but still drinks the water from the bottle. Similar to what happened with Love before the system announces the cleansing quest completion, his return to his original gender, and the new transformation ability. Ju smirks at this and claims that his catfishing arc is finally over now that Ju is back to his OG form. Lug yells at Roach Lady to step away. Unfortunately, Lunar claims a dizzy spell, refusing to let go of Ju. Ignoring the squabble, Riot points his spear toward Ju, Ju sees this and prepares to fight. Riot charges up like a Super Saiyan, then charges at Ju. Our MC easily evades, but the release of power destroys a big part of the castle. Riot continues to attack, but Ju avoids each piercing. Ju was obviously having fun. He comments on how Riot has become quicker and stronger in his awoken form. Ju grins widely and lightly, bunks Riot on the head with his stick, as he claims that he is no doubt stronger than Riot. Our MC stats are maxed out. If he takes the Sin of Greed title, he'll be undefeatable. Of course, CEO Choi would be the exception to this. Riot receives the blow, but instead of falling, he clenches his teeth and charges up once again. But this time of lightning, Ju is surprised, but Riot doesn't give him time to adjust, and strikes the hit connects, zapping Ju and making him scream. Me, it not enough. Riot brings down his foot, releasing the lighting, and brings down his spear on the ground of the thud. Riot uses crashing lightning on Ju, electrocuting him with his summoned elite lightning magic spell. Getting zapped all over, Ju falls to the ground with a thud. Our MC is cooked. Love is so surprised that she asks Habak what that skill is. Habak explains that during their first encounter with Riot, his master wasn't his full power back then. Layer mocks at them and goes on another mode of explanation of how Riot uses his body as a conductor for lightning, making himself a lightning generator that even adds his level as the battle continues. She kept talking, but Love and Habak only stared at her, since they couldn't really hear due to their distance. His character Shrew loves to talk, too bad the others can't really listen to her explanations. As Leor commands her brother to slay the vile human, a creepy-looking head approaches her. The horrific scene makes Leor shriek, and of course, this is caused by none other than our MC. Love cheers for Undies, while Habit comments on how gross the Brave Warrior's healing factor is. He realizes that the person before him is actually Leor and not Riot. He then explains that his eyes haven't regenerated yet, and then drolls on about his eyes. This effectively disgusts and horrifies Leor. Then she remembers how this human also survived after getting cut in half. Yeah, it was a magic trick. Leor yells for her brother to get rid of the disgusting human, but before Riot could even make a move, Ju stretched his neck to reach Riot and chomped on his head. Ju continues to bite on it, declaring that he's getting his revenge. Everyone is disgusted by this scenario, refusing to be continuously gnawed on. Riot charges himself with lightning. Ju quickly wiggles away as Riot announces his intention to slay her MC. But Ju only mocks him, angered. Riot charges. Ju simply swings up his wooden stick, calling the action swing up without killing. He then brings down his and uses swing down without killing. Ju is ecstatic at how he gets to fight someone who continuously increases his level, since he can hit harder every time. He then unleashes rapid swing, and after a thought, adds no killing to the skill name. There's no doubt that our MC is a pro at irritating others. Layer watches this with disbelief, while Habak comments on how it seems like his master is being toyed with by the Brave Warrior. Love agrees with Habak and even adds that the Great Four is nothing against Undies. As they watch, Habak can't help but admit that the Brave Warrior is undoubtedly the strongest being in Chrono Life. Riot falls to his knees exhausted by the barrage of attacks he just received. Ju grins at the fallen form of another enemy before him, then adds that the entire world would soon bow down before him as well. Love scolds Ju as she and Habak come close. She asks if Riot is finally out of Layer's charm, but Ju says he isn't. Instead of going further, Ju asks the Whip Lady to free her brother from her charmed spell. Leo refuses to do so and clenches her teeth with disbelief. She can't believe that her brother lost, and thinks about how proximity determines the strength of her charm skill. If they take her brother away right now, he will surely be free from the skill. Left with no choice, Leor determines that she must use her charm on the vile being before her. Yeah, she's pertaining to our disgusting MC. Leor aims to use her whip at the right time to make sure it works. Ju and Love look at the fallen Riot and gets a good idea. Love is worried about this good idea of his. Riot grunts and charges to attack, but Ju simply bonks on his head. This stops Riot, but he goes again for an attack. And just like before, Ju bonks Riot's head using his stick. Riot gets frustrated. but Ju consistently bonks Riot's head. He then smiles, while claiming that when something is broken, you just have to whack it a couple of times to make it work. I'm pretty sure that advice only works for old devices. Love wonders if this would even work. Hearing her doubts, Ju says he's just teaching the brat a lesson and tells her to look. As the stick is about to hit, Ju suddenly pauses, and everyone can see how Riot just flinched. Ju laughs, saying that Riot will slowly turn back to normal with this as Riot trembles in fear of getting hit again, seeing that the human is occupied with making fun of her brother. Layer takes advantage of this moment and uses her whip on Ju. Love yells for him to watch out, but Ju isn't able to avoid it. Ju wobbles as Love calls for him, but it is too late. Ju is now under Layer's charm. Leo relaxes at this turn of events, while Habek and Love look over with disbelief, getting her confidence back. Leor challenges them to a 3-on-3 fight. Leor continues to blab away, not realizing the healing factor as activated. And Ju gets released from the charm skill. This Yander is celebrated too early. Ju blinks and observes what's happening before him. Leor continues to mock them, and she suddenly gets hit on the head. Leor sprawls on the ground, confused at what just happened. Ju laughs and admits he's unsure of what happened, but he is glad that there was a head asking to get smacked before him. The fallen soldiers recover, and they all get Killa from Leor's charm. Love and Habek are confused by what's happening, and someone else speaks up, explaining that this is because Leor has fainted. It was Riot, and he adds that once this happens, everyone under her charm spell will be freed. He explains that this is Leor's weakness. Habek is glad that his master is back to normal. Still, Riot complains about his throbbing head, not remembering what happened while he was under Lair's charmed skill. Habek says he'll explain everything to him later. Shush, don't spill the tea, Habek. Now that everyone is back to normal, Ju announces that there is only one thing left, as he looks at Leor. Leor grunts and suddenly wakes up. She sits up and yells about being ambushed, but she immediately stops when she sees herself surrounded. She looks around her, confused at what is happening. Ju reveals an evil smile. He announces that all that's left is to take care of her. The look on his face makes Leah shudder. Refusing to give up, Leo lifts her whip to attack, but Ju simply destroys her whip, effectively stopping her from using her charm skill on them. Ju grins as he says, this move is a new addition of his destruction move series, Destroy the Weapon. If you remember, the first move of the destruction move series is Destroy the Planet. Ju looks down on Leor, mocking her instead of fighting back. Leor tears up at the horrendous face before her. Love tries to restrain Unease from looking like a villain. At the same time, Luna laughs at this development, where Leor is surrounded by op characters. Lara shakes with tears falling down her eyes, afraid of what will happen next. Ju laughs at this, saying she won't be killed with an innocent smile on his face. He claims that he has no intention of killing her. This statement gives Leo a sense of relief, but she shouldn't have lowered her guards too quickly. A tentacle comes out of Ju's mouth as he announces that he will suck her until she becomes a part of him forever. This confounds Leor, and Ju takes advantage of it by letting his tentacle swoosh in for an attack, seeing as she has no way out of it. Leo yells for her brother while closing her eyes shut. A hand grabs the tentacle, and everyone is shocked that Riot stopped Ju from attacking Leor. Riot looks down and tells the brave warrior to not kill his sister. Ju pulls back his tentacle and reminds Riot of what Leor did and how Habek even gave him a quest just to save him. Riot says it was a misunderstanding on Habek's part since Leor never really intended to kill him. He explains that Lair's method of showing affection is different. Yeah, your sis is a Yander. You'll end up in danger once again, but like the good brother he is. He claims that all of Leor's actions were all for his sake. Here's a short flashback from centuries ago of Heavenly Realm. Riot announces that he will go down to the human realm and task Leor to take care of the Heavenly Realm while he is gone, right? I almost forgot that this kid is centuries old. Leor expresses her surprise at her brother's plan to be away for a few years just to go adventuring. Riot then explains that he plans to help the humans, but the Demon King has invaded the human realm, and he is doing this because of Yafi the warrior. Back to the present. At the mention of Yafi, Ji recalls how Riot mentioned that he had fought by the side of Yafi before. While Love is skeptical at how this flashback was centuries old when Chrono Life wasn't even released at that time. My OTP is doomed. Why is Love being an airhead? Don't mind me as I quietly cry in a corner. Luna sighs at Love's reaction and deems it necessary to explain how Riot is only talking about the game's lore. She then asks if it was Love's intention to be the center of attention by acting cute and silly. His comment frustrates Love, but instead of replying angrily, she does the complete opposite. Love unleashes her cute side and talks funny by asking if Roach Lady finds her cute. I'm done crying. Love is hella cute and sexy at the same time. Sting Miss only makes Luna pale. She takes back what she said and asks Love to stop it before she barfs. And that's how Love managed to go win against Luna, ignoring the banner between the two. Riot explains his sister became anxious because he hasn't completed his duty as the sin of sloth. So let's continue with the flashback. Leo was confused as to why her brother is doing this when Riot has always told her and Habeck that they are against the humans. She thinks that there is no need for them to care if humanity survives or not. The hands of the Demon King. Her brother's intention to help those humans when he is one of the 7 sins only confuses Lee or more. She mentions that as the great merchant, he even made the economy of humans flourish. She adds that he is doing all these other things, yet he has not yet completed his duty as a 7th sin. Lara's clenched hand trembles as she fears for Riot's safety. If he comes, is she referring to God here? Lee or asks her brother if Riot has a soft spot for those humans, feeling that his sister needs to know the truth. Riot mutters that she might be right. He then stands from his throne and announces that whatever the case may be, he will still leave that day. Riot then walks away, leaving his sister to look after the heavenly realm. Riot's duty involves humans, but his love for humans makes him unable to complete his duty as the sin of sloth. This act goes against God, and due to his actions, is uncertain when he will meet his end. Knowing this, Leva swore to herself that when the perfect time arrives, she will annihilate the humans for her beloved brother. And she plans to do all of this even if it goes against her brother's wishes. Now that we're done with that flashback, this sheds light on Layer's actions. Riot asks the brave warrior to end things by forgiving his sister. Ju expresses his dissatisfaction at ending things this way, when everything around them is already destroyed. Our MC claims that Lee or shouldn't have done it if she can't pay for her crimes, and adds that paying with her life is only fair. Layer looks down crying as she shakes in fear. Riot, once again, says that Habeck misread the situation and Lee or only did it for him. He once again asks Ju to forgive Leor. Ju only replies with a curse and expresses his distaste for villains, who justifies their evil actions. Bringing out his tentacle once more, Ju announces that Lee or should take her punishment. Ju makes a devilish face as he wonders where he should start sucking, but before he can proceed with his plan, Riot stops him by saying that he remembers how Ju is the type who won't do things unless there is something in exchange. To make Ju forgive Leor, Riot promises that he will uphold his previous promise to him for the rest of Ju's life. This completely stops Ju, and he looks back at Riot with a red face. Ju claims that Riot's promise is not enough to buy him, while Riot observes that he finally got Ju. Habeck looks at them, thinking that he shouldn't have said anything before. Habeck looks at Ju and Love, who are now glaring him. Their faces are obviously scolding Habeck for making this mess. They really suit each other. Even her thoughts are in sync. Feeling that he has no choice but to resolve this matter, Habeck wobbles as he walks slowly toward Ju and Love. He then places all of his 8 mirrors in Ju's hand and tries to smile. He asks them to forgive Leor in exchange for the mirrors he promised. Ju and Love look in with anger, and Love launches a verbal attack on Habeck. But before Love can finish, Ju changes his mind and smiles as he accepts Habeck's condition. As he did, the system announced the clearance of the hidden quests, and Ju title as the master of the 8 mirrors. Too bad for Habeck, he lost his mirrors for butting in on the business of the heavenly realm. Now that everything is resolved, Ju immediately uses a mirror to get back to the human realm, as he bids goodbye to Riot and reminds the siblings not to fight, thanking them for the good time. Ju, Love, and Luna return to Earth. Leora expresses her surprise at how Ju and the others just left. Riot says that Undies already got what he wants and calls him greedy. Riot smiles at this, claiming that Ju is truly interesting. Now that they're back in the human realm, the first person they visit is Star. Star is curious about what happened, and Jiu tells her about the water from the spring of the skies and how they can freely transform into a different gender. Jiu, Love, and Luna use the transformation skill before her, making Star excited. They sure gained a lot from that short trip. A few days passed after the incident, and Luna shows up at the Heavenly Realm on her own. Riot expresses his thanks for how the previous incident ended smoothly. Luna smiles at this as she walks closer to Riot and says that things are not yet done. She expresses her distaste to how things ended this time, saying that it was childish and cliché. Stab. She suddenly stabs Riot in the chest, as she says that the Heavenly Realm is a crucial story arc, and a fitting ending for it is his death. She smiles at Riot, expressing her glee, and pulls out her staff. She then throws a beginner's gray robes, similar to RMC's, saying that this is a symbol of new. Wow, she never changed. She still stabs others whenever she wants and instigates trouble wherever she goes. But it's a relief that she used a cape instead of those cotton white briefs. Luna says that if one has a brain, they could easily tell that this is planted evidence that was set up to frame New. Then she mocks Leor, for she will surely not think twice about this matter. Luna smiles, claiming, as if narrating a story, that Leor will be filled with vengeance, and will no doubt leave the Heavenly Realm army to attack the human realm. With half-dead eyes, she predicts what will happen, since they are only AI puppets. With what she did, Luna is right about how things unfold. Brimming with rage, Leor led the Heavenly Realm army and waged war on the humans. Riot's death has shifted the balance. Luna smiles as she leaves the dead body of Riot on its throne. She claims that Chrono Life's last episode is now truly beginning. Whatever the last episode or chapter is, this is bound to be a very long one. By the looks of it, the Earth is filled with chaos and destruction upon the invasion of the Heavenly Realm army. It's undeniable that they are so powerful, even if you base it on the level requirement to enter their realm, which is level 500. This only means that the user should be at least that level to fight against the beings of the Heavenly Realm. Aside from the soldiers, there are the angels with their monster-like appearance. This type of monster is utterly new to the eyes of many users. With their glowing eyes, they shoot beams upon the earth, making it undeniable that they are the strongest monsters from their realm. Wait, are there even other monsters in the Heavenly Realm, aside from the angels and minions? The strong force of the Heavenly Realm makes it impossible for the average user to fight back. Despite this, there are still some users who can help. A man raises a hand and uses Sanctuary on the fallen users, effectively healing everyone within the set area. A man steps in and announces that there is no need to worrying, for he is now their wall. Is the guy All Might? Or did he just steal the lines? The users cheer when they find the #1 user of the healer class has arrived. The bald man with shades, well cut, mustache, and beard is none other than Mr. Physical Therapist. The guy is a priest who heals and buffs others. The angels ignore this and simply shoot angelic burst upon the users. The injured users lay on the floor, and Mr. Physical Therapist appears before one. Let's just call him Mr. PT for short. Mr. PT tells the wounded man to clench his teeth and use his holy punch. The injured guy is surprised by getting a punch on top of his injuries, and shouts at Mr. PT. The bulky priest claims he has just healed him, and the man checks his status and finds that he is indeed entirely cured by the punch. Now that Mr. PT is done with one, he turns to the others and announces that it is now time for APT. As he cracks his knuckles, Mr. PT, well known as the rank 1 healer, uses a unique skill called Holy Punch, though getting punched hurts. This is a very effective healing skill that can heal almost instantly. One of the punched users complains about the skill and asks to be normally healed by Sanctuary instead. But like any other game, such skills have a long cooldown, and this is the case for Mr. PT's Sanctuary skill as well. The scene happening on the ground confused the angels. Still, they were brought back when a soldier yelled for the Heavenly Army to charge. The army charges toward where Mr. PT is, who is busy saving the artist of this novel. Japori, Mr. PT, and Jip are now in a pinch. Seeing this, a female user appears and announces that she help Feisty. She's referring to Mr. PT, but we're sticking to calling him Mr. PT. The one who just appeared is known as the victor of the Royal Battle Tourney, called Mint Chocolate, but we'll just call her Mint Choco as a magic knight. She uses ice and wind magic against the heavenly army, effectively stopping them from getting close. Mint Chocolate claims that Chrono Life isn't about big damage. Instead, it is all about technique and control. Well, that's her opinion. Other characters will surely say something else, especially our MC. A soldier charges to attack, but Mint Chocolate uses dig to make him trip. This made the soldier pause, and Mint Chocolate took advantage of this to slay him. Mint Chocolate continuously used various basic skills to defeat the other soldiers. She and Mr. PT gained popularity among the users present on the battlefield. Love looks over what's happening, commenting on how good the other users are, and how many people she's never seen before are there as well. Love, Luna, and Ju are on the roof, simply spectating. Luna explains that not all users will join the top guilds, and instead focus on their own growth. As Luna said this, more rank users appeared on the scene saying they would also help. Luna adds that these users are more interested in having fun, so they might be appearing now because they want to know how much they've grown after their visit to the northern continent. Aside from the rank users, the top 5 guilds joined the fight, making it easier to take down the heavenly army. So during all those fights before, some users are choosing to ignore the main quest just so they can level up some more. A whip appears, attacking the users. Lee Or makes her appearance, surprising the users, feeling no pity. Lee Or unleashed multiple whip attacks, attacking users and destroying almost everything in sight. As the vice ruler of the heavenly realm, she led the battle against the humans of the lowly realm. As expected, those who were grazed by the wit come under Lair's control, and using the charm skill, Lee Or make humans fight with other humans. Ju and Love watch this while Luna simply smiles, closing her eyes, making a snap decision. Ju tells Captain Love to take care of the heavenly army while he and Lady Roach will stop Lee Or. Love disagrees and wants to come with undies, but Ju says he's not going to fight and will only talk. But if it doesn't work, then he'll use his wooden stick. He adds that he only needs Roach Lady for her healing abilities. Without waiting for a reply, Ju disappears with Luna. While that is the right approach, I still feel bad that Love gets left out. This frustrates Love, thinking she should have just become a healer instead of a fighter. Despite this, she heads to where the users are to help out. But one user screams her real name, making other users focus on her. The pink-haired girl who just screams says she's a big fan. So Love thanks her, but reminds her to call her by her IGN. With that concluded, Love heads off to deal with the heavenly army. In a different space, God is relaxing next to an hourglass, commenting on what's happening in the human realm. He smiles, thinking that Luna planned all this. Now that things are rolling, the sin of sloth is finally completed. God finds it fortunate that Riot remained as the ruler of the heavenly realm, since having Lee Or start the war as the ruler wouldn't make any difference in the completion of the sin of sloth. God prefers how things went and compliments Luna for making all these possible. Dang, so everything really is according to Luna's plans. God stands up and appreciates how a lot of things were done because of her by ticking off a list. God enumerates how every sin is done, except for one. With a snap of his fingers, a huge hourglass drops down to indicate the duty of the sin of envy. God recalls how he hoped to give this to Ju, but since that guy refused, he has to go with the second option. God smiles, saying he will just push this responsibility to someone else without giving them a choice, since getting rejected is not his cup of tea. And with that, God makes his move. Now God is just being lazy here. An invisible force comes down to the earth and seeks someone, as someone turns out to be Captain Love as they're struck by a huge blow. She falls down with a thud, surprising her fan. A notification from the system appears, announcing her ascension to the second hidden class. Love stands up, and the pink-haired fan asks if Love is okay. But before she could even finish her question, Love slashes the other girl in half. The system notifies the activation of the Sin of Envy's unique attribute. This fuses the Sin of Envy and the soul of the Demon King, creating a new personality in the process. And Love is now the Sin of Envy. No, do you mean to say that our MC must fight Love? How about my OTP? That night, Eurus flies off, harrying Star away from the front village. Eurus explains that Ju ordered him to do this because of the war. So getting Star out of the village is Ju's way of protecting her. Yuris puts her down once they are far enough, explaining that they are at the end of the starting hills, which is a safe distance from the war. Yuris reminds Star that there are monsters in the area, like bunny bears. Still, he knows that Star is capable enough to defeat them on her own, since those are only level 4. After that, Yuris bids her goodbye and flies off back to where our MC is. But before he gets far, Star calls is back to ask if everyone is alright. Yuris admits that he is not sure, since this war is part of the last episode of Chrono Life. But at the same time, he also reassures her that they can trust Ju since his existence means the humans would never lose. Back to the front village, the place where every war in this game seems to occur. Leo uses her whip on humans to charm them and fights the other users like a scene out of a horror movie. Mint Chaka and Mr. PT find themselves surrounded by mind control users. Mint Chaka asks if Mr. PT has any spells that can be used against the charm skill. Mr. PT admits that he has been trying to use it, but is ineffective, since the level of charm used is too high. Poor artist, this is already the second time that Japori is getting a beating from Mr. PT due to his outfit. Mint Chaka yells for him to run, as the charm users charge for an attack. But Ju asks why, and this only makes Mint Chaka frustrated. Yeah, there are still some users who don't know her MC. Ju lifts his wooden stick and brings it down to the ground. Everyone around him flies off, and even the angels flying above them are hit by the impact of his attack. This confuses Mint Chaka, but it is too late for her worries, since the big explosion destroyed both allies and enemies in the area. Ju grins as he announces that he is done with cleanup. Luna comes up behind him, complaining that there is no knowing Noob's next move, since what he just did doesn't seem to be the intention of someone who is protecting the human realm. Ju only laughs at this, saying that he didn't use his full power. Luna can only agree, since she knows how Ju can easily destroy the whole plan if he wishes. Don't give him any ideas, please. Now that everything is cleared up, Ju quickly spots Lior, who managed to survive Jiu's attack. Jiu tells the Sprawdly, or that they should have a talk, calling her Whip Girl. Seeing the stately, or is in, Ju tells Roach Lady to heal the Whip Girl. Luna complies and uses the divinity of life on Lior. Though Ju isn't showing it in his face, he is amazed at how instantaneous the Roach Lady's healing skill is. Despite Lior probably being level 600. Fully healed, Lior stands up shaking. She asks if he intends to humiliate her. Ju dismisses this and says he only wants to talk. He explains how he heard from Habek that Riot got killed, but Lior doesn't let him speak and attacks him instead with her whip. The attack is, of course, useless against our MC. Because of his healing factor skill, Leo also knows this, but she wants to vent her anger and sorrow at losing her brother. And for her, it was Ju who caused all this. She really should think things through before taking action. Leo rings a shower of attacks with her whip at Ju, and yells at her to listen to him. He screams at how everything is just a misunderstanding. Still, Leo refuses to listen, believing that the robe found on her dead brother belongs to Ju. Her answer only irritates Ju, and he can't help yelling Ira for being an idiot. Luna only smiles at this, knowing that she is right about how Leo won't listen. She then reminds Ju about how the NPCs have built-in emotions. In the current state of Leo, reasoning out to her would be in vain. Luna then adds that this is fun, since talking to her is almost like talking to an actual human. Right, like a stubborn person who refuses to listen to reason. Ju stares at Luna, ignoring Lara's attacks. It was then that Ju realized that Luna was hiding behind him. Ju asks what she's doing, and Luna smiles as she admits that she doesn't want to get hit by Leo's whip. Ju lets her hide, but then he gets all serious as he asks if Luna killed Riot. Luna smiles at him, not affirming or denying her involvement in this matter. Luna chooses that time to peek out at Lior and asks what happened to Riot's body, whether it was burned or not. This question infuriates Lior into tears, and starts to attack again. But she wasn't able to talk or deal more damage because Luna suddenly appeared behind her and chopped her nape with her hand. She should have just done this from the start. Luna then asks if it's already been 3 days since Riot died and reveals that she will soon revive. Lara hears this before she faints from the attack. G was amazed at how fast Luna is and ensures that Lior is still alive. Luna assures him that Lior is simply knocked out and comments on how realistic Chrono Life is, since it lets you knock out others, just like in real life. I'm starting to rethink whether Chrono Life indeed is a game or not. Seeing that Lior is fine, Jiu confirms if he heard right about Riot reviving. Lunar confirms this and explains that Riot is a rule in blood, and this kind of angel can't die. She adds that if they even do die, they can still revive after 3 days. Lunar concludes that Lior must not have known it because she has never seen one before. But there is a catch. Luna says that even though Riot will be revived, he will lose his halo, become a starlight, and fall to the human realm. Oh, and it's Star who finds the newly revived Riot. Jiu glares at Luna and asks her how she knows all of this, but Luna says is a secret. Jiu continues to frown as he changes the question into why she is only revealing this now, not before all the chaos happened. Luna chuckles at this and admits that she did this on purpose, stating that this is only a game after all. Luna then says that she didn't expect Jiu to react like that, since she thought you would enjoy it if there was a war. Jiu looks at her and claims that he is not a sick villain and would only attack whoever throws the first punch at him. He adds that the war broke out because of a misunderstanding, so fighting in this war won't make him feel good. Luna smiles at what Jiu said and tells him that he should teach the next person a lesson. Jiu was confused by this, but then he was suddenly attacked by a big red flash of light. Bah, oh, that red light is a dead giveaway of who is attacking. Jiu coughs while carrying Lior in his arms. Jiu wonders if some enemies are still left. While Luna is shocked at how Jiu saved Lior just now, Jiu says he would feel bad if he left her just like that. Lior regains consciousness and hears Jiu's following words, as he says that Lior only wanted to save her brother right from the start, and he wants her to see Riot when he revives. Luna chuckles as she compliments NOOB for being sweet. Jiu tells her to shut it, since he has been a nice guy all along. Jiu then tells Luna to heal Lior, since he wasn't able to altogether avoid the attack just now. Acting like a good girl, Luna complies. It feels like Leo is starting to fall for our MC. I hope that's not the case. The sound of heels comes closer, and a voice expresses shock at how a human is still alive despite her attack. Jiu looks up and finds Captain Love in her essence of the Demon King form. Love glares in him, while Luna tells NOOB to watch out, since it isn't the Love that he knows. She then explains that Love became the sin of envy, and her personality changed because of this. Jiu is surprised that this kind of thing is possible in the game. Luna says anything is possible in Chrono Life. She adds that Jiu also experienced this when his gender changed. Jiu refuses to believe it, saying it's not the same, since he was not wholly forced to become another person. Luna smiles and says the premise is similar, since the game can never really change a user's personality. To explain further, she says that Love lost the authority to control her character, even if they look or feel the same sensations as their characters in the game. In the end, they are still characters inside a game. Luna explains that it is technically impossible to get hacked, since the game uses headgear requiring authentication. Still within the game, it is a different matter, and the Love they see before them now is a character controlled by the AI called the Sin of Envy. Won't the game developers get sued for this? At that exact moment, the loud thud resounds, as Love curses at her predicament. She yells to be released and calls for Undies and Roach Lady. Luna softly chuckles, since she can clearly hear Love calling for them, but she intends to ignore her completely. Luna recalls how much she has done to get into that moment. Despite Luna's fast heartbeat, she only intends to sit back and watch, hoping to see NOOB kill Love with his own 2 hands. Love, or in this case, the AI controlling Love, announces that she's the Sin of Envy. She's not precisely Love, so let's call her Love number 2. Yes. I know I also have a terrible naming sense, like our MC. No need to point it out in the comments, please. Love number 2 says she came to the human realm to complete her sin, and wants the blood of human lives to turn Chrono Life into a sea of crimson blood. Jiu cringes at her statement, and looks at Luna to ask if all those cringy lines were the AI talking just now. Luna says it is, and then she urges Jiu to slave her already, since the Sin of Envy even came for him first. Jiu was a bit torn about what he should do, but Love number 2 kicks him in the chin before he can even decide. Before Ju could even react to this, Love number 2 jumps and gives him another kick in the face. The strength of the attack surprises Ju and gets thrown off with a big boom. Luna warns Ju to be careful, since all 7 sins have different personalities and abilities. She adds that among all of them, the sin of envy hates humans the most. Ju sits up from his fall and says he doesn't care about that. What he is concerned about is how Captain Love got so strong. Luna explains that Love became one of the strongest users within the game when she became the Demon King. Luna adds that Love only didn't seem strong because she is like a leech attached to Nooside. Hearing Luna's Tamo in Ju can easily tell that hostility is laced in her words. Luna adds that Love becoming the Demon King means her stats are multiplied by 10. And Love is also using Knuckles of the Ascendant that he gave Love. In short, Love has op stats, on top of having op weapons. Love number 2 ignores the fact that Luna and Ju are still in the attack. She charges in and punches Ju in the stomach. Luna watches as she reveals that Love has barely used 10% of her real power all this time. Love number 2 throws numerous punches, and Gio is not avoiding any of them, while Luna continues to explain how the sin of envy is letting Love use her full potential. Love number 2 then uses her warrior skill, Falling Dragon Strike, against Ju at the same time. The real Love is furious at how things are unfolding. She aimed to be stronger to lessen the burden on Undies, but seeing this feels like she is trolling instead. Having no control over this matter, Love opts a lot out of the game to stop the eye somehow. In real life, SA Rang sits up thinking that her lobbing out somehow helped, but her manager tells her she's wrong, saying her lobbing out didn't help with anything. As proof, the manager shows a live stream of the game to SA Rang, where Love number 2 is currently beating the lights out at Undies. SA Rang is confused as to how this is possible. This live stream is apparently brought to us by our Chrono Life live streamer Hawkeye. He explains how he got killed and logged back into stream. What is happening? Like a true professional live streamer, he is just then. Other users also started logging back in. Still, Hawkeye focuses on the current, ongoing battle between Love and the Brave Warrior. He takes time to explain that Love is also the famous idol starring Han. Hawkeye then expresses his confusion as to why they would be fighting each other, when almost everyone in the game knows that the two are companions. The pink-haired female fan from before speaks up saying that Love is being controlled, because Love was previously fighting alongside the other users. She adds how Love's eyes turned red and started acting weird. Hawkeye is surprised by the intrusion into his live stream and tells him to go away. Still, SA Rang's fan kept on explaining how what controls Love now is way different from the mind control the Whip Lady was doing earlier. She and other fans defend SA Rang during Hawkeye's live stream. SA Rang watches this, surprised at how much she's being defended by her fans. Her manager smiles at how So Rang has a loyal fan and plans to send free concert tickets, since this fan, no doubt, saves SA Rang's reputation. Feeling energized by her fan, So Rang decides to log back into the game. Her manager agrees to this and tells her to find out how to take control of her character. The manager also instructs her to find this fan and hug her once things are resolved in the game. So Rang says she will, and wears her headgear. She logs back into the game while her manager watches over her. Her manager wonders if Chrono Life really is fun, and if she should start playing it as well, and as a sneak peek, So Rang's manager is bound to become one of the strong users of Chrono Life. But like any other sneak peek given to us by this Manhua is a story meant to be told in the future back in Chrono Life, G receives numerous blows from Love, and other users can only watch as this happens, seeing that the content is getting boring. Hawkeye, professional as ever, uses this chance to interview other users. He starts it off with Mint Chocolate and asks for her statement on how she treated the Brave Warrior like a newbie. This makes Mint Choco blush as she admits that she didn't recognize him despite the rumors she had heard before. Seeing that Mint Choco is actually answering his questions, Haka asks her about her thoughts on the fight happening before them. Mint Choco watches Ju and Love and says the battle seems one-sided. Mint Choco suddenly pauses, lost in her own thoughts, thinking it might be better to farm than to watch this fight between two users, since the war against the heavenly realm is already done. But these thoughts are not only Mint Choco's. For every other user, there is thinking the same thing. But thinking and taking action are two different things. None of these users move, even the writer of this manhua. Hong Sol is simply watching over as the scene unfolds. All of these users feel it by instinct that the real war is yet to start. Love number 2 rushes in for a kick. But this time, instead of receiving the attack, Jiu puts up his arm. He tells her stop and return the body to Captain Love before he kills her. He says this in all seriousness, making Love number 2 shiver. Sensing danger, she leaps back and clenches her teeth, claiming how vile humans are. There's no doubt, it is the AI talking, but it also sounds like Leo or Who's talking. It doesn't seem to have any other lines besides his contempt against humans. Irked at Jiu, Love number 2 fully unleashes the essence of the Demon King. As she sinks, the noise appears at only 0%, while the sync status achieves 100%. Love number 2 activates the skill. Clutches of Death. The wings on her back become more prominent and change their form from afar. The wings look like they have turned into giant demon hands. Love number 2 tells him to die and swoops in for an attack. The wings clench into fists and punch at where Jiu is. The skill Love number 2 uses a hidden unique skill of the Demon King that can freely take shape on the user's preference. It is also a strong skill, since the physical power used to attack is converted from the Demon King's infinite magic power. Jiu comments on how cool the attack is, and ponders how to use this skill for himself, stating that the vile human is unharmed. Love number 2 charges for an attack while mocking him. Jiu then injects magic power into his ego briefs and commands them to materialize. The system announces the materialization of a Ventimer's soul into reality, and Aventafter's human-like hands appear from Gus' briefs. Jiu calls the move the clutches of the dragon while doing his unholy pose. Oh god, our eyes need to be cleaned after this scene. The dragon is coming out of our MC Sunbys. Every user who sees this cringes with disgust, but even if it looks disgusting, the hands were able to stop Love number 2's wings by grabbing into them. Love number 2 curses and mocks Jiu, but Jiu makes weird noises, making Love number 2 more irritated. I'm honestly cringing when I read this chapter. Up above, the real Love watches and cheers for Jiu. Someone then tells her to shut up since no one else can really even hear her. Love looks back and finds Roach Lady behind her. Luna says that she can clearly hear her, but no won't be able to do so. Love flinches at Luna's words and wonders out loud if Roach Lady is up to something shady again. Luna smirks at this and claims that love doesn't really mean anything to New since for him, love is merely a way to pass his time. She says that love only happened to be there when Jiu was role-playing his secretly a persona. But what happened next irritated Luna to no end, since love has been crossing the line and would always bother and stick to Noob. Luna calls love a nuisance, making love shout at her for repeatedly picking fights. Love asks what Luna even is in Undy's life. Luna smiles at this as she claims that they are soulmates. Love laughs at this as she reminds Lumina that Undy's only sees her as an awful person, right from what she did when they first met. Love claims that Luna may flirt with him, but this doesn't mean that Undy's will ever like her. Luna's face darkens as she mutters how Love knows nothing about her sense. Unlike Love, she's been making sure that Noob feels good. She then points at No and makes her watch how much Noob is enjoying his time. Right at that moment, our MC is definitely enjoying it in a peculiar way. Alright, Luna reveals how she revived Irakin and Yafi, how this led to the appearance of the anthropomorphs, and how she started this war with the Heavenly Realm. Feeling proud, Luna says is all because of her, that Noob is enjoying his time playing Chrono Life. And to further make fun of Love, Luna claims that Noob doesn't hate her since he even kissed her. Now hold up, it was you who initiated that kiss, not our MC. Stop spreading fake news. Hearing this horrifies Love, and Luna relishes seeing that look on Love's face. She once again repeats how Noob kissed her, and to prove her point, she says that she plans to show it to her. Luna then disappears and appears right before Jiu, who is still in the middle of clutching his big hands with Love number 2. Luna apologizes and kisses him on the lips. Jiu blushes as Luna kisses him, and everyone who sees this also blushes, but is not the same for Love, whose eyes are filled with tears. Forget that kiss. In the meantime, though, I swear I've already deleted it from my head. Let's go to where Star is. Star gulps and gathers her courage and approaches Riot. She kneels beside him and asks if he's okay. She tells him to wake up, and somehow that did the job. Riot sits up and asks where he is. Star answers, and Riot realizes that he is in the human realm. He then looks at Star and asks who she is. Star smiles as she introduces herself. Riot asks if Star saved him, and Star says she only happens to be there. Riot's chest suddenly throbs and falls back as he coughs up some blood. Riot curses because the part where Luna stabbed him still hurts. Star is shocked by what's happening and checks her bag. She didn't bring any healing potions, but she remembers that she does have a sweet potato in her bag. This item can heal a small amount of HP. Riot looks at it as he says, "Thank you," but says it is not enough to help him because of his high level. Star is not worried about this and smiles as she brings out more sweet potato from her bag. Riot flinches at the amount of sweet potato and asks, how come she has a lot of these if she didn't bring a healing potion with her? Star explains how this is lighter and a well-known beginner's item, so she makes sure that she always has them in stock. I have something similar in my merchant's inventory. Instead of red pots, I have a lot of apples and red herbs. Riot chuckles a bit, meeting a strange human like Star. Then he admits that he doesn't have the energy to eat it and claims he will soon die. But Star is not having any of those depressing talks and puts a sweet potato in Riot's mouth. She then happily smiles and tells him she will feed him herself with Star's help. Riot was able to get healed by eating all of those sweet potatoes, avoiding death. Going back to our MC, I'm skipping ahead to the part after that scene that Luna pulled. Luna claims that her heart is fluttering while sweating. Seriously, what's of all the sweat? Luna claims that Ju took both her second kiss, while Ju covers his mouth, fluster at what just happened. MC, why didn't you stop her? My ship should be sailing already. Our idiot of an MC finally regains a bit of his composure and asks what Roach Lady is doing. From when he just said that means he just got kissed by a cockroach. Ju complains, but Luna laughs, saying that she really wants to do that, but there is also another reason. The clutches of death suddenly blow up, while Luna claims the other reason is to awaken the sin of envy. After saying that, Luna disappears, while Love dashes and kicks Ju. Love continuously attacks Ju, making our MC curse and pull out one of his hidden skills. He uses the speed of light and approaches Love, thinking that she has been completely taken over and can't be reasoned with. Ju intends to knock her out, but he sees tears falling down Love's face. Ju screeches to a stop, creating a big wind explosion that throws Japori and Hongsal into the air. The creators of this manhwa are really being tossed like nothing. The other users cover themselves from the impact. Min Shoko can't believe that what the brave warrior did can cause such a significant impact. Ju looks at the back of Captain Love and asks for confirmation if she is now back to normal. Love doesn't react, but Ju simply sighs at how his captain is finally back to normal and explains what happened. Our MC doesn't know that Love is aware of everything that happened when Love number 2 took over her body. Jigu says he had a hard time since it is hard for him to attack his one and only captain. He also adds that he can't do anything against her since she also became a unique boss whose character will reset if she dies. Ju, once again, expresses his relief, but Love doesn't respond to any of his ramblings. Hugh sighs again and asks her if she's crying right now because of him. Love continues to cry, with tears dripping from her face. She then tells him how her celebrity life started from a young age, how she went through a lot of things because of her parents, and how this led her to close herself from the world. Was only after a while that S.A. Rang managed to pick her life back up and rejoin the entertainment world. As S.A. Ranghun, everyone knows of her, but because of her life, she doesn't know how to talk with a man or what means to date. She says that her upbringing might be why she is bad at expressing herself. She recalls how she constantly yells and unleashes her anger at undies. Love is well aware of how she's been acting like a child and explains that her emotional age has been stuck at 5 years old. So for Love, it was hard for her honestly express her feelings, but she is well aware of the fact that she really likes undies. This surprises Ju, and Love finally looks at him and once again admits how much she likes Ju, Tears continue to fall as Love says this to Ju. Hawkeye and the other users are watching from where they are. Everyone is curious about what is happening since the fighting stopped and how the brave warrior and Love seem to be talking. Hawkeye, being the gossip that he is, wants to get close to listen to their conversation. But as Hawkeye said this, his viewers quickly shut his idea down. Hawkeye then laughs it off, saying there is no way he is really doing something like that. Phew, good thing they can't hear what's happening with our MC and Love in real life. Manager watches Hawkeye's livestream, worried for SA Rang. Back in the game, Love recounts how she confessed her love to Ju at the beach before. She says that she didn't receive an answer. But SA Rang let it go, since she didn't want to rush Ju. She admits that she is afraid of how Ju might reject her, and how this will crush her entire world. She says she let it go because she also enjoyed the time she spent with him. Tears fall to the ground as she recalls how Roach Lady and Unmiss kissed. Looking down, she asks for Ji-Yo's answer and asks if it is all right for her to like him. Ji-Yo blushes at the confession, but this breaks his head as he wonders how Captain Love could possibly like someone like him. He suddenly sweats as he recalls her previous confession, wondering if it really wasn't a joke. Ju thinks about how they play like usual, so our MC thought it was just a joke. Still thinking that way, Ju forces a smile. He tells Captain Love to stop joking. These words only make Love cry more. Ju freaks out, since this situation is confusing him too much. Captain Love is SA Ranghan, a famous celebrity in music, ACTING, TV shows or promoting, and whichever form of media it may be. There is no denying how famous she is. Could that SA Rang hand a fall for a guy like him? His left speechless, darn it. MC, you're downing yourself too much. You're blind to what Sarong sees in you. Luna shivers with glee as she watches this, thinking that Nuke is doing a great job of his reactions. Luna hopes that Ju would take that last step to push Love further into oblivion. Ju awkwardly laughs as he scratches his head. It shows in his face how much his head has finally broken down. He laughs at this matter as some sort of nonsense. He is still confused about what they saw Rang Hun can see in someone like him to make things light. He claims that Captain Love is only acting right now and pulling his leg as a prank. Ju laughs, saying it would never work on him. Tears continue to fall from Love's eyes, her heart shattering into pieces with every word and reaction coming from Ju. To make matters worse, Luna decides that this is the perfect time for her to butt in, as she claims that Nu's reaction is the realistic response to this situation. She smiles, claiming that it was only a coincidence that Noob met the user, who happens to be a famous celebrity in real life. And this star ends up falling for Noob. As if it wasn't enough, Luna pushes another dagger with her words, claiming that this doesn't make any sense, since it's so childish and cliché, and no one would believe it, even if it were true. Luna, smilingly, looks at Noob, asking him to agree. Since Ju is confused, he agrees with what Luna just said, and adds how unrealistic it is. As a last push, Luna clings to Ju and says that love means the couple must match just like her and Noob. Not thinking clearly, Ju hesitantly agrees with what Luna just said. I'm sorry, but can I just kill her MC? That might fix his brain somehow. The tears never stop, pouring out from Love's eyes, as if understanding how everything stands. She musters up all she has to smile and thank Ju for his answer to her confession. This being the last straw, the system announces how the requirements to awaken as the sin of envy have been fulfilled. A blast of red light flashes from Love, confusing our idiotic MC more. Luna smiles and shivers with delight at how things are finally happening, how she wants them to be. I don't like it when Luna gets her way, but I still can't help but think that she's doing everything for a greater reason. Red fluid gushes out from Love as she floats up high in the air. The fluid increases, and it covers Love completely. Those who didn't understand what was happening were filled with horror. The red fluid sphere suddenly falls to the ground with a loud splat. Ju calls for Captain Love, and the solidified red substance cracks open in half. Bright red light bursts from the broken sphere, while Luna explains that this is Love's annihilation skill. The burst of red light is divided into numerous lights, like a red fountain. But this red fountain is deadly, as each beam hits the ground. The mass explosion slays a lot of users. and running away is not even an option. Jiu watches as this happens, while Luna smiles. Jiu calls for Captain Love, but Luna tells him that the thing before him is no longer love. The big lump of the red substance causing destruction is now the sin of envy. Jiu looks at the red thing, thinking how Captain Love could turn into a monster you are handed, making her into this. The sign of envy opens up and unleashes another attack of annihilation. Jiu uses Swing Up to deflect it, causing a big explosion, but instead of disappearing into space, the big burst of annihilation divided itself and fell into the lands of Chrono. Explosions boomed everywhere, and Jiu clenched his teeth, thinking of Captain Love. No point in feeling frustrated now. Luna admits how she knew things would be amazing, since having the Demon King become the sin of envy means there can be a continuous release of the annihilation skill. It won't even be cancelled out, even if NOOB attacks. She smiles as she asks what new plans to do now, since letting love as is will destroy the human realm. She adds that love can't return to her original form now that she is completely fused with the sin of envy, explaining that is a unique trait of the sin. Luna kept on talking, claiming she was worried for love and how she couldn't do anything, even if she logged out of the game, saying that there is no other way out. Luna suggests that Nu should end love with his own hands. This instigator is really smooth. With a dark face, Jiu says he will, making Luna extremely happy with his decision. Then Jiu tells Luna to stay put, since he plans to do the same to her. Just like that, Jiu disappears, leaving Luna, who sadly smiles, saying that is all she wished for. Jiu appears before the sin of envy and apologizes to Captain Love. He swings his wooden stick against the enemy, claiming that he will make sure that Captain Love won't be in pain. But the attack our MC didn't defeat his enemy. The sin of envy appears above him, preparing to release another annihilation skill. Jiu was surprised at how it survived, but the enemy doesn't care about his thoughts and shoots out a red beam too late to evade. Jiu uses 1,000,000 strikes against the annihilation skill, but just like what happened before, the annihilation skill divides into numerous beams and drops to the ground. Jiu expected this to happen and intended to break each of them before it even landed on the ground. So once again, our MC uses 1,000,000 strikes, and each annihilation beam explodes mid-air. Luna looks at the fireworks, enjoying herself, since it is similar to watching apocalypse unfold before her eyes. Yeah, an apocalypse of your own doing. Luna looks beside her where God is. God says that the planet is not so weak that it can be ended just like this. Luna then reminds him about how Nu destroyed the planet before, like cold water splashed into him in. God agrees and says that Jiu is just too OP. God then claims that you should step in and play the part of a guard. Luna looks at him curiously and sighs as she asks why God is in the human realm, since he is supposed to be busy doing stuff for the ending. God smiles, saying it is too early to talk about the end. Luna asks what he means, and if the sin of envy hasn't completed her duty yet. God says that the sin of envy has fulfilled it already with the help of the explosions from earlier. He then explains that they still need to see how this fight will end, because there won't be an ending if the sin of envy wins. Luna laughs at this, saying that Nu won't lose. God smiles and tells Luna to keep a close eye on this battle, because the sin of envy is stronger than Luna has ever imagined. The sin of envy and Jiu face each other. Jiu is perplexed to how he isn't leaving any scratches on it, despite the numerous hits he has already unleashed. He ponders if a monster before him has self-healing abilities or is able to dodge despite its size. Jiu sighs and says he has no choice. He then disappears and stands on top of the sin of envy. Jiu claims that you should just get close and crack its skull. The sin of envy shudders at the threat and, true to his word, Jiu smashes his wooden stick on the top of the monster. True to his word, the attack cracks the sin of envy's head open, making it screech. Jiu mocks the monster, but then his enemy retaliates by eating up Jiu as it reforms itself. God smiles widely as he says, "This is the sin of envy's unique attribute, which fuses itself with the target and steals everything from it." Wait, do you mean the sin of envy has eaten up not only Captain Love, but also our MC? But don't you think this kind of thing would be nothing against our MC's healing factor? God continues to explain how the cinnamon the envies hates and denies its target, and ends it by stealing everything from its target. God still smiles widely, saying how love had her whole body stolen by the sin of envy this way. It adds how it can even fuse itself with literally anything, whether it is living or not. But when a big blast of attack comes from the sin of envy, God flinches and sweats, saying that is how it is supposed to go. The red sphere, that is the sin of envy, is once again cracked open. With our MC really irritated at how he got swallowed, he lifts his wooden stick, saying that the monster should be ready to pay up for what it just did. Ju smashes the monster with his weapon, throwing the monster off him. Ju flies off to where it is, and smacks it once more. This injures the sin of envy, but Ju doesn't hesitate to activate Speed of Light to continuously attack his enemy. The monster cracks, and Jiyo announces the fun, ollie as he brings down his weapon one more time. The sin of envy crashes to the ground. The two spectators are still together chatting. Luna sighs as she asks about God's claims and comments how the sin of envy looks like it is the weakest sin. Don't talk, please, you're just raising a flag. Ji looks down, thinking, is finally over. But something sparkles from below, catching Gus' eyes. The sin of envy is back in its liquid blob form and wriggles on the ground. Ju sighs, thinking how the monster is holding on for dear life, despite getting all beaten up. But the sin of envy wriggles and decreases, somehow, disappearing into the crack on the ground. These actions confuse not only Ju, but also Luna. And God says, this is the scary thing about the sin of envy. Its ability to fuse with anything, the red liquid stuff suddenly increases and wriggles on the ground. As Ji watches in shock, God declares that the sin of envy chose to fuse itself at the Chrono continent. The sin of envy recovers itself now that it has merged with the land of Chrono. Ji watches the monster get big, wondering how big it could get. It could probably get bigger, depending on what it chooses to fuse with. The rising red liquid solidifies itself and turns into a monstrous form of Leviathan, the sea dragon. Ji wonders if this is the sin of envy's true form. He looks at Leviathan and sees his shadow on top of its head. As Ju looks closely, he finds Captain Love with half of her body submerged on the top of the enemy. Unable to control this glee, God laughs hard for some time. He states that now that they've reached this point, he tells Luna that they should really enjoy this show together. God wonders out loud what his little friend will do, since this battle will determine if Ju will open the door or not. God and Luna are good co-conspirators. They're both twisted in their own way. Ji looks at Captain Love, who was on top of the sea dragon. There was a sudden flap of wings behind Ju, and it was Eurus who called him, led to see his master. Eurus jumped onto Ju's head, declaring his arrival. Eurus ruffles Gus' hair as he says that he is done dropping Star to a safe area. Ju tells Eurus to get his foot off his mouth, displeased at how it is being ignored. Leviathan nudges Ju with its body. The attack makes Ju fly off to the ground with a crash. Ju complained since he was talking when the monster attacked. Eurus flies to where Ju is and asks if he is okay. Ju answers that he is and admits that he is mainly irritated at the cheap attacks of the enemy. He not waiting for Ju to recover. Sea driving uses annihilation. And Ju is pissed too. How is using that skill again. He declares that he will crack its head open. But Ju suddenly stops when he remembers how Captain Love is on the head of that monster. Instead of attacking, Ju brings down his weapon. Well, I'm happy our MC's hesitation. That's still a bad move, in a sense. This surprises Eurus, wondering what is wrong with Ju. The monster unleashes annihilation on Ju, and our MC does nothing to deflect or defend against it. Seeing that Ju won't do anything, Eurus flies off to safety. The impact of the attack causes a big explosion, throwing Eurus off and tumbling to the ground. Eurus survives the attack somehow, thanking the fact that his body is not only cute, but also bouncy, LOL. Eurus finally gets enlightened on the advantages of his current form. Eurus then sits up and looks for Ju. Eurus can tell that the annihilation skill is more condensed magic power this time, and there is a possibility that Ju didn't survive that attack. Eurus calls for Ju, worried that he might be gone for good. The smoke dissipates, and Eurus finally finds Ju. Eurus expresses his happiness at how Ju is safe despite that strong attack. But Ju doesn't say anything, and Eurus asks him if there is any problem. He asks why Ju would stop his counter-attack, and if this concerns Captain Love, who is on top of the sea dragon. Gus' face is dark as he admits that he doesn't know. Don't rush him too much. Eurus, our MC, still needs time to take it all in and process his emotions and thoughts. G recalls how Luna mentioned that Love might be sad for killing all those humans, even though it was not her intention. She even told Ju and Love with his own hands. And he replied that he plans to do that. Ju clenches his weapon and shudders as he tells Eurus how he has already decided to kill Captain Love, and yet he really can't bring himself to do it. Hearing Ju admit this, Eurus smiles with a smug look on his face. Oh yeah, our leader for this, OTP, is showing his approval as well. Ju sees the look on Eurus' face, asking, "What's with his face?" Eurus continues to smile while saying that Ju sounds like he is in love. Ju blushes at Eurus' words and pulls on Eurus' face. He yells at Eurus to stop the jokes, since this matter before them is serious. Still, Eurus only laughs at him, saying, Ju shouldn't be shy, since Ju isn't acting like himself, and has been dragging this for a long time. Eurus adds that if it was a different time, Ju would have already defeated the sea dragon. No doubt about that. Ju continues to blush, unable to refute Eurus. He continues pulling on Eurus' face while Eurus asks him if Ju and Captain Love are now dating. Ju tells Eurus to shut up, since Eurus already knows that it is not the case. He reminds Eurus that Love is a famous celebrity in real life, so there's no way she would even consider him that way. Darn it, I'll take Captain Love for myself if you're going to keep on denying her feelings for you. G recalls his conversation with Captain Love and tells Eurus that even before he appeared, that conversation was long over. Eurus then says that everything is fine. He concludes that Ju should crack the enemy open if the sea dragon is a mix of Captain Love and the sin of envy. Jiu's face darkens, and he lets go of Uru's face as he says that he is already planning to do that. But Ju hesitates when he thinks of Captain Love. Out of nowhere, a sweet potato is shoved into Ju's mouth. This makes Ju stop thinking as he stares at Eurus, who did the shoving. He asks Eurus what it is and Eurus explains that he got it from Star. Ju eats the sweet potato as Eurus tells him to eat up and stop overthinking things. He says that Ju should just beat his enemy to clear his head, since thinking really only works for intelligent people, and Ju doesn't fall under that category. LOL, I don't know if Eurus is encouraging him or dissing him. Our MC takes it as an encouragement in size. Ju says that Eurus is absolutely right. He squashes the leftover sweet potato in his hand and spits out the sweet potato skin in his mouth. Ju then grabs his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick and faces the sea dragon, claiming that he is now charged up. He immediately uses swing up against Leviathan, making the monster hissed. The monster drops down and slithers toward Ju for an attack. Ju comments on how fast it is and how it was able to dodge the explosion of his attack. He says that, aside from Hurricane, not counting Buttman, the sea dragon is the first to dodge his attack. What then that makes Leviathan the second or third enemy to avoid it? The sea dragon charges, but Ju evades and jumps to the enemy's head. With a devilish look on his face, Ju claims that he would once again be going to get close to hit him. Just like that, he smacks the sea dragon up into the air. Ju jumps up and strikes again. Our MC continuously moves in the direction of the sea dragon and hits on it. Leviathan gets thrashed midair because of Ju constant attacks. Eurus clings to Ju's cape as Ju moves from place to place and asks why Ju won't go for Captain Love instead, since she is sticking out from the sea dragon's head like a big hit. Eurus adds that Captain Love might be the weak spot of the monster. Ju looks at Eurus with disgust, asking if he wants to play whack-a-mole with his captain. Eurus smiles and blushes, saying that Ju could do that. Then smugly adds that he actually hopes that Ju would kiss Captain Lun instead. Woohoo, that's it, leader. Make our MC kiss Love. Also, thanks for this image, even though it was all in your imagination, with his lips pouting. Eurus claims that this is the surefire method of awakening the female lead. Cape even Eurus approves of Love as the FL for this story. He adds that it must be a wet French kiss to ensure she awakens. Ju shuts Eurus up by grabbing his face. Ju tosses Eurus off, skeptical at how a kiss would awaken the female lead. Since this story is no fairy tale, Ju activates one of his unique attributes, the soul of the sword, and it levels up and adds a new skill. Jiu uses the strike with both hands, which is apparently alleged sword skill, against the sea dragon. This causes a more enormous explosion that reaches into space. Jiu-s claiming that's the end of the final sin. God smirks as well and says that is not the case. He then points up above, reminding them of its unique attribute to fuse with anything home. I wonder if our MC can even hear him. Jiu looks up with shock as he sees the sin of envy fuse itself to the moon. Like its previous spherical form, the sin of envy cracks open its mouth and charges toward the planet where Jiu is. Jiu glares at its approach, while Eurus panics at this development. Unlike Eurus, Jiu breaks off into his smile, saying that the sin of envy dares to break a planet in front of him. Our MC then announces that he will do more than that. With a flash of bright light, Jiu activates the 8 mirrors skill, the mirror of expansion, just like before. Jiu expands based on his maximum amount of mana. Yeah, we'll see that form again. The sin of enemy is surprised at the rising appearance of Jiu. As it stands atop the planet, deeming it not enough, Jiu activates another skill, the Soul of the Giant, increasing his damage and attack range by 1000%, having fused these two skills. Jiu claims that he is now past breaking planets and will be breaking the universe. Jiu then strikes with his wooden stick, and the explosion from it reaches the sin of envy. The enemy gets destroyed into smithereens, leaving nothing of its small, red liquid behind. The body of love floats in space, still unconscious. A hand grabs her shoulder, and Jiu carries her bridal style of the look of fondness. He tells her that it is now time for them to head home. Jiu then flies back to the planet where the Earth is deeply marked by his footprints. The Adventurers Guild is a prominent place in any gaming fantasy platform. This is where characters can register as adventurers, take certification exams, rank up, tick requests and game rewards, and in Chrono Life, this is also the place where information is exchanged. Hence, users visit this place almost on a daily basis. Though we haven't really seen our MC head to this place. A flash of wind swirls in the air has meant Choco claims that there is something wrong. She complains about how things have become quiet after the battle with the Heavenly Realm and the fight between the brave warrior and love. She then looks at Mr. PT, asking for his agreement. Mr. PT takes a bite from a lump of big meat and then laughs. He asks what they should feel weird about when it is preferable when things are at peace. He then enumerates what makes Chrono Life. Minshako asks if Mr. PT has always been this laid back, and says she requested to be friends because she found him funny. Mr. PT only laughs as he apologizes for bursting her bubble. Mr. PT finishes his drink, and then gets serious in their talk. He tells Mint Chaka to think about why strange things seem to be happening in one go. He recalls how there was Hurricane of Veracity up to the latest event of the sin of envy. He says that these main quests were never revealed, yet all of these were accomplished almost instantaneously. And we all know who was behind all these events. Bored, Mint Chaka admits that it was strange since most online games would release it through updates that would take half a year to 1 year. Mr. PT says that having the main story move this fast wouldn't be suitable for the game developers since they won't be able to make much money. He explains that with a longer lifespan, the developers would be able to secure a steady stream of income. For Chrono Life to do the opposite is what is strange here. Minchaka realizes that Mr. PT is right about this matter, and she sighs as she says that this is the fault of the brave warrior, since he is busy finishing those main quests at a fast rate. I wish everyone else also knew who started these events so they would stop thinking that everything is our MC's fault. Mr. PT laughs at this and comments on how unlucky the game developers of Chrono Life are. The big thud sounds outside the Adventurers Guild and users are claimed ring for some reason. Mr. PT laughs hard as he claims that Mint Chaka is lucky that her wish has been answered. Mint Chaka worriedly looks outside, wondering if this is good or bad. She and Mr. PT head out to check what is happening. She looks up and finds a humongous I like being looking down upon them from the sky. Doesn't this look like one of the Goddess of Life summons? With this foreboding shade of green in the sky and a big eye looking at them, the users only have one thought. The Chrono continent is definitely ending in real life. Serving is in her bed, ignoring her plushy undies. As she recalls what happened inside the game, she suddenly cringes as she remembers how she confessed to undies. She then flails around, throwing off her blanket as she dies from embarrassment. So Rang starts punching her undies merch. Then her question of asking for permission to like undies was repeated by So Rang's manager, so Rang yells for her to stop. But her manager doesn't listen and continues to repeat Lo's previous lines. S.A. Rang is horrified and continuously tells her to stop. S.A. Rang yells and throws stuff at her manager, saying how she doesn't even know what really happened, since no one heard about what happened. Since they were far from the other users at that time, the manager claims that anyone could tell what was happening back then. Even if they didn't hear with all the crying after seeing that kiss, it's a wonder why rumors are not flying around already. The manager then asks S.A. Rang about her plan to date after 3 years, and asks if S.A. Rang finally got tired of waiting, which is why she confessed him. S.A. Rang then recalls what she said to her manager from chapter 36 and falls silent. She blushes as she says that was the plan. But when she sees what happened back in the game, S.A. Rang tears up as she recalls that scene. She cries hard as she hugs her undies stuffed toy, her manager sighs of her crying state. But S.A. Rang speaks up, reminding her manager about the kiss. The manager looks at her charge fondly and tells her not to think too much of the things that occurred within the game. Comforting S.A. Rang, her manager says kissing in the game is nothing but having pixels rub lips against one another. This somehow comforts S.A. Rang, and her manager tells her to stop crying and just focus on claiming undies' first kiss in real life. I hope this happens real soon. This snaps S.A. Rang to reality, and she agrees with her manager. S.A. Rang compliments her manager for the dating advice, despite them being both clueless about dating. Not that it matters, since even RMC is clueless about this stuff, now that S.A. Rang is back to normal. Her manager asks what her plans are, since she hasn't logged back into the game ever since that thing happened. The manager tells S.A. Rang that she doesn't have any gigs for the day, and she can use this time to log in and see undies instead of hugging that doll of hers. S.A. Rang thinks about it and agrees. But the doorbell suddenly rings. It continuously rings without stopping. And it is Jiu who is at the door. S.A. Rang and her manager are shocked to find Jiu outside. Jiu calls for Captain Love, asking if they can talk. S.A. Rang can't hide her surprise and screams and speaks softly as she asks why he is there. Her manager tells S.A. Rang to calm down and says this is an excellent position for her. She describes how those who approach first are the one who likes the other more. She adds that having undies approach her means he worries for her, and S.A. Rang takes note of this on her phone. Her manager tells her that this is So Rang's opportunity to catch undies. S.A. Rang excitedly agrees and decides to head off to the door and meet undies. But before she could walk off, manager grabbed her by the hood and asked if she planned to see undies in her sweats with a glint in her eyes. Manager tells S.A. Rang that she must don the proper armor. Good call, manager. Love has almost forgotten to use her looks to charm RMC. Yeah receives a message from S.A. Rang telling him to wait and that she be out soon. He looks at his phone, thinking that she will soon answer her door, since it has been 10 minutes since she sent him the message. The entrance to S.A. Rang place creaks open, and Jiu asks if Captain Love is now ready. He adds that he has his car ready down at the lobby, so they should go down. But he stops talking and blushes when he sees S.A. Rang come out. S.A. Rang tucks her hair behind an ear and looks up at Jiu saying they can go now. Ji-Yo-Yo continues to blush, and his heart beats loudly upon seeing her. He slightly stammers as he agrees. Jiu drives his blue sports car with its hood down. Both of them are blushing, and Jiu sweats. As he decides to make small talk about the weather, they look at each other for a bit, but they both get awkwardly silent. S.A. Rang also sweats as she reminds Jiu that he should call her by her name instead of Captain Love in real life. Jiu recalls this happening in chapter 22 and agrees that he should. They once again fall into an awkward silence. Jiu tries to call her by her name, but ends up saying S.A. Rang's full name. S.A. Rang laughs at this and tells him to just call her Sarong. Jiu tries out again and finally calls her S.A. Rang. Finally, some progress. This makes her heart beat fast. She bites her lips at first. Then she smiles as she asks Jiu what it is, calling him by his first name. This makes Jiu's heart beat loudly once more, and they look away from one another. He awkwardly laughs at how having her call him other than Unmiss was unexpected. S.A. Rang says she wants to lighten the mood, since they are not in the game. They both fell silent once more, but both of their hearts were clearly beating so loud. Too bad our leader for this OTP is not seeing this development. Ju tries to get over the silence and finally tells her that he wants to ask her about something. S.A. Rang asks him what it is, and Ju says is about how she confessed to him inside the game. He asks if S.A. Rang is serious about it. This question catches S.A. Rang off guard, stabbing her right in the heart. Ji blushes and sweats, confirming if she meant it as a joke. He explains that he has no experience being in that kind of relationship, so he is terrible at telling if that was a joke. Still blushing, S.A. Rang says that Ju got it wrong, since she's being serious about it. This makes Ju pause and silent as he recalls how he reacted to S.A. Rang's confession. He then apologizes for how he behaved, and says he never thought that the S.A. Rang Hun would see him in that light, describing himself as a nobody makes S.A. Rang sad, and tells him that he shouldn't put himself down. She then reminds him of how our MC said similar words to her before. So Rang comments on how confident Ju is inside the game, which is really different from how the acts shy now. But it does make sense if our MC sees his in-game as another persona of his. Gus' face darkens, and the car screeches to a stop. He announces that they reached their destination. S.A. Rang looks around, asking where they are since she thought they would go to the beach like last time. Ju smiles, saying they are in the low-cost district, the place where he used to live. S.A. Rang curiously looks around and says how she thought they were neighbors all along. Ju sighs as he admits that an ordinary guy like him can't afford to live in such a place. He then tells her how he had just moved in when he brought a cake to her place. This occurred back in Chapter 12. Ju explains how he used to live in a tiny studio apartment until he reached the age of 21. Ju invites her to come in, and S.A. Rang nationally agrees. Realizing her simple answer got her all surprised. Inside Jiu's old place, S.A. Rang heart beats fast as she thinks about how the two of them are alone in that place. Ju suddenly curses about the lack of drinking water in that place and asks if S.A. Rang wants him to get some coffee for them. S.A. Rang says it's okay and reassures Ju by saying that she actually likes tap water straight from the faucet. S.A. Rang drinks the water offered by Ju, while Ju thinks about how this is the first time he has met someone who likes to drink tap water. He sighs and smiles as he watches S.A. Rang drink the water. He looks away and reveals how he wants to show this place to her. He then says that he wants to tell her his story. Finally, after 60 chapters, we're now finally learning more about our MC. Ju admits that he feels like it is cringe now that he's about to do so. He says that his story is not that fascinating, and S.A. Rang might not even be curious about it. S.A. Rang blushes as she says that she is curious, and adds how Ju never really told her anything about himself until that moment. She fondly smiles at him as she admits how she wants to hear his story from him. This makes Ju blush, but his reaction changes when S.A. Rang pulls out her phone and starts recording him. If it was me, I would also record it on my phone. Ju blushes again as he sighs. He admits how he really doesn't like talking about himself to others, and it is rare for him to do so. Ji recalls how he told his story to Star, though that story lacks his real life. He mentions S.A. Rang's comment on how he always puts himself down, and says that the reason he does so is that he is a complete nobody in real life. Ju describes himself as someone who is not notably handsome or tall. He admits that his grades are not that great, and he is not even that good when it comes to sports, and if based on the place he lived in, he's also not well off. Ju says he would only be bronze 4 if he ranks himself based on game tire. By the school grading system, he would be a C or a D. He says he is at the bottom of the pyramid. When it comes to his family, his parents are busy working, so he has always left on his own since he was young. He says he never pitted himself since his parents would even give him money or tell him to keep his head up. He knows that there are those who are at a worse state than him, but nonetheless, Ju says that his life is boring. Oh, this is why we haven't seen any of our MC's family members. He suddenly starts crying. Kaiji tears as he expresses heartbreak when his parents stopped supporting him financially when turned 18. He admits that they did send him some money occasionally, but he must still work 2 to 3 part-time jobs to make up for his living expenses. He tells S.A. Rang how he spent his daily life busy and tired from work. It was already a routine for him. But it all changed when he looked up and saw the virtual reality arcade. He had never played them before, though he did play mobile and PC games before. Playing VR was crazy expensive back when he was a kid, so he ended up coming inside the arcade and inquired about the latest popular game. Ju starts playing Chrono Life at that time. The new place and numerous users around him excited him for the first time in a long time. It beginner clothes and a wooden stick for a weapon. Ju smiles at the new world before him. It was at that moment that a new version of him was born. S.A. Rung raises her hand and asks Ji if his IGN is peace and not undies. Seriously, S.A. Rang, you're the one who forgot his IGN and stuck with calling Ji undies. Ji confirms that his character's name is Peace. He asks if S.A. Rung really didn't know since they've been together in a party, right from the time they first met. Se Rung explains that Ji's profile was set to private, so his name won't really appear, even if they're together in a party. S.A. Rung says that most players wouldn't really add others whose profiles are set to private. Because of this, she thought of him as a complete newbie. But for Ju it only means that his secretly odd persona was still a success if it managed to fool Captain Love. This reaction only irritates S.A. Rang, and she scolds Ji. She physically reminds him that she should never lie to her ever again. What a way to show affection. She finally stops as she thinks of Ji's IG and her lips curl up to his smile, as she considers how perfect the love and peace combination is. Ju recovers from S.A. Rang's assault and asks if she said anything. She says it's nothing and urges Ju to continue his story. Ju continues and tells how he actively chose to live a different life within the game. Even though he was at the bottom tier, Ji didn't mind and just did whatever he wanted. He gets into fights despite his low level and never holds back from saying what he wants. Wait a minute, that's the same guy he hit with his stick the first time he got reinforced to plus 99. Not caring for the consequences led Ju to receive backlash for his actions, being the type who does whatever he wants, even when building up his character. That's why others get pissed at how he's playing the game. Eventually, people kicked him out or stopped accepting him into their party. But this treatment doesn't affect our MC. Instead, he curses and ignores them. Ju smiles as he tells S.A. Rang that games are meant to be enjoyed. Putting up with people inside the game on top of those who are already in real life is nonsense for Ji. He does not conform to the norm and instead enjoys things his way. This type of mindset slowly changed him in real life as well. He used to run away from reality, but now he has changed so much that he can willingly tell his story to others. Yep, he started with Star. Now he's also sharing his story with S.A. Rang. Ji admits that a small part of his past self is still within him, which is why he puts himself down whenever he becomes the center of the topic. He adds that this is also why you can't imagine how anyone would like him. He scratched his head already, assuming that S.A. Rang must be disappointed for liking a loser like him. This, of course, was immediately rejected by S.A. Rang. She assures Ju that she's not disappointed in the fact that he's sharing his story with her like this makes her happy. Her sudden movement to get close to Ju causes her to slip and tumble forward. S.A. Rung was a bit hurt and surprised, and Ju asked if she was alright. The two have fallen into yet another awkward position, which screams Chapter 21 all over again. S.A. Rung accidentally grabbed Ji's shirt, exposing him when they fell. The two are so close that they are literally breathing the same air. Like the go-getter, S.A. Rang as her reason snaps, making Ju flinch. Ju tries to make her think things over, but S.A. Rang ignores this and grabs Ju's arm and shoulder into a hold, literally pinning him down with her astounding strength from idol training. I didn't know idols could be this strong. Ju struggles and tries to calm her down, but these thoughts fly all over when he sees S.A. Rung closing in. His heart starts beating loud and fast. Just like S.A. Rung's heart, the two blushing fools gaze at each other, and Ju stutters as he weakly tries to stop her. It's the modern world. People gone are the days when men have to woo women. Nowadays, a woman has to pin down the man to get him. Their lips almost touched, but they were stopped by a horrendous figure outside the window. Apparently, the person who is stopping them from progressing further is none other than S.A. Rung's manager. They were so shaken that the two fools screamed their hearts out while holding onto each other. LOL. This reminds me of that Junji Ito-like scene from the True Beauty Manhua. S.A. Rang's manager tells them to stop, even though she struggles to maintain her balance while wearing heels on the edge, just literally outside the 3rd floor. This horrific scene completely stopped the two fools from thinking any sort of romantic thoughts. Right after that, it got scolded by the manager. She scolds S.A. Rang for her indecency. And S.A. Rang even tries to lie her way out of the situation. Her manager strictly reminds her that if their lips even touched, there will be a literal punishment for those who don't know. The age of consent in South Korea is 20 years. S.A. Rang sweats as she is reminded how lucky they are that manager was there to stop them in time. S.A. Rang finally admits her mistake. And now manager goes ahead and scolds Ju for not thinking things through, being a wimp, and how he can't even say no properly. The scolding took long. It was already nighttime when they returned home. Manager yells at S.A. Rang to wrap it up already, while Ju waves goodbye to her blushing. S.A. Rang dashes in for a hug, surprising Ju. Our MC blushes at the contact, while S.A. Rang says she enjoyed spending the day with him. As she turns back, she tells him that she meet him later in Chrono Life and appropriately calls him by his real name this time. Wow, after so many chapters, she finally calls him by his real name. Seeing her this way got Jiu's heart thumping loudly once more. The door to S.A. Rang's place shuts, but Jiu still hasn't recovered from the heart thumping scene. Inside her place, S.A. Rang's heart beats loudly, and even her whole body is shaking. But she snaps out of her thoughts when she finds her manager's scary look. Her manager creepily asks who told her to hug him, and S.A. Rang cries that she could explain like a zombie out for human flesh. The manager gets close to S.A. Rang and grabs her, and the look on her instantly changes into a proud one that was a complete 180. Manager compliments S.A. Rang for doing a great job in making sure that the guy she likes would fall for her. Then she reminds S.A. Rang that she can only hug him at most further than that is not allowed. S.A. Rang agrees with her manager and molds over those words. She stares at her VR console and concludes she can do more than just hug Ju within Chrono Life. She laughs as she recalls her manager's words about how things happening in the game are not real. Thinking that those were a mere foreshadowing of what was about to happen, this girl is turning into someone devious. Wearing the console, Sirang plops into her bed, her heart beating so loud and fast. Yelling the Chrono Life is the best, she finally logs into the game. In the unit across S.A. Rang's, Ju recalls the hug. His heart is racing as he remembers S.A. Rang's last words to him. He held on to the game console and thought about how S.A. Rang called him using his real name. With that, he lies on the sofa with a console in his head. The device checks his identity with his face still red, and just like S.A. Rang, he yells how Chrono Life is the best. My ship is really sailing now. The game welcomes Peace, and Eurus greets him right after he gets login. Peace, our MC greets him back acting like everything is normal. He comments on how Eurus does the same pose whenever he logs in. Eurus begs to differ, saying it's an entirely different pose. Eurus complains that he put in some research on those poses while Peace pulls on his cheeks. Peace admits he's only messing with him and continues the fan service by stretching Eurus' face. Love arrives and clears her throat to get Peace's attention. She comments on how he log in immediately. She's about to call them undies, but quickly corrects herself and calls him Peace instead. You've heard that, right? We'll call our MC by his proper IGN. From this moment forward, Peace's heart starts racing at Love's arrival. Captain Love greets Eurus, and Peace finally lets go of Eurus' cheeks. Eurus greets the Demon King, asking how she's been since it has been some time since they saw each other. The two made small talk, while Peace continued to blush. Looking at Love only reminds him of how beautiful she is, and that any user passing by can't help but stare at her. Peace tries to shrug it off, but he still can't help but mull over the fact that he's so wrong-hand like someone like him. A voice tells him to stop thinking that way, reassuring him of his own charm. Peace appreciates the compliment. After a short pause of loading, it only registered to them that Star arrived. Finally, the voice of reason appears. Star greets them, and Eurus swing the dragon around. Star stops playing with Eurus and compliments Love for getting prettier simultaneously. Peace pats Eurus on the back with a fist to ease the motion sickness. Star stares at Love and glances at Peace. She then crouches beside Peace and whispers how sneaky has become. She continues teasing him while murmuring and ends in by asking if Heat and Love got some alone time back in real life. Peace is surprised that Star can tell, but Star simply chucks it off as a woman's intuition. They finally stand up, and Star recalls that some guests were looking for them. Love and Peace are both surprised, and Star says that those guests are waiting for them at the inn they went to before. Star leads them to the inn, and Love wonders who it could be. Eurus and Peace each munch on a piece of meat as they walk together. This oddly reminds me of that ancient lizard anthropomorph steak that they were munching on back in chapter 39. They soon reach the room where Peace's guests are waiting. Star opens the door to the inn's room, and inside are Riot and Lior. Peace greets them and gets right to the point of their visit. Riot also gets serious and says that in the last episode of Chrono Life, it would need the heavenly realm, demon realm, human realm, and the strongest dungeon, the nest of UR is. Right now, the beings representing the authority of these places are all within that room. Riot announces that clearing the last episode of Chrono Life requires these regions join forces. Peace and UR is continue to munch on their meat, clearly unimpressed with what Riot just said. Riot says this is serious and the world's fate depends on this. So he can't be picky and accept whatever help he can get. The sign of sloth remembers something essential and walks to where Peace is. Peace asks what Riot is talking about, and he and Love get surprised when Riot makes a grab down there. Our MC being our MC makes a face that I don't even want to describe anymore. Riot pulls his hand away while Star doesn't have any idea what's happening, since our good captain is covering her eyes. Riot says he knows he can be heard and tells someone to come out. He calls out for the leader of the ancient anthropomorphs, a dragon of the North Pole of Endor. Peace's face completely changes when the dragon lodging in his briefs finally makes a reappearance. The anthropomorph then speaks up, saying he'll take over the explanation. What's with this Manhua? Why can't they make a VTuber cute like Eurus or something? Ego-ranked equipment is a weapon or armor that has been enchanted with an ego, and it is known as the highest level of equipment in Chrono Life. As explained before, once a piece of equipment receives an ego, its durability becomes infinite, so aside from our MCs, plus 99 reinforced wooden stick, the same rank applies to his briefs, despite the 0 defense. Yep, it's useless, in a sense, but it also means it'll never get destroyed. Avengers, head popping out of there, looks ridiculously gross that everyone in the room is quiet. Star asks what's happening and why her eyes must be covered. Love assures her that it is for Star's own protection. The Dragon of the North speaks once more and tells the story of the first continent of Chrono Life. Hearing a low voice from there, Peace doesn't understand how to feel about it, and once again, makes a face that would like to punch. Let's momentarily ignore our MC and focus on what Aventador has to share. Aventador explains that the continent of Chrono existed, even before ancient times. The Blessed Land only knows of peace, and its species coexist harmoniously. There were humans, elves, dwarves, anthropomorphs, and dragons. Of course, more species lived on this land, but everyone got along well despite this. And the one watching over them is their god. God loved the content of Chrono as well as the whole universe. Hesitate 389 is a star famous for its beauty across for galaxies. Wait for galaxies. Can we expect more content out of this game? Back to the story. This was the place that Mother loved the most. But the peace in the land didn't last long. People waged wars completely overthrown the peace that once filled the continent of Chrono. God saw this and finally made his decision as he blasted energy into the air, heading in multiple directions. Though he can't directly interfere, God chose to divide his soul into 7 pieces, spreading them to indirectly influence the world. As Aventador speaks, Peace keeps on saying, skip. Aventador pauses as he looks at Peace while Love and Riot look helplessly at our MC's rudeness. Having enough love chops, Peace, making him faint or not. I'm sure our MC is just playing around, since it's his captain's doing. Love urges Aventador to continue with his story, since she's the type to read or watch a game's lore. Star remains clueless about what's happening before her, while Aventador listens to Love. Captain, Love asks if the 7 sign boss monsters are the 7 pieces of God's soul. Aventador confirms this, but also reminds her that half of those 7 sins are now gone. The only ones remaining are Eurus of Pride, Riot of Sloth, and Aventador of Greed. Aventador then clarifies that they might count him as dead, since he already lost all his powers and only his soul remains. He then comments on how Riot might be the same as him. Riot confirms this, since he has lost his halo, has fallen to earth in exchange for his life. He adds how his powers as his seventh sign have also disappeared. Aventadora looks at Captain Love and asks if it is the same for her. Love confirms that she's the same, except her abilities as the Demon King is obviously still there. She adds that Peace has only slayed the seventh sign back then, ensuring she survives the battle. Avenged or agrees with Love's statement, saying that the human protected her while getting rid of the sin. He adds how he saw all this while remaining inside. This statement makes Love and Peace question where this inside was exactly. See, our MC is still conscious, despite the drool. Getting back to the main point, Aventador says that the Seven Sins was originally an immortal force that can move to new vessels after they die. This is what happened back when Yufa became the Sin of Rage, and how the Sin of Veracity got transferred from Burakin to Aventador afterward. The Dragon of the North says no new seventh sin will be born again. Love asks Squy an event of her size. He reveals how all the duties of the seven sins have been fulfilled already. In the space where God resides, his having leisure time, when Luna arrives. Luna asks what God is deeply thinking of, and God replies that he is thinking of her. The goddess of life only chuckles and lets him down by saying she already likes someone else and admits she is disgusted by what he just said. God takes this lightly, saying that he already knows of this, even saying she is into his little friend. God suddenly drops to the ground on fours and exclaims this tragedy. Luna ignores the exaggeration and asks why God calls NOOB his friend when they've only met a handful of times. God stands up and says that friendship is not measured by the number of times they've met. He adds that this is why Luna doesn't have any friends, which only makes Luna curse at him. God sighs and says that it is true that they've only met a few times, but in those moments, God felt the sense of nostalgia and comfort as he interacted with him. He says the same goes for Luna, and he wasn't joking when he told her he was thinking of her. God recalled the time they first met. Flashback people, we got ourselves a backstory. It was one of those days back when God watched the humans in their town. God was mulling over the fact that ancient times have passed. He has already punished the beings of Chrono through the seven sins. With the lives taken, a temporary peace followed. But this is not enough to change the people of Chrono, who continuously made the same mistakes after rebuilding civilizations. God sighs at this sight, admitting he is tired of it. He ponders if he should just slay everyone. A voice says, "This sounds like a fun idea." The person who spoke was Luna. She asked God if she can join him in this, knowing full well that she is talking to God. This was their first meeting, and God was curious how Luna knew he was a god. Luna claims she is a regular user as she sits beside him on the ground. The girl adds how she will soon advance to a hidden class once she clears the quest to become the goddess of life. She says this with a smile, and in turn, God smiles widely at her words back to the present. God mentions how their encounter was fascinating. He was not left disappointed, for Luna did become the goddess of life, and afterward the sin of lust. God walks saying his decision to make Luna the sin of lust work well enough in his favor, because the abilities of the two titles work well together. With Luna's help, it was easier for God to create powerful new versions of the seven sins. And each duty was fulfilled quickly. God raises a hand and cracks open the space. He smiles as he announces the completion of the great eye that looks upon the earth. God asks Luna how it feels to use its powers, asking for her feedback. Luna grins as she says that it was able to damage an admin with 99,999 stats, to the point that he has run to the GM zone. She's referring to her fight with Buttman back in Chapter 23. Luna adds how no one can defeat that monster. God questions the term monster in size at how mean Luna is. He smiles as he announces that this is his body that has descended into the world. He then floats into the air, approaching his monster form, declaring that it is time to become one with it. Luna flies up into the air, using her wings, and halts God. She asks if he really intends to fuse with it when there's still one step left. God smiles and says that Luna will finish it for him, so he might as well fuse with it now. Luna stares at him momentarily, and then smiles, saying he can leave things to her. God thanks her and pulls off his shirt, fixing his hair. God finally reveals his eyes. This character really should show his eyes more. He raises a hand and pierces his chest with it. He chants a few words, offering his soul to the monstrous vessel. He deepens his hold on his chest, announcing his intention to annihilate the world as they become one. Golden lights flash from where God is, and in an instant, his human-like form vanishes. Luna looks at where God disappeared, commenting on how the world's end, this finally begun. Back to where our MC is, everything starts shaking. Peace smiles, realizing that it has begun. He's finally done fooling around. Peace smiles, saying that the boring narration should be done by now, since it is now time for action. Outside, people are running away, screaming for help. Some say that the monstrous eye has started moving. Peace makes his appearance, gathering other players' elation. They comment on his cape and wooden stick announcing his arrival. But once they saw a head down there, their expressions wholly changed. Peace doesn't care for the stairs and simply looks at the final boss of Chrono Life. He looks at it and recalls that he had seen it somewhere before. Uaris jogs his memory by reminding him how the goddess of life summoned it before them. Previously, RMC's really forgetful. This colossal monster first appeared in Chapter 16, and he saw it again in Chapter 37 right after Love became the new Demon King. This fact interested Peace, since it is like fate is pulling them to fight in the final battle. He commands Aventador to do his part, this time, since he's been living in his undies for some time now. The instruction confuses Aventador a bit, but he finally understands when Peace suddenly flashes blue light and uses Dragon Breath. Love is surprised that Peace plans to use the ultimate skill of the dragon race. The type of attack depends on the dragon's element and having Aventador. The dragon of North Pole used this means it'll be an icy breath. Love's heart beats fast in anticipation, since this skill is the most romanticized skill in any fantasy world with dragons. The users around Peace also awaited the release of this fantastic attack. With enough energy, Peace commands to fire away. Avendito releases AC breath, while Peace disgustingly enjoys the moment of the attack's release. At this show of power, Love pokes her own eyes, thinking she'd rather go blind than see this discharge of ultimate skill. Someone help me delete this scene from my memory. Any wizard or witch out there who can cast me in that memory charm. Obliviate. A giant blast of dragon's breath gets released and Peace continues to make that disgusting look. He snaps back into reality, confused. Even Love, who has stains on her fingers and cheeks, is also confused. The colossal monster remains unaffected, did by the dragon's breath. Thinking that the attack wasn't enough, Peace grabs a vent at his face and pulls it up, questioning why it didn't work. My eyes badly need some cleaning after I narrate this. Just then, Leor and Riot arrive at the scene, commenting on how absurd he is. Riot reminds him how reckless it is to just throw an attack without using his brain. He then explains how the monster may look like it is in front of them. Still, it is actually located in a different plane, rendering his attack useless. Riot adds that it won't be long before that thing will cross over to the human realm. As if on cue, the colossal monster screams and attacks. The hand makes an impact, cracking the space that leads to the human realm. This astonishes most users as its vast form finally looms over them. A notification appears before every user announcing the last quest to protect the world from God. The rewards are unknown, but the phrase last quest makes most users question the plausibility of accomplishing it. The near end is getting all real now. Leah admits that this is different than what they've expected. Riot agrees, thinking that he expected it to happen later, but not now, when there was supposed to be a last step to do. His reaction suddenly changes when he realizes that God might made an extreme decision. With this realization, Riot shouts at the modern brave warrior, telling him that they need an emergency meeting for this, so they should retreat first. But typical MC makes a disgusting expression of glee as he shouts. Love tries to call him, but Peace ignores them and activates Speed of Light. His mind went haywire with all the dialogue, and his patience reached its limit. Seeing the enemy made him completely crazy, and he quickly hit the colossal monster with his wooden stick. The attack causes the enemy to falter and tumble, while Peace shouts that plans are for weaklings. The monster ultimately falls back to the space where it came from. Wow, is this really final boss? It fell down with one swing from RMC. With the final boss on its back, Peace tells it to get up, not believing for a second that his attack already took it out. A cracking sound makes him look up. The crack in space is starting to close. Peace smirks at this perfect timing and swings his wooden stick. The blast hits the colossal monster, pushing it back to the other dimension. Peace smiles, saying they should fight instead in the monster's dimension, and uses speed of light again. He dashes to the other side before the crack regenerates completely. And with that, Peace and the colossal monster are now gone from the human realm. Love realizes what Peace did, and the other users are also awestruck at what happened. Riot complains at the brave warrior's recklessness, but he still smiles as he admits how Peace made the right choice. This time, he says that fighting God in the chronic continent would ultimately reduce the planet into nothing. In the other dimension, our MC thoroughly enjoys himself as he attacks the enemy. He commands a Ventador, and the dragon complies by releasing an ice breath. Peace makes another weird pose and disgusting face as Aventador releases his dragon's breath. Peace lands on the ground, expressing the relief of attacking without holding back in that space. Out of nowhere, Peace gets sliced into 3 pieces as the enemy recovers. Unfazed, Peace activates Healing Factor and regenerates again, retiring our eyes with another horrific scene. Peace complains as his body combines, promising to make his enemy pay. He declares punishment. He suddenly leaps up despite the ongoing process of his regeneration. Despite his horrifying look, Peace attacks the enemy with his weapon, making it tumble again. Peace's body finally combines properly, and Peace quickly unleashes a million strikes on the monstrous form of God. Unable to evade the attacks, the enemy explodes at each impact. Back in the human realm, Love asks Riot where Peace went, and Riot says that the brave warrior is now in the godly realm. Love asks if the monster is really God. Riot confirms this, adding how it was stated in the quest window that popped up earlier. He explains that everyone must now protect the world from God. In this case, a term everyone turned into a single user. Panicked, Love says they should follow and help Peace. Riot sighs at this naivety, reminding her that the brave warrior is not to be underestimated, and not one person could help him at that moment. He says that even if Love the Demon King helps him, she will only be a hindrance. Love is adamant to help, reasoning that she got stronger and can simply stay in the back as support. This amuses Riot, but he still reminds her how the brave warrior's power is way above everyone else's to make it simpler. Riot compares it to an error code. Unwilling to do nothing, she asks if they are only supposed to stay put while Peace finishes everything on his own. Riot claims there's nothing wrong with that, since that's what Love has been doing all this time. Whether it was the fight with Irkanafa or Ventador, ouch, the harsh reality. Riot sighs and admits this is what he wanted to say, but considering this is the last quest, everyone's strength is necessary. Love ponders on his words and asks Riot what exactly will happen, and he keeps saying this. Riot says he does not need to explain, for she will soon understand it. Beside them, Leo remains quiet as she recalls how the brave warriors saved her previously, and how he manifested an understanding of her decisions. He even made the goddess of life heal her. The thought makes her blush, and her heart beats loudly. She cults for his safe return while calling him her beloved. "Oh, no, please, no," Harem wrote. Though Ryan and Love were engrossed in their own thoughts, they still heard Leo clearly. Riot sweats and questions his sister about this beloved. She spoke of Leo or blushes at getting found out, but she readily admits that she is indeed referring to the brave warrior of the modern day. Riot questions his sister, but Leo says it's a secret. Desperate, he reminds his sister of her love for him, adding how he'd rather be loved by her than that vermin. Love says nothing, but her expression says it all. Leva chuckles of her brother's words, saying she was young back then. Undoubtedly, there's a new rival for Peace's affection. Returning to our hero in the godly realm, the monster lies on the floor with its limbs missing. Peace complains at how anticlimactic this was. He then asks if Roach Lady agrees. Luna finally makes her appearance and greets NOOB. Even our MC is not surprised anymore by her being there. Peace glares at her as he recalls the time they met, whether it was on the battlefield in her new goddess of life form, or as the user who mercilessly cut him in half. It reminded Peace of how he actively played Chrono Life, all for the sake of getting revenge. He can only call it fate, thinking how even the last quest of the game is tied to this woman's existence. connecting the story's beginning to its ending. It was too much drama that Peace could only laugh like before. He aims his reinforced wooden stick at Luna, announcing that she get punished for good. This time, Luna welcomes this claim with a fond smile, calling her MC NOOB. Bursts of explosion resound and flash throughout the godly realm, as Peace continuously throws attacks at Luna. The goddess of life easily dodges each attack, but as Peace gets closer, she chuckles and admits she can't avoid it for long. Peace ignores her words and he cuts her in half with a swipe of his wooden stick. Luna only grins and uses her hidden skill, the creation of life. She regains her form and smiles, saying that dodging really was unnecessary. That skill is irritating. No wonder but Man had a hard time with her before Peace sighs at this and puts his wooden stick away. He scratches his head, recalling that her nickname is Roach. He gave her this nickname for this exact reason. So he grabbed her wrist, making Luna anticipate his following actions. Peace doesn't do anything for a moment, and Luna asks what he's doing. Peace seriously replies that he's making sure that she won't be able to run. His face suddenly changes, and a tentacle comes out of his mouth. The tentacle stabs Luna, and Peace uses his hidden skill. Veracity. I'll never get used to seeing this. With this skill, he absorbed Luna's level and stats. The goddess of life tries to stop him, but she gets sucked dry before she can even say anything else. Luna turns to ashes when a notification appears, announcing the failure of the skill. Peace turns his head a bit and finds that Luna is entirely unscathed. The goddess of life sighs, since she was really expecting something else from him. She then explains how a reckon of veracity did the same thing before, but ultimately failed since veracity doesn't work on a body of God. Luna lifts a hand and smiles at Peace, chiding him for playing with her innocent heart. She promises payback, but Peace only gets irritated with her. She uses the creation of life on the colossal, monstrous form of God, and its body regenerates completely. Enemy stands up once more as it screams. Peace laughs this off, saying that he was expecting more, but was let down how he only has to fight the boss monster once more. Luna smiles at this, asking if he is unaware that a final boss typically has more than one phase. She also reminds him that veracity won't work against the enemy, since it also has a body of a god. Announcing the start of Phase 2, the colossal monster rushes towards Peace to attack. Now it's become more of a proper game. I wonder how many phases does this enemy have? Peace gets slashed in half, making him curse at the existence of phases. He regenerates himself using Healing Factor, and activates his unique attribute Master Novice. Using the soul of the sword, he activates the swordsman's skill Sheeted Sword Slash. Peace dashes toward the enemy and pulls out his stick to attack, creating a big blast. In the process, the colossal monster screams in pain as it continues to burn. Luna holds her hair to keep it fixed during the blast and is surprised when she finally looks at God, who has a quarter of his body gone. The monster groans in pain while Peace exclaims his appreciation for his own handwork. Thinking he's finally done with Phase 2, he mockingly asks the goddess of life if Phase 3 is next. Luna looks down on him, admitting that Nu did good in destroying the body twice. Then she adds that it's only possible, considering his weapon is the 99 reinforced wooden stick. She again lifts her hand, announcing that Phase 2 is far from over. Luna uses the creation of life skill, reviving the monster. Phase 2 is a combination of the colossal monster and the goddess of life. Peace covers his eyes from the bright light created by the skill while cursing at the Roach duo. Luna then gently drops down to the ground beside Peace. Her curiosity getting the best of her made her ask him how she tasted when Noob used veracity on her. The question completely surprises Peace, making him blush. Luna hoped that Noob liked how she tasted. Back in reality at the headquarters of Chrono Life, the staff reports how the goddess of life and peace is fighting on even ground. CEO Deok Bae Choi reminds his staff that he has eyes and can see it for himself. He instructs the same staff to keep a close look at those two, since one will surely emerge as the winner. Unconvinced, the staff asks if it was really okay to keep watch without doing anything. He suggests stopping them, but CEO Choi quickly rejects this. The staff reasons that there's no more game content following this. They also can't make any significant updates in the future. At this point, the company will end up shutting down once it's all over. CEO Choi chuckles good-naturedly at this. but suddenly crushes the tobacco in his hand, scolds his staff for not making enough game content when he was paying them to do that. The staff defends himself, saying it was the wooden stick user's fault, who's playing as if the game is on easy mode. He then reminded the agreement to have that weapon taken away, but it was the CEO who was against it. This, of course, Anje his CEO, and his boss reprimands his staff Homer style. Our CEO really is a gangster. Finally, calming down, the CEO puts down his staff and says that he knew this would happen, and that's why he hired twice the number of developers. He's well aware that the doubled amount doesn't necessarily mean they would get twice the results, but he hopes they can work on emergencies with this number of staff. The staff fixes his tie as he complains that the doubled number of staff would only create a substantial financial loss for the company. CEO Choi takes new tobacco and lights it up. Questioning how it would be a loss when they gain a lot as the number one game, he says the money is not the issue here. Instead, they should thank the users of Chrono Life for enjoying the game. The CEO adds how he is only reinvesting the money made back into the game so that they can assure the users have a better experience within the game. This kind of thing for the CEO is not a loss at all. Oh, how I wish all game production companies are like this. The staff becomes momentarily speechless and says he wouldn't say more on the matter, since doing so will only make him look like the villain. Irritated, the CEO says he shouldn't have talked back in the first place. The staff remains resolute, saying he is only worried about the other users who might feel that things are unfair because of the wooden stick user. He once again says that taking the wooden stick away might be the right thing to do. In return for the wooden stick, the company can offer the user an equal bonus within the game for surrendering the weapon. The CEO puffs on his cigar as he listens. He then asks his staff about a hypothetical situation. What if they open a restaurant business and one customer really enjoys their food there? By savoring each bite, they appreciated everything in each dish and had the ultimate dining experience. After seeing this in that customer, the CEO asks his staff if he would just suddenly stop serving them. That makes sense. The staff finally understands what his boss wants to say and answers that he can't do that. With that answer, CEO Choi smacks his staff on the head, asking how he could tell him to do something that the staff can't do himself. Having enough of his staff's ridiculous suggestions, he commands him to continue keeping an eye on them. Back to the godly realm. Luna says, boom, and Peace's lower part explodes. Peace is confused with what just happened, and Luna asks if he has never seen this divine power of hers. She explains how it can let her heal or choose to destroy life, and how she used this back in the heavenly realm. Luna adds how NOOB didn't get to see it because he's off doing something else at that time. Yep, busy pretending to be weak, then causing havoc in the castle of the heavenly realm. Peace only laughs, saying that this kind of damage is nothing to him. To prove his point, he uses healing factor, regenerating his damaged body. Irritated, Peace targets the gods of life, first dashing towards her. Luna only laughs at his impatience and tells him that he should first turn off the light behind him. The colossal monster's huge eye shines brightly with green light. Luna warns him that this attack will hurt. Peace looks back as the monster releases a blast of energy through its eye. He accepts the attack without moving until it stops. The smoke finally dissipates and Peace remains standing, despite the significant deduction on his HP. But unlike before, healing factor doesn't activate. Luna closes in, asking how painful the attack was. She smiles, commenting on how even his healing factor got suppressed. Peace only glares back at her, while Luna says healing factor can't grant absolute invincibility, since it is flawed. She adds how there are also ways to get around the immunity to status effects. Luna then reminds him of the Sama Seraphim that was used against NIU back when he was fighting you for the warrior. Back then, the skill reduced Peace's stats to 1/5 of its maximum stats, and Eurus even complained about it. Luna explained how the skill wasn't a status effect. Instead, it alters the time around the target, making it effective against NOOB. Luna continues to chuckle as she explains how the attack released by God is another way get around NOOB healing factor. To explain further, the attack released just now was infused with God's divine power. Peace asks about it and probes if it is the same as Roach Lady's creation skill. Luna confirms this, saying her divine power is the creation of life, while God's divine power is destruction. Luna's eyes are slightly sad as she smiles at NOOB. She says that the being who calls NOOB a friend is none other than the god of destruction. Woo! Finally, something else to refer him to. The monster form of the god of destruction continues to release attacks on Peace, causing loud explosions in the godly realm. Peace dashes away to dodge the continuous attack, but God doesn't let him catch his breath and continues to blast attacks from his eye. Peace questions the fairness of the situation, since one would usually have to pause between shots. That's right, doesn't have any CD. Peace can't do his usual style of charging forward, because if he receives another hit from it, he'll surely die with his healing factor, not a way to fight back. He dashes away, surprised that he's heading toward Luna. The goddess of life asks where NOOB is going, and uses her skill on him. As she utters the word boom, Peace suffers from the attack and thinks that he's definitely screwed. That skill is too OP, just what can counter it? With his deformed body and the god of destruction about to blast another laser beam with its eye, there's no way he can escape. Peace screams as he gets blasted by the attack from God. Back in the human realm, Leor is shamelessly daydreaming out loud. She squirms around as she thinks of where she and her beloved could spend their honeymoon. Riot asks if his sister even knows what honeymoon even means, and Leor smiles wide. Saying that she does, she goes into full detail. But Riot can't bear to hear those words from his sister, and quickly stops her. Love watches over this, pissed at how she has another rival. She can't help but think about slaying this witch before her. As the Demon King, she is ready to wage war with the heavenly realm over this matter. Fed up with his sister's nonsense, Riot says Leor never even mentioned liking that sorry excuse of a human. Leor simply laughs it off, saying nothing needs to be said. She then recalls how the brave warrior whispered sweet nothings while staring at her affectionately, and how she is misunderstood in all this time. Oh! Riot must save his sis from falling deeper into her delusion. Riot asks if Leor is sure, since she might have lost some intelligence points for getting smacked with that guy's wooden stick. Leor doesn't answer. Instead, she asks her brother what their child would become if she bore the brave warrior's child. She's curious whether their child will be a human or an angel. But after she thinks about it herself, she says it might be a half-angel. This stupefinds Riot completely, but his sister doesn't notice and continues with her child-related questions, as if that wasn't enough. She asks her brother's opinion. This makes Riot wobble and fall to the ground, unable to bear any more of his sister's delusions. Leor shouts for her brother, and Love can only watch with a frown on her face. Star suddenly appears, commenting on how Love has a new rival. Love is initially surprised, but recovers when she sees it as Star. Captain Love asks why Star is outside when she should have stayed inside the inn. Star smiles, saying she wanted to check things out, since none of them came back after things settled down. In Star's arms as a crying Ewer is, and his sniffling finally catches Love's attention. No, why is our cute little mascot crying? Love is confused as to why he is crying and asks what happened. Star says she also doesn't know, and she just found him crying in a corner like this before going out. Love gets close to Eurus, asks what's wrong, and mentions how she thought he was with Peace. Eurus speaks in broken words while hiccuping, and Love couldn't understand what he wanted to say. Seeing this, Star translates for him. She explains how Peace is in the godly realm, fighting the enemy, and it being a different dimension means Eurus can't follow, so he is left on his own. Eurus nods to this, which only confuses Love more. That's one handy skill Star. Love mentions that Eurus is Peace's ego sword, so he can just shift to soul form and teleport to where Peace is. Eurus, once more, replies in broken words, so Star has to translate again for him. She explains how Eurus is stuck in a physical form, and to return to his soul form requires permission from Peace. Eurus, once again, nods to this, making Love compliment Star for her excellent listening skills. Eurus cries out his worrying for Peace and starts biting his tail to comfort himself. Star pats him on the head to calm him down and assures him that undies will be fine. It's got Love all somber and worried for Peace. Going back to the godly realm, Luna expresses her amazement at how NOOB is still alive after all that. Lying on the floor is her MC's head, groaning with the last few percent of his HP. Luna laughs at how pathetic he looks and says that the nickname Roach suits NOOB better. Peace's hand is still intact and crawls its way to his head with a wooden stick in hand. Luna just watches this and laughs aloud at how the hand is the only thing that can still move. She smiles as she criticizes him with hateful words. Yet is evident that she is sad with the way her eyes look at him. Luna should really just be honest for once. Her smile slowly disappears, filled with disbelief at how this is all. NOOB amounts to her usual amused voice starts to shake, asking him if this is all he can do. She calls him NOOB, saying he's supposed to be the brave warrior who will save everyone. And deep inside, Luna hopes that she will be saved too. Tears fall from her eyes and she repeats her question, if this is all he amounts to. Luna was about to say more. The hand suddenly smacked his own head, stunning Luna speechless. All that's left of NOOB is a hand holding the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. Suddenly, a notification pops up, announcing the activation of the healing factor. Flesh starts to increase and float around it, then combines and wriggles to form Peace's body. Of course, this all happens in its usual disgusting way. Peace groans as he regenerates and wriggles his head, forming into something similar to an alien's. Luna is apparently still not used to it and makes a face. After a few more wriggling, Peace regains his body fully healed. Luna recovers from her disgust and asks how NOOB activated the healing factor when it is being limited by the divine power attack he received. Peace smirks and reminds her of what happened before the skill was activated. By attacking himself before he ultimately perished, he was able to activate the skill. His attack doesn't have divine power and can be considered friendly fire, hence healing factor is activated. I'm proud of our MC. He's using his head in this match. Luna expresses her disbelief, since she was sure the divine power attack could completely destroy its target's entire being. So even if NOOB attacks himself, the divine power would make it impossible to recover his HP. Luna is so sure of this because of how the game calculates damage. To further explain divine power, attacks have higher priorities over regular ones. She spouts more reasoning concerning programming, but Peace stops her from blabbing more. He suddenly makes a disgusting pose that is supposed to mimic the goddess of life. He says a line about NOOB being amazing. He says that was his expected reaction from her. Luna blushes at this and tries to deny it. Unlike Captain Love, Luna really enjoys this kind of pose by our MC. Peace smirks, saying calculating damage and considering the game's programming is not really fun. Instead, he enjoys the game as is unable to make a reply. Luna sighs and finally grins. Back to her usual self, she compliments NOOB in a very roundabout way. Of course, those words can be irritating, and Peace says so. He adds how Luna might as well accuse him of hacking the game. Luna's expression changes, saying that hacking the game might been better, since one can quickly kill them. But in the case of NOOB, who has all his stats maxed out, on top of having healing factor, speed of light, soul of giant, and other op skills, all of these defy the overall game balance. And Luna adds that the root cause is the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. She reiterates how NOOB's very existence within the game as an error code. I swear these harsh words came out from the same woman who's crying earlier. She tells him to tell her if she is wrong. As always, Peace says she is. Peace tells her how the CEO of Chrono Life even went out of his way to let him know that there's nothing wrong with his character. Suddenly, Peace leaps into the air, having enough of the BS talk, and uses swing down on the goddess of life. Luna only smiles at this as a loud explosion resounds in the realm. Peace watches over the explosion when Luna reappears behind him, and admits that she might have been a bit too harsh due to her emotions. She knows that NOOB never used any bugs or hacks in the game, and Luna admires him for being honest despite being a loser. This earns her a glare from Peace, but she's still not done. Luna says that even if everyone believes him, Mother doesn't feel the same. Peace asks who this Mother is when he recalls his conversation with God. Luna is referring to the Mother at the God of Destruction previously mentioned. Luna says how Mother deems Peace as a bug in the world of Chrono Life, and because of this, Mother has inserted a vaccine to get rid of it. Luna opened her hand as she said this, and suddenly said, boom. Peace's head explodes. But the healing factor skill quickly activates to regenerate. Peace is pissed that he got compared to a bug, and dashes to attack, but before he could even do so, a flash of green light appeared from the side, taking him completely off guard. Peace remained standing, but once again, a massive chunk of his HP disappeared due to the attack. Getting sick of this tandem, Peace seriously gets irritated. Luna only laughs at this, asking what NOOB can do about it when there's obviously no way he can do anything. Acting all cute, Luna suggests NOOB to prostrate himself and lick her heels, and she might make it easy for him. This woman is going overboard. Peace curses at her, and he instantly appears behind Luna, saying she should wash her pretty little head. Instead, the goddess of life is shocked to find Peace behind her, knowing full well that he can't do this, even with the speed of light. Overthrowing her expectations, another NOOB appears before her, saying, "This isn't the speed of light." Luna's mouth falls open at the sight before her. There is more than one Peace before her. I bet the goddess of life enjoys having a lot of Gus surrounding her. This is a true treasure for sure. Peace surrounds Luna and the colossal monster form of the god of destruction with numerous clones of his. Luna falters as she realizes NOOB used Habek's fourth mirror, the mirror of clones. Luna's wings disappear as Peace hugs her from the back, making her blush at the sudden move. Her heart starts racing at the touch, but the devious look on Peace's says it all. While holding on to the goddess of life, a copy of him starts playing by whacking Luna in the head. He strikes using his so-called secret technique, strike without killing. Other clones join the fun and continuously whack Luna in the head. It happened numerous times that one can't keep count of it. With her distorted face, she yells for him to stop and begs to be killed. Peace doesn't relent, since he knows that even if he slays her, she'd just be back in one piece, using her skill the creation of life. With a crazy look in his eyes, Peace announces that he only wants to see her getting tortured. Tears pool in the goddess of life's eyes, knowing that Peace will make true of his words. Countless Peace laughs grimly at her demise, and Luna shivers at the sight of that wooden stick. That shadow is kind I am. Luna pleads and can only yell, since there is no way NOOB would listen to her this time. At that moment, our MC realized that strike without killing is a GIF meant to be used at that very moment. Our MC's disgusting face is filled with glee as it prepares another attack. Luna can only watch with an open mouth as Peace prepares to attack. He then bangs her with his weapon, making her face distort once more in pain. One clone flies up in the air with that weird look of ecstasy on his face, but seeing this only scared the goddess of life. Knowing what comes next, Peace jumps down and whacks her with his stick. It's kinda cool that even the +99 reinforced wooden stick is also cloned. Another clone wearing a baseball hat with 389 on it prepares to bat with his stick. With the swing of his wooden stick, he hits the goddess of life's face with significant impact. What happened within the godly realm can only be described as madness. The usual quiet realm is filled with the noise of our MC's lunacy. He relishes every hit he releases of the goddess of life, refusing to end the sheer happiness he's experiencing by knocking her noggin. I bet he got this idea back when he did this to Riot in Heavenly Realm. This act was justified in his head, as he recalled how Luna humiliated and insulted him, though he did get his vengeance previously when he destroyed the planet. What happened back then was instantaneous, that it wasn't able to fill the void in his heart. Peace lasts many Atlas. He announces that he'll now have his proper revenge. He playfully announces his enjoyment, while Luna can only watch him with despair. She closed her eyes and finally stopped resisting accepting whatever Peace threw at her. She can now only pray, hoping that this will soon end. As the clones continue to bonk her in the head, Peace laughs, stating that he's done with her. He then looks at the god of destruction, who is similarly surrounded by a significant number of Peace's clones. The colossal monster's eye flashes as it shoots another attack on the clones, though they disappear due to the attack. Regenerating them is easy because they are clones. This confuses the enemy, and numerous Peace announces that the enemy can try killing him. Still, he will keep using the mirror of clones on himself. Good thing our MC thought of taking this from Habek. It's proving helpful in this fight. Confused, the enemy can only watch as one of the clones attacks him with a swing down. Another clone uses swing up, and finally, each clone firmly grasps his weapon and announces a million strikes. The attack creates a massive explosion within the godly realm, and the enemy can only accept the attack and be burnt to a crisp. Seeing this, Peace deactivates the mirror of clones. Completely satisfied with the outcome, he drops back down to the ground and announces the completion of Phase 2. He looks back and asks Roach Lady what she do now. Lumen is sitting on the ground, still crying from her previous ordeal. A bit irritated, she acknowledges NOOB's victory. She admits how she expected him to do this much. What she didn't expect was his struggle, halfway to overcoming it. She tells him to try harder next time, This irks Peace. So he pulls up his weapon and announces strike without killing. Luna flinches upon hearing this, already traumatized by what happened. This is literally like Riot after getting hit numerous times in the head. Peace doesn't bring down his weapon on her. Instead, he warns her to watch or she get another smack. Luna shudders in fear at the thought of getting hit with that wooden stick once more. A flash of green light catches Peace's attention, and he watches as the remains of the colossal monster light up brightly. Lumina also sees this and says that it's finally begun Phase 3. Peace looks at her in askance. The bright green light shoots up, suddenly buzzing and disappearing as if engulfed by water. Peace looks up with surprise. The enemy is completely gone from the godly realm. He thinks of the worst, and Luna confirms his thoughts. She reveals that Phase 3 will take place in the human realm. That's literally bad news. Love looks up in surprise. And the same goes for every other being in the human realm. Riot regained consciousness, and he and everyone looked up at the giant blob of flesh floating in the air. Riot clenches his teeth, realizing what it is. He had hoped that the brave warrior would finish everything outside the human realm. The floating mass of meteor, like flesh, rumbles as a part of it wriggles, Riot's eyes widen as the large mass of it drops at a fast speed. He quickly warns everyone to run away, but is too late. The falling flesh is almost upon them, and they can barely do anything as it drops and makes an impact on the ground. It causes great destruction, akin to Peace's attacks. Hong Sol, the writer of this manhua, along with Chippery, the artist, and the other users fly off the tremendous impact. In the godly realm, Pice takes hold of Luna and asks what she is doing. He commands her to open a portal to get them back on their dimension. But Lumina looks down as she said, as she can. Peace doesn't believe this and reminds her how she summoned that thing before. The goddess of life explains that she didn't precisely summon it. Instead, she only set up his coordinates for its powers. She adds how God is the only one who can open up the portals between this realm and the other. Wait, what? I thought Luna could do the same since she had previously gone to other realms. Were all of her previous actions aided by God? Peace groans at the futility and pushes Luna away. The goddess of life falls to the ground while Peace activates the Ember of all creation skill. He instructs it to show him the front village, and the fire blazes as it shows him the enormous, greenish flesh. Peace asks if that is an asteroid, irritated that the Ember is not showing him the front village. Luna sits up and looks at him, reminding him of Phase 3. She says the continent of Chromo must face the final battle without him. Back in the human realm, the smoke dissipates as Star slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes widen as she finds Riot holding up a barrier for her and Eurus. Star and Eurus are surprised, and Riot calls up as he explains that it is a barrier spell. Star asks if he just saved her. Riot explains how he owes her his life, and as an angel, he is indebted to her for as long as he lives. He reminds her how she saved him with all those sweet potatoes. What I remember is him choking as he is forced to eat those. Riot slips down, breaking the barrier. Star shouts for him worriedly. Eurus observes how Riot is already low in power and warns him not to overexert himself. He adds how Riot could easily run on his own. Star looks at Riot with worrying, and finally notices all of the other users who have fallen from the impact just now. Tears overflow in Star's eyes as she sees this. Users groan on the ground, barely alive at what happened. Riot fully knows that he has let his guard down, since he never expected the enemy to show up quickly. A part of the enemy wriggles and Star wonders what it is. Suddenly, a part of it sloshes out of the enormous mass and drops near them. It looks like a meteor popping out, a baby meteor. Star stutters as she asks what that thing is, and Riot only shouts to run away. Suddenly, Star was stabbed, but she still managed to throw Eurus off. Her Star cries and calls for the wooden stick man. The previous smaller blob has turned into a huge bug, like enemy with pincers. Back in the godly realm, Peace's face darkens after seeing what happened. Angered at what happened to Star, he curses at his enemy with pure hatred. Oh, killing Star is a big no-no in our MC's books. Mint chocolate waves as she greets everyone and introduces herself as the recent winner of the Royal Battle Tourney, which her MC didn't even know about. She shares her accomplishments and raves about the recently fun days playing Chrono Life. Despite the row of in-game events, she's enjoying herself a lot and retells some details of what happened so far. Her expression changes when she reaches the part about the last quest, wondering if the game will shut down once is all done. She smiles cutely as she announces her disbelief at this happening. She adds how there's no way this would happen since Chrono Life is famous for being the #1 game in the world, and shutting the game this way is too anticlimactic. Going back to her discussion of the green monster god, she tells how the brave warrior went to the godly realm to beat up the monster on his own. Everyone felt relieved by this, but an unexpected twist brought a meteor that exploded on impact, injuring and slaying most users within the area. Minchako says she was able to quickly run away from it, but most users were unfortunate. She adds how the meteor even spits out an egg of a nasty bug. Her narration was halted when Mr. PT called for her help out, instead of talking to the air. Fisty is helping out the other users by feeding them HP potions. Minchaka complies, as about to help when they hear Riot shouting for Star to run away. They saw Star get stabbed by the egg that Minchaka just mentioned. Riot looks over at Star lying lifeless on the ground. The bug-like enemy screeches while Riot remains frozen, remembering his promise that is now broken. He clenches his teeth and his surroundings rumble as he stands up, angered by what happened. A notification appears at his attempt to forcefully unseal his angel power. What Riot is attempting is dangerous for him, but he persists as a glow of light appears on top of his head. It starts to circle on his head, forming a halo. Riot angrily glares at the enemy as his angel power is unleashed, turning him once more into someone akin to his Super Saiyan. The enemy is confused about what it's seeing. Riot announces that the enemy will not be forgiven for hurting Star. In his anger, he recalls his first meeting with Star and unleashes more energy. The fallen Star is now recovered and asks Riot when it was about her. This surprises Riot to the point that he stops releasing energy, and his hello disappears as his angel power activation gets cancelled. His Super Saiyan is short-lived. Riot looks at her and where she was lying down before he asks if that is her dead body. Star laughs at his flustered face, reminding him this is a game. She says that she just logged back in after her character died. Riot realizes what happened, his face getting realistic. Back in the godly realm, Luna chuckles at seeing this, commenting how some really just get into a game too much. She feels embarrassed for Riot and asks if NOOB feels the same. Recovering from his embarrassment, Peace agrees to her while laughing it off. RMC's not being honest, he was so angry just a moment ago. Getting back to where the God of Destruction is, the enemy roars and closes in on Riot and Star, not wanting to see Star's lifeless body once more. Riot quickly grabs her by the waist and jumps up before they get hit by the enemy's attack. Riot raises a flashing hand while in mid-air and uses his skill, Spear of Lightning. Like what it's called, a spear of bright lightning falls upon the enemy, frying it up. Star exclaims at the show of one of the high-level lightning spells, complimenting Riot for being strong. Instead of being happy with a compliment, Riot is nervous and curses inside for the limitation of his ability. He knows it is pathetic and can only hope that his attack somehow worked. They look down at the smoke, but a flash of green light appears and shoots up at them. Seeing this, Riot immediately dodges with Star, but that attack grazes him. Riot groans in pain, while Star worriedly shouts for him. Not yet done, the enemy's eye lights up again and shoots at them. Star screams as she and Riot can only close their eyes, waiting for impact. A hand shines bright as wind is summoned. Minchaka was able to save the two from getting hit. Woo, that's amazing. She literally saved them using a basic skill. The enemy is surprised by this, while Star and Riot gently drop to the ground. Riot asks if Star is okay. She replies that she is, and thanks him. Suddenly, the sounds of fast steps get close, and Minchaka swings her broadsword at the enemy's eye. At the impact, Minchaka tears up and trembles in pain. She comments on how hard the nasty bug is. This kind of attack is not something the enemy will take lightly. It releases its pincer with a tentacle-like limb. It attacks Minchaka, but she manages to evade it. As she leaps up, she ponders if the enemy has reinforced defense or if is resistant to physical attacks. Either way, Minchaka knows this is a losing battle for her. She is well aware of this because her main attacks are primarily physical in nature. At the same time, her magic is meant chiefly as her support. Despite knowing this, she tells Riot and Star to run away, admitting she can only buy some time for them. A laughing suddenly distracts them as a guy announces his arrival, like All Might usually do. Minchaka looks up and finds Feisty. She asks, what took him so long? And Mr. PT laughs as he apologizes for making her wait. They really are a duo. He explains that he had to help everyone injured and didn't expect many of them. Seeing a ton of other fallen users, Mr. PT uses Sanctuary, healing all the targets within the area. The HP of the fallen users got replenished at its activation, and they began surrounding the enemy with their number. The enemy exclaims its surprise as he sees the users all angry at him. Seriously, this enemy is easily surprised. It likely lacks the full intelligence of the god of destruction. All the users glare at the bug, saying they've seen everything, even though they were on the ground. As if of one mind, multiple users talk about how there is one person in Chrono Life that should be messed with. They announce that they don't care if the enemy is a bug, a god, or whatever. But messing with that little girl crosses the line. Everyone expresses their anger for hurting their little star, and they simultaneously unleash attacks on the bug before them. Returning to RMC, who's stuck in the godly realm with the goddess of life, Peace grins as he watches the users beat up the bug that hurt Star. Like the proud dad, he compliments Star for everyone loving her. Luna looks at him with a smile and says, this is an opportunity for everyone to join forces. Peace grins at her as he deactivates the Ember of all creation. He suddenly grabs the goddess of life by the neck, telling her to shut up, and reminds her that she can't just say whatever just because he's laughing along. Yep, our MC is simply going with the flow, but deep inside, he still detests her. Luna tears up and coughs in pain while Peace threatens her to reveal how they can get out of that place. He says he'll break her neck if she doesn't. Luna is in pain, yet she still manages to smile and even chuckle, as she says how there's no way to get out of that realm. She adds how if NOOB dies there, he'll only revive in that place. Luna says it's only him and her in that place, alone together forever. She describes it as their Garden of Eden, where NOOB is Adam and she is Eve. I think Luna forgot how those two got banished from Eden. Also, I'm pretty sure there's 3 of them in that place. Luna promises it and hugs Peace despite his hole on her neck. She claims it is destiny and she is about to kiss him. But Peace is not having any of her crap and just tightens his hole on her as promised. Knowing full well that she's okay despite this, he makes true of his words. Luna then appears behind him, completely fine. She chuckles and tells him not to be shy. She blushes as she says she knows NOOB is jumping for joy inside, since he can be a lover with someone as beautiful as her, the goddess of life, before Peace turns to ashes. As he says, he doesn't give a crap about her. Luna asks if he is sure, and he who promises to give everything to NOOB if they become lovers. She adds that she is willing to do so for the rest of her life, since she only needs him. For someone who played with our MC's heart before she's really shameless. Peace looks blankly at her and scratches his head. He sighs, knowing his words won't get through to this woman. Opting for another method, Peace, once again, hugs Luna from the back and activates the Mirror of Clones. He makes a clone and says that only his wooden stick could make her think straight. He uses Strike without killing on her and bonks her head. But unlike before, Luna turns into ashes with the attack. What then? How does she die from Strike without killing? Peace looks with confusion in his eyes, realizing that she dies in that attack. Using the divinity of life, Luna recreates a new physical form. She smiles at him, saying that Strike without killing no longer works on her. She mocks him for thinking that it will work forever. But Peace doesn't give a crap and simply hits her in the head again, with the same skill. Like before, her form turns to ashes. This only confuses Peace more, since he even made sure to hold back. His eyes widen, his understanding dawn on him, seeing this look on his face. Luna comments on how she got caught. Peace expresses his surprise and admits how he didn't think that Strike, without killing, could be countered with that. Don't keep us in suspense. What's the trick behind Luna's counter? Luna rubs her head, saying she had a hard time since Strike, without killing, felt like a skillment just for her. She then says there is no perfect skill in Chrono Life, so there is a way to deal with things. The goddess of life comments on the viciousness of the skill strike without killing. Shegen gives their little show the title, The Horribly Slow Murderer with Extremely Inefficient Weapon. How apt Luna explains how even if Nu holds back his attacks, there is no doubt that it will inflict at least one damage point to the target. Peace agrees, saying that is the point of strike without killing. He then admits that he never thought Rochley would use that as the primary focus to counter his skill, and he complimented her with a slight frown. Peace then reveals how she made her maximum life into 1 HP. What now that kind of thing is possible? It was a starry night in the world of Chrono Life. Love lays on the ground and slowly regains her consciousness. She suddenly jolts up, recalling what happened. She looks around, wondering where she is. Another being appears behind her, commenting on her conscious state. It was Lior. Lior says that they're in a forest that's around 2 miles away from the front village. Love is surprised by the distance and asks how they ended up there. Lior explains that they got blasted away by the shot from the falling meteor, since they were closest to where it landed. Lior suddenly flaps her wings and floats into the air. Oh, I thought those wings were for decoration. Lior tells Love that they should get back to the front village as soon as possible, or else everyone's lives will be at risk. Her wings continue to flap behind her, and Love only looks up at her, engrossed in those flapping things behind Lior. Love's eyes sparkle, unable to take her eyes off his cuteness. Love is so much in love with Lior's wings that various thoughts about the wings completely fill her head. Her eyes bulge out as her overwhelming hunger to touch it becomes apparent in her face. Lior is confused by Demon King's expression and asks if she is all right. She shivers at the lustful look she sees, but she still reminds Love that they should hurry. With shiny eyes and a bloody nose, Love proclaims that she's fine and tells Lior they should fly together. Love activates the essence of the Demon King and unleashes her horns and wings. The noise is at 1.3% and the seek status is stable. Love then flies up to where Lior is with a crazed look still in her eyes. The two depart together. Despite Lior feeling off and Love secretly planning to touch those wings when she gets a chance, this Demon King completely forgot that the other was supposed to be another rival. Back in the front village, the Japori shouts as he dashes into the enemy with Cat Soul Scratch. Another user, who looks like a green version of Kunli, uses a Powerball, Hadoken instead of a Kokosho. Users have surrounded the enemy. A female mage, wielding his staff, twirls around and uses flame missile on the enemy. The giant bug-like monster catches fire and burns up. Its loud cry can be heard throughout the land. Star expresses her amazement at everyone's participation. She can't help but think that the bug will soon meet its end. Meanwhile, Riot holds on his arm with a dark face. Star suddenly asks for Riot's opinion on this. Riot is sweating and huffing due to the pain of his injury. He curses as he recalls the attack that causes injury. Riot pulls himself together and answers Star. He tells her that the user's attacks won't really work, even now the enemy hasn't been damaged by those attacks. Star asks, and why? And Riot says, it's because the being before them is a fragment of God. No, not this setup again. Back in the God realm, Peace watches over Star and Riot through the ember of all creation. He ponders Riot's words, thinking about where he heard them from. Luna casually calls NOOB and asks what he's doing with a frown. She fidgets as she reminds him that they're in the middle of a battle. Peace only tells her he's done playing since they can't even kill each other, and deems it uninteresting. The goddess of life then asks about the cooldown of the ember of all creation, remembering that it's supposed to be 24 hours, yet he's using it again. Peace then explains that it only applies if he's viewing the same thing. He has focused it on Riot this time, so it doesn't really count. Peace goes back to the topic of the fragment of God while Luna plops down beside him. He says that he's sure about hearing about it before. Luna prompts him to keep thinking about it, since it's been a while. Peace does that, and he finally remembers hearing it back when Captain Love got kidnapped by Habeck. It was Habeck who mentioned it, saying Captain Love's Knuckles of Silence is a fragment of God, since mythical rank equipment is referred to as one. Peace also recalls how Batman tried to make money with those. Lunar confirms this and specifies that any equipment mythical rank and above is a fragment of God. Peace thinks back and concludes that the enemy bug is as good as an item. Luna says it is, and explains that they still have the same properties, even with different appearances. Peace was shocked that Luna confirmed this when he was only kidding about what he said. He suddenly imagines Captain Love wearing her knuckles of silence. Then an image of her wearing the nasty bug is her knuckles. That's a bizarre line of thought. Luna claims that regular users can't win this fight, and there's a reason. At the same time in the front village, Riot explains that only fragments of God can damage another. The smoke starts dissipating from the bug-like enemy, and the users feel good from Frey attacks at it. It is to the point that even Japori looks crazy. A sudden blast of green light incapacitates the users. The enemy brails as it finished its attack. The users were all surprised that their attacks did nothing to the monster. Minsako curses at the foe's physical and magic resistance. Thinking it's too OP, she can't help but wonder how they can fight back and defeat it. The monster looms over the Chun-Li-like user, making the user cry in agony. No, not Green Chun-Li. Star can only watch in despair and asks Riot what they can do. Star knows that most users only have unique rank items and only a few would have mythical rank. She recalls that another merchant bought all mythical rank items from the auction. Star pauses, remembering that the merchant is called the Great Merchant. And that is the Great Merchant Riot beside her. Star's eyes bulge out, remembering that Riot is the Great Merchant. Riot doesn't get why it is so shocking. But he still confirms it for Star. He admits that he indeed bought the mythical rank items in the market. Riot purchased each of them in preparation for that day. The monster continues to slaughter the other users, and it blasts another attack. It creates a massive explosion. Star does half of the iconic Marilyn Monroe pose as she struggles with the gust of wind. She asks Riot about a flashy counterattack using the stock of mythical rank items. Still, Riot says it's not yet time. A red whip with a blade on its end suddenly slithers through and attacks the bug-like enemy. The attack damages its shell-like body, and the monster screeches with pain as it bleeds. The users were surprised that a simple attack worked, while Star and Riot were relieved. Riot is glad that she's finally arrived. It was Lee Orr with her favorite weapon. Lara continues to attack the enemy with her whip, relentlessly smacking at it. Riot says Lara's weapon is of mythical rank, meaning her attacks can work against other fragments of God. Lara's unique weapon is the Whip of Allure, a holy weapon of the heavenly realm, a holy weapon that looks unholy. Another being rushes in and punches the monster with all her might. The enemy falters and coughs up at the impact. Its attacker is the Demon King. Star brightens up at Love's arrival and is glad her attack worked against the enemy. Someone says this is only natural, since Captain Love's weapon is Ascend and rank. Eurus finally makes his reappearance and informs them that it was Ju who gave Captain Love that weapon. Star rejoices upon Eurus. She twirls the dragon around while expressing her worrying and asks where he's been. Eurus gets another motion sickness due to the twirling poor Eurus. Star stops and pats Eurus on the back, asking if he got thrown far away after she died. Eurus confirms it as he pukes on the ground. Riot looks up and is amazed by the spectacle in front of them. He watches and comments on how Leor, the current leader of the heavenly realm, is with Love, the present demon king of the demon realm. Riot says this is the first time this kind of thing happened. Leor attacks from above the monster, while Love kicks it from below. Riot claims is the start of the greatest duo of heaven and hell. It's the perfect combo, really. Back in the God realm, Peace and Luna are watching them through the Ember All Creation. Peace insults the fragment of God. Despite sounding like an epic boss, he claims that the battle seemed to be over from that side. Luna smiles at him, saying it's not that easy. She reminds him of her previous words about how regular users can't win against it. Peace gets irritated and says they should just see how it land. Luna only smiles back and agrees. Going back to the battlefield, the bug lies lifeless on its back with the users around it. Suddenly, the large lump of meteor-like flesh wriggles, catching the attention of some users. The egg-like bumps on the surface wriggle, and everything suddenly blasts out, as if it's shooting continuously. Each egg-like form drops to the ground with loud, resounding thuds. Screeching emerges from each one, and the users' faces filled with horror and realization. All users were now surrounded by numerous bug-like enemies. Oh, we've got an infestation. This game needs a bug spray in the God realm. Luna smiles, claiming that she is correct, and that he should never underestimate the final boss. She says that even if Love and Lee or combine their abilities, they couldn't take this large amount of enemies. Luna reminds him that he can't help them, since he's stuck in that realm with her. In the end, it'll be a bad ending for Chrono, like's last episode. Peace doesn't immediately react, but he suddenly smirks and laughs out loud. He claims that Roach Lady has been hyping it so much that he thought something real epic would happen. He expresses his disappointment and talks as if speaking through a microphone. Peace introduces himself like he's talking through a radio. He says that the other should respond if he can hear him. Peace shouts his name, finally catching his attention. Eurus looks around on the battlefield for Peace, wondering if he's hearing things. Peace explains his situation to Eurus, and Eurus asks if he's not hurt. Peace smiles at Eurus' concern. Glad to have a true friend, he reassures Eurus that he's okay. Peace gets to the point of their communication and says he'll help him. Eurus is a bit confused by what Peace just said, when he suddenly starts glowing. Peace also lights up. He recalls how their souls are connected. Peace says he can send his mana to Eurus, even if they're in different dimensions. He announces that he'll send all of his mana to Eurus, so he should use that to return to his original form. He instructs Eurus to become Chrono Life's strongest boss monster, once more. The twin-headed dragon Eurus. Wow! Are we in for a treat? Peace tells Eurus to get rid of the irritating bugs with a vicious expression. He adds that nothing should be left alive. Eurus thinks of it and accepts the commandment with a wicked face. Similar to Peace's It's Time to Go Crazy, Eurus, the peaceful land, suddenly rumbles loudly as a massive winged being rises up with flashing eyes. Eurus is still in his cute form and growls loudly to be heard throughout the land. He claims that he's the strongest dragon of all and reveals his identity. Luna was imagining that this was what would happen, making Peace irritated for killing the vibe. I swear she's getting Ju's habit of lousy imagination. Going back to the matter at hand, Peace says that once Eurus consumes the mana he transferred, Eurus will return to his true form. He adds that Eurus won't be in the admirable and lovable form once it happens. Star watches in amazement as Eurus glows brightly. He's receiving the mana transfer from Peace, and is notified that he now has enough mana to manifest his soul. Eurus starts manifesting his soul into reality, and a greater light flashes from him. Users cover their eyes, but Mr. PT remains unfazed since he has his shade on. Star and Riot cannot watch, but the same goes for the bugs who are now growling at the sunlight. Eurus continues to shine as his cute form turns into a twin-headed small dragon. The small form grows big, and Star opens an eye to see this happen. Peace smirks as he watches. He compliments and welcomes Eurus as he returns to his proper form. Users were still blinded from before and could not open their eyes. Immediately, a vast shadow suddenly looms over them, and they can finally see what happened. Wings spread out widely, and two mouths filled with numerous sharp teeth pull open. The majestic, true form of the twin-headed dragon grace the lands of Chrono Life once more. The bugs watch at the appearance of Chrono Life's strongest boss monster. Users look up at the dragon standing still. Let's have a short recap first as to why the other head is there. Eurus left. Head was destroyed before by Peace in the past. Cast, which was later revived by the goddess of life as Uricon. Peace absorbed Uricon using Veracity, back when they fought with Veracity. It made the twin-headed dragon whole once more within our MC. Back to our present story. The users were aghast at the reappearance of the strongest boss monster. A weapon falls to the ground, and a user shivers as she recalls the terror of this dragon. This is because of the monster boss, proximity to the users. Eurus Nest, aka the Ravine of the Deceased, is located near the front village. It is to the point the newbies can walk to Eurus Nest if they desire. That's what our MC did. Every user of Chrono Life has stepped into Eurus Nest one way or another, and it usually stemmed out of curiosity. Upon reaching the Ravine of the Deceased, the users would usually stop in their tracks and look up with horror on their faces. The massive form of the twin-headed dragon only intensifies their terror, making them experience despair. And with his appearance, Eurus once more reminded the users of that fear. A user shudders as she looks up at Eurus. Star steps in and calls Eurus. She comes closer to the dragon with worrying in her eyes. Star asks if he's on their side. Eurus looks down on Star. Eurus finally speaks in his true form and tells the mortals to leave if they want to be spared. He shouts at everyone to get moving, snapping the users out of their frozen state. Everyone runs away from the scene, with some users leaving their weapons behind. Star stays standing before Eurus, recalling their first meeting and the other times they spent together. I really love Star for existing. Star doesn't want to leave, but Eurus also tells Star to go. He says the area will soon turn bloody, so she should leave and run as far away as possible. At that exact moment, a horde of bug-like monsters surround them from one side. Eurus says that he doesn't really care for the others, but is a different matter when it comes to Star. Eurus swears to protect her no matter what. Star's surprise for Eurus has never spoken to her that way before. Riot grabs Star's hand and tells her that they should go. He says that they should leave this fight to Eurus. Star finally listens and runs away with Riot holding her hand. She turns back to look at Eurus with tears in her eyes. Star shouts that Eurus can do it and reminds him not to get hurt. With Star finally away, Eurus announces he'll take care of the bugs. The monsters screech while Eurus provokes them. The enemies seem to have understood Eurus' words, and they all released a piercing sound. Their eyes light up and each blast a green light at Eurus. Eurus doesn't remain passive. Instead, his two necks light up as they prepare a skill. The light reaches up to his two mouths, and he blasts those toward the enemy bugs. A deafening, big explosion lights up that side of the world. Users get thrown off the ground as the explosion makes the earthquake. Riot holds on the Star as it happens, keeping her stable. Riot can only think about how the fight is finally starting. He gulped, thinking how powerful Eurus' basic breath skill was, for it made the entire world shake. Even the sin of sloth is wary of our cute little mascot. As the strongest of the 7 sins, the sin of pride's attacks are lethal against fragments of God. This is mainly because the 7 sins defied the gods, making it possible for them to attack against fragments of gods. Eurus' attack eradicated many bugs and destroyed the land they were upon. More bugs were left, and they started attacking using their tentacle pincers. One Hitsuar is on his side, but the enemy is confused because it is ineffective. Eurus glares at it, raises a clawed hand, and swipes at the bugs, destroying several of them. Eurus' booming voice resounds as he expresses the absurdity of the enemy for thinking that their attacks will work on him. His left head's neck lights up and releases a blast, slaying the bugs on its path. There is no doubt that the fragments of God is nothing against Eurus. His tail swings down at the monsters, sending them to their ends. Despite being the strongest boss monster within Chrono Life, no one expected that this dragon would aid the humans. Neither the gods nor Chrono Life system could have predicted. Only GUI was able to see this coming. Our MC should be a seer. Peace laughs and cheers on Eurus. Luna says this is only natural for the strongest boss monster of Chrono Life, as she clings to Peace. She admits that she can't defeat Eurus on her own, and adds that even the joined forces of the rest of the 7 sins wouldn't be a sure win against the sin of pride. She claims that Eurus was just unlucky that he crossed paths with NOOB and even became a cute mascot. I doubt that. There's no doubt Eurus is lucky that he did. Peace stares at her and asks how long she's been clinging to him. Luna smiles, saying it has been 5 minutes. Peace gets irritated and tells her to get off. But Luna doesn't comply and rubs her face against him. She even tells Peace to peck her or something. Peace doesn't force her to let go. Instead, he reminds her about the Garden of Eden, things she mentioned before. He tells her that it's not just the two of them within that realm. Luna gets a bit confused, but Peace simply points below him. A Ventador pops out and looks at Luna and says some random crap. Luna's face changes upon seeing him, realizing that the guy has indeed been there the whole time. Great job in ruining the mood of Ventador. Back in the human realm, Eurus blasts another attack on the bugs with his breath, creating a massive explosion. The continuous moving sound and explosions were being watched by the injured Riot. He mulls over the fact that the strongest boss monster is the sin of pride, Eurus. The rest of the 7 sins all know that Eurus is the strongest, yet at this moment, Riot wonders if Eurus hasn't really never shown the extent of his powers. At that moment, Eurus scrolls out loud. What Riot thought of is actually correct. Eurus had never truly unleashed all of his powers. This is because everything he fought so far was weak with his own strength. These fragments of God got destroyed. Slaying 3,980 of those amidst those remains is Eurus, the possessor of that overwhelming strength with titles such as the Sin of Pride and Chrono Life's strongest boss monster. There is no doubt the twin-headed dragon has once more descended. Star cheers and hops to where Eurus is for winning against those bugs. Yep, it was the perfect bug extermination. The Demon King, the ruler of the heavenly realm, and other users smile in agreement. But Eurus stops Star from getting closer. He says that he's only destroyed the fragments of God, and the enemy still lives. He looks at the meter-like flesh that release all those bugs. Looking at it, Star realizes Eurus is right. She runs off and wishes Eurus good luck. Eurus starts flapping his broad wings, creating a gust of wind that even throws Star away. Eurus floats into the air and prepares to attack once more. His neck lights up as it charges, and his two mounds become filled with energy, announcing that he'll end that war. Eurus blasts at the remaining flesh of God. The meteor-like entity starts to disintegrate from his attack, and Eurus continues to blast, the point that the land is even destroyed. Eurus' attack settles down, and Love looks at the remains of the enemy. While most of it is gone, some its flesh remains. No way, some of it still managed to survive. The remains wriggle and Love realizes it's still alive. The wriggling flesh suddenly buzzes as it pixelates and changes form. Green cubes float into the air as remains continue to change. The users were confused by what they were seeing. Mint Chaka asks if those are pixels, while Mr. PT wonders if it is something like Minecraft. The cube in front of Mint Chaka suddenly glows and a light flashes out of it. The same thing happens with the other cubes, and the light combines into one. In the godly realm, Peace watches with Luna still clinging to his side. He asks what those are and comments on how the pixels combine into one. Luna doesn't respond, and Peace demands an explanation from her. Luna continues to rub her face on Peace's arm, ignore his words. This pisses him off, and he bites her head for not responding. Luna is completely shocked that Peace bit her, and of all places her head. She questions him, but Peace only commands her to answer his question or help bite her more. Luna chuckles, asking if there's a promise. Peace doesn't answer and tries to hold his temper. Luna sighs and asks if he really is just unaware. She suddenly congratulates him for clearing Phase 3 and says he's now in the last step. Phase 4, also known as the final phase. She says, it's time for the final boss to make his appearance. Are you sure this is indeed the last one? Back in the human realm, users watch at the warm glow of shock in their faces. Glowing human feet, hands and shining raised hair. Whether it is Love, Lore, Riot, or Star, everyone looks at the human form of the god of destruction. Eurus doesn't say anything and simply watches. A god with his unknown level and human form has finally descended on the human realm. The god of destruction must be of say, on descent. Peace looks at the god of destruction through his ember of all creation. Red tears suddenly drip down from Peace's eyes. He is confused about what is happening, wondering if he is bleeding. Luna looks over him with worrying etched in her face. Red tears drip from Love's eyes. And the same happens with the other users. A voice suddenly speaks, telling them not to worry. Fertile should be okay. God speaks to the users for the first time. God floats toward Eurus, commenting on how Eurus has grown so much since he was just a hatchling. Eurus questions him, and he suddenly jolts and sees 3 eggs in God before those eggs. God smiles widely at the eggs. Are we going to have Eurus' backstory? Eurus' head throbs confused at the memory he is seeing. God expresses how he doesn't understand why a being who's part of the 7 sins is not annihilating humans. Instead, this 7th sin is fighting alongside the humans. God calls Eurus by his title, the Sin of Pride. One of Eurus' necks lights up. He prepares to blast while saying that God reeks of appalling smell and tells him to disappear. Eurus finally releases a huge blast at God. The user is tumbled at the intensity of Eurus' attack. Fixed smoke starts to dispel, and God expresses his pity. Eurus is taken aback that God remains unscathed from his attack. The god of destruction frowns as he states that he loves Eurus the most among the 7 sins. So he never expected that he must get rid of Eurus himself. He points at Eurus, and a small green light slowly shoots out of his finger. Eurus is befuddled by the lack of intensity. The green light hits him in the mouth, and the collision suddenly shines brightly to the point that Eurus gets engulfed by the green light and a large expanse of his surroundings. Eurus growls loudly in pain. Star watches with worrying, unable to do anything for her friend. Eurus drops to the ground, the large thud. He costs up while the god of destruction gently descends to the ground. God says that Eurus truly is remarkable. Eurus picks himself up while God continues to speak about how even Aventador came with him. He says that you should be gone right after that attack. As for Gallardo, he was left where he belonged. In case you forgot, Eurus first mentioned Gallardo in chapter 42. He is the gargantuan dragon. NOOB is one of the 3 strongest dragons of Chrono Life. Eurus growls and raises a dragon hand. He uses it to swat God. The kit was so strong to the point that the surrounding ground cracked, and the users were once more thrown off by the attack's impact. The land gets destroyed and large boulders whoosh up. Eurus scrolls with anger. God scolds him for his senseless actions. While holding a finger up against Eurus' attack, God continues to glow with some parts of him seeming depixelized. The god of destruction questions Eurus if he even knows who he is, saying he already knows how this will end. He announces himself as a god. The end of his finger, holding Eurus back, glows green as energy wears from it. With that one finger, he blasts a huge attack on Eurus. It is so massive that it can be compared to our MC's attacks. The users cover themselves from the gust of wind created by the attack. Star peeks at what happened, despite the wind. Eurus' hand that attacked God is no more. Eurus growls, and Star can't help but worrying. Peace sees this all happening from his ember of all creation. He worriedly looks at Eurus and calls him through their connection. Peace tells him it's already enough and commands him to change for and run. Eurus doesn't answer, making Peace shout at him to respond. Eurus finally replies, saying that he can't follow his orders. Peace is surprised by Eurus' answer and asks him why. Eurus already felt it. He wanted to ensure that Peace would never meet this being called God. He knows full well that this being has the ability to take Peace's life. Eurus intends to protect his master and friend no matter what. He recalls their interactions and the times they spent together. Eurus knowingly chose this path and believes it to be his destiny. He plans to put everything on the line, even if it costs his life. On tearing up, please don't sacrifice yourself, Eurus. Eurus releases another blast of attack from his mouth toward God. God then raises a hand, and the direction of Eurus' attack changes upward. Eurus is baffled by what just happened. God looks up at Eurus with a frown and sighs. He suddenly jumps up to appear in front of Eurus. While crossing his arms, God kicks Eurus, making the sin of pride cough. God is not yet done, and stands in one of Eurus' wings. He grabs Eurus' flesh and rips a wing off him with his own hands. The wings lost makes Eurus falter and lose the ability to fly. Those who were watching were utterly stunned by what God just did. Eurus falls to the ground, and God steps back on the ground before Eurus fall in form. God raises one finger and points it at Eurus as it glows green. Star angrily reacts to this and pulls out her hammer. With tears in her eyes, she runs toward God. Our Star is genuinely courageous. The god of destruction only sighs and points his finger instead at Star. The girl merchant falters as God attacks Star. The users were stunned by what was happening and could not act. The lamp becomes bright with the green light from God's attack. Star can only close her eyes while waiting for the attack to hit her. Realizing that she's okay, she opens the eyes. Eurus is before her with a hole in his chest. Eurus protected Star from getting hit. Curse pour down on Star's face as she sees this. Seeing Eurus protect a human, God is still not yet finished. He points a finger at Eurus, and a bright green light emerges from it once more. He releases it right at Eurus was already fallen before him. Eurus suffers more damage from the attack, and Star can't do anything but watch this happen. Feeling merciless, God kept on releasing bursts of attacks at Eurus. Star continues to cry. Seam is right before her. Eurus stays there, accepting the numerous attacks from the god of destruction. He knows that movie means putting Star in danger. Star can only cry out loud at this. He'll sacrifice himself for Star, even though he knows Star can reset. Eurus doesn't want her to experience any pain within the game. Eurus tells her not to cry. Star calls for Eurus, who endures the explosions of the attacks in his tattered body. He says he's still protecting her, and if Star cries, he knows that peace will be sad. Tears continue to flow from her eyes as she remembered how she met Ju in real life. Star tries to hold back and tells Eurus that even if she dies, she can still respond. Star shakes as she says that it's not the same for Eurus. She knows what it means if Eurus dies and pleads with him to run away. Eurus looks at her and says that he is the soul of an ego sword. He may be Peace's weapon, but he knows that materializing as a unique boss means his data will get erased once he meets his end. Even if this is true, Eurus still believes that Peace will be fine. Anyone can take that place. Star smiles sadly and tells him that she is not talking about Peace. Instead, she is talking about him. Star asks if Eurus will genuinely be okay if that happens, if dying and not seeing Peace anymore is something that he can bear. Help! I need tissues. God never stopped attacking Eurus. The dragon remained resistant to the attacks, regardless of the heavy injury. He says Peace's name and recalls old memories. It was a memory of how an egg just hatched, and out of it came the twin-headed dragon. Eurus' backstory is now starting. Noah hatchling. The dragon has a weird voice in its head that commands it to kill all humans. The small dragon heeded its command and filled the land with human skulls. One by one, humans were killed. The count increased to tens, hundreds, and 1,000s. It was an unending cycle of killing that lacked reason. This was the life Eurus led, for there was no way for him to end it on his own, with that voice dominating him. His presence means absolute demise for humans, despite the control over him. The dragon still has his doubts. He questions the necessity of slaying humans. The dragon watched the humans react with despair all this time, and in those moments, he never found it amusing. Doubt filled him as time moved forward. His skepticism finally made him realize he didn't want to kill humans. So he flew off. But a buzzing sensation stopped him as he did. This occurred whenever he thought of it. The voice filled his head, reminding him to kill humans. Is the voice some program that ensure Eurus keeps on killing humans? Instead of proceeding with his flight, a twin-headed dragon would turn back and slay those humans, even though he didn't want to. Over time, his doubt transformed into another feeling called loneliness. One day, monsters under his legion came to him. They reported the activity of a human who went to the ravine of the deceased. The fourth commander asked him for the order to slay this intruder. Eurus rejected this, saying he'll deal with it himself. He flies up to the sky, grimly amused for feeling something for the humans that he had slayed when he had no right. A human wearing a tattered cloak calmly walks into Eurus' nest. The dragon finds the human only wearing underwear beneath the cloak, and a wooden stick in hand. Oh, it's our MC. Eurus found the whole thing ridiculous, for there is no doubt that the human is new to adventuring. The dragon was expectant, and it turned into disappointment. He admits to himself that he is a bit looking forward to slaying this human before him. At the same time, he knows that he'll be disappointed by the time it ends. Unlike the order given to him, the dragon truly loves the humans. Egg must still comply with the voice. He fully knows that the only way for him to finally escape that cycle is if he meets a human who is stronger than him. The dragon drops to the ground and faces the human he hopes to meet, someone who can finally finish the worthless bloodshed imposed on him. Don't worry, Eurus of the past, you're facing that human right now. With it, his pain will also end. Eurus, the twin-headed dragon, faced the human in all his glory, while anticipating the disappointment he'll soon face. Eurus growls out loud, expressing a lot of emotions in that sound. He knows it will take decades before a human can catch up to his strength as the strongest being in the land of Chrono Life. He compliments the valor of the human before him and promises the mortal's end. But Eurus has faith and belief that it will happen someday. So today, like any other day, he faces the human and intimidates him. It was at that time that his twin head had perished. It's also the day he has been waiting for all his life. Eurus looks at the non-existent twin head, and at the human who talks to himself about having a few strikes left. The human claims that he'll defeat the strongest boss of the game. The dragon flinches at those words and tries to talk his way through that situation. But RMC doesn't let him and simply swings his wooden stick. The attack leaves Eurus in a precarious state. He is surprised by the existence of this human, knowing that he'll meet his end with one more strike. With one strike left on his wooden stick, Peace complains about his weapon's durability and the system. Hearing this, Eurus looks at the human and asks about the durability problem. Eurus is wares that he can help regarding that matter, and this successfully stops Peace from striking one last time, like what happened in the second chapter. Eurus shares his knowledge of the ego sword. He does this because he still wants to live, while he wants to end his curse of killing humans against his will. It doesn't mean that he's willing to disappear just like that. Eurus respectfully refers to Peace as Sir, explaining how he can become the human's weapon by transferring his soul to it. Once that happens, the weapon will have consciousness as it evolves into an ego sword. On top of this, it will gain infinite durability. Eurus explains that an ego sword is the highest rank of weapon within Chrono Life. Peace finds this amusing and laughs out loud. Eurus respectfully asks once more, while Peace continues to laugh. Peace's demeanor changed, thinking that he'll soon get revenge, made his face scary. Eurus can only tremble at the sight. Peace accepts Eurus' offer, turning Eurus into a soul that enters Peace's wooden stick. That was the birth of the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick with an ego rank, and it is how Eurus' soul got attached to Peace's after that day passed. Eurus turns small into a cute mascot for RMC. He still hears the voice that commands him to kill humans. Eurus would suggest annihilating the humans because of it. After time passed, the instance of hearing that voice lessened, and he finally reached the point where it didn't affect him anymore, like a bothersome buzz. Eurus now has someone who is remaining by his side. His adventures with Peace are the highlight of his life. There is no doubt that Peace awakened him from a very long nightmare. For Eurus, Peace is his best friend. Eurus remains resilient against the continuous edge of attacks from the god of destruction. Star doesn't want this, but Eurus has resolved himself. He believes this is the time for him to give back to Peace for everything. He wants to make sure that Peace won't meet this god. God suddenly stops firing, surprised when a dragon's hand suddenly looms over him. Eurus grabs God, announcing that he'll take him down with him. God asks if the twin-headed dragon plans to self-destruct, and Eurus easily says he will. Eurus starts to glow as he holds God in his hand. The god of destruction didn't struggle free. Instead, he asked the sin of pride if the command he engraved on his mind remains there. This god did that to Eurus. Please slay this dude. Eurus doesn't respond, making God question why he's siding with the humans to the point that he is willing to sacrifice his life. Eurus once more felt the sensation of the voice planted in his head, but he had long overcome it. He dismisses the question as absurd. The hold of the voice's command in his head beeps and falters until it finally gets destroyed. Eurus says that he loves humans and then corrects himself proudly, announcing that he loves Peace. The twin-headed dragon glows brighter, and everyone watches as it happens. Star cries out in distress as a massive explosion takes place at where Eurus and God were. Eurus is tired, but there is something that he regrets. While recalling his time with Peace, his eyes drift close. Eurus' wish was to see Peace once more as the smoke completely envelops him. In the dark starry night, a black cape flows along the wind. Peace carries Eurus, small form in his arms. Finally, he's back. He smiles and sighs at Eurus' bullheadedness. Peace fondly looks at the dragon in his arms, saying he did well. I just hope Eurus will live. Star continues to cry, this time in Riot's arms. Love, Leor. And the other users can only watch as Star wails in despair. She kept on shouting for Eurus, not accepting what happened. Riot mulls over what happened with Eurus, self-destructing while in his true form as a unique boss. This indicates complete deletion. Riot can only surmise that Eurus is now forever gone. Peace gently steps into the ground with Eurus in his arms. Everyone is surprised to see that Peace has returned. Star calls for him. Upon realizing that Eurus is in his arms, Star quickly stands up and goes to him. She asks Peace if Eurus is okay. Peace smiles and reassures her that Eurus is fine and that he only fainted for using too much of his power. Tears drip from Star's eyes, and she falls to the ground with relief. She cries out once more, thankful that Eurus survived. Eurus groans softly, and Peace asks if he's awake. Eurus softly calls for his mom, making Peace wonder if the dragon is only talking in his sleep. He concludes that Eurus must be comfortable in his arms and finds this cute. Eurus continues to call for his mom, stating that he's hungry. He suddenly sucks on Peace's chest. What kind of development is this? Our MC lets Eurus continue. He responds with his usual disgusting behavior. Love quickly reacts, pulling Eurus from Peace and throwing him to the ground. Not the best way to treat an injured being, even if it is a dragon. Peace does another unbearable reaction while Love asks him what he is even doing when Star is watching. Peace cries, saying he didn't do anything at all. At that moment, Star is unaware of what happened because Leor managed to cover the kid's eye just in time. Love then scolds Peace for not wearing anything. You should have told him that from the first time you've met him, Love. Eurus groans again. This time he sits up with wide open eyes. He's surprised to find Peace. Our MC smiles to find Eurus awake and asks how he's doing, still feeling out of it. Eurus admits that he felt like he got something sweet and delicious. Peace blushes when he learns it is sweet, while Love can only stare at them with no traits of amusement on her face. Returning to the point, Eurus asks how he's still part of the living despite self-destructing with that god. Only then does he realize he's back to his soul form. The memory irks Peace, and he starts pulling at Eurus' cheeks. Be careful, Chiyuri didn't eat the gum fruit like a certain straw. He reveals how he turned Eurus back to his soul form before dying from self-destruction. Peace angrily scolds Eurus for disobeying his orders when he, no doubt, commanded him to run. Peace tells Eurus that he can't recover mana while in the godly realm, so things would have been real dangerous if he didn't make it in time. Eurus accepts the punishment and apologizes. Peace finally lets go of Eurus' cheeks, agreeing that Eurus should indeed be sorry. Since he worried many people about what he did, he brings down Eurus and holds the dragon towards Star. Eurus calls her name, and Star silently takes Eurus from Pi's hands. The dragon pales, thinking that he's in for another ride. Oh, not another motion sickness-inducing ride from Star. Unexpectedly, Star only hugs him tightly with tears in her eyes. Star is happy that Eurus survived and tightens her hut on him. Eurus blushes and stutters. As he tells her about his inability to breathe, he asks to be released, but Star stubbornly tells him no. Love and Peace watch them with idiotic grins on their faces. Love looks at Peace and asks how he escaped from the godly realm. She apparently learned from Riot that he got stuck there. Peace's sighs reveals and his thoughts of being forever stuck there. Though it irritates him, he must admit, it was only possible because of that roach. Really, Luna helped Peace get off that realm. I guess a Venomer was a big turnoff. As if being called, Luna gently drops to the ground, finally making her presence known. Love looks at Luna and asks if Peace is pertaining to Roach Lady. Luna suddenly staggers and slumps toward Peace. Our MC only watches Luna silently, with a bit of worrying in his face. Love shouts at Roach Lady for being flirty with Peace and demands her to let go of him. Out of the blue, Peace tells Captain Love that he'll let Roach Lady lean on him. In the meantime, Love is a bit confused by Peace's unusual reaction. That is indeed unusual. She finally sees Roach Lady sweating profusely while panting. Luna suddenly coughs up, entirely bewildering Love. Luna suddenly drops to the ground and continues to pant. Love, worriedly, asks what's wrong. It still has the guts to joke about Roach Lady swallowing some bug spray. Peace even thinks that the last part is inappropriate. He tells Catherine Love to be nice, since Roach Lady will sue me her end. This statement caught Love off guard, and she probes this issue with disbelief. Star continued to hug Eurus tightly, though she did hear the commotion at the same time. Eurus is obviously enjoying attention. Phrase, wagging his tail a lot, still doubtful. Love points at Luna and asks if she's truly dying. Luna looks up at them with sweat and blood on her face. Here's a flashback of what happened in the godly realm. Seeing Star crying while Eurus is about to die made Peace berserk in the godly realm. He swings his wooden stick multiple times, creating chaos in that space. Luna comments on his fighting spirit and attempts to destroy the godly realm. She tells him This is pointless, since that realm can't be destroyed. Peace glares at her and tells her to shut it unless she wants to be ruined first. Luna is shocked by Peace's contempt, but manages to smile after a thought. She asks about his anger, asking if this is caused by the possibility of Yuro's death. Luna speaks of the bond of the two and reminds him that the other is only an AI. She questions his investment in Pixels, saying it is only a game. Luna should ask the same question to the NFT investors. Pi stops throwing attacks and sighs at her question. He smiles, saying that she might be right about that. And then he suddenly bonks her strongly in the head, negating what he just said. Luna groans and shudders in pain, while Peace looks at her and lectures her about her crap. He tells her to log off if she keeps spouting such nonsense. Luna peeks at him and smiles. She remarks on his determination and his concern for Eurus. Peace frowns, asking if she finds his worrying for a game character ridiculous. Luna looks at him with sad eyes. With a smile, she admits that she does find it silly because she herself is the same. The unexpected answer confuses Peace, but Luna only grins. She tells him to ready himself for she aided him in getting out of that realm. Peace continues to frown, dubious of Roach Lady's intentions. He questions her for everything she previously said and demands her to make an honest decision. Luna looks down and says that what she said is true. She asks if Peace remembers their first meeting in Front Village. Peace says he does, adding how is the most irritating day of his life. Right at that time, our MC is busy thinking of a lovey-dovey future with Luna. Luna smiles, saying that they have had numerous experiences together ever since. She recalls meeting him offline in his house. Their first kiss, their soirée, enjoying the food she cooked, and their car ride to the beach. Luna knows that she got him confused by her actions, and speculates that NOOB didn't understand. Luna says this is why she likes him, and why even she herself is confused. Now that they've reached that point, Luna could finally decide. Peace feels weary from what she's saying when he really doesn't care, since he's more concerned about saving is. Luna sadly smiles at his response with time of essence. She asks if Nu still has the jewel she gave him before, and asks him to take it out. Peace blankly looks at her, asking what jewel she's talking about. He adds that he doesn't remember such a thing. Our MC really needs to approve his memory. Luna can only remind him, though it does make her sad that Nu forgot about it. She blushes as she mentions that it was the day that they had their first kiss. Peace flinches at what she said. Finally, recalling what Roach was referring to, Peace remembers that it happened when he faced Yufa, and how Luna did give him a jewel with unknown details. Peace checks his clothes, looking for the item that Luna mentioned. He finally finds it and pulls it out. The item still has question marks on it with a mythical rank. Luna smiles, seeing that NOOB still has it with him. Peace dismisses the affection, saying he only accepted it since it's free. He asks what the item is for, saying that he never found any details regarding that jewel. Luna explains this is only because she made the item herself. She mentions how a creator must assign its name for it to appear on the database. With that, she says that the item is called God's Jewel, and it is an item that has all of her powers as the goddess of life. Upon her words, the jewel's name gets updated, it along with its information. Luna explains that the godly realm exists for gods. With her being a goddess, the godly realm will be destroyed if she dies. To summarize, destroying the jewel means NOOB can leave the godly realm. Luna was about to mention other information, but Peace had already destroyed it with his hand. Typical Jew. Peace acts nonchalantly and asks what Roach Lady is about to say. Luna only stares at him with a grimace. She asks if he really can't listen to an explanation before doing anything. Peace only laughs, saying it's his habit to skip the tedious talk since it's already done. Luna can only sigh, saying that it's okay, since there's no doubt he'll still destroy the jewel, even after hearing what she has to say about it. A loud cracking sound catches Peace's attention, making him look up. The space above then cracks, and the two watch as it happens. Luna remarks on how long it took them to reach that point, and now she will see end of it. Peace only looks at her comet, and that ends our flashback. Love once more asks if Roach Lady is really going to die. Luna confirms this, and reminds NOOB of how there are important things that you should remember. She finally gets to say them out. Luna says the first one is that the jewel contains her life. Next is that the powers of a god wouldn't disappear. Instead, this will be transferred, which is the case for her abilities as a god. Love suddenly looks at Peace upon hearing these words, and she can't help but wonder if Peace will become a god. Luna calls our MC NOOB, but she corrects herself and calls him Peace. The tears in her eyes, she pleads with him to save the world of Chrono Life. Peace stares at her with his title as a master novice. The advancement projects of God has started, and it is now at 38%. The night is filled with stars, and Peace glows brightly, brightening the night. A notification appears, indicating the job advancement. His UMPI shines so brightly. The same with the rest of his body. His cotton white brief changes into a skirt, similar to Luna's. The same thing happens with his top. With the job advancement completion announcement, Peace poses Klee as he becomes the goddess of life. My eyes need to be clean the holy water again. But I must admit that Jiu's muscles are impressive, but it seems that it's not really his. Peace cutely says, boom. Love was imagining all of this in her head. And the three of them found this awful. Both Peace and Luna comment on Love's repulsive imagination. Lee or Star and Eurus watch them. And Lee or suddenly blushes, saying it's not that bad. The others seem to be worse than our MC when it comes to unpleasant imagination. Luna sighs at the ridiculous train of thought of these people. She explains that NOOB wouldn't become the goddess of life, since the only thing being transferred to him is her powers as a god and not her job, though she is at death's door. Luna explains how NOOB will become a god based on his proclivity in playing Chrono Life. Peace is surprised that this is how it will be determined. Love thinks about it, thinking that Peace will become the god of perverts. Some users imagine he'll be the god of destroying planets, while Mint Chaka envisioned that he be the god of underwear. I can't help agreeing with those ideas. It's highly probable. Luna says there are numerous possibilities, but there is one thing that she personally believes. She announces her certainty on what kind of god NOOB will become. But she is cut off before she can even say it. A green light stabs her right in the chest, and Luna falls with a thud. Lug shouts for Roach, Lady shocked by what happened. Way to ruin the moment, God. God steps in, saying that she should have kept her mouth shut, and accuses Luna of being a traitor. Luna coughs up in pain from the attack. Riot holds onto his upper arm, surprised that this god is still part of the living. You are his curses, for he could not prevent Peace from facing the god of destruction. God compliments Eurus for his sheer power, admitting how he never expected Eurus to even opt for self-destruction. He says this only proves why he is the strongest of the 7 sins, but it's still not enough to take him down. Someone happily comments on God's presence. It was Peace, and he greeted God while cursing at him at the same time. He mentions that the last time they spoke was when the war with the anthropomorphs happened. Peace says they couldn't catch up earlier, since he was in his hideous monster form. Now that he's in his human form, Peace asks if God even remembers what transpired him. Do bugs have good memories? God replies that he does remember, and calls Peace his friend. God mentions that everything that occurred was all to lead them to that moment. Luna calls some more of Love, holding onto her. Love worriedly looks at Roach Lady, realizing her wounds are worse than expected. Judging it, she can say that there are only a few moments left for Luna. Love feels bitter for seeing Roach Lady like this. She knows she should be rejoicing that this is finally happening, but she can't bring herself to hate Roach Lady in her last moments. Honestly, I feel the same way, even though I still prefer Love. Love tells Luna to wake up, for she lacks healing skills to help her. She tells her to use her skills as the goddess of life on herself. Luna mumbles that she can't and compares herself to a Pierce balloon. She explains how her goddess powers are almost gone, so she can't use any of her divinity of like skills. Aside from this, the attack she received from the god of destruction is laced with divinity, making it impossible to use healing skills on her. Peace looks back at the dying goddess of life and asks God if he really has to do such a thing when it's apparent that she's about to reach her end. God says they also have feelings, and he's only punishing her for being a traitor. Peace asks how Roach Lady even betrayed him. The god of destruction thinks about it and says there have been some situations, though it is difficult for him to explain. When he thinks about it, he feels like Luna has been on the side of humans all this time. Are we having Roach Lady's redemption arc now? Peace asks what he means by that, when it is evident that Roach Lady made sure to get rid of humans with every chance she could take. God admits that he did think the same, but he concluded that was done intentionally to deceive him. He says he has doubts, and Steamy End doesn't make him happy. Peace ponders what God said, and says that Luna is actually better than a roach. He thinks that Luna is more of a bat. In this case, Luna and Love don't say anything, but it's obviously not the time for Peace to think of such things. Yep, our MC is consistent in coming up with weird things. Peace walks towards God and says it might be how her character's story has been set up. He thanked God for taking the time to explain it nonetheless. Peace stops before the God of Destruction and looks up at him. He says that God already knows that he doesn't like story dialogue, but he didn't skip this time, since it's him, the last boss of Chrono Life. God looks back at Peace, calls him his friend, and says he wants to ask him something. Peace suddenly swings up, creating an explosion right at the God of Destruction's face. Really, Jew? I thought there's no more skipping this time. The explosion is so massive to the point that it reaches out of the planet, and God faces it head-on, back in the real world. A Chrono Life staff announces the fight of God and Peace to their boss. CEO Deok Bae Choi comments on it. He says they should just sit back and watch the outcome that will determine their company's future. The CEO then grins, saying that they at least have the stronger one on their side. Who's he referring to? Exactly back in the game, Peace leaps up and asks God what he is going to ask him. He then swings down at God, sending him plummeting to the ground with a large blast. The impact destroys the land and throws off the other users. The earth rumbles, and as the smoke dissipates, it is revealed that Love and the others are okay. She was able to react in time to protect them with her clutches of death skill. Riot looks at the skill protecting them, realizing as the same skill that the Sin of Envy used when it took complete control of the Demon King's body. Riot is surprised that she used such a skill to protect them. Captain, Love has been honing her skills. Love desynchronizes and deactivates the essence of the Demon King. She sighs in relief as her horns and wings disappear. Love asks if everyone is okay. Star immediately compliments Love, and Eurus does the same by mentioning her quick reaction speed. Love admits she somewhat expected it to happen, since Peace doesn't really hold back when fighting. Another explosion occurs near them, and everyone can only watch as it happens, seeing destruction near them. Love suggests they should just leave. Riot asks where they would even go when the whole planet is literally at risk. They can all hear the chaos Peace is causing, and Riot can only hope that Peace won't destroy the planet in the process. They should bring this fight somewhere else. At that moment, Peace swirls his wooden stick and smacks God's shoulder with it. Then he unleashes a million strikes, continuously hitting God. The God of Destruction accepts each hit, yet he still calls Peace his friend. This makes Peace pause. God finally asks why Peace is siding with the humans, when they only ruin the tranquility and gifts they were given by creating wars, slaying one another, and destroying the land. God believes that these humans don't deserve the privilege of life. Peace frowns at his question and asks if that is the question he wants to ask earlier. He manages to be patient and agrees with what God says. He reiterates how humans tend to destroy things, hurt others, and even have regrets. Peace then smiles, saying that there's still hope in the ability of humans to change with a genuine smile. Peace says, this is how things have been since they were born. Is this really our disgusting MC? God is stunned by Peace's response to his question, and doesn't get what Peace means. Peace admits that he doesn't understand it himself, and just laughs it off while bonking God in the head. Woo, he's back to normal. God flinches at Peace's attack, finally experiencing for himself what the others have gone through. With a smug look, Peace reveals that he just said that. Since it sounded cool, he tells God to stop the drama. Peace gathers energy in his stick and activates the Soul of the Giant skill, which lets him increase his attack power and range by 1000%. The skill activates, and Peace smiles as he uses Swing Up. His attack is even more significant than any attacks he has thrown before. Smoke for his attacks, recoil filled the air. But God was still doing fine despite the attack. He was surprised to see that his friend's attack actually sent him far away from the planet. But more surprisingly, Peace is there with him. Our MC expresses his own shock and admittedly tells God about how he put enough strength in his attack that God is still fine. As long as God's stats are not similar to the CEO's, GU still has a chance. Peace points his wooden stick at God, announcing his knowledge of how mythical rank weapons and above would work. Peace can't help but wonder if eagle rank weapons are the exception to this. God looks behind him at Peace and admits his confusion about his friend's obvious question. God says that the reason is because he is stronger than Peace. Peace flexes, wooden stick down, and thinks they should try it out. Our MC gets serious as he dashes towards God. He strikes God with his stick, creating bursts of explosion. The long blast is akin to the one he did before. But Peace was stunned. He finds a finger holding back his weapon. Peace quivers with anger at this. God merely looks at him and announces that it's time for him to quiet down. He blasts Peace with that green light of his that makes Peace cough up. Peace stutters in pain, saying it's nothing since he still has his healing factor skill. But before he could even use it, a notification appears, telling him that he was damaged by an attack that has Divinity of Destruction. This nullifies the use of the healing factor skill, making Peace incapable of healing. Peace's heart beats fast, dazed by what just happened. Not this again. Does our MC have to hit himself again, just so he could recover? God calls Peace's friend and reveals he felt close to him when they first met. He explains this is why he kept on calling him a friend. God says he'll be the first and last time he'll ask him something. God invites Peace to join him. Peace struggles as he looks at God, surprised to hear such a thing. The God of Destruction explains that Saint 389, also known as the planet of Chrono Life, is infested with users that act as viruses of that world. God says he must clean Saint 389 of these viruses. The reason why Mother created him. To summarize, the viruses are the humans, and God is the antivirus. And God calls himself the vaccine. At that moment, Peace's advancement, progress to become a god is 54%. With this rate, they'll probably take 2 or more chapters before Ju becomes a god in Chrono Life. Peace clutches his teeth and summarizes what the God of Destruction just said. He says he heard something similar from a villain in another movie, admonishing the plagiarism. God explains that it is only a metaphor to make Peace understand, for he knows full well that Chrono Life is nothing but a virtual world. It's admirable that the NPCs of Chrono Life are aware of this fact. God then restates it, saying it is more accurate to say he is the vaccine program for Chrono Life. Peace looks at him with understanding and compares the God of Destruction to some of the existing antivirus programs. God wonders if his friend truly understands him and just agrees, since there's nothing wrong with the statement. God goes back to the topic and says that his observation of humans led him to the conclusion that all users are viruses. He explains how there were more negative than positive in the user's actions. And it's why he's cleaning up the place by slaying everyone. Peace stares at God, baffled by what he just heard. He then sighs, saying that God is sicker than he initially thought, and that God may be a blockhead. Peace explains that they're not in reality, so killing the users in the game is pointless, since they'll just reset no matter how much they die. Even adds that the God of Destruction doesn't have the veracity skill to take the user's data, and it's a good thing he doesn't stubborn. God claims he'll continue slaying everyone. He'll repeat it, no matter how long it takes, until all those users reach the point of abandoning Chrono Life. Peace is incredulous at how an AI program like the God of Destruction can be so much like a spoiled brat. He says that the developers aren't idiots, and he can't just get away with what he wants. God suddenly grins widely, simultaneously. CEO Diabete Choi does the same in the real world. The God of Destruction has gone completely crazy as he mentions the phrase how the stronger one is on their side. This sentence was finished by the CEO of Chrono Life, a repeat of his previous remarks to his staff. No way the CEO intended this. Back to the game. God suddenly makes his move and appears behind Peace in a flash. Calling Peace his friend, God gives him a bit of advice. Peace is dumbfounded by God's movement, and he couldn't react fast when God suddenly kicked him. Peace groans as he coughs up. Unfinished God appears where Peace is still in the middle of getting thrown off, and tells him to forget the concept of developers siding with the users. God then chops Peace with his foot, hitting him right in the gut. Peace suffers while the God of Destruction still has that crazed look on his face. The attack sends Peace back to the ground with a tremendous crash. Love and the others were surprised by the sudden gust. Lee expresses her distress. Upon seeing the brave warrior injured, God drops back to the ground right before Peace, Love, and the others were surprised that God remains unscathed. And they could only think how Peace must have lost. The god of destruction speaks up, saying how the hairy old man left all the decisions in that fight. He explains, the old man is actually not on either side. Oh, so that was what he meant. The editing flow of the previous part made it sus, still on the ground. Peace holds onto his injury, not saying anything. God looks down at him, saying that it looks like the fight has been concluded. Calling Peace again his friend, God gives him another chance to choose. He asks if he will join him, or if he is willing to experience death. Numerous times, Peace doesn't really say anything. And everyone is surprised to hear this offer from God. The god of destruction looks at him and sighs. He suddenly turns his back on Peace, claiming to have a soft spot for him. God recalls how he mentioned earlier that it was his last chance, yet here he is, giving Peace another one. Has God fallen hard for Jew? God approaches the group of Love and the others as he tells his friend to think about it. So until he decides, he'll be playing with the other dirty viruses before him. Love shudders at the announcement, and she and Leor prepare to fight back. God smiles widely at the scene before him, admitting that he didn't expect such a duo. To have the Demon King and the ruler of the angels join forces despite their history, it muses God. God points a glowing green finger at them, admitting how slaying them makes it more interesting. A loud sound suddenly catches everyone's attention. God identifies the sound from a trumpet, and finds a single user blowing the trumpet hard. He comments on the humans' willingness to perish just to get his attention. God was sure that the impact of their previous fight slay the users, or at least made them run away, so it surprised him to find survivors. God redirects his hand, intending to make a quick work of the discord. But before he can continue, numerous flags rise up behind a mountain as the trumpet blares out. This confuses Love a bit, and someone comments on the dramatic entrance. The voice was Luna, who was struggling to sit up. Love is surprised to find that Luna is still alive, and Luna claims that she won't die easily. She is about to mention that she is known as a roach, but stops herself. You forgot. You've been promoted to a bat. Luna corrects herself, saying she is the goddess of life. Though her time is depleting, she is still thankful that what she'd been waiting for finally shows up. And they are the top 5 Alliance Guild. The leaders of the top 5 guilds make their appearance. There was Sohu, Saintly, and Abracadabra. Hawkeye is also there. And like the pro streamer that he is, he's currently streaming. He greets his viewers and encourages them to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification. His viewers welcome him back in the chat and mention how he's been gone for some time. Hawkeye comments on this and announces that they've been lying low, for they are the true hidden aces of that final battle. The chat laughs at his gall, and one even comments on how he thought Hawkeye was the comic relief. Hey, so true. Love is cheerfully surprised by their presence, and Hong and her guild appear right on time. She greets Love, and Love quickly rushes into her for a hug. Luna manages to stand up on her own and limps toward them. Luna asks if they're ready, and Hong confirms they just made it on time. Love looks at them with questioning eyes and asks what it is about. Hong looks at Luna and tells Love how Luna asked her for a favor. She says that she was only able to complete it recently. Love asks what the favor was and when it happened. Hong says it's been some time since it happened. It's another flashback ride. Peace is announcing to everyone how he's selling equipment from Eurus Nest in preparation for the fight against the anthropomorphs. It was on this day that Hong and Luna spoke. At that time, Hong asked about Love's level while Luna watched over Peace's activities with a bored look. Hong recalls how she was surprised at the fast rate of Love's progress and cheered for her. She has high hopes in their fight against the anthropomorphs, and she hasn't much clue regarding the situation back then. Luna sighs and mentions how the ancient anthropomorphs aren't what they should really focus on. Hong is surprised by Luna's claims. Luna stands up and walks, asking Hong to follow her for an important conversation. Hong complies, and they get themselves alone in an alley. Hong asks what they will discuss. Luna turns off her goddess mode and returns to her OG look. Hong is speechless, and Luna explains how she's constantly being watched in her goddess mode. Luna says it is God, the god of destruction, is right to have trust issues with Luna, but he's literally a stalker at this point. Luna then tells Hong that what they will discuss must remain between them. Back to the present, Hong tells Love how she learned the truth from Luna, of how God is the final boss of Chrono Life and the battle against him requires preparation. So she kept her promise to Luna to keep his secret. Love asks about these preparations. Hong grins as she announces that all 3,890 top 5 Guild Alliance members are equipped with mythical rank weapons. Hong looks at Luna and tells her she should lead the top 5 Guild Alliance. Hong reveals her feelings on how there's more chance of winning if Luna leads them. She also mentions that the others already know of this. Luna thinks about it and agrees with Hong's proposal. Luna steps in and swings her staff, commanding every top 5 Guild Alliance member to attack God. Every member obeys her commands, and they all rush towards God. Luna really should take over. Just imagine Ju leading the users. It'll be utter chaos. God is amused by this development and comments on the players' foolishness for their keenness in meeting their end. He raises his hand as he ridicules them for their audaciousness and says he'll play with them for a bit. God brings his hand to the ground and green lights burst in small, numerous forms. Green blobs of flesh rise from the earth. Each chunk sloshes as it forms into something akin to a man, and the green rising flesh groans as they rise. Love looks at those beings with disgust and calls them zombies. Luna says those are fragments of God, though it looks different now. Those are the same as the bugs from before. Love worries about how they can only be fought with mythical rank items. She is horrified as to why God would even make such disgusting things instead of blasting power from his finger like usual. Luna answers her, saying that God is literally playing with them just to humor them. Luna looks at Love and tells her this is their best chance. She says that she is sure that Riot warned them beforehand about how this war would require everyone's input. Luna asks if Love still doesn't understand, and calls her the Demon King, the leader of the demon realm. Love thinks over Luna's words and finally understands what Riot meant. Resolve. Love activates the essence of the Demon King. Love's horns and wings appear and start sinking. The noise is comparably lower than before, at 0.9%, and her sync status is stable. With red eyes, Love summons for her right hand, Death. Finally, we're seeing the other mascot. Death appears before his master and greets her. Love announces that all demons will join the final war of Chrono Life, and commands Death to open the dimensional portal to the demon realm. Death smiles wickedly at the command, fulfilling the great Demon King's desire. God was taken aback by what was happening. Death immediately opened the dimensional portal and released the demons from the demon realm. The demons make their appearance while the fragments of God groan. That's it. We'll just call them zombies. Moving forward, the demons fly into the human realm, and Love orders all demons to attack. Demons fly in the air as they heed their Demon King's command to attack. Users are so surprised by the sudden appearance of the demons, thinking that these beings are aiming for them. So when a demon passes them by, the users are in for a surprise. A demon chomps on a zombie, a fragment of God, and the other demons do the same. Well, that was easy. This scene, of course, confused the users, since monsters are fighting against other monsters. Someone then speaks up, assuring the users that the demons are actually on their side. The goddess of life, Luna, announces that she will lead the fight in that war. Through her ability hearing Luna's voice, and their heads surprise the users. Luna then repeats that the demons are their allies in that fight. As Luna tells this to everyone, Love gently drops to the ground in front of the other users with her essence of the Demon King activated. Luna continues speaking, saying that Love the Demon King gave out that order to the demons. Love looks at everyone, telling them that the demons will lead the battle, and she asks everyone to share their strength. The users are so completely besotted with Love's appearance and assurance that they all find themselves agreeing and cheering. Love dashes forward and leads everyone. She easily turns to kick an enemy in the stomach, making it explode in that single move. The users follow suit and attack with all their might. One user gets his head grabbed by the zombie he is attacking, making him surprise. The enemy growls loudly at him as it opens its mouth so wide that a user could easily fit in with no problem. The user remains frozen in fear, unable to retaliate. But a demon suddenly slashes at his enemy, saving him from perishing. The user is so surprised by what happened that he is unable to speak. The huge demon who saved him simply grunts and turns around. The user blushes, admiring the demon for being so cool. Are we getting another human-demon love story in this series? Star gushes at the fact that everyone is working together. As she watches the battlefield with Eurus and Riot, she suddenly pauses when she remembers something. Star raises Eurus to her eye level and voices her thoughts about how only mythical rank weapons are able to attack fragments of God. She then mentions how it looks different for demons is that they can easily attack those even without such a weapon. Eurus patiently explains to her how the followers of the Seven Sins are not required to have those just deal damage against the fragments of God. Instead, their attacks are less than 10%. Also do remember that mythic rank weapons are also called fragments of God, meaning a fragment of God can inflict damage on another. The god of destruction also watches over the fight and smirks at the presence of the demons in that fight. He deems that things are more interesting with them in that war. He then glances back at Peace again, calling him his friend. Peace is on one knee, while the god of destruction mentions how cleaning up will take longer. He reminds Peace of his offer, insisting you must thoroughly consider it. In case you forgot, it is an offer to join him. Though in a beaten state, Peace's heart continues to beat loudly. As fear slowly fills, and the god advancement progress is now at 67%. An alarm sounds, and his status window regarding the entry of the unconscious territory appears, indicating a new god's birth. Unaware of what is happening within Peace, the god of destruction believes that it is no fun to leave things alone. So he raises a hand and announces that he will be increasing the difficulty. He snaps his fingers, and within an instant, the zombies' eyes light up as if energy surges into them. They scream so loud, with their mouths wide open, and start chomping the zombie next to them. This is definitely on the level of our MC's disgusting regeneration. The users watch this happen in horror, finally realizing that the enemy is eating each other. As a zombie finishes eating another, its green form throbs and becomes more immense. Love gauges that the new single enemy unit is no shorter than 30 feet tall. One of the zombies, version 2.0, raises a hand and lunges toward Love. The Demon King faces it head-on and activates her skill Clutches of Death, which lets her transform her infinite magic power into physical attacks. One of the hands protects Love and Time from the zombie's attack, causing a wave of destruction in the nearby area. Love clenches her teeth, realizing that the enemies have not only grown in size, but they also have grown stronger than the monsters she faced in Eurus' nest. The uprated zombies are now unleashing their might against the users, giving them no choice but to face the enemy in groups. The demons, under the banner of the Demon King, also struggle as they fight against these enemies. Zombie Phase 2 must be the hard mode. Star frowns upon seeing this change on the battlefield. She turns to look at Riot, asking him what they should do. Star is worried that they will lose, making Riot feel burdened. He then recalls the meeting he had with Peace and the others before all the chaos. His words back then reminded everyone that their combined powers were necessary to clear the last episode. Riot ponders if this is the right time, for getting it wrong means no turning back home. Does Riot have something else prepared? The ground suddenly shakes, surprising the three of them. Star wonders if it is an earthquake as the ground continues to convulse. Riot looks back, and his smirk forms in his mouth. He expresses his relief at the arrival of others. Behind them, a massive group of monsters are moving closer to where they are. Star surprise, while Eurus smiles, admitting that he never thought he'd see such a thing in his life. To see his minions be there as outside of his expectations. Riot looks at the incoming monsters, calling them the strongest army in Chrono Life. Eurus Legion, oh ho, we have a backup. Eurus suddenly flies up in the air towards his legion. He then greets his four generals of death, and the four immediately come up front to greet their ruler. Squaring their allegiance, they seek Eurus' command. Eurus grins at this and directs his followers' attention to the green, gooey monsters summoned by God. He simply orders them to kill all of those things, and his minion readily complies. Eurus' legion charges into the ongoing fight against the zombies, screeching their intent. The enemy shot back at them, and mayhem unfolds once more. Star expresses her glee at the strength of Eurus' legion. Eurus then drops into her head, claiming they are indeed strong, for they are all under him. Seeing the cute Eurus back, Star once again, twirls around while holding him, and she compliments him for being so cool. Aha, like that. Twirling makes the motion sickness better. After that, twirling Star is back into gushing her excitement with everything that is happening. Riot comforts Eurus as the dragon pukes rainbows after the ride. Star just gave him the strongest monster of the game. Has it hard whenever Star is involved. With Star's enthusiasm back, she believes that they might just win that war. Riot smiles at her positivity, but he still reminds her that the road ahead toward that goal is still long. He then reminds her of his previous words about how everyone's power is necessary for that fight. Star looks at Riot, thinking of what he just said. Suddenly, a loud cry comes from above, making Star look up. She finds a griffin, an ancient anthropomorph flying high in the sky. Streamer Hawkeye also notices this, easily identifying the bird as the monster that invaded Castle Arden previously. He quickly turns around and dashes toward a higher vantage point. From there, he sees a vast army of ancient anthropomorphs arriving. Hawkeye smiles, saying that things are really becoming intense there. Hawkeye's viewers are confused, and the streamer says that he never thought they would get to fight with those things as their allies. The viewers then cheered upon hearing his explanation. Yep, more incoming backup. Love sees the ancient anthropomorphs' arrival, and also starts thinking that they have a chance there. Suddenly, Riot speaks up, repeating how a long road is ahead of them. He then gives a business lecture about how having more money means increasing your chance of making it big. Riot claims that the same thing applies to war. With more allies, their chance of victory becomes higher. Riot claims that one must use every resource they have to ensure their survival, and this is what makes business and war similar. With a flap of wings, the angels and soldiers of the heavenly realm make their appearance, and Riot announces that they will be joining the fight. Habeck suddenly appears before Riot, Star, and Eurus, surprising the two. Habeck, the Mirror King, who has his mirrors taken by RMC, is on one knee and reports to Riot. He announces his success in gathering all the forces of Eurus, Nest Ancient Anthropomorphs, and Heavenly Realm as their ally in that war. Riot compliments Habeck, saying that he made it on time. So that's why Habeck was not there earlier. He has that important task from Riot. Riot announces that they finally have everyone they need in that fight, with that everyone's ordered to attack. From the north, the ancient anthropomorph have sent 5,000 of their elite troops. The force from the heavenly realm encompasses 777 angels and 7,777 soldiers that felt like a tongue twister. A top 5 guild alliance comprises 3,890 members of an elite squad. The demon realm has sent 4,444 of their strongest demons. It's 4,444 because in Korea, for is read as SA, which sounds similar to their word for death. Going back to our story, Eurus Legion possesses 1,500 monsters. These combined forces have only one target, and these are the zombified fragments of God. Back in the real world, people are watching on their devices as the war occurs in Chrono Life. They watch the users and the other beings fight without holding back, and they cannot help admiring them. Returning to the game, despite being fragments of God, the beasts from other regions can still damage them. The downside of this is the enemy's regenerative ability, which makes it challenging to eliminate them. In order for them to be rid of a fragment of God, it is necessary to use mythical rank weapons. The allied beast's strength and the mythical weapon attacks form a compatible resistance against the fragments of God. Though the members of the top 5 guild alliance can't get rid of the enemies on their own, even though they are armed with mythical weapons. This case is different with the aid of the soldiers from the heavenly realm. It is for this exact fight that the great merchant Riot, also the ruler of heavenly realm, has collected mythical rank items with this force. The fragments of God that threaten mankind are eradicated in a short period. All of this is in accordance with Riot's plan for his sin of sloth. He is doing a lot of things. Though Riot is the sin of sloth, he still opposed the order for humans to be slain. Instead, he loved the humans that he was meant to kill. His plan has been in the works for a long time already. And now it is time for the end. Considering that sloth also means rejecting God's love and divinity. This really fits Riot when it comes to how he views the God of destruction, with the fragments of God eliminated. Everyone is now staring at the God of destruction, watching what he plans to do next. The God of destruction smirks, amused with how the users are vigorously rebelling against him. Someone speaks up for him to take a closer look. The god of destruction finally notices the goddess of life, who is obviously in pain. Luna manages to speak about how it is not only the users who are against him, but all of the other residents of Chrono Life are against his will. She then asks if he still doesn't understand what this all means. A god will get it, since he is the god of destruction. Luna, the god of destruction, frowns at Luna, asking if her point is to say that he is the one in the wrong. Luna puffs as she confirms this and pleads for him to stop it. She reasons that it is meaningless. After all, the god of destruction stares at Luna and calls her by her title. He asks if she even knows why the NPCs are rebelling against him. This confuses Luna a bit, but then God goes bonkers as he announces that they've been infected by the viruses called users. Yep, crazy talk right there. The god of destruction points a finger at them, and a green flash of light appears from its tip. With a crazed look on his face, the god of destruction announces that he will now kill everyone and purify the planet. Unable to talk, sends to the god of destruction. Luna shouts at everyone and get ready. The god of destruction doesn't let them prepare and simply fires at everyone, creating massive succeeding explosions. He laughs so hard with that crazed look still on his face and repeatedly announces that it is time for cleansing. The god of destruction continuously blasts at them, proclaiming his desire to be rid of the viruses crawling on that planet. With the way he is acting, there is no doubt that his name fits him. The barrage of shots creates loud noises and destruction. Numerous users and beasts were thrown off by the blasts. Suho struggles to defend himself, along with Saintly, and curses the god of destruction. Once the firing subsides, Suho furiously dashes toward to attack. Saintly shouts at him to calm down and maintain his position. But Suho won't listen and uses his holy hammer skill. No, you're not mistaken. He's holding a sword, not a hammer. Sugo brings down his sword, creating a huge explosion. He smugly smiles, saying that he put all of his magic power into that attack. Wow, for a gamer, that's a critical mistake. This guy lacks strategy. The smoke is thick before him and Su is confident that he managed to slay God with that attack of his. Suddenly, a flash of green light appears from the smoke and blasts right through Suho's shield, directly hitting him in the chest. Suho is completely surprised by the sudden attack and immediately falls to the ground. Saintly sees this and shouts for him. The god of destruction speaks up, saying that he should have known better, since he views the users as complete fools. He then speaks of how even peace can't hurt, and with that wooden stick of his. So he asks, what gave him the gall to even think that his trashy moves will do anything? No need to say more that Suho guy is impulsive. Saintly furiously complains about what Suho just did, saying how he is the tank, yet there he was charging on his own. She wonders out loud, how foolish did Suho look that even an AI character calls him out for it. Foolish for real. Stately then calls out to Abracadabra, shouting to proceed with the all-out attack, and that she should lead it using a long-range magic shot. Abra quickly agrees and prepares for the skill. Her staff lights up, and a magic circle forms as she chants. A huge ball of fire blazes above her as she announces her skill, Flame Spear. The huge ball of fire swirls and changes form upon her signal. The blazing spear of magic shoots to where the god of destruction, and it makes a massive explosion. Seeing this, Eurus also points toward where the god of destruction is, and commands his minions to fire their breaths. LOL, our star is so cute, it's like a scene from The Lion King. Behind them, the beasts that can fly are up in the air. Below them, Riot looks up at them, wondering how Star managed to get up there so fast. The beasts comprised of those from Eurus Legion, Demon Realm, Ancient Anthropomorphs, and Angels from Heavenly Realm, all prepare to blast their single enemy with their long-range attack. The sky and ground light up as the beasts unleash their might. When the beasts finally stop, Saintly leads everyone to charge together. In this all-out attack, it became more apparent that everyone in Chrono Life is determined to overthrow the god of destruction. But as they dash forward, the god of destruction raises his hand and suddenly brings it down on the slash. A bright light of green blasts scored the continent's residents, reminding everyone of the massive gap in their abilities against the god of destruction. The power to just unleash at that moment is truly horrifying, to the point that using high-rank items or having more allies will not change anything. Why is this enemy so OP? It's like the game was set up to make it unbeatable. Anyone who got blasted by the massive attack is immediately eliminated, and screams start to fill the air. Hong looks at this scene in horror as she recalls Luna's words from that day. Flashback people. Luna told her that even if they were able to prepare everything they needed for the fight, they still wouldn't be able to defeat God. Hong was surprised back then, and she asked Luna about it. Luna explains that their enemy is the god of destruction, the very being who was born to slay the users. She adds how even NOOB would not be able to defeat the fully awakened state of the god of destruction. Luna then says that the only method to defeat him is by creating a being like him. Hong asks if Luna meant that they should create another god. Luna confirms this and announces her intention to turn NOOB into a god. Hong was surprised by such claims, and she was also a bit confused. Luna mentioned that only another god would do, but she is already a goddess. Hong can't help but wonder why Luna would go through all the hassle of evolving the brave warrior into a god when Luna can face him as a goddess. Luna was about to explain this, but this is where this flashback ends. Back on the battlefield, Luna limps and pants as she walks, not participating in the face-off with God. She speaks of how she doesn't have enough time. Luna then mentions how NOOB will be happy by this, as she looks at him. Seeing that he has no response, Luna concludes that NOOB is already in unconscious territory. She says that in order for one to awaken as a god, there is one thing that should be sacrificed. Since the powers of a god don't really disappear, these will be transferred. And for NOOB to become a god, Luna must give up her life. Wait, does that mean this is the end for Luna? No? What about the Luna fans? Luna's staff drops to the ground as she sits beside Peace and hugs him. With the last of her strength, she bids him farewell. And a bright light engulfs the two of them. In a different space where piles of debris are floating in the air, Peace stands leg deep in a water-filled street. Finally, we get to move on with the story with our MC. Peace looks around in confusion, wondering where exactly he is. He ponders if Chrono Life even has a village like that. And no matter where he looks, it seems that nobody is around. Peace also notices how it is flooded everywhere. But the most important thing is he himself is not sure how he got there when was just fighting God earlier. He looks up the sky, thinking that he should get a better vantage point by flying up. He shouts to activate his speed of light skill, but he simply remains where he is. I'm dying of second-hand embarrassment for RMC. Peace then says, confused that his skill is not working. Someone suddenly laughs at him, telling him that it won't work. Luna explains how skills don't work in that space. Peace then looks back exasperated that Roach Lady is also there. He starts complaining about how she keeps showing up, but then stops when he notices that she is not in her goddess form. Luna looks at him, explaining how that area is meant for Chrono Life's dummy data that was abandoned. She adds that there is no method for regular users to enter that space. Peace is a bit skeptical about this, and asks how Luna knows of it. Luna explains that she came there before she became the goddess of life, though, unlike NOOB, she didn't get there right before her job advancement. Well, MC prefers to shortcuts. Luna then says that it was Mother who brought him to that place. She thinks that Mother did this to show NOOB that place before he turns into a god. Hearing the name Mother, Peace recalls his previous conversation with God about how that planet is his mom's favorite place. Luna explains that Mother is the foundation of Chrono Life, who oversees that entire virtual world. In short, she is the main computer, and Mother's body is the sun floating in the sky. Peace is surprised by this revelation and looks up. Thinking of Mother as the core of Chrono Life makes him gulp. Luna stares at him and asks if he is planning to break Mother as well. The accusation makes Peace flinch, realizing that he got found out. Luna reminds NOOB that if Mother breaks, then there will be no more Chrono Life to play. But then again, Luna adds that Mother can't be destroyed by the power coming from within the game itself. Nothing can destroy her from within, for she is invincible in the system. Hun, if MC wants to destroy Mother, he should go through the CEO of Chrono Life itself. Luna also mentions that Mother is an omniscient and omnipotent being who created the whole of Chrono Life. The same applies to the God of Destruction, who was also created by Mother. Mother must also be twisted for even creating such an existence in the world of Chrono Life. Luna says this is why Mother treasures that place, and it is the reason why skills wouldn't really work in that space. She then points out that this is why she is not in her goddess mode, since that can be technically considered a skill of sorts. Pi still doubts Luna's words and asks that if he is able to kill Luna there. Well, she still revives, since she is not a unique boss with her goddess mode turned off. Luna says that happened back when she fought Buttman. She then sadly tells him that her character will now be deleted since she used up all of her goddess powers. Luna then finally looks at NOOB, saying that this is why she is before him again. She wants to tell him something before her character gets totally deleted. Luna is aware of how NOOB is so curious about who she really is. She convertedly gives him a list of possibilities, like being the CEO's daughter, a hacker, or probably a professional programmer. There is also the possibility that she isn't really human and is simply an NPC of Chrono Life. Nope, everyone already knows you're real. Luna is sure that NOOB already made numerous assumptions with all the mystery enveloping her. Peace looks at her and quickly shuts down the idea that Roach Lady is an NPC, though he still admits that he did once think that she could be the granddaughter of the game's CEO. Luna grins at his honesty and tells him that she is none of the things she mentioned. If you're not, then who exactly are you? You're being such a tease. Pease scratches his head. He blatantly shows his skepticism in her words. The fact that Luna knows a lot of the game makes him doubt if she really is unrelated to the CEO. Luna smiles as she tells him that if she really was a Chrono Life staff member, then she wouldn't have played it like she just did. She says that she would never have approached the god of destruction or even revived Yurik and Miyuffie. Luna claims that it is not the developers who create the game. It is instead the users. She then claims that she is only a 21-year-old girl who played as an ordinary user and who really likes games. We're finally having a flashback with Luma's backstory. On the opening of Chrono Life, numerous people entered the game, and some of those first players were Saintly Suho and Hawkeye. Back then, new users were happy to have Wooden Stick in their initial inventory, and some even plotted to reinforce it to plus 99. They also formed parties to farm nearby. It was around that time that Luna first logged into the world of Chrono Life. Like any new user, she started with the basic equipment and stats. Right from the start, Luna fell in love with Chrono Life. She cherished every moment of her gaming. From her first time defeating a monster, leveling up, her job advancement, her first skill, joining a party, and dungeon exploration, there were numerous things for her to enjoy in Chrono Life. When night comes, she and her party would even make a campfire and enjoy their time together. Playing Chrono Life made Luna's dream of fantasy life come true. Every moment made her happy, and she treasured each of them. But then one day, those things ended all of a sudden. A user lies lifeless on the ground, and before him, Luna looks over with wide eyes and an unbelieving smile on her face. It was then that she experienced pain for a long stretch of time. Luna suddenly laughs at what happened, her sanity obviously broken based on the look on her face. Wait, what? That's a big jump, so what happened in between? Peace stares at Luna and pats his wooden stick on his back. He comments on how Roach Lady's story suddenly becomes twisted, and demands that she explain things properly without leaving a single detail out from start to finish. Peace suddenly gets irritated and reminds Roach Lady that she shouldn't change the story just to make herself look good, since he really hates it when villains create their own redemption arc. Poor Buttman who didn't even get to tell his. Peace adds that no matter what Luna says, he would never forgive her for talking badly about his parents. Luna sadly smiles upon hearing this and agrees with what No says. She then resumes her story of what made her suddenly change. We have another flashback, and this one is a bit longer. It happened before Luna started slaying another user. Back when she was still an innocent gamer, she was the type who would enjoy the game by simply crawling into small spaces. She struggled her way to get into different areas, even if it meant scraping her knees or getting a big bump on her head. One time, Luna ended up discovering a dazzling area called the Horizon Ruins. She became the first discoverer of that place, making her achieve 100% exploration of the region. Her discovery also made her receive 5 extra ability points. Luna was so happy about her accomplishment that she jumped for joy. Luna then recalls how she heard before that, once you fall in love, you become someone who wants to learn everything about who you love. In her case, she fell in love with Chrono Life. It was to the point that Luna wanted to know everything she could about the game. She was the type to check every nook and cranny of Chrono Life, and even traveled everywhere within the game. She's definitely the game's most hardcore fan. Her adventures led her to complete her explorations of different areas, once again, giving her extra ability points for each achievement. She also reached the point where she has already explored most of Chrono Life and unlocked numerous achievements. Luna is giving me an itch to explore every nook and cranny of Genshin up to 100% right now. P suddenly comments on her story, saying how she should become an archaeologist in real life. In one of Luna's roaming around adventures, she starts discovering something different in Chrono Life. Based on what she learned about the world's history, she realized that the region's chronological timelines were all different. It was then that Luna discovered that the world had existed since ancient times. And she started questioning if the world had been destroyed and recreated plenty of times already. It just so happens that her hypothesis is correct. She learned that back in ancient times, God made the 7 Crusaders, also known as the 7 Sins. With the 7 Sins, God made it possible to destroy the world multiple times. Our disgusting MC suddenly interjects as he cleans his nose with his pinky. He doesn't believe that Chrono Life has already experienced numerous resets since the game has only been released a few years prior. Luna finds herself scratching her own head. She can't believe that NOOB still doesn't understand that this is the game's lore that she is talking about. She then scolds him for always skipping on the dialogue. Peace only complains that he does want to enjoy the story. The problem is, reading makes him sleepy. You're not alone in that sentiment. Going back to Luna's past, seeing a huge stone tablet in one of her adventures made her discover the world's past. She was initially surprised, but that then turned into rage. The game made freedom their focus, and there was no mention of the main quest. Quests would typically be in the form of commissions from the Adventurers Guild, and those aren't programmed in the game. Instead, it is the users and NPCs who would post those. It was then that Luna became sure that the game's main quest line would soon appear before the users. From what she learned, she surmised that the main quest was related to stopping the 7 Sins. But Luna really figured out a lot of things just from her exploring. The map exploration did a great job of giving out clues for the game's storyline. Knowing all of this, Luna couldn't stay still and returned to the village. There, she let everyone else know of her findings, urging them to prepare for the war before it happens. Unfortunately, the other users only laughed at her, saying such a thing is too much for a game. The users then left her as they complained about what had just happened. Luna tried to stop them from leaving, saying that everything she just revealed was true. She tried to support her claims based on what she did this whole time. The users only look back at Luna to tell her to shut up, since she was just irritating. They then question her motives, claiming she just wants attention, not believing a single thing that Luna said. If they leave somebody, users comment on how cute Luna it is. Another said she's only doing this knowing that she's good looking. Luna looked down in sorrow when a blonde guy approached her, asking if everything she said was true. Luna looked up, shouted that everything was true, and tried to say more to make the guy believe her. The guy then claimed that he believed her, and even said a cheesy line about how he did so because of her eyes. The blondie suddenly grabbed her with obvious ill intentions. He then invited Luna to go somewhere else to chat, lit disgusting look on his face. The guy started rubbing at Luna's shoulder and arm, saying there was an imperfect for such conversations. Why is it that guys like this seem to exist everywhere? Luna got angry, and she smacked the guy away from her. She quickly ran away, while the man she had just left cursed to her. Tears flew from Luna's eyes as she ran away. Ever since that day, Luna continued exploring Chrono Life. Even though she reached 100% exploration of the maps, she believed that there were still some things that she overlooked, something that she had yet to find. She ignored the other users, mocking all for the sake of her desire to protect Chrono Life, the world that she loved so much. Nevertheless, her confidence started to dwindle at some point, and she could only walk forward, knowing she couldn't do anything. It was on one of those hopeless walks that Luna suddenly received a surprise. An opportunity to save the world came to her in the form of a winged female being. The glowing female speaks to her, saying how she's been watching Luna since a long time ago. Oh, wait, is this Mother? She claimed that she had seen how Luna loved Chrono more than anyone. For that, the one wanted to bestow Luna with the ability to protect that world. It was then that Luna received the quest to become the goddess of life. Upon receiving the prompt for the hidden job advancement quest, Luna didn't hesitate to accept it. The quest came the 5 levels. The first one was to explore the Corona continent completely, with the exception of the locked regions. The second was to gather items, such as tears of a spirit, a fairy's life, dust, any unicorn's horn. The third is to experience death in the game 1,000 times. The fourth quest was to hunt 10 million humanoid monsters. As for the last level, the quest remains to be unknown, and requires the completion of the first 4. To accomplish the first 4 quests, Luna made sure that she played 15 hours per day. She was able to complete the 4 quests in 1,000 days. Playing a single game with that kind of schedule is awfully similar to the streamers I watch on Twitch, but Yuna took some rest days from playing. On the day that Luna completed her 4th quest, she was already exhausted. But she did her utmost to see it through. Her worrying about the destruction of Chrono Life fed her motivation to do so. She knew that there was not enough time left for the 7 sins to start attacking soon. With the 4th quest completed, she could finally see what the last quest was, to become the goddess of life. Upon checking the words before her made her pause. She looked at the quest in dismay and horror. The quest specifically instructed her to form a party with another user and slay them. Her target was 1,000 users, and doing the same thing to the same target would not be counted. God of Destruction is twisted. There's a considerable chance that Mother is the same. That quest just screams crazy. Luna trembled at the sight of this final quest and thought of the things she had already gone through to make it there. She could not help but only view the quests as cruel. Everyone in the MMORPG gaming world knows that the term PK refers to player killing or player killer. It simply means killing a fellow player within the game. And in the system of Chrono Life, this isn't against the rules. But ultimately, it still disregards another user's freedom and is viewed as unethical. On the day that Luna first did the 5th quest, she was already at her limit. She endured all the criticism and harassment thrown her way. But the quest to become the goddess of life made her question her actions. Her desire to protect Chrono Life was tainted by her evil doings. Luna is already lamenting her action. But the road to completing her quests is still long. Something within her is already breaking. Despite the arduous task, Luna persevered no matter what. There was even a time when a dying user asked if it was her who had been doing PK, after all. He then curses at her, but Luna is not having of it, and simply stabs the other user. She had only slain more than 100,800 more are required to accomplish her goal. Despite her reluctance to do it, Luna knew full well that she could not stop. Doing so only meant the end for everything she worked hard for. Her mind started to shift, thinking that the lives sacrificed were incomparable to her primary goal. She suddenly smiled, thinking that it was all a case, since she was not really hurting anyone in real life. Seriously, anyone would become twisted with that kind of quest. On another day, while she was playing Chrono Life, a user called out to Luna. He greeted her with a smile and tried to jog her memory by bringing up his name and the things they used to do and enjoyed back when they were still a party. Luna's lips shriveled up at the thought of meeting an old friend. The Bard Mandolin did not recognize the turmoil happening within Luna and simply talked to catch up. As if gaining resolution, Luna finally looked at Mandolin and greeted him. The front village is known to everyone of the place to begin their Chrono Life adventure. Users would typically move to other areas once their levels increase. This makes it rare for one to meet previous acquaintances in that place. The huge smile on her face, Luna invited Mandolin to party and farm together. Raindrops started to drip from the heavens, and it soon turned into a heavy shower. It was in a forest that Luna had slain old acquaintance of hers. She looked at the fallen body of Mandolin with a grim smile on her face, counting her latest victim. There were still 138 users left for her to achieve the 5th requirement and become the goddess of life. It was that day that Luna really lost it. This game quest literally destroyed her innocence. She may be laughing, but at her core, that span of time made her suffer in unbelievable pain. The blood of hundreds of users in her hands has genuinely changed her, making her soul inconceivably corrupt. That marked the birth of Luna's other side, the side that was undoubtedly crooked to the point that she relished the act of PK. free from guilt, and even ignited her desire to crush other users. Time passed like that for Luna, and she finally reached the point where there were only 9 users left for her to finish off in order to complete her hidden job quest. She looked at the system screen with sawn eyes, thinking about what it meant for her. A voice suddenly expressed his amazement at the game, unbelieving that it was so similar to real life. That person was none other than our MC Peace. He continued to gush out about the game while Luna gave him a sidelong glance. The first time Peace logged into the game was also the day that Luna first saw him. As a new player of the game, Peace was not embarrassed to shout out at the other users. Seeing the way he acts, Luna can only call him new. As Luna recalls how Peace confidently walked into the village, Luna ponders if their meeting is akin to fate. The day after she first saw him, she saw Peace again, and for some reason, their paths always seemed to cross. In one of those times, Luna saw Peace bump into a huge male user who was walking with another female user. The bald guy cursed at Peace for bumping into him and even picked a fight. Yeah, we all know what happened the first time. Back then, Luna knew that the bald user was notorious in the front village for intentionally bumping into new users and to make himself look amazing before his girlfriend. Knowing that Nu would not be slain for such a small reason, Luna turned away from the scene. She thought that there was no need for her to intervene and help out the new guy. This line of thought suddenly made her pause, considering how unusual it was for her to think such a thing. Peace talked back the bald user, which made Luna turn back in surprise. Not really surprising for us, though, the bald guy abruptly punched Peace in the face. While the girlfriend did not really try to stop him, Luna watched this spectacle unfold inside. She could not help but wonder why the nude talked back, despite knowing that he would end up like that. In the following days, Peace never realized that someone was already aware of his existence in that game. Luna watched over him, as other users complained about his actions within the game and his lack of in-game common sense. This became a repetitive cycle that got him kicked out of the party. As Luna executed another user for her quest, she unexpectedly came across Peace as his party left him. Her mind somehow started to focus on Peace. Luna thought about how the nude's gameplay was all over the place and how he didn't even have the sensibility to look things up before playing with how things were going for him. Luna assumed that the nude would soon delete his character and start all over again. Peace's head drooped down. But then, he suddenly looked up and made a face as he cursed at the other users who just mocked and left him. He suddenly shouted about how he already had Ori stats in real life, so there was no way that he would just give up. Peace was already done with running away in the real world. So for the game, he intended to do whatever he wanted, no matter what others may say. Unlike Luna, our MC never really changed. He's still the same disgusting MC we met right from the start. Peace's response to what happened honestly shocked Luna. Hearing those words made Luna start feeling strange. It was as if she was becoming whole again. But her previous actions and those words also made her rage. It made it seem that everything she worked hard for was being dismissed into nothing. Some days passed after that, and people were still either cursing at Peace or flat out rejecting him. Peace could not help cursing at the game at that time, and it was the day that their lives began to truly intertwine and change. As Peace continued to curse at Chrono Life, people noticed how salty he was. It was like any other day. But for Luna, she only had one target left for her to accomplish her goal. The loud shouts for the new catches her attention. She initially thought of it as a coincidence. Still, the numerous times she crossed paths with him made her believe that it was actually fate. The thought made her heart beat loudly, and her mind formed a new plan. It was at that exact moment that she started to harbor inexplicable feelings for Nu. With her whole body shivering with excitement and the loud thumping of her heart, Luna made her move. Her innocent act began completely mesmerizing and distracting Peace from his cursing. Luna then invited him to form a party and go hunting with her. As we already all know, the invitation from the cute girl got Peace to change his mind about the game. He even celebrated how it was actually the best. But at that time, he never thought that Luna's actions were ignited by her desire to crush his innocence. Going back to the present, in a flooded village, Luna says Noom already knows what happened next after their first contact. She explains that what she did was all for the sake of achieving her goal of becoming the goddess of life. Luna then looks sorry as she admits that she did all of that while mocking him. Peace stares at her for a moment, then suddenly groans. He then asks her what she plans now. Peace admits that even after hearing all of that from her, he still can't find it in himself to forgive her for what she did. He understands that Luna did find it hard to do things on her own, but her actions against him were still inexcusable. Peace then announces that for everything she did, he will never, ever forgive her. Ouch, you're getting your punishment now, Luna. Luna smiles sadly upon hearing those words. She can only agree that NOOB is right, but she still says her part. Luna tells him that even she can't fathom why she did such a thing. Peace gets a bit startled, and he raises an eyebrow at her. Suddenly, tears start dripping from Luna's eyes, and she starts crying, while still maintaining a smile. She can only think that turning back time would be the most amazing solution for what she did. The surprise is now more apparent in Peace's face, as Luna admits that what she did has been brewing in her mind for a long time already. She can't believe that she did something like that to him. Luna remembers the time when she first saw him, his words from before. It made her ponder that maybe she did those things to him because of her own jealousy. She knows that she has lost herself in the middle of her quest, and when she sees him doing whatever he wants, she can't help but retaliate. Somehow took her long enough to acknowledge her mistakes against RMC. Luna apologizes, saying that it is not her intention to cry. She wipes her tears as she talks about her promise not to cry again when she talks about this topic. Luna says doing that as she apologizes is undoubtedly deplorable. Peace thinks over her words and suddenly recalls the first time Luna cried before him, which was on the beach back in real life. She was so emotional back then that Luna even rushed to hug him. The Luna before him now tries to hold back her tears as she gives a heartful apology for all the horrifying things she did to him. She admits that what she did is inexcusable and apologizes once more. To make up for the things she did, Luna promises to help him with anything and everything he may ever need. She says that NOOB should only just say the word, and she will do it. Peace is back to staring at her and sighs. Now that Luna has already promised to do anything and everything, he reminds her not to back out and be uneasy about it. Luna pauses a bit and agrees. She is back to her blushing, squirming self as she hesitantly mentions that if NOOB requests something unwholesome, she really hopes that they will only do that kind of thing once they are officially dating. Not the time and place for that, Luna. A suggestion makes Peace question Luna's common sense as he tells her that such a thing will never happen. While I do prefer shipping RMC to SA Rang, he still shouldn't say never, ever. He might just eat those words someday. Peace then claims that she will save the favors she owes next time, since he prefers to get some answers to things he still doesn't understand. He asks Luna how he met God and why she chose his side. Luna explains that she met the god of destruction while she was halfway through her final quest in her hidden job advancement. She says that she unintentionally came across him in the plaza of the front village. In a short flashback, the sun was setting and God was sitting cross-legged on the floor with his hands behind his head. He stared at the passing users and felt a sense of boredom to quench it. He asked himself if he should just slay them all. A voice suddenly spoke up beside him, commenting on how fun that sounded. The god of destruction looked up and found Luna beside him. Luna smiled as she asked to join him, while referring to him as God. They both have loose screws in the head. Back to the present, Luna explains that she is aware of what the god of destruction looked like because of her thorough research of the ancient ruins that she found. Knowing this, she purposely approached him in the pretense of joining hands and aiding him in his intention of ridding the world of the users. She bid her time to wait for the right moment to slay the god of destruction. Unexpectedly, something got in the way of her plans, and everything got overturned. This is another flashback in Luna's POV. It was after she became the goddess of life, and people were having a commotion by the village notice board. Luna noticed this, and she even became curious about what happened. Thinking that there might be a new event, she decided to get close and see for herself. It was then that she was stunned. A wanted image of her last victim is posted on the notice board. On top of that, the reward is 10 billion gold. The soldier who posted it announced that it was an SSS-class bounty released to the whole nation. He explained how the man has slain more than 800,000 users in a single day, and for that, he must take responsibility for his actions. The soldier added that this wanted list was all over the 12 kingdoms encompassing the 3 continents. He also shouted the reward amount. For good measure, The announcement got everyone's attention, and everyone was abuzz, for they all knew that the reward was equivalent to 10 billion won in real life. Unlike the other users who didn't know peace, Luna looked at this in disbelief. Who wouldn't? It's the same guy she pegged. So MC, getting strong in a short time is frankly ridiculous in gaming standards. But things, a weirder turn the next day. It was at that time that Peace did not hesitate to bring down his wooden stick, slaying numerous members of the top 5 guild alliance. With every swipe and swing of his weapon, chaos unfolds. No matter how much they retaliated, the users who pointed their swords at him only met their end. At that time, Luna has her mouth open in surprise. She was completely taken aback by what she was seeing. A fight where a single user fought 3 million others and won that battle despite the significant number of those against him. What she saw was complete annihilation, and it made Luna consider things seriously. She started pondering if she should help that noob. Her meeting the god of destruction meant that her every action might be monitored. With that in mind, Luna knew that she could not tell Nu everything without letting the god of destruction learn of it as well. So after Nu's fight against the top 5 alliance guild, Luna gently dropped the ground. She frowned as she worried that there was no way for Nu to help her, after suffering in her hands. Luna has this figured out already, and there is only one path for her to take, in this case. She was honestly afraid that Nu would choose to join hands with the god of destruction in destroying the world. Is this why the god of destruction keeps calling Peace his friend, since MC did a fantastic job of destroying the world on his own? Luna and Peace's meeting on that battlefield with the lifeless bodies of other users was once again filled by explosions made by Peace's attacks. He did not give it much thought and simply announced that Luna deserved to be punished. Luna thought back then that Nu was waiting for that exact moment to happen. Peace's attacks were useless because of her ability as the goddess of life. He was ignorant of her abilities back then. So Luna took advantage of it. She told him of her desire to speak more with him. But Peace was having none of it and simply resorted to other means. Since he couldn't slay her, using his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick, he easily wrecked the whole planet into destruction. Since then, Luna has been keeping tabs on Noob on the side, since he is the most significant variable in her plans. Despite this, she did what she must to achieve her main goal. One of her tasks was to have guilds collect mythical weapons for her, and one of those guilds was the Hollis and Guild. If you don't recall, it's the guild with old men who had their eyes on Captain Love's weapon back then. Peace suddenly asks Luna about the matter regarding Iran and Yufei. Though she claimed her desire to protect the world, she instigated the actions of those two that almost led to the destruction of Chrono Life. With sorrowful eyes, Luna answers about what happened concerning Eurocon. When Noob took Eurocon will still be revived, and he will be stronger by then. So she took the matter into her own hands and used her Goddess of Life abilities to bring Eurocon into life earlier than intended. This is because Eurocon will still be unstable, meaning it will be easier to deal with him. In the case of Yufei, Luna was commanded by the God of Destruction to do that. She thinks that God wanted that to boost the completion of the 7 sins. Peace asks about the rush, and Luna smiles as she explains that the God of Destruction also viewed Noom as a possible obstacle in his plans. This is probably why that dude offered to make Peace one of the 7 sins, and even kept asking our MC to join hands with him. In another short flashback, Luna recalls how Yufei told her about how he observed the world and decided to break it with his own hands as Yuffie teleported away. Luna watched as she mulled over how she did what was ordered of her. At that time, she was unsure if it was the right move. But with the ball already rolling, she could only see what would happen next in God's plan of cleansing the world. Returning to the present, Luna admits to Nu that she had been thinking about how she would be telling all of this to him. She says she really wants to be with him, so she made sure to meet him in real life whenever possible. Luna wanted to tell Noob everything since before. It was her heartfelt desire to be saved by him. If it was, why didn't you reveal everything back then? As if hearing my own question. Luna says that every time she tries to talk to Noob about it, she ends up hesitating. She can't help wondering if it was right for her to do such a thing, to rely on him to take over. Peace suddenly halts her with a question that has been eating him up. He asks about how Luna found out where he lives. Luna is surprised by the sudden question, and she blushes and is unable to answer immediately. She then smiles at Peace, asking if fat is what he is really most curious about. Luna reminds him how they are discussing something serious, yet he is questioning something unrelated to the matter hand. Peace confirms that it is saying the other stuff does not really concern him. Luna then tells him that it actually didn't take a lot of effort on her part to find out about it. She adds that the truth regarding this matter is so trivial that she knows that NOOB will find the answer unsatisfactory. This response only gets Peace more curious. So Luna is about to explain it in detail when an alarm sounds. A notification appears saying that the job advancement progress is already complete, and Peace will now advance to a hidden job class. That cursed timing. I want to know how she got into MC's place as well. The red orb marking the progress is now completely filled, and Peace suddenly glows bright red. Luna calmly watches this happen, while Peace is perturbed by what is happening to him. The whirring sound is back, and Peace is a bit confused by the announcement. Luna patiently tells NOOB that it is time. Suddenly, the orb filled with red also shines brightly, bursting into numerous fragments. Luna is a bit sad as she congratulates NOOB on his evolution into a god. The space around them abruptly cracks. Luna remains calm as she tells NOOB to prepare himself. She explains that the space they are in will soon perish, and NOOB will go back to where he was before. Luna then bids him goodbye. Peace looks at what is happening around him and returns his gaze to Luna. He then complains about how she still hasn't answered his question about how she got into his house. Luna only smiles at him, saying she will tell him about it after the ending, and she also promises that she will visit him again at his house. She's probably breaking in again. Luna then tells him that her character will now be deleted, and it is time for her to say goodbye to the world that she loves. She says that by the time she makes a new character, she hopes to party with NOOB and farm together. Peace continues to shine brightly, and tries to stop the advancement with a verbal command. He tries to reason out with the system, saying he needs to hear Roach Lady's answer to his question. As Peace shouts his rejection, the brilliant light he emits burns brighter, returning to the battlefield happening in Chrono Life. Hong's up as she holds on to her bleeding arm. Everyone around her has already fallen to their demise. The god of destruction is thoughtfully looking at her, commenting on her persistence. He compliments her for her resolve and asks how many times she already revived just to face him. God asks if it was 20 or 30 times already. Yin points out how the others are already exhausted and they are not even returning anymore. Well, you can't really compare Hong to those other users. Hong struggles as she faces God. She can only accept how Luna was speaking of the truth before. While everyone prepared a lot for that fight, they are still on the losing end. She recalls Luna's words on how, despite all of the preparation, the users will never win against the god of destruction. Hong clenches her teeth as she struggles to stand up. Though she already knows of it, she still pulls out her dagger with her good hand. Hong is fully aware of the role that the other users are playing in this fight as she gets into her fighting stance. She knows that they must prolong the battle to await the awakening of the brave warrior into becoming a god. Hong understands that they are the supports in that fight. Wow, all those 1,000s of participants in the battle are the support. The god of destruction expresses his amazement at Hong's strong will to fight back despite everything nearby. Love notices Hong's actions as she struggles herself. Love calls out to Hong, but Hong does not respond. The leader of the Righteous Bandits Guild is filled with anger as she grasps her dagger tightly. As she dashes towards the god of destruction, she is filled with thoughts of how she also wants to be the main character. Pause for another short flashback. Hong, once again, recalls her conversation with Luna. She asked Luna why the brave warrior must become a god when Lumina is already a goddess herself. Luna relayed her belief that the person who loves and enjoys that game the most is NOOB. Hearing this, Hong could only acknowledge that truth. Back to the present, Hong jumps toward the god of destruction, knowing that she is not the main character of Chrono Life. God sighs in her actions and points a finger at Hong. He then blasts a ray of green light up. The attack further cripples her, and she falls on her back with a loud thud. Riot, Lior, Star, and Juris all gasp in dismay at what happened. The god of destruction finds Hong's actions pathetic and spouts some BS about her humanity. But God gets another shock as he looks at her. Though incapacitated, Hong shakes as she rolls to her side and clenches her teeth. She faces the ground and struggles to stand up once more, That determination is really admirable. If it was the average user, it would have already given up, though she hoped to be the main character. These thoughts no longer bother her. She musters all of her strength into her head to support her whole body in getting up. The god of destruction smirks at her futile actions and laughs aloud. He asks the armless user if she is trying to get on her feet using her head. God comments about how he always compared humans to insects. So seeing a user truly acting like one amuses him so much. And he continues to laugh without holding back. Hong bites onto her dagger, determined to still fight. Her grit surprises the god of destruction. Despite her injuries, Hong remains resolute as the Righteous Bandits Guild's leader of the top 5 guild alliance. She knows that she is not the MC of that story, but nonetheless, she has proved herself in the world of Chrono Life. Confident of his win in that fight, the god of destruction smiles widely as he mocks her and prepares to shoot at Hong once more. Before Hong can get near him, God releases his power at Hong, creating a huge explosion before him. Love yells Hong's name with tears falling down her eyes. The god of destruction ridicules Love for crying, reminding her that the place they are in is nothing but a game. He even encourages the act of logging out and logging back in, just so he can continuously make fun of them over and over again. The god of destruction claims that he'll keep doing it until that world ends. Brah, I want to beat you up myself, I could. As the smoke starts to dissipate, somebody speaks up, asking, what right god has to do such a thing? The voice makes the god of destruction pause, for he recognizes the voice it belongs to. With the smoke completely gone, it is revealed that Peace is supporting Hong. Finally, our MC is back on the battlefield. Riot and the others who saw Peace felt relieved, and their hopes resurfaced. Hong looks up at the brave warrior, while Peace tells her to leave everything to him as Hong complies. The god of destruction greets Peace, calling him his friend. He asks if Peace has thought things through, expecting a favorable answer to the offer he made. The god of destruction, once again, asks Peace if he will join him, or if he plans to experience a repetitive death. He's about to say more, but Peace doesn't let him finish. Peace points out that God has crossed the line since long ago, and for that, he deserves to be beaten up. Yes, please give this guy a good beating. The god of destruction stares at Peace and expresses his dismay at his friend's answer. He asks if he has decided and how he even intends to stop him. God reminds Peace that his beloved stick doesn't work in him. He then asks if Peace believes that a mere human can overthrow a god like him. Peace sighs at this and warns the god of destruction not to cry after he gets his beating. God can't believe what his friend just said. But Peace doesn't give a crap about what the god of destruction might think and simply activates his skill godly descent. Peace, once again, shines bright red, surprising everyone. As Love sees this, she recalls Luna's words about how Peace becoming a god depends on his gameplay in the world of Chrono Life. A notification of his activation of God mode appears as the air vibrates around Peace. Everyone is looking at his transformation into a god. Even Deok Baitchoi, the CEO, laughs at Jiu's game progress of becoming the god that best describes him. Peace's hair turned white, and his pupils turned red with multiple arrows pointing in each direction. FYI, this is called the symbol of chaos. The space around him sizzles with red electricity as Peace becomes the god of chaos. It's kinda ironic that his player name is Peace, and yet he happens to be the god of chaos. The ground suddenly starts shaking, and rocks begin to elevate. Hong looks around, realizing that it is not only the continent that is shaking with the whole planet. She brought the gasps when the sky suddenly darkened. Hong looks up, realizing the skies are completely dark with no stars in sight. Is the first time that such a thing has occurred in Chrono Life? Love is still sprawled on the ground as she looks up at the sudden change in the world. She ponders if this is because of Peace's godly descent skill. All of a sudden, the skies start rumbling, and the dark skies turn red. Lighting flashes all over, creating loud sounds of explosions. As Love continues to look, the changes happening in the world are indeed because of Peace's evolution to the god of chaos. The god of chaos' white hair waves in the air as the electricity around him intensifies. Ovo white hair, they really must be a pair. Both his and Love's transformation turns their hair white. With the whole world of Chrono Life changing upon his descent, everything became his field. Even those viewers watching this unfold have their mouths hanging open. The god of destruction thinks about the fact that Peace became the god of chaos, and realizes a lot of things. He finally determines why Luna was neutral that whole time. And it was all for the sake of making peace a god. The god of destruction suddenly laughs as he claims awareness of how Luna was hiding something, yet he never expected that it would include betrayal. He suddenly curses Luna for being useless and says how he should have dealt with her before. Peace suddenly comments on how the god of destruction is chattering away and asks if he even intends to fight. God sighs amused at how Peace looks upset with how he is talking crap about Luna. He reminds Peace of when they were fighting just before, and yet now it's like he is taking her side again. Nope, let's just say that MC somehow got enlightened with his new form. Out of nowhere, Peace grabs the god of destruction by the mouth and commands him to shut it unless he wants to be erased. The sudden movement surprises God, and he immediately moves away from Peace. God can't believe that Peace managed to move so fast that he didn't even see it, as if he still has the upper hand. The god of destruction says that he'll give Peace the fight that he wants, before God can further describe what he will do to Peace. He unexpectedly hits his head on a hard surface. The sudden occurrence surprises him, and he wonders how a wall could be behind him when he was just in the air. The god of destruction then looks at Peace, seeing that he is floating upside down. It is then that he realizes that the world is now upside down, and he can't help pondering if Peace made it that way. With that realization, the god of destruction quickly rights himself. He compliments Peace for managing to bring him to the ground somehow. Recognizing this amazing feat, God claims that he will play with him more. Aha! Are you sure it's not the other way around? God raises his hand and quickly shoots a beam of green light at Peace. The beam gets near Peace, creating a tremendous explosion as it crashes. The god of destruction then lectures his friend about being a god, saying becoming one doesn't mean they become equals. He continuously blasts numerous beams and shouts about his divinity of destruction ability as the god of destruction. As loud, booming sounds fill the earth, God announces that everyone is in danger from his divinity. All kinds of things, living or non-living, will be destroyed by him. The god of destruction adds that this also applies to the goddess of life, who has the divinity of life. He claims that the goddess is nothing before the divinity of destruction. The continuous bombardment of attacks from the god of destruction shakes and cracks the earth. The others try to keep their balance in the face of this fight. Leor looks at the cracking ground, filled with disbelief at how the entire continent is being destroyed with each attack. Mom, this is nothing compared to how MC destroyed the planet with his stick. As for the Demon King, Love is finally on her feet as she worriedly looks at where Peace is. The god of destruction maniacally laughs as he mockingly asks his friend what's wrong. He reminds him of how he wanted to fight, even suspects that his attacks have already eliminated Peace. God then commands his friend shout for him to let him know if he is still among the living, bra your actions and words are not in sync. The god of destruction laughs hard as the explosion continues. A person's silhouette can be seen through the green blasts and smoke. Still, God doesn't recognize this because of his overconfidence. Peace then speaks, commenting on how pathetic the god of destruction is. He then licks a hand, and with a single swipe of it, the blasts that were exploding near him were all blown outward. Completely taken aback, the god of destruction stood still. Lightning buzzes in the sky as if the power of the god of destruction is transforming. If his energy turns into water, and there is a sudden downpour of rain, Love looks up at the sky, thinking of this phenomenon. What just happened? With the rain falling down on them, Peace asks if those are only God's skills. This question irks the god of destruction. But Peace only repeats his question. He then announces that if God has nothing else to show, then it will be now in his turn to strike. Peace lifts the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick with his right hand, surprising God once more. Seeing this, the god of destruction mocks him. He reminds him that his wooden stick attacks don't work on him. Peace ignores those words and simply brings down his weapon in a strike. For some reason, the attack shocks God, and a moment of fear makes him dash away to avoid the attack. The god of destruction frowns, realizing that the attack Peace just released literally sliced through the entire planet. With a slash remaining there, God realizes something else. He suddenly gulps, recognizing that the attack actually slashed the whole dimension. The god of destruction determines that the cross-section doesn't really exist on that planet, and that getting hit by it is dangerous for him. Now you're getting scared. Time get a taste of your own medicine. Peace is suddenly behind the god of destruction and asks where he is exactly looking. He suddenly pulls his fist and punches at his enemy. Though God sees the attack, he still gets hit by it. He is astonished at how fast Peace moves as he crashes to the ground. The god of destruction quickly recovers as he compliments Peace for getting at him twice in a row. He then smirks, claiming that Peace won't be able to do so moving forward. Peace ignores those words and clenches his fist. His fist buzzes with energy, making God look at him in confusion. Peace throws the punch, and despite their distance, the punch reaches the god of destruction in the face. Everyone who saw this is all confused by what just happened. Though the attack is obviously not a magic or wind fist skill, it still managed to make contact with God. It's probably our MC's ability as the god of chaos. The attack makes the god of destruction stumble a bit as he wipes his nosebleed. God cannot hide the confusion he feels at that moment. Peace asks if he is ready, making God flinch. Peace raises a hand as he commands God to get there. The god of destruction's face fulfills with horror as Peace clenches his fist once more and pulls it back. Peace throws the punch, and it easily hits God in the face once more. God's face is distorted by the punch as he tumbles, but Peace is not done yet. He continuously punches the air, and all of his attacks reach the god of destruction in the face. The barrage of attacks continues, and those outside the real world are agape by what is happening. The staff responsible for developing the game have all their mouths open in surprise. They comment on how helpless the god of destruction is before Peace and can't help wondering how Peace got so strong. Behind them, Deok Choi speaks up saying that it is all probability. As the CEO of the game, he easily explains that the divinity of chaos is about manipulating the probability. He further explains that with the physical engine, punching the air means it won't land on your opponent, and the probability of it landing is 0%. But within Divinity of Chaos, the probability can be manipulated into becoming 100%, ensuring that each of his attacks hits its target despite their distance from one another. If that's the case, MC did the same thing. When God blasted him with those beams, he most likely made the probability of it hitting him into 0%. The staff looks up at their CEO and asks if the skill to manipulate probability is too OP. Deok Choi corrects him, saying that it is not a skill, but a divinity. The CEO explains that divinities are beyond skills and were created without considering the game balance. This applies to the divinities of destruction, life, chaos, and all the other divinities that are yet to be revealed. Oh, so that's why the only way to defeat the god of destruction is to have him face other gods. As the CEO watches the activity happening in the monitors, he thinks to himself how manipulating probability is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the abilities of the god of chaos. He can only sigh as he comments on how Ju Li has become more of a threat. Inside the game, Peace is still bombarding the god of destruction with his punches that can't miss. God clenches his teeth and flies off in an attempt to escape his current predicament. He curses numerous times as he flees, confused as to why this kind of thing is happening. With the way things are, God intends to retreat and develop a new strategy. But before he can further get away, he suddenly finds himself before Peace. It is as if he never left in the first place. And this only further confuses the god of destruction. That skill is quite handy. Peace, again, uses the divinity of chaos, and his right eye shines brightly as the symbol of chaos lights up. He calls upon a different ability called reality manipulation, distorting everything around them. The god of destruction continues to sweat the look of disbelief. Peace suddenly announces that his warm-up is now over and takes his wooden stick from his undies. The sight of the stick surprises God, while Peace announces that things are about to really start from then on. With a broad smile on his face, Peace declares that is the perfect moment for a wooden stick beating, further putting horror on the god of destruction's face. Goodbye, friend. Peace raises his wooden stick and brings it down on the god of destruction's head. He uses his secret technique, strike without killing. Woo, it's been so long since we last saw some wooden stick action. The god of destruction wobbles, completely confused about how he hit by the same weapon he previously claimed was ineffective. Peace only smirks at this and swings his weapon to give God another strike. He announces his attack, making the god of destruction aware of his impending doom. God quickly flies off in an attempt to avoid the attack, which we now all know is futile. Peace doesn't hesitate to strike. Despite the distance, his attack easily hits its target. God retches and vomits in pain from the attack. He curses upon realizing that his friend is again manipulating the probabilities of his attacks. Peace continues to grin as red electricity buzzed on the wooden stick. Using the divinity of chaos, Peace uses probability manipulation to make his attacks 100% accurate. But in pain, God is still in the air, and Peace asks where he is going as he lifts his weapon. He suddenly strikes down as he tells God to get down from there with his probability manipulation and use. The attack hits the god of destruction right in the head, creating further injury. The impact also causes God to fall hard from where he was. He got what he deserved, for real. The god of destruction sits up, cradling his hurting head. Peace steps before him with a smile as he holds his stick. He pulls back his white hair with one hand and warmly welcomes back the god of destruction with his signature disgusting smile plastered on his face. Upon seeing that horrifying face, God becomes aghast, and even the others start frowning with disgust. Peace suddenly slides his feet apart as he takes a new stance. With the chaos symbol on his eyes shining once more, he announces that his next attack is 1,000,000 strikes, with the probability manipulated into 100% accuracy. As he says this, he quickly follows his words with his attack. The numerous strikes all hit their mark without missing. Making the god of destruction struggle, he endures each strike from the god of chaos. After those numerous hits, Peace laughs so hard with his tongue out and continues to strike at his enemy using different strike variations. With each attack hitting him, the god of destruction cannot retaliate. Lee-or watches this happen from the side, and she can't help but gush with amazement at the brave warrior's ability to overwhelm the god of destruction. She cheers for him, but Riot only looks at this with worrying. He then shouts at Peace to stop fooling around and finish the god of destruction. Riot yells that the brave warrior should stop with his strike without killing, so that he can end things while he can still do so. He continues to shout about his fear that God might do something that will change the flow of the fight. Wait, does this dude have more phases or something? Peace smiles at Riot's rambling and looks at him with glee as he announces that God can try, but he will still end up getting trampled. Peace then imparts his motto of repaying kindness twofold and repaying evil 20-fold. And for everything that he did to him, Peace plans to repay the god of destruction for it. Peace suddenly smacks the other god with his stick to demonstrate how he plans to exact his repayment. He does this numerous times without stopping, as he repeatedly displays his prowess. Right watches this happen, and he himself starts sweating. As if in pain for seeing the god of destruction reduced to such shame, he can only hope that he will not upset the brave warrior in the future. With the hits from the +99 reinforced wooden stick not stopping, the god of destruction can only ponder what is happening and where exactly he went wrong. He believes that, as the god of destruction, he is the vaccine meant to cleanse the world of Chrono Life. Even the past, he let them prove themselves, but it was through them that the god proved that things will always end in destruction. What bothers the god of destruction right now is the fact that he can't really understand the things happening at that moment. The existence of the god. CHAOS makes him think of how the world's future destruction has changed. The wooden stick suddenly smacks him right in the middle of his face, making him finally fall to the ground and causing more destruction to their surrounding. Maybe the smacks will help you understand God suffers in pain, and a tooth even fell off because of the attack. His impact on the ground also creates a massive explosion that throws everyone else into the air. Once the explosion is gone and the smoke dissipates, Peace remains standing. He then announces that he had enough of the spanking. The god of destruction is still somehow standing, with his face thoroughly beaten up. Peace declares that it is now time for them to end it. With a smile, he asks if God is now ready for it. Suddenly, something wet drips to the ground, surprising Peace. More drips to the ground, and these are actually the tears of the god of destruction. God speaks, saying how his heart has been empty for so long, and it is to the point that he lost himself in trying to protect that planet. But with the way things are now, he declares that he has no need for these anymore. God has gone completely crazy and decides that you should just destroy the planet instead. Aha! So much for being your mom's favorite place. He then releases a green aura, as if he is a Super Saiyan. Peace only looks at the god of destruction, doing his thing without doing anything else. God activates his divinity of destruction and calls out to his fragments to come to him. At God's command, something flashes green mind Peace that makes him look back. Peace wonders, what are the light coming from the parish users? But as he looks closely, Peace realizes that the light is not from the users' bodies. Instead, the light comes from their weapons, which are starting to float. Lyra points out the floating mythical items to her brother. Riot starts pondering what is happening, recalling how the god of destruction referred to those items as his fragments. Oh, so when it was called fragments of God, it was actually referring to the god of destruction. They lit up mythical weapons wire, and they all get sucked back to the god of destruction, making him become brighter. Seeing this happen, Riot curses and says he was hoping it wouldn't end up happening. Agitated, he shouts at Peace to attack God. At that moment, Riot quickly explains that the god of destruction is now absorbing all of the mythical items, which is one of his abilities. Instead of complying, Peace looks back at Riot with the Saiyan, says that such a skill is ridiculous. Riot curses Peace for being a dimwit and explains things further, just so Peace can grasp what's happening. He quickly says that the fragments of God are being absorbed to strengthen him. Riot urges Peace to stop God before he gets even stronger. With the wooden stick being an ego rank, it won't be absorbed. But that is not the same for the other weapons there. After all those explanations, other mythical rank items light up and fly into the air. All of those items from the members of the top 5 Guild Alliance and soldiers of the Heavenly Realm make a total of 20,000 weapons, with every mythical item shining brightly in the sky. All of these finally gravitate towards the god of destruction like a meteor. Peace simply watches as all of the mythical items get absorbed. With the new power surging through him, God's body begins to thrum and become physically buffed. Once all the fragments are absorbed, God achieves a new form and looks down on Peace with a broad, sharp-toothed smile. Seriously, I already lost count of how many phases the god of destruction has. God starts laughing and announces his intent to destroy everything in broken words. Peace looks up at the god of destruction, complaining about another transformation. He even suggests that he should have just turned into something else, like the bud-eyed monsters formed from before. The god of destruction lifts his fist, surprising Peace. God clenches his fist, making cracking sounds. He repeats his previous broken words, and Peace can't help commenting about it. Peace even asks if his ability to talk was given up in exchange for his enhanced powers. Love shouts for him to watch out, and that God might just destroy the planet if it does not stop. She urges that they should do everything they can to stop the god of destruction from doing so, since all the users' lives are on the line. Peace tells her not to worry, for nothing terrible will happen. He then looks back asking Love to trust him. He calls her Ning without calling her like he usually does, making Lo's heart thump loudly. Her mind becomes wrapped in how Peace called her without referring to her as Captain Woohoo. Another development. I hope we're not reading too much into this. I wouldn't like to be disappointed. Going back to our buffed god of destruction, God growls and screams as he brings his fist down to the ground. His action creates a loud boom, easily destroying the land they are on. The action also creates a blast of air, and they only watch as this happens. God has a huge grin as his attack reaches all throughout the planet. Flashes of green light are released from within the earth as it starts to break. In a short while, the bright green lights become greater, and the planet breaks into pieces until it becomes nothing. With his ability as the god of chaos, Peace remains unscathed as he floats in space. He dryly expresses his reaction to how the god of destruction destroyed the planet with no hesitation. With Mother nearby, Peace asks God about how he mentioned before that the Corona world was his mom's favorite place. But just like before, God says that he destroys everything in broken words. However, this time, he adds that if he can't cleanse the world, then he'll just start from scratch. Peace sighs at the god of destruction's response, saying how he really is nothing but a vaccine, since nothing really seems to be running in his head, aside from destroying, of course. Peace then lifts his right hand with 3 of his fingers open. The calm action surprises the god of destruction. Peace tells God that he prefers not to indulge in his destructive nature. Peace's right hand wears and shines bright red. He activates his divinity of chaos. This time he uses time manipulation with that kind of ability. Our OP, with his already OP weapon, is undoubtedly the strongest. Bright red light in the form of clocks and symbols appears where the Chrono world once was. The clock continues to tick and Peace turns his hand to rewind the time. The clock hands circle in reverse as bright light appears once more. The green light from before is back, except things are now moving in reverse. LOL, it's like having a time stone. Time turns back for everyone reforming the planet. Time turns back until it returns to the point before the world was destroyed by the God of Destruction. With time turned back, the God of Destruction's face becomes distorted with confusion. He looks around, staying at the planets, back to how it was. Love looks at herself, overwhelmed by what happened as well. Peace then speaks, saying that if he can't stop the attack, he can always just turn back the time to when it hasn't happened. He smiles as he announces that time manipulation is the third ability within the divinities of chaos. The game's balance is really distorted by a god's existence, especially if it happens to be our MC. Love is still confused by what just happened. She experienced for herself how the world blew up into pieces upon the God of Destruction's attack. The others are feeling the same way. The confusion is all apparent on their faces. Riot looks at his body and looks back up at Peace. He already expected that the brave warrior would pull something new that would overwhelm them. But manipulating time to turn it back is not one of those. Peace looks cool from the back, but his face, once again, distorts into something unsightly as he mocks the God of Destruction about never giving up. But one sharp-toothed smile of God turned into a frown due to what happened. He sweats in fear as he watches Peace shake his head in dismay. Peace already realized that the God of Destruction has given up. God clenches his teeth angrily and shouts as he lifts his hand again to strike. Peace calmly looks up at him, saying he might be wrong about God giving up. His left hand is open and raised as it wears with bright red light. The God of Destruction brings down his fist toward Peace, and the air from his attack simply blows the wind through the God of Chaos' hair. Seeing that his attack didn't connect, surprised the God of Destruction. Yep, this form turned him into a dimwit. Peace still has his open left hand raised as he explains that his divinity of chaos, probability of manipulation, turned God's attack accuracy into 0. Peace adds that as long as his divinities are activated, God won't be able to hit him. Peace says that this method he used just now is also why he didn't get hit by any of God's beams from before. He claims that even though he is strong, getting hit by the divinity of destruction will only spell trouble for him. Despite hearing this explanation, the God of Destruction still shouts and attempts to attack Peace. He unleashes numerous swings of his fist, but none of them hit their mark like before. With the divinity of chaos probability manipulation activated, each swing only ends up in a miss. God's accuracy is set at 0%, yet he still tries to retaliate. Peace smiles as he declares how the journey has been long. It also feels like it was only yesterday when he faced the 7 sins. Starting from Urus of Pride to Riot of Sloth, now he is facing the beam behind all of those. He calmly talks to the God of Destruction, who finally stops attacking. Peace declares his gratitude to the God for making the game exciting, while God himself huffs in weariness. Peace continues to smile at God as he announces that they have reached the point where they should really end things. With those words, he finally refers to God as his friend. People in the real world watch this happen in real time, and they can't hold back from smiling at the development of the war against the God of Destruction. One particular guy quivers in excitement as he watches. He calls out to his friends and suggests that they all go to the arcade. Right at that moment, one of his friends is skeptical about the suggestion. Since their class is about to start, it's nighttime, so he's probably referring to cram school classes. The other to rarely say they should go to the arcade, and the three run off, leaving their hesitating friend behind. Seeing them leave, his face pales and distorts. Realizing that he was left behind, he can't help but want to go with him. As those kids run towards the nearest virtual reality arcade, it becomes apparent that they are not the only ones with such thoughts. The users who are watching the stream, those who perish from the God of Destruction's hands, and those who played the game and made memories within it, are all getting together to log back into the game. The person in charge of the VR arcade is so surprised by the sudden surge of people returning to play. With the door swings open, the young teens from before are coming in. They greet the guy at the counter, and the mister smiles as he welcomes them. The teen, who seems to be group spokesperson, quickly asks if there are any spaces where they can sit next to one another. The person in charge apologizes and explains that the arcade is currently full. He also asks them what they are planning to play. With bright eyes, the teen answers that they are obviously to play Chrono Life. The screen for logging into the game appears, and the users start to flock back into the game. Love watches this in surprise. Users of various levels are all returning to the game. And even Hamlior, Riot Star, and Eurus are all surprised by the sudden increase of users. Apparently, all of these users have returned, knowing that what is about to happen are the last moments of Chrono Life, when they watch things transpire from real life. It all came to the conclusion that the God of Destruction is about to meet his end, despite knowing what is to happen. God repeats his words about being the vaccine that is meant to protect Chrono World. Aha, you just destroyed that same world, you doofus. God tells how watching the world get corrupted has agonized him to the point that he decided it needs to be cleansed. God then calls out to his friend and promises to reflect and make amends for all the bad things he did. He cries real tears as he asks Peace if there is any chance for him to be forgiven. The God of Destruction claims that all he ever did was love the world of Chrono. With a change of heart, he admits that he doesn't want to perish. God announces his desire to live and to continue watching that world. A system window suddenly appears before Peace. It tells about how the God of Destruction regrets his actions and is now begging for mercy. The system asks Peace if he will forgive God and gives him two choices. Peace is looking at this window with confusion when the big, bulky form of the God of Destruction suddenly kneels before him with a loud thud. The action makes Peace flinch while God pleads for his friend's forgiveness. He even promises to never do such a thing again. Dude, you should also ask forgiveness from the other users. A notification appears before Peace narrating how the God of Destruction begs for his mercy. Peace's face turns blank at how the game is even notifying him about this, when it suddenly adds how forgiving the God of Destruction will increase his affection with the God to the max level. Another notification appears explaining that reaching this level will grant Peace a special reward. This effectively gets our MC's attention, and the idea makes him smile. Peace wonders out loud about the special reward and ponders how he wants it, even though he doesn't know exactly what it is. He continues to smile, saying that it would be outrageous to abstain from getting free stuff. Peace asks if God agrees with him, and this question fills the God of Destruction with hope as he agrees with Peace. Wow, that quickly stopped God from sweating, and he's even smiling now. God then asks if this means that his friend is forgiving him. Before hearing Peace's answer, he immediately thanks his friend and repeats his promise, but Peace cuts him off as he flicks his wooden stick by his shoulder. Still with a smile, Peace claims that, based on his experience, one would usually get a more substantial reward from slaying enemies in such a situation. He admits that doing such a thing would obviously bring down his reputation, but such things really don't bother him. Peace admits to the God of Destruction about how he finds the whole thing cringy. Seeing God try to persuade him with his Turge Cra story, when he killed numerous users before, is just plain distasteful. But now that the table has turned, and he is the one who's about to perish, here he's trying to get forgiveness for all of his actions. The God of Destruction is once again sweating. He stutters as he asks his friend about what he means. He tries to continue smiling, though he is obviously afraid of what our MC will decide. Peace laughs at the God of Destruction for being a joke. He says that the other already knows what he meant by his words. With a devious face, Peace fondly announces his decision to slay the God of Destruction. The decision, and of course, our MC's disgusting reaction made God contort his own face in horror. He denies this decision as he continues to cry and sweat despite knowing how it will end. The God of Destruction tries to escape the fate that Peace is chosen for him by flying as fast as he can away from Peace. God continuously shouts in denial as he flies off. His mind is filled with thoughts of how he doesn't want him in his end right there. Despite the current state of how reality is manipulated, God manages to flee so far away that he only looks like a speck of dust from where Peace is standing. Peace clenches his wooden stick and activates his Divinity of Chaos, applying it to his weapon. This time, he manipulates the skill Mirror of Expansion. Instead of applying the skill to his whole being, Peace only uses it on his wooden stick. Hebek and the others are confused by what he is doing. Upon seeing that the brave warrior is only increasing his wooden stick size, Hebek is aware of how the skill Mirror of Expansion is meant to increase the target size based on their maximum mana. Hebek is amazed by how the brave warrior manipulates even skills with his Divinity of Chaos. With the skill applied to the weapon only, the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick buzzes and fills with red energy. Peace held it with both hands and commands to begin its expansion. With his feet together, he squats a bit and holds his weapon. Suddenly, the wooden stick increases in size as it shines brightly. Ouch, my eyes! Why does it have to turn bright as it grows? As the weapon gets bigger, Hebek finally realizes what the brave user is up to. Peace calls forth his wooden stick and does his signature unholy pose, but this time with white hair. He commands his weapon to grow numerous times and continues to make us disgusted with the sounds he is making. Meanwhile, in outer space, the god of destruction curses numerous times as he flies off towards the sun. Left with no choice, he plans to run to his mom as his last resort. God cries as he thinks of asking his mom to help and hide. Recalling that sick face, he is determined not to meet his end in the hands of that sicko. Wow, I guess you guys are not friends anymore. As the god of destruction blasts toward his mom, he suddenly hears a rumbling sound from behind that makes him flinch, spooked by the sudden sound. He looks back to check what is creating that sound, despite being in outer space. God's eyes widened in shock upon seeing what was behind him all along. It was a massive wooden stick that obviously came from the planet. Its huge appearance is a big surprise that it stops him from moving. And he has to wipe his eyes just to make sure he is seeing things right, with tears still flowing from his eyes. He squints as he tries to focus on what he is seeing. He stares at it for some time before finally recognizing what that thing is. The Mirror of Expansion is a hidden skill that can be utilized using the second mirror of the 8 mirrors. This skill lets the target grow in size based on its user's maximum mana. In the case of RMC, he applied the effects on his wooden stick to let it grow into a tremendous size of 950,000 miles long. For a beginner's weapon, it has now grown to a size that is even bigger than the sun, or in this case, Mother. FYI, the sun is 865,000 miles in diameter. The god of destruction looks at this for some time before he starts laughing, completely crazed by what's happening. Zooming into where the other end of the wooden stick is. Peace is back to his usual self as he calmly holds onto his weapon. As if a god of destruction can hear him, Peace reassures him that it will be a quick and painless experience. I doubt that with that announcement, Peace brings down his weapon, making an astronomical level of his swing down. As the weapon approaches the god of destruction, the poor dude can only smile and cry at the same time, knowing that he is about to meet his end. God then softly calls out to his friend, saying that in the near future, he is sure that Peace will surpass even Mother. With those last words, the god of destruction gets smashed by the massive plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. The impact creates a colossal explosion that exceeds anything that our MC has accomplished before. That became the day when numerous planets were wiped out in short span of time. To be exact, 850,617 planets met their end. Because of what happened, the space becomes filled with stardust. There goes the other planets that might have possibly been inhabited. And the last quest of Chrono Life finally ended as well. The manipulated reality suddenly bursts, returning the environment to normal. Stars can once again be seen from the lands of Chrono. A notification window appears with an alarm announcing the end of the Mirror of Expansion's effects because of overuse. At the same time, the wooden stick poofs back to its standard size, seeing that he is now done. Peace finally deactivates his god mode and his hair turns back to black. Woo, are things finally settled now? Another notification appears declaring that the final boss, the god of destruction, is now gone. And it proceeds to congratulate Peace for the achievement of clearing Chrono Life's last quest. Peace cheers upon reading those notifications with a last quest cleared. A loud cheering catches Peace's attention. Every user online, at that moment, started shouting Peace's name repeatedly. Peace smiles at this, and he can't help thinking that it is indeed finally over. Looking at Star and Eurus jump, and joy reminds Peace of how he first met Star. Back when her character was bald, and she only communicated through emojis. Then there was the Cutuer Is, who suddenly popped out of his wooden stick, making him curse the first time it happened. As for Love and Hong, he got closer to Love by chasing her around and asking for a boost. While he met Hong when she asked for help back then. Our streamer is still streaming. Peace made him back when he fought the top 5 guild alliance. Seeing Lee Orr and Riot made him recall some of his adventures in the heavenly realm. He and Riot were controlled by Lee Orr, and they even faced Habek Luna and Love. Peace gives off a happy sigh as he recalls the journey that finally brought him to that point. He then stretches out and happily mentions how he beat the game. It's literally the joy of games with endings. Peace is filled with bliss as he declares how much he enjoys playing and shouts that he loves Chrono Life. With a wistful look in his eyes, Peace determines that it is now time for him to log out. Suddenly, there is a squishing sound of wings. A voice then addresses Peace, asking why he has a long face despite saving the world. A being with long golden hair and glowing light approaches him, asking if he is sad because everything is now over. Peace's eyes widen in surprise due to his shock. It took him some time to finally ask if the being before him, his mother, with long golden hair that reaches down to the legs, being snaps her fingers, and the sky above them becomes filled with various architectures, landforms, planets, and other galaxies. A new unification appears, announcing that new regions have been unlocked. There is Baron, the Machine City, Ruhoi, Wen Island, the Island of the East, Hastemito, the Floating Continent, Titania, the Illusory Star, Gallivanter, the Land of the Dragons, Larue, the Empire of Ancient Magic, and Banov, the Plan of Steel. Finally, new areas. I hope MC visits other places more frequently. Peace is completely taken aback by the sudden news. More so when another notification appears. This time, it announces how the Ascended beings are watching Peace from other dimensions. Some of them are the Witch of the Frost Palace, Thurs, the Ruler of Steel and Fire, Muko, the Heaven-Splitting Sword Kel's App, the Predator of the Void, and Gallardo, the Gargantuan Dragon. Wow, this basically foreshadows MC's next adventures. Also will soon be meaning you have a dragon. Peace remains still after all those modifications. The golden-haired being calls out to Peace and tells him that what he experienced so far does not even reach a single % of the whole Chrono Life. Whether it is freedom, excitement, or exploration, Peace merely got a taste of Chrono Life, so he can't quit now when he barely scratched the surface. And to top it all off, Peace owns the Plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. The first days that Peace spent in the game were unhappy, and he came to the point where he could easily curse at it. But the man from before can't be seen now. Peace smiles brightly with apparent excitement about what's to come next. He then announces that Chrono Life is the best game ever. Woohoo! That marks the end of Season 1 for the Plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. But we're not entirely done yet, since we still have the epilogue. The sun shines brightly outside in the real world, inside a high-end unit, some of S.A. Rang's clothes from before, hanging by the wall. As usual, her phone piece plushie are on her bed. Her phone alerts her of a new message, just as she is about to head out. Noticing this, S.A. Rang picks it up and finds that Ju messaged her about being ready, and asked if he should leave already. S.A. Rang grins upon reading the messages and replies that he should, and that she be out as well. She smiles fondly as she thinks of Ju #1 lovers. From the timepiece has slain the god of destruction and saved Chrono Life. It has already been 3 years since then. What? That's a big time skip. Also FYI, we're doing a Sarongpo here. Sarong thinks about how she's already graduated from high school and is done with her student life. Now that she's a fully adult woman, Sarong says that she and Jiyu are officially dating, and goes on about how their relationship is so good. Her manager suddenly butts in, telling her to shut up as she eats potato chips. S.A. Rang suddenly shouts and jolts in surprise at the sudden appearance of her manager, who is calmly munching on her chips. She asks when her manager got there. But instead of answering, her manager frowns at her for mentioning 3 years, when, in actual truth, it has only been 3 weeks. I'm literally laughing my ass off. I can't believe that her imagination reaches that far. Manager says she understands that S.A. Rang likes undies, but she should really stop her daydreaming. She says that it is already too much to the point that manager is considering getting a therapist for Sarong. S.A. Rang cries out that she really wants to become an adult so she can finally date Peace. She also desires to become a couple so that they can do stuff that only couples do. Sarang finally admits that her manager is correct, that it has only been 3 weeks since the last quest of Chrono Life. Her attention was grabbed by the game events, and it took some time for her to realize that without all those distractions, the only thing she could really think about was peace. Wow, she's literally rolling in that big bed of hers. As manager continues to eat, she asks Sarang if she isn't supposed to be leaving already. She reminds Sarang that while she was imagining all that stuff, it is still true that she's meeting up with undies that day. Hearing that, Sarang suddenly springs up from rolling around, hops away with her triple jump skill, and shouts bye to her manager with Sarang dashing away. Manager sighs as she continues to munch on her chips in the hallway in front of their places. Ju checks on his phone. He wonders where Catherine Love is when she has already messaged him about going out as well. The door to Sarang's place suddenly swings open, and Sarang comes out of it with an apology. She makes an excuse about speaking with her manager that she didn't realize the time. Aha, we all know that you're daydreaming, may you late, seeing Sarang before him. Ju blushes and his heart thumps loudly in his chest. Sarang smiles at him as she asks if they should get going. Ju quickly turns away and stutters as he confirms, adding that he didn't really wait long. He continues to stand with his face red as he says that they should go now. This reaction from Ju makes Sarang so happy that she starts smacking him softly in the back as she teases him for being shy. She asks if he already forgot how pretty she is in real life and if his heart is about to jump out of his chest. Still blushing, Ju admits that she has always been pretty, whether is in the game or in real life. With those words, it's Sarang's turn for her face to blush and her heart to be out loud. She stammers her thanks, and the two become silent as they walk together with both their faces red and their hearts beating fast. Wow, so much awareness for one another that they became blushing fools in a short time. Number 2 professional. The sun shines brightly on that day as the blue sports car zooms by. Ju and Sarang are inside the open hooded car. Their typical daily lives are back to normal after clearing the last quest of Chrono Life 3 weeks ago. However, the Chrono Life staff posted a notice about a huge update the previous night. There are rumors that the company hired twice the number of developers to join their staff. In a quick flashback of what happened, Deok Bae-choi announced that he had already hired double the number of the development team's staff. He says that this doesn't mean that the company will grow as fast, but in retrospect, this can deal with the urgent issues for the future. And of course, this news shocked the old staff, aside from the posted notice. The company's actions show that it is indeed going all out for the future. Ju sighs, thinking how the old man, Deok Bae-choi, really is an interesting person. No doubt about that, since he owns the gaming company for Chrono Life. Ju thinks about how the CEO went above and beyond by going for tenfold the staff instead of the declared double. He wonders if the old man plans to go 20-fold with hiring more staff if this thing fails. Chi worries that things will go downhill for the company, and he can't help pondering how the CEO even managed to put his company on top with all of his audacious strategies. Ji snaps out of his thoughts when Sarang suddenly asks him about gathering information. Ji is a bit confused by the question, so Sarang clarifies that the reason they are meeting up is to trade any info that they collected. Oh, I guess it really wasn't a date. Wow. Sarang looks at Ju as she reminds him that they are looking up for any trace that was left behind by their friend, Luna. The way Sarang called Luna their friend confused Ju. Sarang sweats and corrects herself, calling Luna the Roach Lady. Trying to cover up her embarrassment, she shouts that they have already agreed to look for Roach Lady. Ju lets it pass and says that he now remembers. I swear, MC must have a memory of a goldfish. Ju says that he is doing his part, but nonetheless, it is difficult to locate Luna, so to resolve this matter, he resorted to leaving the assignment to someone professional. Sarang asks if they are heading to that professional right now. Ju confirms this, but still sighs as he thinks about how Luna has disappeared. The first weeks they did meet with Luna didn't bother them much initially, but as another week passed with no contact, they can only view this as deliberate. Sarang speaks again, saying that all know Roach Lady is a unique boss. This only means that her death is equivalent to character deletion. Sarang confirms this with Ju, and he thinks the same. He recalls the last time he met with Luna during the game. It was back when the space and unconscious territory was cracking. Luna was telling him to prepare, since that place would be destroyed, and she bid him goodbye. Ju molds over how he never really saw Luna die in game at that time. Still, he can't shake off the feeling that her words were ominous, as if she was really going to die back there. Ju asks S.A. Rang why she is looking for Roach Lady, and asks when the two became close since S.A. Rang even called her a friend. S.A. Rang harumps at this, denying that the two of them are close. She sighs, as if hesitant to say that hearing about Roach Lady's past from him made her understandable. S.A. Rang claims that knowing such things can't make her genuinely hate Roach Lady. She starts explaining that she only wants to find her as questions. Ju smiles at Sarang's honesty and expresses his relief that she and Luna can finally stop fighting and become friends. I have some doubts, and even Sarang feels the same. They'll probably keep on bickering because of UMC. Changing the topic, Sarang pointedly asks Ju why he is also looking for Luna. Ju grins at this and says he also wants to ask something. S.A. Rang doubts him a bit and asks if he is only going to ask one question. Ju answers that is only one. The sports car screeches to a stop, and Ji-yo announces that they have reached their destination. He-gal only tells S.A. Rang that they should go. S.A. Rang looks up at the building before them and asks where they are. Seeing the sign in the building called Ho Coffee, she asks if the place is a cafe. The two head to the coffee place and enter the building. A staff member immediately greets and welcomes them to the place. At the same time, Sarang asks about the cafe and wonders how they are supposed to meet the professional. Ju says that they actually are. But instead of explaining things further, he asks S.A. Rang what she wants to drink, since he's buying. Without giving it much thought, she answers that she wants in Americano. As they reach the counter, Awon greets them and asks for their order. Ju smiles wide as he tells their order, while S.A. Rang looks at this in surprise after processing what she is seeing. Sarang suddenly shouts, realizing that the woman taking their order is actually Hong Hong. Hong, full name Yun Ha Hong, is the owner of Ho Coffee, and she professionally smiles back at them. Number 3. The birth of a legend. Back in Sarang's place, manager is sitting on the sofa as she idly lets time pass. I guess we're still not getting her name. She groans with boredom and decides to lie down with nothing to do. She thinks of how S.A. Rang has no gig scheduled for the day, so she might as well take that time to rest. As she glances sideways, a VR headset catches her attention. Seeing it reminds her of how adamant S.A. Rang was about logging into the game Chrono Life. At that time, manager was simply curious if playing Criminal Life was really that fun, and it made her ponder about playing it herself. Now that she is looking at the VR headset, manager rethinks about playing Chrono Life. She grabs the VR headset lying on the table, looking at it closely. She thinks about virtual reality and how she never really tried playing a game like that before, and this is despite the fact that she played a lot of online computer games growing up. With that, manager wears the headset and tries to find the power button. She somehow finds it, and a notification welcoming her to Chrono Life appears before her eyes, surprising her and making her amazed. The game scans her retina, confirming that she's a new user. It then asks if she will create a new character. Sitting up with excitement, manager's heart starts beating fast as she shouts her confirmation. The game notifies her of a full dive and instructs her to lie in a comfortable position. Manager complies with this with a massive smile on her face. With that, she gets connected to Chrono Life. As a new user, manager initially enters the character creation mode. She is gently dropped down to an engraved magic circle in the ground. Right after her first step in the game, manager looks at her surroundings with confusion, but as she carefully takes it all in, she is surprised by the quality of the game's graphics. I hope it will soon reach such VR gaming advancements in real life. Manager's heart beats out loud, and her mouth hangs open upon realizing that it is not only the graphics. Inside the game, she could also smell the trees, feel the wind make her skirt flutter, feel the warmth of the ground she stands upon. Finally experiencing the game for herself, she can say that it is like she's still in real life. Out of nowhere, a huge mirror glows bright by her side, making it turn her attention. She sees herself in the mirror as the game notifies her of the beginning of character customization. The system explains that she can customize as she wishes. However, there are still limitations to altering a character's physical appearance because of the special VR game wall. Hearing about the Lark's manager, realizing that the only real thing she can change within the game is her hairstyle. As a PC gamer from before, she prefers to play the muscular guy characters. So seeing the character customization limitations gives her no choice but to play as herself. She has a fantastic taste, really. Manager starts browsing the various hairstyles available within the game. The first one is a ribbon pigtail style that she finds horrifying, making her quickly move on to check the next one before letting the system tell about its details. This is later followed by hairstyles like Afro skinhead and even the Hihashi style. Seeing the last one, Manager can't help doing a combo famous from that game and destroys the mirror. Seeing how she is acting, the system asks her if she wants to continue with a hairstyle. This absolutely pisses her off and she rejects it. Manager then demands to just have her old hair back. With that, a system immediately complies and asks her to select species. The system announces the different species available, but Manager doesn't let it finish and simply chooses to be human. I wonder what other options there are. Having covered her looks and species, the system proceeds with the last step of customization, which is the name you'll use in Chrono World. Manager feels lazy about it, and she thinks that she really won't be playing long. So she randomly says Bunny Princess for her in-game name. Upon completing her character setup, the system notifies her of her transportation to the starting point of the game, which is Front Village. With a bright burst of light, Bunny Princess is gone from the magic circle and finally arrives in Front Village for a starting village. There really are many people there. The game welcomes her to the world of Chrono Life, calling her Bunny Princess. As a complete novice to the game, she starts at level 1 with 5 ability points for each stat and 5 remaining ability points. Bunny Princess looks at Front Village with amazement and compares it to fantasy worlds that she has only seen in her dreams. Suddenly, a notification about a tutorial quest appears. It tells her about how the village head wants to meet with a new adventure like her. Bunny Princess smugly looks at it with a sigh. She compares it to her old games, where there are no quests and one can simply level up by farming. With that, she makes up her mind and runs out of the village. I guess her gameplay is more spontaneous than our MC's. It's a sunny day in Chrono Life, and monsters are already out and about. As for Bunny Princess, her choice to farm outright is definitely the wrong approach. A level 1 petite slime appears and shouts, making Bunny Princess aware of its presence. Her decision is considered the wrong one, because the game aims to make the experience within the game as accurately real as possible. The petite slime tackles Bunny Princess, creating a loud, booming sound. In a game like Chrono Life with such a goal, the fighting in the game is akin to fighting in real life. Though Bunny Princess is able to block the tackle with her wooden stick, doesn't change the fact that a level 1 user's strength is equivalent to the ordinary person's strength in real life. Bunny Princess slides back from the attack of the petite slime, suffering from a critical hit. It just so happens that the strength of a level 1 petite slime is equivalent to a bull. Suffering damage, Bunny Princess only has 3 bars of health left. If she wants to successfully defeat the petite slime, then she should be as strong as someone who's able to fight a bull with only a wooden stick in real life. Why make such a level 1 monster so strong? Some of the new players notice Bunny Princess fighting on her own. The girl laughs, saying that a newbie is about to meet their end. The guy with her also finds it funny. Since he notices that the user only has a wooden stick with her, he easily determines that she skipped the tutorial quest by coming there without much preparation. And Chrono Life is common knowledge that the wooden stick is not meant for battle. Instead, it is intended for hitting a training scarecrow in the tutorial. From the tutorial quest, a user can easily become a level 5, and they are given an option to use a beginner weapon. Aside from this, the realistic battle system of the game means that most users get their first experience in Battle the Party. In the case of Bunny Princess, the path she took is what newbies, who typically underestimate the game, take. It is also the most common reason for a user's first in-game death. The petite slime dashes to where Bunny Princess is. Instead of moving, Bunny Princess holds her ground and simply slashes the enemy into 2 as soon as it is within her reach. Her action makes the other 2 newbies completely flabbergasted. And even the petite slime is surprised by getting split with a single attack. Wow, this is what being up truly means. Bunny Princess sighs with a smile as she thinks of how games are too easy nowadays. She adds that she was even worried before that playing VR games might be challenging, but now Bunny Princess sees that she was worried for nothing. She recalls how back during her PC game days, when one is no good, it means they'll never survive from the first day. The petite slime shakes before it completely perishes. With the monster slaying, Bunny Princess gains an experience and levels up, adding 5 ability points to her unused ones. The two newbies who watch Bunny Princess slay the petite slime on her own with a wooden stick barely recovered from the shock. They cannot help thinking, who she is, rejoice, for you have seen the birth of a legend. It is currently the age when PC games and consoles are already considered relics. Unbeknownst to many, Bunny Princess played a lot of old titles using those in the past, and she was a high ranker in all of those games. Completing her first kill in the game, Bunny Princess thinks of how playing Chrono Life can actually be fun. And she starts thinking about what class she should take. It is the day a legend is born in Chrono Life, and ever since that day, rumors begin to spread about the mysterious expert fighter named Bunny Princess. Later in the game, she will become known as the record holder of the highest rank in Chrono Life within the shortest period. Of course, this doesn't include our MC, who is in a different league of his own. Number for offline Hong places 3 iced Americanos on the table. And S.A. Rang thanks Hong for them. S.A. Rang finds it a bit awkward and asks her if it is really okay to do that when the cafe is bustling. Hong smiles at this and assures S.A. Rang that it is fine, since she is the owner of that place the way she said. This made both Ju and S.A. Rang find Yunha so cool. S.A. Rang expresses her surprise at finding out that Hong runs a cafe in real life. She says that it really suits her, and adds how even her uniform is so cute. Hong thanks the compliment with a smile as she says that she picked the design for it. Hong then compliments Love for being prettier in real life compared to seeing her on the television. Sarong thanks her with a blush on her face. Hong suddenly asks if the two are on a date right now, making them both red in the face. Ju even chokes on his drink, making Hong laugh their reaction. Joking aside, she says that she knows that they are there to get information about Luna. Seeing that Ju is still retching, Hong apologizes. She adds that she only said that because she finds them looking good together. Unlike Jiu, S.A. Rang feels different about it and demands that Hong repeat her words. Soaring really knows what she wants, and there is no doubt there. Recovering from his retching, Ju stops them from doing further damage to his senses by changing the topic to his request. As if only remembering now Hong concurs, she speaks of how Peace requested her guild to locate Luna. Jiu confirms this reasoning, that the Righteous Bandits Guild is the best source of info within the game. Hong then explains that upon receiving his request, their members made use of all their resources to gather information about Luna. She looks apologetic to Ju as she says that they were unable to find any info regarding Luna. Ju reconfirms this with a blank look on his face. Hong comments that Peace doesn't even seem surprised, as if he had already expected this kind of result. Ju sips his drink as he clarifies that he didn't precisely expect that, but he already knows that such a task won't be that easy. Jiggy speaks of how Roach Lady was a unique boss, so it would make sense that her character got deleted after dying in the game. He asks if there is a possibility that Roach Lady is just roaming in her outfit or probably a new one. Hong says they did consider this, aside from the likelihood of creating a new character. So if the guild has some of its members staying put in Front Village, and some in farming spots for beginners. Regretfully, no one has seen Luna. They're really pouring time and effort into looking for her. Based on what she just heard, S.A. Rang surmises is harder to look for Luna, considering that even the Righteous Band of Guild cannot gather information about her. Ju contradicts this and claims that, based on what Hong just shared, this only means that Luna isn't in Chrono Life. Since this is the case, they can focus their search on the real world. Hong and Sarong don't say anything, but they're both thinking that what Ju said is quite obvious. Still, Hong considers Jiu's words, commenting on how searching in the real world is more challenging. She asks if Ju and Sarong have ever met Luna in real life. S.A. Rang confirms that she did before on the beach and recalls an irritating piece of her memory of how Luna hugged Ju in real life. S.A. Rang gives Ju a look, but Ju doesn't say anything, knowing full well what S.A. Rang is thinking. LOL, they're not together, but MC is already acting whipped. Hong asks if there is anyone else who has met Luna in real life aside from them. Sarong says she doesn't really know, while Jiyu tries to sort out his memories to remember. He finally recalls seeing Luna in real life in the hospital. And Jiu smiles as he announces that he knows someone else who knows of Luna in real life. He smirks, adding that Hong and Sarong also know who he is talking about. Number 5 love letter. Out in the streets, someone is running fast towards Jiu and his group. A girl calls out to them, calling Jiu the wooden stick man in Sarong love. This girl is none other than Star. Finally, we're seeing Star in real life, and she is all healthy. Star directly jumps into Sarong's arms. And after that, she calmly greets Hong upon seeing her. Hong greets her back and is amazed to learn that Star is the user who has also met Luna. Jiu explains how Luna actually helped Star meet her old friends from the game. S.A. Rang asks if Star is hungry, and if she is craving anything, she will treat her. Star answers that she wants spicy rice cakes and pulls S.A. Rang to run toward her favorite place that sells them. Hong can't help commenting on Star's bright personality, and Jiu grins like a proud dad. Hong looks at Jiu saying that she wants a daughter just like Star, and asks for his opinion. Jiu looks back at her with a blushing face, but doesn't answer. Hong remembers something, and she thanks Jiu for saving everyone from the god of destruction. She admits that it is already late, but nonetheless she wants to thank him. Hong tells how amazing he was as the brave warrior. Jiu smiles and acts foolish as he accepts the compliment. Hong then says that they should get going now, since Love and Star have left them already. Inside the lovely rice cake shop, various foods are laid on top of the table. Star looks at everything with bright eyes and some drool on her face, excited to eat. Star starts with spicy rice cakes, and this series is turning into a different genre due to Star's inner commentary and reaction to the food. S.A. Rang reminds Star to slow down, where she choke, but Star doesn't listen and focuses on stuffing her mouth with a lot of food. As they eat, S.A. Rang brings up the topic of their meetup, saying how they have been looking for Luna. She asks Star as she has met Luna lately, and Star as she did yesterday, as she eats. Sarong smiles at hearing this, not processing Star's reply immediately. Except for Star, everyone else in their group stops eating once they realize what Star just said. Star shares that they met just yesterday afternoon. She says that Luna randomly messaged her, so they met after that. Star then pulls out a letter sealed the heart address to NOOB. Star says it is for him, and Jiu takes it and opens it to read. As Jiu reads the first lines, Saru and Hong hover around him to read them as well, making him nervous. In the letter, Luna greets NOOB saying, how is the first time she's writing to him after that last quest in the game. She claims that she wanted to meet with him and discuss various things, but she can't bring herself to do so. Luna knows that whatever excuses she makes will not change the past, and how awful she was to him back then to make up for it. Luna plans to never appear before him again. However, she still has this desire to see him again for the last time. Luna says that this is why she's writing to him. She thinks that if he wants to meet up, then she will wait for him in her favorite place, and that's where the letter ends. Is this some sort of riddle? If you're talking about your favorite place, isn't it Chrono Life? Jiu is confused by the letter Luna left, thinking that it is some sort of cryptic message behind him. S.A. Rang smiles brightly. Though she's giving off a deadly aura, she suggests that Jiu throws the letter, making both Jiu and Hong slightly scared of her. S.A. Rang suddenly chases Jiu around to take the letter from him, complaining about how that roach dared to write a love letter to him. She demands that Jiu hand the letter to her so she can shred it into pieces. Star suddenly stands up, saying that Luna also left a letter for S.A. Rang. This surprises everyone else, making Moda to hover to see what the letter says. S.A. Rang can't believe that the roach lady would also write to her. As she reads it, she realizes that what Luna sent is actually a chain letter. Seeing the contents, Sarong immediately rips the letter and curses at Roach Lady, with a furious expression on her face. Frustrated, S.A. Rang announces that they'll look for Roach Lady so that she can give her a good beating. Ji reminds her that they don't know where she is. Sarong shoots back, saying that his letter has a hint, so they will just go anywhere that can be indicated as Roach Lady's favorite place. Wherever that is number 6, do what I want in the Bayside Seafood Restaurant by the beach. A girl shouts Mr. Park's name, claiming that she's back. This person is Dong Hee-min, the JPL band's main vocalist and guitarist, aka Mint Chocolate from Chrono Life. After her greeting, a bald man complains about her being loud and being there. This man is Byung-chul Park, the owner of Bayside Seafood Restaurant, aka Mr. Physical Therapist. Dong Hee orders soju and a platter of his best raw fish, and Byung-chul can't help commenting about her day drinking habit. Wow, I never thought we'd see them in their real lives as well. Dong Hee settles in a chair as she asks him to stop nagging at her. She claims that he should be happy that she's bringing him business in that empty place. Realizing the truth in her words, Byung-chul hesitantly thanks her, changing the topic. Byung-chul mentions how Dong Hee is really the same as she is inside the game. This surprises Dong Hee and asks what Byung-chul means. He explains how her personality, hair color, and even outfit are similar to how they are within Chrono Life. Byung-chul doesn't want to sound outdated, but he still asks if Dong Hee isn't embarrassed to wear such clothes. She looks at him, says that she's not, and asks why she would even be ashamed. Byung-chul scratches his head and explains how wearing something short would make people look at her on the streets. Dong Hee sighs at this and says having people's attention is something that she likes. She reasons out how people are so disconnected from one another, so having them even pay attention to her shows how charming she is. Dong Hee stands up and adds how no one can force her to wear other clothes, since she deserves to wear whatever she wants. She then twirls around, saying that it is cute to the point that it makes a person want to stare. Her confidence is really something. Byung-chul suddenly laughs out loud as he agrees with her. He adds how one can really learn a lot from kids these days. Now that he's in a good mood, Byung-chul says Dong Hee deserves those drinks and snacks. He tells her to eat her fill, making Dong Hee happy as well. Someone suddenly shouts out loud, making both Byung-chul and Dong Hee surprised. They look at where it came from and see someone looking for somebody. Byung-chul Sorong turned into a character from Baki. Sorong throws a fit just outside the restaurant while Ju tries to calm her down. She keeps making threats and loud noises that Byung-chul and Dong Hee finally go out. Byung-chul says it looks like a tourist couple who are fighting, unlike his calm demeanor. Dong Hee is irritated by this and wants to head to where Ji-yu and the others are to give a piece of her mind. Oh, are they meeting in real life as well? Byung-chul quickly grabs Dong Hee by the shoulders and tells her to calm down. He says that they might have their reasons for being loud. Byung-chul adds that it's fine, since it's a weekday lunchtime and no one's around. It's also optimistic that those people will soon settle down. Dong Hee looks up at him and gives it a thought. She then turns around and finally agrees with him, saying that she is only doing this for his sake. Dong Hee says that in return, Byung-chul should drink with her, since what happened really ruined her mood. Byung-chul tries to reject this reasoning that he still must run his restaurant. But Dong Hee is not having any of it and points out that he doesn't even have any other customers. Brah, the truth hurts. Number 7 missing persons, despite the beautiful horizon that can be seen from the beach. Ji-yo's group is busy with something else, unable to appreciate the scene before them. Hong says that might not be the place, while S.A. Rang is still fuming. Jiu finds it strange, since he honestly thought that the beach would be the place. S.A. Rang complains, still angry with the letter, unlike the trio's concern. Star smiles as she says how unfortunate it is that they didn't find Luna, but also admits how happy she is that they didn't. To clarify, she is delighted to spend her time with them in real life. The trio finds Star's innocent remarks cute and comforting that their moods quickly shift, not filled with the positive mood. Hong says they should keep looking, and the other to readily agree. On that day, they put effort into looking for Roach Lady. They search the street nearby, the soup place they previously went to, and the VR arcade. It was already sunset when they chose to give up. The trio are so tired that they are all lying on the table back in Hong's cafe. Well, they're having a hard time since they hardly know Luna in the first place. Jiu honestly says that he's getting annoyed. Star tries to lighten the mood, saying that they did try their best, and she's sure that they will find Luna tomorrow. Star cheers everyone, giving them the boost of positivity that they badly need right now. Since it will soon turn dark, Hong suggests they all head home. The two tiredly agree to this. They plan to meet up the next day and finally go their separate ways. Is at the end of that exhausting day that Ju finally returns to his place. He's so tired from walking around all day trying to look for Luna. He looks again at the letter, wondering where exactly is that favorite place of hers. Someone suddenly speaks up, asking if the hint is so difficult for him. Hearing the voice makes Ju flinch and finally look up. Luna, once again, managed to get into his place. She finds it surprising that NOOB didn't figure it out, despite the apparent meaning of her hint. You really need to stop popping into his place, MC. Please change your door lock. Ju looks at her with a tired face, finally realizing what Luna meant about her favorite place. He throws the letter into the air and looks at Luna, as she announces that her favorite place is definitely his house. Number 8. The God of Destruction's rewards. Cups of fiery noodles are on the table, and Luna is surprised by this. Ju tells her to eat up, recalling how she liked this stuff. Luna is so glad that Nu remembers the food that she likes. Ju claims that he is only being polite since he wants a proper answer from her. Luna smiles at him, asking if he is only asking her one question. Ju confirms that he is. Luna sighs and expresses her disappointment. She says that she misses how NOOB always asks her a lot of questions. Ju says he only does so because she irks him. Luna remembers that she wants to ask him something as well. She mentions how he was given 2 options back when he defeated the God of Destruction. And she's curious as to what are the rewards for both options. Oh, yeah, there was that reward. Good job asking Luna. Ju eats his noodles, as he says that the reward for forgiving that god isn't even good. He admits to loving back in to take a look at it. And he found out that gaining maximum affection with the God of Destruction gives him a rental, free pass for mythical items that possess the power of the God of Destruction anytime he pleases. That's honestly lame, considering RMC's weapons and his inventory, aside from his wooden stick. Luna is disappointed by the reward and comments on how it is totally useless for NOOB to have such a thing. Ju agrees to this and says that he got better rewards for slaying him. Instead, when Luna asks what the reward is, Ju reveals that he got the essence of the God of Destruction, an item that once destroyed can advance one into becoming the God of Destruction. This revelation completely shocks Luna. It'll probably help in the future quests. Ju shares how he can't really use the item, since he is already the God of Chaos. So for now, he is keeping the item in his inventory. He knows that the item can be sold for a massive price if he auctions it, but he is also aware that having it placed in the wrong hands will only give him trouble. Realizing that they somehow strayed off the topic he wants to discuss, Ju says he wants to ask Luna something. Number 9. Full moon. Luna sighs as she admits how she somehow knows what Nu wants to ask her. She claims that he wants to know how she can freely come into his house. This is because Luna recalls their conversation back in the game. She says that she did promise to tell them about it right after the ending. Luna says the answer to it is not that extraordinary. She reminds him how she mentioned before that Nu might be dissatisfied with her answer. At this point, where there's a lot of teasing of you answering, it doesn't even matter how disappointing it may be, as long as you answer it. Luna is about to tell him about it when Ju suddenly stops her as he finishes his noodles. He tells her not to get ahead of herself, since that is not what he's going to ask her. Good gracious, not again when Nu would even hear a proper answer to this. Luna is surprised by this. She remembers how the last time they met, Nu was so adamant about learning how she gets in. Ju admits that he was back then, but right now, he wants to learn more about something else. Luna looks at him with a confused face at first, but she suddenly smiles and says that Nu probably wants to know she has a boyfriend or not. Ju doesn't find this funny at all and states that he doesn't care about such things. Luna asks what it is that he is so curious about, and this makes Ju pause. He blushes as he clears his throat and starts calling her Roach Lady. But Ju suddenly corrects himself and calls her Luna. He then looks away as he asks for Luna's real name. Oh, right. We never learned of her real name throughout the first season. The question makes Luna blush, totally not expecting such a question from Ju. Still looking away, Ju clears his throat again. He waits for Luna's answer. Not fond of the silence, Ju tries to worm his way out of his embarrassment by claiming that he is not curious, and that knowing it would just be better. Recovering from her surprise, Luna suddenly smiles. She says that it is Bo Ryu, making Ju look back at her. Luna clarifies that her real name is Bo-Ryu, moon number 10 pure fun. Jiu faces Bo-Ryu and repeats her full name, happy by Jiu's question. Bo-Ryu suddenly leans in close and asks if he has any other questions for her. Without waiting for Jiu's reply, she tells him her height, blood type, and even her MBTI. Hold your horses, TMI. Unable to contain her excitement, she asks if there is anything else he would like to know. Jiu is a bit scared by how she is acting, so he tries to shift the topic from her and simply asks how she knows where he lives. Luna is surprised that he is asking the same question as before, and reminds him of how he mentioned that he doesn't care about it anymore. Exasperated, Luna gives in, and is about to finally answer this question, when Gus' phone suddenly rings. Awful timing. I swear, the two halt their talk because of the sudden interruption. And Jiu checks his phone, wondering who it could be calling him at that hour. He answers his phone and hears a familiar voice. The voice calling him a brat belongs to Deok Bae-choi, the CEO of Chrono Life. Ji realizes who it is and calls the other person old man. The CEO doesn't like it one bit and defends himself, saying that he is still in his 50s. MC, please never bring up age when talking to an older person. Deok Bae-choi asks what Jiu has been up to lately, and if he is free at that moment. Jiu says he's not doing much since he's only with Bo-Ryu. Realizing that the CEO might not know who Bo-Ryu is, he corrects himself, saying that he is with Luna. Luna looks at Jiu and smiles at how he calls her by her real name, and his action made her heart beat more loudly in her chest. The CEO thinks that he called the perfect time. Nope, it was terrible timing. We need answers here. Deok Bae-choi instructs both of them to visit his office right at that moment. It is already night time, and inside the Chrono Life's monitoring room, Bo-Ryu and Jiu are served hot drinks at a small table with the CEO before them. The two are feeling awkward, since they are an important room of the company. The CEO tells them to drink up and wonders if they don't drink coffee or something. Chiyu says it isn't like that, and they are just overwhelmed by this. Deok Bae-choi stops smoking and says he wants to meet the two of them right at that moment, considering that they are the main characters of Season 1. Hey, you mean the game, right? This is not some sort of fourth wall or something, right? The CEO asks how the game's first season was, wanting to know if it was super fun. Jiu agrees and is trying to wrap his head around the fact that the CEO just asked this with a huge grin. While Jiu agrees that he did enjoy it, Bo-Ryu interjects how it was completely irresponsible of them, since there was a lack of responsibility from the devs. Bo-Ryu says that the god of destruction was made by Mother, which is the main computer. She adds that all the races of Chrono World even had to get together just to fight against him. Bo-Ryu says that it is indeed touching for a heroic story, but in her POV, this is more like neglect on the part of the devs. After that, Bo-Ryu respectfully asks why the CEO allowed the existence of the god of destruction. She says that the character didn't like the users, and having an AI with such characteristics violates the 3 laws of robotics. For reference, the first 2 laws of robotics prioritize the well-being and command of humans, while the last one is about protecting its existence without conflicting with the first 2 laws. Bo-Ryu points out that AI holds absolute power in a VR game setting, and considering this, it shouldn't have any animosity toward the users. She believes that if they didn't have NOOB in the game, then Chrono Life would merely serve as a graveyard for the users. The CEO listens intently to this and tells Jiu that his new girlfriend is smart. This surprises Jiu, who spits his coffee. Bo-Ryu is equally shocked with her mouth left hanging open. Just wow. Earlier, Hong paired MC with S.A. Rang. Now it's the CEO pairing MC with Bo-Ryu. Returning to the topic that Bo-Ryu opened, the CEO stands up as he admits the element of danger. Nonetheless, the first season ended positively. He lights up a new cigar, saying that they have been a tad irresponsible for the lack of technical control and how things went disorganized. The CEO smiles as he claims that what matters the most for him is that the users enjoy it. He explains how he started Chrono Life with no intention of making it the pillar of art or philosophy. There is no underlying message, and a primary purpose is to have fun. Bo-Ryu is surprised by the CEO's remarks, and she can only accept them. The CEO stares at her and calls her Luna. He then asks her if she plans to quit Chrono Life. Bo-Ryu looks down and doesn't answer. Deok Bae-choi says he understands why she would call them irresponsible, since the last quest won't be cleared without her sacrifice. He says that if he puts himself in her shoes, he will also end up detesting Chrono Life. Ji-Yu looks at Bo Ryun, thinking of the CEO's words. Bo Ryun finally speaks up, saying that he is wrong and she is not quitting the game because she hates it. She tells them of her love for Chrono Life, and that the real reason she is quitting is because of herself. She recalls her past, and her words as she did that final quest to become the goddess of life. Well, that quest is really messed up, especially for a VR game. She said horrendous things to make excuses for herself. In the process of reaching her goal, she sacrificed numerous innocent users. Bo Ryun says that she even hurt the man beside her because of it. Ji-Yu is surprised that he has also brought up on the subject, and he reminds her that she has already apologized for all that stuff. He claims that Bo Ryun is now holding his own grudge instead of him. Bo Ryu suddenly stands up and announces that she wants to atone for her sins by quitting the game. She says this is the punishment she has chosen for herself, and it also serves as her ending. Bo Ryu explains that she met NOOB, even tagged along to the game company so that she could tell them this. Deok Bae-choi easily accepts her decision and wants to explain why he called for them. The MIB staff continues their work, and the clacking of the keyboards catches Ji-Yu's attention. He asks if the place they're in is the monitoring room where the CEO can watch what happens in-game in real time. Deok Bae smirks as he confirms this and adds how they can see everything happening in Chrono Life from that room. He then reveals that this includes the dimensions beyond the Chrono continent that are yet to be released. Hearing this, Ji-Yu recalls the things he saw because of Mother. He gulps as he thinks of those dimensions. Now, that is a privilege. You should stop calling the CEO. Old Man M. See, the CEO continues to explain how the game servers will soon be officially closed, and how they will be taking 3 months off to prepare for the Season 2 update, though this is the case. Deok Bae-choi admits that gathering data by simply watching things from the monitor room is not enough. He looks at his 2 guests and hopes that they will be the alpha testers for Season 2. Number 11 alpha tester. Chu thinks about being alpha testers with Bo Ryu. The CEO says this is a privilege given to them. He adds that they will be able to gather the initial information for the game's update and even gain an advantage over the other users. Deok Bae mentions how this is not usually offered to ordinary users. Still, considering what happened in the first season, this is his gift to them. The CEO asks for their opinion on this matter and asks if they are willing to be game's alpha testers. Ji-Yu twitches in excitement at the thought, and he finally grins. He readily accepts the offer with no hesitation. Making Bo Ryu look at him, it's a no-brainer for RMC. Bo Ryu looks down and softly speaks to reject it. But before the words could even leave her mouth, Ji-Yu asks her to do it with him, making her flinch. Ji-Yu smiles as he recalls how Bo Ryu mentioned exploring every inch of Chrono Life before. He even adds that her experience can be used in exploring the new regions of the game. Bo Ryu looks up at him and falters in her speech, thinking that she needs to reject this offer. Instead, she reasons how she can't do such a thing since her character has already been deleted after dying as a unique boss in the game. Bo Ryun tries to be determined, reminding herself for atonement. Ji-Yo simply exclaims how he can boost her. So all she has to do is create a new character. He is confident that she will reach the maximum level in short period with his help. Ji-Yu adds how they can also start a party and farm together once she levels up. Bo Ryun recalls her first interactions with NOOB as Luna in the game. She looks at Ji-Yu as she shivers considering this intently. She remembers how she invited Ji-Yu to form a party with her his rejection, and the other time she offered to party within the game. This all came from her desire to create a party with NOOB, though he kept rejecting her before. The thought of that possibility now makes her cry. You shouldn't let this opportunity pass you by. Grab it. Luna. She suddenly smiles, thinking how she's about to give up on what she loves. Still, her desire to party with NOOB wins over, and Bo Ryu accepts the offer with a huge smile and flowing tears. With that, Luna and Peace became the alpha testers for the second season of Chrono Life. Aside from this, the CEO is giving Luna a special bonus. While it is expected to have the data reset for the alpha testers after it is done, that will not be the case with Luna's character. The CEO is allowing her to preserve the data of her game. That's really helpful once the second season of the game starts. As the two big settles side by side into VR machines, Luna is still feeling hesitant about doing it. Ju notices her looking at him, and he smiles at her. He thinks that Bo-Ru is amused that they are side by side as they are about to log into the game. And she is smiling once again. Number 12 ending. The system notifies them of their login to Chrono Life Alpha test version for Season 2. In Empty Front Village, Peace is by the fountain. The sound of the steps makes him look back, and he laughs at what he sees. Peace points out how the tables have turned and calls Luna new. Luna is in her pink hair character, wearing equipment meant for newbies. She is starting again at level 1 with the basic stats. Luna smiles at this, saying that it is true. After all, she steps close to Peace and says that they should start playing while calling Peace Mr. Pro. While Peace Loaf fans are probably lamenting. Peace Luna fans are most likely celebrating since Season 1 started and ended with Luna in the picture. That ends the epilogue of Season 1 for the Plus 99 Reinforced Wooden Stick series. Also, we still don't know how Bo-Ru can get into RMC's place. The big concert hall was lit up with spotlights and a screen. People were cheering. The crowd was happy to be there. They were waiting for the host to come out. The guy came to the center of the stage and greeted the audience. He said that he was the one who started with personal broadcasts and succeeded in it, so he would be hosting this event. He introduced himself as Max. The guy said that he welcomed everyone present to the opening of the second season of Chrono Life. There are about 100,000 spectators in this stadium right now. Maxer ordered that the game server be closed for as long as 3 months to carry out updates. According to him, the players were waiting for a reason. People from all over the world were watching him and waiting for the opening, which would take place in 5 minutes. Max said that he invited a special guest today. He introduced the girl as the best idol and songwriter in history. He greeted Kate on stage and asked her to congratulate him. The girl showed a heart to the crowd. She introduced that her name was Kate. The fans held their hearts up and cried with happiness. Max thanked the girl for the song she wrote. Chuck was watching TV from his house and listening to Max's speech. He was a little unsure of himself listening to their dialogue. The guy looked at his phone and said that it was time to open the game server. Max announced to everyone that the moment had come. The TV said that there were only 10 seconds left for the server to open, to which Chuck took his VR glasses. The guy suggested that the girl count down the seconds until the start together. Kate agreed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chuck put on his glasses. Max announced to the public that Season 2 had just started, causing a violent reaction from the crowd. Chuck adjusted his glasses on his head and muttered something. The guy was pleased with himself. He entered the game. A notification appeared on the screen that the user authorization was complete. The guy was notified that he had successfully entered the game. The new season welcomed him into the game. The ceiling of the school classroom was dotted with fans. The children were very hot. These days were especially hot. Lethargy. All the people on the street were lethargic. Passers-by were empty. The light crept into the office and fried people. And thirst. For 3 months, while the server was down, all the users were like soulless creatures. The guy remembered all the experiences he had in the game. All that fun. Their other side was revealed. There for users, the game Chrono was not just a game, but a part of their lives. Some tried to replace it with something else. They played sports, but nothing could fill the void in their hearts. This is how the 3 months of waiting passed. The guy just logged in right after the server opened. There were an incredible number of players. The entire area was dotted with players. Chuck was surprised by so many users. The simultaneous connection was like an explosion. Chuck couldn't even concentrate. There were so many people. Suddenly, something started flying up to the guy from behind. It called out to him, making him turn around. Chuck was glad to see him. It was Eurus. He showed off his pose sets. Eurus asked the guy how he'd been doing for the last 3 months. Chuck grabbed his friend and started stretching him, shouting about how soft he was. Eurus asked the guy how his participation in the beta testing went. Chuck said that it was boring without you or is, but nothing could be done. Dragon asked the guy if he liked the preliminary version of Season 2, and if he got to the last boss. The guy standing next to him started shouting at the top of his lungs. The player asked Chuck if he was the main character of the last cleanup of the first season of Chrono. Chuck stood there in confusion. The players in the circle started looking for him with their eyes. Soon, Almost all the players crowded around Chuck and started discussing whether it was him or not. And the crowd heard a phrase about the cuteness of the guy. The main character suggested that Eurus go to another place because it was too noisy here. He took the dragon in his hands. The guy put it on his head. He called on the skill of the speed of light. There was no trace of the guy because he quickly moved. Office building. Artist's room. Artist's room. Hand sharing. The girl complains about how hard it is for her. Kate said that she barely finished this opening. She notified the manager that she was back, suggesting that she go home as soon as possible. The girl said that as soon as they get home, she will immediately connect to the chrono. The manager was lying on the bed in virtual reality glasses. Kate was very surprised. The girl sat down on her bed and patted her leg, saying that she herself told her to play less. Kate decided to connect to the game right there too. The sun was still shining brightly. A bare leg stepped on the ground. Chuck notified Eurus that they were there. The dragon did not understand where they were. The guy said it was the hill of the beginning, which was right next to the front line village. Chuck asked the dragon to wait a bit because he had agreed to meet someone. Someone was running very quickly. It was Kate. She greeted the guy. The girl asked how long they had been waiting for her, to which the answer was that they had also just arrived. Chuck praised Kate for how she had performed. The girl was embarrassed by the compliment. She did not know what to answer. Kate simply thanked the guy. Eurus told Chuck that his flirting skills had improved since they had last seen him, to which the guy replied that he was simply sharing his impressions. The dragon asked if he and Kate had agreed to meet here alone, to which the guy replied that there was one more person. The guys were surprised. The girl stood nearby and asked the guys if they were talking about her. Kate pointed at her and was surprised. The cockroach greeted the guys. The girl asked if Lena was the remaining participant. Kate asked what happened to the character removed in the first season. The girl said that she and the loser took part in the beta testing of the game. Kate was furious that the guy did not tell her anything, to which he tried to explain everything. Later, he went ahead saying that it was about to start and they needed to prepare. The guys did not understand what awaited them. Soon, a crack appeared in the air. Chuck asked everyone how long they had been waiting. Information boards appeared in front of the guys. Kate was surprised by the updated task window. The board had a quest written on it about protecting Chrono from a dimension invader, where the reward was unknown. Chuck confidently stated that the main quest of the second season had begun. Energy began to emanate from a large crack in the sky. Shards rained down. Kate was horrified to see something pouring out of the sky. It was water ready to cover the entire Earth. Lena hit the ground with her staff. The girl activated reverse gravity magic. Kate continued to not understand what was happening. The guys in the big dome rose up above the ocean. The girl was glad that they were saved. She asked the cockroach if she now belonged to the class of magicians, to which she received a positive answer. The girl was surprised. There were some sounds in her head, the origin of which she did not understand. Huge whales were hovering in the sky. The girl looked at them with fear. She noticed something on their backs. It was something small. She assumed that they were people. Their faces were not at all like people's. Fear was visible in Kate's eyes. The girl did not understand what it was and where such an eerie feeling came from in the game. The girl thought that she would be captured. Now on the whale's back, a green lizard reported to the king that they had finished analyzing the military forces of this world. The lizard said that in this dimension, the strongest warrior has a level of 999, that is, these creatures are still weak. King Danter inquired about the truth of what was said. His level was 7,593. The main element symbolizing the strength of a character was the level. The creature, because of which the girl felt a tremor in her body, had the highest level. Now, even the hidden class bonus of the Demon King could not cope with such power. The guys were in the dome. The king paid attention to Chuck's clothes. Danter said that this is an inferior race that only evokes pity. In this world, there's a rule of natural selection, when the strong defeat the weak. The king ordered to kill everyone without any mercy. He heard some kind of blow from below and did not understand. A huge column of flame doused Danter. The creature turned out to be without clothes, which were burned. She was in shock. The king was not ready for such a turn of events. He was clearly complexed by his appearance without clothes, and even watched him and laughed. Chuck told is that he asked him how far the guy had reached this season. Eurus remembered asking him if he had reached the final boss. The guy said that Season 2 was a continent of another dimension, as stated in the trailer for Season 1. Each of the new dimensions is much larger than the Chrono continent that was in Season 1. The guy slung his club over his shoulder. Chuck bragged about the number of dimensions he had cleared during beta testing. The guy turned his attention to the king and his servants and noted that they were the dimensions of the sea gods. He bragged that the clearing took about 10 minutes. Eurus was shocked. Kate was equally surprised. The guy smiled from ear to ear. He asked if the guys were up for some fun. The building was sparkling at night. Lena was sitting on the bed and holding virtual reality glasses in her hands. She was looking at them. Lena was sad, extra. The girl was thinking episode Full Moon. Hopelessness was visible in her eyes. She was sitting in front of the TV and watching the grand opening of the beginning of the second season. The TV said that there were 10 seconds left until the opening. The girl's face was blank. She remembered how she sat in the beta test booth with Chuck. She reminded herself of his happy smile. Lena was happy then too. The girl realized that she was having a lot of fun. At that moment, they were lying together and could enjoy the game without denying themselves anything. The girl bit her lip. She stood up abruptly from the bed. With one movement of her hand, she took off her skirt. The red skirt fell to the floor. The girl went into another room. She looked behind the door and encouraged herself. In front of her stood a suit that could help her get to the loser. At night, the city was plunged into darkness, but bright lights were always on. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Lena stood on the roof with a rope in her hand. The music in her head was suitable for spy movies. She said that she felt awkward in front of the loser, but from now on, she would not secretly go to him anymore. She remembered the guy asking her who she really was. He asked her how she knew where he lived, where she got the key to his apartment. Another memory penetrated her head, where the guy in the abandoned village asked her the same question. He was interested in how she got into his house. The girl deftly grabbed the rope and jumped off the roof of the building. She began to fall down. Lena landed on the floor below. The girl noticed that she hadn't climbed in for a long time. Into Loser's house. She walked down the hallway as if nothing had happened. The girl remembered that she forgot to take clothes with her to change. Lena climbed into the closet with Chuck's clothes and borrowed them like last time. She put on a shirt. The house was silent. The guy was lying on the couch next to the TV on the first floor. There was a place next to his head. The girl sat right there and put her hand next to his head. She was very pleased with herself. The girl looked at her lover and said that now they would be together. She called him a loser. Lena lay down next to the guy and put on her glasses. We'll always be together. Chuck stood with the club on his shoulder. The guy said that in the closed beta version, he cleared a total of 30 dimensions. He pointed at the king and his subordinates and said that they were from the dimension of the sea gods. The guy bragged that the clearing took him about 10 minutes. Was very surprised. Kate was also confused. Chuck smiled from ear to ear. The guy opened his mouth and said that he wanted to have fun. The monsters looked at him with horror. One of the monsters quietly said something to himself. He called out to all his warriors. The creature with blue eyes ordered to attack the guys. A whole army of sea creatures grabbed their weapons and rushed to attack. They were different creatures. There were many of them, and they aimed at the energy bubble. The guys inside stood as if nothing had happened. Check smiled a little. The guy clenched his teeth and smiled from ear to ear. Something was moving quickly, vertically. The guy, dazed by his own strength, was heading to attack. He destroyed an entire monster with one blow. Faith, its remains flew up. The other monsters hesitated a little while they watched this. The guy ordered to activate the light speed skill. He swung his club and looked at the creature. Using the speed of light, the guy cleared the crowd of monsters with his club. Several dozen remains of the warriors of the Sea Kingdom fell into the water. The other warriors were in shock. The monsters did not understand what was happening and who this guy was. Chuck continued to look at the remains of his enemies flying around. He realized that he missed this taste. The guy licked the club and admitted its taste was exciting. The monsters were confused. Chuck went towards the remaining warriors. He flew straight at the monsters with a crazy look and his tongue hanging out, wanting to taste them. The warriors were stunned. Kate stood aside and watched as Chuck destroyed an entire army. The girl admitted that she even felt sorry for the monsters. Suddenly, she noticed something approaching her. The remaining monster was holding a trident weapon in its hand, or was flying at the girl with the intent to kill. Kate intercepted its attack in time and swung her leg. The girl was almost hit. She had underestimated the strength of this army from the very beginning. Kate clenched her teeth and decided to attack. The stone in her chest glowed red. The girl revealed the essence of the Demon King. Horns and wings appeared on her body. The girl touched the red sphere with her finger. The monsters watching her were confused. The girl pointed her finger at the monster and screamed for its death. She jumped back until a huge red energy beam hit the sphere. A large flow of energy was deadly. The girl defeated an entire army and looked into the distance. She exhaled nervously. Another monster rose from the dust. The warrior claimed that although the girl looked scary on the outside, she had no strength at all. The monster claimed that her attacks before him were just tickling. Sea gods, the creature decided to first mock the girl and then skin her, tear off her limbs, and make a stuffed animal. These words brought fear to Kate's face. The girl realized that these creatures were on a completely different level and had incredible strength. The girl flew away. After all, this is an unknown race living in the depths of the sea. Kate looked back, and the monster was already behind. The girl did not understand how he managed to catch up with her so quickly. The monster pierced her with its claws right into the body, causing blood to spurt from her mouth. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes. Many warnings appeared before her eyes. The life icon sounded because Kate was mortally wounded. These creatures have a cruel nature and despise the weak. A notification landed in front of the girl that she was on the verge of life and death. The girl realized that these creatures love to mock their victims. The monster asked her if she would really die from such a weak attack. He grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. Kate began to resist and tear it out of his hands. The monster said that she would have to play with the corpse. He took the trident in his left hand to pierce her. Kate did not want to die at his hands at all. She begged Chuck for help. Lena waved her staff. The girl called on magic to help. She used the Flamethrower skill. A large stream of fire poured towards the monster. The creature came to its senses at the last moment. The girl activated the shimmer magic. Lena plunged into pink energy and hung in the air. The energy exploded. The girl found herself right in the center of events and simply looked into the monster's eyes. She apologized to him and extended her hand to Kate. Both girls disappeared through energy. The monster was furious that he had been fooled so stupidly. He did not notice that a large fire sphere was already flying at him. At the last moment, the creature noticed, but it was too late. The monster grabbed the trident. A large fiery explosion thundered. The girls in the protective sphere watched him. Kate thanked her savior. Lena said that it was too early to thank her. She pointed to the large number of remaining opponents. Sea gods are the strongest sea race. Their most important feature is physical strength. Egg of the sea god. There were many individuals. Sea gods can lay several 1,000 eggs in one go. As a result, a giant army of gods is obtained. This is the largest army in the game. No other can compare with them in terms of numbers. The girl began to say that the total number of soldiers in the army of the sea gods. Her words were called by checks. Blow from below. The guy sent another wave of fire towards the army. The strongest cloud of energy scattered many monsters. The monsters were shocked by the power of the weapon they saw. The strongest blow spread into space. The guy hung in the air with a love at the ready. He grinned and looked around slightly with a smile on his face. The girl continued her story about the total number of soldiers in the army of the sea gods. One person in front of the guy stood the naked king of the gods. Chuck asked him what he planned to do next, left alone. The king, with a sporty face, opened his mouth in bewilderment. He clenched his teeth and thought. Danter said that they were the strongest race in the sea, dominating everything that is in the depths. The king stretched her hand up and got ready. He said that if there was sea water nearby, he could resurrect his army. And his hand was covered with blue energy. Coral began to appear at crevice. Danter promised everything would fill the entire planet with seawater. Kate asked Lena if such an outcome was possible, to which a positive answer followed. The girl said that on the first day of testing the beta version, she and her boyfriend, out of ignorance, did not have time to react, and the entire Chrono was flooded with water. Kate looked nervously at her interlocutor. She imagined how cities were submerged underwater. People could not get out of their houses and surface. Lena explained the reason why sea gods are called rulers of the sea. The fact is that they can get everything they need for life from seawater, And the seawater that the king will call contains a huge number of sea god eggs. Their number is approximately again. The girl's reasoning was interrupted by Chuck's cry about using the skill. The guy called a divine incident. The hair on his head turned a lighter color. Then it turned pure white. The guy became the god of chaos. He used his appearance and activated the authority of chaos. Figures of 8 arrows appeared in his eyes. The guy began to control reality. He pointed his hand at the water and turned it into bubbles. 1,000s of bubbles sparkled over the ocean. They set off on a long journey. Small spheres of water began to settle all over the surface of the city. People sitting on the road coughed. The guy was surprised and looked at the bubbles, sea water. Kate thought about the water turning into soap bubbles. The god stood in the middle of the bubbles with his hand raised. He asked the seawater for the number of god eggs. Danter was very surprised to hear the number 0. Chuck stood in a pose ready for battle. In the form of the god of chaos, the guy said that Danter was finished. The club was covered with red energy. The boy activated the chaos power called magnifying glass, which greatly extended his club. The boy was furious and screaming. He called for a spatial strike and aimed it at the rift between worlds. The club approached the king. Danter was doomed to die. There was terror in his eyes. The club was so huge that it easily broke his skull. The last thing the king of the sea gods saw before his death was a huge club that blocked the sky in front of him. The wooden club passed into another dimension through the rift. It was huge. Space began to distort along the transition. The club passed through space and came out on the other side. It crawled out right at the surface of the planet of the sea gods. It smashed it to pieces. The planet of the sea gods was destroyed in one blow. A large flow of energy covered the planet. It cracked. The planet began to radiate energy from the inside, shining through its core. Soon there was an explosion. The space around the planet turned white. The explosion was of the strongest force. However, the planet simply disappeared. The dimension of the sea gods disappeared in a second. Chuck again shouldered his club. A congratulations on completing the quest appeared in front of the guy. He was entitled to a reward. He was given a quest for the Book of Awakening, which, if the task was completed, would receive the best level for the weapon. Chuck was incredibly happy. He looked at the crevice and thought about which of the dimensions he should destroy next. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. We were told that the second season of Chrono Life had officially begun. We were shown mechanisms, islands, a large city, and a bright star. And were told that, as was said at the end of the first season, in the second season, the world became multi-dimensional. A planet was visible in front of the people. We were told that it was a huge map that had no end and no edge. We were shown many monsters and were told about incredibly strong opponents. People were running in a hurry. The plot tells us that all the users on the Chrono continent began to prepare for departure. There was a smile on the girl's face. They were running towards the monster. The guys attacked the monster. People were upgrading their equipment. We are told that some were leveling up. Others were upgrading their equipment with their savings, and others. Kate asked again, in surprise. Taken aback, she asked about the gathering of team members. Chuck closed his eyes and replied that it was noting that the first thing to start preparing for the second season was not leveling up or upgrading his gear. The protagonist noted with a satisfied look that it was forming a team of 4. Sighing, Kate asked, what other team adding that he could beat everyone without one? Chuck replied that he made this decision after testing the beta version, and he would tell the reasons later. Standing in front of them, the protagonist noted that, in general, that was why he had gathered them there to form a team. Then they would all go together, when everything was resolved with the sea gods. Chuck smiled, and said that they would go for the 4th member of their team. Kate, with a satisfied look, suggested that the protagonist had someone in mind. She said that it would be fun. Kate imagined their team without the 4th member. She asked who would be their last member of the team. An image of Clara and Lucas appeared in her head. Holding her finger to her mouth, Kate mentally asked if it was Clara or Lucas, noting that if NPCs could do it, Riot or Mandy would do. Looking at Chuck, Kate cried out that she had noticed in the past that he had students that he taught in a very strange way. She was talking about a mission in Hugo. She imagined them in her head. Joris said that they were stupid and that he should be the last member of the team. Kate was taken aback by these words. Joris stood with a satisfied face. He stood on Chuck's head. Surprised, Kate asked if Yuris would be the last member of the team. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that it was not. So he grabbed Yuris and told him that it was a spirit that belonged to him, so it could not become a member of the team, and he was just his pet. Smiling, Chuck said that since he decided to assemble a team, he should choose the strongest. Standing on a cliff, the protagonist said that the last member who would join them. The mountains were covered with snow. There was a blizzard in the forest. The plot takes us to the northern continent, to the permafrost forest. The girl stood in front of the people. There was a smirk on the guy's face. Looking at the girl, the guy noticed that he met such a famous player on the very first day. He noticed that this was a royal guard who was a member of one of the 5 largest guilds, the master of the Holly Guild, Clara. She was holding a spear in her hands. Clara's face was serious. Standing opposite, Clara said that she had finally found the thief Matthew. There was a smile on his face. Matthew smirked and noted that it was an honor for him. Noting that such a famous person recognized him, Clara seriously asked him to shut up. Frowning, she said that she had been looking for him since the first season to finish him off. Clara rushed at him. She began to scream loudly. Clara began to twirl the spear in her hand. Matthew dodged her attack. The bodies of the 2 guys were chopped up. The corpses fell to the ground. Matthew said that she was amazing. Clara turned her gaze to him. He crossed her arms and noted that she had killed 2 people at once and that they were both pretty good, above level 200. Looking at him, Clara said that she had simply swung. Her gaze was serious. Clara said that she had intended to pierce him as well. Matthew said with delight that he was smitten. Standing in front of her, he asked what was wrong with the Holly Guild, since she was alone. Clara frowned and said that she could not use the guild's power for personal gain, and that killing him was her personal business. Matthew grinned and asked if it was her personal business, and if she had become an animal lover. He assumed that she did not like the fact that he was stealing. He asked with a mad look if her pet was among the animals he had stolen before. Clara was furious at this. She rushed at him and ordered him to shut up. She began to strike him repeatedly using Spear Storm. A notification popped up that the Spear Storm skill was an attack of continuous spear strikes falling like a storm, and it directed a huge force at a single target. Clara's eyes glowed red. Matthew dodged her attacks. Clara's face was serious. Matthew jumped. He jumped away from her. Clara was taken aback, thinking that he had dodged all her attacks, and she thought he was just a rude guy, but he was quite a high level. Matthew grabbed his head. Sighing, he said that people like her were wrong about something. He jumped up. Matthew grabbed her by the throat. He lifted her off the ground. He squeezed her throat. Matthew noticed that Siege Guild users like her thought they were stronger than normal players. He said with a crazy smile that people like him simply didn't care about assault battles because there were so many interesting things in Chrono besides that. He threw her aside. Clara flew into a building. There were clouds of dust around her. Holding his hand, she thought that he was very strong. Looking around, Clara wondered what kind of building this was in, if this was his lair. Looking at the room, she asked when such a building had appeared on the northern continent. She was shocked. She saw the heads of animals. She looked at the pink head. She stared at it. Clara's mouth dropped in surprise. There was horror on her face. Clara dropped her spear. Looking at the scarecrow, Clara thought that she still had memories in her mind, and she remembered those cute, round eyes looking at her with curiosity, and their first meeting. Clara remembered standing in front of the animal. The beast was wagging its tail. Clara hugged it. Tears were streaming down her face. She was hysterical. She saw the bell. She remembered the hare looking at the bell, and noticed that at first there was awkwardness, but then they quickly became friends. The beast began to lick her. Standing in front of the hare's head, Clara said that she remembered the collar that suited him so well. She started screaming loudly. She started sobbing, and said that the hope that had kept her going all this time had collapsed in an instant. She hugged the stuffed animal and emphasized the fact that she had a glimmer of hope that it was still alive. Matthew stabbed her from behind. He started laughing and asked why she was whining like her parents had died, noting that it was a game and she should know when to stop. Clara started coughing up blood. She fell to the ground. Blood fell on the beast's head. Tears were streaming down its eyes. Matthew stood over her. He smirked and said that she was crazy, that she had seen a dead pet in the game, and had started crying. A crowd of people entered the buildings, and they reported that the poaching team had returned. Looking at Clara, The people asked what had happened there and what had happened to the entrance to the lair. Matthew replied that it was nothing special and that some bug had gotten in and that he had already dealt with it. The guy was holding the cage in his hands and asked Matthew to look at it, adding that it was a new specimen that had been caught. The guy noted that they had accidentally found it in the forest and that it was the first time they had seen one alive. Matthew was surprised. He was looking at the enraged beast. A notification popped up that it was an unknown beast that had been discovered for the first time in the permafrost forest on the northern continent, and that it looked like a wolf cub. Matthew was dumbfounded. A grin appeared on his face. The guy, looking pleased, suggested that it could be sold for a lot of money. Matthew replied that it was not. He remarked with a crazy look that he would not sell it. The guy was taken aback by this. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Matthew opened the cage. There was a smile on his face. The beast looked at Matthew with a puzzled look. He kicked it. The wolf cub fell to the ground. Matthew began to kick it and laugh. People watched this in fear. The plot tells us that this choice meant that Matthew would stuff him. Matthew beat the animal and asked it to die. We are told that first he would kill it brutally, and then he would skin it and cut off its head. His eyes were wild. There were animal heads hanging on the wall. He swung his leg again. He started laughing loudly. Chuck said that it looked too harsh and asked him to stop, noting that he really wanted to punch him. Matthew looked away. He asked with an enraged look who the main character was. Chuck slapped him. Matthew flew away from him. The main character said that Matthew was an insolent mug. There was a mark on his face from the slap. The people were dumbfounded. Matthew fell to the ground. The dumbfounded people asked if he was okay. Matthew tried to say something. There was a smile on Chuck's face. Sitting next to the beast, the protagonist apologized, noting that he was a little late, and if he knew this would happen, he would have come earlier. Kate approached him and asked what kind of puppy it was. She asked in surprise if it was the one Chuck was talking about. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was. Chuck said that it was the last member of their team, Pirate. Pirate was lying wounded on the ground. Surprised, Kate said that she was hearing this name for the first time and asked if Chuck had met him at the closed beta. The protagonist, smiling, said that he looked different. Then he remembered how the building was burning. There were corpses of people on the ground. The monster opened its mouth. A purple aura emanated from it. Chuck noted that at that time, Pirate was under the control of negative emotions, so he took on a terrible appearance. Lena was lying on the ground. Her body was chopped up. The protagonist emphasized the fact that because of him, Lena died in a very brutal way. Dumbfounded, Kate looked at Lena. Lena's face was sad. Kate asked if Lena had died. Then she sighed. Chuck extended his hand and said that Pirate had come to his senses. He asked with a satisfied look if the puppy was okay. Pirate remembered Matthew looking at him with a smile. The puppy's face was interested. Matthew kicked him. Pirate was scared. He bit the protagonist on the hand. Kate was scared. Chuck replied that there was nothing to it. Smiling, the protagonist said that Pirate was just scared and suggested that he had an injury to a human smile. Sighing, Chuck noted that this was understandable, considering what he had just had to endure. The protagonist began to pet him and asked him not to be afraid, adding that he would not hurt him. Pirate was puzzled. They all looked at Matthew, who said that they were fools. Holding his face, he asked what they had done there, adding that it was just an animal created using binary code. Smiling, Matthew asked if they were able to distinguish the game from reality. Kate stood in front of him and said that he was still alive. Beads of sweat were running down Matthew's face. He noted that Chuck was the best warrior of the first season on Peace, and he was lucky to meet such a famous person. He pointed out with a satisfied look that the main character was wrong. He jumped up. Matthew took Chuck by the throat. He lifted him off the ground. Looking at the main character, he said that famous warriors like him considered themselves stronger than ordinary players. Maddened, Matthew emphasized that people like him were simply not interested in the main quests because there were many interesting things in Chrono besides. His face turned red. Chuck broke his arm. Pirate looked at this in fear. Looking at the puppy, the protagonist said that his motto is to pay twice as much for kindness and 20 times as much for evil. Chuck grinned and said that he would take revenge for him 20 times more painfully. Pirate was dumbfounded. Tears were streaming down Matthew's face. Holding his hand, he asked, "How dare Chuck break his hand?" The protagonist grabbed his hand and noticed that this time it was the right one. Chuck had broken all of his limbs. Standing over him, the protagonist noticed that he had turned into an octopus man. The dumbfounded guy asked him to stop, adding that it was cruel, and asked if he hadn't maimed him enough. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what they were talking about. With a grin on his face, he said that Matthew still had 10 fingers on his hands and 10 on his feet. Matthew was scared to death. People ran out of the building and screamed that Chuck was just crazy, and even crazier than they said, and they needed to get out of there. Lena and Kate watched what was happening. Piero was sitting on the floor. He got up and started walking. Stunned, Kate asked what was going on. Chuck turned around and looked at Pirate. The puppy was sitting in front of him. The embarrassed protagonist said that it was a puppy. Sitting down next to him, Chuck asked if they saw Pirate, how he got revenge for him, and if he felt better. Pirate licked his hand. He was licking his hand. Surprised, Kate thought that he didn't bite anymore. A notification popped up in front of Chuck that he had managed to gain Pirouette's sympathy. A blue glow appeared in the room. A message appeared that the protagonist had completed a hidden quest. Stunned, Chuck asked in his mind about the hidden quest. Stunned, Lena noted that there was no such thing in the beta. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of Chuck. He looked at the thick smoke. Pirate ears grew. He got a tail. His face became human. Pirate sat on the ground in human form. The surprised protagonist asked to wait. He asked again in surprise. Kate was shocked. Chuck stood next to Pirate and mentally asked if this little puppy had turned into a human. The boy looked at the protagonist. Pirate remembered the smile on Chuck's face. The protagonist looked at him. He gave him his hand. Pirate started wagging his tail. He remembered Chuck saying that he would not touch him. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he liked that he had avenged him. Pirate cried out with a smile on his face that Chuck was his brother. He threw himself into his arms. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what he was doing and asked him to get off of him. Pleased, Pirate said again that he was his brother. Enraged, Chuck ordered him to get off. Kate asked him to stop making such movements. Lena started laughing at this. She noted with a smile on her face that Chrono Life was truly an exciting game. She remembered the huge monster and told him that in the closed beta, this terrible wolf destroyed all of Chrono Life. Her body was cut up. Lena noted that now he was just an adorable little child. Lena started walking towards him. She stroked Pirate. She stroked him. Smiling, Lena said that she hoped they would get along. Pirate bit her hand. Her hand was in his mouth. He began to shake his head. Lena looked at the blood splatter with a smile. She fell to her knees and screamed that she had lost 5 fingers. Sighing, Kate asked if Lena knew dogs, noting that if she started petting them so abruptly, they would get scared. Kate held out her hand and asked Lena to show them her hand so that they would not be afraid. Pirate bit her hand. She was dumbfounded. Chuck watched what was happening and asked what they were doing. The plot tells us that Pirate was much more shy than they thought. A scream was heard from the building that Kate had lost fingers on one hand. The protagonist asked her not to worry, noting that if she exited the game in a safe place. Chuck introduced their team and noted that the party had formed. A bright light was coming from the building. A guy was typing quickly. A crowd of people were sitting at computers. Dave was watching this. He put a cigar in his teeth. His face was serious. The guy came up to him and said that he had a report on the current situation. Holding the tablet in front of him, he explained that since the second season of Chrono Life had started, they had been breaking records for the number of concurrent users. There were many people walking around the streets. The guy noted that in the first season, their user count had reached its maximum, and currently all the starting towns were completely full. Players were walking around the city. The worker emphasized that the speed of leveling up and upgrading users' equipment had increased by 30% compared to the first season. He added that all the data matched their simulations obtained during the closed beta test. Dave listened to him silently. Crossing his arms, he asked, "What was wrong with the little breath?" Looking at the screen, the guy replied that he had completed the first main quest in only 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And now Piero's face appeared on the screens. The guy announced that he had a dungeon eater join his party. Dave chuckled at this. He noted with satisfaction that the little fool had not made such interesting moves in a long time. Dave watched Piero hug Chuck and guessed that he himself was confident that he could handle this kit. Looking at Dave, the guy clarified whether he would allow Peace to continue playing like this, noting that he was using the knowledge from the closed beta test to progress through the game faster. Adjusting his glasses, he noted that the main character was going to reach the end of the dimension in the shortest possible time. Closing his eyes, Dave asked what to do, adding that if he could, they would close. Grinning, Dave noted that he knew this would happen. Sunlight enveloped the city. Dave declared that it was time to surprise this little brat. Kate had a smile on her face. Looking around the city, she cried out that it was very beautiful there, and the city was covered with white snow. High mountains surrounded the city. Chuck presented a map and told that this is the city of the end of the earth, and this city is located in the very north of the northern continent, noting that it is also called the city of permafrost because it is covered in snow that never melts. Looking at Kate, the protagonist asked if she would freeze because she walks around naked. Chuck presented a crystal and noted that it was a snow crystal of eternal frost, and it was a reward received for stopping the ancient anthropomorphs. The protagonist remembered how he absorbed the crystal and noted that after consuming it, they can tolerate the cold. Stunned viewers asked what they were doing there. Looking at him, Chuck clarified if he had said that the entrance to the city was there. Looking at the cafe, Eurus asked again about the city. The protagonist said that this tavern was their destination. Looking at the sign, Chuck asked them to go. The guys were sitting at the table. The plot tells us that the first floor serves food and drinks, and the second floor has rooms for rest and lodging. We are told that taverns are a common establishment found in all cities. After petting Pirate, Chuck asked to be allowed to formally introduce him to them. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that he is known for devouring dimensions, also known as the Dimension Eater. Stunned, Kate asked again. Chuck thought about it and said that he first met him in the second month of the closed beta test. Opening one eye, the protagonist said that at that time he and Lena were trying to clear the 8th dimension, and then they heard from someone that the Chrono planet was in danger. He introduced a huge monster and said that that is why they quickly returned back to the continent, but everything was already incinerated. Stunned, Kate clarified whether the protagonist is sure that it is safe that he should be in their party. After taking a bite of his chicken, Chuck noted that, as they said, Pirouette was dangerous because he let his negative emotions get the better of him, and now there was no need to worry. Kate grabbed her chin and thought about it. Raising a finger, she said she had another question, noting that she thought it was just him and Lena in the closed beta test. Surprised, Kate said that there were simply no other users, and how Pirate was evil. Sipping from her mug, Lena said that even if there were no users, there were still NPCs, and they gave many roles to play, which meant that they also acquired villainous traits. Closing his eyes, Chuck noted that he thought Period came from another dimension, and he was too strong to be an NPC from the Chrono continent. Maybe he was the boss of some main quest that would happen in the future. Eurus asked if he was that strong. The protagonist shifted his gaze. Smiling, Eurus noted that he was now curious. Holding the meat in his hands, Eurus asked if he wanted to fight Pirate one-on-one. A dumbfounded Kate asked again. They looked at Eurus and loudly asked if he wanted to have a duel. Standing up from the table, Kate exclaimed that it sounded fun. Taken aback, the protagonist replied that it sounded interesting and asked if Eurus was sure, noting that Pirouette was not like in a closed beta right now, but just of Ulf Cub. Smiling, Eurus asked not to worry, adding that it was just a little sparring. He said with a satisfied look that he would try to be gentle with him. Kirit was dumbfounded. He suddenly turned into a puppy. He was holding onto Chuck's leg. Squatting down, Kate noticed that he had turned back into a puppy and Eurus had scared him. Eurus walked to the edge of the table. He crossed his arms. He said with a serious look that from now on, he was in charge there. Pyrrha fell to the floor and was shaking. The guys looked at Pirat. The plot tells us that the hierarchy was established. After petting Pirat, Kate said that peace was right, and they should not worry about his malice, and that he was just a cute puppy. Pirate bit her hand. Kate was dumbfounded. She started shaking her hand and asked why he only bit her. Lena assumed that the hierarchy was established correctly. She was suddenly taken aback. Smiling, she said that she had a great idea. The forest was covered in snow. Pirat stood in front of Kate. Eurus shouted that this was their first rating match. Eurus noted that it was the Demon Queen Kate against the Dimension Eater Pirate. They looked at each other. Eurus shouted into the microphone for them to prepare for the match. Turning around, Kate remarked that Lena had a great idea and asked if Lena wanted her to fight the puppy. Closing her eyes, Lena replied that they had no choice and that because of Eurus, Pirate had to abandon the fight. She said with a displeased look that Pirate had eaten their fingers and asked him to avenge them. Holding his head, Chuck said that this was just a test of strength and asked Pirate not to overexert himself. Pirate charged into battle. He flew at Kate. He swung his paw. Kate dodged the magical attack. Dumbfounded, she wondered what this skill was. She remembered the Volve swung his hand and noted that it was used by an ancient anthropomorph. The Volve struck a powerful blow. Kate was dumbfounded. She mentally noted that these were the claws of a beast. The area was destroyed. A message popped up that Beast Claws is a basic attack skill for beast species, and the strength of this skill depends on the user's stats. Kate jumped away from Pirate. The puppy rushed at her. Kate thought with a surprised look that he was fast. Pirate jumped up. She was dumbfounded. She saw the outline of a monster behind Pirate. She dodged the bite. Kate tried to jump away from him. Eurus was surprised. Watching the fight, Eurus noticed that Pirate was stronger than he thought, and he could even win. After biting into the meat, the protagonist said that there was no way he could defeat Captain. Kate stunned. Eurus asked again. He remembered how people carried him in a cage. He imagined an enraged Pirate. Eurus said that he had the right fighting spirit, but Pyrrho was just of Ulf Cub and so weak that he was even captured by Matthew's henchmen. Pyrrho opened his mouth. Eurus said that Kate was level 640. Kate was able to dodge. Eurus said that there were many hidden high-level masters in Chrono Life, and Kate was at least in the top 10. Pyrrho suddenly turned around. Kate was flying at him. Eurus said that if Kate became a little more serious, Pyrrho would lose immediately. Kate swung her leg. She kicked the ground using a falling dragon kick. Powerful gusts of wind enveloped Chuck. Clouds of dust rose. Kate stood above Pyrrho. He began to whine. Looking at the battlefield, Eurus cried out that Kate had won. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Pirate was sitting by a tree. He was dumbfounded. The plot tells us that Pyrrho was shocked by his defeat. Kate stood next to the protagonist and asked if it was worth it for her to lose, noting that Pirate had completely despaired. The bells rang loudly. Chuck and Kate were taken aback by this. They saw a girl walking towards them. The protagonist looked at the girl. Smiling, she greeted them and said that it was an exciting duel. Standing in front of them, the girl introduced herself as Stephanie, a priestess of dimensions, adding that she would lead them to the next dimension. Surprised, Chuck asked again about the priestess of dimensions. He mentally noted that this did not happen in the closed beta test. Stephanie looked at the protagonist and said that she especially wanted to meet him, noting that she learned that he took care of her little brother. Chuck asked what her little brother was like. The demon began to crawl out of the protagonist. Lena and Kate were dumbfounded. The confused protagonist said that the demon continued to come out. Stephanie had a smile on face. She took Aventador by the chin. She looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Aventador's face was serious. He looked at her and said that it was really a long time. Stephanie had a smile on her face. There was a blizzard in the mountains. The girl walked in the snow. Stephanie remembered how she walked alone in a snowfield and said that a long time ago, in primitive times, she appeared. She imagined how she walked alone. The girl remembered how she walked with her eyes closed and said that she was given the name Stephanie. She remembered the bells on her hair clip ringing and said that her calling was to protect. Stephanie imagined herself looking down suddenly. The girl stood in a clearing in front of the boys and her brother. Smiling, she said that as a priestess, she had protected this land for a long time. Kate stood next to Lena and asked in surprise if she was a priestess of the dimensions, Aventador's sister. She looked at the dragon and the girl saying that they were not at all similar to each other. Stephanie closed her eyes, adjusted her hair, and said that she was always very worried about her brother. His unsightly bestial face was always compared to her magnificent, charming appearance. Standing in front of the boys, she told the warriors to follow her. She would take them. Smiling, the girl said that she would take them to the place she had protected for many years, the altar of the dimensions. She looked at the temple behind her. The boys were examining the columns in the temple. They looked at the dragon statues. The warriors walked along the altar and admired it. Kate looked around smiling and said that she had no idea that there was such a place in the mountains. It was very big. The protagonist, with Eurus on his head, looked thoughtfully. Looking away, he decided that it was all the same. He walked with the guys along the hall and thought about the size of the altar, the placement of the statues, and even the patterns on the floor. Chuck remembered how he walked through the temple with Lena, and decided that everything remained the same as during the closed beta testing. Looking at Stephanie walking ahead, he realized that the only thing that had changed was her existence. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought about how it looked like this hairy old man intentionally added her to the game. But why? In fact, there was no need to add her to the game if her only purpose was to guide them. Someone ran quickly. The protagonist looked at the silhouette in front of him in surprise. The girl happily called the guy in Kate. The boys looked at her in shock. Julie stood on one leg and waved at them, and her account details appeared. The girl jumped to hug a happy Kate. She closed her eyes and extended her hand to Lena and Chuck, calling them. She took Eurus, spun him around, and greeted him. Julie was shocked and asked to wait. The dragon watched as she held Pirate in surprise and said that he would not let her spin him around anymore. The bait and switch worked. The girl held him smiling and asked who the puppy was, and the guy replied that his name was Pirate and he just joined them. The dog hiccuped, smiling. Pirate opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Julie held him and looked at him. She closed her eyes, blushed, and said that she was pleased to meet him, offering to become friends. The girls looked at them in shock. The girl remembered how sweetly she looked and said that she hoped that they could get along with Pirate. She imagined hugging a guy and him biting her hand. Kate looked at the girl and screamed that he would bite her fingers off. Pirate hugged Julie and licked her cheek. The girls looked at them in shock and listened to her say that she was ticklish. They got angry and grimaced, wondering if this would be the case with a mongrel. Stephanie approached Chuck and Julie, saying that this was interesting. Smiling, she said that they had guests who had reached this building without her escort. The first time in all the time that she had protected this place. The girl looked away. Stephanie looked at the silhouettes behind and said that this group, no less. She looked at Havoc, Mandy, and Riot standing. Chuck, standing next to Julie, looked surprised and asked what they were all doing here. Star happily answered that they came with her now there were 4 people in their group. The protagonist looked down and asked if there were 4 people. The boys were standing in teams across from each other, and Riot asked if he was surprised that there were others who also formed groups of 4. Frowning, he asked that they had prepared a group for the martial artist continent in advance, hadn't they? Chuck looked surprised and asked how he knew about this. They weren't even in the closed beta. The boy stood with his team and said that it was because he was the ruler of the heavenly realm. There were many traces of other dimensions scattered throughout the ancient ruins of the continent. Frowning, he said that they were actually ancient texts from the heavenly realm, including specific information about the martial artists continent. Julie looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that after hearing about this, she asked Riot if she could join him. She closed her eyes and said that she wanted to be in a group like everyone else and go on an adventure. Riot approached them and said that this was why Julie had joined them. He looked down and said that the girl had saved his life. He remembered lying unconscious and she had come up to him. The boy remembered how the girl had shoved a sweet potato into his mouth, and his stomach had swelled. Confused, Julie looked at the surprised Chuck and said that, to be honest, she wanted to join them, but Riot told her that their group probably already had too many people, especially strong ones. She handed over Pirates. Giving it to the protagonist, she asked him to just watch. Smiling, Julie said that their group would also become very strong. They would not lose to them. The guy looked at her in surprise. He looked at the team in front of him. The game showed a window with Julie's team, which included her Riot, Mandy, and Havoc. Chuck's mouth opened in surprise. He smiled. On his head sat Eurus, who said that she has her own group. Very cool. He has 3 bosses who stood in his way. Last season, the main character leaned over and brought Pirate to the girl, saying that he was in their group, their hidden trump card. The guys turned around hearing laughter. Stephanie hugged herself and laughed with her head down. She raised her knee, smiled, and laughed. The girl raised her head and blushed, laughing loudly. Looking at the guys, she said that they were a cheerful group of warriors. She applauded them all for their courage. Stephanie knitted her eyebrows and smiled, saying that she also apologized. She could not help but laugh looking at them all. Chuck frowned. He got angry. The girl stood in front of them with her arms outstretched and said that it was obvious that they knew nothing about the world around them. They were all so pathetic that it was almost touching. She imagined the mountains and the clouds and explained that they were in the world of Chrono, also known as since 389. It was her mother's favorite place. It was the only reason they hadn't been completely destroyed yet. Stephanie imagined the girl in space hugging the planet and telling them that her mother had given them all her absolute protection, all within the subtle plane that was time. The girl with the crazy eyes said that now this motionless plane of time had begun to move. Her mother's one-sided love for them had dried up, and Chrono was no longer a safe zone. The girls looked at her with concern. Kate frowned, thinking about it no longer being a safe zone. She imagined the boys looking at the dimensional crack and wondered if that was why the sea creatures were able to invade their planet. The girl imagined a monster. Stephanie stood surrounded by energy. Smiling, she said that she was the priestess of Stephanie's dimensions, beginning her final mission. A flash of light formed around her. It illuminated the dragon statues. The statue opened its mouth. Its eye glowed. The dragons rose up in front of the boys. Stephanie smirked, saying that they were pathetic warriors, and would they be able to climb the wall in front of them? Looking at the worried boys, she asked if they could prove their ability to cross other dimensions. Chuck frowned, wondering if they would prove themselves. He remembered how they followed her down the hallway, and thought about how the reason she was added to the game was because they needed a gatekeeper to check people's stats before they could cross over to a new dimension. Looking at the surprised boy, she asked if he was in his underwear. Stephanie smiled, adjusting her hair, and saying that it would be completely different from when he stood up to her disgusting little brother. He could try, but he would not pass her by. The protagonist watched tensely. He looked at Pirate and asked Eurus on his head to take him and step aside. The dragon took the puppy. He carried it and asked why it was necessary. Chuck approached Stephanie. She watched in surprise as the guy walked past her. He stepped on the ground. Standing in front of the dragons, he asked why else he had to show it. The guy took the club. Smiling, he held it and said that his club could be very scary. The protagonist smiled madly and swung it. He directed the flames at the dragons. The monsters burned and opened their mouths. Stephanie looked at him in shock. A huge flame pierced the temple on the mountain. Chuck stood among the rebel. Julie's team looked at him in admiration. He grinned and laughed. The guys stood in the destroyed temple. A notification appeared that the group quest to kill 30 stone dragon statues was completed. Stephanie's mouth opened in shock. She hunched over in confusion. The protagonist, smiling next to Aventador, suggested that he look at his sister's expression, and the dragon replied that he understood too well how pleasant it was to defeat her. The guy looked in surprise at the messages congratulating him on successfully passing the Dimension Priestess test. An energy ball appeared in front of Chuck. He stood in front of 2 balls with different locations. The guy looked in surprise and asked what it was. Looking at the ball with the volcano, a window appeared about unlocking the Bane of Region, the planet of steel. He looked at the ball with the mountains, and the game said that it was Galinvader, the land of dragons. The protagonist and Aventador looked at the planets, and the system said that for completing the Dimension Priestess quest, he was given a choice of dimension. They could choose one of the 2 regions presented to him. Chuck looked in surprise and asked what kind of choice of dimension one of the 2. Lena stood behind and said that this must mean that they had to choose one of the 2 options offered. She stood in front of a surprised Kate and smiled and said that it was interesting. During the closed beta testing, they had to clear the dimensions in order. Chuck stood and listened as she asked they wouldn't change the system just because of a newbie, right? The president was looking at the guy through the screen in the office. Carl smiled, holding a cigar in his teeth, and remembered how he was asked if he would let Chuck do this. The man remembered how he turned around to the worker, who said that at this rate, he would soon reach the goal. The end of the dimensions would come in the blink of an eye. He imagined himself smiling and answering that he had already expected all this to happen, and now it was time for them to really surprise him. Carl smiled with a cigar in his teeth and said that this is exactly what they did. They changed it because of him. His experience in the closed beta testing will not help him. Now they will not let him pass so easily. He looked at the guy through the screen and said that from now on, there will be more shocking surprises on his way, and laughed. The protagonist stood with Aventador in front of the planets. He looked seriously. Chuck looked calmly inside. Smiling, he said that this old man really knows how to cheer him up. The guys looked and surprised at the message that ascended beings are watching them from different dimensions. The game showed the silhouette of a monster and said that Turf, the Lord of Steel and Fire, showed great interest in their weapons. He has the ability to make their weapons even stronger. Showing a dragon, the game said that the giant dragon Gallardo is looking forward to the day when they meet. He showed great interest in their egos. Lena stood with her eyes closed and said that the two sent their greetings. The girl stood behind Chuck and asked which dimension he will choose. He is the leader. They are ready to agree with any of his decisions. The guy smiled. He looked happily and thought about the answer. He stood in front of a planet with mountains. The guy smirked and said that their next destination was Galen Vader, the land of dragons. A Ventador appeared from his shorts and said that it was a good choice. He closed his eyes and said that, according to their ancient texts, the land of dragons is a place teeming with life force. It is unique in that players will level up 1.5 times faster than in other dimensions. The dragon frowned and said that not only that, but it is also the home of the last dragon of the 3 great dragons, the giant dragon Gallardo. Chuck closed his eyes and squeezed a Ventador, saying that enough chatter, let him go back to his shorts. Kate looked at the guy smiling and asked why he chose dragons. The guy from Bainva said that he would make his weapon stronger. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes and said that he had already been there during the closed beta testing and had not yet been to the land of dragons. The girl looked at her knuckles and said that she was sorry. She was a little excited at the thought of having a more powerful weapon. She hoped that she could make her knuckles even more powerful. The guys turned to Stephanie, who said that there was no need to worrying about it. She closed her eyes, spread her arms, and said that all dimensions were connected in a cycle. Although they may not choose it now, they will eventually encounter this dimension later. Blushing, the girl said that there was no need to hesitate anymore. The protagonist turned around smiling and asked why she was so kind to them. Now, if she was scared after seeing her little dragons torn to pieces. Stephanie walked towards the guys and said that she would not deny it. She had never witnessed such an unearthly power. And after this, she understood why her brother ended up in his underwear. She looked at the guy and said that she acknowledged his power in return. Could she ask for a favor? A notification of the Spatial Priestess's request appeared in front of the surprised Chuck. This task is activated after Stephanie recognizes him as a formidable opponent. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that in the deepest corner of the dragon country, there is a slab on which the truth is stored. Could he return it to her? A ball of energy appeared on her chest. She handed it to the guy. Looking down, Stephanie said that if he does this for her, she will give it to him. The main character looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. He sat down and a dragon appeared from his underwear. Ventador looked at his sister and said that this could not be. He looked at the ball in shock and said that she was not serious. Was she offering it to a person? It was her treasure. Chuck grabbed his head and began to shake Ventador, asking if he could stop jumping out like that. Lena watched as the guy stretched the dragon's head and asked what kind of object it was. She had never seen anything like it. Before the ball was in Stephanie's hand, Haven Totter said that it was a magical pearl. The protagonist stretched his face, and the dragon said that it was a dragon pearl containing infinite power. Whoever owns it can be freed from any disease and misfortune. It can even fulfill the deepest desire of its owner. It is a truly wonderful thing. Looking at his sad sister, he said that the only dragon who has it is the Genesis dragon Stephanie. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he will try to look for it. Since he is heading there anyway, he will take her little quest. A notification appeared about accepting the quest. The girl closed her eyes and thanked the warrior. She stood in front of the guys and said that may blessings accompany them on their journeys. The main character smiled and said that it was nice. He stood in front of the happy girls and offered to begin. The guy touched the desired dimension. The ball emitted light and a notification appeared that Chuck's group had chosen the land of dragons. The game began searching for spatial coordinates. Julie waved to the departing guys and told them to be careful. The guys in her group smiled, and she said that they were going to Bane of the Land of Steel. They would see each other later. Chuck smiled along with the girls and wished her luck, saying that there was an unpleasant, grumpy man there with whom she would have to deal. The girl shouted for him not to spoil it. A notification appeared about the completion of calibration. The guy stood in front of the dimension, and the volumetric transfer began. The guy smiled. Chuck stretched out his hand and, smiling, decided to go. A huge stream broke through the temple. The boys were flying in a stream. The whole team was smiling, their heads up and thinking about freedom. A stream of energy was swirling in the sky, and Chuck was thinking about excitement and exploration. A stream of energy broke through the clouds. The boys disappeared behind the clouds. The loading of space began. The boys were flying past different planets and thinking about new dimensions. The team members looked around in admiration, thinking about new fun. Kate and Chuck looked away in surprise. They were flying past an old man who extended his palm to them and were thinking about new sensations. The boys looked away in shock. They were flying rapidly past different dimensions. The main character looked at the light ahead and thought that with all these emotions filling their hearts, they finally set off on a journey. In front of them was a portal to the land of dragons. The boys were joyfully approaching, and Chuck was thinking that they were all together on the way to a new dimension. He blushed and smiled. The guy looked forward joyfully. He was suddenly surprised. The protagonist frowned. He was flying over a gloomy land and looking into the distance. Chuck looked down in shock and wondered if this was really Gal, Invader the Land of Dragons. He remembered looking at the mountains and jungle through the portal and thinking that it looked completely different from what was shown. The guy looked at the trees in the fog and the gloomy wastelands. He frowned and thought that it was too quiet there. Chuck thought about how it felt like the whole dimension had died. He turned around frowning and told everyone to be careful. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. In front of him stood a surprised Kate with a hole in her body. The guy examined the round wound on her waist. He looked at her in surprise. The girl stood surrounded by guys and looked at the hole in shock. She anxiously brought her hands to her stomach and asked what was happening. Why half of her torso was missing. Kate cried, looking at the guy and asking him to help. She closed her eyes and there was something black in her mouth. Chuck looked at the girl in surprise as she fell down. Frowning, he called out to her. The protagonist activated the hidden skill Lightspeed and flew towards her. He picked up Kate in his arms. Chuck landed standing on one leg. The guy looked at the girl anxiously and told her to just hold on. He would use healing. A window appeared with information about the healing skill. He remembered pointing his hand at the injured Habak and saying that his intelligence was low, so he couldn't heal much. Then frowning, he looked at Kate and said that his stats were almost at level 100 now. He was surprised. Lena landed next to him with her eyes closed. She looked down and said that the girl was dead. Kate lay in her arms with her eyes closed. A notification appeared that Kate's party member had died. Lena looked at the guy and said that her wound was too serious to handle. Even a high-class priest could not heal it. Joris looked surprised holding Pirate and asked if Kate became a unique boss after becoming the Demon King. The protagonist was angry and clenched his teeth when he heard that if a unique boss dies, the character will be deleted. He activated the Divine Descent skill. Chuck was surrounded by energy. Kate's hair was flying. The guy stood with his eyes closed and held her in his arms. His eyes were glowing, and he activated the Deity of Chaos. The protagonist used time manipulation. The guy stood, and a clock appeared behind him. He looked down in surprise. Chuck looked at the hole in the girl's body. They were standing in a vacant lot, and he thought that he used time manipulation, but nothing changed. Purple slime was flying down quickly. The protagonist jumped away from it, holding the girl. He grinned and thought about what this was. Looking at the trace on the ground, he decided it was a dark slime. Chuck frowned and looked away, hearing that he dodged his attack and pressed him. He looked at the silhouette and the crowd of people behind. The man with the book stood smiling in front of the nuns. His eyes lit up and said that, luckily, it looks like he managed to get another one. Chuck frowned and asked him who he was and what he was talking about. He looked away in surprise. The guy saw Lena kneel down and thought about his words. The girl was coughing up black liquid, and there was a hole in her chest. She looked down in fear and touched the wound. The guy put Kate on the ground and shouted for Lena to stand still. He will heal her now. The girl started crying and smiling and said that she was very sorry. She closed her eyes oddly. Chuck watched her fall to the ground. He looked at her, and a notification appeared that the party member, Lena, had died. Joris flapped his wings. He held Pirate in shock and asked if the protagonist was okay. Flying up to the guy, he asked what was going on here. Even she was dead. The man closed his eyes and smiled and asked who these cute little companions were. Looking at the angry creatures, he said that their life energy was so low that he didn't even notice how they appeared there. He smirked and said that now he would kill them too. The man put 3 fingers forward. He stretched out his hand to the frightened companions. Chuck appeared next to him. The guy looked at him in madness and asked if it was all about this skill. This was the same dark beam that killed Captain Kate and the Lady Cockroach. The man closed his eyes and smiled and said that he was pretty agile for a human. To be honest, it scared him for a second. The club flew into his face. The protagonist swung it, and the man was struck by flames. The fire engulfed the entire army. Flames flew through the forest. Chuck stood in the smoke, club thrown over his head. Frowning, he thought. The boy looked in surprise at the silhouette that said it recognized him, the famous warrior. The man smiled with slime in his mouth and said he was the newcomer, watched by all the ascended beings from all over the dimensions, the one with a wooden club strengthened by 99. He stood with his head fallen off and said he was glad to meet him. He was dying to get to know him better. Uaris looked in shock and asked how this was possible. He and Piro looked in surprise, and the dragon asked why he was still alive, even after being attacked by Chuck in his chaos god form. The boy thought about freedom, elation, and exploration. Looking at the gloomy trees, he thought about how the group had headed into this first dimension, Galen Vader, the land of dragons, with great hopes. Looking at Lena's corpse, he thought that the reality that was unfolding before them was much more cruel than they could have imagined. He looked at the dead cat. Chuck was standing in front of a headless man who was calling him. The severed head was looking at him eerily and telling him that it was time for him to die. The protagonist frowned at him. The guy thought about how they suddenly encountered their first test in the second season of Chrono Life. The guy grabbed his hair and pulled his head higher. A fog formed between the place where the head should have been. While the head was growing back to the body, the guy complained about his scalp. The neck had grown together with the body. The guy turned his head and smiled. He said that now he could kill Chuck. Uris and Piro were shocked by what he saw. The guy flew up and jumped away from his opponent. He landed a few steps away from him. 3 spheres appeared on his fingers, which connected to one large one. The guy summoned a black dot. A large column of energy shot out of his hand towards Chuck. The energy was quickly approaching the guy. She was about to pierce his skull. Uaris called out to the guy to leave. The energy hit Chuck's head and ricocheted. It did not cause the slightest damage to the guy. The opponent was surprised by what he saw. Chuck declared that he was the god of chaos, which made the opponent cautious. The guy called on probability manipulation. A sign appeared above the opponent's head, notifying his accuracy equal to 0. The guy was amazed at the opponent's ingenuity. He declared that this skill was quite interesting. However, the guy extended his hand with the book forward, and it was engulfed in purple energy. He declared that his powers were a cheap trick, in front of his faith. The opponent was aiming to increase his accuracy. The notification began to be engulfed in purple energy. The guy was completely covered in this energy and froze his accuracy. A sign appeared in front of Chuck that his probability manipulation had been defiled. He was notified that the effects of probability manipulation had been reduced to 0. The guy didn't understand what it meant that the ability was corrupted. The sign above the opponents had shattered into many pieces. The guy declared that now was definitely his time to die. His book was torn from his hand and flew above him. The opponent stood with his arms outstretched and looked into Chuck's eyes. The guy asked his omniscient master to help him. He crossed his fingers and prayed to him like his beloved lamb. He asked his master to use all his almighty power on the man who did not obey his word. The guy turned his hands towards Chuck. A huge eye appeared with the guy. And then there were 3 of them. They covered almost the entire sky. The guy ordered to open the mouth. There was a mask on the street. It demanded that its master feast on this stupid and pathetic man. The creature's teeth were huge. There were many rows of them around a large eye inside. The guy finished his prayer and clapped his hands. The giant monster with 3 eyes quickly slammed its mouth shut with Chuck. His opponent stood with a happy face and a smug look. He smiled and chuckled. The guy noticed that he dealt with his opponent simply and cleanly. He took his book and pressed it to himself. The guy ordered the sisters to follow him. He asked them to take something else with them. The girls obeyed him. Some noise attracted the guy's attention. He turned around and turned his attention to the creature. There was a struggle inside the monster. Smoke was coming out of it. Sounds were coming from inside. The monster barely kept its mouth closed. In the end, its body was torn apart right above the ground. Many of its remains flew to the ground. Chuck was in his previous place and hung in the air. The guy was furious at the opponent's actions. He activated the speed of light. With a fast speed and red energy, the guy headed towards his opponent. He swung his club in flight. The blow hit the guy's body. Black liquid appeared from his mouth. The opponent was thrown forward several meters and hit the ground. Agnes was sitting right on the ground. His hand was bloody and shaking. Chuck stood behind him and said that he made the wrong choice. He said that the woman he killed was a unique boss. The guy said that her character was deleted forever. So Chuck did not believe the guy's words. He was so weak. He hit the creature's head with a baton. The guy's face was severely deformed. After the second hit, the head was thrown back strongly. Black liquid gushed out of the opponent's mouth. After the third hit, the guy could no longer respond. Then another hit followed, hitting him right in the face. His head was turned into fire. Chuck asked him if he was just going to sit and take it. He demanded that he fight to the end if he had any stealth skills. The girl standing next to him brought her fingers together. She activated a cubic barrier. Chuck could no longer get close to Agnes and the sisters. He was surprised by the ingenuity and use of magic. He could not imagine that all these ladies had such abilities. The guy swung his club and exhaled. He struck the strongest blow and declared that their abilities did not matter. In front of him, the protective club withstood the blow without breaking. The women inside were happy. After some time, the dome began to crack. One of the sisters was furious. A large amount of energy engulfed this place. It was released into space from one point. Such a blow left a large ditch in the mountain. Chuck stood and watched this with a club at the ready. The guy thoughtfully looked at the surviving opponent. All the sisters were not dead. Chuck asked the guy why they were not dead yet after such a blow. After a second of silence, he walked forward. Approaching his opponent, he looked down at him. Chuck declared that, after a short rest, it was time for another spanking. The guy was sitting on the ground with bloody eyes and a book in his hands. Hesitation. The guy started mumbling something quietly. He turned to his master with a request to help him get rid of suffering and pain. He started reading a prayer and covered himself in a purple aura. Energy claws extended from his chest towards Chuck. They grabbed the guy and squeezed him with force. The flow of energy sent Chuck up. The guy asked his opponent what he wanted to do with him again. There was shock in Chuck's eyes. He saw how the sisters took Lena and Kate in their arms. Half-dead women were holding them in their arms. Kate was held by a headless woman. The other was looking at Lena. The guy did not understand why women were taking the bodies of his friends. He was shocked by his thoughts. Was it really possible? Chuck remembered how the guy ordered the sisters to take and follow him. Then he also added that you should take the girls. Chuck realized what his opponent meant. He tore the energy claws apart with force. The guy activated the speed of light and quickly rushed to attack. His opponent was sitting on the ground in a purple aura and said that the guy was already too late. He began to fall somewhere. The sisters standing nearby also began to dive down. The guy promised that he would definitely use the bodies of his friends to good use. He promised that he would see him again. Chuck was already flying to the ground as the people who were just standing in front of him disappeared. The guy called on time manipulation and said that his opponent would not go anywhere. A warning appeared in front of him. The notification said that the guy had used up all the chaos energy and his status would be cancelled. He instantly turned into an ordinary player. He had just learned that there was a time limit on how long he could be the god of chaos. The guy stepped on the ground. He stood in the place where people had been just a second ago. There was no one around at all. His friends had been carried away. This was Chuck's first experience of defeat. He was unfamiliar with such a feeling. It was the first time he met an enemy so strong. It was the first time he saw such strong abilities, and most importantly, it was the first time he couldn't protect his comrades. The guy was desperate. He couldn't even save his girlfriend, the unique boss, Kate. His face was full of shame. He remembered the words of his opponent, who said that they were using his friends' bodies to good use. The memory of the words that they would see each other again ran through his head. Eurus and Piero looked at the guy with disappointment. Chuck was squeezing his baton tightly. Was desperate. He expressed his condolences to the upset guy. Dave was defeated in battle for the first time. The guy started laughing hysterically. He started laughing loudly and covered his face with his hand. And Piero asked about his condition. The guy said that sometimes life is such a funny thing. He remembered how it seemed to him that he did too much in the first season. The boy fulfilled his state. Then he was going to take it easy in the second season. He asked if this damn virtual world was going to make him angry too. Iris and Piro were confused by the words. He remembered his first death and said that it was just the price you pay for knowledge. The boy remembered his words about this game. Only the strongest survive in it. He remembered how he fought the dragon. He remembered how the skies above his head begged for revenge. Chuck remembered how he was going to teach everyone a lesson. The guy looked up at the sky and agreed. He said that he should always stick to his roots. He was treated badly. It was time for revenge. Mentally told his opponent to wait until he showed how he really play it. There was not a soul around. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The guy hung in the air and looked into the distance, humming a song for his opponent to come out. The guy continued to sing the song, looking into the distance. Chuck said that he did not see this guy anywhere. Apparently, he hid well. Joris asked the guy what they were doing so high in the sky. Because Piro was very afraid of heights, Chuck said that they were looking for an idiot with white hair. The guy looked around and said that he did not see anyone. He admitted that this method was quite stupid, to which Joris agreed. Chuck said that if such simple methods do not work, he needs to become even more reckless. Joris did not understand what his master was going to do. The guy raised his hand with a stick up. Chuck said that he hadn't destroyed a planet for a long time, and that it was time. He swung his club and prepared to strike. The guy received a notification asking him to stop. He opened the chat. Kate asked him in a message to stop, right now, and stop. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The girl explained to him that the game has a direct messaging function. She used to send him a message from the real world after logging out. The guy remembered that the game emphasizes the realism of its process and does not have direct messaging, replacing it with birds. It is a slower but more realistic mail service. The girl was writing a message. She wrote to him that her character was not deleted, so he should not get angry and destroy the entire planet. The guy was surprised by this information and did not understand. He wrote to her that the characters of unique bosses are deleted after death and accused the girl of lying. Kate replied that there was no point in lying to her and that he should take his time and exit the game for a while. The girl said that she had just returned home from a performance. The guy thought about talking to her directly. Chuck told is that he was going to log out for a while, so he would have to be closer to Piro. The guy pressed the logout button. A blue notification appeared in front of his eyes. The guy got up from the couch. He took off his glasses and exhaled nervously. He thought that if the girl's character was not deleted, then it was most likely a bug. Lena was sitting next to him and said that she doubted it. The guy was surprised to see her here and fell off the couch. He asked the girl what she was doing here and when she managed to sneak into his house. Lena said that she was here since the very beginning of the second season. She took the helmet in her hands and bragged that she logged in lying next to him. She remembered how she snuck into his house and lay down next to him. Chuck was furious, not understanding how the girl got into his house. Every time the guy started to guess the different options in her getting here, our girl said that it was a secret. The doorbell rang. Someone pressed it again. Kate was standing behind the door and asked the guy to open it for her. Chuck was confused because it was the most inopportune time. Lena asked if she should open the door for the girl, to which the guy got angry. He told Kate that he would open it now. Chuck told Lena that he was going to take Kate to a cafe where they sell soup so that she would leave unnoticed. He asked if she understood his plan, to which the girl sighed. She headed towards the window and told him that they would see each other in the foyer. She noted that she still needed to change at home. Chuck watched her open the glass door. The guy did not understand what she was talking about and what she meant about changing. Chuck thought that he could not trust Lena and told her that this was his closet, not her house. He opened the door and ordered the girl to get out of here and not to make a thoughtless plan. The guy saw Lena, in a suit, standing and holding a rope in her hand on the balcony. She was wearing a black suit. She was turned half sideways to the guy and looking at him. The girl noticed that he seemed to have caught her. She jumped up and said that they would see each other in the foyer. Chuck did not understand what he had just seen. The guy remembered that Kate was waiting for him and went to her for the sake of maintaining his peace of mind. Chuck decides to just completely forget about what he had just seen. His house was shining with yellow lights against the night. Kate was surprised. She asked Lena if she also lived in this house, to which she received a positive answer. Kate said that she had never seen her here in her life, to which the girl answered that she moved here as soon as this house was built. She said that her parents moved to another city, and she stayed to live here. Chuck asked Kate why she was still in her stage outfit, since she had just returned from a performance. The girl said that as soon as she finished her performance, she logged into the game in the break room. She remembered how she had come back. Kate remembered how she couldn't find the manager, who was lying on the bed with her glasses. The girl sat down on her bed and thought that it would be a good idea to log into the game right there. Chuck remarked that the outfit suited her and that she looked very cute, which made Lena angry. Kate asked if the guy liked such outfits. She said that if he liked them so much, she could wear them all the time. Lena squeezed between the couple and pushed them aside, saying that she had enough chatting. The girl said that they should talk about the game now. Soup cafe. Delicious, hot soup stood on the table. The three guys were sitting together and eating a freshly prepared dinner. Kate said that she was tired of eating at this soup cafe. She suggested going somewhere else. Lena said that they had no choice, since it was the only cafe in the area that was open 24/7. The girl asked the guy if he liked the soups there, to which Chuck agreed, angering Kate. Lena said that everyone liked it hot too. Chuck was confused by the answer. Kate interrupted their conversation and said that they already understood what she was talking about and what she was hinting at. Chuck said that they should discuss the game instead of arguing. He offered to clarify two things. The guy said that since Kate was a unique boss, her character should be deleted if she died. He remembered how he received a notification about the death of one of the group members. Chuck said that he also had no doubt that she was killed by the guy with white hair. He asked the girl if her character was deleted. The girl, annoyedly, replied that her character was still intact. Kate said that the guy could ask Lena as well, since they both respawned in the resurrection zone after death. The second girl took the spoon from the table. Lena confirmed that it was true, and she saw it with her own eyes. The guy remembered that very place. It happened before she was about to exit the game, just the moment when it was all over for her. A message appeared in front of her saying that her character had died. The resurrection zone. The girl was informed that she had lost some experience, but would be resurrected in a safe place. Lena was resurrected in the middle of the zone. She looked down upset. It had been a long time since she last felt the death of her character, but instead of anger, she was excited. The girl wondered who this gray-haired man was because she hadn't seen him in the closed beta. She had a lot of questions spinning in her head at the time, but then Kate's voice sounded from behind her. The girl turned around to look at it. Kate was standing in front of her safe and sound. Lena asked her why her character wasn't deleted after her death. She was surprised. The girl ordered to immediately log out of the system and send an external message to Chuck. To Kate's questions, Lena answered that the guy could get angry and go berserk, which could destroy the dimension. The girl once again ordered to log out of the system as quickly as possible, to which Kate irritably agreed. Elena closed her eyes and said that she had enough. The guy still did not understand why the girl's character was not deleted. He asked if it was a bug, to which the man who sat down next to him answered that it was not. Chuck was surprised by his interlocutor. He did not understand how he ended up here. It was Steve who was sitting right in front of him and caused the guy to get angry. Steve was eating his soup and looking at Chuck. The guy lunged at him, telling him to watch his language. Steve threw the guy against the wall and said that sometimes he couldn't stand him. Kate asked the man what he was doing here on the very first day of opening the servers. The man said that everything was fine. The only time he was busy was when Chuck lost his temper and was acting out. Lena said that it was her initiative to invite the man here. The girl said that it was better not to discuss such things among themselves. It was better to get an official statement from the employee. Steve continued eating and said that Kate's revival was not a mistake. The man said that they got rid of the unique boss system. Chuck was confused by what he heard and asked when and why it happened. Steve said that he did not know anything because he himself did not get rid of it. The guy asked him why the president of the company was not involved in the change. Steve looked down. He said about the main computer of the game. Mom, a minute of silence stood in the conversation. Kate asked the man if it was even possible, as the main computer itself deleted the system. The man smiled and confirmed her words. Steve said that this happened for the first time. He stated that the unique boss system was a limitation imposed by the god of destruction on the seven sins and their minions. He said that it could give unlimited power to the 7 sins and put them in danger. Steam said that this system was no longer needed since the death of the god of destruction, and it seemed that Mom herself erased it. Steve advised Chuck to be careful. He stated that Mom finally decided to take the game seriously. And so the evening of the opening of the Chrono Life servers came to an end. For 3 months, users were waiting for the game to resume. Some players were pretty much the same as always. Some developed a new passion for the game. On a wooden cross in the open ground hung a ring. Other players were experiencing longing and sadness for those times. Each user had their own emotions associated with this game. Finally, a new day had come. Players were in the city and exploring the second season. Some were teaching each other weapons, some were trading. Everyone was not idle. It was a return to everyday life. The morning on the newly updated continent was livelier than ever. However, the man's foot stepped onto the city street. He was called out. The players did not know who was in front of them. It was a countless number of unfortunate lambs. The guy ordered his master to show them his boundless love and mercy. He had publicity for Chuck's group. The guy demanded to take them straight to hell. Chuck's group made a serious mistake. An energy pillar shot out of the guy. The guys were to focus on the strange situation with the end of the game and the removal of the unique boss system. The guy finished his spell. They completely forgot that danger was moving towards them. Many energy projectiles flew towards the city residents. The players did not understand what it was. Many were pierced through. The guy still didn't know why the people needed the bodies of his friends. The bodies of Lena and Kate. And where they hid underground, the guy was smiling. He liked watching players die. He was overcome with laughter. Heads, limbs and dead. Players were flying all over the street. And he was having fun. The seed of corruption was sown on the Chrono continent. The infection rate of the Chrono continent was 10%. The city was turned into ruins. Many players lay dead on the street. The roads were overflowing with players and their limbs. All the players were dead. The guy stood surrounded by sisters and looked at this sight. He grinned and said that it looked like they were done. The guy ordered the sisters to move all the bodies. The women approached the dead players and began to lift them. The first party left. The guy noticed someone's voice from the side. Turning around, he saw a player crawling at his feet and asking who he was. The man wanted to know why he had to kill so many innocent people. He asked if he was a player or a monster. The white-haired guy chuckled. He said he didn't know himself. The guy leaned towards the player, causing him to be confused. He called the player a poor little lamb and asked him not to be afraid. The guy introduced himself as his savior and stroked his hair, causing the player to bleed from his mouth. The guy said that he was their shepherd, their guide. He said that they were his mentors, those who would lead them along the path of knowledge. The guy touched the player's head again and was about to say something to him, causing him to feel afraid. The guy gave the player a blessing of filth. He destroyed the man's head, draining the black liquid from it. The player wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to. The guy held his hand where his head had been and was pleased with himself. He said the word that ends the prayer. At the place where Chuck left for the last time, Is and Piro greeted the guy and wished him a good morning. The guy asked Juris what was wrong with him and his friend. Because they now have the same poses, to which the answer was that the dragon trained all night. The assistant showed the first pose partners. The second pose double trouble. They asked Chuck what he thought about it, to which the guy replied that it looked pretty cute. Is asked your master, what happened to Kate? Was her character really deleted? The guy replied that, fortunately, this did not happen, because the unique boss system was completely deleted. Chuck said that both girls were reborn, and would join them later. Yoris said that, indeed, if Kate's character was deleted, the guy could fly off the face of the earth, an entire dimension, to which he agreed. Piro heard something from the side. The small creature sank into dust. After a few seconds, Pirate acquired human mode. In the form of a little boy, the cat pulled the guy by the collar and attracted his attention. The boy showed that there was something on the side, which caused a surprised reaction from Chuck. Something was rustling in the bushes. The guy was confused. Something came out of the thicket and stood in front of them. Chuck asked who it was. Yoris opened his mouth. The dragon did not hurry and thought. The creature said that a lot of time had passed. Gallardo, a giant dragon in a new valley. The girl stepped onto the ground. Kate was tired from the road. She expressed her dissatisfaction with being alone with Lena. In her opinion, this is the worst thing. The girl said that she should stop, because no one is cold or hot from this. Lena reminded her interlocutor that Chuck demanded that they stick together in case of another attack by the gray-haired guy. The girl decided to remember how good it was during beta testing when she was alone with a loser. Kate said that she had long wanted to ask the girl what was going on between her and the guy. Lena looked at her with embarrassment and sarcastically replied that she couldn't help but know. The girl said that it was very obvious because they were madly in love with each other. Kate was furious at what she heard. The girl added that perhaps she was the only one in love with him because she couldn't say anything seriously. Kate shared that she had the same feeling. The girl sighed sadly. Lena wondered what Chuck could be thinking about when two gorgeous girls were in love with him. Kate listened to her words and realized that the girl really had enough strength to call herself gorgeous. She clenched her teeth and thought. Kate fell to the ground and grabbed her side. Lena asked what was going on, to which she received the answer that some kind of piercing feeling had arisen. The girl noticed the changed color of her side and pointed it out to her. Kate looked at her left side and was shocked. The infection had begun. The girl's current infection rate was 5%. Kate was in a panic. Lena immediately grabbed her heart and squinted. She also fell to the ground and pressed her chest. And she also began to become infected. Both girls had an infection rate of 5%. Lena had a black spot on her chest. The girls began to guess what kind of plant areas were the very ones that the projectile hit. It was in these places that they were pierced. Both girls then died precisely from the deprivation of these places. Lena noticed something behind. There was a huge paw of a creature. Behind the girls was a giant green dragon. It was a low-ranking drake dragon who didn't even have the ability to fly. Kate was surprised by what she saw, to which Lena reassured her that it was a low-ranking dragon, but it was equal in strength to one boss. The girl assumed that despite the rarity of these creatures, they were in the land of dragons, to which her interlocutor screamed. The dragon raised its paw on them and began to lower it. The limb slapped the ground with all its might. Many shock waves spread around the area. The girls hovered above the creature in a protective dome. Lena and Kate used the blank skill to teleport over long distances. Kate held her interlocutor's leg with her hand and looked down. She thanked the girl and praised her for her timing. Lena said with a smile that they were in the perfect place. Kate was very puzzled by the girl's words and did not understand what she meant. Lena removed her leg, leaving her interlocutor outside the dome, falling to the ground. The girl was happy with what she had done. Kate was flying to the ground. She resigned herself to her fate of fighting the dragon. Kate was falling right into the creature's mouth. Lena listened to her discontent and enjoyed it. She stated that she meant that they were in the perfect place to use her best move. Kate turned around as she fell. She aimed straight for the mouth. At the very end, the girl activated the falling dragon strike under her scream. A huge column of energy hit the creature's head. The dragon was pinned to the ground and unable to respond to her. Lena's staff was covered in energy. The girl used the fire spear spell. Spinning a large sphere, she raised the staff up. The girl shot energy down. A large magical fire spear rushed towards the dragon. The creature noticed the danger only at the last moment. Lena voiced the moment of impact. The dragon god was torn to pieces. The creature roared loudly and began to spit blood. The dragon fell to the ground, whole sideways. The girls landed on the ground at once. Lena said that Drake is known for his high health, so this is not the end. At the girl's next words, Kate rushed and began to shake her by the throat, accusing her of throwing her from a height. A notification about receiving experience for killing a monster appeared. The message notified that Kate's party members had increased their level. The two girls looked at the dragon with confusion. Lena thought that this could not be related to the attack indicator, since this dragon had the highest health among all. The girls suspected that something was wrong here, since it would clearly take more than one spear strike and more than one falling blow to kill him. For the girl, were interrupted by Kate, who was showing her something on the screen. The girls looked at the scoreboard together and asked what it was. Lena was amazed at what she saw. She saw high strength indicators for the infection, percentage of 50. The girl assumed that the fact that they were infected gave them strength. Lena was surprised that it didn't make them weaker. The Valley of Dragons. Chuck Uris Pirate stand in front of the creature. Uris says that it's been a long time since they met. Gallardo, the giant dragon. Chuck began to think about this word. On the official Chrono Life website, 3 great dragons. The page says that there are 3 dragons that are famous for their incredible strength. Uris, the 2-headed dragon. The dragon of the northern continent, Aventador, and finally, a dragon that has never appeared until now, Mysterious the giant dragon Gallardo. Chuck said that during the closed beta test, he checked 30 dimensions, but he still has never encountered it. In front of the guy stood a small girl. There were patterns in her eyes and a crown on her head. She stared into Chuck's eyes. The guy could not stand her persistent gaze. The hero wondered if it was a giant dragon, since its supposed height was 1 to 150 centimeters. The girl introduced herself as the giant dragon Gallardo, which surprised Chuck. The girl blushed and said that she had been waiting for a long time to meet the guy. Chuck thought that she could barely pronounce a whole sentence. The guy pointed his finger at her and asked her as if he was sure that it was the giant dragon Gallardo. The dragon said that he could sense his brothers from afar. The girl sheepishly said that she was in her spirit form, since it was too difficult to move in her true form. If this becomes difficult to read, ignore the small doe. Chuck said that he did not believe it and would not buy it. The guy said that he could grow even bigger than her, since, with the expansion mirror, he could become even bigger than the planet. Chuck's memory of Chapter 60. The girl laughed and looked at her hands, saying that the planet is not the limit. She called the guy weak. She stated that her true size was much larger than the entire planet. The guy imagined the scale of space, the entire galaxy, like he imagined a huge space dragon flying between galaxies. He felt those sizes on himself. The girl started telling him about how big she could become. She said that she could be the size of a galaxy. If you compare the Earth to a grain of sand, which is approximately 1 millimeter, then the size of the galaxy would be 70 per million km. That would be a distance like 53 folded into one line. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great, all-encompassing cosmic darkness. The forest in the fog. Feet stepped on the ground. Chuck looked ahead in surprise. The guy saw something in the sky in fear. A huge dragon eye was visible from it. The monster was several times larger than the planets. The guy thought in fear about the size of a galaxy. Yura shouted in confusion that he knew what this reaction meant. A wide smile began to play on the guy's face. The hero shouted loudly that it was amazing. The main character pointed a stick at the girl, answering her that he remembered a giant dragon. Chuck laughingly asked the heroine to show her true form and play with him here and now. The assistants looked at the guys with displeasure. The main character, with a sly smile, answered that if she lost he intended to turn her into this weapon. The guy laughingly answered that he just needed a new cloak. The girl looked at the floor. A smile began to play on her face. The heroine laughed loudly, looking under. The girl with a smile on her face answered the guy that they were on the same wavelength, because she only thought about it. Uris and his assistant looked with displeasure. The little guys looked at the girl, with Chuck answering that this was a battle of psychos. The heroine looked at the floor and smiling, answering that she had been waiting for him for a very long time because she was broken. The girl answered that her physical body and this planet were connected by certain parts. Chuck looked ahead in surprise, hearing the heroine answer that everything was infected. The protagonist wondered if it was the work of that gray-haired man. The divinity of chaos, probability manipulation, was contaminated. The effects of probability manipulation were nullified. The guy looked at Kim, asking about the cause of stuttering being contamination. The girl smiled, answering that she had always been like this. The protagonist turned away, answering that she tried her best to resist it, but in her soul form, it was simply impossible. The heroine answered with a sad look that all the dragons here had died. Kim answered that very soon, all these dead dragons would be restored in their contaminated forms. The monster roared loudly. The girl stood next to it. Chloe and Lena began to look at it in fear. A huge number of monsters roared at people. The girl answered in fear that all the drakes were restored at the same time. The heroine turned back, answering that something was wrong here. The girl stood behind one dead man, answering that they had only killed him. Black magic was flowing from the monster. Blood continued to flow from the dragon. Lena began to look forward in fear. Her lips were pursed, and the girl herself said that all the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, And now it became clear why the Dragon Hill was completely burned to the ground. When they arrived, Chuck was standing on the ground. The guy directed his gaze to the ground, answering that it was too quiet here, and they had the feeling that the whole dimension had died out, which explained why the dimension was so quiet. When they arrived, the dragons continued to roar. They opened their mouths wide. The guy realized that those horrible people got there first and killed all the dragons. Everyone realized that those dragons were reborn in an infected state. The guys were standing on the ground. The heroine laughed sarcastically, answering that she could no longer hold back. Kim, with a smile on her face, answered that before she was completely infected, she had to become his weapon, and that was her only choice. The girl's eyes were filled with rage. Kim calmly answered the guy that she preferred to be infected than to allow someone weaker to possess her. The heroine's feet touched the ground. The girl began to smile, asking the guy to show if she deserved to own her. Chuck looked at the heroine disappeared. The system window began to show a hidden quest, which spoke of a contract between the owner and the sauce with a giant dragon. The window showed the guy to defeat the Gallardo. Chuck looked away in confusion. The hero covered his eyes. The guy raised his head up. The protagonist looked at the sky. A strong wind was rising. The monster's mouth was wide open. The dragon was near one portal. The monster looked at it, not letting anyone near it. Galaxy. The assistants covered their eyes in fear. Chuck turned to the assistants, telling them to go help Lena and Chloe. Eurus looked in surprise at the guy who was saying that he was going to deal with this emo dragon himself. The hero looked at the assistant with a smile on his face. The guy with a sly smile told Eurus not to be afraid to take on his true form and destroy everything in his path. The guys looked at the guy in surprise, not knowing what else to say. Eurus pursed his mouth. The assistant, with a smile on his face, answered the guy that he understood everything and his desire was the law for him. The guy smiled and admired the hero. The assistants began to fly away in the other direction. Chuck, with a smile on his face, began to watch them. The protagonist was glad that now everything was settled. Chuck looked up at the dragon, saying that he would really start the party. The guy started to pick something up. The hero was holding a hayback mirror. It had one of the 8 mirror abilities. Chuck, with a smile on his face, decided to start activating the 8 mirror skill. The second mirror skill increased the size of the target. Chuck stood confidently on the ground. The hero found himself in the galaxy. The guy laughed, answering that he was not finished yet. The mirror slowly began to glow. The system window began to show warnings that due to excessive use of the 8 mirrors, the service life of this product had expired. Chuck looked away with displeasure. The hero watched in confusion as the mirror burst. The guy looked at the thing with displeasure, not understanding why it cracked. The hero answered with displeasure that it was stupid. The dragon looked at Chuck with a laugh, asking him about daring to go against him, despite the fact that he himself was only slightly larger than a planet. The monster replied that he was a being that transcended this galaxy. The monster replied that he was a giant dragon that wanted to grow bigger with every waking moment. The monster replied that he was like the cosmos that was expanding endlessly. The monster replied that in the past, when he was much smaller, he was the size of a continent, and unfortunately, he was defeated by Eurus. But now, for the dragon, a mote of dust was an assistant compared to his huge form. The monster calmly replied that he had seized the throne of the most powerful dragon heroes, and he was the ruler of all dragons in all dimensions. The people watched the monster. The heroes looked at Chuck in surprise, surprised that he was fighting a Gallardo. One of the guys with a smile on his face replied that the Gallardo was just big enough for their servers to handle. The boys looked at the dragon, not understanding why Chuck thought he could handle it using only the mirror, since it was never meant to be fought in the first place. Steve had a cigarette in his mouth. The man looked at the screen saying that he wasn't sure about it, and everyone knew how it could end. Steve looked ahead confidently. The hero looked at the fight with displeasure, answering that the guy was trying to turn the Gallardo into this weapon. Steve covered his eyes, answering that this was exactly the future that was destined for this guy. One of the heroes answered that one of the mirrors had already been broken. The guy looked at Steve, answering that someone might be strong, but he didn't stand a chance against a monster the size of a galaxy. The man answered displeasedly that this guy was the god of chaos. Chuck looked at his mirror with a smile on his face. The hero looked at the mirror confidently, trying to activate the power of the god of chaos. The thing began to glow brightly. His hands held the mirror tightly. People watched as Chuck mended the mirror and said that now it looked like new. One of the guys started screaming loudly. The hero looked at the screen with displeasure, thinking that the guy was going to use the mirror again. Chuck started to activate the 8 mirrors skill. The hero was in the galaxy with a smile on his face. His legs began to grow in comparison to the planet. They became bigger and bigger. The system window said that they had reached the maximum size allowed in the system galaxy. The monster was in the sky. The monster screamed in different directions. The dragon roared in the universe. Huge hands began to touch something. The monster looked at the huge Chuck, who was getting up to the monster. The guy was holding on to the Milky Way. Chuck laughed and said that he had come. The guys looked at the screen with fear. The dragon was spinning around the guy. Chuck laughed, looking at the monster. The guy's voice came from the universe, saying that lately, he had been using too many chaos powers. Chuck laughed, telling the monster that he didn't want to keep him waiting, but now they could really start the party. The dragon continued to growl at the hero. Steve laughed, holding a cigar in his teeth. The man with a smile on his face replied that he knew the snot would do something like that. The man looked at Chuck's fist, telling him to show what he could do in this game, something no one had ever seen. The main character, with a smile on his face, quickly pointed his fist at the monster. The universe. The fist broke various Milky Ways. The hands broke everything in their path. The fist broke the universe. The guy hit the monster itself. Chuck hit the dragon. Its muzzle slowly began to disappear. The hero's hands collected all the universes. The palm grabbed everything for itself. Chuck, with a smile on his face, held the universes in his hands. The dragon tried to bite the guy. The monster's black magic came out of its mouth. The guy quickly hit the monster with his elbow. The fist hit the boss. More and more evil spirits came out of the mouth. The dragon's eyes were scared. The monster opened its mouth wide. The teeth grabbed Chuck's hand tightly. The dragon tried to bite the hero's hand. People looked at the screen in surprise. The main character clenched his teeth. A smile appeared on his face. The palm grabbed the monster's face. Chuck laughed, grabbing the dragon. The main character continued to smile, clenching his teeth. The hero grabbed her jaw with all his might. The monster screamed loudly. Chuck broke the dragon's jaw. People looked at the screen with interest. The universe. The hand grabbed one of the paths. Chuck grabbed it tightly with a smile on his face. The hands held the universe tightly. The forest. Black blood flowed from the monster. Lena and Chloe looked at the monster in fear. The girl looked at this carefully, saying that the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and now she understood why the Dragon Hill was completely burned to the ground when they arrived. Lena pursed her lips, answering that for some reason this dimension was very quiet when they arrived. The dragon roared madly with many heads. Those terrible people got here first and killed all the dragons. Lena and Chloe looked forward in fear. Around the heroines, all those dragons in an infected state lined up in a circle. The mouth was wide open. Chuck looked forward with a smile on his face. The hero kicked the monster in the face, telling him to die. Blood flowed from the dragon's mouth. The teeth were clenched in blood. The monster quickly took off and flew forward, opening its mouth. The dragon quickly hit the monster with its body. The hero's face was scared, and something black was flowing from his mouth. The guy was in a galaxy. The universe. Chuck's back was peeking out from around the corner. The main character was quickly falling down. His back was touching some dimension. His legs were calmly peeking out. Chuck was quickly falling down. The hero's teeth were clenched, but blood was still flowing from them. A few meters away from the guy was a dragon which was flying next to him. The hero directed his palms down and strained to create something. Chuck looked at the monster with a smile on his face, answering that she really caught him, and this means that she is not such a weakling. The main character confidently looked forward, answering that he has a healing factor on his side, which makes him invincible. This factor instantly removes any blow inflicted. Chuck hit one of the universes. The guy began to laugh loudly, answering the monster that it was time for the second round, and they can start by biting off this annoying little tail. The dragon looked confidently at one of the planets, which began to glow blue. The monster began to worship all of this. The planet was shining brightly. The dragon quickly flew into the sky and decided to direct the breath of the galaxy at you. Chuck looked at all of this confidently. The guy understood with surprised eyes that it would hurt. The hero shrank to the side. The guy's hands and face slowly froze. The breath continued to quickly go to the hero. The universe. The hero's teeth were clenched. Chuck was lying on the ground. The monster confidently looked at the guy, answering that the healing factor is nothing more than a small trick that is useless against power. The boss answered Chuck that he won, and this battle is over. The monster calmly looked at the guy, answering that she expected too much from him, and the guy is just a big fish in a small pond who has not yet reached his ascended potential. Chuck began to look at him with anger, thinking about the potential. The monster calmly answered the hero that it didn't matter, and that such a small fish wouldn't understand anything. Anyway, the dragon opened its mouth, saying that it could kindly explain as a reward for coming this far. The monster began to say that in the past, the highest level a creature could reach in any dimension was level 999. There were several secret ways to exceed this limit of 999 levels, but they were all temporary means and would eventually return you to level 999. Chuck looked at the monster in surprise. His face immediately changed. The North Pole dragon turned into a human, telling the guy that this was the method he used. The monster began to explain that during the war between the ancient anthropomorphs and the players, he used gluttony to reach level 999, and it was due to the synergistic effectiveness of greed and gluttony that he was able to exceed the limit. Chuck created a lump from the dragon, answering that he understood everything and can go back, since it has been appearing terribly often lately. The monster looked at the hero, saying that everything is correct, and the original level cap for all dimensions was level 999. One day, the level cap suddenly disappeared, and the boy already experienced it himself. Chuck looked at the monster with displeasure. The hero looked forward, thinking that this happened when they invaded the Chrono continent. The system window showed that the system was unlocked and showed the awakening of Genesis. The monster from the universe answered that this quest is different for each dimension, but the Chrono continent was the last one to receive this quest. The dragon answered that once they complete the quest, their level cap will be completely unlocked, and from that moment on, they can level up as high as they want. The monster looked at the boy, answering that once he reaches level 999, he will have to complete the quest. The dragon replied that this would only happen when he was reborn as an ascended being like him. Chuck looked into the distance with a smile on his face, saying that he understood everything and that this was enough information for him. The protagonist calmly replied that he hated spoilers and skipped all the plot parts in the game. The guy opened his mouth and smiled, saying that it looked pretty funny. Chuck looked into the distance with a smile on his face and replied that he was going to pump up by the end of this weekend. The hero of their underwear began to take out a huge club. The guy looked forward, holding it in his hands. The club was all glowing. The monster looked at the hero with incomprehension. The dragon answered Chuck that or only used his fists. Chuck laughed, saying that he was slow on the uptake. The guy looked at the monster, replying that when he was a child, his dream was to fight a dinosaur with his fists, but now the time for games was over. The hands held the club, and Chuck himself said that he would finish the monster quickly, and with one blow. The dragon looked at the hero carefully. The forest. The wings flew in the sky. Eurus and the boy were in the sky. The hero looked ahead. Eurus looked at his friend, realizing that he was afraid of heights. The boy asked in surprise if they were there. Eurus, in surprise, told the kid to hold on, since they were almost there. The child cried, saying that he was scared. The assistant began to say discontentedly that he needed to give him a few language lessons so that the boy could maintain a conversation. There was fire in the area. Eurus, with a smile on his face, realized that they were there, so he decided to speed up. The guys flew off to the side like a bullet. Paws landed on the ground. The assistant, with a smile on his face, said that he had returned. Eurus, with a smile on his face, looked at the girls, answering that they did not need to be afraid, since he was the strongest dragon in all dimensions. The heroines turned around in surprise. The girls were standing near the dead corpses of the dragons. A mountain of dead monsters lay on the ground. The dragons did nothing. They were all dead. Eurus looked at all this with confusion. Chloe asked the guys with a smile on her face that they were here to help them. The assistant asked the girls with surprise how they managed to deal with all of them. Chloe answered with a smile that they had become much stronger. Eurus asked how they did it, and the heroines answered that due to the infection, all their characteristics had improved, and what happened was that they had entered the system earlier. A frontline village. The system window said that their comrade had died. People were slowly recovering. The system window replied that they had lost some of their experience, and now they would be resurrected in a safe place. The girl said with anger that this was not fun. The heroine gritted her teeth and did not understand why the game continued to kill people in the village, despite the fact that it was supposed to be a safe zone. The girl kicked the ground, answering that they filled all the establishments on the day the servers opened, and now some gray-haired psycho and his sect are killing them. Everyone looked at the heroine in surprise, who continued to scream. One of the girls sighed sadly and said that the game had really crossed all the boundaries of what was allowed lately. It all started with the sea monsters, which greatly complicated the task for the second season. The player sighed, answering that even in Season 1, there was a complete mess, and if not for their side, someone would have taken over the world. The hero answered that it was too difficult for him, and the balance would not adjust to the hero. The guy sighed, answering that he thought this game was called for a reason. Someone laughed off to the side. The girl with a smile on her face answered that this game is the best. The guy with an comprehensible question asked, what was wrong with this heroine? Because just a second ago, she was screaming that this game sucks. There was an infection on her leg. The girl was shouting loudly that all her stats had been raised by 50%. The guys were looking at her in surprise. The guy was gritting his teeth looking at his infected hand. The heroine was looking at her infected stomach in fear. The system window showed that their character was infected, and the infection effect had increased all stats by 50%. The hero was covering his eyes. The girl was doing the same. The guys were looking at their stats in surprise. Someone started asking the guys abruptly if they liked the blessings that had been bestowed upon them. The guys were confused and replied that it was the voice of the guy with white hair. The man was smiling and replying that only they had been granted the blessing. The girl was looking ahead in surprise and heard the guy telling her that the monsters would not be able to receive a single % of this bonus. The guys opened their mouths, answering that it meant that the monsters were not getting stronger, but they were. The girl began to laugh loudly, answering that she would be able to kill all the monsters that could not do it until now. The heroine victoriously raised her hand and answered that now she could increase her level as much as she wanted. All the heroes raised their hands. Their villages could be heard screaming that they all wanted infection. Eurus looked ahead in surprise, answering that it must be dangerous. The assistant discontentedly told the girl that this gray-haired man would never give out these abilities just like that, because it is too risky to use all these abilities at will, and no one can know what will come of it. Eurus discontentedly spoke to one girl, answering that he would like to return to normal life. Chloe, with a smile on her face, asked Eurus if he was sure of this and what was wrong with increasing her characteristics. The assistant angrily answered the girl that there was no point in her becoming stronger. Chloe looked ahead in surprise. The heroine's eyes were surprised. The heroine began to give an example of a hero who had a reinforced wooden club for 99+. And in fact, this is a power that he did not make any effort to obtain. Eurus and the girl looked ahead with incomprehension. The assistant sighed. The most pleasant rewards in life are those for which you do not need to make any effort. The universe. Chuck was in it looking at the dragon. The hero held the club tightly and answered that the time for games was over. Chuck, with a smile on his face, answered that he would quickly finish him off with one blow. The monster looked at the guy with anger. The eyes were filled with anger. The monster's wings were turning a new color. Chuck watched the dragon carefully as it stood on its hind legs. The mouth opened wide. The eyes were looking at the guy carefully, and the monster itself was saying that it would finish this. The dragon was flying at the guy, directing its breath of the galaxy at him. The monster's power was directed at the hero in streams. Chuck watched all this carefully. There was a smile on the guy's face. His hand was holding a club. Chuck was hitting the breath of the galaxy with a club, using a galactic strike. Most of Chuck's area began to burn with yellow flame. The dragon continued to roar loudly, opening its mouth wide. Fire was rushing everywhere. Flames were heading for the dragon. The monster was completely filled with fire. It opened its mouth wide from misunderstanding and pain. Flames were created into fireballs. Fog. The system window responded that the mirror's action had ended, and it was possible to return to its normal size. The guy was standing on the universe. Chuck looked at the system window with a smile on his face, which showed that he had managed to defeat the Gallardo. Someone was standing near the guy. Kim slowly approached the hero. The girl was smiling. The heroine asked Chuck to free their land of dragons and free them from the filth. Chuck watched as the girl disappeared, and the system window responded that the Gallardo had lost its physical form, and now its soul had entered the guy's cloak. Chuck was wearing the ego cloak. The hero, with a smile on his face, became the master of the dragons. The hero confidently looked forward, listening to how he was told that, as a result of this achievement, all dragons would obey the hero's orders. Fog and Earth. The hero, with a smile on his face, offered to introduce themselves, since they were joined by a new friend in the form of his ego cloak. Chuck showed Kim, answering that this was a giant Gallardo dragon. Kim, with a smile on her face, replied that she was pleased to meet him. Chloe and Lena looked at the girl with confusion. The heroines asked Kim in surprise what kind of giant dragon it was. Lena looked at the guy in surprise and said that all this meant that the Gallardo had turned into one of the hero's equipment. Kim came close to the guy. The girl smiled and answered that now she and Chuck were connected to each other with their souls. The girls looked at this in surprise. Chloe angrily wanted to beat Kim. Yoris and the boy did not understand what kind of girl this was. Chuck walked away from Kim, answering that she was a weirdo and it was just one of the equipment. The main character looked at the girls, answering what he wanted to ask. Chuck asked the girls in surprise what kind of black spots they had all over their bodies. Lena had her entire neck in it. Chloe also had most of her legs. Kim, with a smile on her face, answered that this was the infection, but fortunately, the girl's level was still low. The heroine, with a smile on her face, answered that this could be dealt with if you cleaned it with clean water. Chloe asked in surprise what all this was. Water passed over her entire body in the form of a water ball. The black spots filled with water slowly disappear. Soon there were none on the heroine's legs at all. Lena answered in surprise that it really worked. Lena and Chloe shouted loudly at each other. The girl was soaking wet. The heroine looked ahead in fear, answering that this meant that all the effects of the infection had also disappeared. The system window showed that all the data had been started. The girl shouted loudly that this was a problem. Chuck said that he did not know about it. Kim answered with a smile on her face that this was a special effect of infection, and depending on the level of infection, all characteristics could be increased from 50 to 2000%. Yoris angrily answered that this was too prejudiced. Kim said that this was not true. The girl answered with a sad look that with a low level of infection, it could be easily purified, but with all this, the percentage of infection became quite high, and it would be impossible to return to normal life, which is why Kim had no choice but to give up her physical form. The girl looked down, answering that it was so strong. Chuck began to look away. The hero was thinking about something. The system window showed the god of chaos and said that the manipulation of probability was defiled and the effects of manipulation were nullified. The guy pursed his lips, answering that he decided it was an infection because his chaos spells had no effect on it. Lena answered with fear that this thing had great power, since such a strong creature decided to abandon its physical form. Kim looked at the floor. Chuck calmly told everyone that no one should reach 100th infection. The castle. Flags all over the territory of the Arden Castle. The reception room. The hand held a cup. The guy told everyone that it was a complete mess. Lucas sighed and asked if everyone had heard what was happening lately. In the game, the heroes said that wherever they went, everyone talked about it, so they gathered here to discuss this issue. The girl thought about the infection. Sophie answered with a sad look that she had a feeling that they were witnessing the birth of some new unhealthy cult, and apparently they had a lot of users who directly addressed this white-haired man begging him to kill them. Molly held a glass in her hand and said that at 5% infection level, all stats would increase by as much as 50%. Clara looked worried and said that she was worried that if this continued, all users would eventually be infected. Molly put the mug on the table and said that she wasn't too worried about it, since tens of millions of users logged into the game, and even if this gray-haired man infected 1,000 users a day, it would still take him decades to infect everyone. The girls looked away. Someone started approaching the guys, saying that everyone was just enjoying a cup of good tea, despite all this chaos. The hero approached the guys, saying that the rumors were true, and that they were lazy, carefree losers. The guy with the sword on his back looked at the guys angrily. Lucas asked him with confusion who let him in. Molly wondered who he was with interest, since she had never seen him before. The guy looked at the guys with anger. The whole group asked him what he wanted and who he was. The hero calmly answered that he was not someone important. The guy's hair began to turn black. The hero with black magic calmly looked at the guys. The guy furiously told the guys that he was an ordinary student who was lucky enough to play the game. All the guys looked at him with fear, seeing how infected he was. The guy swung his sword. The hero looked at everyone with anger, offering to fight and see the skills of the old men from the 5 best guilds. The hero's mouth opened and said that they would be ideal opponents to experience defeat. The hero quickly ran towards the guys. The roof of the building caught fire. Someone's feet quickly ran along it. The group of guys sat tiredly on the roof. Lucas looked at the guy with anger, asking how he dared to fight with the 5 best guilds. The hero calmly looked at all the guys not answering. The guy quickly jumped from the roof. Lucas worriedly told him to stop. There was a hole in the building. Lucas quickly ran after the hero. The guys jumped high on the building. The hero stood confidently on the ground. All the other heroes ran after him. The guy with a smile on his face answered that the time for games was over. The heroes asked the guy if he really thought he could escape from them. The guy with a calm face answered that he came to a place where they can fight in peace. The hero answered that all these people are no sicker than high-level sandbags for stat testing. The guy angrily ran at him, answering that he was a corpse. The sword was aimed at the hero. The guy with a smile on his face answered that it seems he is not as weak as everyone thought. The hero ran quickly at the guy, answering that he wouldn't live long since he was level 615. Clara worriedly answered that he was a dumbass and seemed to still be walking around bragging about his level. All the guys looked at the fight and answered that he had absolutely nothing to gain from revealing all this information to his enemy. They touched each other. The guy ran at the hero. His foot was firmly on the ground. The 2 heroes stood opposite each other. The enemy began to answer that the guy had crossed the level 600 threshold, but was still so crap. The hero calmly answered that he had reached about level 100, but was still talking to him. The guy looked at him in surprise. The hero swung his sword. The wind swept through the entire forest. The guy quickly rushed towards the hero. His face exuded confidence. The knife slashed across the hero's body. Black blood began to flow from his mouth. The guy fell to the ground, not understanding how a newbie could do this. The hero looked at the dead guy, not understanding what all this chatter was for. The magic spear was aimed at the guy. The hero quickly noticed this. The head dodged the weapon. The hair was not touched. Lucas stood next to the guy. He looked closely at the hero, answering that he thought that he was a small and talkative you, and now they should fight him. The guys quickly headed towards the hero. Molly quickly directed a sonic boom at him, which pierced the entire target through and through. The hero quickly dodged the girl. The guy's head slowly disappeared. Someone began to move towards him with quick movements. The girl immediately ran towards the guy. The face looked him in the eyes with confidence, including the spear storm. The guy dodged all the attacks. The heroine continued to jump on him. The guy dodged the attack using a jump. The hero looked away in fear. Behind him, someone was standing in the portal casting spells. Sophie was saying something to herself. Her eyes were filled with some kind of magic. The girl swung her staff trying to create an earthquake. The weapon hit the ground. Everything was divided into several parts. The guy was flying in the sky. His face was surprised. From above, Molly was quickly heading towards the hero. The guy noticed the girl realizing that she used the boulders after the earthquake as steps. Molly was filled with magic, including the moonlight attack. Lasers passed over the hero's entire body. Blood was coming out of her mouth. The girl carefully descended back to the ground. The mouth exhaled. Someone began to shout at the girl to be careful. A guy was swinging a weapon behind her. Whined. The hero swung his sword and said that the head would be next. Molly covered her eyes. The girl's body slowly disappeared. The heroine's hand began to disappear somewhere. A spear was flying at the guy from above. The hero with a smile on his face answered that it was time to stop. Lucas looked at him confidently, saying that his time was up. The guy answered that he really did have a hawk's eye. The hero with a smile on his face listened. As the guy asked him why he didn't shoot him in the head, the guy put his weapon away, offering to end it all and saying that fighting with all of them was still too much for him. One of the heroes answered that his infection level was only 20%. Lucas and the other guys looked at all of this in fear, not understanding how to react. The guy looked ahead in fear. The enemy looked at everyone saying that it was time for him to go. The entire building exploded and burned with bright flames. The girls looked at all of this in surprise, not knowing how to react. The legs approached the building. Clara looked ahead with fear. One of the heroines answered with a smile on her face that they had done a good job in order to become their weak link. The gang of infected stood near the burning castle. Each of the guys had a high level of infection. All the heroes looked at the guys angrily. One of the main girls had an infection rate of over 80%. Lucas looked at all this with fear. Arden Castle has the most powerful defensive fortifications. Apart from the main building of the first season about ancient anthropomorphs, this castle was impregnable and had never been invaded by uninvited guests before. Now, this reputation was destroyed by the hands of the gang of infected. The gang looked at the dead guild with a smile on their face, answering that they were a bunch of braggarts. The guys asked with a smile on their faces about where they should go next. There was a guy standing next to them, looking at everyone carefully and suggesting that they just get to the main thing and defeat the final boss. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that he was talking about the person who turned the game into his own single-player game. The guy looked at everyone carefully answering that he was talking about Chuck. Honestly, this guy screams, sus, but his suggestion makes sense. As Castle Arden continues to burn, the users are momentarily speechless by the young man's suggestion. They all look at him, wondering if he is referring to the same guy who dominated the first season. One asks if the young man is serious about this. The redhead suddenly shouts and hits the young man right in the head, asking if he has a death wish. Furious, she shouts that they may be stronger, but there's no way that they can take care of peace when he can literally destroy planets if he desires it. The young man is now on the ground with a huge bump on his head. While the others look at this, he remains on the ground for a bit before raising his head with a smile. He then apologizes to everyone, saying that the buffs really just got him excited. And Delulu, the young man, happily claims that there's no way plebs like them can defeat such a being, since they're nobodies compared to peace. If this is Among Us, you're definitely the imposter. The redhead is irked, while the others feel uneasy by the whole thing. The young man with white hair keeps on yapping about them being boring, ordinary users who must know their place. Ending the taunt, he stands up and spins as he asks if their next plan is to destroy the 3 castles. He needs everyone to get going, and steps away. Everyone is quiet, but the redhead finally speaks up, admitting her annoyance. She mentions how Peace is another user just like them. Still, he gets to defeat all the monsters on his own, and even finish the quests first. The redhead mentions how the game seems like a single-player RPG for the guy. She questions why they have to be the victims while the guy gets to enjoy the content all on his own. The redhead claims that she let this happen back in the first season. Considering it's the second season, he's still doing it. The redhead finally becomes honest about how it irks her. Well, no one can really stop MC if he wants to wreak havoc. The young man looks back at her with a sly smile. He then smiles widely at this, asking what they can really do about it. The young man reminds them that Peace can do such a thing because he's so strong compared to weaklings like them. He then mentions how in that game, only the strong survives. The redhead grins back and agrees that only the strong survive, which is why they must first become stronger and get ahead of the weak. Deciding, she faces the others and announces their new goal. Everyone else is surprised by the sudden announcement. With a smile, the redhead claims that they must raise their contamination level. The users are a bit taken aback, asking if they're really all doing it. The redhead laughs and confirms this. She tells them not to be scared, since all of them are already contaminated. With an ominous smile, she says that they should go find the users who haven't been contaminated and finish them. I swear, power makes people think that doing detestable stuff is okay. They should really learn from Uncle Ben. A user is uncomfortable with this decision, but doesn't say anything for those who are contaminated. The only method for them to raise their contamination level is by slaying an ordinary user who hasn't been contaminated, changing the location to the starting hills, which is a well-known beginner's farming area. A crazy user shouts out loud with glee and tongue out as she charges ahead. The redhead surprises a noob, and the slime he's facing, she suddenly bonks the user with her toy hammer, insta-slaying him with that one move. That's really cruel, though. I still can't believe a toy hammer can do such a thing. The slime pales as he sees it happen before him, the redhead suddenly talks to the slime. With a scary look, she asks what it is looking at and tells the monster, "Get out of there." The slime tears up in fear and bounces off while the redhead laughs. A notification appears announcing her increased contamination level to 97.3%. She calls back to the others and announces that she's almost at 100%. The other contaminated users congratulate her, commenting on how fast it's getting up. On the ground before them are the lifeless characters of new users. One of the contamination gang members mentions how the increased contamination rate seems to be different for everyone and how Toy Hammer Warrior is the fastest among them. The redhead agreeably chuckles at this. That's not something you should be proud of. The other then mentions how the buff percentage seems to be different for everyone as well. The user says that even if he and another have the same contamination rate, the buff on their stats is entirely different. Looking at their stats, the thief and magic swordsman characters are both 70% contaminated. However, the thief's buff is only at 1380%, while the magic swordsman's is at 14100%. The redhead checks and realizes that it is true. She then wonders why this is the case and hypothesizes that it might have something to do with the class or personality. The thief says that he's not sure. The white-haired young man from before is with them and looks at their extreme exchange. It's currently 25% contaminated with an unknown percentage of buff stats. He continues to look at them without saying anything. For an instigator, he's really taking his time reaching total contamination. The redhead calls out to him, referring to him as Scout. She then asks him how much his contamination rate has increased. The young man doesn't say anything at first, but then he chuckles. He announces that he only increased it by 5% and refers to himself as the weakest among them. The redhead sighs at this, asking if he isn't embarrassed. She scolds him, saying that he should be training harder. Sudden steps can be heard, and the white-haired ladies from the cult appear seeing them. The redhead smiles appreciatively and comments about them. They are lifting other lifeless users who have signs of contamination. The black liquid appears below their feet, and soon the group of ladies with the lifeless characters disappear to the ground. Such hard-working ladies they are. They're still at it. The members of the contamination gang watch this happen, commenting on how they simply took those without any word. One of them asks why those ladies are taking those away, wondering what they're going to do with those that they just took. Another mentions how the lifeless characters would disappear after a set time, and he asks the same question. The redhead calls everyone's attention, saying that they shouldn't waste time wondering about such things and should instead go to the next beginner area. With a bright smile, she mentions how the characters they slay become contaminated as well. The redhead says doing the same thing to those already contaminated won't raise their contamination. She incites everyone to hurry, because once everyone gets contaminated, they won't be able to raise their contamination rates anymore. With that kind of setting, this is literally a zombie arc. Because of the contamination gang, the contamination spread fast. They aimed for new users instead of monsters increasing the population of contaminated users. The victims revived and in turn did the same to raise their own contamination rates. The vicious cycle repeated, creating a hierarchy even among them. The previous prediction of the top 5 guild regarding the matter is entirely wrong. Despite the massive number of users in the game, the number of contaminated users shot up. Right then 30% of the users are already contaminated, as if spreading a plague within the game. Over time, the Chrono continent is slowly becoming contaminated. In a different area within the game, a system notification appears announcing a user's increase in contamination rate. Purple energy emits from the redhead, whose eyeballs have turned black. Her current contamination rate is at 100%. And all of her stats are now buffed with 2000%. Other contaminated users, like the thief and magic swordsman from before, have also reached the 100% of contamination and have similar boosted stats like the redhead. The white-haired young man exclaims and congratulates them for reaching the 100% contamination. He comments on how their eyes have turned black upon reaching that contamination level. Other contaminated users look at their boosted stats, and one of them even mentions how they can easily hunt in Euro's nests because of this. A young user looks at the others, asking if they're now as strong as Peace. Another replies that they can't even compare. Aha, it's free to dream. The young user harems at this and walks a bit of a distance while asking if Peach is some sort of a game manager. Full of confidence, he announces that Peace is just another user like them. The young user then swings his sword up while shouting, "Swing up!" The others who are watching him are surprised by his actions. However, nothing really happens. A bit embarrassed, the young user laughs with the others, claiming that he always wanted to try attacking that way, similar to how Peace does it. The others agree to this when a huge flash of purple light appears from where the young user is. The blast of energy creates a hole in the clouds with him and the other users dazed by what just happened. The other two are so surprised at how that simple attack indeed worked. The young user is still shocked, speechless, and filled with confusion when a notification appears about him obtaining a new skill. He managed to unlock a new skill called Contaminated Swing Up. The game already recognizes MC's attacks as proper skills. The young user mutters about the attack. He reads the details, realizing that it is actually Contaminated Swing Up. His expression of surprise finally turns into amused amazement. With this newfound power, the young user laughs out loud with pure joy. Seeing this happen before them, the other users decide to try using Swing Up as well. The three of them do this simultaneously and exclaim in happiness. A redhead sees them enjoying themselves and comments on the good mood going on. She finally stops emitting purple energy and asks the white-haired young man about his contamination rate. The young man scratches his head and chuckles as he admits that he just got to 40%. The redhead sighs with disappointment and tells the other to work harder, since he's the only one among them who still hasn't reached 100%. She should really be suspicious of him by now. Standing in the middle of the ruined village, the redhead shouts out her desire to be heard by everyone, on behalf of ordinary users. Other users notice her and wonder what exactly she's doing. Though still a bit hesitant, she continues to call for others' attention while recalling what happened earlier. Short flashback, though, honestly, the manual could have just done it chronologically, instead of using flashbacks all the time. Anyway, the redhead questions the suggestion of heading to the town square and conducting a speech. The young man confirms this, mentioning how even the redhead is fully aware that their powers aren't enough to deal with the final booze piece. With a smile, he suggests that the redhead should make a moving speech so that they can recruit more comrades for their cause. The redhead is still hesitant about this, mentioning how she sucks at such things. The young man still smiles, urging her not to worry, since he'll write the speech for her. Really, you might as well do the speech yourself. Anyway, back to the present. The redhead is giving a speech about ordinary users who have been stripped of their rights to enjoy the game, and asks who among them has cleared a main quest on their own. This got the other users murmuring among themselves, realizing that none of them actually had done such a thing on their own. Hearing their conclusion, the redhead shouts out to them to point out the unfairness, fueled by the flow of the users' conversation. She announces that the apparent reason for this unfairness is the user who selfishly dominated the game's content. The redhead says that everyone knows of this user, whom they called the Brave Warrior. With great conviction, she says that it's none other than Peace, right there forgetting that the game would have long ended if MC didn't take care of the god of destruction. The redhead claims that the reason they've been dying since the second season started is because of Peace. She says that this is because the game's difficulty has been set to keep up with Peace and no one else. The redhead curses at him and asks if he is the only user of Chrono Life. Having shot at her frustrations, she's no longer feeling hesitant. She shouts her frustration at how Peace has the best weapons. It even gets to do all of the quests. The redhead announces how none of them ever got their hands on anything good the whole time. She also reminds everyone that an online game shouldn't revolve around a single user, and they shouldn't be treated as extras. These words have a significant impact on the listening crowd, as they recall the incidents of the first season. A user murmurs about the redhead being right, claiming that it is because of Peace that they end up dying. Hey, pause there, butcha. Just point fingers at our MC for your incompetence. A drone of Peace is suddenly lifted up for everyone to see. The redhead shouts that the main culprit behind everything is Peace. She encourages everyone to gather and reclaim what's theirs. Her speech touches everyone's heart, making them roar out loud. The redhead then throws the drawing of Peace into the air. Holding her toy hammer, she activates her contamination. With her eyes turned black and a huge smile, she uses Contaminated Swing Up. Aha! No originality there. Her skill creates a huge purple blast toward the skies, burning the drawing of Peace into ashes. The other users are surprised by what she just did. The redhead smiles at everyone, calling them comrades. She then asks them to join them in the good fight, claiming that it is a new dawn for them. That was just a whole chapter without any active participation from RMC. Now that we're done with what happened in Chrono Continent, let's head back to Galinvader. Gallardo blows green before the others as she chants, enveloped in green energy, foreign lines of text also float around her. Seeing this, Puro asks Eurus about what the scary lady is doing. Eurus happily plays with Puro's ears while explaining that Gallardo is purify the dimension. He says that with her becoming a piece of ego equipment, she is now free from contamination. With that, Gallardo can now cleanse the land of the dragons. Once she is done with her chanting, Gallardo uses purification and emits a bright burst of green light. As the light disappears, the apparent change in their surroundings can be seen. The trees are now lively green and Puro makes a sound of pure amazement. The scene before them is just like the image they've seen from the orb before. Galaga gently lands on the ground in size in relief. She smiles and stutters about the purification being done. Peace smiles with equally crazed eyes and compliments her on the good job. LOL, this master and servant is a match made in heaven. Peace is relieved at how that mess is resolved and announces that they can finally start their adventures on the land of the dragons. Excited, he suggests starting the quest that Aslero gave them. Peace recalls how the Dimensional Priestess wants a slate in return for her Sentimenti marble. A hidden quest window appears, explaining the quest for finding the Slate of Truth. Love suddenly asks about what they'll do about the white-haired guy from before. Peace sighs, claiming it to be troublesome. He announces that he has no intention of looking for that jerk. Luna then points out how NOOB has a skill that lets him locate a target he wants, reminding him of the existence of the Ember of all creation. Peace is confused by this, and asks when he has ever had such a skill. Luna pales, realizing that NOOB has wholly forgotten. I swear, MC needs a memory boost. In case you're like RMC, this is the skill he got from the God of Destruction. Before they can further discuss the skill, slight repeating sound from above catches their attention. A small yellow bird, carrying something, continues to flap its wings while peeping. This is actually a bird from the Yellowbird mail service that allows the exchange of messages within the game. The yellow bird settles itself on top of Peace's head after dropping the hairpin it's carrying to his hand. Though surprised, Peace recognizes it to be Ailero's hairpin. Gallardo stutters about how Islaro seemed to have sent that yellow bird. She mentions how yellow birds normally can't cross dimensions, but it somehow managed to do this because of Asleroy's hairpin. The yellow bird aggressively peeps as it flaps its wings. Peace looks up at the bird, confused as to what it's doing, and calls it Dulapeep. Really, you're naming the bird. That the hairpin in his hand suddenly flashes bright, and a shadowed image appears before them. The shadowed image finally clears up, and they see Aslero before them. Love expresses her surprise upon seeing the Dimensional Priestess. Aslero greets the Dimensional Warriors and admits that she shouldn't be contacting them like that. She explains that the situation is dire, and she is left with no choice. Aslero tells him about the plague happening in the Chroma continent, called the Contamination. She mentions how Chromo has been through a lot, but the Contamination is an entirely different kind of opponent. Aslero asks them to return to the continent to deal with the Contamination. She explains that she sent her hairpin as their guide, so that they could swiftly return. The guide that Aslero mentioned is Solitop Peace's head. Peace looks up at it, wondering if it is really their guide. Raw, you even named it. Now you're questioning its role. A sudden emergency quest window appears, announcing the quest details that Azero just gave them. Peace looks back at Aslero, thinking that she might be overreacting. He asks if he really must return just to deal with that white-haired jerk. MC, wouldn't it be game over if Chromium gets destroyed? Aslero merely states that she attached a video for their reference, and that she can't answer any questions. P zips his mouth, understanding that this is only a recorded message. Aslero reminds them that time is of the essence, and tells them to quickly return to Chrono and protect its people. With that, the message ends, and Aslero disappears before them. This scene surprises Puro. Peace scratches his head and groans in frustration. He asks if he is Chrono Life's security guard or something. Seeing his reaction, Love still voices out her thoughts that it might be severe, so they should return. Peace mulls over this when someone suddenly shouts about returning. Something gray appears from Peace's undies, making him do another unholy pose. Wait, let me pause there. I need to wash my eyes. Aventador appears before them, claiming that the Demon King is correct, and adds that he has a bad feeling about it. Love is a bit horrified as Aventador continues to speak about how he has never seen his sister urgently act like that. The dragon expresses his desire to return and his worries for his sister. Behind Aventador, Peace makes a scary face as he shouts. He pulls at Aventador's face, scolding the dragon to return to his rightful place and reminding him that he's not the leader. Puro suddenly smiles, commenting on how Aventador looks soft and stretchy and Wan, who touched the other as well. Pyrrhus is startled by this and fumes that there's no way that's the case, but he's definitely more stretchy than the other. Hearing this makes Puro gasp and surprise. Are you really jealous about such a thing, Eurus? Aventador smacks his head against Pieces, shouting about how heartless the other is when his sister could be in danger. Not the type who wants to lose Peace, shoves his face on Aventador, shouting at how the other is acting and claiming they should just duke it out. The two butts their heads against one another while making angry sounds. The others simply watch them with love, commenting on how they're really fighting. Luna mentions how she's never seen someone fight with their underwear before. Unlike the two, Puro cheers his brother, while Gallardo admits that she likes what she's seeing. Already fed up, Peace punches at Aventador, intending to teach him. With that, the fight between Peace and Aventador ends in Peace's favor. Luna comments on how Aventador has gone all soft, making Love question the way she phrased it. Seeing that settled, Luna offers to head back to Chrono Life with Miss Love, while Peace stays there to search for the Slate of Truth. Clearly surprised by this, Love asks what's gotten to Roach Lady, when the other would typically prefer being attached to the hip with Peace. Luna says she also has a bad feeling regarding Isla Rowe's message and believes they shouldn't let the contamination further spread. You're clearly the voice of reason in this group, Luna. Good thing you're here. Luna says that they'll go there now immediately. Peace agrees to this and gives them Islaro's hairpin. He adds that they should take Dula Peep with them. Islaro's hairpin flashes bright, and the two ladies with Dula Peep are enveloped in this light. Love bids him goodbye, saying that they should see him back in Krona. Luna wishes him luck, while the Dula Peep spreads his wings. At that, they use Dimensional Leap, leaving a trail of light and disappearing. After Puro comments on their disappearance, Peace announces that they should get going. Puro happily agrees, while Gallardo simply loves the moment the gargantuan dragon stutters that she knows the location of the Slate of Truth. Peace is pleased to hear this, and tells Gallardo to lead the way. The dragon lady clings to Peace's arm, claiming that she'd do anything for him. Puro can only react at the sight of this scene excited. Peace announces that it's just him and his three musketeers. You are his Puro and Gallardo cheer out loud at his wow. MC is really not considering Aventador to be a part of his team. Back in a dimensional altar of the northern continent in Krona, a ray of light appears upon the return of Luna, Love, and Dula Pete. Love coughs at the smoke and asks if they're back already. She wonders where Islaro is when they notice their surroundings are in rubble. The dragon statues are all broken into pieces on the floor around them. Confused by this scene, Love is about to ask what happened there. Her words trail off when she sees Ilaro bound to a cross in a serious state. Love exclaims with Dula Peep at seeing this scene. Behind them, some people step forward, glad that they're finally there. One of them mentions how bored they were while waiting. Lul and Luna look behind them and find a group of users, led by the redhead. The redhead welcomes them, and she compliments the kid for being smart. She's glad that his plan worked, since their group returned, just as he said they would. Because of this, the redhead appoints him as the contamination gang strategist. A white-haired young man smiles brightly as he thanks the toy hammer warrior. Love questions who they are, asking if they are the ones who did that to Eyes. Laro, the redhead, smugly smiles as she recognizes Saul Ranghin. The other gang members exclaim, realizing it is indeed her, and that the rumors about her joining Peace on his adventures are true. They murmur an appreciation at meeting a superstar within the game. As Love listens to the continuous compliments, it finally gets to her. She blushes, thinking that those people are being sweet. Luna makes a face, commenting on how it doesn't take a lot to butter her up. Don't get swayed by their honey words, Love. A peeping sound suddenly catches their attention, and they look back to find Dula Peep circling around Alaro. The yellow bird continues to peep and seeing Ilaro's state. Luna frowns. Returning to the topic, she asks the other users if this was their doing. She questions their reason for doing something horrible. Luna tells them that Laro is an NPC who guides users. The redhead sighs, claiming that they're only following the plan that their friend hatched. She recalls that the best plan is to irritate your enemy. Another user suddenly calls Toy Hammer Warrior's attention, claiming that they have a problem. The redhead looks at him, asking what the problem is. The other user then points out that peace isn't with the other two. The redhead is confused at first, but then she realizes that the other is right. Luna frowns at this, realizing that they're in D afternoon. The redhead does a Homer on the white-haired young man as she scolds him. Jeffrey sure loves this. He's using it quite a lot, should we count? The young man defends himself, claiming that Peace's friends are at least there, so they should just go ahead with Plan B. The red hat looks at him skeptically, asking what Plan B is. The young man grins at this, and with an ominous look, he announces that they can do precisely what they did with the Slaro. Love and Luna hear their plan, clearly uneasy at what is about to happen next. The young man reminds her that the best strategy is to irritate your enemy. He then paints a picture of what it will be like if Peace sees his allies all beaten and urges the redhead to imagine it. The thought makes the redhead grin like the young man, and she exclaims that this splendid idea. There's a flaw to that plan, you know, Love is the Demon King. After all, suddenly, the redhead charges toward Love with a huge grin, and the contamination activates. She swings her toy hammer, announcing her skill, Contaminated Swing Down. She releases a huge burst of purple energy towards the two. Love can only watch as she thinks of what the redhead just called her attack. The attack creates a tremendous explosion, further destroying the building they're in. Several explosions continue as the redhead continues to charge at them, claiming that it sucks for them to be in this situation because of Peace. Still, she believes that they only deserve this, since they kept hanging around Peace, announcing that they're guilty by association. Love proceeds to evade while the redhead still charges at her. The Toy Hammer Warrior claims that one must sacrifice good apples to finally get through the bad apples. The redhead doesn't stop her movements, even warning Love that the next one will hurt. Before Luna, the other members of the Contamination Gang commend Toy Hammer Warrior for voicing their own thoughts, saying that she is fearless. In my opinion, you're all sheep getting hurted by the white-haired young man. The unfortunate situation is that Luna and Love don't stand a chance against these users, for the average level of the Contamination Gang members is in the early 300s. Considering that Love is level 639, she could quickly deal with them all on her own. However, the contamination buff that enhanced their stat by 2000% offsets at level gap. With this even playing field, Luna and Love are undoubtedly outnumbered. A contaminated user smirks, asking Luna if she isn't going here, ready to fight. He makes fun of Luna, asking if she got scared upon seeing their strength. Luna sighs at this and calmly says that she's having a moment to herself. She explains how she was thinking why they would go to such trouble for something like this. The contaminated user wonders why Luna is asking and says that Toy Hammer just mentioned it. He's about to say more, but Luna suddenly cuts him off. Luna says that they all look like a bunch of noob losers who are living aimless lives. She does this with a bright smile, explaining that this is her conclusion. The user glares at Luna, asking her to repeat what she just said, and curses at her. Luna curses back at him with a smile. She questions his right to talk that way to her, and further curses at him. Luna's cursing goes on, making blood gush out from the man's ears. That'll teach them not to mess with you. Fret up, Luna sighs at the trash fog, claiming that she's wasting her breath. The user is stunned at this, especially when a machine who said all that stuff. Luna suddenly activates his skill and starts glowing brightly. Wait, is this what I think it is? Luna announces the goddess descended, and soon her hair changes color. Her clothes flash brightly as it changes into a white dress. Wings flap in the air, coming from Luna's back. With that, Luna is in her hidden class form, the goddess of life. Really, how did she manage to get back her goddess form? Did she grind it in the beta test to unlock it again? The contaminated users are all shocked by this scene before them. Luna tells them that she was planning to let them off the hook after all their yapping, but they clearly crossed the line after slandering Peace's name. She says that, in the name of the divinity of life, she announces her intention to slay them all. Before we move forward with the story, we're getting another flashback. It was a typical day in one of the towns, and people were walking along minding their own business. Some were chatting, while others were enjoying their drinks in that same space. Person munks on a big piece of meat and exclaims how much he loves the Adventurers Guild. P shouts at how lively that place always is, despite being only filled with NPCs. This happened a month ago after the closed beta test started, specifically on their 60th day. Peace comments on how it's already been 2 months, and that there's only a month left for the closed beta test. He shares with Luna his excitement for the second season of Chrono Life. Unlike Peace, Luna frowns and clenches her fists to muster her courage. Luna calls out to him and softly tells him that there's something that she wants to tell him. Looking down, she says that once season just starts, they should stop seeing each other. Peace stares at her in confusion and asks if Luna thinks they're dating or something. His reaction makes Luna shout to correct him. MC, please stop. She fixes her phrasing, saying that they should go their separate ways in criminal life. Peace continues, eating, asking what she's talking about. He reminds her of their agreement to create a four-person party with Love and Puro. Luna admits that it'll be quite an adventure, and even thought about it. However, she believes that she only become a nuisance to the party. Frowning, she says it would be different if she's still the goddess of life, but right now, she's just an ordinary mage. Peace laughs at this, saying that she should become the goddess of life again, since she already knows the requirements for it. Luna adamantly rejects this. She recalls all the bad things that she had done to achieve that hidden class. Luna tears up, shouting that she doesn't want to do those horrible things again. The NPCs continue to mind their own business while Peace looks at the full-earned form of Luna before him. Suddenly, the normal-looking NPCs stop what they're doing and stare at the Peace and Luna. Okay, that's really creepy. Peace looks around them, wondering what exactly is happening with the NPCs. An NPC suddenly smiles and speaks up, commenting on Luna's predicament. Everyone suddenly talks at the same time, claiming that they'll assist her. Peace is stunned at this, since they are all speaking in the same woman's voice. Luna is equally shocked, but she still doesn't dismiss the feeling of that familiar voice. The NPCs around them suddenly buzz with static and soon change their forms into Mother. That's quite a lot of mothers. Peace exclaims in shock, recognizing Chrono Life's main computer. Mother Luna comments on her unexpected appearance and asks if Mother is eavesdropping on them. Mother smiles, claiming that she's always listening since she is Chrono Life. The numerous mothers speak simultaneously, saying that she intended to just listen. But hearing Luna's woes makes her want to help the other. Mother then asks Luna if she wants to become the goddess of life. Once more, without much preamble, a light suddenly flashes brightly from Luna, surprising both her and Peace. A system notification appears, announcing that Luna's advancement is complete and that she is now the goddess of life. Huh, is that easy? Luna looks down at her changed form and surprised confusion. Mother then congratulates her, claiming that her troubles are now gone. Peace frowns at Mother asking her to speak through one person only, since it's confusing him. Luna asks if she really is the goddess of life again, even without doing the quest. Mother claims is perfect and that she can continue traveling with Peace. Luna's voice trembles as she comments on how Mother easily did that. Luna's reaction surprises Mother. Luna speaks of how Mother used her ability to let her advance to goddess of life that easily. She can't help but question why Mother made her go through such a terrible quest when turning into one is so simple for Mother. Mother smiles in thought and shares that the quest to become the goddess of life is meant to make her understand the weight of life. However, Mother quickly says she's just kidding, claiming that it just sounded fun. I guess we now all know why the god of destruction was the way he was. This response engages Luna, and an explosion suddenly explodes from within the Adventurers Guild. As the smoke dissipates, Luna aggressively stands while Peace is still in his seat with a piece of meat in one hand. Luna huffs hard at what she just suddenly did. Mother claims that she's startled. It's time for her to go. She tells Luna not to be too angry with her, since it was just a joke. Mother then says that Luna can repay her for advancing her class later, since the other knows well that nothing is free in that world. With that, she wishes them an enjoyable trip. Now that we covered how she got her abilities back, let's return to the present. Luna is facing the other contaminated users in her goddess of life form. They are so surprised to see the goddess of life, and they immediately fall in love with her looks. Love looks back at this surprise that Roach Lady is again the goddess of life. With Love's attention elsewhere, that redhead charges and jumps right at Love. Love pleads for time out from her enemy and asks Roach Lady about how she got her character reset. Redhead conveniently stops, and Love continues to question how Roach Lady is, once again, the goddess of life. Luna looks at Love saying that she's been able to do it since the start of the second season. She explains that she only refused to turn because she didn't want to give Mother that kind of satisfaction. Love is confused by Luna's admission of since the start and the mention of Mother. Seeing her confusion, Luna says that she explain everything to her later, since they have more important things to do, like getting rid of trash. Yep, use the incinerator instead of recycling. The contaminated users are taunted by Luna's referrals of them as trash. Luna looks shocked, saying that she might have been too harsh. With a smile, she claims that she wouldn't go that far. Luna says that they are just a couple of nudes with skill issues and require touching grass. Aggravated by the goddess of life's words, the contaminated users charge toward her. Seeing this, Love thinks how the wench can really run her mouth. She can't really blame the other users for getting annoyed, considering that Roach Lady just dissed them about skill issues, touching grass, and bluntly telling them they suck. She lifts her left hand and says, "Boom." In that same instant, some of the contaminated users all perish without being able to retaliate. The other remaining contaminated users are all astonished by what just happened. Their allies are gone up into smoke with no remains left behind. There she goes, making things boom again. Seeing them hesitate, Luna urges them to move and stop watching with a smile. She tells them to fight her. At her urging, one of the contaminated users charges. Luna lifts her pinky and says, "Boom." The user poofs into nothing before even hitting the goddess of life with his sword. Frustrated, one of the contaminated users dashes towards Luna from behind. He quickly perishes before he can attack, while another takes this chance to land a hit. Still, Luna calmly deals with all this with a raise of her hand. With a face full of unbridled glee, the gods of life makes easy work of the contaminated users attempting to attack her. The Redhead and Love are shocked by Luna's prowess. The Redhead is confused as to what is happening. She questions the existence of an op class like the goddess of life. She can't believe that someone can be so strong despite not being contaminated, and questions the fairness. MC's existence is unfair. Now, the goddess of life's existence is also unfair. They should really touch grass. Seeing their dire state, the Redhead shouts at the others, asking if they'll keep on going in one by one. She yells for them to go at the enemy all at once. The contaminated users listen to her and charge toward Luna, all at the same time. They surround the goddess of life in that instant. With a calm smile, Luna raises her open hand up in the air. She clenches it close and says, "Boom," with a smile. With that, all of the contaminated users around her vanish into nothing. Luna looks at the Redhead's way the two. A hammer warrior sweats as her voice shakes. She questions the reality of how all of her companions are gone. The Redhead curses in her head, wondering who the woman is. Luna gently smiles at her, urging the foe to fight her. The taunt makes the Redhead flinch. Luna then reminds the other of her previous words about beating them up like they did with Ilaro. She then suddenly exclaims in realization. Confusing the other user, Luna fondly smiles as she announces that the other is to Chicken, calling her a little scrub. It's only fair to your companions that you also got a tongue lashing from Luna. Agitated by the name Colin, the Redhead calls Luna a wench and releases purple energy. Love quickly backs away in surprise. The Redhead unleashes her all in her attack, Contaminated Swing Down. The attack gives forth a huge blast of purple energy towards the goddess of life. Luna doesn't move from her spot and accepts the attack from her enemy. Seeing her attack make contact, the Redhead is filled with shocked relief, while Love casts in surprise. But we all know what kind of ability Luna has as the goddess of life. Luna is amused at the Redhead's attack called Contaminated Swing Down. She makes fun of this, surprising the foe into whirring. Gold light sparkles as Luna becomes whole with her use of the divinity, the creation of life. She smiles with fondness as she recalls a memory of how she got attacked by Noo's original Swing Down. Luna shares how she knew that she would never perish because of the divinity of life. However, she still felt that Noo had complete control over her. The thought of it sends shivers down her body. Luna is more corrupted than I initially thought. Returning to the topic, Luna tells the Redhead that she felt nothing after her attack. The contaminated user sweats in disbelief. Luna's demeanor changes as she asks, how dare the utter dream of contending against NOOB with such pitiful skills. She mourns the redhead to know her place, calling her a vermin. The contaminated user shivers and cries in despair at this. Luna raises her hand once more and says, boom, with a smile. This makes the redhead poof into nothing. Before the enemy completely disappears, her voice shakes as she voices her thoughts of being 100% contaminated. Yet she is easily defeated, just like that. After that, the redhead is also gone. Love runs towards Luna, calling her amazing. She repeatedly cheers for her while calling her Roach Lady. At the same time, the Demon King smiles and gives her a thumbs up while admitting her joy in having Roach Lady at their side. She's even confident that they can easily take over the world. Not missing a beat, Love asks Luna about how she became the goddess of life. Again, Luna smiles in return and starts explaining what happened before. Behind a rubble, the white-haired young man looks at them. Oh, look, a rat is still alive. He ponders about the goddess of life, thinking how she's another possessor of divinity. The young man looks at Demon King Love, thinking that she's also no easy target, since she could easily summon the entire demon world to fight them. Still hiding, he thinks of how it's good to know that Peace's party is filled with powerhouses. The young man looks up, whispering his thoughts on what he should do next. With the way things were settled, he just knows that the ordinary users won't listen to him anymore. He then softly calls out to Father. In a different area, the voice claims it's okay and assures that there's no more need for puppeteering. The man announces that they should rejoice since the preparations are now complete. The white-haired guy from before smiles widely as he announces that the seed of contamination has already been planted. He claims that it has feasted on excellent nutrients and has grown into a sturdy tree. A massive lump of wood is shaped into an elongated sphere with a thin branch stretching from below. The trunk thickens as it reaches the base, with branches on the side that have evident remains of characters and dragons. At the foot of the tree is the group of cult headed by the white-haired guy. If you recall, they took the remains of characters that they contaminated the first time. The white-haired guy tells them not to worry, for their questions will all soon be answered. A close look at the remains reveals the characters of Love and Luna from before. The branches pierce right at where they got hit by the white-haired guy's attack. The remains of the other characters, who are also contaminated, are in the same state. And the same thing goes for the drakes that Love and Luna face from before. All of the contaminated characters are in this state, in that tree, and it continues to suck from these. As the cult continues to wait, the spherical thing on top of the tree starts throbbing. The white-haired guy announces that this is worth waiting for, since the fruits are now ripe. As it continues to throb, the white-haired guy calls out to his master, with a scary, ominous look. He announces that he will soon be ready to receive him, calling the other his eternal master, the contamination. At that moment, the contamination rate in the Chroma continent is already at 99%. Wait, how is it already at that point? Is that tree planted in Chrona? Returning to where Love and Luna are, they finally freed Ilero. Dulapeep is on top of Ilero's head, peeping as Ilero thanks the warriors for saving her. Love tells her it's nothing. She then comments on how they worrying for nothing about those users since Roach Lady simply made them boom. Love smiles at Luna, asking for her confirmation. Unlike Love's bubbly attitude, Luna is sweating. She starts huffing, and her sweat continues to pour out. Luna suddenly drops to the ground, her legs finally giving out. Love looks at her in surprise, asking what's happening. Recalling what happened before, Love is startled in realization and creates distance between her and Luna. She asks if Roach Lady got contaminated and tells her to get away from her. Irritated Luna says she's not contaminated. In her tired state, she explains how the redhead's contaminated swing down ended up being more powerful than her expectations. She rests on the ground, saying that even with her new body from using the creation of life, she's still reeling from the damage. Frowning, Luna mentions that she didn't expect that contaminated users were that powerful. She even claims that fighting with them in the future might end with him losing. Despite Luna's serious demeanor, Love smiles as she claims that it's fine now. Since they took care of them, she announces that the two of them are literally on top. It's incredible how Love can still be positive despite hearing what Luna just said. Luna says it's too early for them to be sure about that. She reminds Love that they're not facing monsters. Instead, they're against users who can revive. Luna thinks that if these contaminated users go look for them after getting stronger, she won't be able to guarantee their victory. Love is stunned by Roach Lady's words and calls her. She then smiles, saying she doesn't know why she's so worried when Peace can easily take care of them. This logic confuses Luna at first, but then she changes into a shock understanding. Love is right about this. MC really has a considerable influence on Love's logic. Luna somehow thinks that Love's logic works and comments on her positivity. Love smiles, claiming that she just believes in Peace. Now let's head to where the cult is. The spherical lump that they're nourishing continues to throb. The white-haired guy looks up at this with a smile. He claims that they will soon behold their master's resurrection. He stares at the throbbing lump, thinking that fulfilling the final step requires extremely powerful life energy. Only one individual fits this requirement, and he announces that it's the god of chaos, Peace. He then smiles, saying that this means he must get stronger. The white-haired guy recalls how he was beaten up by Peace so easily, and sweats at the memory. He ponders how the god of chaos is actually stronger than what the rumors hinted. His hand quivers, thinking that another fight with Peace is pointless, since it's akin to heading to his own death. Good thing you know that, not that you'll be able to survive against MC, even if you get stronger. Suddenly, the white-haired guy is enveloped in purple energy, making him surprised. He's raised up into the air, making him eye level with the spherical, wooden flesh. The colossal thing is before him, and he stutters as he calls it master. Something gurgles from the side facing him, and a clawed hand squelches out. It reaches out toward the white-haired guy, as if to grab him. The hand almost touches him, making his eyes bulge out in shock. A voice suddenly speaks to him, saying that it'll grant the man more power. The hand suddenly grabs the man, making liquid gush out at the sudden action. The ladies down below face up in surprise as the white-haired guy leading them gets squeezed. How are they able to really see? Even with those blindfolds, liquid drops to the ground and at the ladies. As this happens, bright purple light suddenly flashes from above the ladies. The light comes from the clenched clawed fist. The light burns brighter, and it suddenly explodes. More liquid drops to the ground, and the ladies of the cult are all open-mouthed at what's happening. Above them, the clawed hand can't be seen anymore. Only the white-haired guy is in the air, and his short hair is now turned long. The Priest of Contamination has now evolved to level 9999. A system unification suddenly appears, congratulating him on reaching level 9999. The system informs him of his eligibility to take the challenge of the Path of the Ascended. It explains that once he clears this, he will be reborn as an Ascended being. A system notification. Dude is an NPC, right or not? The white-haired guy grins and suddenly laughs out loud at this achievement. He laughs for some time, and after that, he shoots up higher in the air as he continues to laugh. The man zooms past higher than ever. He shoots out of the planet and reaches the place where different dimensions are shown. The Priest of Contamination laughs out loud at this newfound power as he heads to another dimension. His destination is the Gal Invader, also known as the Land of the Dragons. He reaches the other dimension in that short time and quickly blasts in. The Land of the Dragons is now back to its vibrant, lively self. Peace is with the rest. When the Priest of Contamination finds him, he is almost upon Peace when the other suddenly turns around to see him. Before he could even strike, Peace defends himself using his wooden stick. The collision creates a significant impact that sends great gusts of wind around them. Eurus, Puro, and Gallardo fly off at the sunblast. The Priest of Contamination calls on his master, thanking him for his grace. He voices out his gratitude for leading him through the challenges. The white-haired guy does this while facing Peace. Aha, I still think you're being overconfident there. Suddenly, Peace is filled with utmost joy to find the opponent before him. He calls the other his white-haired buddy, claiming how he's been dying to see him. Peace hasn't thought that the other would go find him first. The Priest of Contamination continues to smile, announcing that he's stronger than last time. He proudly shares how his master's divinity of contamination enabled him to be reborn, calling Peace the god of chaos. But white-haired guy swears that it is all for the sake of ending him. The contamination priest suddenly charges, creating a tremendous purple explosion as his attack meets the ground. Instead of Peace, the massive blast further reverberates on the land, sending energy throughout. Peace looks at the destruction from above as he assesses it. He smiles as he comments on how the other indeed got stronger. Peace recalls how the white-haired guy could only shoot lasers from his fingers before. Burris suddenly shouts out for Peace to watch out as he carries both Gallardo and Puro. Wait, pause. Gallardo is a dragon, right? She should fly on her own. Iris continues his warning, telling Peace how the other got powered up using the divinity of contamination. Considering the other stats, Yura says that the enemy could be stronger than Peace. Gallardo excitedly stutters, claiming that it was her who told Eurus about this. Just then, the contamination priest appears behind Peace. He proudly announces his current level and how it's much greater, tenfold than Peace is, as he smashes him. Filled with overwhelming confidence, the white-haired guy reveals that he's been buffed with the effects of 100% contamination, meaning his stats are all multiplied by 20. At his announcement, he quickly zooms to where Peace is, announcing his intention for Peace, the god of chaos, using his bare hand. The contamination priest slashes at Peace. He continuously shouts as he slashes. His labor suit bears fruit, for Peace gets cut in half. This reminds me of how Lumina sliced MC in half before. Peace falls to the ground with a huge thud. The trio quickly heads to where Peace has fallen, and they call out Freeman's surprise. The white-haired guy smiles widely, saying there's no need for sadness. He claims that the bestowment of death is now part of the contamination. With a smug smile, he proudly prays to his master. On the ground, Peace's body is torn in half when something wriggles between the broken parts. The wriggling parts reach out for the others, combining the broken body. Peace moans as his body regenerates in its usual horrific, disgusting way. Already used to this, Eurus is calm. However, the same thing can't be said for Puro and Gallardo, who are so shocked by what they see. Puro exclaims at how scary his brother looks, while Gallardo expresses her apparent disgust. Eurus sighs, knowing where this whole thing is going. The priest of contamination is confused by this scene and asks if Peace is a zombie or something. At that moment, Peace continues to moan as his body recombines, while the other comments that he didn't know contamination could do something like that. Breathing caused by contamination. Horror mode. Peace is still in the middle of regenerating, as he explains that it's a skill called healing factor, so the other shouldn't compare him to a zombie. Soon, Peace's body finished recombining. He smirks and admits that after seeing the ability of contamination, he wants it now for himself. Peace says that there's a possibility that he'll get contaminated either way. He doesn't really care, since it's only a game for him. It's enough that he can become 20 times stronger. The contamination priest smiles in agreement and claims that in the eyes of contamination, everyone is equal. He suddenly dashes forward, saying that Peace should just embrace contamination's blessing. The white-haired guy claims that their merciful master only wants the method of expiry to be from a contaminated attack. Dude, that's still asking too much? The priest of contamination reveals how a revived body of a contaminated gets a stigma on the wounded area, making them reborn into a proud, faithful contamination. With that, another massive purple explosion occurs. Eurus quickly grabs the other two as the surge of power blasts. The contamination priest continuously attacks Peace as he speaks of the invocation of contamination. He gets closer to Peace and stabs at him with his hand as he announces the blessing of contamination with that crazed look on his face. However, Peace suddenly grabs and clings to the priest of contamination, despite the hand lodged in him. The white-haired guy is so surprised by the sudden action and asks what Peace is doing. Peace claims that he's a baby, and as a baby, he's now hungry. A tentacle suddenly shoots out of Peace's mouth with a horrifying look. He demands to be fed. The tentacle stabs the contamination priest right at the nape and starts sucking at the other. Of course, veracity. The white-haired guy is so shocked and confused by what is happening. He screams out loud, and the trio can only watch as this happens. The priest of contamination adamantly rejects this and groans as Peace continues to suck his energy using his tentacle. Peace doesn't let go, and he says he really wants that contamination. However, the idea of perishing from the other's hands really irritates him. Peace continues his terrifying extraction as the contamination priest screams. With a horrible expression, Peace intends to take the contamination using his own hands. The life being drained from the priests of contamination starts to become more apparent. He continues to deny and reject it, but the hold on him and the energy depletion makes it impossible to get away. This is why you shouldn't be overconfident. You didn't even research our MC's abilities thoroughly. Suddenly, Peace stops his actions, dropping the almost lifeless body of the contamination priest to the ground. The white-haired guy groans and shivers at what happened. Before him, Peace starts emitting purple energy, making him moan more. A system minification appears, with a ding announcing the contamination of his character. Peace continues to release purple energy, with the contamination now more apparent in his eyes. Due to the absorption activity of his veracity skill, Peace's level and stats are raised, and with the power of contamination, he easily reaches level 9,999, with all of his stats buffed with 2k% of contamination. The Priest of Contamination still can't accept this happening. He shivers as he repeatedly says no, known full well that he's screwed.